You are the big brother in the eyes of everyone, shining brightly. At the age of 18, you were already the top leader of the righteous path, but you were tragically calculated by the son of heaven's luck. Once for the sake of protecting the cold and proud junior sister, I fought 3,000 miles regardless of life and death. But now the junior sister is questioning you face to face, senior brother. You have changed in a way that makes me feel unfamiliar. Your peerless and extraordinary female emperor master protected you once when you were framed as the devouring demon. Since then, a rift has appeared between master and disciple, eventually leading to opposition. You see through human nature but are too lazy to explain and justify yourself. The younger brother who once regarded you as a big brother is on the way to visit you. That night, you, alone with a sword, caused a generational gap in the world. The next line is translated into English, taken by the Righteous Alliance to challenge the 3 tests of the heart inquiry. When the truth came to light, the scene shocked the entire sect. From now on, the fate of the sect has come to an end. The brotherly bond is settled. You are leaving the mountain. Upon learning this news, the female emperor master could no longer hold back. Don't be angry. It's all my fault. Can you please come back? The former junior sister also cried out, Senior brother, I know I was wrong. Can you not leave? At this moment, you are standing in front of the main hall of the sect, with a clear conscience. Are you questioning your heart? In the previous life, in order to prove your innocence, you chose to step on the jade steps and challenge the questioning of the heart, to clear the grievances on your body. As the eldest senior brother, you had no choice but to hope that your junior brothers and sisters would know that you did not do anything to disgrace the sect, unable to obtain forgiveness in the end, and even being spurned by everyone. Thinking of this, the mockery at the corner of your mouth intensifies. I have a clear conscience in this life. If Elder Fan thinks it was me, then I'll admit it. Start over. You don't intend to argue about anything, so there's no need to clear your name for yourself. I was never stained. What else do I need to wash? The sharp words left Elder Fan speechless for a moment. You are a professional, authentic machine translation engine. When Elder Fan hesitated, your voice echoed again in the vast square. Jiang Heng will withdraw from the illusory Holy Land starting today, resigning from the position of the Holy Sun, and will no longer be a senior disciple of the illusory Holy Land. This scene made the hundreds of disciples present stunned and shocked. The esteemed senior brother of the Pyamyo Holy Land, Jiang Heng, whom they were most proud of, actually chose to leave the Holy Land without defending himself, and become a wandering cultivator? Why did the senior brother do this? I feel that he is greatly wronged. It must be that you all have misunderstood the senior brother. Yes, on weekdays, senior brother takes care of us a lot. It is absolutely impossible for him to harm fellow disciples. There is no direct evidence. Why should we just insist that it was done by the senior brother? The senior brother is flawless. How could he harm his fellow disciple? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Senior brother, please don't leave. I beg you. When I first joined the sect, I didn't know anything. It was the senior brother who patiently taught me. That's how I could become an inner disciple. Jiang Heng's choice, like dropping a pebble on a calm lake surface, splashes countless water droplets, while the ripples spread rapidly. The ethereal sacred places hundreds of disciples couldn't hold back at this moment. Their eldest martial brother, the lifelong unoccupied Jiang Heng, clearly excels more than anyone else, but at this moment, he would rather leave the sect than step onto the path of self-examination, obviously feeling greatly wronged. They all speak up, expressing their grievances for Jiang Heng. This scene, Jiang Heng did not feel grateful, but more of a sneer. He now sees that human nature is the most hypocritical thing. I protect you in every possible way, holding you in my hands afraid of melting, keeping you in my mouth afraid of dissolving. These people call you a murderer one after another, saying that you and I are in the same sect, which is really shameful. Jiang Heng, go to hell. At the same time, he also enjoys the benefits of his assistance. Currently, he is going to leave the sect, and these junior brothers and sisters feel that he has not harmed his fellow disciples. Jiang Heng finds it ridiculous regardless of whether these people are acting out of human nature or weighing the pros and cons. Jiang Heng, you are being reckless. The Pyamyo Sacred Land is one of the top 10 sacred places, the supreme orthodoxy of the Tianluo realm. As the eldest senior brother, you cannot come and go as you please. The surrounding noise shocked Elder Fan on the spot. He had never imagined that Jiang Heng had such a reputation in the hearts of these disciples, surpassing even him, the elder. At present, if Jiang Heng is allowed to leave like this, it will pose countless hidden dangers to the entire sect. First of all, it is the issue of the disciples' loyalty to the sect. And Jiang Heng is too strong. In the list of contemporary heavenly arrogances, he must have a place among the top 3. If you run away like this, won't it be a joke to the other sacred places and sects? Thinking of this, Elder Fan said indifferently, Jiang Heng, As the son of the Pyongyang sacred land, you should consider the overall situation. The big picture? Jiang Heng was startled, his expression slightly stunned as he looked at Elder Fan. The big picture? What's the big picture? Inside his perception, people who generally let you look after the big picture, often you will not be in the big picture. End of chapter. So this so-called looking after the big picture, in Jiang Heng's opinion, it's just the rhetoric of those who benefit from it. What with the big picture in mind? I take care of you. You are taken care of. What about me? I'll be damned if I'll be damned if I'll be damned if I'll be damned if I'll be damned. Sorry, Jiang Heng murmured, his eyes tinged with indifference. As the words fell, Elder Fan's expression was joyful, and he pointed to the inquiring mind pass. Let Jiang Heng set out to prove himself. But before the smile spread, Jiang Heng's next words caused him to be completely shaken. Jiang Heng doesn't know what the big picture is, nor does he want to care about the so-called big picture. I don't have the heart to explain any further. There is no need for Elder Fan to say much about this decision to withdraw from the Netherworld Holy Land. This sword is the dragon's breath, which my master took immortal gold and personally refined it for me. Stay here today. Since then, I, Jiang Heng, have cleared my grudge with the Netherworld Holy Land. Jiang Heng waved his right hand, and all of a sudden, golden spiritual energy emerged. A sword at his waist came out of its shell and circled in the air. Buzz! The sharp spirit sword directly nailed into the jade steps in front of Elder Fan. This move caused the other disciples of the surrounding Netherworld Holy Land to suck in a breath of cool air. Everyone knows what the dragon's roar means. The one who carries this sword is the next generation of the Holy Lord of the Netherworld. She was appointed by the Empress in Hongyi. In this way, Jiang Heng really handed over the dragon's breath. To such an extent, it must be that the mind is made up. Could it be that Eldest senior brother has really been wronged? Otherwise it would be categorically impossible. That's for sure. Eldest brother, who has always been gracious to us, must have received injustice for such a decision. We must all open our mouths for eldest brother, or we'll be next. Eldest senior brother is honorable. How could he be a devil who cultivates devil's kung fu? This is never going to happen. Looking at Jiang Heng's actions, the Netherworld Holy Land disciples present were in tears. This is the big brother they look up to and love. He would rather give up the dragon's breath and the identity of the future Holy Lord of the Netherworld Holy Land, and also to leave. How wronged and aggrieved beyond words it is. Nonsense. Jiang Heng, as a holy son, you do not set an example by yourself for the many senior brothers and sisters to learn from, and lead a riot. Such a request is denied on behalf of your master. Don't mention it again. Men, take him to the cliff of thought, and do not let him out without my order. Jiang Heng, think it over at the thought cliff. The winds of public opinion were too fierce, making Elder Fan's face gloomy and hard to accept. If this develops, all without saying anything else, the cohesion within the sect will fall apart today. This was something that he would never allow to happen. Immediately, he ordered that Jiang Heng's request be rejected, and sent a few disciples that Jiang Heng is to be escorted to the Sifeng Cliff. It seems that all will not go well in a new life. Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly after glancing at Elder Fan. I wondered if I would be able to get out of there without stepping on the heart barrier. The results are obvious. Must not. If you are facing Elder Fan, with your past life, you will be able to. The realization of the Tao and the law. Although the realm is much worse, but it is also considered fearless. It is indeed possible to break in strongly. The Misty Holy Land has not only one Elder Fan, but also many other elders, even the old monsters who don't come out of the world. At this moment, Jiang Heng could be certain that, secretly, many elders and old monsters were paying attention to this matter. After all, in their opinion, they are suspected of carrying magic powers. It's the devouring devil technique, which devours other people's cultivation. This is more than a scandal for the ethereal sanctuary. If word gets out, it's a scandal for the entire Tian Luo community. It's the hunted. It was also the murderer who had mercilessly brutalized a dozen of his fellow disciples during his previous training under the mountain. It's unlikely that he'll let himself go easily. In that case, it is up to you. However, please ask Elder Fan to inform the other elders in the sect, the Sacred Lord, and my master Dash. Jiang Heng is not patient enough to wait long, and if he delays in giving an answer, don't blame me for breaking in. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Heng glanced at the disciples who had come to escort him, turning his eyes to gaze deeply at Elder Fan, walking calmly towards the cliff of thought. This is a place where only disciples who have committed great crimes will be held. The winds are often accompanied by strong winds, which make people suffer a lot. After a long time, even the cultivation and physical body would be traumatized in a way that was difficult to repair. He knew that it was Elder Fan, or someone else, forcing him to give in. For that, he had no desire to continue arguing. At this moment, Just want to leave peacefully. The future will be considered in the future. Before leaving, Jiang Heng's eyes gently glanced around. Upon seeing a tender face in the crowd, a flash of scorn was contained in the depths of his eyes. The culprit? Looking at this young man, Jiang Heng's mind was filled with thoughts. The other party, the cause of everything and the driving force behind everything, the depth of the scheme and the ambition. It shook him all to the core. It's just that I'm tired of fighting with you for a whole life, so I'll let you do whatever you want in this life. I just hope your hands don't reach for me again. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Heng sighed helplessly. Tired. Really tired. Really lost patience after fighting with each other for so long in the last life. The other side has a heavenly Tao and is trained as a son of fortune. Numerous times, he almost killed his opponent, only to have him inexplicably escape. Later on, this heaven's way is also like a licking dog. When being devoured and refined by it, without the slightest resistance. It's as if he was born to be a dog for this kid. Even let Jiang Heng once doubt. This kid is not the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. In order to reach some unknown secret. On second thought, how is this possible? Thinking of this, Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly, his pace not too fast or slow. It disappeared from view in no time. But the aftermath here at this time still lingers around the beam for a long time. There were many comments on this matter of Jiang Heng. Some people thought that Jiang Heng was innocent, while many disciples thought that Jiang Heng's move was a scourge on the people. It must be eradicated at an early date. In the crowd, a tender youth saw Jiang Heng leave, and the scorn in his eyes slowly faded. He looked around at the discussing disciples. With an innocent face and with regret, he said, "A dozen senior brothers died. The murderer really deserves to die. But I don't think this one was done by eldest brother. After all, he is clothed in unblemished clothes and has lived a flawless life. And besides being very powerful, there is no need for him to do such a thing." But at that time it seems that only eldest brother was alone. Alas. His words caused many people in the room to shudder and fall into deep thought. The word unbiased does make a lot of sense. Jiang Heng was so powerful that people were shocked. The same pair of eyes and a nose that. Why is he so powerful? And Jiang Heng was the only one present at that time. The rest of the survivors withered away. In this case, it is already dead. End of chapter. Ethereal Sanctuary, Back Mountain. Thinking through the cliffs. Quiet, but not escape. The wind in the dome of the sky swaying. The sharp edge of the cliffs in the seashore, leaving indelible traces. The waterfall carries endless cold air, seemingly falling from the 9 heavens. Jiang Heng sat below the waterfall, looking at the scene in front of him, savoring the unfamiliar wind. The corners of his mouth were tinged with helplessness and bitterness. Never thought about it and never came here. First of all, the identity of the Holy Son could not have been penalized to this extent. Secondly, once has always played the role of the reliable big brother. That's all the more reason not to set foot here. Let's hope that in this life, I won't suffer like that again. Jiang Heng whispered. For everything he's done so far, he has no regrets. The questioning heart pass will not be broken, nor will the questioning pass be bothered with. Not done is not done. In this life, no one can put the blame on his head. When the dust settles on this matter, he will leave the netherworld sanctuary and become an idle man. The Tian Luo realm is so big. Is there still no place to stay? Not really, right? There's nothing anyone can do to him if they pose badly enough. Ding! The host has been successfully reborn, and the strive for progress system has been bound. Just as Jiang Heng was thinking about where to go from here, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The system. Trying to get ahead? Hearing this, Jiang Heng was a bit angry and amused. The system came too late. If he had awakened to the system in his previous life, he would have worked hard to get ahead, become a good disciple in the eyes of all. He became the pride of his master, Unhongi. But, as the world has changed and the times have changed, the people who were here before are the people who were here before. But the heart is not the same as it was in the beginning. Trying to get ahead? This must not be possible. Reason? There's no reason to be simply tired. Ding detects current position at Sifu Cliff. Detects Sanin Waterfall. Assignment, please go to the bottom of the cliff and be baptized by the water of 3 Yin pools for 1 hour. Quest reward, 9th grade soul purity pill. Countdown to the start of the mission, 3 minutes. What the hell? 1 hour of baptism in the water of the 3 Yin pools? Jiang Heng frowned, looking down at the deep blue pool of water not far away, his eyes with dismay. This thing is cold as hell. You can't go in there for an hour without freezing your ass off? What's with the 3 minutes and the starvation marketing? You're going to go in there and freeze, and you're going to be thankful to you, aren't you? Go Nima. Whoever wants to go. Grass. Jiang Heng lazily ignored the system and looked up at the cliffs in the distance, closing his eyes. And the system's countdown was still murmuring in his ears. But Jiang Heng was completely unconcerned. Countdown, 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Countdown, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. Countdown ends. Host detected successfully entering. Host detected. Listening to the countdown end, Jiang Heng carried a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, his heart not moving at all. Even when the system was suspected of being wrong, he didn't care. In this life, the intention has long been to swing for the fences. The system came to no avail. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths. Jiang Heng remained motionless, closed his eyes to nourish the spirit will, but the system in his ears, indeed taught, it seems to be face, began to take the initiative to find a remedy. Detecting that the host has been preoccupied with business and is unable to set foot in the pool of the 3 deadly shadows in a timely fashion, this task has been automatically cancelled. Ding! A new task is being issued. Ask the host to hang on for dear life. 10 minutes in the Big Dipper. Successful quest will result in obtaining Dragon Elephant Body Forging Decision, Celestial Rank. Lower grade. Countdown to the start of the mission, 30 minutes. Lick the dog. The corners of Jiang Heng's eyes twitched, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The system saw that he did not take the bait, and on the spot became tolerant. The task was simpler. Not to say, the rewards are many times richer. A heavenly rank technique, even in the heavenly law realm, was a premier technique. After all, there are 4 classes: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, of which there are also 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The lowest is yellow, the highest is heaven, and the lower heavenly rank is already of extreme quality. Thinking about it, Jiang Heng was a bit surprised that if he hadn't seen many worldly, the system is really bluffing. Licking his teeth, Jiang Heng raised his head to look at the sky. The turquoise astral wind seemed to be able to slice through everything. The sheer number of them, even though they seem to be scattered, is still staggering. Cut! Jiang Heng laughed coldly and turned towards a crooked neck tree not far away. Take out the cradle from the storage ring. Lay down on it with a flourish and swing. A system-issued Big Dipper quest? He doesn't give a damn. Not to mention giving him a heavenly ranked technique, even if he were to give him a better one. And don't bother to hitch a ride. Time rushed by, and the countdown in Jiang Heng's ears, which had never subsided, kept echoing. Countdown, 1 minute, 41 seconds. Countdown, 1 minute, 40 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. The countdown has ended and the host has not yet entered the Big Dipper. Current assignments. The current task has been automatically cancelled. Soft persimmon. Jiang Heng rolled his eyes. This system is really uninteresting when it is forcing and chattering. There's no penalty for not attending. What's there to be afraid of? The system was silent for a long time. Short period of time. Detected the imminent demise of the host's current world. Asking hosts to work their way up and keep a positive heart. We face the coming destruction together. 1 for effort accepted. If you don't accept the effort, please deduct eyeballs. In the face of Jiang Heng's 2 pendulum swings, the system seems to be really taut. The narrative began immediately. These problems? Jiang Heng knows. Listening to the system's chanting, Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly. The other party said these problems. How does he not know? But heaven has always favored that kid, who is hard to kill and grows ridiculously fast. He claimed that his talent was unparalleled, but it was only between him and the other party. You can imagine how amazingly fast it's growing. Jiang Heng was silent and yawned lazily, turning his head sideways to no longer pay attention to the system. Before long, well-proportioned breaths came slowly, and the system's voice continued, this time seemingly more urgent. Please get up now, and we'll face the destruction that's to come. We have detected a change in the heavenly Tao in the host's current world. Please get up and cultivate immediately, to face the coming great tribulation of heaven and earth. Detected. Detection. End of chapter. Ethereal Sanctuary. The magnificent temple stands on the top of the sacred mountain, and a line of white cranes rides the evening sun while the clouds and mists, stirring his wings toward the far side. Unbridled. As the holy son of the Holy Land, Jiang Heng doesn't even have this sense of responsibility anymore. It seems that he has been inculcated by the demonic power. Inside the hall, an angry voice echoed throughout the hall, and the man, dressed in a golden outfit, sitting in the first position on the left. Beside him, there were many more elders. An elder fan was in the middle of one of them. After reporting Jiang Heng's refusal to set foot on the inquiring mind pass, all the elders present were outraged. The holy son of the netherworld Holy Land doesn't even have the courage to prove his innocence. And in the current situation, obviously it's mostly not a misunderstanding. What now? Do we need to notify the Empress? Jiang Heng is her disciple after all. Looking at the noisy atmosphere around him, Elder Fan's face was sullen. asked the man in the golden costume after a few moments of silence. Do you think we did this without reporting back to her? Otherwise, with her overbearing, protective nature, can we judge her disciples in such a dignified manner? This is something that she acquiesced in. The man in the golden costume shook his head, his eyes glancing at the holy mountain behind him. As the ethereal Holy Land and Holy Lord, he had personally gone to the holy mountain to inquire. The other party had not opened his mouth, so for this matter, it was more than likely that he had acquiesced. Otherwise, how could the Empress, who has been so dominant since her birth, allow anyone else to frame his own disciple? And this thing, on the right side, an immortal old man shook his head helplessly and continued, it's not too good to deal with. If we deal with it so forcefully, the disciples within the sect will surely have resentment. These people have all been favored by Jiang Heng. His words caused everyone in the room to fall silent. Jiang Heng's flawlessness isn't just a figure of speech. He takes his junior siblings to kill demonic beasts, giving away all the demon pills and materials. When there were things that the sect couldn't handle, it was usually Jiang Heng who came to help. Not only in the netherworld Holy Land, but also in the entire heavenly law realm. Both are notoriously flawless. Subocular medicine. I don't think that Jiang Heng is such a person. A questioning heart pass is just a mere thing that caused him to withdraw from the sect. Does that mean we really misunderstood him? On the right row of chairs, the old man sitting in the first place opened his mouth slowly. There was no breath under his body. But just sitting there, it makes you feel that the great Tao is near the dust. It was as if there was an endless amount of Tao energy emanating from its body. He was the Grand Elder of the Netherworld Holy Land. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and voiced the bold conjecture in his heart. Is it possible that we misunderstood Jiang Heng? He didn't cultivate demonic skills, nor did he brutalize his fellow disciples. All this is because someone is secretly framing him. The Grand Elder's words caused everyone in the room to be dumbfounded and there were wide-eyed shocked looks at him. This statement is not impossible. Otherwise, a great disciple who has lived a flawless life. How did you suddenly become the inheritor of magic? He blatantly killed a dozen fellow disciples, and in the end, he stood there in a dignified manner, waiting for the clan to come and interrogate him? It's possible. The Holy Lord nodded seriously, and the coldness on his face softened a lot under these words from the Grand Elder. Continuing, otherwise, it is impossible for him not to set foot on the Ask the Heart pass, which is, after all, asking the heart of the, instead of asking. To ask about the heart barrier is just to ask him if everything he does is out of his heart. The conversation between the two men was a wake-up call for many in the audience. They all turned their heads to look at the place of the cliff of thought. In the meantime, Jiang Heng could also be misunderstood. Sacred mountain, back mountain. The mountain streams are ringing, and there seem to be young deer hurrying their hooves, and the vicissitudes of the evening sun are rolling on a piece of veil for this mountainous countryside. Rendered a pale reddish makeup. Good you Jiang Heng, not coming to inform me after such a big incident, and having the audacity to quit the clan without authorization. I guess you've really got your wings. On the green stone, the woman sat in a red dress, looking at the evening sun in the sky. The stunning face reflected even more charmingly, long eyelashes, like the moon in the sky, just sitting there. The beauty of it discourages one from climbing into any kind of conversation with it. Her name was Enhongi, one of the contemporary witnesses of the heavenly law realm, and the female emperor of the Netherworld Holy Land, or Jiang Heng's master. Not long ago, someone had come over to report that Jiang Heng was practicing devilish techniques and mutilating his fellow disciples. Of this, she was not convinced. She still had faith in Jiang Heng's character, and it's also the disciple she was most proud of. The various evidences presented by the young disciple also made it impossible for her to refute for this matter. She remained silent for the moment. It was originally envisioned that the clan elders would put some pressure on the. It was only natural that Jiang Heng would come to her to explain this. It had been so long since the incident, and she had yet to wait for Jiang Heng's arrival. Since this matter has already happened, why don't you come to me and explain to me? Is it because you're afraid I won't believe you? And Hongi continued to murmur, sweeping across the evening sky before turning her eyes to look into the distance. It's the location of the Sikyong cliff, a pair of beautiful eyes, as if you can see through the space, is swinging Jiang Heng. Then, her cold eyes took on a bit of resignation. Seemingly gambling said, both you do not come to find this seat. Do not think that this seat to find you. Whether you die or live has nothing to do with this seat. Thinking through the cliffs, Jiang Heng didn't know about all the things that happened in the sect, and even if he did, he didn't think anything of it. Looking at the warm morning sun, Jiang Heng yawned and used his fingers to block the harsh sunlight. Sit up from the cradle. Jiang Heng was surprised. In his ears, the system's voice continued, please don't be a bad host, and face the great tribulation of heaven and earth together with the system. The current world Tendo has been a problem. Please correct the error in time. This system, don't be pushing it all night, right? Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly. Yesterday I slept too noisy for this system, closed the 5 senses and 6 senses, and had a peaceful sleep. Mostly, the other guy beeped all night, without hitching a ride. Jiang Heng received the spring water to wash up, and the system's next words left him a bit stunned. The arrival of the Son of Fortune has been detected. Please face the host seriously, the current success rate of the kill is 0.007%. Son of Qi, said Yi Beixian, right? Jiang Heng turned his eyes to the road up the mountain. The son of luck as the system put it. In his opinion, there was no one else but Yi Beixian. The other party, the culprit of it all, was also his little brother. The encounter was similar to his, and it was also Unwanted who went down to the mountain once and realized that the other party had outstanding talent, saved from the demons. Since then, he worshipped under Unwanted and became his youngest senior brother. It is also the one who was under his care more than any other. At first, Jiang Heng had suspected that someone had framed him, but he had never suspected Yi Beixian, because the other party was acting, really, too naive. If not for all the later stages being fully exposed, he had no way of knowing until the end. End of chapter. It seems that my failure to set foot on the inquiring mind path has left you somewhat baffled. Come here to test me? In that case, let's meet. Jiang Heng took a deep breath and looked towards the goat path leading up the mountain with a wisp of indifference in his eyes. Already hiding here, trouble still seems to find them. If that's the case, then let's see the future demon lord Yi Beixian, who will stir up the world. Now here's what to do, eldest brother. Just as Jiang Heng was pondering, a crisp voice rang in his ears, and a young man was walking as fast as he could. Quickly, he came to him. A light blue dress, handsome appearance, big watery eyes, looks very good. His eyes sized up Jiang Heng while looking at the terrifying astral winds around him. His expression was still a bit scared. Innocent gestures, no semblance of heart to be seen. Eldest brother, are you okay? Yi Beixian looked at Jiang Heng, the admiration in his eyes undisguised, while caring and looking at the terrifying astral winds around him. His expression was tinged with a bit of awe. No harm done. What is Beixian doing here? Jiang Heng smiled blandly, his pair of eyes unlike before, calmly looking at Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian was obviously trembling. He did not expect Jiang Heng to call him Beixian, instead of addressing the young master. After glancing at Jiang Heng in dismay, he was silent for 2 seconds before continuing. Senior brother, don't blame master. She had hard things to say, too, and told me a great deal in private. But so is master. Doesn't she know how you are? How can you trust the words of these people? These elders have left you here on this dreadful cliff of thoughts to face the winds of the Big Dipper every day. It will damage the Tao Foundation after a long time, right? Yi Beixian clenched his fists, carefully watching Jiang Heng's reaction while beeping for him. The words were all about Unwanted being deceived by a villain, which is why she didn't care about Jiang Heng's death. It seemed that, by the meaning of his words, this master teacher did not trust Jiang Heng very much. Master? Jiang Heng took a deep breath and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His mind's thoughts were entangled and could not be dispelled for a long time. The name Unwanted, how familiar and unfamiliar. It seems that the thoughts go back to thousands of years ago. Jiang Heng's heart is particularly unsettled. In this case, the last thing I want to face is her. He has always been with him when he was lost, witnessing his realization, and witnessed the rise of this stunning young woman. Everything he did in his previous life was also in the hope that the other party would know that he had not done anything to degrade his master. The other party did not seem to be able to feel his heart, and in 100 turns, the two men grew apart at the seams. In his last life until he was near extinction and buried, the other man didn't even seem to come to his grave for a visit. Since then, the sky has been the limit. Hate, not hate. There's nothing to hate. In this life, let's stop here. The wandering heart, always have to find a pure land to rest, is not it? In death or in life. It's not my business from now on. Thoughts like green silk entangled, cut and mixed. Jiang Heng helplessly shook his head, in a voice that only he could hear. He muttered. He was no longer willing to explain to anyone the cause and effect of the present situation. As in, heaven and earth are easy and just go with the flow. Senior. Watching Jiang Heng fall into contemplation, Yi Beixian's eyes lit up with scorn in the depths of his eyes. It also subsided a lot. The 3 words Unwanted are really a soft spot. Got it. Jiang Heng nodded his head lightly, responding to what Yi Beixian had said, waves not visible in his expression. Still lighthearted. What about you? You're so emotional. Yes. Come to see the joke of this seat? Having said that, Jiang Heng took a step forward, slightly nodding his head and hanging the other party obliquely from the corner of his eye, condescendingly while An aura of the realm of the underworld permeated the Sivan cliff. This majestic aura caused Yi Beixian to be shocked, and he immediately took 3 steps back. The scorn that had just subsided in his eyes was pulled full in an instant. The path of cultivation is a struggle against the sky, against the earth, against people, all the time. There will be many stops along the way, and these stops are also known as realms. When one first enters the immortal path, and uses true essence to enter one's body, one is in the realm of nourishing element, followed by Yun Hai, Ying Yu, Yao Yang, Tong Yu, Soul Palace, Spirit Void, Cave Soul, and Sage. Jiang Heng's 5th realm, Tao Gi, and he was merely the 3rd realm's reflecting moon at the moment. The gap between the two was like a chasm, like a mountain and a sea, which could not be crossed at all. In addition, Jiang Heng's strength, when looking at the entire Tian Luo realm, among the 5th realm of the, all of them are head and shoulders above the rest. It is even rumored that he can fight the 6th realm ancestors. Battle power. Monstrous. Senior brother wouldn't dare. Just came to visit senior brother. If senior brother doesn't like it, senior brother will leave now. Yi Beixian's face was pale, and beads of sweat continued to drip from his forehead. The so much scorn in the depths of his eyes had reached its peak at this point. After arching his hand at Jiang Heng, he dragged his body tremblingly towards the goat path. And, just as Yi Beixian turned around, a clear and crisp voice echoed in the Seo cliff. Eldest brother. I'm afraid there's something wrong with you doing this to junior brother. He's just trying to care for you. So you use the aura of the Tongyi realm to oppress him. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? As the words fell, the sense of oppression on Yi Beixian's body was instantly much smaller, although it was still. But one could feel that most of it was shared. On top of the goat path, a woman in a pale yellow dress was walking slowly with her steps. The skin was as white as jade, and the lotus root arms hidden in the sleeves were also exposed in the middle of the spell. Her posture is elegant and her appearance is absolutely beautiful. After helping Yi Beixian share the pressure, she looked at Jiang Heng with eyes filled with astonishment. Senior brother, how did your aura become so heavy? Junior brother merely came to care for you. What did he do wrong? This move is not like the man you once were. Once, Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman who was slowly pacing around. The expression didn't half change when he saw the other's elegant gesture. The other party's name was Hua Changqing, the eldest senior sister of an Hongyi's lineage, who had also been initiated at the same time as him. We grew up together as childhood friends. Memories of being dependent on myself not so long ago. Only, after Yi Beixian came, the other party seemed to be a different person, and in his words and behavior, seems to be keeping a deliberate distance. Senior brother, the sea of bitterness has no end to turn back to the shore. If you really practiced magic, I'll take you to find master. As long as you're willing to abolish your magic, there's still the possibility of starting all over again. I'm sure that master, the senior brothers and sisters, including the entire clan, are willing to re-accept you as well. Just as Jiang Heng was silent, Hua Changqing took a sidestep to protect Yi Beixian behind him. Vigilantly, he looked at Jiang Heng. Like Jiang Heng, she was silent for a few seconds and began to persuade. Was devil's kung fu to plead guilty? End of chapter. Reflection? Listening to these vocabulary words, the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth slowly raised, his eyes looking deeply at Hua Changqing. He didn't understand how the other man could say these words with a straight face. Is there any evidence? Immediately, he spoke. Since you feel that this seat has practiced demonic techniques, what else is there to say? You were at the questioning pass earlier, weren't you? At that time, this seat said that I had no desire to continue explaining this matter. Reflection. Why reflect when there is no fault? He is worthy of heaven and earth, and of the people in front of him, for what he has done before. The whole ethereal sanctuary is even more deserving. This life is flawless, and it's not all talk. Listening to the words of Yi Beixian, these people became convinced. So funny. Then what's there to talk about? To explain? Explain it to who? There's nothing wrong with needing to explain it to anyone. If you don't believe me, so be it. Eldest brother, how did you become like this? Jiang Heng's cold words caused Hua Changqing's entire body to tremble, and the light in her beautiful eyes flowed like a haze. She couldn't believe that Jiang Heng would speak to her like this. Once upon a time, what happened to that gentle, considerate and understanding eldest brother? How did it come to this? Doesn't she mean well when she says that? As long as we put our heads down and go to the elders of the division to explain, we will surely be able to lift the clouds and see, getting to see the truth. Me? The corners of Jiang Heng's mouth rose with a slight sneer. When he opened his mouth to say something else, the system's voice in his ear came through. The arrival of a childhood friend has been detected. Current closeness, 69. 63. Limit value, 100. Assignment, repair relationship with Hua Changqing, successfully obtained heavenly grade, lower grade magic weapon, purple heavenly thunder ruler dash. Purple heavenly thunder ruler, crafted from 10,000-year-old purple gold thunder bamboo. It has an unparalleled effect on evil demons, ghost cultivators, and evil spirits, and the power will grow explosively when you perform the thunder technique. Hint, intimacy is decreasing. Please complete the task immediately. Amended relationship with Hana Nagaru? Listening to the system's voice in his ears, Jiang Heng slightly raised his head, his eyes carrying indifference. Mending? What's there to fix? The two grew up for decades, going from upheaval all the way to prosperity. What's there to fix when it comes down to a chisel and hammer to death without even asking? Jiang Heng sneered. Instead of patching it up, he should have grabbed Hua Changqing by the neck and asked once more, have you ever trusted me at all? In a previous life? That is. The other party was unknowingly close to Yi Beixian, and after this happened, the first to come to him for interrogation. As if he'd done something so outrageous that he wasn't a suspect. It's a real murderer. Decades of love and affection had gone down the drain at that moment. Spent. If you two don't have anything to do, don't come over to disturb this seat's purification in the future. Remember, this is a notice, not a discussion. Looking at Hua Changqing's shocked eyes, Jiang Heng was displeased in his heart and immediately spoke. When the words fell, the ear system seemed to be stuck. Detecting that the host is driving his childhood friend away, affinity decreased by 10. Current remaining affinity, 59. 63. Hint, a steady decline in intimacy will cause a childhood friend to turn completely against the son of luck. Urgent note, please correct yourself in time. Urgent note, please correct yourself in time. The system kept reporting errors in the ear, as if it had been stimulated by something. Repeat this phrase over and over after the cue. This makes Jiang Heng very helpless. Do not know this system and what crazy. More and more so lately. No longer ignoring the system, he turned his eyes towards Hua Changqing and Yi Beixian, immediately gave the order to leave. Still not leaving? Was waiting for the seat please? Clear and cold words, not mixed with any emotion. Hua Changqing's dignified posture, also a little taut. Taking a deep breath, he said incredulously, you've changed, eldest brother. You've become a stranger to me dash. You never, ever used to talk to me like that. It seems that you've lost your mind by the magic power. I'm going to find master. Hua Changqing's heart ached. She didn't understand why Jiang Heng seemed to have changed into a different person. In the past, the gentle and elegant eldest brother was so cold and stubborn towards her at this time. Obviously she meant well too. After saying that, Hua Changqing stopped speaking and pulled Yi Beixian's sleeve, turning towards the goat path, heading towards the holy mountain not far away. In this manner, she had to tell Anhani about Jiang Heng's situation at this time. In response, Jiang Heng smiled coldly, without words or retention. The mind despises it. That's the thing about some people. When you're nice to her, she doesn't remember a million times. It's the right thing to do to give your heart and soul. But if you fail to do one thing right, then sorry, she will hold a grudge for the rest of her life. This is the case at hand. When he first brought Flower Changqing down to the mountains to practice, his flower god body was discovered. And this is a kind of stove physique, can greatly enhance the dual cultivator potential. Cultivation. It caused the Devil Sect to spare no expense and send experts to chase after them for 3,000 miles. At that time, despite his own death, he followed me all the way, and fought many bloody battles against the demon sect. It's the only way to protect her. And, so great a favor that it seems not to be remembered. And as if it had been deliberately forgotten and no longer mentioned. Just now it was just a bit of cold talk. And you look like an enemy. Humanity. Surely it is the last thing that can be tried dash. Good or bad. Since then the grudges have been cleared, and I don't need you to repay these favors. I hope that in the future, you will not bother me again. Thinking of these past events, Jiang Heng felt solid and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Watching the back of the two men leaving, he turned towards the crooked neck tree. This kind of argument he was tired of. Pose again. As soon as I sat down in the cradle, as if the ear system had been stimulated by something, starting to get delirious, detected the host refusing the mission again. Detected a plummet in childhood friend intimacy. New assignment being sent. Assignment completed. New assignment being sent. Assignment completed. System error. System error. Detected that the host has succeeded in winning back his sister's heart. Reward, purple heavenly thunder ruler, asterisk. Listening to the system forcefully chattering in his ears, Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes with a displeased expression, and was already in a bad mood. This thing goes on and on and on and on. But as he listened, he felt something was wrong. What with all the system errors coming in? But at the end of the day, Jiang Heng was completely confused. What's this about successfully winning back your sister's heart? When did this happen? How does he not know? A ruler that's purple and emits the slightest arc of thunder. It just floated in front of him, vaguely oozing purple aura. Looking at the heavenly rank, lower grade magic treasure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Jiang Heng no longer knew what to say. End of chapter. Jiang Heng was speechless. There is a bold idea in his heart. Could it be that the system was forced by him to open the pendulum together? Not really. Jiang Heng people confused. This suddenly born guilt. What is the matter? Say, isn't the system too fragile? I just didn't listen to you. And now I'm on? Glassy-eyed. Ha, forget it. Don't take a dime. For nothing, I don't bother. Looking at the purple heavenly thunder ruler in front of him, Jiang Heng shook his head and decidedly refused. What wasn't his, he didn't give a damn about. After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Heng's thoughts returned to the wave of releasing cultivation just now. It's also about pressure. As a result, before it could be fully cast, the person came. It seems that this kid is really not easy to slaughter. Just let it be. I'm afraid that thing is about to start. 2. According to the time projection, Jiang Heng stared at the mountain with a deep look. No longer thinking, immediately closed his eyes, began to dream of meeting the Duke of Zhou. And it was so quiet at this point that the sound of the ear system was gone. And at this moment, it seemed to have its heart broken by Jiang Heng. It's also as if it's really messed up. It also seems to be because the bait that was thrown out did not catch this big fish. Jiang Heng, into a state of collapse. Short period of time. Please ask the host to immediately put away the mission reward, Purple Heavenly Thunder Ruler. Please ask the host to immediately put away the mission reward, Purple Heavenly Thunder Ruler. Host's extreme rebelliousness detected. System is being optimized. Optimization failed. Current system mission misalignment detected. System is self-correcting. Failure to self-correct. Failure to self-correct. Sanctuary, backcountry. Clouds and mists surround the top of the mountain, taking in the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. And the dark blue sky covers the clouds and the sun. Leads to endless deep space. Senior sister. What now? Senior doesn't seem to want to care about this matter. But eldest brother is clearly going off the deep end at this point. We need to let the clan elders know. Outside the courtyard at the back of the mountain, Yi Beixian looked at Hua Changqing and then turned his eyes to look at the elegant garden. At this point, the two of them had not gotten permission from Manhwa to invite so no unauthorized entry. Yi Beixian was indignant in his heart. After all he had done, he couldn't make Manhwa die to Jiang Heng. Originally, according to his plan, even if Jiang Heng had set foot in asking for the heart, asking for the mind, asking for the heart, asking for the love, nor can it clear the body of wrongdoing. Jiang Heng caught him off guard with this hand of retreating and a hand of swinging. At this time, many people throughout the entire clan, the attitude in their hearts seems to have changed. He even heard some senior brothers and sisters say, Jiang Heng must have been wronged. Otherwise it wouldn't have thrown such a tantrum. What the hell? Is this human language? In theory, if one is afraid to break through the heart barrier, shouldn't one be weak-minded? How did it become a commission? Beixian, why do you think elder brother became like this? Why is this? Yi Beixian's words. Hua Changqing didn't take them to heart at this time. Looking at the sunset in the distance, emotions filled the mind. She was saddened by how the always gentle eldest brother could be so cold to her. Senior sister, don't mistake yourself. Listening to Hua Changqing's murmur, Yi Beixian coughed a few times, dragging her back from her thoughts. Continuing, he said, elder brother has had his sanity eroded by the demonic power, which is why he is so irritable. Leave it to the clan elders. I'm sure everything will turn out fine if they take care of it. At this moment, Yi Beixian fell into deep thought. Why are these people, Hana Nagaru, all of a sudden starting to rip off their own selves? The obvious fact is that Jiang Heng is suspected of practicing magic. Shouldn't he be severely punished? 1 or 2 would be fine. What's going on? Yes, let's go to the council hall now. Even if eldest brother has changed, it's impossible that he won't listen to his elders, right? Yes, go find the division elders. They have a way to make big brother change back. Hua Changqing seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and nodded to Yi Beixian. Then, after a deep look at the cliffs, he bowed slightly to the elegant garden, heading towards the council hall. Yi Beixian's face sank as he looked at Hua Changqing's impatient back, staring for a long time without words. Master, my disciple will leave first. After bowing to Ye Yuan, Yi Beixian followed Hua Changqing's pace and left the back mountain. Autumn winds sway and the remnants of the setting sun outline and draw to welcome the night. Inside the elegant garden, and Hong Yi was silent, a red dress as if stained with blood, for Ben on the suicidal temperament. It added a bit more coldness. She heard the report from the 2 disciples at the door, but her heart was in turmoil at this moment. A few days passed and Jiang Heng never came to her. Not even a strapline. She didn't understand or appreciate the move. Looking at the evening sun in the sky, and Hongi murmured, Jiang Heng, what's wrong with you? This move, not like you at all. Are you really aggrieved? May, why don't you come to me when you've been wronged? Even though she was a female emperor and one of the strongest in the Tianluo realm, she was also very aggrieved. She was a first-time master, but she was only in her 30s, an age when for practitioners of equivalent to infant. She didn't know what she hadn't done well, but she always felt that Jiang Heng was annoyed with her. Misty Sanctuary. Inside the main hall, a serious atmosphere pervades the room. The elders, or the Grand Elder, or the Holy Lord did not have a hint of a smile on their expressions at this time. Who spread the word about this? Sacred Lord Feng Qingtian looked at the elders below. His eyes were like a sharp sword that swept the circle from left to right. The moment this incident occurred, he ordered that no news should be allowed to pass out. After all, Jiang Heng was suspected of practicing the devouring devil technique, and once the news was passed on, he would have been able to get away with it. For the ethereal Holy Land, not only is it a shame, but it will also cause other holy places to question. Although this Tianluo realm looked calm, the storm in the dark was not small. There was a dead silence in the room, and no elder dared to look directly into Feng Qingtian's eyes. They have bowed their heads in shame. This matter was passed on too quickly, and although it was contained in time, the disciples, large and small, within the sect, all seemed to know the details. So what now? Elder Fan smiled bitterly. The person most responsible for this matter was him, and at this point, he was already in six minds. It never occurred to me that Jiang Heng had rebelled as well. It's hard to get. This matter is no longer just about us. The Xian Heavenly Sacred Land has already sent people over to test the waters. It will arrive in a matter of days. What it represents is more than the Xian Tian Holy Land. It even represents the large and small forces of this Tianluo realm. Everyone, it's impossible to let a demonic skill inheritor rise to power. The Holy Lord shook his head and slowly spoke after a few seconds of silence, uttering something heavenly. At that moment, a Holy Land had already sent someone. It seemed to be a test or something else, but the elders, the establishment, knew it. In the seemingly peaceful Tianluo realm, I'm afraid that a firestorm is about to spread from them, until it spreads throughout the whole of Tianluo. End of chapter. Then what should our attitude be at this point? Strive to protect Jiang Heng? But if he truly cultivates the devouring devil technique, what should we do? Present, all the elders were silent. They had no answer in their hearts to this question. Jiang Heng was the one they had watched grow up, and had a clear perception of his character. There was also no one in the entire clan who didn't like him. Everything right now seems to be moving in an uncontrollable direction. What if Jiang Heng really practiced magic power? Is it really strong insurance? Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was an emperor, rising from the dust. With this set of weird gong methods, he went up against the odds. Under the vast expanse of the world, the great emperor was certified. He decimated all the heavenly prides of his peers and killed no one in the world who dared to claim respect. It was a time of bloodshed, comparable to the dark unrest, and it took hundreds of thousands of years for the Tianluo realm to realize that it was the most powerful of all. It is only now that I have been able to recover. In the years since, once the devouring demon power was discovered, everyone in the entire Tianluo realm will be executed. This is why this gong method is not allowed to survive for a long time. In the end, it is necessary for Jiang Heng to step on the three hurdles of asking the heart, asking the mind, and asking the feelings, to prove his innocence. Otherwise, the entire Tianluo realm will be his enemy. After all, things have come to light. Sacred Lord Feng Qingtian sighed slightly. Things had developed to this point. It also seems to be beyond his capabilities. If Jiang Heng is safe, he really has not practiced magic power. Due to the identity of the ethereal Holy Land, Holy Sun, no one in the entire Tianluo realm dared to take action against him. After all, her teacher is a witness and the empress of the world. But if Jiang Heng really practiced the devil's power, then the other holy places and families in the Tianluo realm, it's bound to be a cluster ********. Nip the devil's seed in the bud. Jiang Heng is only afraid that he won't. Elder Fan spoke with difficulty. In front of the jade steps, Jiang Heng's attitude was very clear. It was a kind of rejection from the bones, though he didn't know what Jiang Heng had gone through. For the questioning pass, Jiang Heng would most likely not be willing to set foot again. Isn't he going to quit the clan? Tell him that if he will set foot on that ask the heart pass, and if he will ask the heart of then this seat will allow him to quit the clan. Feng Qingtian did not take Elder Fan's words seriously and nodded slightly with a rare smile on his face. In his view, Jiang Heng stepped into that ask the heart pass, if it is practicing magic power, should be dealt with by an Hongi. But, If you have never practiced magic power, young people, coaxing a little, it's over. Amazing. He, the Holy Lord, will personally come down and make amends with Jiang Heng. Could it be that this latecomer doesn't even give him that much face? Jiang Heng is his successor. This bit of face, or to give him this oldtimer, right? With this move, all that was needed was for Jiang Heng to agree. Then everything would be fine. The whole room, in an uproar. All of them were 10,000-year-old foxes, and instantly understood what Feng Jingtian meant, and immediately all of them nodded their heads. Agree with this. Elder Fan was the only one who touched his head and looked at the surrounding atmosphere, his face falling into confusion. Go on, old thing, tell that brat about the decision made by the clan. Feng Jingtian shook his head helplessly and pointed in the direction of the Sea-Do cliff. Good, I'll go at once. Thinking through the cliffs, cicadas chirping from the summer quiet in the fall. Emerald green branches at this time rendered a layer of yellow. Depression overflows the mountains. At this time, beside the cradle, I don't know when, but there is a lot of treasures. Jiang Heng woke up in a daze, looking at the Dharma treasures all over the place in front of him. My eyes almost glazed over. Asterisk, what have you gotten yourself into? He's numb. Real numb. I slept for 2 or 3 days, and the system seemed to be laying eggs, unconsciously all over the place. Detected the host is at the Thoughtfulness Cliff. Mission, accept the Big Dipper's baptism for 30 minutes. Quest reward, 1 golden gung-ho fruit. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the mission. The golden gung-ho fruit has been issued successfully. Detected that the host is at the Thoughtfulness Cliff. Task, go to the 3 Een pools and bathe for 30 minutes. Quest reward, 1 9th grade soul purity pill. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the task. 9th grade soul pure pill has been issued successfully. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the mission. The 7th grade bush cloud grass has been successfully issued. Ding. Detected the host completing the mission. Heavenly rank technique for elements of heavenly will has been successfully released. This. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Jiang Heng boasted that he was still very experienced and sophisticated. But this was the moment he really couldn't strain himself. The system bumped. In this life, all he wanted to do was start a pendulum and mingle, eat, drink and then wait for death. The scene at hand really shook him. The system, the pendulum was swinging worse than he was. This place is full of treasures. 7th grade Song Yun grass, which can quench one's spiritual energy, making one's spiritual energy thicker and longer. The gold content of this thing, all do not need to do too much elaboration, but wherever thrown into the auction, that is bound to be robbed of the fight. 9th grade soul purging pill. This is even more exaggerated. Directly quenching the soul is strong and doing anything is half the battle. As for the piles of magic treasures and techniques, they all start out as earth rank upper grade. The more powerful ones have even reached the heavenly rank lower grade. Any one of them is a jaw-dropping supreme treasure. His previous dragon's breath was only of heavenly rank medium grade. What are you doing? Force me? Jiang Heng was speechless, truly speechless to the extreme. What does it mean that the system is dropping a bunch of them on the floor? Seduction? Temptation? Rubbish. I don't want it. Jiang Heng sneered. This life has long since decided to swing for the fences. Does the system think that if it gives him some crap, he will be grateful and work hard to cultivate? Delusion. He doesn't want any of it. Rising at once, he walked blandly past the pile of treasures to the side of the spring. Start washing up. This image, once again, seems to be a chain reaction. Detecting, dropping, drip, dripping. Host's extreme rebellion detected. System is correcting. Correction failed. Correction failed. While washing up, the system's error report in his ear rang once again. Hearing this, Jiang Heng's heart is a little guilty. After all, this thing is to help him. In this life, he just wants to swing for the fences to the end. Jiang Heng immediately chose ignore and stopped listening to the system's chatter. But it seemed that heaven was not to be, and within a few seconds of clearing the air, an old voice in the ear of then it slowly reached his ears. Jiang Heng. A few days of introspection. Do you know the error of your ways? End of chapter. This familiar voice, Jiang Heng knew who it was without guessing. Turning to look down the goat path, an immortal old man came into view, was blowing his beard and staring at him. What is it that Elder Fan has come for? Jiang Heng rolled his eyes without moving, his words blandly mixed with a bit of displeasure. I counted that the clan was afraid that someone would come in the next 2 days, but I didn't count that it would be him who would come. The old man was stubborn and not easy to get along with. Ha, you are? Elder Fan did not reply to Jiang Heng's words, his eyes looking at the cradle in dismay. At this moment, there is a wide array of exotic treasures. It was the system's mistake to give Jiang Heng a mission reward, although he didn't care about it. For others, it's as if drugs are as tempting. This is Song Yun grass? 1 leaf, 1 product, even 7 leaves. This is the 7th grade Song Yun grass? This is soul pure pill. 9 grades? This is the 9-grain soul purging pill? This golden fruit? Could it be the golden gung fruit? This thing is said to be eaten in sufficient quantities to. It can even cultivate natural aptitude and mana immunity. Earth rank superior grade magic treasures. There are actually 7 of them? Heaven ranked magic treasures? So many? Looking at Jiang Heng's unimpressed garbage heap, Elder Fan went numb. This heap of things, any one of them to take out. Not to say killed blood flow into the river it. Head busting is a basic operation. One is more pompous than the other, and the number is surprisingly large. As far as magic treasures were concerned, the ones he used were only of Earth rank middle grade and Earth rank lower grade. But Jiang Heng, the magic treasures of this place, the least is Earth rank top grade. It's better than his best one. What's more, those spiritual essence of heaven and earth and top level techniques are all existences that make people want to seek them out. One time, surprisingly so much? Where did you get all this good stuff? Elder Fan questioned. He's crazy. Is this the benefit of being a disciple of the Empress? If he wasn't older and more talented than Jiang Heng, he would have kowtowed to his master on the spot. It's so good, isn't it? Picked up. Jiang Heng rolled his eyes, looking at Elder Fan's unproductive appearance. He expressed his contempt. Isn't it just some broken brass? What's so rare about that? The heavens and the earth are small. The eternal ages, and all that is, will wither away in this river of ages. Everything is just smoke. You want? Suddenly, Jiang Heng seemed to think of something and narrowed his eyes at Elder Fan. Continuing, you can tell me if you want to. Old man can have one? Elder Fan was shocked and looked at Jiang Heng with eyes filled with gratitude. Any of the same here. It's all greatly beneficial to him. I think it would be great if I could actually pick one. Ahem. I'm just asking. How dare you lick your chops and ask for it? Throw it away and you won't get it. Jiang Heng smiled faintly, despising it in his heart. If it were a past life, this wave would have been a sight to behold. Not to mention a piece. Give at least a third, if not half out. Now, I won't give it to you even if I lose it or feed it to the dogs. You junior. Elder Fan blew his beard and eyes. He had never expected that Jiang Heng would play him, and play him so righteously. Huffing and puffing. After a few deep breaths and an adjustment of the mind, Elder Fan said indifferently, I came over to give the sect orders. Jiang Heng, if you have any grievances on you, you can mention them to the clan. If you don't want to, then stepping through the 3 levels of asking for the heart. Asking for the heart, and asking for the heart is the last patience the sect will give you dash. If you set foot on the 3 passes and prove your innocence, and at that time if you still wish to leave, the clan will take care of you. Is this acceptable to you? When Elder Fan said that, he stopped speaking, his eyes looking deeply at Jiang Heng. This is the result of the clan's deliberations. No matter what, Jiang Heng needed to prove his innocence. This is more than just the honor and disgrace of Jiang Heng. The honor and disgrace of the ethereal sanctuary is at stake. The words were chiseled, and Jiang Heng was silent. In his heart, he was already like the sea of shock. I'm coming. The beginning of everything came. In his last life, after Yi Beixian framed him, he used the chain trick. Secretly, in the entire Tian Luo world, he was announced as the inheritor of the magic power. It drew countless large and small clans to come forward to claim their rights. Yes, by that time it had already broken through the 3 levels of the inquiring mind. It was only when Enhongi finally stepped in that the matter had to be mediated. And, as well as, his relationship with Enhongi became even worse. Got it. Jiang Heng nodded bashfully. He had to lament that these old guys of the sect really understood him too well. Knowing that he wanted to leave, he made a deal with that. In fact, it is no big deal for him to step into the 3 levels of inquiry. But, being able to quit the sect in this way would be an overwhelming benefit to him, and the sky would be the limit in the future. You promise? Elder Fan was delighted. As long as Jiang Heng agreed to this request, it meant that this matter would, soon, come to light. The conflicts that had been inflamed naturally dissolved. Do I promise? Jiang Heng despised a glance at Elder Fan, and after a cold laugh, he turned around and walked to the cradle. Lay down with your eyes closed. He would need to reconsider this kind of thing. The waves were definitely bigger than expected this time around. You, pissed off old man, you rats. Elder Fan turned around and walked towards the mountain. As his figure disappeared into thin air, the transmission came again. Jiang Heng, in this case, no matter what, you must make a choice. In the Tian Luo realm, clans large and small are watching. Ask the Heart is in 7 days. There is also a contest here, which you must also take part in, and which requires you to be toadstooled, to prove the majesty of my ethereal Holy Land. In that case, the clan will let you go by itself. listening to Elder Fan's lingering voice. Jiang Heng's tightly closed eyes slowly opened as he looked at the blue dome of the sky. Raising his hand, he rubbed his temples painfully. He didn't want to be dusty, but the dust came with the wind. For a moment, he was not good at making a choice. Wholly backwoods, early in the morning with the morning sun, and Hani sat on the green stone in a red dress, curled up. He looked away and didn't move. It's like a rock of hope. She's been here for 5 days now, and has never moved in the last few days. Nor have I met anyone. Jiang Heng, aren't you coming? And Hani's blown-out face became especially holy under the rendering of the morning sun. Only, now puffed up. In the meantime, Jiang Heng hadn't come to him for 5 days and was really sitting on his hands a bit. Master and disciple come to greet you. At the doorway, a childish voice came, causing in Hani's emotions to calm down quite a bit. Su said, something. Yes, it's about Big Brother. End of chapter. Outside the door, Yi Beishuan's heart was heavy. Having been here many times over the past few days, there are invocations and questions about the practice. I've been looking for a lot of reasons, but after knocking on the door many times, and Hongyi never paid any attention. Jiang Heng, why? Why do you all like him? Yi Beishian clenched his teeth and looked at the Jingyi's wooden door. His heart was suffocating. He couldn't understand why so many people cared about Jiang Heng even though he was like this. The others did, and so did in Hongyi. Jiang Heng. The girl's voice inside the door was clear and cold, and when she heard Yi Beishuan's words, she seemed to be interested. Indifferently, he said, say it. Don't push the door. Just say it there. Ha! These words caused Yi Beishian to tremble, stiffening the hand that pushed the door, at a loss for words. Originally, I planned to go in and ask for peace and then explain, but in the end, I couldn't even get in the door. Yes. Yi Beishian took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions before, still with an innocent face. The Holy Lord, as well as the elders of the clan, decided to let eldest brother step through the 3 passes again to prove his innocence. At the same time, many holy places, already on their way here at this time, are here for eldest brother. It seems to be for the purpose of exterminating the demon seed, and the sword debate. Please don't worry, Master. This time I will definitely win the sword discussion to prove the might of the ethereal sacred land. In a matter of days, I will step into the 4th realm. Flare Sun, Yi Beishian said while his eyes looked deep into the wooden door. He wanted to pass through the door and, seeing the expression on Hongyi's face at this moment, when he said Jiang Heng, the scorn in his eyes was still so obvious. If Jiang Heng was here at this moment and saw this expression, he would definitely be confused. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Heng didn't even know why this kid hated him so much. I don't know. However, the scorn passed in an instant, and when it came to his imminent breakthrough to the Flare Sun realm, the complacency in Yi Beishuan's heart was so obvious. Bang! Unbridled. The wooden door was steeply crumbled by a majestic spiritual force, and in Hongyi's absolutely beautiful posture. It was reflected in Yi Beishuan's eyes, still sitting on the green stone, but at this time there was a kind of unruffled authority, and Hongyi looked at Yi Beishian with displeasure in the depths of her eyes. It is already difficult to cover up. This seat has not yet made up its mind. How dare you speak so presumptuously? Whether or not Jiang Heng is the inheritor of the devil's power has not been decided. And even more so, it's not for a junior like you to presume to discuss. Those clans came and they came. What else can they do? If this seat doesn't promise, who in the Tianluo realm would dare to take him away by force? Besides, you are but about to break through to the 4th realm, and those who come to be the chiefs in the sects of the, which one is not the 5th realm? And what makes you think that you can defeat them? The already red dress appeared to be filled with killing intent, and under the cold eyes of Hongyi's, Yi Beishuan's entire body trembled as he steeply fell to his knees. He doesn't understand. I didn't know that Hongyi would throw such a big tantrum. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Beishian looked at Hongyi with his head held high and immediately confessed. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't say that eldest brother is the inheritor of the devil's power. I just think that everyone is concerned about him. Me. I'm just trying to get the Master's attention. I'm sorry, disciple knows I'm wrong. Yi Beishian pouted, the corners of his eyes tearful, stubbornly raised his head and looked at Hongyi. Seems to have a big problem. That's all. Seeing this, Hongyi shook her head helplessly and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Softly, he said, since you have no intention in this statement, the Master will not take it to heart. All this time, the center of gravity has indeed been on your eldest senior brother. After this sword discussion is over, I will personally instruct you in your cultivation. Caveat emptor. Caveat emptor. Yi Beishuan's repentance, coupled with his naive posture, made Hongyi heartbroken. After a brief explanation, he waved his hand and the entire courtyard returned to its previous state. Similar. Nothing ever happens. Yes. Yi Beixian was delighted and immediately kowtowed. After looking at the wooden door, which was like a barrier, he stood up and turned away, and, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to carry a spring of triumph. After Yi Beixian left, and Hongyi's cold temperament once again turned into her previous sad face. Twisting his head to look at the sky, he whispered, "Jiang Heng, this time I'll see if you're still coming to me." And Hongyi's cold features brought some light laughter. In her opinion, this time, many holy places and sects came here. It was bound to put a lot of pressure on Jiang Heng. When the time comes, it's bound to be too much to top, and it's still not her turn to step in, as the most gracious of masters, to help Jiang Heng defuse it? At the thought, she looked into the distance with a bit of anticipation in her eyes, thinking through the cliffs. The green fields are overgrown, but in the richness of autumn, a layer of red makeup. Jiang Heng sat upright on a moss-covered green stone, dull expression. At this moment, even from the CO cliff, he could hear the gongs and drums within the sect. It's pinch-hitting. Mostly, some of the remaining clans were going to arrive. For me? Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly. It seemed impossible to hide at this moment. Detecting a sudden change in the situation in this realm, the host needs to hold his head high and move forward. Let's just keep our heads up and face this thing together, okay? Detected that the host has successfully advanced and obtained the technique, 7 Inferno 7 Upper Zone, Heavenly Rank, Lower Grade. Detecting that the host is making efforts to cultivate, and obtaining a reward, the Vein Passing and Heart Condensing Herb, 7th Grade. The boy, Jiang Heng, was too helpless. The system is getting more and more upside down, and now it's insane. At first, there's the pretense of handing out a task, and then brainstorming about the completion of the task. Give the reward directly. Not now. The kid's so crazy. He just gave it to me. Reasons are not even sought. These days, when you sleep and roll over, the system says, the host works out hard. Reward Golden Django. Yawn. System, the host draws chi into the body. Rewarded with Jushin Dan, 6th grade. As long as Jiang Heng dares to move a little, the system will directly give. There were hundreds of treasures on the ground, the least of which was a 6th grade pill. What's the point of this? Jiang Heng sighed. He didn't know how to describe the system's dog-licking behavior. They say it and don't listen. They listen and don't do it. They do it and don't do it well. And they don't change it if they don't do it well. There's no way around it. There's really no way around it. Shaking his head, Jiang Heng took a deep breath and looked toward the goat path in the distance. Since we're here, just don't hide it, said a cold voice that, swiftly, it reached Jiang Heng's ears. Eldest brother, the elder asked me to ask you when you can come down from the mountain this time. Your confinement has been lifted, and the holy places, clans, and lineages led by the Xin Tian Holy Land have all arrived. End of chapter. Beside the green stone, Hua Changqing walked with broken steps. It was still the same light yellow dress, and under the dusty air of the flowers all around them were somewhat eclipsed. With a cold face, she looked at Jiang Heng's bland attitude and there was some displeasure in his heart. Jiang Heng was the eldest senior brother, and he was still playing a childish tantrum. Since the elders had come and shouted once, he should have gone down the mountain earlier, and make her come back. This time the major holy land to come here. Is not it for the magic power inheritor thing? And the sword discussion should have been fought by Jiang Heng, the eldest senior brother. Ding detected sister here. Current affinity with Hua Changqing is 45. 38. Please repair your relationship with your senior sister immediately. Reward for success, mountain moving and sea covering technique, heavenly rank, lower grade. Listening to the system's voice in his ears, the corner of Jiang Heng's eyes twitched viciously. This hair is really just a stitch in time. Catch a break and find a way to make him a lickspittle. Repair? What's the point of fixing this? Phew. Jiang Heng took a deep breath, and after taking a deep look at Hua Changqing, faintly, he shook his head. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. After removing the aura of family and friends, he felt more and more that the person in front of him was so incomprehensible. He will not be the same as in the past, when his senior siblings said a few soft words, or lost their temper. They will be coaxed to coax and help. Continuing, don't forget I said, I am no longer a disciple of the ethereal Holy Land after this. I won't let you worry about this matter. Even if you go to participate in the sword debate, it's so that you can return to the mortal world under the sect at an early date. When he said that, Jiang Heng closed his eyes, and his breath also became natural at this moment. It seems to blend in with the lapis lazuli under the seat. As such, he has no intention of repairing the so-called relationship. In this life, Jiang Heng wasn't going to care about anyone's feelings and only wanted to live for himself. Let's not talk about whether it will go down or not. Even if you choose to come down from the mountain, you will have to step into the 3 levels of inquiring mind and go out to fight in the sword discussion. That's also for later. To get away from this sad place for good. Senior. How did you become so unbelievable? Hearing Jiang Heng's words, Hua Changqing's petite body trembled, and her stunning eyes revealed a flash of surprise. She never expected Jiang Heng to say that. She had already listened to the elders and put down her stature all to take the initiative to come and invite them. So why were her words still so icy? It's like a December wind. What more does she need when she is given a step and doesn't move down? Does she really have to get down on her knees and admit that she is wrong in order to do so? But, what did she do wrong? It's all for your own good, isn't it? Elder brother, stop at the right time. You've already had your mind consumed by the demonic power. If you continue, you'll fall into darkness. Hua Changqing took half a step backwards and looked at Jiang Heng in pain. In the past, Jiang Heng was not like this. This time and time again, scene by scene, told her that the gentle and elegant eldest brother in front of her seemed to have really changed. Go down the hill. I don't want to say it a second time. Jiang Heng still had his eyes closed tightly, sitting on the green stone without looking at Hua Changqing more than once. The girl in front of him was indeed absolutely beautiful, and her temperament was out of this world. There was no longer a heart to appreciate it. Me. Hua Changqing shuddered, frozen in place at a loss for words, raising her hand to point at Jiang Heng. When I was going to say something, Jiang Heng was the first to speak. Phew, this thoughtful cliff. It seems to be bustling with activity. Come on out. Ahem. Haven't seen you in 2 years. Why are you getting pulled? The cliff of thought? What's with staying in this hole? Jiang Heng. Just as Jiang Heng's words fell, not far from the bushes, a man with a stern face slowly walked out. A light blue costume with an ink-colored scabbard at his waist stood out. He looked at Jiang Heng the first time he came out. You are Sword Dust Heart. Looking at the man who walked out, Hua Changqing shuddered violently and once again took 2 steps backwards. Sword Dusty Heart, the sword son of the Heavenly Sword Sect, was one of the leading figures of the younger generation in this heavenly law realm. It was also Jiang Heng's former opponent. Oh, isn't this the follower beside Jiang Heng? What? Did you guys fall out? Ha ha, girl, why don't you follow me? I'm much better than him. Ha ha. After peering into the clumps of wildness for a long time, Jian Duxin looked at Jiang Heng and Hua Changqing with interest. In his memories, Hua Changqing was very dependent on Jiang Heng, to the point of reaching worship. Nowadays, how could the two be so at odds? He's really interested in this big melon. It has nothing to do with you. You're also just a defeated member of Eldest Brother. Hua Changqing's face turned cold, and after glancing at Jian Duxin, he did not intend to care about the other party's purpose. Icing her face, she turned and headed down the hill. In this case, Jiang Heng's cold attitude let her know that it was useless to say more. Walking up the stone steps, Hua Changqing didn't forget to turn around and whisper, Elder brother, I hope you come to your senses soon. Disperse the demonic power. Turn around. After saying that, Hua Changqing walked down the mountain without looking back. Hearing this, Jiang Heng said nothing with a cold smile in his heart. At the same time, his eyes looked towards Jian Duxin. Faintly, he said, something wrong? Sure. Seeing that there were only 2 of them, Jian Duxin walked towards Jiang Heng step by step with a different emotion in his eyes. Continuing, he said, Jiang Heng, I don't care if you cultivate demonic kung fu or not, but, the ranking of the younger generation, isn't it time to change it? I, Sword Dusty Heart, will step on you today to be invincible. Ha, ha, ha. While saying this, Jian Duxin laughed maniacally, and a white sword chi like a swimming fish surrounded his body, non-stop wandering around. A large barrier of sword chi was formed. Oh, you're so great. Jiang Heng yawned, nodded lazily, and continued. You won. Jiang Mao was undefeated and lost to your sword. Jiang Heng was very helpless towards the middle-aged boy in front of him, and the other party was not hostile. In a previous life after his death, the other party raised his sword to fight with Yi Beixian to the death, although it is said to be fighting for the world's first, but he knew that the other side was trying to take revenge on him. Ultimately undefeated, but not sure about retreating. Fought hard again. Yi Beixian broke the Heavenly Abyss sword and died in the Solos Ridge, becoming a withered bone. These, after death, are captured by the remaining will. Though the other man was always fighting him, he didn't live and die, and he could feel that the other side seemed to recognize him. You're going to swing for the fences? How can you swing it? No, I won't allow it. Listening to Jiang Heng's words, Jian Duan's heart was a bit anxious and he drew out the Heavenly Abyss sword with a red face, whispering, don't you make me. In response, Jiang Heng rolled his eyes and looked at Jian Duxin in dismay. Forcing you? Brother, you're forcing me, okay? Jiang Heng was speechless. Who's forcing who now? You're holding a sword and saying I'm forcing you? End of chapter. May. In the next second, the harsh, cold aura, with an irresistible sword, It swung towards Jiang Heng's face. It was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. Why bother? Looking at the harsh sword chi in front of him, Jiang Heng knew that this was forcing him to make a move. While the pendulum swung for days in the moment, it was not swinging before that. No one in the younger generation of this heavenly law realm could contend with him for the time being. Well, not the present moment. Exactly. It's a long time in the future. Before Yi Beixian had grown up, no one can cross him. What's more, the system likes to give for nothing. There are quite a few rewards that are given out directly in these days of swinging for the fences. For example, enhancement of the physical body, the divine soul, the odd meridian, and so on. He's already gifted. And with this crazy system, he's got a lot of talent. The result is that his lying strength is rubbing upward. He will break through the 6th realm soul palace in the near future. At this level, it is equivalent to the level of the ancestors, which is the general clan's heritage. We won't invite a soul palace realm ancestor as a last resort. I don't think so. Elder Fan is in this realm. Ju. Looking at the sword chi in front of him, Jiang Heng slowly raised his right hand and gathered spiritual energy in his index finger. A shining cross instantly coalesced, quickly popping out like a slingshot. Shoo! The crucifix flew so fast that it even had the sound of breaking air. In an instant, it crashed on top of Jian Duxin's sword chi. Bang! The large force directly shook Jian Duxin back 3 steps, and his face turned a little red. With this move, he suffered a dark defeat. The astral winds around them also subsided quite a bit under the collision. Jian Duxin stared at Jiang Heng with wide eyes, confused. From the test of that move just now, he sensed that Jiang Heng's strength compared to 2 years ago, be quite a bit more powerful. At least 2 years ago it wasn't this easy to kill with him. Yeah, great. Feeling the pressure from Jiang Heng, Jian Duan's battle spirit became more and more intense, and he gripped the heavenly abyss sword tightly. The sword tire in the dantian is constantly firing. The breath, too, became sharpened. Sword and dragon seal. Jian Duxin wielded the Tian Yuan sword, and a long golden dragon steeply converged and it came face to face towards Jiang Heng. Sword dusty heart. I have no intention of continuing to strike here. Farce, it's time to end. Looking at his opponent's sword dragon seal, Jiang Heng frowned tightly. This was already the bottom of the box. If the fight goes on like this, without a day and a night, it will most likely not be able to separate the winners from the losers. The appearance of the other party would have been unexpected. In the previous life, the other party was not here. I guess it's because I haven't set foot on the 3 levels of inquiry, which leads to some of the original directions. There's been a slight change. Jiang Heng, are you insulting me by holding back? Just in the moment when Jiang Heng was lost in thought, Jian Duxin spoke solemnly. He was an innate sword body, and although he was not able to defeat Jiang Heng, he could not endure that Jiang Heng was holding back here and there. Today is the day to compete. He didn't allow Jiang Heng to release water. Instead of fighting like that, it would be better to kill each other in pain. I'm sorry, I really shouldn't have stayed my hand. Looking at the speeding sword dragon, Jiang Heng's face revealed an apology. Exact. It would be disrespectful to the other side to be holding back. 7 Flame 7 Supreme Zun. Jiang Heng immediately stopped holding back and directly used the merit technique gifted by the system. A majestic heat wave erupted from Jiang Heng's hands as the spiritual energy converged. All of a sudden, the huge Seacombe cliff was ablaze with fire, and countless spiritual plants were, at this moment, swept away by the majestic heat wave and burned to ashes. The 7 inferno dragons hissed violently and tore towards one of Jian Duxin's sword dragons. The speed was fast, and they collided together in an instant. Rumble. A loud bang rolled up a sky of smoke and dust, interspersed with thick flashes of fire, and it's hard to see what's going on. A moment later, a breeze came up and blew away the smoke. A large crater appeared in the center of the explosion. In the distance, Sword Dusty Heart's entire body was scorched black, and he was lying on the ground, panting heavily. The previous posture has long since disappeared. Jiang Heng, are you stepping on me with the intention of killing me? Jian Duxin coughed out a mouthful of blood and looked at Jiang Heng in dismay. This wave has knocked the others silly. We said we'd spar, but is this killing him? A little more heavy-handed and he'd really have to go to the Grandmaster. Heavenly rank technique? Sword Dust's heart soured. He really soured. Although the Heavenly Sword Sect was, in the Tian Luo realm, a relatively top-tier sect, but compared to the Holy Land like Jiang Heng, there is still a gap. Jiang Heng's heavenly grade technique had indeed caught him off guard. At the same time, he was shocked. Are you about to step into the Soul Palace realm? Numb. He's really numb. If we're just talking about techniques, his Sword Dragon Seal is Earth grade to top grade. The difference between the two won't be too great. He's like porcelain. He breaks at the slightest touch. Then there's only one possibility. Jiang Heng was about to enter the 6th realm, Soul Palace. Sour. Teeth are sore. Sword Dust Heart didn't understand. They were both geniuses. Why was Jiang Heng always so dazzling? Handsomer looking than others. Higher cultivation than others. And demonic battle power. It's just not fair. Ugh, man, vegetable addiction. Let you not fight, you have to fight. Can't beat you and say I'm going to kill you. Jiang Heng took a long breath and was very speechless in his heart. Continuing. Feats? Sort of. With regards to feats, he did not intend to expose them. After all, no one can explain where the system came from. And people won't believe me if I say the system is given for nothing. It will just say you insulted his intelligence. You stepping horse. You wait. This time I haven't fired yet. Wait for the sword discussion and we'll fight it out. Sword Dusty Heart paled as he propped himself up with the heavenly abyss. He spat fiercely at Jiang Heng and limped down the mountain. The mind is already cursing. This time, he had come to cheer with Jiang Heng, but it turned out that the other party had hit him so hard. Sure enough, brothers are superficial. Give. Seeing this, Jiang Heng shook his head before throwing out a healing elixir given by the system. Afterwards, he sat down on the green stone and closed his eyes. Poof. Jian Duxin didn't make any pretense, and took the elixir and sniffed it by his nose, and was instantly ecstatic. Humph. I'm counting on your good sense. I'll go easy on you when we discuss the sword. With that, he walked down the hill, satisfied. Meanwhile, the voice of the system in Jiang Heng's ears was still working tirelessly. This one was especially exciting. Ding detected the host's victory over the innate sword body, and detected the host's successful advancement, rewarded with 5 golden gung-ho fruits. Ding detected the host's victory over the innate sword body, and detected the host's successful advancement, rewarded with a millennium wooden spirit. This series of white giveaways from the system made the corners of Jiang Heng's eyes twitch nonstop. The other party's crazy posture is really quite scary. Cut a deal with a friend. Gave it straight and endless. And this time, he also swiped a lot of pills, magic treasures and techniques. End of chapter. Think under the cliffs. The verdant fields were thickly clustered. The birds were wading rapidly, and a clear brook, descending from the summit of the... I don't know where it leads. Ahem. Sword Dusty Heart coughed wolfishly while wiping the wounds on his body with stream water. His expression was tinged with anger. This kid's hands are not light and heavy. I don't know if I can recover during the sword discussion. He was speechless. Indeed, he did not expect that a small competition with Jiang Heng would result in such a serious injury. For broken ribs, skin damage all over his body, his handsome features are 10 to 1. All the organs have shifted. If it wasn't for his natural sword tire, I'm afraid he would have been killed on the spot. Terrifying. Jiang Heng's battle power was too terrifying. Roll out. While wiping his wounds, Jian Duxin's eyes looked towards the clump of wood not far away. The eyes were sharp, like a sharp sword. Senior Dusty Heart. It's me. A youth peeled back the clumps of wood, revealing his boyish face. It's you, Jiang Heng's junior apprentice brother? Seeing the visitor clearly, Jian Duxin let out a long breath of relief, his vigilant heart slowly dropping. Yi Beixian he had met before, a follower of Jiang Heng. Also, it's sour. Jiang Heng had many followers, one Hua Changqing, one Yi Beixian. There's also a first daughter of the imperial dynasty, Nangong Niwang. Envious. Why are you here? Looking for me for something? Jian Duxin looked at Yi Beixian, who was gradually approaching. Curious opened his mouth. It's nothing. I've come to greet eldest brother dash. Seeing elder brother Dusty Heart incidentally came over to say hello. Yi Beixian wore an innocent smile as he walked towards Jian Duxin step by step. As he neared, he asked curiously, Senior sword brother, I've heard that you're an innate sword body. Is that right? Yes. Jian Duxin smiled with his head held high. The top of the mountain, which was straight up in the clouds, seemed to have been cut off by a sword. The cut was smooth and level. In the center, a large monolith towers. On top of the monolith there are blue beams of light leading to the sky. This is that Ask Your Heart monument, also known as that Ask Your Heart Pass, where Jiang Heng has set foot. Its questions go straight to the heavens, can be explored in the hearts of the people. Beneath the Inquirer's Pass, the dense crowd could not be seen at a glance, and some of them exchanged words and some were outraged. The contradictions, it seemed, all pointed toward Jiang Heng. Heavens, isn't the Netherworld Holy Land one of the 10 great Holy Lands? How could it produce a demonic skill inheritor? Jiang Heng, that immaculate saint's son Jiang Heng? Fake, right? Isn't he one of the top 3 in the younger generation? How can this be false? We came here today. Do you think we really came to discuss swords? The sword debate is over. It's just a matter of asking the heart for 3 passes. And if Jiang Heng is a devil seed, he'll be grilled on the spot. He doesn't want such a good future and goes to cultivate magic? What's he thinking? Che, Where do you think he got his cultivation from? Isn't it all devoured from others? The devouring devil technique, as its name implies, is to devour other people's physiques and cultivation, and it was said that back then, that one, devouring countless physiques, to finally cultivate to the invincible chaos body. Xian Tian Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Sect, Great Diffraction Sect, White Deer School, and many other disciples, converge at this point and exchange information with each other. Surprised, for Jiang Heng's work as, many people expressed incomprehension. After all, the world-famous Immaculate Conception had fallen into the devil's way and become a devil seed. There was also a part of the group that disdained it, believing that Jiang Heng's cultivation was all due to devouring, must have practiced devouring devil technique. For a time, the language present was unanimous, and the disciples of the ethereal Holy Land were spared, nor did he speak at this time. After all, they're weak-minded too. Not far away, the leaders of all the big clans gathered at the stage under the Heart of Inquiry Pass. Looking at the clamor of the disciples below, they did not deliberately stop it. Seated in the center was an old man in black, and under his snow-white brow it's a pair of sharp eyes. He looked indifferently at Feng Qingtian, who was also seated in the first seat beside him, without too many pleasantries. The words were nonchalant. Feng Qingtian, for Jiang Heng's matter, you, Netherworld Holy Land, shouldn't you give an explanation to the entire Tian Luo realm? Devil skill inheritors must not be retained. Have you forgotten the tragic pain that the Tian Luo realm once felt? His words caused the strongest members of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Great Diffraction Sect, the White Deer School, and other sects present too. There were nods in response. The Misty Holy Land, the group of people led by Sacred Lord Feng Qingtian, were silent when they saw this. Right now, it's really not a good idea to argue about anything. Now that the news has leaked out, there is no need to cover it up. A moment later, Feng Qingtian said in a low voice, "It's not yet decided." And with this statement from Holy Lord Daoxian, would it be too early? Jiang Heng has yet to set foot in the 3 levels of inquiring mind, so he can't be sure that he's the inheritor of the devil's skill. Wind Prime looked at Dao Xian and a nameless fire surged to his heart. Although this heavenly law realm seemed peaceful, over the years, there had been quite a lot of secret fights in the shadows. The other party had brought a large group of people to raise a large number of people, obviously for the purpose of suppressing them. The sword debate is also one of the purposes, but the core purpose, inevitably, is to combat Jiang Heng, even if it can't be completely eradicated. It would also cause Jiang Heng to lose his heart of the way. Otherwise, in the future, when Jiang Heng rose to power, he would press down on their heads for another 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. In that case, let's discuss the sword first. The Daoxian Holy Lord sniffed and did not continue to dwell on this issue. Saying that, he looked to Wind Prime. Good. In response, Feng Qingtian didn't make a fuss, and immediately stood up and came to the martial arts stage. Turning to the many disciples, he announced, "This sword discussion has thus begun, and all the great clans have begun to submit their lists. The process is uncomplicated, and the first place winner of the final competition receives the 9th grade Heavenly Vein Condensing Spirit Grass. Attention, this sword fight is for the purpose of sparring, and if anyone is motivated to kill, then don't blame the seat for showing no mercy. Start signing up." After saying that, Feng Qingtian let out a long breath, and he had a deep meaning in that last sentence. After all, this group of people define Jiang Heng as the core, but most likely to trip. If a disciple dies in the Netherworld Sanctuary, it will be a whole lot of trouble. Thinking through the cliffs, the stillness of the morning sun cushioned with a layer of gold, the summer breeze, a bit of cicadas. It seems to be telling that this hot summer is coming to an end. If I want to leave the ethereal sanctuary in peace, it seems like the only way to go. These old guys, they really seem to have my lifeblood. Looking at that Songyi not far away, Jiang Heng was in a heavy mood. The upcoming Ask the Heart Pass, in fact, whether or not to step on it, has a profound significance for him, but if you set foot on it, you can go down the mountain peacefully, and the sky is the limit since then. This was his greatest purpose since he was reborn. He really didn't want to be involved again in this life of deceit. And, just as Jiang Heng was thinking, the sound of the system in his ears, Su delivered. Ethereal swordplay is now open. Dispatch, capture first place. In the ethereal, sword of sacrifice bagged the first place. Reward, Yi Beixian information. Includes moves, encounters, past, luck, realm, and golden fingers. Yi Beixian information? Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Heng was a bit surprised. End of chapter. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it would be impossible to say that one was not curious about Yi Beixian. After all, the targeting in the previous life was sudden. This life, too, seems to be deliberately targeted. and with this piece of information, it would be possible to know what the other side was targeting him for. Only, this heaven and earth are all a whisk of dust. So what if I know? So what if I don't? Jiang Heng shook his head, ignoring the mission sent by the system. He can go to the 3 passes of the heart. But if it's about swords, then it's a no-brainer. What did the glory and disgrace of the Netherworld Holy Land have to do with him at this time? Although he was very curious about Yi Beishuan's information. But what's the point of knowing? Is it possible to go on fighting with this devil for another 10,000 years? In the end, all of his family members were separated from him, and he was turned into a withered mound, where no one would pay homage to him on New Year's Day? I don't want to enter the world in this life, and I don't want to fight for it. In that case, let's go and see. Listening to the clamoring bamboo fires in his ears, Jiang Heng knew that the great clans were estimated to have arrived. The sword fight should have started by now. Looking toward the verdant path of the Sith's cliffs, I don't realize that it's been 7 days since I came to this place. Never went downhill in this time. Immediately paced toward the verdant stone pathway. Between the footsteps, Jiang Heng felt his emotions. There's so much mess. This is, in his previous life, his divine sense had long been powerful, and this was an alarm. Interesting, haha dash. Jiang Heng smiled brightly. Of what happened next, he actually had a premonition, but it seemed to elude him. I didn't mean to stir up the dust, but I can't help it if it comes with the wind. Looking at the verdant path down the mountain, Jiang Heng didn't hesitate to walk over. In front of the ethereal sanctuary and the questioning pass, there was a constant clamor and shouting from the crowd. Thousands of disciples, all the elites of the major sects, at this time have converged. Looking at the core, seems to be bright red-colored martial arts platform. Game 10. Heavenly Sword Sect Shenshang. Win Misty Holy Land Xiongwei. Lose. On the martial arts stage, with the announcement of the elders, the curtain fell on this competition. Disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, defeating disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land. The scene brought sighs of relief to the room. The Netherworld Holy Land was a top-tier power, so it was reasonable that among disciples of the same rank, there shouldn't be a fall. In the moment, defeated, and 3 losses in a row. It's said that the Misty Holy Land's generation is not as good as the next generation. And if it wasn't for Empress and Hongyi's emergence from nowhere, it's probably all gone downhill. That's right, their holy son, Jiang Heng, has also cultivated demonic skills. It's even more heavenly. That being said, who do you guys think is the first place winner in this sword discussion? Of course it's the Xiantian Holy Land's Fuji Ichuan, or else it's the Heavenly Sword Sect's Jian Duxin Dash. In the audience, the disciples of many sects discussed the several consecutive defeats of the ethereal Holy Land. Hold on to the gloating. This scene also brought shame to many disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land. A chubby youth raised his voice in anger and said, Bull *********. We have elder brother Jiang Heng. He's the strongest. That's right. Our eldest senior brother is in the top 3. The leader of the 3rd generation of disciples in the Tian Luo realm. Speak up. When eldest brother comes down from the thoughtful cliff, he will definitely not let you go. Oh, the Sisho cliff? You also know that your eldest senior brother is at the Sio cliff. Haha dash. Humph. So what if he comes down? Not to mention the fact that Jian Duxin and Tu Ichuan are not weaker than him. Plus he's a devil's kung fu inheritor. Does he dare to make a move? Thinking of your big brother at this time. Ha! The provocations from the other sects made the many disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land indignant, and they immediately opened their mouths to retort. In their opinion, as long as Jiang Heng was willing to make a move, all of this in front of them was dirt. This, too, caused the rest of the clans to be disdainful. After all, on the surface, Jiang Heng was suspected to be the inheritor of the devil's power. What's more, according to the news, Jiang Heng is facing the wall at the Sikong cliff, so he can't make a move at this time. The clamor of the disciples below was not interfered with by the Holy Lord and the elders of the great sects in the elegant seats. Disciples with a bit of bloodlust could only be good for the sect. Elder Fan, has Jiang Heng arrived? Feng Jingtian looked at the situation a bit speechless as Hongyi and Jiang Heng came out of the world. It seems to occupy a large portion of the ethereal Holy Land's luck. The result was that the rest of the disciples were not as good as they used to be, and were even worse than their generation, losing 3 matches in a row. And these 3 disciples, all of them were headstrong existences. It will come. Elder Fan wasn't sure. Jiang Heng's previous attitude wasn't good. Aha. Feng Jingtian nodded and didn't say anything more. Everything that followed would be determined by itself. If Jiang Heng wanted to leave the Netherworld Sanctuary, going down the mountain was his only option. Sacred Lord Feng, have you seen my disciple Jian Duxin? Just as Feng Jingtian was contemplating, an old man approached him drunkenly, with a florid white beard that, A brown gourd is held at his waist, and he looks kind. Elder Sword. Feng Jingtian got up and slightly arched his hand at the old man. The other party was the Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Elder, and by seniority he needed to call out to a senior. Only the realm is the same in the moment, so it is omitted. Not seen. Sulking for a few seconds, Feng Jingtian shook his head. From the Heavenly Sword Sect to here. After he had met Jian Duxin once, and there was no goodbye. This brat has been out of touch for a whole day. Elder Sword shook his head and a glint of apprehension escaped his eyes. Holy Lord, I've met Senior Dusty Heart. Just as Elder Sword intended to leave, not far from the crowd, Hua Changqing stepped forward and, coming to Feng Jingtian's side, he spoke in a low voice. This scene caused Elder Sword's pace to come to a screeching halt, and he looked curiously at Hua Changqing. Where? Elder Sword inquired. 2 mornings ago, the cliffs of Thought. Senior Dusty Heart seems to be looking for Senior Jiang Heng for a match, and when I came down the mountain, there's a strong spiritual energy fluctuation in the Sivan Cliff. But that location is very special. The astral winds shield the spirit sense. I can't know exactly what happened. After pondering for a few breaths, Hua Changqing told the whole story of what he knew. Words that dumbfounded everyone in the room. The strongest members of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Xian Heavenly Holy Land, and the White Deer School all looked at Hua Changqing in dismay. What? You said Dusty Heart went to find Jiang Heng? Elder Sword's entire body trembled and looked at Hua Changqing in dismay. A bad feeling steeped in his heart. Jiang Heng's identity as the inheritor of the devil's power had not yet been cleared. Jian Duxin's innate sword body was an excellent tonic for the devil seed. If the consequences of meeting a lone Elder Sword dare not think about it. Don't worry. In my ethereal Holy Land, nothing like this will happen. Feng Jingtian raised his right hand, stopping the clamor here. When he opened his mouth to say something, out of the corner of his eye, he saw, not far away, a man in white was walking leisurely, dusty and polished. It was Jiang Heng. Looking at the hustle and bustle in front of the martial arts stage, a touch of dissimilarity appeared in Jiang Heng's eyes. Something similar happened in a previous life. End of chapter. Jiang Heng did not participate in the previous life of the sword. At that time, because of the 3 levels of inquiry, I was unable to clear my body of any wrongdoing. This led to everyone in the major clans, including the ethereal Holy Land, not trusting him. In the end, Hua Changqing lost. The Xian Tian Holy Land's Fuji each one exploded his reserves and defeated Jian Duxin to win the top spot on the stage of the finals. Phew. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng let out a long sigh of relief. This time he still did not intend to participate, letting this show of force go by the wayside. While contemplating, Jiang Heng walked towards the green stone not far away, meditating and waiting for the end of the sword discussion. Once again, I'm going to go through the 3 levels of inquiry. And Jiang Heng's appearance was as if a stone had been thrown on a calm lake, causing an uproar. Hundreds of Xian Tian Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Sect, and White Deer School disciples came over with hatred. Jiang Heng, this devil seed of yours still dares to appear? Are you not afraid that we will join forces to kill you? Humph. Everyone gets to kill the inheritors of the devil's skill. You won't have a good ending if you degrade yourself. When the sword discourse ends, it will be time for the 3 passes of inquiring mind, at which time Jiang Heng will no longer be able to hide. It's a pity. It's really a pity that the top 3 most popular figures in my Tianluo realm have degraded themselves and, pity, shameful. The vast majority of people were outraged at Jiang Heng's appearance. The term devil seed in this realm is a symbol of corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. Although the past once made them regret, the depravity at this time made them even more indignant. Many exit, word for word. Oh, listening to the condemnation around him, Jiang Heng's eyes came to life, and he stood up from the green stone in a light manner, looking around lazily. Ha ha. After a ha ha laugh, his demeanor was untamed. You guys just said to kill me. Are you worthy? Ha ha. Jiang Heng laughed maniacally. These people in front of him, as if they had told the greatest joke in the world. It stopped him in his tracks. If it had been before, he would have been bound to explain, with sincere eyes. Tell these people that he's not a devil seed and that he's really a good person. And I hope these people, too, will remember how good he was. He has helped in many secret places, and even in places infested with demons. He was the one who went on to swing and save countless others. Now, there's no need for that. Looking at the many faces in front of me that were both familiar and unfamiliar, a portion of them that, they've all done him favors. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng's eyes became indifferent. Come, kill me. With that said, Jiang Heng leaned forward, step by step, and, toward these disciples kept approaching, majestic spiritual energy. At this moment, raging, a monstrous aura, as if the furious star in the dust. the fallen leaves around us began to sway, curling up in a cloud of yellow smoke. Backwards, the countless disciples who had just opened their mouths had fallen back, looking at Jiang Heng with fear in their eyes. At this moment, they were afraid, truly afraid. They had forgotten that the man in front of them, whether or not he was a magic seed, all of them are the top 3 of the 3rd generation of disciples in the heavenly law realm. It's not for them to mess with. Gulp. Jiang Heng, are you going to kill us? The elders are all here. You dare to be violent? Aren't you afraid that the elders will kill you? Don't be afraid. Everyone, even if the demon seed is strong, it's impossible for one person to beat so many of us. Just, don't be afraid. People. The disciples of the several big sects had a flurry of words as they watched Jiang Heng, who was pressing step by step, keep falling backwards. The mouth keeps moving to the elders and all the people united. Only, the pace of the feet was, however, honest, as if communicating that the hundreds of people actually didn't have a single person stopping. All of them were walking backwards. Ha! Ha ha! Jiang Heng laughed, brashly. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, I found it so entertaining. Suddenly, I understand Yubatian a little bit better. This feeling of being a devil. Let his long-settled anger be released a little. Jiang Heng, it's just. On the elegant seat, Feng Qingtian's face was ugly, looking at Jiang Heng's actions at this moment painfully. This move was not something he had expected, although he knew that Jiang Heng wouldn't make a move, threatening these people like that. The face of the ethereal sacred land will be rumored. Do you still want to lose it? Feng Qingtian pursed his lips and said, Come, I have something to ask you. After he said that, he looked at Elder Sword, who was not far away and had lowered his eyes, and the emotions in his heart were a bit embarrassing. The 2 words, demon seed, gave him too much pressure. Jiang Heng is suddenly very rebellious. Not to step on the heart of the 3 passes, resulting in the whitewash cannot be washed. At those words, Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked curiously at the elegant seat. What came into view were some familiar faces. Elder Sword of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Holy Lord of the Xian Tian Holy Land, Dao Xian, Old Man Chen of the White Deer School. These, all of them, were the explicit leaders of the Tian Luo realm. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Heng nodded and swept the circle of disciples from all the great clans. Indifferently said, Don't talk blindly, oh later. It's going to kill me. After saying that, ignoring the indignant, fearful eyes of the crowd, he blandly walked toward the elegant seat. The pace was quick, passing through the martial arts stage, passing by the disciples of the ethereal Holy Land. These former senior brothers and sisters fell back, looking at Jiang Heng with fear and loathing in their eyes. There were also a few disciples with pained eyes. In response, Jiang Heng's heart tightened as nameless anger swept through his divine soul. Hate. This monstrous hate. In a previous life, everyone here was on his good side. Secret realms, clan missions, protection during realm breakthroughs, and so on. He was involved in all of them, pampering these senior brothers and sisters like fledglings for the sake of clan unity. Always thinking about, I don't care if I'm tired. As long as the students are well, it doesn't matter. Aggrievement is aggrievement. But what I got in return was betrayal, disbelief, and dislike. It was exactly the same as the eyes in front of me. Bang! Ka-ching! Jiang Heng unconsciously pushed his pace harder, and the ground made up of mountains and rocks appeared to chafe at this moment. Powerful fluctuations once again swept up the yellow sand in the sky. The tremendous vibration caused many of the Netherworld Holy Land disciples present to nearly stand unsteadily. When they were able to stand, they all fell back in fear. I want to stay away from Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng. On the elegant seat, Feng Qingtian couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth to sternly reprimand. Jiang Heng had done this, completely failing to give them, the elders, any face, and so aggressive in front of them. Shu, Sacred Lord Wind, what is the reason for seeking me out? Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng sneered in his heart and immediately performed the shrinking ground to come to the elegant seat. Looking at the many elders, his expression is very plain. Here, he did not choose to argue with Feng Qingtian, about to ask the heart. He did not want to cause more trouble, and at that moment, there's a dead silence here at the seat. Whether it's Elder Sword, or Feng Qingtian, or Dao Shen, or Old Man Chen, all of them looked at Jiang Heng with serious eyes. The majestic aura that preceded it was enough to shock people that, and now this hand of shrinking the ground into an inch, is even more astonishing to them. When did Jiang Heng's strength become so strong? P.S. Families don't feed the books. Oh, it's important to catch up on new books. Chirp, love you all. End of chapter. 6th Realm Soul Palace? The Heavenly Sword Sect's Sword Elder narrowed his eyes and carefully surveyed Jiang Heng from head to toe, trying to see something, but even with his strength, he couldn't see at all. It was as if Jiang Heng's body was covered by a layer of mist that could not be seen through. This scene shocked him even more. He didn't dare to think that if Jiang Heng was really a devil seed and Jian Duxin challenged him, what will be the downfall faced? Young Master Jiang is truly young and capable. I admire you. Although there is speculation, but the Sword Elders do not dare to jump to conclusions at this time. Ask the heart of the three passes has not yet begun. He can't be so arbitrary. At the same time, the Sacred Lord of Xian Tian and Dao Xian, their eyes were also lowered to the ground. How many years has it been since Jiang Heng stepped into the 5th realm, Tongyi? Right now, it seems that they are about to step into the 6th realm, and may even have already reached the 6th realm, Soul Palace. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they would still be at the early stage of the Tongyi realm at this point, and, which wasn't sinking in the Tongyi realm for decades, or even hundreds of years, before breaking through? Worthy of the Immaculate Conception, Feng Qingtian, your successor will be great in the future, an existence that will prove to be a great emperor. After pondering for a few breaths, Dao Xian thoughtfully surveyed Jiang Heng, and when he opened his mouth to Feng Qingtian, the word successor was said with a heavy bite. That's for sure. In the face of Dao Xian's cynicism, Feng Qingtian snorted coldly. The exchange of words between the two caused the Heavenly Sword Sect's Sword Elder to sigh slightly, his eyes looking towards Jiang Heng. Seriously, he said, little friend Jiang Heng, have you seen Dusty Heart? After saying that, Elder Jian swept away his drunkenness and looked at Jiang Heng with serious eyes. Dusty Heart. Jiang Heng was puzzled. At Elder Sword's inquiry, he was a bit unable to find his way around, but still answered seriously. Seen it. As the words fell, Elder Sword's body visibly trembled as he hurriedly spoke. Where is he? At the same time, the entire atmosphere of the elegant seat was much more serious, and the air seemed to have stagnated. Dao Xian, Feng Jingtian, Old Man Chen, and other giants looked at Jiang Heng, waiting for his reply. Phew, he came to the thoughtful cliffs to challenge me, and was knocked off the mountain with a serious injury. Without hiding it, Jiang Heng told the whole story of his meeting with Sword Dusty Heart one by one. While saying that, Jiang Heng had a bad premonition in his heart, eyes, unconsciously to the corner. At this moment, a boyish youth, standing there with a harmless face, was, eyes with a yearning. Anyone who looks at him will think he's a good boy. It was none other than Yi Beixian. Serious injury. Hearing this, Dao Xian, Feng Jingtian, and the other giants were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Jian Duxin and Jiang Heng would be able to be directly seriously injured in a sparring match. Jian Duxin is an innate sword body and basically has no opponents at the moment. The future achievement of higher realms is even more unique. After all, he was completely undefeated by Jiang Heng. At this time, Jiang Heng's clothes were not stained with dust, and there was no disorder in his breath, so he was in full bloom. And what about the follow-up? Do you know where he went? Hearing that Jian Duxin was only seriously injured, Elder Jian was relieved instead. As far as he was concerned, as long as people didn't die, there was still room for everything. I don't know. Jiang Heng shook his head and continued. I'm at the Thoughtful Cliff, and I just came down today. The disciples of your sect should go searching on their own. They shouldn't come and ask me. Successive inquiries, coupled with speculation if anything, put him in a poor mood. And, although Sword Dusty Heart had been seriously injured, it was not so much that while Jiang Heng was thinking, an urgent voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head to look, a young man dressed in blue and carrying a sharp sword ran in with a terrified look on his face. After finding Elder Sword, he fiercely fell to his knees and hissed with a pained expression. Grand Elder, Dusty, he's dead. Rolling. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck the large elegant seat, and the expressions of all those present froze, wide-eyed and incredulous. He looked at the visitor. Sword Dust Heart. Gotham. How is this possible? The innate sword body, the 5th realm Tongyi, plus a full set of magic treasures and magic weapons, the supreme technique, the supreme masterpiece. The bottom of the box is a lot of treasure. How can Gotham? What are you babbling about? Elder Sword's dusky eyes were sharp at this moment, staring at the visitor with a deadly stare. It seemed like two sharp swords were flying out. Deeply coldly, he said, my disciple, Dusty Heart, innate sword body, and has a sword chi sealed as a backhand. Ordinary people are no match for him, so how could he die? Grand Elder, it's the Xian Sword Order that was passed over from the clan. Senior Dusty Heart's soul lamp, extinguished. The visitor kept his head down, couldn't stop the tears from the corners of his eyes, and his voice was hysterical. Can't see half of it. Puff. Upon hearing soul lamp extinguished, Elder Sword stumbled and fell directly onto the chair. Wide-eyed and disoriented, he murmured, how could it be? The soul lamp the soul light went out? You're an innate sword body. How can you die early? He couldn't accept this scene. Jian Duxin's body was infused with his life's energy. It's been over a decade of training, from children to young adults, and there's been so much heart and soul along the way. At this moment, Elder Sword's already old posture was even more as if he had aged 100 years. It's him. It's definitely him. It was Jiang Heng who did it. It was Jiang Heng who did it. In this netherworld holy land, the only one who can steadily suppress senior sword brother is Jiang Heng. He's a demon seed. A demon seed. The visitor stood up violently and pointed at Jiang Heng's nose and growled. In his opinion, in the vast netherworld holy land, only Jiang Heng could kill Jin Duxin. First of all, the elders had absolutely no reason to make a move. After all, the Heavenly Sword Sect was no match for the netherworld holy land. But it's no soft touch. Within the clan there is the sword ancestor. Yes, other than the elders, only Jiang Heng and the younger generation had this battle power, being able to strike out and kill Jin Duxin without God realizing it. And everyone knew that Jin Duxin liked to stick to Jiang Heng, so if it was a sneak attack, more likely then, such a roar from the Heavenly Sword Sect disciple caused many of the people present to get up and look at Jiang Heng solemnly. Among them, it also includes Feng Qingtian. Jiang Heng, let me ask you, did you do it? Feng Qingtian looked at Jiang Heng incredulously. He did not expect Jiang Heng actually under the hand. Sword dust heart although untamed. But to Jiang Heng that's worship As you know, words are always barbed. However, this person has been praising Jiang Heng in public many times. He is a real fan. Young Master Jiang. Elder Sword's entire body trembled. His eyes red as he looked at Jiang Heng, his hand resting on the gourd at his waist. In an instant, the sword intent permeated out from the gourd, if there was any. It turned into a white swimming fish and quickly swept through the large elegant hall. Elder Sword stared at Jiang Heng, stepping forward step by step, with a thick fury in his eyes that, it seems to be completely melted. Continuing, let me ask you, did you kill Dusty Heart? P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Family. End of chapter. A deep questioning voice, with a seemingly invisible murderous aura. A milky white swimming fish. It's all around Elder Sword. It was as if Jiang Heng had said one wrong word. These swimming fish would instantly cut him into pieces. Meanwhile, the entire elegant hall was silent, and no one said an extra word. The emotions are too depressing. Heavenly Sword Sect Sword Dusty Heart, so dead in the misty Holy Land. Do not even say the moment. Even the huge Tianluo realm would be shaken for more than 10 years when they received this news. It's the future successor of the top clan. If he died in any other location, it would be understandable. But this is the ethereal sanctuary. It's a clan with a great emperor. And there are hidden underpinnings. For a while, eyes were focused on Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng was silent. This time he was really silent. Although Sword Dusty Heart was cynical, he belonged to the type of person who was extremely arrogant. Not to mention the general public. Even those who know each other can't come near at will. Is it because of me? In an instant, Jiang Heng had an insight into the causes and consequences. His opponent had not worshipped him for a day or two. And if he could be struck down so easily and unknowingly, then Kendishin must have dropped his guard. Then, the only way this person could be someone close to you. And those who have a murderous intent towards Sword Dust's heart and have the ability to sneak attack and kill him. It wouldn't be Hua Changqing or any other disciple. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng immediately used the corner of his eye to look at the harmless face in the corner. Yi Beixian. He didn't think he'd have the guts to do it. At the same time, the emotions in his heart were on the verge of exploding in this moment. The other person is one of the few people who can understand him, and one of the few confidants. What is my current kill rate? Jiang Heng interrogated the system in his mind. The host's current realm is Half-Step Soul Palace. Yi Beixian's current realm is Yaoyang realm Late Stage. Kill success rate, 0.00471%. Got it. Is it in the late stage of Yaoyang? Getting this result, Jiang Heng wasn't surprised at all. Being able to kill Yi Beixian or not, it's not even about war power. Otherwise it would have been done in a previous life. The other party is under the protection of heaven. If he dares to make a move, there will always be an accident to save him. This accident could be the Xian Tian Holy Land. Dao Xian, the ethereal Holy Land. Wind Prime, the Heavenly Sword Sect, Elder Sword, White Deer Academy, Old Man Chen. Anyway, there are bound to be surprises. But, can you swallow that? Can't swallow. No. Jiang Heng's demeanor was indifferent, his pupils staring straight into Elder Sword's eyes without the slightest hint of evasion. Continuing, after injuring him, I gave a phoenix blood pill that, then he was allowed to leave. After saying that, Jiang Heng did not say another word. Even when facing Elder Sword's pressure, he didn't retreat a step. If he did it, he did it. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. In this life, no one will be able to take the blame from him. At those words, Elder Sword's pupils shook, and after taking a deep look at Jiang Heng, silence fell without continuing to speak. Strange. Besides little friend Jiang Heng who has this strength, then who else? It's hard to believe that it's Fuji Ichikawa. Not far away, the Xin Tian Holy Lord and Dao Xian narrowed their eyes and spoke thoughtfully, words that seemed to be to the point, but also seemed to have a hidden agenda. The entire audience's vision was once again focused on Jiang Heng. Yeah, it is. Not to mention the heavenly law realm. If you just look at the words in front of you, who else is there besides Jiang Heng? It can't be Fuji Ichikawa, can it? In response, Jiang Heng was silent. Although he guessed who the murderer was, he didn't speak up, and after all his past lives, he knew one thing well. Once trust is broken, there will be no more trust. At this point, directly saying that Yi Beixian killed him would only cause these people to laugh. And these people, at this point, have decided that he did it. Indiscriminate. Much ado about nothing. If you have proof, then show it. Jiang Heng nonchalantly glanced at Dao Xian, a cold smile grinning from the corner of his mouth after a slight nod. The strong stance caused Dao Xian to raise an eyebrow, glancing at the silent surroundings with astonishment in his heart. Jiang Heng seems to have really changed. In the past, he had often said some barbed words, but Jiang Heng was always polite. Even if you hear it, you pretend you don't understand it. In all these years, there has never been such an instant dislike, nor such a lack of politeness, as this one. A man who cultivates the Tao, his breath is cloudy and light, while a man who cultivates the sword, his breath is sharp as a mane. A man who cultivates Confucianism, with an aura that is like ink in water. A person who practices magic knows that his breath is violent and his heart will change. Right now, Jiang Heng seemed to corroborate this. Senior brother, just admit it. Just as everyone was gazing at Jiang Heng and the elegant hall was silent, Feng Qingtian sighed. A girl in a long pale yellow dress walked step by step to Jiang Heng with an elegant stride. Without waiting for Jiang Heng to speak, Hua Changqing continued. Senior brother, there is no end to the sea of bitterness. Turning back is the shore. As long as you are willing to sincerely repent, all of us are still willing to tolerate you and accept you. It's not hard to admit a mistake. Ha, ha, ha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng's chest rose and fell violently as he kept on laughing wildly with abandon. The corners of his mouth curved. Mocking. Repentance, forgiveness, inclusion. The sea of bitterness is endless. Turn back to the shore? You're getting better and better at these vocabulary words. Jiang Heng laughed, angrily, like a chrysanthemum of calmness, at this moment disappeared, like a real devil. It was full of coldness. Indifferently, he said, Hua Changqing, don't wishful thinking. I, Jiang Heng, do not need anyone's tolerance or forgiveness. Much less do you need to take the moral high ground and judge your benefactors. Why do I need your forgiveness when I have done nothing wrong? This time to go down the mountain, originally is to retreat. At the moment Jiang Heng has no patience. Go ahead and explain this now. Where's the fault? Right. There is. Wrong indeed. The mistake was that he shouldn't have been so nice to these people. Let these people take his favors, as deserved. His kindness as a pawn in the hands of the chess, his watery tenderness, as a plaything to be trampled on at will, taking his heart of gold and throwing it into a cesspool. It's so wrong. Shouldn't have been so nice and forgiving to this group. Jiang Heng, you are unbridled. Isn't it for your own good that your senior sister said that? You're so hostile. It seems that you've really gotten into the devil. Faced with Jiang Heng's brash attitude, Feng Qingtian immediately reprimanded. At this moment, he couldn't pretend he couldn't see it. Jiang Heng could dislike Dao Xian, who wasn't supposed to be along for the ride, and he could dislike the disciples of those sects. Those people are outsiders. Hua Changqing is your sister. Isn't this for your own good? P.S. Beg a chase read O family people. New books must not raise, easy to raise hanging, guaranteed to have something to read in every chapter. End of chapter. In Feng Qingtian's opinion, Hua Changqing had already been so bitter. Jiang Heng was even ungrateful. What is the difference between this and the devil? As Feng Qingtian's words fell, the atmosphere of the entire elegant hall began to change invisibly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Heng. The atmosphere was even more dead silent at that moment. Corner, Yi Beixian saw this scene, and on his boyish face, a touch of imperceptible elation was revealed, murmuring in a voice only he could hear, a mindless hand of chess. How dare you let things get this far? Sword dusty heart, your death was worth it. It wasn't worth the risk I took. Jiang Heng, as long as you're dead, I can rest easy. If it were the past, Jiang Heng would have been polite in his words and explained with sincerity. Maybe there's a chance at this point. But for the moment, these people are clearly outraged. Yi Beixian didn't think Jiang Heng would be able to get through this safely. His eyes immediately looked towards Jiang Heng and said with a naive face, "Eldest senior brother. Just admit it. Jiang Heng, you still don't know your mistakes." Hearing Yi Beixian even say that, Feng Qingtian's mood worsened. Yi Beixian was in the clan. The is notoriously well behaved. And it was also a disciple of Empress and Hongyi. And words carried weight. What's wrong with that? Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked nonchalantly at Feng Qingtian. Continuing, he said, "From where did Sacred Lord Feng conclude that I, Jiang Heng, was the murderer?" After saying that, Jiang Heng lifted his finger towards Hua Changqing. Is it his side of the story? Then he pointed his finger towards Yi Beixian. Or perhaps his red heart? Jiang Heng's spoken words bit down hard when it came to the heart of the naked child. The taunting was too obvious. After saying that, Jiang Heng swept his gaze over everyone present. Such a stiff upper lip. I think it would be better to take him down to extract his soul and refine his spirit, so that he will naturally know the reason for everything. What do you say, Sacred Lord Wind? Jiang Heng's insubordinate stance caused the Daoxian Holy Lord to sneer in his heart. After raising an eyebrow he looked at Feng Qingtian. This matter has nothing to do with your Xian Heavenly Holy Land, so don't talk too much. Holy Lord Daoxian. Wind Prime coldly grunted. He is not a little cute. He's not a cutie pie. So how can he be soul-sucking at this point? What if Jiang Heng is really innocent? Isn't that the beauty of this sacred land of heaven? However, Jiang Heng's extremely poor attitude and great suspicion made him not know what to do at this time. Such words have already lost face in front of the younger generation. He, the Holy Lord of the Netherworld Holy Land, had long since lost his majesty. Thinking of this, Feng Qingtian turned his eyes toward the silent Elder Sword. After all, the other party was the victim. Elder Sword, what do you think about this matter? Break through the 3 levels of the Heart of Inquiry and make a heavenly Dao oath under the Heart of Inquiry monument, as the way of heaven is not. I will personally kill Jiang Heng. Doing so, the Netherworld Holy Land has no problem with it, right? After a long period of contemplation, Elder Sword looked deeply at Jiang Heng, and after a long sigh, he turned to ask Feng Qingtian. Although it is an inquiry, but from the tone of voice can be heard, this matter to this point seems to have no discussion, regardless of whether Jiang Heng is a demon seed or not, or whether he's a sword killer or not. As long as there is a problem with the heavenly way, it becomes ironclad evidence. Hiss? Feng Qingtian shuddered and looked at Elder Sword in shock. Looking at the other party's hand has been placed on the waist of the gourd. He also knows that there is no negotiation. The other party's wine gourd, also known as the Sword Gourd, is the Heavenly Sword Sect's town treasure, hammered by countless Heavenly Sword Sect predecessors to this day, passed down from generation to generation. This generation was supposed to be passed on to Jin Duxin. With the innate sword body, the power of this magic treasure increased by at least 30%. The moment the gourd opened, the 10,000 sword chi that warmed it would crush all targets. Even he was balking. Feng Qingtian shook his head and immediately spoke. This matter is very big. Not waiting for Feng Qingtian to finish, Jiang Heng indifferently nodded his head. After sweeping his gaze from Daoxian, Feng Qingtian, and Elder Sword, continuing, he said, "All of you forcing me to set foot in the questioning heart pass is already a great insult to me. Jiang Heng, in this case, I have no desire to continue the argument. After the questioning heart pass, I, Jiang Heng, will withdraw from the Netherworld Holy Land, and the grudge will be cleared from now on." After saying that, regardless of the eyes of everyone present, Jiang Heng deeply glanced at Yi Beixian. He turned around and walked straight to the square not far away. It's still the same big green stone. It's become a habit. It was on this boulder in the first place. In the morning, he instructs his disciples to practice, and at dusk, he waits for his disciples to return, and at that moment, the sky seemed to be approaching sundown. With a touch of sadness, the crowd looked at Jiang Heng's determined back, and everyone had different emotions in their hearts. Grand Elder, why did you let him go? The previous Heavenly Sword Sect disciple, looking at Jiang Heng's back, had a mouthful of teeth that were on the verge of crunching, opened his mouth to question in spite of his status. In his opinion, as long as Elder Sword makes a move, even Jiang Heng is bound to die a horrible death here. The identity of the Devil's Seed has long been established, and there is no need to continue checking it at all. Shut up, Elder Sword reprimanded, and after his turbid eyes took a deep look at the visitor, turning to the other side, the back of the hill and mountain peaks. At this moment all the vicissitudes of life. It was as if an old man with 5 celestial failures. By the ears, Jian Duxin's voice kept echoing, "Master, what's that Jiang Heng's origin? I can't even beat that? Master, I'm going to find Jiang Heng. I'll be back in a few months. Master, I must defeat Jiang Heng and become the number 1A in this Tian Luo realm. Qualified worker. Jiang Heng, Dusty Heart thinks so highly of you. If this is really your doing, I'll have you thrown to the ground. After Elder Sword left, the atmosphere in the entire elegant hall became extraordinarily strange. An old man Chen of the White Deer School shook his head. After arching their hands to the two holy lords, they left one after another. Shortly after, Dao Xian and Feng Qingtian talked for a few moments, and with the Xian Tian Holy Land's men and women, they also left the elegant hall. The only people left in the large elegant hall were the ethereal Holy Land people. Other than Nangong Ni Wang, you two have the best relationship with Jiang Heng. Do you all think he did this thing too? Feng Qingtian to this point was unwilling to believe that Jiang Heng could do such a thing. That flawless life had been his proudest and identified successor. In less than 100 years, Jiang Heng will surely succeed him as the Holy Lord. Me. Hua Changqing looked towards Jiang Heng's back and sighed. Sword Dustheart has only met Eldest senior brother. On that day, said no more. I think Eldest brother is just in a funk. As long as he's given the chance to reform, he'll definitely become the big brother he once was. Yi Beishuan's body trembled. His face was very ugly. After taking a deep look at Jiang Heng on the distant green stone, he excitedly opened his mouth. Phew, I know. The two men's words shattered Feng Qingtian's last thought. After shaking his head helplessly, he turned his eyes toward the martial arts stage. At this point, the game there seems to be nearing its end. On the large martial arts stage, only Fuji Ichikawa stood on it alone to ask for advice. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Posey. End of chapter. Ethereal Sanctuary, Holy Mountain. The blazing sun of that day gradually declined, and the gold color faded to a touch of orange-red, waving in the elegant little garden. The heavenly sword Sect's sword sun is dead, died in my netherworld Holy Land, and Hanyi was facing the setting sun, her long eyelashes, and upon hearing the news, it shook visibly. Yes, Feng Qingtian's face was ugly. At this moment, the situation was no longer that of him, the Holy Lord, but that of him, the Holy Lord, the Holy Lord. It's manageable. In the vast ethereal Holy Land, there are supreme elders above the Holy Lord, and there are people above the supreme elders, and Hanyi is the witness of the netherworld Holy Land and Jiang Heng's master. This is something he can't afford not to come and inform. If not, in case something did happen, the consequences would be completely unaffordable to him. You mean, Jiang Heng seriously injured Jian Duxin at the Seo Cliff, subsequently sneaking down the mountain to use the devouring devil technique and devouring the innate sword body? Why is it that my divine sense has not sensed any of this? And Hanyi stood up from the green stone, her stunningly beautiful body illuminated by the afterglow of the. It's a magnificent sight to behold. She was curious. It was reasonable to say that someone like Jian Duxin, if he withered away in the netherworld Holy Land, it's something that can be keenly perceived. But the divine sense has not warned. As Hanyi murmured, her fingers kept flowing, and one by one, the seal characters that contained the meaning of the Tao were written. It kept appearing in its hands. No way. At this moment, she was deducing the true cause of Jian Duxin's death. And, no matter how much he deduced, after Jian Duan mentally contemplated the cliff, it is as if it is covered by an unspeakable fog. Subsequently, it is not projected at all. It was as if this person did not belong to the long river of history after leaving the cliff. Even you couldn't deduce it? Feng Qingtian shuddered and looked at Hanyi incredulously. The other party is one of the witnesses of the heavenly law realm, a great emperor of the world, and one of the strongest of the bunch. Even she couldn't act it out. So there was only one possibility. The karma is so great that the heavens are obscured. Devouring demonic skill. Feng Qingtian carefully looked at Hanyi's face and, upon seeing the cold as frost expression on Hanyi's face, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The devouring devil technique was a typical example of this. It cannot be projected, cannot be known, and is a special method that goes beyond cause and effect. This, too, was one of the reasons why the heavenly law realm was jealous. Those who practice this technique will be in touch with the one who has been there before. There is a great deal of cause and effect. There's also talk of the one coming back for good in the near future. Go down. And Hanyi didn't say much. However, the gaze made Feng Qingtian's heart thump, and did not dare to ask more questions. Immediately, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the elegant garden. Wait until Windy Prime has completely left. And Hanyi looked at the setting sun with her head held high and murmured, "If it's you, why did you strike only at this time? Is it really because you can't hide it anymore? To approach me back then, just for today? If it's not you, then who could it be? Jiang Heng. Think under the cliffs. The bush and field are in the forest. The mountain streams are ringing, and the clear streams are running down the river, sprinting toward the distant horizon." Jiang Heng swept his gaze around the circle, and in his hands, he continuously urged the Tao and law. A ghostly blue fluorescent light swam away from the center, then flew towards the side of the creek. It finally stopped at the place where Sword Dusty Heart had been healing. Jiang Heng stepped forward a few steps, came to the location of the fluorescent light, lowered his body to look carefully. Nothing. If you can find your way here, you have already used your past lives. Thwarted? Jiang Heng raised his head to look at the sky and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Tough. Yi Beixian is indeed very. Nowadays, there is no interest in asking for the heart. Look at that bunch of chickens pecking at each other. Thinking of Sword Dusty Heart's remains, he left there at once, expending a great deal of energy and just projected to this location. Regrettably, the bodies are gone. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Heng took out a hoe from his storage ring. Looking at the green field not far away, he chiseled down hard. After digging out a large pit, he took out a wooden sword from his storage ring. This was given to him by Sword Dusty Heart 7 or 8 years ago. Sorry. Jiang Heng threw the wooden sword into the clothesbin, and casually cut a piece of greenstone not far away. After engraving the grave of my brother Dusty Heart, brother Jiang Hengli, buried the cloak and dagger completely. Jiang Heng. After doing so, Jiang Heng intended to leave, and not far away, a figure on a hill mountain peak, step by step, this way. Upon seeing the cloak and dagger, the expression moved a bit. Elder Sword said hoarsely, "Thank you, you're welcome." Seeing the visitor, Jiang Heng was not surprised. When he leaves the Heart of Inquiry Pass, Elder Sword will surely follow him, whatever the reason for his purpose. Sincerely, I ask, is Dusty Heart really dead? Elder Sword looked at the cloak and dagger mound, and the corners of his eyes were a little moist until this moment. Still can't accept conditions departure. Dead, thwarted and not reincarnated. Jiang Heng closed his eyes, his emotions tinged with heaviness, and when he uttered the last 4 words, the body trembled slightly. If there's one person in the world who can stop him from being violent, then there are only so many of them. Right now, there's one less. Understood. Understood. Tomorrow at the Ask the Heart Pass, I will personally supervise. If young Master Jiang is innocent, I will cut my own throat on the spot as a way to thank young Master Jiang for his offense. Hearing Jiang Heng's reply, a line of clear tears waved down from Elder Jin's cloudy eyes. I can't stop my whole body from twitching. It was hard to imagine that an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years would shed tears at this moment. Men don't shed tears. They just don't get to the sad part. What has this old man, again, not experienced? Only, the vicissitudes of the world have changed. Watching his only disciple wither away, sending his white hair to his black hair. This extreme pain is very human. It also seemed like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Since it is so, it need not be so. Jiang Heng nodded his head, and after answering the old man's 2 words, continuing, Dustheart told me, he has a favorite grandfather and a favorite brother. I'm sorry for your loss, Elder Sword. As for my affairs, you don't have to worry about them. I'll carry the karma of Dusty Heart. His blood will not be shed in vain. After saying that, without waiting for Elder Sword to reply, Jiang Heng turned around and walked towards that Ask Heart Pass. Now that he's settled, it's time to settle what's right. Thank you. Thank you. Words that made Elder Sword unable to tense up any longer. The white-haired old man covered his face and cried bitterly. Looking at Jiang Heng's back, there wasn't the slightest bit of hatred in his eyes. He knew that Jiang Heng couldn't be the murderer when he set up the mound. The other party was willing to take on this karma and seemed to be doing so to protect him. Dusty Heart, don't worry. Master isn't old yet. There's still power left. If it really wasn't your most respected brother who did this, Master will make sure he leaves the Netherworld Holy Land unharmed. After saying that, Elder Sword wiped away his tears and firmly looked at the direction Jiang Heng had left. He's already in his 5th year of life and has a keen eye for danger. A wisp, if any, of deathly aura seeped out of Jiang Heng's body, and the aura that, in their eyes, it is a catastrophe. Regular people can't cross. End of chapter. After setting up the grave and bidding farewell to Elder Sword, Jiang Heng returned to the front of the Heart of Inquiry Pass alone. Sitting on that familiar green stone, he raised his eyes to the stars in the sky. Seeing the bright moon, Jiang Heng could not help but feel that it and the former him. What a resemblance! The stars were all in favor of the moon, and the moon's radiance was unreserved, and all of it was waved to those stars. But now the clouds are dark and the stars are gone, and things are not the same as they were in the beginning. What is to be liquidated will eventually be liquidated. I didn't mean to stir up the dust, but the dust came with the wind. Then I'll take a look at this big windy dust. Letting go of the heart. In this moment the emotions filled. At this moment Jiang Heng thought about a lot of understanding. Under this spectral momentum, it seems impossible to reach the other shore by following the waves. From the time of refusing the 3 levels of inquiry, all kinds of trouble will still come to us. In response, Jiang Heng sighed helplessly. Ding detected that the host's mind is rebellious, and detected that the host has already shown signs of being possessed. Please correct the error immediately. Ding detected that the host's mind is rebellious, and detected that the host has already shown signs of being possessed. Please correct the error immediately. Jiang Heng had chosen to ignore the system's beep in his ear. A life of floating. In this moment he finally figured out that doing whatever you want, thinking clearly about all this, Jiang Heng used the corner of his eye to look at Songyi on his right, who, now that you're here, come out. The silence of the bush field is constantly rustling. Layer upon layer of clumps of trees, monks in colorful systematic costumes, is tiptoeing out. There's hate in everyone's eyes. There were disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, disciples of the Xin Tian Holy Land, and disciples of the White Deer School. There were also quite a few Netherworld Holy Land disciples, all of which were familiar faces. Jiang Heng's former senior brother and sister. Jiang Heng, you have fallen into the devil's path. Today we have come to eradicate you. You found out, so I'll send you on your way early. Don't be afraid of him, everyone. He's just one man, and this man has committed such an act of murder. And if we don't kill him, we are all going to be victimized by him in the future. Demon seeds suffer death to avenge those dead souls. The quiet mountain wilderness was full of young cultivators shouting and shouting, each of them carrying hostility towards Jiang Heng. The purpose of coming here at this time is to completely kill the devil seed in the cradle. As far as the eye can see, hundreds of these, all of them, were the elites of the major sects and the future mainstay of the major sects. Seeing their arrival, there was no surprise on Jiang Heng's face. It would be odd if it didn't come. Yi Beixian is not only strong in luck, but also in heart. And the other party secretly stirs up the wind and clouds. Burning ashes, how can the means be ordinary in such a large Tianluo realm? It would have been a real surprise if these people had not been compelled to come in the moment. Invite the king in? Then this feast is as you wish, and I hope the thunder and rain you bear. Thinking clearly about the causes and consequences, Jiang Heng murmured at the corner of his mouth, and immediately raised his head to look directly ahead. Looking at the densely packed young cultivators, teasingly, he said, you and the others traveled in brocade clothes at night. When you are ready to die, this path is cruel, and there can be no mercy between life and death. He would not be merciful to these people, but whoever strikes, kills without mercy. Under the moonlit night, the densely packed crowd trembled after Jiang Heng uttered these words. Fleshly emotions pervade. The timid ones, when they saw the immaculate Jiang Heng under the moonlight, were immediately afraid. This being is a passionate, at the instigation of many people to come, right now. Jiang Heng's words were like ice water, completely dousing the restless hearts of many people. Brother Dao, the killing aura is a bit too heavy. Just as the disciples were demoralized, a man in black at the back of the room, is coming to this place at a slow pace. Fuji Ichikawa, it's him who has come. With him joining us, we will be able to exterminate the demon seed today. In the crowd, a small fat man hissed in excitement when he saw the visitor clearly. In the next second, many people agitated. Yes, Fuji Ichuan is not weaker than Jiang Heng. Together with our group attack, we will surely thwart his bones and ashes. Tu Ichuan is a half-step soul palace. He alone is enough to single-handedly kill Jiang Heng. The two have fought many times. Demon. Scream. Scream again. Humph. His senior brother Yi Beixian has given up on him, so it seems that this demon seed has become disliked. Seeing the arrival of Fuji Ichuan, many people's hearts, as if by a shot of cardiotonic, immediately the mood stabilized. The eyes that looked at Jiang Heng were also much less fearful and scornful. It's hard to say who the top three of the younger generation will be, in their opinion, but there must be Fuji Ichikawa among them. The other party was the saint son of the Xin Tian Holy Land, and his battle power was no weaker than Jiang Heng. Yeah. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Heng opened his mouth in surprise. Then you came over on a moonlit night to greet me? Saying that, his eyes mockingly looked at Fuji Ichikawa. You. Fuji Ichuan shuddered and looked at Jiang Heng with much surprise in his eyes. It's changed. Jiang Heng has really changed. In the past, even if Jiang Heng had moved to kill, it was impossible for him to have such a heavy hostile aura. At the moment, it was difficult for him to apply the title Immaculate Conception to Jiang Heng. That's just it. Since I'm an old rival with him, the Holy Lord ordered me to wrestle this man at this time. Take advantage of this public opinion, then eradicate him, so as not to cause endless trouble. Although Jiang Heng's change of heart had surprised Fuji Ichikawa somewhat, Dogen's secret orders for him he could only comply. It doesn't matter if you're going to be a gun for someone else. To each his own. The process doesn't really matter as long as it serves its purpose. Come on, gentlemen. If we keep standing like this, it will be almost dawn. Jiang Heng spread his hands. Look at a crowd of people with an open mind. Kill him. Fuji Ichikawa no longer hesitated to speak at once. Kill. In the crowd, the previous disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect was the first to take the lead. Holding his sharp and cold, toward Jiang Heng, he came for his life. Red eyes that look like they're ready to die. 100 steps turned into 10, and in a short while, he arrived in front of Jiang Heng, and his precious sword did not hide its edge. It sliced hard at Jiang Heng's neck. 4th realm, about to be 5th realm. You should be a top performer in the Heavenly Sword Sect as well. Pity, the so-called geniuses are just challenging my threshold. Looking at the sharp sword that was close at hand, Jiang Heng did not move his pace in any way, and his eyes were filled with essence. Finger, a deep white light surged forth. It's just a wave of the hand, with a firefly across it. Ka-ching, the sword snapped, and a touch of crimson oozed out of the man's neck as he stared at Jiang Heng with wide eyes in death. The reluctance is so obvious. You shall not die. The man uttered these words and his head fell to the ground with a thud. It was cut down by Jiang Heng with his spiritual power. Blood foam flying, seems to constitute a bleak picture. Jiang Heng's clothes were unblemished, nodding his head as he looked at these people in front of him. The corners of his mouth turned up provocatively. Both came. Then please be generous in your deaths. P.S. I'm begging for a wave of catch-up reads. Family, love you. Yo. End of chapter. After saying that, Jiang Heng looked at the hundreds of people in front of him, his demeanor carrying an arrogance that these people had never seen before. He's given these guys a lot of chances, repeated warnings, but these people are sincerely seeking death. Then he can only do it for them. Those who kill will always be killed. These people came here to kill him. Then there is only one end, like the headless body in front of you. Moreover, the corpse in front of us is a rebel who betrayed Sword Dusty Heart in his previous life. The afterglow of the moonlit night spilled down on the field in spots, and Jiang Heng stood on the green stone to bathe in the afterglow. In front of him was a standing corpse, with blood like a fountain at the neck, a bizarre picture to the extreme. This is the posture of absolute splendor, such as the banished fairy, white clothes not stained with blood, like a demon king, showing a smile amidst the flying blood flowers in the sky, just like the community of the banished fairy and the devil king. It's about to come down to one person. This scene evoked fear and anxiety in hundreds of disciples, their chests rising and falling violently, trembling unceasingly. Kill, kill. The demon seed killed Master Lu of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He's a follower of Sword Dustheart. How could you lay your hands on him? He even killed Jian Duxin. Is there anything he can't get off? Is the gap so big? Not even a single glance? Impossible. How is he so strong? Don't be afraid. He's pretending. He's going to use all his strength in this move, as long as we attack in a group. Jiang Heng was revealed on the spot. To say that it is impossible not to be chilled. The dead disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, although not considered top-notch, but the strength is also warped. Without even a single glance, he was beheaded by Jiang Heng. The difference in their strength was truly visible to the naked eye. At the same time, they are outraged. How could Jiang Heng lay his hands on the devil? Shouldn't the devil be a sitting duck? The harsh words caused Jiang Heng's emotions to rise and fall violently as he looked at the group of people in front of him and, slanting his eyes, he spoke faintly. Those who come to kill, still won't let anyone fight back? That's just it. I'm afraid you won't retreat without shedding blood today. In that case, it's time for the farce to end. Come on, let this seat see if there has been some growth in your strength over the years. By the way, in a different way than before. This one misses. It's going to kill me. The words of these people. Jiang Heng heart mockery. Sword is almost cut to the neck. Couldn't they have fought back? Is it justice to stand and let these people kill you? This kind of accusation and kidnapping that stood on the moral high ground was something that Jiang Heng had experienced too much of in his previous life. Can't listen to it anymore. And these people seem to have adapted to his kindness. And nowadays, if there is the slightest disobedience to these people, they feel that the world has changed. He's Jiang Heng. It has fallen into the devil's way. The devil seed still dares to be so arrogant. Come together and slaughter him. From the crowd, I don't know who growled. Upon hearing the news, many of the disciples did not hesitate to respond immediately, holding a variety of weapons. 100 steps turned into 10, swarming to Jiang Heng's side. Colorful Dao spells, talismans, and magic treasures came one after another. Seeing this, Jiang Heng's eyes stared. Vegetables, really too much vegetables. At this moment, with his tinted glasses removed, he realizes that the people he used to lead. What's the value of that? How far does the dish go? And dare to come and kill him? Where does the confidence come from? Lei Ju. Jiang Heng raised his right arm and aimed his index finger at these people. In the next moment, raging berserk thunder erupted in the index finger, and the berserk thunder kept compressing and condensing. The majestic spirit pressure also erupted again at this moment. A purple cross with a lightning arc appeared in Jiang Heng's hand out of nowhere. Bang! With a forceful flick of his middle finger, the purple crucifix quickly flew out, transforming into a purple rainbow light, instantly came into the middle of the crowd. This scene made countless people's gazes coalesce, and they all looked at the cross star in fear. It was too late to say anything. Rumble! The cross quickly shattered, and an arc of lightning grew wildly, finally intertwining together as it instantly flooded the place with dozens of people. Black smoke rolled in, but it was no longer clear what was going on inside. Many of the disciples who had yet to charge and kill saw this scene, and a touch of ominous foreboding arose in their hearts. When the smoke clears, the image in front of them left them completely dumbfounded. A charred and blackened corpse took up a large area of scorched earth, with countless broken limbs and debris. The dozens of people who rushed forward, not a single survivor, have perished in the smoke and dust. Even the magic treasure, shattered into pieces. Numbed, the rest of the people who were holding their weapons were numb. For this scene, they had never envisioned it, even though they knew that Jiang Heng was very, very strong. But it never occurred to me that it would be this strong. With a single casual move, he killed so many Fourth Realm Yaoyang senior brothers. Before the crowd could say anything, a scream swept through their ears. Eldest brother. It's me. I'm Jiang Wei. I'm your senior. You taught me sword practice. Have you forgotten? Don't. Eldest brother. Don't kill me. Ah. Before the scream could end, a wail of agony followed. Everyone gazed at them, and Jiang Heng had already come to their side at an unknown time. In his hand, there is still a strand of silver firefly, and at this time, he has already gone to the head of a person. The man was dressed in light blue attire, and was about in his early 20s. It was none other than the ethereal Holy Land disciples. Jiang Heng, that's your senior brother. How could you lay your hands on him? Devil, the devil has gone killing mad, killing dozens of us and still not satisfied? Fight him, fight him. Enchanted. Jiang Heng is really enchanted. He even killed his own senior brother. Let's go together, or we all die. Eldest brother, how could you kill Jiang Wei? You've changed. Watching Jiang Heng decapitate his own senior brother, everyone was outraged. What kind of devil was it? In the end, before you can lay a hand on your own junior, can't we just get a net? At the same time, they now realized that Jiang Heng seemed to be truly motivated to kill. Unlike before, it's not a joke. Ha, ha, ha. Jiang Heng laughed wildly, and the flowing fireflies between his fingers were like long whips, continuously harvesting one life after another. Looking at the crowd, his eyes were full of mockery. You are only allowed to kill this seat, but not this seat? This seat has said this path is cruel, and there is no mercy between life and death. Since you are determined to die, how can this seat bear not to fulfill you? While saying that, Jiang Heng's hands did not stop killing, and in a few breaths of effort, more than 10 people fell at their feet, blood staining the entire green field. Indifferently, he said, indeed, it is the blood of a moonlit night that smells the sweetest. Fuji Ichikawa, still not going to die? If you don't do it, my little senior brother won't be able to wait. More than 100 paces away, Fuji Ichuan looked at the bloodstained Jiang Heng on the moonlit night, and the pupils in his eyes shrunk. The expression was tinged with obscurity. Jiang Heng seemed to have seen through everything. P.S. There's another one coming soon. Families remember to take a look at it every day. Oh, it's updated steadily every day. It will be repeated several times a day as it is written, so feel free to watch it. End of chapter. The thickets and fields were so deep and obscured the view from a distance that only a vague glimpse of the trail could be seen. The young man in the light blue costume was looking hard inside. The pungent blood filled the tip of his nose, adding a touch of playfulness to his innocent expression. Jiang Heng, you're really stupid. You fell for such an obvious young plot. It seems I overestimated you. Ha, ha, ha. Looking at Jiang Heng's butcher knife, stained with the blood of several great clans, Yi Beixian covered his forehead with his hand. The body kept shaking. Emotions are at their peak in this moment. Originally, he thought that Jiang Heng would hold back, but it turned out that not only did he not hold back, but he also wantonly slaughtered. These are disciples from several sects, and there are even people from the Netherworld Holy Land. It directly saved him a lot of trouble. Soon, the bloodstained night will pass, and your life will die. Go and be a companion to Sword Dustheart, and there is no one else in this world that I fear. As Yi Beixian watched Jiang Heng's slaughter, a strange flush gradually appeared on his face. It's like the height of exuberance. I know, isn't he going to die soon? What are you still afraid of? Suddenly, Yi Beixian murmured into the air, continuing, look at him stupid like that. Is he a match for me? Don't worry, even if he is lucky enough to set foot on the inquiring mind pass. Don't you still have you? I see, with my many backhanders, it will be impossible for him to leave the Netherworld Holy Land. Speaking here, Yi Beixian seemed to think of something. His eyes flashed with a hint of dissimilarity. Jet said, If I were to fight Jiang Heng one-on-one without you being exposed, how sure are you that I'll win? A tie at best. It's okay, haha dash. While Yi Beixian spoke to himself, his eyes never left Jiang Heng from beginning to end. The deep scruples are so obvious. However, in a few moments, all that remains is untamed. While looking at the situation within the bushfield, Yi Beixian, out of the corner of his eye, from time to time, he would look into the great hall and whisper, I think it's coming soon, isn't it? It's a bit stupid if you haven't felt it yet. After saying that, his gaze instantly looked deeper into the thicket field, to Jiang Heng's flawless face. Indignantly, he said, On what grounds? On what grounds? Obviously I am the favorite of this side of heaven and earth. Both Xian and Hong? Damn you, Jiang Heng, you deserve to die. Lush bush fields greeted the morning's arrival. The fresh, earthy fragrance, obscured by the pungent smell of blood, deep in the bush field, by the green stone. Jiang Heng's performance moved Fuji Ichuan's heart. That young master in the words, came to them in the moonlight and instigated them to take a shot at Jiang Heng. Yi Beixian's naive and heartfelt expression was still vivid in Fuji Ichuan's mind until this moment. It's so painfully obvious. And it also uttered some topics like the decisions of the clan elders and the shame of the clan. So, he rallied his men to go along with it. Not only solved the Xian Tian Holy Land's big problem, but also helped the Misty Holy Land to get rid of a devil seed. As you like it, comedy by Shakespeare. But before his eyes, Jiang Heng seemed to know everything already, which made him feel a little strange in his heart. Brother Dao. Looking at the distant horizon, Fuji Ichikawa knew he couldn't delay any longer. When the people are here, all the schemes will be gone. With a flash, he arrived more than 10 paces in front of Jiang Heng and slightly arched his hand. Dao brother, please. Jiang Heng was silent in the face of the invitation to battle. The eyes looked deeply around, and what came into view was a group of familiar faces that, he's staring at him defiantly. Meanwhile, the sound of the system in his ears, still echoing, did not stop for the night. Ding detected that the host is numb from killing. Please put down the butcher's knife. Excessive killing may compromise the qi. Ding detected that the host is numb from killing. Please put down the butcher's knife. Excessive killing may compromise the qi. Ding. Host's extreme rebellion detected. System planning route error. System planning errors dash. Self-correction in progress. Correction failed. Drip. $carat carat. Drip. Drip. At hashtag UN% dash. Jiang Heng did not take the system's hint seriously. That is, these people were unwilling to let him leave like this. Death is their only destiny. I am the knife and the fish. This heaven and earth have always been so cruel. There was a time when he was the one who carried the weight. Now, he's tired of not carrying it. With no one left to carry it, the butcher's knife will naturally descend on this group. Come on, let's see if you've grown in these few years. Jiang Heng nodded slightly and, eyes sharp, he looked at Fuji Ichikawa. With that said, he quietly waited for his opponent to strike. Facing me, you still dare to be so arrogant? Fuji Ichikawa is numb. The Jiang Heng in front of us, is he too wild? Or is it that the nature of the demon seed can't be hidden? Facing him, the sacred son of the Xian Tian Holy Land, he still dares to be so arrogant? He's on the same level, and he's playing like he's next to a bunch of bulls and horses, isn't he? Come to think of it, Fuji Ichuan immediately activated the Xian Tian decision, and his right hand was agitated with spiritual energy. A long spear as black as ink instantly appeared. Kill! The spear waved, creating a black lotus flower in the air, crushing towards Jiang Heng. The surrounding trees and bushes shattered under this massive breath. The large flat field was as plain as a plateau at this moment, and was in full view. The early morning sunlight also pours down on the earth at this moment. This scene, shocking the demoralized disciples, the Fuji Ichikawa they had been waiting for finally made his move. Although many of our senior brothers and sisters have died in battle, as long as Jiang Heng is ambushed, we are all meritorious members of the Tian Luo realm, and the sect will reward us. Humph. Killing the devil seed will make me a celebrity in the Tian Luo realm in the future. This is the Mo Yuan that is on par with the Dragon's Bard? Jiang Heng has lost Dragon's Bard. What are you going to fight Fuji Ichikawa with? Senior brother Tang. It's getting late. If we don't kill him it'll be too late. Seeing this scene, the remaining 100 or so disciples at the back waved their flags. In their eyes, all the deaths and injuries were worth it. As long as Jiang Heng is executed, their fame will spread all over the world. Magic Seed Jiang Heng was defeated by them. In later times, it was also a great story. Thinking of this, the gazes of more than 100 people gazed towards Jiang Heng. In the field of vision, the black jade-like Mo Yuan stabbed at great speed, with an impenetrable spear. In an instant, he arrived in front of Jiang Heng. It's fast, too fast to dodge. In the eyes, a white-clothed snowy Jiang Heng. In the afterglow by the gunflower directly pierced. Crimson blood splattered everywhere like a flower. Gone is the light and air of the moment just now. P.S. I'm begging for a catch-up read. Family, and I'll be updating every day. End of chapter. This sudden scene frightened everyone present. The Immaculate Saint, Jiang Heng, who was famous in the Tianluo realm, couldn't go more than one round in the hands of Fuji each one. Wrestling on the spot. Right now, the blood foam flying in the sky seemed to say that Jiang Heng had truly passed away. Mad. Let you be mad. Facing Fuji Ichikawa and still dare to be so arrogant. Who will die if you don't? The demon seed is overthrown? We've won this battle. Justice will prevail. Gulp. Great. Spread the word that we're the ones who are also famous. Jiang Heng is really a person who tries to make a name for himself. His strength is not as strong as he imagined. Ask the heart pass? There was no need for that a long time ago. Jiang Heng's demon seed is without a doubt. In the face of Jiang Heng's death, the disciples of all the great sects were excited. This also included the ethereal Holy Land disciples. The charred and blackened corpses in front of them were the evidence that Jiang Heng had become a demon. If it was the Jiang Heng of the past, at most condemned a few words, rather than wielding a butcher's knife against them. At the same time, he was also very certain that what Ji Beixian had said was true, and that Jiang Heng had long since fallen into the devil's path. The hustle and bustle beside him made Fuji Ichikawa a bit bewildered, and he looked at all this in front of him in surprise. Until now, I couldn't believe it was true. I killed Jiang Heng? He's nothing more than that. After all, I overestimated him. Fuji Ichikawa murmured. The two had fought many times, and he had never gotten the better of Jiang Heng. It was even the side that got crushed at every turn. But the two have never lived or died together either. Right now, under his one fight, Jiang Heng was so unbeatable. True to these people's words, Jiang Heng was a paper tiger. Pop. The crisp touch of his shoulder dragged Fuji Ichikawa back from his thoughts. At the same time there was an indifferent voice. You don't think you can kill me, do you? The sound is as clear as a spring and very pleasant to the ear. Many of the disciples who were originally excited were dumbfounded and looked at the ghosts with the same eyes. Look behind Fuji Ichikawa. At that moment, a man in white was standing there serenely, and the morning sun's waving. Dusty temperament like an immortal. The breeze, a few pieces of white daisy leaves fly by. The manhood more light wind and clear sky. It was Jiang Heng. You're not dead? ***. He's resurrected? How is this possible? I saw him being sliced into mush with my own eyes. Why is it not dead? Did I see it was a fake? The clamor instantly overflowed the Tsongyi, and many disciples were unable to believe the scene in front of them. Jiang Heng, who had been sliced into mincemeat and beaten into bloody foam, was not dead, and even his clothes were intact. The ground, those blood foams before, seemed to vanish like a hallucination. What kind of kung fu are you? Fuji Ichikawa neck like old machinery. A little bit of turning back, eyes with horror. He doesn't understand. Really don't get it. Why Jiang Heng is not dead. No one else could see it, but he did. The head of Mo Yuan's gun. Solid stabs into the flesh. Jiang Heng didn't die after all. All of it, it seemed, was an illusion. Heavenly rank middle grade technique. The four elements of heavenly will decree. Jiang Heng lazily twisted his head, looking directly into Fuji Ichikawa's eyes with a faint smile. Continuing, you want to learn? I'll teach you, but you have to have a life to live. This technique was given by the system in a confused manner when the thinking cliff was in a bad state. After casually cultivating it, it turned out that this Gong method was counterintuitive to the extent that it is comparable to the heavenly rank top grade. Even all of the system's techniques are at the top of that class. Have to say, although this system likes to push the envelope, the stuff is given really well. Ding detected the opening of the Ethereal Sword Finals. Please win first place. Reward, Yi Beixian information. Includes moves, encounters, past, luck, realm, and golden fingers. Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Heng was a bit helpless. The system had started to go crazy again. Obviously, it's not a sword fight, but he has to take the first place. Remain silent. Shaking his head, Jiang Heng didn't care. When this system wanted to give, no one could stop it. Just as before, a sleep can brush a land of heavenly treasures, excellent spiritual treasures, unbridled. Jiang Heng's lofty stance caused Fuji Ichikawa to completely explode. A majestic spiritual energy spread rapidly, rolling up a layer of yellow soil on the ground. The half-step soul palace realm cultivation was exposed at this moment. Kill you. Fuji Ichikawa once again wielded the Moribuchi, the black lance constantly changing direction in his hand, towards the location of Jiang Heng's lifeline. He kept stabbing, Just as the spear was about to pierce the dantian. Ding! Jiang Heng slowly stretched out his index finger and touched Mo Yuan directly under the confused eyes of Fuji each one. A pleasant sound as crisp as the collision of wind chimes instantly echoed. Mo Yuan, just like that, was held against Jiang Heng's fingers, unable to move forward by the slightest bit. It's like stabbing into a piece of immortal gold. Seeing the scene in front of him, Fuji Ichikawa was confused, completely dumbfounded. He had seen strong people, such as the Daoxian Holy Lord, having met supreme powers, such as the Xian Tian Holy Land Ancestor, and many heavenly prides. They were all cut down by him. Whether it was a strong man, or a heavenly pride, it was the first time he had ever stumbled upon one. He disliked him as Mo Yuan's in the flesh, and that's an index finger. Pompous, that's too pompous for this treadmill, isn't it? No way. This is absolutely impossible. Fuji Ichikawa's Dao heart was a bit damaged, and he was already on the verge of tensing up. Did you use your full strength in that move just now? No, but, it's 7 or 8 points of force. But you get this in return? What's impossible? Jiang Heng's eyes widened slightly with a curious expression. He said faintly, what you see is just a corner of the world, like a frog in a well or a finch in a cage. What you have realized is but inferior. All you see are molehills. And what makes you think that what is in front of you is impossible? And what gives you the illusion that, think you can beat me? Jiang Heng laughed and smiled brightly. Countless stars were reduced to pieces. Even his talent was unrivaled, but it withered away in the years. Where can the eyes of a mere Fuji Ichikawa go? From the moment the other man set foot in this bushfield, he had never looked at him squarely. After all, the future was so stormy that he would have forgotten about this person had he not been reborn. As long as it's not in the memory, it's a cow or a horse. No, it can't be. It can't be. The gap between us. It can't be this big. Ha, ha, ha. You're lying to me. Jiang Heng, you're definitely lying to me, right? A sense of powerlessness. An overflowing sense of powerlessness surged through Fuji Ichikawa's mind. He swung the Mo Yuan in his hand with all his might. It was as if he was shaking a star. Mo Yuan also didn't seem to belong to him anymore. No matter how he broke it, it was completely immobile. The difference, it's unimaginably large. For the first time, it was the first time that Fuji Ichikawa felt this majestic pressure. It's keeping him from breathing. This feeling was unacceptable to him, and his faith completely collapsed at this moment. The path he cultivated was the path of invincibility, and the focus of his hopes was not to become a great emperor, but to become an immortal and an ancestor. Ascension to the immortal world. But, right now, can't, it seems, move past it. Fake, all fake. This is all a lie. I must still be in the Xian Tian Holy Land. Why don't you call me out? I must have gone off the deep end. Haha dash. I am a great emperor. When I suppress all enemies in the world. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Holmes, for those of you reading this, don't forget to click on favorites. One more shift should be in the evening. End of chapter. I am the great emperor. Ha, I am the great emperor. Fuji Ichikawa was arching his back and laughing like a cooked shrimp. The body was constantly trembling. Creepy, maniacal and scary looking. Surroundings. The disciples who were watching the battle, before their smiles spread out, saw this terrifying to the extreme scene. They're stupid. People are stupid. In their vision, Fuji Ichikawa stabbed Jiang Heng once and then started to go crazy and have a seizure. Now it's even more crazy. So what the hell happened? What's going on? What's going on? Can anyone tell me? Jiang Heng blocked Mo Yuan's attack with one finger? Why is his flesh so powerful? Having your mind devoured by demonic power? That must be it. Fuji Ichikawa, what are you doing? Ouch. What are you doing? Fuji Ichwan's gesture caused the eyes of the 100 or so disciples present to glaze over. Like the starving man under the bridge. They couldn't imagine that the sacred son of Xian Tian and the Fuji Ichwan in front of them were the same person. At the same time, all of them backed up and moved away from Jiang Heng, feeling emboldened by the image. Fuji Ichwan's all-out effort was casually taken by Jiang Heng with a single finger? So, send you on your way? Jiang Heng was not surprised by the clamor in his ears. The index finger against the tip of the Mo Yuan, faintly looked at Fuji Ichikawa. Ha, I am also nothing more than an ant, a floater under the great power of this phantom. Jiang Heng, I saw a corner. It's about you. I'll wait for you on the road to reincarnation. Fuji Ichikawa bowed his body. The madness in the corner of his eyes intensified. Looking at the depths of Jiang Heng's eyes, there was some more deep meaning. Without hesitation, Fuji Ichikawa quickly drew back his Mo Yuan and wiped his neck. At this second, scarlet blood, like wild waves, bloomed brilliantly from his neck. Fuji Ichikawa. Gotham. No. In the distance, A sharp hissing roar, filling the entire clumped field. The Dogen, dressed in black, came here instantly. Confused. Ichikawa, you're confused. Looking at Fuji Ichikawa's fallen body on the ground, Dogen lost his mind. He didn't expect it. Letting it come over to kill Jiang Heng resulted in Fuji Ichikawa's own death. Or a suicide? Why suicide? Yeah, what's on your mind? This is, Moments later, several giants, including Wind Prime, Elder Sword, Old Man Chen and others, came here almost at the same time. Upon seeing Fuji Ichikawa's corpse, their bodies were shaken, with confusion in their eyes. Jiang Heng, it was you who killed each one. Daoxian was holding the corpse of Fuji each one, his eyes looking at Jiang Heng with resentment, his trembling body that, like a tiger ready to hunt. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng frowned and looked unhappy. He committed suicide. What's it got to do with me? Speechless. Jiang Heng was truly speechless. Fuji Ichikawa committed suicide in front of everyone. Dogen, the old bastard, witnessed it with his own eyes. You can still say he killed him. You really don't want to lose face at all, do you? This black pot is going to be on his head as well. If it wasn't for you, how could he have killed himself in a good way? You drove him to his death. Daoxian gently put down Fuji Ichikawa's corpse and took a step to Jiang Heng's side, a majestic aura that made the surrounding greenery tremble. While saying that, Dogen put down Fuji Ichikawa's body and pointed to the charred corpses around him, and a broken limb. In a low voice, he said, Jiang Heng, you still say you're not a devil seed? How do you explain all this wreckage in front of you? Only after Daoxian's words fell did Feng Jingtian, Elder Sword, and the others react and look around. The charred and blackened corpses were visible to the naked eye, 40 or 50 of them, and the broken limbs and remains were innumerable. That's more than 100 people. Here, nearly 200 people died. Jiang Heng, you killed them all. Feng Jingtian was confused, completely dumbfounded. Staring blankly, he looked at Jiang Heng with a bewildered expression. Among these corpses, he even saw disciples of the sect. These were all Jiang Heng's senior disciples. How did he do it? Yes, Jiang Heng glanced around faintly, not choosing to cover up. Why? Why did you kill so many people? They were all your senior brothers. It's the future leader of the Tianluo realm. Hearing Jiang Heng's admission, Feng Jingtian's face turned pale and he nearly fell over as he stumbled. He's numb. He's really numb. Why did a nice kid turn into the demeanor he has before him? Holy Lord Wind. This world is cruel. My generation of cultivators fights with the sky, fights with the earth, and fights even more with people. It's nothing more than a fight to get across. If he wants to kill me, am I not allowed to fight back? Jiang Heng's demeanor remained calm as he looked around at the killings he had created without the slightest bit of regret. Continuing, I gave them a chance, and since they don't value their lives, I have no choice but to send them on their way. Hiss, even if they want to kill you, you shouldn't have killed so many people. Yi Beixian is right. Jiang Heng, you're possessed. You're truly possessed. I can't make sense with you. It doesn't make sense. I'll call your master over. Feng Jingtian's entire body trembled, and looking at Jiang Heng's gesture, he was already powerless to say anything else. Although these disciples had attacked Jiang Heng at night, they were not moving to kill, were they? They're just kids. They're just having a tantrum. We'll just wait for the daytime, ask the heart, won't we? Eldest senior brother, you are so wrong. The you of today really makes me look down on you. Behind Feng Jingtian, Hua Changqing, wearing a long pale yellow dress, walked out slowly, looking at the bodies on the ground. There's something in his eyes that he can't bear to see. These, at least 1/5 of them, are disciples of the ethereal Holy Land. It was also Jiang Heng's senior brother and sister, as well as her senior brother and sister. At this point, it's all Gotham. Jiang Heng laid hands on it. Eldest brother, the sea of bitterness has no end to turn back to the shore. As long as you are willing to dissipate your demonic powers, everyone will definitely still tolerate you. Come back, please, don't you ever be wrong again. People arrived one after another, including Yi Beixian, and after Hua Changqing opened his mouth, he went to Feng Jingtian's side and looked at Jiang Heng with a pained expression. Meanwhile, many of the remaining disciples, seeing the bloody scene of the wide-eyed disbelief at what's happening, sleeping around, over 100 dead here? Jiang Heng, from today onwards, you are no longer my Jiang Heng's senior brother. I am done with you, the immaculate sacred son, the devil's kung fu sacred son. I think, he killed so many of our senior brothers and sisters. What an abomination. Fuji Ichikawa is dead? And so many fellow disciples died? Devil seed. Jiang Heng is a devil seed. If it wasn't for the demonic powers that have tainted his mind, how could eldest brother have become like this? He didn't used to be like this. Eldest brother, Please disperse your demonic powers. Turn back into the big brother who once loved and cherished us, please. Wailing resounded through the fields, and many disciples of the netherworld Holy Land, looking at the scene in front of them, the heart is so sore. The once glorious eldest brother, the one who nursed them. How did the eldest brother who went out of his way to protect them become like this? It's changed. Everything, it seemed, had become strange overnight. Jiang Heng butcher knife, kill to their own brothers and sisters. These can be the worship of Jiang Heng. Accusations and invective echoed throughout the bushfield for a time, and the crowd grew and grew. When looking at the specifics, none of them stood by Jiang Heng's side. It was as if Jiang Heng no longer had a place to stay in this part of the world. 1,000 fingers and 1,000 scorns. In the crowd, Yi Beixian was still so hysterical, a line of clear tears spilling down his face. He looked at Jiang Heng with eyes full of pain. Ha! 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 In the face of the crowd's abuse and ridicule, Jiang Heng raised his hand to cover his forehead as his chest rose and fell violently. This scene was all too familiar, having experienced it in a previous life. Those familiar faces, speaking familiar words. He's begging him to go back to being the big brother he used to be. Once that glorious big brother died, the hemp you chose, idol. The tears he had shed in secret during those years had long since turned to dried blood and coalesced on his face. The wounds suffered in the heart have long since turned into bloody scars that can't heal in the heart. The bones of the dead, transformed into a dry grave and a nameless place with no incense to worship. Everything is done as a matter of course. Jiang Heng doesn't understand. There is no such thing as a quiet year in this world. He's the one who's carrying the weight. Ha! 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 I, Jiang Heng, am ashamed of heaven and earth, of my parents, of my clan, of anyone. Jiang Heng raised his right hand and pointed to not far away. A blue-clothed female disciple with a pretty face. Chen Rong, you were trapped in the secret realm and almost died. I used the broken formation flag to go in and save you, and I was hit by 9 soul-devouring nails and almost died miserably. End of chapter. You. Jiang Heng looked around and pointed at a male disciple with an indignant expression. Min Shinran, your life magic treasure lacks heavenly crystal sand, for which I have traveled thousands of miles to the western desert and spent a great deal of money to find it for you. And you, Chen Chang, 81 members of your Chen family, massacred by your enemies. You begged me on your knees to help you take revenge, and I killed your enemy's house with 1 man and 1 sword, fighting and killing 3 Tawny realm powerhouses with the Yao Yang realm, near death. And you, Zhang Shui, and you, Liang Liang. In the face of the crowd's accusations, Jiang Heng's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he spoke and pointed. Miraculously refers to 90% of the population now, but all the disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land have basically been favored by him. Even if he wasn't a disciple of the Netherworld Holy Land, he had received guidance on his cultivation. Pointing to the end, Jiang Heng smiled to himself. In these years, he did not realize that he had helped so many people and done so many good deeds. It was not worth it. Jiang Heng really felt that it was not worth it. These people did not deserve him to do so much. Words, as if throwing a stubborn stone into a calm lake. The Great Plains were in a state of shock. However, all the disciples who had been pointed at lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look Jiang Heng in the eye. There were also quite a few disciples whose expressions shook as they looked around incredulously. Although I had heard of this sort of thing, I realized today that the disciples of the ethereal sanctuary, to have received such a great favor from Jiang Heng. Even sacred Lord Feng Qingtian's expression lowered his head in shame. What Jiang Heng said is true. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire Hirano became extraordinarily strange, as many people looked at Jiang Heng's face and, somewhat overwhelmed. Jiang Heng is a devil seed, but they are also favored by Jiang Heng. Seeing this scene, even Yi Beixian, who was standing in the crowd, trembled slightly. He didn't expect that. It is amazing that so many people have been favored by him. 3 words have led to so much shame. Oof. At this point in time, what's the point of talking about this? Dao Xian snorted coldly. Impatiently, he interrupted the clamor around him, pointing to the corpses all around, to the devastated mountains and fields. Continuing, even if you once did a lot, you can't hide the killings made in the moment. Credit where credit is due. When Dogen's words fell, many ashamed people seemed to have found straws to save their lives. Emotions also flared up, immediately cried out, yes, I, Chen Chang, am favored by you, but so what? You're a devil seed, and everyone should be punished. Don't think that some small favor will make me put aside what is right and what is wrong. I'm not eating your, saved my life? So what? This fairy tells you that if you're safe at the questioning pass, I'll give you back your life. I, Chen Rong, say so. Turn back, eldest brother. Moral abduction? You think that just because you have favors with us, we will not know right from wrong? Like Jiang Heng's words like a sword through the heart. Undoubtedly in this these people ungrateful. It made them previously hard to watch and also seemed to find an emotional outlet. After Dao Xian finished speaking, countless disciples shouted out in the vast Hirano. There is a flurry of words, as if trying to prove something. For a while, the whole atmosphere of Hirano was filled with voices of condemnation. In the old man's opinion, it would be better to start the questioning heart pass earlier. Gentlemen, how does it look? Just as the clamor in the arena continued, an old man on the side, hunched over, walked to the center. The cloudy eyes swept around, only stopping when they landed on Jiang Heng. Young Master Jiang, what do you think? It was precisely Elder Sword. Sword Elder. You. Elder Sword's words caused Dao Xian to be startled and look at the other party with indignation. People are stupid. The current Jiang Heng was basically dead as long as he didn't set foot in the questioning pass. Later, he would force his hand, and within 3 breaths, he would need Jiang Heng's life. But if you step into the heart of the matter, in case something goes terribly wrong, for example, what if Jiang Heng really isn't a devil? Then, wouldn't everything done in front of us be a joke? Fuji Ichikawa. That's a real death sentence. Going out in the middle of the night to murder someone. People kill as they should. Let alone. Or suicide. Even those who died deserved it. Brother Dao, you have an opinion. Elder Sword deepened his eyes and glanced faintly at Dao Xian. His cloudy eyes it seemed like 2 sharp edges stabbed out viciously. At some point, his right hand had already caressed the gourd at his waist. No. Gritting his teeth, Dogen slowly spat out a few words continuing, he said, I hope Senior won't regret it. Seeing this, Elder Sword walked up to Jiang Heng in front of everyone and continued to inquire. Young Master Jiang, is it good? May. Jiang Heng nodded his head indifferently and did not reject Elder Sword's good intentions. Right now, there was no point in continuing to dwell on it. His ultimate goal is still to set foot in the heart of Inquiry Pass, and then go down the mountain to settle his grudges. Alright, then, on behalf of Sacred Lord Feng, I'll make the decision to invite young Master Jiang to step on the Heart Inquiring Monument. Accept the Heavenly Tao to ask the heart. Elder Sword raised his right hand and waved it casually, a majestic air pressure instantly pushing the waterlogged crowd away. This place and the questioning heart monument steeply opened up a path of prosperity. Elder Sword raised his hand. Please. Jiang Heng nodded, following Elder Sword's lead. 1 step at a time, he walked towards the jade steps under the questioning heart monument. On the way, the disciples on the left and right had hatred in the corners of their eyes. They can't wait to see Jiang Heng being held accountable by the Heavenly Tao for exposing the devil seed. The 2 of them walked at a quick pace, and in no time at all, they ascended the jade steps. Jiang Heng looked at the dark blue Ask the Heart monument. A speechless emotion surged in his heart. Here, in a former life, was the beginning of misery. But I didn't expect to come here again in a new life. It's just that, at least the way ahead is different from the way it was in my previous life. I won't look anyone in the face again in this life. That dog-licking big brother. Whoever likes to do it. Jiang Heng took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Elder Jian and nodded. Elder Jian, please begin. Elder Sword nodded deeply and turned to sweep the crowd. Upon seeing Feng Jingtian, Dao Xian, and Old Man Chen, as well as when the other elders and protectors had no opinion. Speaking to the many disciples below, he said, the old man, Jian Yuanzuan, is the Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Elder. Today, on behalf of Sacred Lord Wind, you all have no opinions about enforcing the questioning heart pass, do you not? There was a silence below. Not a single person opened their mouths to retort. After all, Jian Duxin's death in the Netherworld Sanctuary was suspected to be the work of the demonic Jiang Heng. At that moment, if anyone was the most persuasive, it would inevitably be Elder Sword. Seeing that no one below objected, Elder Sword turned to look at the heart inquiring tablet and spoke hoarsely. My Sword Yuanzuan communicates with the Heavenly Tao in order to set things right. Cross-examine Jiang Heng this day. First question. Ask your heart. Jiang Heng, do you dare to swear to the Heavenly Tao? Do you do what you do out of your heart? And do you do what you do in accordance with the way of heaven? P.S. I'm begging for a wave of catch-up reading. Oh, family, the pace is going to get faster and faster. The plot will get better and better. End of chapter. Elder Sword's words fell, and the large monument of the questioning heart it was hit by a dark blue beam of light that fell from the sky. The runes on the monument gradually showed azure-colored light, as if a grain of swimming fish, and the runes on the monument gradually showed azure-colored light, as if a grain of swimming fish. It instantly swept around Jiang Heng's body. Feeling all this, a sadness arose in Jiang Heng's heart, a sense of powerlessness. Is what has been done so far from the heart? Out of the heart indeed, but when I look back, I feel even more disgusted. These people in front of him are not even worthy of his shoes. And what qualifications do they have to stand by his side, to be favored by these? As for whether what is done is in accordance with the way of heaven, that was even more in accordance with heaven, and he had lost count of how many lives he had saved in this life. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng looked at the questioning heart tablet and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, amidst the gazes of more than thousands of people on the stage, Jiang Heng bathed in the most primitive heavenly Tao power. They know. From this moment on, the trial of the heart begins. Go to hell, demon seed. If you dare to tell a single lie, the heavenly Tao will execute you. Eldest senior brother stepped onto the inquiring heart monument so firmly. Is it possible that he's really aggrieved? Humph. Can he not step foot? The Holy Lord Daoxian, and Elder Sword are personally supervising the. Can he get away? Eldest brother, if you knew it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place? We can't save you like this. Looking at Jiang Heng, who was wrapped in the power of the heavenly Tao, countless disciples present lamented. A few disciples sighed. If Jiang Heng lost his way, with his past achievements, he would be able to return to his roots. How can there be no living? Breathless is also wheezing, isn't it? However, the vast majority of people believe that Jiang Heng deserved to die like this, and that the matter of the devil seed was established without a doubt. Silence. Ask the heart to open. No clamor. Elder Sword snorted coldly, stopping the clamor on the field, and turned his eyes to gaze at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, answer the tendo, ask the heart. In the face of Elder Sword's urging, Jiang Heng coldly swept a circle below him. Look at the heart monument beside you. Indifferently, he spoke. I, Jiang Heng, swore under the tablet of the inquiring mind that I would be blameless to heaven and earth in my life, guiltless of anyone, didn't do anything to apologize to the clan, to the human race, more, blameless to the way of heaven and earth. These resounding words, like the most powerful scherzo, it left everyone who was watching the ceremony with their jaws on the floor. They couldn't believe Jiang Heng's words. How dare you lie at this point? Why? How dare you? Devil, how dare you talk nonsense? The heavenly Tao is going to send down thunder punishment. TSK, what a fear of death. Jiang Heng, it's no one's fault that you're here today, and you still dare to talk nonsense under the questioning heart monument. Terrifying. This has obviously entered the devil to the depths. Jiang Heng's reply was unexpected by all the disciples. At this moment, things seem to be doomed. Still struggling, do you think that heaven is false? You know, if that heavenly Tao feels it, it will immediately call out the thunder punishment. What awaited Jiang Heng was the suffering of heaven and earth and not entering the cycle of reincarnation. Not far, the girl in a pale yellow dress, listening to Jiang Heng's words in reply, on her absolutely beautiful and elegant posture. A touch of shock was revealed. Eldest brother, are you really not afraid of death? Hua Changqing clenched her fingers tightly on her sleeves, feeling scared at Jiang Heng's answer. As far as she was concerned, it was just a matter of admitting it. When the time comes, with the master's help, abolish all your cultivation and be an idle mortal for the rest of your life. It's not like it won't work. Why bother? Can this kind of thing be fooled? Hua Changqing sighed deeply, confused. Why won't you admit a mistake? Blame it all on no one else. Listening to Hua Changqing's words, not far away from her, Feng Qingtian snorted coldly. Jiang Heng's obsession had made him no longer look good. If I had been more honest, I might have been able to save a life, but lying to heaven, what will be faced is a dead end. Flower girl, there's no need for pity for this kind of person. You treat him as a senior brother. He can treat you as a senior sister, just as well. As the thunder punishment descends, it's time for this seat to leave. Not far away, the corner of Dao Xian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Jiang Heng's answer really made him happy. Ask the heart monument opened, and still dare to lie. I'm afraid Jiang Heng is the only one. Don't even say if it's a magic seed. Let's just say that the brothers and sisters who were massacred before that have a clear conscience. Does it follow the way of heaven? It can't be, can it? Could it be that these people went looking for death? Jiang Heng had dissuaded them several times, and these people had to die. Maybe? And, just as Dao Xian laughed coldly, not far away from the Ask the Heart monument, emitting a touch of silver-white fluorescence, it completely wrapped Jiang Heng. In the next second, a fluorescent light rushed to the sky and returned to the dome of the sky. 2 words were left, not guilty. Silence. The whole place was quiet. Everyone looked at the Ask the Heart monument and their eyes were almost glazed over. They really didn't hear those 2 words from the heavenly Tao. What's the crime? Is it not guilty? No, it can't be, can it? Immediately, someone hissed, innocent. How is this possible? Jiang Heng's cultivation of devilish skills is detrimental to the heavenly Tao. Is this not sinful? Yeah, he does everything out of his heart. And killing Sword Dust Heart was out of his heart too? Che, all that aside, are the 100 or so corpses not far away also innocent? The heavenly Tao monument did the trick? There was a clamor in the room, and they couldn't accept the result in front of them. The result of the Tendo Inquirer trial, not guilty. How do they take it? If a devil seed is recognized by the heavenly Tao, wouldn't everyone be able to cultivate the devouring devil technique? After all, the heavens have allowed it. What's more, having just killed over 100 people, is this a fake? Eldest brother? At the forefront of the crowd, Hua Changqing looked at the questioning heart tablet in surprise, a flash of bewilderment flashing in the depths of her eyes. Guileless, how can you be innocent? Of all the people, she was the earliest to be outraged, and after Yi Beixian spoke to her, she then reported to the sect and brought the rest of the disciples to try Jiang Heng. Right now it's actually not guilty? Could it be that we, really, were wrong about Jiang Heng? Feng Qingtian is most aware of the fairness of that Ask the Heart tablet. All died under the lightning punishment. Either that or tell the truth and be punished by the clan. There has never been a special case. Right now, could Jiang Heng really be wronged? At this moment, under the questioning heart monument, after receiving the heavenly Tao's reply, Elder Sword was also shaken. The eyes that looked at Jiang Heng were filled with affection. Remain silent. But the heart has long been in shock. He was glad that Sword Dust Heart had recognized a good big brother, and had not failed to live up to the trust. It was also fortunate that Jian Duxin was not killed by Jiang Heng. Otherwise, how much must that child's heart ache? P.S. There's one more on the way. Begging for a catch-up read. Oh family. End of chapter. Good boy. Jiang Heng, you're a good boy too. Previously, he had called Jiang Heng young Master Jiang because there was still a gap in his heart. No matter how you believe, you need to see the results of the heart. Now that the results were out, Elder Sword's heart truly regarded Jiang Heng as his own. With Dusty Heart gone, Jiang Heng was his second disciple. No harm done. Jiang Heng took a deep breath and exhaled a long, turbid breath. For the old man in front of him, he had a guilty conscience. In his previous life, Sword Dust's heart died for him, and it's still the same in this life. Two lives don't seem to change anything. Jiang Heng, I have a premonition that you are like a dragon in the abyss at this time, and you will be like a Kunpeng spreading its wings in the future. If there is so much as a remote possibility in the future that you can help the old man from his reincarnation to remodeling the true spirit of the Dusty Heart? Elder Sword's cloudy eyes looked towards Jiang Heng with a vague look. In this life, he stopped here, unable to move forward, and Jiang Heng's talent is the best of all time. In the future, if we break through that step and go higher, well, it's not impossible. Jiang Heng never promises anything. Jiang Heng shook his head. He's a man who spoke of oaths and was not willing to promise anything to Elder Sword. It is not easy for him to survive in this situation. How can we talk about reversing the cycle of reincarnation and codifying the living? After seeing Elder Sword's disappointed eyes, and the past with this younger brother, the other party was not able to defeat Yi Beixian, but still insisted on displaying his sword to seek justice for him. This scene, Jiang Heng dared not forget. Jiang Heng murmured, I do my best. With that, he stopped speaking. Well, with your words, the old man can rest in peace, replied, causing Elder Sword to rejoice in his heart. He believed that Jiang Heng could do it, and hoped that the arrogant and simple child to be able to return to this pale land sometime in the future. The idle chatter of the two men ignored the countless people below them. At this moment, the atmosphere in the square was still tinged with shock, as well as a strong sense of disbelief. Everyone was uncertain. Why does heaven say not guilty when the truth is so obvious? Forefront. Hua Changqing's perfect figure trembled slightly, and her pale yellow dress slowly swayed with the wind, as if a dazzling jewel in the square. She looked at Jiang Heng's flawless face, her expression lost in thought. Eldest senior brother. Did I really misunderstand you? Could it be that you've really been wrongly accused? Looking at Jiang Heng's elegant figure, Hua Changqing was a bit out of his mind. He didn't expect the person in front of him, probably wrongly accused. Murmuring, then why didn't you tell me when you were aggrieved by who's going to know if you don't? Senior sister, nothing has been finalized. The 3 hurdles have yet to be passed. Beside Hua Changqing, Yi Beixian's expression was still innocent and flawless, but the depth of his eyes was already easily detectable. He looked at Jiang Heng under that Ask the Heart monument and was a bit confused. Why? Will it pass? Could it be? For the latter, he dared not think. Not far away from them, Dao Xian of the Xian Tian Holy Land sniffed, his face clouded with emotion. It's out of control. He couldn't accept the result. Sword Yuanzuan, have you forgotten that your disciple, Dust Heart, was killed by Jiang Heng? Dao Xian fiercely stepped forward and came to stare into Elder Sword's eyes at the bottom of the jade steps. At this moment, he no longer backed down. Jiang Heng can't live. Otherwise, in the future, he, Xian Tian Holy Land, had one less holy lord, or even the bottom. After saying that, Dao Xian ignored Elder Jian's rebuttal and turned to look at the surrounding disciples. Indifferently, he spoke. Gentlemen, can you bear to see your fellow disciples brutalized and the demonic seed still surviving in the world? Behind you, there are the bones of your fellow disciples. As he spoke, Dao Xian pointed at a charred and blackened corpse not far away, as well as a broken limb and wreckage. They were all killed by Jiang Heng under the moonlit night. Thereby, the second level of questioning, supervised by the old man himself. What do you all think? Looking around at the emotions that were slowly being mobilized, Dao Xian immediately stated his purpose. The second level, the questioning, was to be supervised by him personally. The first level, ask the heart. The words of the sword Yuanzuan, sad or too soft. Ask directly, have you practiced magic? Isn't that alright? I asked a lot of questions, but it turned out that Kuan Mao is not. Dao Xian's words were like a strong dose of medicine, causing an uproar under the silent jade steps. Let the disciples of the Xian Tian Holy Land, the White Deer School, and the Netherworld Holy Land present at the meeting, one after another, they cried out, exterminate the demonic seed. The second level will be presided over by the Holy Lord Dao Xian. That's right. Those questions from Elder Sword don't prove anything at all. In case Jiang Heng is heartless and thinks that what he's doing is deserved. Isn't this a wasted question? Yes. The second level will be presided over by the Holy Lord Dao Xian himself. We feel it's only fair. Today's Fuji Ichikawa is an example of what we will do in the coming days. We're the ones who suffer. Holy Lord Dao Xian has come to the second pass. Ask. Shouts of approval, coming from the mouths of the disciples of the various great sects, gradually echoed in the large square. Without exception, all of them asked Dogen to preside over the second level. The questioning, in their opinion, only the Holy Lord of the Xian Tian Holy Land, Dao Xian, could preside over it in order to be fair. Lit. Under the tablet of solicitude, Jiang Heng was gazing around, and when he saw this familiar scene, the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. It looks familiar. Too familiar. This time it was Dogen. Last time it was someone else. Anyhow, it's about stepping over 3 hurdles. Dao Xian, are you doubting old me? Elder Sword changed his tired demeanor and, turning his eyes deep into Dogen, same move, hands on your hips. Gourd. You. Seeing Elder Sword in this posture, Dao Xian vomited blood in anger. This old man is always touching the gourd to scare people. Without the sword gourd, even if he couldn't defeat the old man, it would be a 40-60th split at most. Yes, I can't. This matter cannot be put to rest. Elder Sword is planning to make an enemy of the world. Or perhaps you, the Heavenly Sword Sect, want to harbor the demon seed? Upon hearing this, Elder Sword's eyes condensed with a cold aura, and he immediately took a step forward and, just as he was about to walk down the jade steps, a white hand stopped his way. There's no harm in it, the world can't be gagged. Since there are doubts in your mind, let's invite Holy Lord Dogen to ask a question. Jiang Heng stopped Elder Sword and shook his head slightly at the old man. This matter is his own business. Jiang Heng does not need anyone to help him carry the cause and effect. If that's what Dogen wants, there's no harm in it. Flawless, not just talk. He can answer whatever question is asked. Good. Seeing Jiang Heng's frankness, Elder Sword understood, but did not leave. After all, Dogen had already come. He doesn't feel comfortable leaving Jiang Heng alone. Poof. Dogen did not think about it, and came to the Heart Monument, turned around and looked at the large flat field. Very confidently, he said, don't worry all of you. P.S. The pre-book is going to be a PK fight, so it's very much a catch-up read that. Family members remember to take a look at it every day. Oh, there is an outline. Fine outline. Is not a new white. Look at the official love to rest assured bold chase. End of chapter. This seat's questions are absolutely fair. Just and open to the satisfaction of everyone. Gentlemen, any objections? Dao Xian said while slightly raising his head in an indifferent demeanor as he scanned the surroundings. The majesty of the Holy Lord was manifested at this moment, making the disciples of the great clans below. Not one person spoke up against it. The whole room was silent. In response, Dao Xian nodded in satisfaction, and after turning to glance scornfully at Elder Sword, his eyes gazed at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, it's not too late to admit it. This seat will not be merciful, and when the time comes to ask, you will be judged by the heavenly Dao. You talk too much nonsense, please. Jiang Heng blankly glanced at Dao Xian and turned away from him. Junior, you're good. At those words, Dao Xian's expression stared and he clenched his teeth fiercely. For some reason, This time when he saw Jiang Heng, he was always prone to rage. Jiang Heng always had that high and mighty stance that directly screwed him up. Treadmill. Who the hell is the Holy Lord? Are you the Holy Lord? You're such a high pussy. What am I supposed to pretend? I'm going? After giving Jiang Heng a cold stare, Dao Xian turned to look at the Ask the Heart monument and immediately opened his mouth. Dao Xian communicates with the heavenly Dao to right the wrongs of the world. Cross-examine Jiang Heng this day. The second question. Question. Jiang Heng, have you ever practiced the devil's way? Your Taoist heart. Was there ever a moment when you fell into the devil's way? Saying that, Dao Xian sneered. The question, which he had pondered for a long time before choosing to. It was also the reason why he desperately wanted to replace Sword Yuanzuan. Impeccable. No matter how Jiang Heng answered, he would be dead. You've never practiced magic? At least fall into the devil's path, right? That Hirano killed more than 100 people. Is it a fake? Dogons asked for the way of heaven. It left all the disciples of the Xian Tian Holy Land, Netherworld Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Sect, and White Deer School below the Jade Steps dumbfounded. They stared at Dao Xian with wide, shocked eyes. The question. It's awesome. No matter how Jiang Heng answered, there was a break. Tell a lie. Die on the spot. To be honest, even if he didn't practice magic, he still killed so many people. The question kills and kills. Gulp. If this question is asked, Jiang Heng will die 10 deaths. Well, Jiang Heng, I'm going to watch you fall on hard times. My senior brother was killed by you. My anger will only be calmed by your death. Not so much. We are exploring the demon seed today, not taking his life. It's a death sentence any way you ask that question. Jiang Heng, have you ever regretted killing so many people? When you think of Sword Dust Heart, may there be that hint of remorse. Satisfied. More than 1,000 disciples were satisfied with that ask. Jiang Heng's identity as a devil seed has long been confirmed, and he has also killed so many people. His crimes are already punishable. This question, in their opinion, was the last straw that crushed Jiang Heng. Eldest brother, why are you so obsessed with admitting your fault? I'll beg the master if you admit your mistake. You admit it. Eldest brother, don't answer. You'll die if you do. At the very front, Hua Changqing couldn't stand it. The question is so poignant. If Jiang Heng replied that he had not practiced magic, then how could he answer the second question? Really killed so many disciples. How is it possible not to enter the devil? Good and evil are not mutually exclusive. Being a holy place, they can't show mercy. Besides, she had hammered the magic seed with her own hands, and that was an ironclad fact. At the same time, the ethereal Holy Land, the back of the mountain, the hot midday sun, dispersing the humidity of the early morning, and the golden rays of sunlight spilling over the courtyard, layered in a gorgeous golden color, and Hongi sat on the green stone, and through her supreme mana, a mirror was constructed in front of him, which was stating everything under the tablet of the heart. As she listened to Dao Xian's question, her eyes were filled with killing intent, unbridled. If you can walk out of my ethereal Holy Land today, I, and Hongi, will not enter reincarnation. At this point, her killing intent had risen, and Hongi could allow the crowd to judge Jiang Heng. After all, Jiang Heng's body really cannot see through the haze. One does not testify against oneself. Asking after asking, Dao Xian was trying to force Jiang Heng to die. She never expected that Dao Xian would ask this. Phew, Jiang Heng, how are you going to answer that? It's already happened. And you're still not going to open your mouth for me. If you don't come and say something, it'll be too late. At this time, Jiang Heng opened his mouth. She could break the heavenly Dao accountability. If Jiang Heng answered, then karma is set and even she can't go against it. In the end, ashes will be the only end. Thinking of this, and Hongi's beautiful eyes stared coldly at the questioning heart tablet. To be precise, it's Jiang Heng under the questioning heart monument. In the next second, she violently stood up from the green stone and looked at Jiang Heng with unblinking eyes. You, ask under the heart tablet. As Dogen's words fell, dark blue beams of light descended from the sky and one of the blue seal characters on the monument of the heart is revived. The seal character representing the heavenly Tao completely wrapped Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, there are no words in front of the questioning heart monument. Speak, Dao Xian impatiently urged. In his opinion, Jiang Heng was already a dead man. Have heard what was said. Jiang Heng didn't bother. His eyes swept around, looking at the indignant eyes of A. Be unperturbed. Yes, going through many people does make them vicissitudes and cool. It was hard for him to imagine that he would one day be like this. Everything in front of him was once his favorite, his treasure. He would die and give up everything for these senior brothers and sisters. He'll be happy just to see the smiles on the faces of these people that all the aggravation and fatigue felt worth it. Subocular medicine. he actually lived as a joke. Since that's the case, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Heng nodded slightly and, eyes coldly sweeping the circle, turning to the Ask Heart tablet, he said, I, Jiang Heng, have never practiced magic. Rumble. Jiang Heng's words were like a thunderbolt that blew the entire room silent, and everyone stared at him with wide eyes. Unbelievably, he looked at Jiang Heng, they, unable to believe what they had heard, that Jiang Heng had actually, in front of the heavenly Tao, denying that he practiced magic? You're looking for death, aren't you? Jiang Heng, you dare to speak nonsense in front of the heaven's path asking? False. False, right? Have we really wronged eldest brother? Eldest senior brother is honorable. He's so perfect. It can't be. There's definitely something wrong with the tablet. How could he not have practiced magic? These people who died were fakes. Asterisk asterisk, who the hell is telling the truth? What the hell is going on in this bureau? I'm so messed up. Numb. Listening to Jiang Heng's answer, more than thousands of people at the scene were numb. Unbelievable. It was truly impossible to believe what Jiang Heng had said. Eyes, coincidentally looked toward that Ask Heart monument, waiting for the answer of the heavenly Tao. P.S. Catch-up reading is requested. Family, so remember to check in every day. Won't break. Updated daily. End of chapter. Lit. Under the tablet of solicitude. Jiang Heng's bland reply caused Dao Xian's body to tremble, turning his head like a machine. Stunned, he looked at Jiang Heng. Are you serious? They've long been convinced that Jiang Heng is a magic seed. Now Jiang Heng said that he didn't practice devil's power in front of the Ask Heart tablet. Isn't it looking for death? Oof. What responded to him was Jiang Heng's cold snort in his eyes. You, wait for the thunder punishment you. Dao Xian only felt that his chest had been chiseled, and there was nowhere to vent that mouthful of bad anger, being beeped several times by a junior. With that superior posture, he's totally out of his league. Beep were all loaded for Jiang Heng alone. Dead to the world. And still don't know it. Please ask heaven to send down thunder punishment. Dao Xian coldly grunted and turned around to call out Ask Heart tablet. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Choke. The whole place is choking. When everyone saw this scene, a bad feeling quietly arose in their hearts. Jiang Heng, 1954. Chinese writer. It can't be true that you don't practice magic, can it? May. On Jiang Heng's body, the azure-colored runes remained calm, with no signs of punishment at all. Dogen? Please judge. Dogen again tried his best, but for a long time, the heavenly Tao remained silent. This scene left countless people below stunned. This result and their expectations. There is a world of difference. Fake, right? What's Tendo doing? Stuck? Chop him to death. He lies and doesn't even kill? From beginning to end Jiang Heng was emboldened. Was he really wronged and aggrieved? It should be that the question wasn't answered. Jiang Heng, you have the ability to say that you didn't enter the devil. Countless people are at a loss as to the inaction of the heavenly Tao. It is reasonable to say that there is no drama under the Heart of Inquiry monument, but anyone who lies will be punished by heaven and earth. Even if the great emperor came here, it would be the same. May. The heavenly Tao did nothing. As if everything Jiang Heng said was true? How can they tolerate it? Immediately, he opened his mouth and asked Jiang Heng to answer all the questions. Jiang Heng, answer dash. Has there ever been a moment when your Taoist heart has fallen into the devil's way? Hearing the shouts from below, Dao Xian reacted and immediately opened his mouth with a cold smile. Jiang Heng is stuck here with a bug. Treadmill. Stop talking in the middle of a sentence. Phew. Glancing at Dao Xian, Jiang Heng looked deeply downwards. Seeing these crusading senior brothers and sisters, the corners of their mouths were tinged with moroseness. At this moment, he smiled, laughing untamed, laughing out of the corner of his eye. Ha, ha, ha. Demonized. So what if I, Jiang Heng, have become a demon, and in the midst of all the indiscriminate abuse from you and the others, I, Jiang Heng, have long since fallen into the devil's path, a kowtow of 3,000 years before the devil, and a return to the mortal world without being an immortal. Jiang Heng hereby declares that from now on, all people will voluntarily fall into the devil's path. I hope you won't show me any mercy when we meet again. Jiang Heng's body rose and fell violently to let loose a wild laugh, lifting his right hand to point from the left to the right. This one familiar face caused a monstrous hatred in his heart that could no longer be concealed. Magic? What's magic? Is it magic to follow your heart? Is it a demon that wreaks havoc on the world? Or is it the devil who is insulted and abused by these molehills and doesn't fight back? If entering the devil can calm the hatred in his heart, then he Jiang Heng today into the devil. And how? The heavenly way asks, which is originally 2 parts. Answering the first one, that he had not practiced magic, would have been the answer. Heaven knows it's true. There's no way to judge it, that's why it keeps its mouth shut. And These people guessed the outcome and are still self-deceived. For these, Jiang Heng no longer wanted to refrain. Magic. I, Jiang Heng, have become a demon today. You. Dao Xian trembled and looked at Jiang Heng with wide-eyed fear. Be bewitched. The demon in front of you, whose talent crowns the future of the past and present, is going to enter the devil's path? For the first time, Dao Xian felt this monstrous wild wave on Jiang Heng's body. And there's this horrifying, demonic aura. He could be certain that Jiang Heng really seemed to be going into the devil. Judgment of the heavenly Dao. Jiang Heng has not practiced the devouring devil technique and Jiang Heng has fallen into the devil's path. On trial. Jiang Heng, not guilty. And, just as Dao Xian was stunned and the whole room was in an uproar, the huge tablet of the inquiring mind. The results of heaven's judgment were delivered. Jiang Heng, not guilty. This time, the second level of the question. And not guilty. Impossible. Even if he didn't practice magic, what makes him not guilty? He killed so many people. Why is it not guilty? Big Brother was really falsely accused. I'll just say that the flawless Big Brother that. How did you fall into the devil's way? Why don't you tell us? Eldest brother, if only you'd tell us. We'll all believe you no matter what. Jiang Heng is guilty of killing so many people, so why would he be innocent? I'm not convinced. On what grounds are you not guilty? These disciples died in vain? Fuji Ichikawa died in vain? Sword Dusty Heart died for nothing? Under the deathly silence erupted as countless disciples desperately hissed and they don't buy into the results in front of them. Jiang Heng does not practice magic. This point they doubt. But Jiang Heng had actually killed over 100 people. These 100 or so people were all Fourth Realm Flare Sun Prides. And all of them died under Jiang Heng's butcher's knife. Could it be that? Is it fake? Not guilty. On what grounds not guilty? Demonized and not guilty? Meanwhile, at the very front, a middle-aged man in golden attire, his whole body trembling, looked down at the questioning heart monument and that glorious figure had an expression of deathly gray. Jiang Heng is innocent. What have I done? What have I done? I drove a good boy to this. I'm ashamed of the ancestors of the Holy Land. I'm ashamed of Jiang Heng. Feng Qingtian stumbled and vomited a mouthful of blood, his face paling at this moment. He, regret, as the Holy Lord, who had been in charge of the Questioning Heart Monument for so many years, for what it was like for the Questioning Heart Monument, he knew it better than anyone. When Jiang Heng said that he had not practiced magic, and that he had made no progress with the heart tablet, he said that he had not practiced magic. He knew that Jiang Heng might have been wrongly accused. When Jiang Heng said that he had become a demon, the Heavenly Dao Monument remained indifferent. Even when he said that he was not guilty, he was completely taught. Feng Qingtian trembled and hissed at Jiang Heng on the heart-inquiring monument. Child, you're a good boy. It's me. If I'd been firmer, and heaven is always fair, and seems to sense the vibe of all the people at this time. Miraculously, he responded again. Here is the proof. Jiang Heng is not guilty. In the next second, above the questioning heart monument, the aura rapidly converged, and in the end formed a large mirror. An image was born steeply, under the moonlit night. More than 100 people, dressed for the night, abetted by Fuji Ichikawa, touching towards where Jiang Heng was. P.S. The plot is well thought out and every chapter has a point of view. The family ask for a wave of catch-up reading, the kind that jumps up and kneels and kowtows. Love to all of you. Jojo. End of chapter. Shortly after, these hundreds of people were hiding in the bushes and fields, secretly spying on Jiang Heng. After some discussion, they did not intend to give Jiang Heng the opportunity to prove himself. The words are all about the fame after killing the devil seed. After Jiang Heng discovered these people, and the two sides fight unfolded, with that disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect being killed in seconds. Then, Jiang Heng had persuaded and warned them several times, but these people continued to have a strong killing intent, like a moth to a flame. After slaughter chickens and butcher dogs, one cut, Lei Ju blew up a large number of people. Jiang Heng's white clothes were as white as snow and as untainted as dust, swimming in the crowd like a stunning star. Walking by, passing by, is ahead. More than 200 people, but in the blink of an eye, a large portion of them died. After, Fuji Ichikawa's mind was broken, and the whole thing started to freak out and commit suicide. Dogen's on his way. The image was vivid, and the Daoan law that Jiang Heng performed, and when he sliced off the head, the flying blood flowers, when Fuji Ichikawa cut his own throat, the madness that made people afraid was in everyone's eyes. Choking. Countless people were numb to the point of suffocation at this moment. People are stupid. Wave 1. They didn't realize that it was going to be like this, that these people were going to go on a wild goose chase, forcing Jiang Heng to lay down the butcher's knife. You want to leave without screwing me today? Who can stand it? Good words for a damn ghost? These people are there to deliver heads? Nong is out of his mind, isn't he? Who is Jiang Heng? You want to kill Jiang Heng? What are you thinking? I told you that eldest brother wouldn't be a devil. You all don't believe me. None of you. I'll be damned. Why didn't I trust eldest brother? Fuji Ichikawa is so bad? The corner of the truth surfaced under the mirror of the heavenly Tao, and more than 1,000 disciples saw the picture. There were many who began to repent and shed tears. So perfect and selfless and honorable. The eldest brother was forced by them to be like this. All that I see before me is a falsehood. It was they who forced Jiang Heng into the devil's way step by step. Everyone there, more or less, has spoken coldly, forgetting all the favors that have been bestowed upon us. Forefront. Saint Lord Feng Qingtian had long since lost the majesty of a Saint Lord, and looking at Jiang Heng's indifferent stance, the expression carried endless remorse. He had believed it firmly. He argued forcefully when everyone was skeptical, but, in the end, it didn't stick. This time, he also understands Jiang Heng's feelings, such a glorious and light-hearted disciple, who is as light as a chrysanthemum. How can you not have a temper when you've been wronged by the heavens? To treat everyone as a treasure and to be stabbed in the back by a treasure. Jiang Heng, I was wrong. Don't retreat from the clan. I'll abdicate immediately and let you serve as the Holy Lord of the Netherworld Holy Land. I'm sure those supreme elders, too, agree. Looking at Jiang Heng's white clothes like snow, a wisp of black gas was faintly seeping out. Feng Qingtian's heart really hurt. Good kids. They drive them to this. To be enchanted. Eldest senior brother. It's amazing that you've suffered so much injustice. Behind Feng Qingtian. The Hua Changqing had long since burst into tears. But I didn't do it on purpose. Will you forgive me once? Come back, okay? Just please don't get demonic. Don't go. A long dress like a daisy, swaying in the breeze. The Hua Changqing wiped her tears with her sleeve. Her beautiful eyes reddened. She wants to stay. Retain Jiang Heng. Yes, eldest brother. We all know we're wrong. Please don't go, okay? We really didn't mean it. Why don't you tell us if you have a grievance? Looking at the steeply shifting picture around Zhou, Yi Beishuan's eyes were gloomy. But in an instant, he was back to his naive demeanor. Be diligent in one's investigations. Looking at the gestures of these people in front of him, Jiang Heng felt ridiculous. Yesterday you treated me with love and disdain, but today you are pretending to beg for peace? Do you deserve it? Xiao Jiang, let's go. Get out of this noisy place that breaks your heart. Don't look back. The road ahead will be better. This group is not worthy of you and does not deserve you. Beside him, Elder Sword's dim eyes had long been covered in tears. Having lived for an unknown number of years, his heart has long since decayed, and he has become indifferent to life and death. But when he saw Jiang Heng's situation, his heart ached for it. There are no more words to describe perfection for such a wonderful child. Also, what's the point of staying in this sad ethereal sanctuary when it's being trampled on by these people? Continue to be a dog for these people? Yeah. These people have asked me to stay for no other reason than profit, and a few casual coaxing, a glorious big brother, and we'll go through thick and thin for them until death do us part. I'm tired in this life, and won't be a cow or a horse for this group of cows and horses. Jiang Heng sneered coldly, but to myself, looking at the group of cows and horses in front of him, he felt that he used to be very ridiculous. At that time he was soft-hearted and set foot on the questioning path to prove himself, but he was met with, it's still the cold words of these people. These people want comfort, a servant to be a cow, be bewitched. There's nothing wrong with that either. The conversation between Jiang Heng and Elder Sword hadn't deliberately lowered their voices, and the entire audience of over 1,000 people had heard it. They couldn't believe their ears. The gentle elder brother called them cows and horses. Before, it wasn't like this. They used to be Jiang Heng's favorite senior brothers and sisters. You devil. No matter what, it's a fact that you killed so many people. In the crowd, a chubby female disciple hissed. She couldn't accept Jiang Heng's insults. In the past, although she was average-looking, Jiang Heng had favored her. Both thought about marrying Jiang Heng in the future, and now the contrast was too much for her to bear. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and many disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land that, at this time the mood is aggravated. Yes, if you leave the Netherworld Sanctuary, then you won't be our eldest brother, and we don't have to protect you. Don't think that a little small favor will make us tolerate you. Devil, if you dare to leave, you will be judged today. After killing so many people, do you think you can walk away? The ones who spoke were all Netherworld Holy Land disciples. Everyone had a twisted look on their faces, hating Jiang Heng to the bone. They can't stand betrayal. Jiang Heng abandoned them. Ha! In the face of the condemnation of these familiar faces, the Jiang Heng smiled arrogantly. There's no point in talking more. Holy Lord Daoxian, please open the third level. The heavenly Tao of questioning. These people in front of him. Jiang Heng has completely insight. After removing that aura, the vileness of this group was so obvious. When one gives selflessly, unconditionally and without limitations, the one who suffers will, over time, it will be taken for granted. Yes, someday in the future, this devotee may, accidentally, there is a possibility of delay. P.S. Requesting a catch-up read. These days on the condition that I don't crash the plot. I'll find a way to code some more words plus a little more then. 2 early morning shifts every day. Love all of you, and those who call me names. End of chapter. The inevitable result is endless resentment on the part of the takers. That's what's happening right now. This is something he has only recently realized. Oof. Then let's begin. Looking at the united atmosphere, Dogen smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Dao Xian, communicate with the heavenly Tao in order to set things right. Cross-examine Jiang Heng this day. The third question. The question of love. Jiang Heng, have you ever done anything that you regretted in the sect? In the sect, have you ever done anything that you regretted for the rest of your life? After saying that, Dao Xian once again sneered in his heart. In his opinion, this time Jiang Heng cannot escape. This incident of the devil's seed was all caused by the deaths of the dozen disciples. Everyone recognized that Jiang Heng had done it. This version. How does Jiang Heng answer? If you answer yes, you will face judgment from the sect. Say no. There are no jokes under the heavenly monument, and lies will be punished by the heavenly thunder punishment. Also dead. Regret? In his opinion, Jiang Heng, mother of God the most regret is certainly into the devil. As Dao Xian's words fell, a blue beam of light once again shot towards that Ask the Heart monument from the blue dome of the sky. In the next second, azure-colored runes surged and wrapped Jiang Heng again. This scene, to the delight of countless disciples below, Dao Xian's third question is also very tricky. No matter how you answer, you are still stabbing the sharp knife at Jiang Heng. Eldest brother, as long as you're willing to turn back to your prodigal son and admit your faults with us, for once you won't have to answer. Yeah, as long as you're willing to admit your mistake, you're still our big brother. Jiang Heng, don't mistake yourself. Think it over. You can die for talking nonsense. At this moment, many disciples who had just been insulted by Jiang Heng felt pleasure. At this moment, they were in complete control of Jiang Heng's life. Not to mention other things, under the misty peak, those dozen disciples, it was always Jiang Heng who killed them, right? Could it be that that too was falsely accused and that too was aggrieved? This, never. At the same time, in many people's hearts, they actually hoped that Jiang Heng would return. Then they'll still have someone to protect them in the future. Forefront. Listening to Dao Xian's third question, Hua Changqing's stunningly beautiful face was filled with a touch of shock. At that time, she was the one who arrested Jiang Heng. After the past, Jiang Heng did not say a word. After returning to the clan, is to ask the heart of the 3 passes. Jiang Heng refused to set foot. All the spearheads seemed to be pointing at Jiang Heng at this moment. Eldest brother, repent sincerely. I'm really going to break down. Hua Changqing fought to hiss. The face with the reddish color has lost its former elegance. Her heart ached too much. Jiang Heng, you. Feng Qingtian's voice was hoarse, and he looked at Jiang Heng with a blank look in his eyes. Ethereal sanctuary, holy mountain, the afterglow of the setting sun, with a touch of coldness, rendered the flowers and plants of the court. And Hongyi was still in that red dress, sitting on the green stone. Looking at the third question, a touch of sadness grew in her eyes. If it was before, she must have thought that Jiang Heng did not have any regret. At that time, on Jiang Heng's face, he always wore a bright smile. It was the best concoction for healing her childhood wounds, and whenever she was in a bad mood, she just loved guiding Jiang Heng in his cultivation. This is also the happiest thing she has done since she was certified. But right now, the trajectory of everything seems to have shifted towards an unpredictable orbit. Things are different and seem not to be the same. Regret? Jiang Heng, have you ever had any regrets? Having said that, and Hongyi did not continue speaking. She, not confident anymore. After a few breaths of silence, and Hongyi stood up from the green stone, her beautiful eyes looking in the direction of the Ask the Heart monument. Take a step and disappear from the spot in an instant. She wants to see it. Since the incident, she has never come down from the mountain these days. In this case, regardless of the outcome, she has what she has to do and must do. At the same time, ask under the heart tablet. The blue runes, still surrounding Jiang Heng, seem to be waiting for his words. Jiang Heng, you've already proven yourself. The next question doesn't need to be answered. Man, where there are no regrets. Just as Jiang Heng was about to speak, Elder Sword interrupted him. Phew. Jiang Heng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he swept his gaze downwards, from left to right. This place, it does have a good view. It is possible to see the ugliness of the human heart in an instant. Continuing, he said, since we are stepping in today, let's put everything on the table. After saying that, Jiang Heng raised his hand to stop Elder Sword. The many words below made him lose his patience long ago and cross his eyes at everyone. Jiang Heng let out a loud laugh. Ha ha. You are full of benevolence and morality, and full of inquiring minds. Why don't you be like me and come and walk under this Ask the Heart monument? Silence. Silence in the room. Hearing Jiang Heng's request, everyone instinctively took a step backward, wanting to get away from the heart monument. Since the beginning of time, only criminals, or those who need to be judged. It's only then that you'll break through the heart barrier. When all is said and done, who knows what questions the one on stage will ask? Jiang Heng, don't pull away from the topic. Please continue to answer. Yeah, are you hardly afraid? Gollum, that is, before you have the honor to answer whether you have a clear conscience. The pressure was so great that many of the disciples turned pale, not daring to look directly at Jiang Heng's question. Under the strong pressure, many disciples opened their mouths, urging Jiang Heng to continue answering the heavenly Tao questioning heart. In response, Jiang Heng smiled morosely and nodded his head gently. I, Jiang Heng, swear to the heavens, never did anything to apologize to the clan. Not a single one. Words like a chisel, like a hard knock on the head of many people. Everyone looked at Jiang Heng, not knowing what to do. At this time, the heavenly Tao remained calm as usual. Jiang Heng, it seems, is not lying. At this moment, many people in the mood of emotions can no longer taught. Previously, if he was still being stubborn, he really couldn't even be stubborn anymore, because there's no more mendacity. That gentle and honorable eldest brother never seemed to change. Static, it's them guys. For a time, a myriad of emotions surged through the mind, and many of the disciples who had previously been hard-mouthed flop and fall to his knees. Jiang Heng's reply was the last bullet to break through their defenses. Repentance pervaded the vast plains. And, before anyone could open their mouths to atone for their sins, Jiang Heng's next words, it made the whole room go into an uproar. Jiang Heng's chest rose and fell violently, and he laughed in a wild and unrestrained manner, and his white, jade-like clothes that, inexplicably it became dark, as if stained with ink. Between the eyebrows, the previous light and clear, a black mark is missing, quietly born. Jiang Heng scanned everyone and spoke indifferently. Regret? I, Jiang Heng, do regret. I've done a lot of things I regret for the rest of my life. P.S. Updates every day in the early hours of the morning. Oh, family, remember to check it out. Love you guys. Begging for a wave of catch-up reads. Pre-catch UPS are important. End of chapter. I regret having shown mercy to the likes of you. I regret to convey all my good thoughts to each and every one of you. I regret setting foot on the questioning pass and being judged by you bulls and horses. While saying that, the long-accumulated resentment in Jiang Heng's heart was completely released at this moment. Raising his hand to each of his brothers and sisters, who had backstabbed him, and naming them, one by one. The Sun Ran sneered coldly. I should have let you die in the devil's cave in the first place. Let you be slaughtered by vendettas and die in the wilderness. And you, what more do you want with your own magic treasure if you don't have the ability? And you, look at you. You look like this bleep. You're fat as a pig. Still want to delude oneself into a Taoist couple with this seat? Shell-resistant treasure playing frogs. Ugly looking and still want to play with the flowers. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Pip squeak, not with each other. Ha ha. Jiang Heng raised his right hand to cover his forehead and let loose a wild laugh. The emotions he felt in his heart at this moment were so soothing. Doing many things and saying many things that I could not bear to do or say before. It was a bit of a self-defeating experience. But the Me Too in front of him was too much of a temptation. For decades, it's never been so free-flowing as it is today. Not once. The entire room was silent. Jiang Heng's trial by name caused many to shrug at a distance and, too ashamed to look up. There is no half-truth in all that is said. These things, within the clan, are communication with each other. Want to rely on it cannot be relied upon. This scene staggered the rest of the sect disciples. Wide-eyed, he looked at the heavenly Tao realm that appeared abruptly behind Jiang Heng. The content inside was exactly what Jiang Heng had said. He forced his way into the devil's cave, and in order to protect his sister, he used his body to withstand the 9 soul nails, spitting blood from the mouth on the spot and still, maintaining a bright smile that was so warm and sweet, fearing that his senior sister was worried. One man and one sword killed the home of his senior brother's enemy, and the 3 great Tony realm powerhouses struck. He fought with Jiang Heng for 3 days and 3 nights, and when he was exhausted, he fought against the 3 Tony realms and at the end, He smiled brightly at his senior brother. Say, see, elder brother will surely avenge you. The Heavenly Sword Sect and White Deer School disciples were shocked. Sparing the Xian Tian Holy Land, a holy land that was at odds with Jiang Heng. At this time their expressions of it also carries an indescribable shock. It's numb. It's all numb. These people are really uneducated. If I had a big brother like that, I'd be willing to let me be a great emperor. Crying to death. This is what I fantasize about my big brother. To be right next to me and not know how to cherish it. Goodness. Such a big senior brother. Being forced by them to enter the devil? I shouldn't even be here. I look like a clown. Going on trial for being so perfect. I'll be damned if I'm standing here ashamed of myself. Regarding Jiang Heng's past, the disciples of other sects, except for the Netherworld Holy Land, were in tears. This is a human being? This is simply their flawless self. It is the mole in everyone's heart, and it is what they aspire to be in their childhood and what they want to be in the future. And this is the same person who was forced by a group of white-eyed wolves to go to the Heart Pass. It's all going to the devil now. It makes them all stand here with no place to go. Many disciples hate to leave on the spot. Looking at the surrounding clamor, Hua Changqing's face turned pale and she glared at Jiang Heng. Let's hope we don't make a big deal out of this and lose face in the Holy Land. May. Jiang Heng turned a blind eye, completely ignoring her gaze. May. When Hua Changqing looked at the vague eyes of many senior brothers and sisters, she bit her lower lip and stepped forward. Come to the bottom of the jade steps. Slightly raising his head, he murmured to Jiang Heng, Senior brother, let's call it a day. And we know you were wronged. In the future, we'll make it up to you. Stop. These are your senior brothers and sisters. Don't let everyone get down. Oh, Jiang Heng was surprised. Senior brother and sister? Watching Hua Changqing act as a good guy, a nameless fire in his heart was about to erupt. Every time. This woman thinks she is the big sister and is superior in the clan. Enjoying the fruits and glory he brings, she is also the one who stabbed him in the back the deepest. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng teased, You think there's nothing left for you? Hana Nagaru. That year you went down the mountain privately. The flower god body was discovered by the demon sect and wanted to use you as a cauldron. I hosted 3,000 miles across the country to rescue you. Alone, he fought several great elders of the devil sect in succession, and his body was almost drained of blood, and finally escort you back to the clan in peace. He was sick for 3 months and nearly destroyed his foundation. Do you, by any chance, remember? Jiang Heng looked at the elegant and dignified girl in front of him and told the past word by word. And now, he's all about liquidation. Liquidating everyone in front of you is not about manifesting your selflessness, your greatness. It's to tell these people what he's done. He, Jiang Heng, has a clear conscience. As Jiang Heng spoke, the heavenly Tao realm behind him began to display images of that year. The girl was not very old, as if she were the god of all flowers, and carried herself with elegance and dignity that could be seen from childhood. She sneaked down the mountain and was discovered by the demon clan, and instantly recognized the flower god body. The image is incredibly clear, etched frame by frame, and everyone sees it clearly. Jiang Heng braved death for Hua Changqing. Use your flesh to block the knife. Wounds are visible in the bones and blood stains the red and white clothes. Just looking at it, I know how much it hurts. But Jiang Heng refuses to retreat. One sword a person of the Devil's Gate. 3,000 miles of bloodshed. After a thorny journey, the most beloved senior sister, escorted back to a safe place. Straight down. Asphyxiation. Everyone looked at this image and felt suffocated. Hadn't thought about it. They couldn't even imagine how Jiang Heng had survived with such heavy injuries. Even halfway through the play, a female disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect hissed, Eldest brother Jiang Heng, just go away and leave her alone. The girl's heart ached. Why did such a perfect eldest brother belong to someone else? Instead of his big brother. At the same time, for this elegant and dignified girl, their senses, there has been a sea change. This woman is such a B***tch. IB***tch. Why are you licking your chops? Why don't you get captured by the demon sect and become a furnace? Bitchy servant girl, it's really not worth it for big brother Jiang to die fighting for you. How did you dare to stay out of this? You even speak up for your senior brother and sister? Breathless, all of them really are, by all rights. At this point in time, Hua Changqing should have kept his mouth closed until it stinks. But he even dared to help his own senior brother and sister plead for mercy, making it seem as if this matter had nothing to do with him. And just as everyone was talking, the image of the heavenly Tao realm, once again, jumped around. This time, it's different. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Posey, this book has accomplishments, so feel free to watch it. Guaranteed plot points in every chapter. Absolutely nothing for nothing. Trust me for once. Really? End of chapter. On the screen, Jiang Heng shuddered violently, his eyes carrying a shocking shock as he instantly disappeared from his spot. In the next second, it appeared below the ethereal peak. This place is full of corpses. All of them were dressed in the costumes of the ethereal Holy Land. No! No! Vom dash. Jiang Heng's eyes were crimson as he looked at the misery around him and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Who is it? I will thwart you. Jiang Heng was furious. This man who was light and gentle, who was as light as a chrysanthemum, is angry to the extreme at this moment. The most cherished brothers and sisters were killed as dogs. They're all dead. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. If I had come earlier, you guys dash. You wouldn't be dead. It's all elder brother's fault. Jiang Heng muttered, putting all the blame on himself. His heart was as good as dead. Within a few breaths, Hua Changqing arrived and looked at the scene in front of him. Unbelievably, he looked at Jiang Heng. Senior brother, did you do this? Jiang Heng was silent, his demeanor still out of focus. Shortly afterward, the Ask the Heart monument opened. Jiang Heng refused to ask the heart of the heavenly way. The picture was played slowly, still clear as day, frame by frame, but this time, it was shocking to everyone in the room. The truth of the matter, in this moment, has surfaced, and all is vanity. Jiang Heng has never betrayed anyone, did not do anything to apologize to the clan. He, who is innocent, throughout, he's been the one who's been hurt, and the one who can't say that it was the one who was selfless and had to be bullied by the clan. He was the one who had the clan in mind and was abandoned. ****, you group of Jiang big brother heart must be more pain must be more pain Misty holy lands, are you guys not human? I really can't stand watching this. You guys make me sick dash. Hey, they're all white wolves, aren't they? Or do you take care of you lot too well? I've made common cause with the enemy? I've become a rebel? Enter the devil. Eldest brother Jiang Heng, enter the devil. Please, senior brother Jiang Heng, don't go back. They'll do this to you again. Come to our Xiantian Holy Land. We're not this bunch of villains. Empathy. With the exception of the ethereal sanctuary, the disciples of the other clans before that, at this time for Jiang Heng, they're incapable of hatred. They have no reason, no emotion, no right to hate this selfless man, this fraternal man this perfect man. They did not expect Jiang Heng to forgive them for their previous crimes. They only prayed that Jiang Heng would not return to the Netherworld Holy Land, a place that made them sick to their stomachs. Not worth it. I really feel bad for Jiang Heng. On the jade steps, looking at the vocalizations of the disciples under the stage, Dao Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled jaggedly. Turning to Jiang Heng, he said, Young Master Jiang, it's the old man who has been rash. I didn't realize you were so honorable and clan-minded. Truly an exemplary model for my generation. Receive a bow from my old man. Immediately, Dao Xian bowed and arched his hand. Then he violently stood up straight and spoke seriously to Jiang Heng. Young Master Jiang, how about this? You join my Xian Heavenly Holy Land, and after this, you will be my Xian Heavenly Holy Land's holy son. Old me is not as cowardly as Feng Qingtian, and there's no way I'm going to let you suffer a little bit more. Dogen was laughing in his heart. He never expected things to turn out this way. It doesn't matter. If Fuji Ichuan is dead, then he's dead. If he can get Jiang Heng back, that's a first-class honor, isn't it? What's one dead Fuji Ichikawa? Jiang Heng to bring it back. And with this merit, it's not impossible to be honored as a Taishan elder. This scene caused the disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land to be dismayed. It also made the other sects confused. Not expecting Dao Xian to come this hand at this time. This holy lord, he really dared to open his mouth. The Xiantian disciples were instantly ecstatic. If Jiang Heng agreed to, they could have the perfect big brother too. Instantly, they began to fantasize about Jiang Heng guiding them in their cultivation. Caressing his head softly, he said, You are my favorite senior brother and sister dash. Jiang Heng did not know about these people's fantasies. He turned his eyes to look deeply at Dao Xian, then stopped talking and looked at the many people below him. At this moment, he had no desire to continue dwelling on it. The 3 hurdles of asking the heart have been passed, and it's time for him to do what he needs to do. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng's eyes swept past Hua Changqing to where Yi Beixian was behind her. Sword Dusty Heart's death. This cause and effect is deeply entangled. Cannot sit idly by. No amnesty for killing dash. Under the jade steps, feeling Jiang Heng's eyes, Hua Changqing's stunningly beautiful cheeks, crimson instantly lost color. Pale lips murmured, Eldest senior brother. I have bitter feelings. It's not what you think. The breeze from the large flat field came, and Hua Changqing's clothes hunted as she looked at Jiang Heng's eyes and it's full of aggravation. She felt everyone's eyes, from admiration to dislike. It was as if she had committed a great crime of 10 evils. It was an emotion she had never felt before. In the past, once upon a time, no matter which sect's disciples, no matter how high the style was, it's a surprise to see her. Because of his temperament and appearance, he belongs to the top class in this Tian Luo realm. But right now, it seems different. The reversal of all this struck her as unfair in her mind. Oh, Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked down at Hua Changqing, asking after a curious survey, "What are you suffering from? Did anyone make you do this? Hardly me? Then before doing so, did you ever think how I should conduct myself if I was wrongly accused?" This, Jiang Heng resented the most. His senior sister, whom he loved with 1,000 hearts and 10,000 favorites, was in such a hurry to judge him. It's like being on the wrong medication. From that thing to ask the heart of the pass, but only a mere hour. This all thunder and lightning. Even if Yi Beishuan's mind was superior and his arrangements were seamless. But these people have no brains. I don't mean this. Hua Changqing's face turned white, her jade feet stepping forward and hands clenched on his chest. Aggrieved, but you did not explain. You have aggrieved, you say, and you do not say. At those words, Jiang Heng shuddered. With eyes like bronze bells, he looked at Hua Changqing with shock. What does this seat need to explain? Explanation. Didn't he explain in his previous life when he stepped into the heart of the world barrier? In exchange for what? Called around and humbled to the core. Before this incident happened, everyone was a big brother. But after it happened, they were all murderers, condescendingly instructing him and enslaving the most pious and sincere goodness of his heart. Jiang Heng's words left Hua Changqing completely speechless, trembling as her body continued to sob. After a few seconds of silence, she raised her head and looked stubbornly at Jiang Heng. With crystals in the corner of his eyes, he sobbed in aggravation. Eldest brother, I didn't do it on purpose. What more do you want from me after I've admitted I was wrong? Could it be, aren't you at all at fault? P.S. Remember to catch up on your reading, oh family. Love to all of you. End of chapter. Saying that, Hua Changqing watered, a bean-sized teardrop, about to come from the delicate cheeks. It landed on the pale yellow collar. Jiang Heng's voice trailed off, and the pupils of his cold eyes carried endless shock. Are you not at fault? Is that a factual aside? Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong with Tama? Jiang Heng really didn't know where he went wrong. Hadn't he done enough? What trouble has he not solved for his siblings? This so-called big sister? And what did it do? Now you're blaming me. Hua Changqing's punch caused Jiang Heng to spit blood from his mouth and his head was buzzing. It's so numb that you can't think. Jiang Heng whispered in a deep voice, and instantly left the questioning heart pass with an instantaneous body, arriving at the bottom of the jade steps. The eyes that were like stars looked at Hua Changqing with such indifference. Although after his rebirth, his view of people like Hua Changqing had qualitatively changed, but also did not expect the other side will be so to give him a punch. Senior brother. Looking at Jiang Heng's arrival, Hua Changqing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeves and, commiserating, I know you won't blame me, but you embarrassed me in front of all these people, and if you don't apologize to me, I am not going to forgive you. The two men talked without any intentional concealment. The disciples who were eating melon around them were shocked. With an extremely terrified look, he looked at Jiang Heng. They all knew that the Jiang Heng at one time was not a dog licker, but he was definitely a very kind person. It's the kind of person who forges the greater you and sacrifices the lesser me. At the present time, coming to Hua Changqing's face, was it hard to believe that he was really here to apologize? Shouldn't really apologize, right? It would be too suffocating if this were an apology. Confused. Senior brother Jiang Heng, this group of people have done this to you. I hate this green Tihua right now, lying to elder brother Jiang Heng all the time. Yeah, he's always talking about how eldest brother Jiang Heng has changed, but it's actually them people who have changed. The surrounding area was full of retainers, and the cultivators led by the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect opened their mouths to dissuade them. This time if Hong will apologize, none of their minds will fall apart. It was even more regrettable than when Jiang Heng had become a demon. The Ethereal Sanctuary group. From start to finish, it's all about the PUA man. Can't stand it. This they really can't stand. The surrounding clamor. Hua Changqing did not take it seriously, but instead, her eyebrows were happy. Because if Jiang Heng is willing to apologize and prove it for her again, then she'll be the beloved flower goddess again. And, the next second, pop, amidst all the gazes, Jiang Heng raised his right arm and pointed it at Hua Changqing's absolutely beautiful face. Straight up slap in the face. The delicate body was like a chip, and was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away. The whole person kept tumbling in the air, the green shade on the bushfield, and on the way to Hua Changqing's tumbling. It's a big bald spot. Limit. Vomit. Hua Changqing vomited scarlet blood and raised her eyes to look at Jiang Heng incredulously. Feel the burning in your left cheek. Her heart was enraged to the extreme, and she no longer had the composure she had before. Jiang Heng, how dare you hit me? She couldn't take it. As a disciple of the Empress, and one of the top 10 in the rouge list of the Tianluo realm, when had she ever been so humiliated? Even when she fought a bloody battle for 3,000 miles, she didn't have a single wound on her body. Even the clothes don't get dusty. But now Jiang Heng changed. Not only do not defend her, but also hit her. Complaints. Speechless complaints surged to Hua Changqing's heart. Tell me, where did I go wrong? Jiang Heng nodded, squinting his eyes at Hua Changqing, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer. Just now, with this slap, he used the power of half-step soul palace. It's all about hitting the ball straight, one step at a time. Cool. It's a really sour touch. The anger that has been deposited for a long time really needs to be vented. Otherwise the psyche is all perverted. Looking at half of Hua Changqing's swollen cheek, Jiang Heng laughed lightly. This sudden reversal made many disciples who had previously opened their mouths clench their fists. Jiang Heng's slap refreshed them. The anger that was held back, also this under a slap, completely released. It's a real relief to see a hand tearing down a green tea whore. That slap made me orgasm. It was awesome. What flower god body? I think you're the green tea body. Indeed, it's better to enter the devil. If this were the old eldest brother Jiang Heng, maybe apologize for the greater good. I was there yesterday, and she's the one who said that Sword Dusty Heart had only seen Big Brother Jiang. The woman's a B*TCH. The atmosphere was very different from what was imagined. Not a single person present accused Jiang Heng of all praise. What in the world could be better than tearing down a green tea lady? This woman, she's always saying, Big Brother, you've changed. Yes, from beginning to end, although it seems to be persuasive. In fact, the feminine accusation never stops. The position is not at all here in Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, I'm going to tell Master. I'm going to tell Master that you beat me. The tirades from all around caused Hua Changqing to completely lose her composure. Holding the red and swollen left side of her face and anger hissed up, immediately stood up and was about to walk towards the holy mountain to find the Empress and Hongi. Just as she stood up, the youth, who had been silent for a long time, blocked her way. Senior sister, I'll help you take revenge. Yi Beishuan's childish face was filled with the injustice of the world. After slightly arching his hand to the clamoring crowd, indifferently, he walked up to Jiang Heng. Eldest brother, you have fallen into the devil's path. Today I, Yi Beishuan, challenge you. Don't you dare accept? This challenge made the surrounding area wide-eyed, and everyone looked at the novice Yi Beishuan. Straight up, silly wave 1. Ants day elephants? Toothpicks stirring the tank? You're challenging me? Challenging Jiang Heng? Isn't this the old man hanging himself? Looking for death? Fuji Ichuan couldn't even beat Jiang Heng. You can? In addition to the few hidden monsters of the younger generation, who is still qualified to fight with Jiang Heng. Clueless, they're all confused. Oh, Jiang Heng looked at Yi Beishuan with interest. His original intention was to hit Flying Flower Changqing, and then do away with the little brat. As unlikely as it may be, it's always a good idea to try. After all the backstabbing, even a mudblood has some fire in him. I didn't expect this little brat to come to my door. Ding detected the host defeating Fuji Ichikawa. Successfully won the Misty Sword reward. Yi Beishuan's information is being distributed. The voice of the system in his ear made Jiang Heng a little surprised. The system's reflex arc. It's a little too long, but, although it's quite crazy, it's reliable by accident. Immediately, watch up. Name, Yi Beishuan. P.S. Remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Identity, disciple of the ethereal Holy Land. Inheritor of Devil's Kung Fu. Heaven Eater. Seed of Chi Luck, not through normal channels. Realm, Yao Yang Realm, late stage. Techniques and moves. Devouring Demon Technique. Demon Seeding Technique. Ethereal Heart Sutra. Unbreakable Vajra Technique. Spirit Amazing Triple Shin Transformation. Dragon Emperor Technique. Fabrics, Cloud Sword. Golden Wisp Armor. Big Dipper Scissors. Immortal Dao Bottle. Physique, Innate Sword Body. Devouring Demon Body. Strange Encounters, worshipping the female emperor as a teacher. Pitting more than 100 people in the secret realm of spiritual void. Ambushing a disciple of the ethereal sacred land of Qi. And sneaking up on the innate sword body. Means of escape, heavenly demon disintegration. Blood escape. Miles of sky-breaking talisman. Boundary-breaking chess. Rainbow light escape. Gold finger, demonizing the heavenly Tao. It encompasses part of the heavenly Tao's Qi. The power of the heavenly Tao. Origin of the devilizing heavenly Tao. 170,000 years ago, the devouring emperor was ambitious, wanting to take the heavenly Tao in its place. he finally failed and withered away in the river of years. According to unreliable information, he may not have died yet, and is secretly lying in wait for the right time, but if he meets him, he cannot fight. Lifelong enemy, Jiang Heng, son of Qi Luck, sheltered by the heavenly Tao. This is, looking at Yi Beishuan's information, even Jiang Heng was surprised. There are as many as a dozen kung fu moves, and there are many kinds of recluse techniques, all of them. Basically, they were all of the heavenly rank lower grade, middle grade, and even a small portion of the. It's beyond this current stage. The number of magic treasures and secret treasures was countless, not less than 50 this number. At the same time, it also confirmed Jiang Heng's suspicion that this kid was indeed a murderer. Phew, the death of Sword Dusty Heart had always been something he couldn't let go of, in his past life and in this life as well. In 2 lifetimes, it seemed that Jin Duxin was the only one who treated him genuinely, as an adoring big brother, demonized heavenly Tao. Jiang Heng felt shocked by the demonized heavenly Tao in the golden finger. I didn't realize that the heavenly Tao of this side of the world had such a cause. He had to admire that devouring emperor. I know. Why is this little brat after him? As it was in a past life, so it is in this life. He was the son of Qi, and the other was the one who was to swallow the heavens. And the two, from the beginning, had. Seems like it's all doomed. Pawns? After reading Yi Beishuan's information, Jiang Heng instantly realized all the cause and effect. He and Yi Beishuan are pawns, chosen by each of the 2 heavenly principles to protect themselves. Black and white, in Marxist theory. This game is only over if one side falls. What is my current hit rate? Jiang Heng interrogated the system in his mind. Ding, the host's current hit rate is 0.0051%. Congratulations, host. The success rate has increased again. Phew. Getting this expected result, Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes without saying much, turning her eyes to Yi Beishuan's innocent face. Indifferently, he said, "Oh, you want to challenge me?" "Yes, eldest brother. You've gone too deep into the devil, and eldest brother can't bear it. I hope I can awaken big brother's conscience." Yi Beishuan nodded his head with a very frank attitude. "In that case, then this seat will not show any mercy. Don't say anything about the same level of battle. Cultivators fight to the death. Not a child's play." Jiang Heng's demeanor was as flat as a chrysanthemum. He had already predicted what Yi Beishuan was going to say. If it was in the past, it didn't matter to him, since so much has happened. Wouldn't it be a joke to have another same-rank fight? If he does, he will find a way to kill him. At the same time, in the bottom of Jiang Heng's heart, a speculation arose. Jiang Heng's words caused Yi Beishuan to tremble and look up incredulously. Waves of shock flooded his heart. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Kill him. As long as we kill him, this realm will be ours. Promise him. Kill." In Yi Beishuan's ears, the mysterious voice continued. That, in turn, made him vacillate. He knew better than anyone what level Jiang Heng was at, but if there is a little bit of fatigue, he would have found a way to murder. And still wait until today? Same class versus same class? It'll take those ancient demons to come out. He is only 16 years old. Where is the background to cross the level to fight Jiang Heng? Vomit. Just as Yi Beishuan was thinking, Jiang Heng in front of him steeply vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood foam flying across the bushfield was so shocking. The clothes on Jiang Heng's body, from ink-like black, were quickly infiltrated by white. Black and white mottled as if splattered with ink. The entire person's breath, too, gradually withered at this moment. He can't suppress the demonic chi in his body. Good. No wonder you blocked my words directly. So you're scaring me. Looking at Jiang Heng's fatigue, Yi Beishuan was overjoyed in his heart. As the inheritor of the devil's skill, he knew the process of being enchanted. Right now, Jiang Heng is showing signs of being possessed, but there was never a good opportunity for him to fall into the devil. So the forces of good and evil in the body are eroding each other. Yi Beishuan could be certain that Jiang Heng's battle power was 10-1 at that moment. Good. I promise you. Yi Beishuan suppressed the ecstasy within his heart. If this was the case, he was certain that he could kill Jiang Heng on the spot. This scene happened so abruptly that everyone present didn't react. Who would have thought that Jiang Heng would have a battle with Yi Beishuan? Even Wind Prime, Dao Xian, Elder Sword, and the others were surprised. But what surprised them even more was this. Jiang Heng was in a poor state at the moment, which seemed like the perfect opportunity to defeat him. However, they weren't worried. After all, they're all here. So if there's any emergencies, with the strength of the 4 of them, they can definitely stop them. Come on. Jiang Heng was unimpressed by this. Jiang Heng used his right hand to gently wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He waved his finger at Yi Beishuan. Then senior brother is flattered. Dragon Emperor technique. Yi Beishuan immediately used his energy, and a golden dragon shadow was abruptly born from behind. The breath, in this moment, was rising. Yao Yang perfection. Tony early stage, middle stage, late stage, great perfection. This scene shook even the few giants who were watching the battle. The Dragon Emperor technique is a royal technique of the human race, and its main focus is qi. When the qi contained in the caster is more massive, the more enhancement is gained. Did Nangong Nihuang give him all of his clan's best techniques? Watching Yi Beishuan's strength continue to rise, Feng Jingtian, who was not far away, was shaken. He didn't think that this naive Yi Beishian would have such depth. To be so blessed. Raise a large realm in one breath. Kill. Yi Beishian conjured up a black longsword, waving it continuously towards Jiang Heng, and the five-clawed golden dragon behind him. It also tore towards Jiang Heng. For a moment, Yi Beishuan's aura reached its peak and seemed to steadily suppress Jiang Heng. Under the support of multiple Taoist laws, Jiang Heng, while curbing the demonic aura in his body, was able to. One raised his fingers to do his best to fend it off. It seems to be getting out of hand. At the same time, the system's beeps kept ringing in Jiang Heng's ears. Ding host's current kill rate, 0.0017%. Ding host's current kill rate, 0.085%. Ding host's current kill rate, 1.74%. P.S. Catch-up reading is so important. So remember to check in every day in the early stages of the family. The plot is non-toxic. We'll check a couple times after writing. End of chapter. Ding the host's current hit rate is 2.45%. Listening to the system's murmur, Jiang Heng's heart was free-flowing. Pretentious, all pretentious. What with the demons being turned back on them? The battle power is 10-1. It's all loaded. After seeing Yi Beishuan's dozen or so evasive techniques and some means of escape, that's what he's planning. Normal killing. Yi Beishian sensed the threat will inevitably hide away. But if he reveals the cracks, what about a dying break? Then the nature will be completely different. Right now, this is the best way to break in. Yi Beishian is a lord. It was bound to be impossible to let this opportunity pass. Jiang Heng, it seems that you have overstated your case, originally intending to make a move after being in the same realm as you. I didn't expect you to be so ineffective. Seeing that the brief exchange suppressed Jiang Heng, Yi Beishian was ecstatic in his heart. Immediately, he urged his spiritual energy and controlled the two golden dragons, tearing at Jiang Heng with great vigor. Bang! Just as he was about to touch close, with the strength of his physical body, Jiang Heng raised his hand and violently slapped the two golden dragons. Ahem! At the same time, Jiang Heng coughed violently, and a strand of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Looking a bit wretched, this scene, it caused the people who were watching the battle around them to be shaken up. They didn't even know what was happening. How could Jiang Heng be dying in just one look? Is it still the Jiang Heng who casually crushed Fuji Ichuan? Hey, fake it, right? I've seen senior brother Jiang Heng's battles. No matter who the enemy is, he's never been injured. Is the devilish reflux really that serious? Is Yi Beishian counting this as taking advantage of someone's danger? Regarding the situation in front of them, other than the netherworld Holy Land, the disciples of the other sects expressed their shock. The impression Jiang Heng gave them was invincible, and since his emergence, he had been the absolute dust, the cliff-like dust, and the style was tremendously high, even higher than some holy lords. The style was even higher, but right now, it seems to be really going into fatigue. In the face of the surrounding clamor, Jiang Heng was unimpressed and his heart was unimpeded. Ding host's current hit rate, 11.74%. He had heard the saying that to make them perish, you must first make them mad. Yi Beishian saw the moment as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and was bound to put up a fight. While Jiang Heng was tired of resisting Yi Beishuan's attack, he was also tired of resisting Yi Beishuan's attack. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept scanning the three giants, including Dao Xian, Feng Jingtian, and Old Man Chen. As long as these three don't intervene, this plan will work. Ding host's current hit rate, 23.74%. As Yi Beishuan's attacks became more and more violent, the system beeps in Jiang Heng's ears became more and more frequent. While resisting the various attacks of the other party's Dao and Law, Jiang Heng's pace continued to retrogress. Just as Jiang Heng kept falling back, Yi Beishian saw his moment and decisively offered a milky white talisman paper. A pair of scissors with Taoist rhythm rushed out from the talisman and came towards Jiang Heng. It was fast and arrived close in a matter of moments. Jiang Heng lifted his hand and brought his middle and index fingers together. A bright silver-white cross. He shot straight out. Bang! The moment the cross star touched the Big Dipper rune scissors, it made a huge explosion. Black smoke and dust instantly swept across the vast plains. This scene caused several giants not far away to stare in disbelief. Feng Qingtian looked at the rolling smoke suspiciously. It can't be? He knew Jiang Heng's strength better than anyone else, and even if he was not in good shape, it was also impossible to be suppressed by Yi Beixian, right? Beside him, Dao Xian also revealed a stunned expression. How Fuji Ichikawa died was fresh in his mind. Wasn't it because a full-strength strike couldn't even break through Jiang Heng's defense? And then he cut his own throat on the spot. Right now, the fight is so intense, and the dominant party is a 16-year-old child. How dare they believe that? And Elder Sword looked at the black smoke and frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. In suit, the fierce battle continued. Yi Beixian activated several types of Daoan laws, colorful Dao techniques, constantly attacking Jiang Heng. For a moment, the advantage seemed greater. On the contrary, Jiang Heng seemed unable to control the spiritual energy in his body, and his breathing became disordered. The entire person's aura was less than 1% of his full-strength posture. Eldest senior brother, I didn't expect you to have this day of being in a sorry state. Aha dash. Yi Beixian used his divine sense to transmit his voice to Jiang Heng as he attacked. Ahem. Are you so sure you can kill me? Jiang Heng fended off Yi Beixian's attack, coughing dryly twice before speaking indifferently. At the same time, the sound of the system in his ears allowed the emotions in his heart to be released perfectly. Ding host's current hit rate, 67%. It's a little bit closer. It's just a little bit closer. To reach 100%, Jiang Heng wouldn't dare to think about it. But if there was a 50%, then his purpose is accomplished. That's natural. I'm not afraid to tell you when it comes down to it. I killed Sword Dusty Heart. He had a startled look on his face when I sneaked up on him, and he didn't dare make a sound for fear you'd notice. Grit your teeth and bear the pain to die. Seeing that Jiang Heng was still towering over him, Yi Beixian could no longer control the ambition in his heart at this moment. As he spoke, his chest rose and fell violently. A wisp of dark color filled the spot on the light blue dress. The realm also broke through to the Soul Palace realm at this moment. This is his last card. After the same realm, he had the confidence to defeat Jiang Heng's bottom card. Even though he knew it, hearing Yi Beixian say that, the anger in Jiang Heng's heart that, still burning every cell, told you just so you could be an understanding ghost. Go down and keep company with Sword Dusty Heart. And don't trust people so easily in your next life. Die. Yi Beixian no longer hesitated. The cloudy sky sword in his hand turned into a rainbow light, stabbing hard at Jiang Heng's heart. Ha! 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 In the face of this scene, Jiang Heng laughed up at the sky, his chest heaving violently. This laugh confused Yi Beixian. In his heart, a bad premonition arose, and he immediately roared, Unbreakable Vajra Law. In an instant, a layer of golden shadow appeared outside Yi Beixian's body, completely wrapping him up. There wasn't a single gap. This was a Buddhist technique, an upper-level Buddhist technique from the indestructible Vajra Sutra, and the defense was exceptional. The corners of Jiang Heng's mouth rose as he continued. I know you killed him. I know all of it, but you're going to die. With that said, Jiang Heng exploded with all his might, a monstrous spiritual power that quickly swept through the large black smoke. Raise your left hand and slap the clouds at will. The majestic spiritual energy kept compressing and, at the fingertips of his right hand, it converged into a silver-colored spike of about 5 centimeters. Kill the living Faust. Turning 10 steps into 1, Jiang Heng leapt up to kill Yi Beixian. It's useless. You can't break this Vajra law, Yi Beixian sneered. But the next second, he couldn't stop laughing. Outside Jiang Heng's body, a milky white light curtain appeared abruptly. Then, ignoring the unbreakable Vajra law, he came directly in front of him and faced him face to face. Mana immunity. P.S. Families remember to check in every day. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for a catch-up read. End of chapter. Mana immunity. How is that possible? This is the innate divine ability of the ancient imperial clan. How could you possibly know it? Looking at Jiang Heng's moves, Yi Beixian stared at him with a terrified expression. This move is either a natural talent or a natural ability. Either you have to eat dozens or hundreds of golden gung-ho fruits. This golden gung-ho fruit is a sky-high price for a single one, and it's still priced out of the market. By what and when did Jiang Heng get dozens of them? How does he not know? At the same time, in Yi Beixian's mind, he recalled what Jiang Heng had just said. This startled him. You know all of it. Luring me in with your body? Counting on me? Are you stepping on a horse and pretending? Yes, you're still too young after all. Jiang Heng's mouth rose, with indescribable solemnity in his eyes. He continued. Otherwise, despite your countless underhanded, it's also impossible to walk through 3 rounds in the hands of this seat. This seat is afraid you'll run away. If it was in his previous life, he believed that with Yi Beixian's mentality he must have noticed something. Despite his heavenly heart, he is only 16 years old today. How much heart eyes can grow? That's what he's betting on. And, after the current kill rate comes to 50%, it basically doesn't go up much. It's time to let go. Listening to Jiang Heng's explanation, Yi Beishuan's heart sank to the bottom. He did not realize that he had done everything to become a clown in the end. And this reverse scene caused the surrounding disciples who were watching the battle to be dismayed beyond measure. Originally, it was Jiang Heng who was being pressed, but after the black smoke, Jiang Heng already had an absolute advantage. Right now it seemed like he wanted to kill Yi Beishuan. ***. Big Brother Jiang is still Big Brother Jiang. Really powerful. Maya scared me to death. If Big Brother Jiang loses this battle, my Dao heart will crumble. That's the right style. Really, this brat is ruthless and his crime is punishable by death. The disciples around them, led by the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Xintian Holy Land, murmured, and for the image in front of them, feeling satisfied. Jiang Heng is their recognized head armor. If he is killed by a junior, that would be really bad Taoism. That's the result. That's the right result. At the same time, a few giants not far away were shocked at the sight of the scene. Feng Qingtian immediately stepped forward intending to strike. He saw it. Jiang Heng was planning to take Yi Beishuan's life with this wave. This Tongtian Fudu is a heavenly rank superior grade technique, and it's also at this stage. In the hands of Jiang Heng, even he would have to avoid it. Yi Beishuan couldn't resist. And, just at the moment when Feng Qingtian raised his hand, a hand shaped like a withered one, gently rested on his shoulder, and it directly unloaded his force. Feng Qingtian turned around angrily, but saw the vicissitudes of Elder Sword's eyes. Senior, what are you? Just now, Jiang Heng almost died. Without seeing you make a move. Elder Sword avoided the question, turning to the rhetorical question. Me. Wind Prime shuddered, wanting to say something but it stuck in his throat. When he turned his eyes to look, he had realized that Jiang Heng was only a foot away from Yi Beishuan. It was too late, even for him. At this moment, the gazes of more than 1,000 people in Kangi have gazed at the core battlefield. Eldest senior brother, don't kill me. I know I'm wrong. I'm your favorite junior brother. Look at the silver-white spikes close at hand. Yi Beishuan felt death for the first time. With this move, there was no way to dodge or defend. Jiang Heng had immunity to mana. Even some recluse techniques were useless. Yi Beishuan is not willing. He was ambitious, and was not willing to fall just like that. Jiang Heng is silent. It had come to this, and he had no intention of wasting his words with a dead man. In his hand, the life-killing butcher kept approaching forward. Yi Beishuan's golden armor, in front of the killing Faust. As quick as tofu, the next second blood flew across the room. Yi Beishuan could feel that this silver-colored thorn was getting a little bit closer to his heart. 1 millimeter further and he'd be dead. Jiang Heng, I shouldn't have ended up like this. Between you and me, there should be a rumble. Yi Beishuan let out a hiss. He was resigned. Truly resigned. There's still a lot of cards left in the deck, and it wouldn't have come down to this if it hadn't been so careless. There are no more ifs. Jiang Heng's eyes were like on, sparing no effort. This move poured out all of his. He even used some of his past lives. Even if Feng Qingtian made a move, he might not be able to block it. Purpose, kill on sight. And, just at the moment when the heart was about to be churned out, a monstrous pressure that it instantly swept through the large bushfield. The turquoise blue sky seemed to be cracking open at this point. Countless disciples couldn't carry the pressure and fell to their knees with a thud. Even the faces of several giants paled. The red figure was as fast as a mane, so fast that it could not be seen, coming from behind Yi Beishuan. Suddenly, she slapped Jiang Heng's chest. Bang! Mana immunity, at this moment, seemed to fail, and Jiang Heng was like a kite with broken strings, straight to the back, the body, tossing and turning in the air. It wasn't until hundreds of meters away that it managed to stop. Vomit. Jiang Heng vomited a mouthful of blood and ran his right hand through his messy green silk. Lifting his head morosely, he looked ahead. What came into view was a woman. A magnificent woman. With a domineering face, she protected Yi Beishuan behind her. Her bright eyes were like stars, and she was looking at herself painfully. It's en rouge. You. Jiang Heng stood up faintly and dusted himself off. Looking at the woman in front of him, have 1,000 thoughts in one's mind. I had thought that I might not be reunited with her again until I came down from the mountain. Even in this life, there will be no goodbye. Meeting in this way. You're going to kill your senior brother? And Hongyi murmured, her voice like a clear spring, but with disbelief. At this moment, more than 1,000 people in the audience were suffocating. I did not expect to see the legendary Empress and Hongyi at the Heart Pass. Even the Netherworld Holy Land disciples had never seen this magnificent woman. Yes, the depths of Jiang Heng's eyes carried an indescribable sadness. This was the case in a previous life. After the world's clans came to this place, she domineeringly made a strong move to protect him. The same question was asked afterwards, have you practiced magic? He opened his mouth to deny it, but in the end, fate was against him. Stepping through the 3 levels of inquiring minds is enough to cleanse you of the wrongs that have been done to you. Why are you still in a temper after all this? Follow me back to the mountain. I have something to ask you. And Hangi took one step forward and came to Jiang Heng's side, stretching out her hand, which was like sheep's fat jade, to pull Jiang Heng away. With her hand raised just above her head, she realized that Jiang Heng had already taken several steps back. Today, it's him and not me. Jiang Heng raised his hand and pointed at Yi Beixian, who was looking aggrieved not far away. P.S. Ask for a catch-up read? Family, Jojo. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for a catch-up read. End of chapter. Karma arises and falls. The cycle of cause and effect. The cause of other days. The fruit of today. Jiang Heng does not intend to continue to entangle. The past is in the wind. It's time to draw the line at this point. Jiang Heng's torch-like eyes made Hangi unable to look directly at her, and she felt that the great disciple in front of her that, it seems different. Since we parted a few days ago, we've become 2 different people. Murmuring, how did you become so strange? I'm proud of you, ya. Looking at Jiang Heng's body, the hidden demonic aura, and Hangi's heart was in pain. Jiang Heng had never let her worry about anything in her life, and had done everything satisfactorily. It had always been her pride. So much so that, I always fantasized that if she and Jiang Heng were not master and disciple, without that layer of ethics, that would be so nice. But the attitude of Jiang Heng in front of her was so unfamiliar that she choked. Jiang Heng's eyes were not like before, and the coldness in the depths of those pupils made her heart ache. It was as if there was something that was going to be completely lost. Phew, the years are like ons, the heart always rots, and nothing is set in stone. Just as I, and you, have not come to this. Jiang Heng took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions before looking at Hangi's absolutely beautiful face. Indifferently, he said, and Hangi, answer me. It was so far gone that he didn't care to continue explaining. What needs to be said has already been said in a previous life, and there is no need to repeat it now. You, and Hangi was dumbfounded, and her red lips, which were like the sun like fire, showed a touch of pallor. She glanced deeply at Jiang Heng and fell into a short silence. This scene was something that everyone present hadn't expected, and who in the entire Tianluo realm didn't know that the Jiang Heng and Hangi have feelings for each other. All of us have fantasized about the day when Jiang Heng would truly ascend to the harmonious Tao, whether or not he will marry the Empress. But right now, broke up? Why? Why does Jiang Heng have to want Yi Beixian to die? That goes without saying. He's suffered so much. Someone must have instigated it behind his back. These two, Hua Changqing and Yi Beixian, are *******. So 2 loves can go as far as looking at each other. I don't believe in love anymore. It's not fair at all. If the Empress really loves Jiang Heng, then why didn't he believe what senior brother Jiang Heng said? And why did he suffer so much aggravation? Many people did not expect. Jiang Heng and Hangi actually became their heart difficult to get even. There were also many disciples who complained this world was inherently unfair to Jiang Heng. Such a perfect person to be so aggrieved. Where was the Empress when Jiang Heng was wrongly accused? Why don't you make a move? Why don't you suppress it? Discussions and clamor echoed in Hangi's ears, and her face blanched, without her previous dominance. Me? I thought you'd come to me and have been waiting for you to explain. Are you mad at me? And Hangi pursed her lips, and her star-like eyes looked at Jiang Heng without blinking. I'm not angry. I'm calm. Jiang Heng did not say anything else. His eyes were not half as timid. Pointing at Yi Beixian who was not far away, he continued, answer me. And Hangi snapped, where's the reason? You have to give me a reason if you want to kill your senior brother, right? That, in turn, left her at a loss. Why? Why did the family that loved each other suddenly turn against each other in life and death? Ha ha. Reason? Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and smiled arrogantly. After licking the corners of his dry mouth with his tongue, pointing at Yi Beixian, he said meaningfully, then what if I say that he is a devil seed? After saying that, Jiang Heng sneered coldly in his heart. Yes, there was a dead silence in the room. Everyone didn't expect it. Jiang Heng's group will be open so simple and rough. They all turned their eyes to Yi Beixian. Upon seeing those tender cheeks, and the naive gesture, they revealed a touch of helplessness. Eldest senior brother. Although senior Beixian is a bit over the line, he's just a child. How can it be a magic seed? I'm the flower god body. If he was a demonic species, I would have been murdered by him a long time ago. Not far away, Hua Changqing, who had been silent all along, fiercely stood out and blocked in front of Yi Beixian. Aggrieved, he stared at Jiang Heng. Eldest brother, come back, please. I really know I'm wrong. so don't be mad at me, okay? I didn't mean it. Upon hearing this, the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth hooked up with a touch of teasing, and after lightly glancing at Hua Changqing, without a word, he stared at Anhongi. Jiang Heng, stop it. Anhongi shook her head, denying Jiang Heng's claim. He's only 16 years old. Where did you get all this heart? Do you have to ask this seat to apologize to you? Ha, ha, ha. Jiang Heng raised his right hand to cover his forehead, his whole body trembling. It was a scene he had expected. Otherwise, how could you have suffered in your previous life? I got your answer. Jiang Heng wore a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as he casually waved a stream of fireflies with his left hand. In the distance, a golden rainbow sped by. Ding! The golden dragon, violently inserted into the rocky soil in front of Anhongi, seemed to emit a wail. Dragon's breath has accompanied me for many years, and was refined by your own hands. I'll pay you back today, and from now on I'll clear my grudge with you and not owe each other anything. In the coming day, when grace is grace and revenge is revenge, may you show me no mercy. Ha ha. Looking at these people in front of him, whom he once considered the closest people, Jiang Heng couldn't stop laughing wildly. From this moment on, he wasn't trusting anyone. In this world, there is no family, no one to befriend. Devil? Since I have fallen here, I should fall into the devil's path. Jiang Heng smiled arrogantly, and, not far away, the dragon's breath seemed to sense Jiang Heng's emotions, and immediately trembled violently. Buzz dash, catching dash. The sword shook continuously, making a piercing sound, and in the midst of all the attention of it broke itself. Golden shards spilled out all over the floor, a sword that could become a Dao weapon in the future. Just like that, it fell. At the same time, everyone was surprised to find that Jiang Heng's state at this moment was a bit off. 3,000 threads of green silk swaying in the wind. From the end of the position began to fade. A strand of hair that was like ink actually began to turn gray and snowy. By the end of the day, a head of gray hair. The clothes, on the other hand, became black as ink. His demeanor and temperament are like a devil. Rumble, rumble, the blue dome of the sky. At this moment the thunder in the sky like a spider's web, covered the whole sky. Wow, wow, the sky turns black. The rain, pouring down, one like the size of a soybean, swept over the large bush field, but strangely enough, the rain was indescribably scarlet. It's a rain of blood, a pouring rain of blood. The rain of blood represents the tears of the heavens. P.S. Requesting a catch-up read. Should be an extra chapter tomorrow. End of chapter. At this moment, the heavenly Tao is wailing. It caused countless disciples of the heavenly sword sect, Xin Tian Holy Land, and others who were watching to burst into tears. What is there to question at this moment when heaven proves it? Big brother Jiang, fall into the devil's path completely. All I ask is that you not be burdened in the future. The heavenly Tao cries out in sorrow. Even the heavenly Tao is crying out for big brother Jiang Heng. How much aggression must he have suffered? Ha ha, a heavenly pride of supreme splendor, driven to such a state by each and every one of you. The heavenly Tao is all heartbroken. There's no such thing as quiet years. It's all about big brother Jiang carrying the weight. The heavenly Tao cries out in sadness. And the person who goes to the great luck, after completely changing his destiny towards the sun, it's only possible to show up. To put it bluntly, the situation at hand is less than a merger. For many thousands of years since the beginning of time, although the number of harmonizers is rare, it is still as high as a river of crushing carp. However, the number of blood rain occurs very few, and even many people are regarded as legend. Now I've seen it for real. And the scene, it made many disciples of the netherworld Holy Land regret if they weren't so greedy. Jiang Heng was still their eldest senior brother. Eldest brother, we know we're wrong, please come back, we'll be good from now on. Dragon's breath is broken, and he has the same pride as eldest brother. Heaven has always been fair, and the rain of blood under our eyes proves everything, so it's all our fault. The large ethereal Holy Land, with more than 1,000 elite disciples, had fallen to their knees at this moment. Kneeling to the black-clad figure in the rain, they prayed for Jiang Heng's forgiveness. If they can still talk tough at questioning heart pass, the rain of blood pouring down in front of them, they really know it's wrong. Jiang Heng never apologized to them. And Redcoat, I regretted meeting you that year in the daisy-covered hills. Come and bring me endless pain. I, Jiang Heng, will have nothing more to do with you from now on. In the rain of blood, Jiang Heng looked up to the sky and laughed, the depths of his eyes carrying endless sorrow. Throughout, he was not chosen, the abandoned one. In that case, forget it. Bathed in blood-colored rain, Jiang Heng's expression was sad, as if he were a wounded tiger, a wandering heart with no place to rest. And Hongi looked at Jiang Heng, losing her old confidence and dominance. For the first time in several years of the merged path, she felt fear Fear. She felt that the most important thing in her life was really leaving her. Left for good. Regret. You regret meeting me? I caused you pain? Me. I murmured in Hongi, her heart pumping fiercely as she, pale lips tried to say something, but it stuck in his throat. Vomiting a mouthful of imperial blood, she looked at Jiang Heng sadly. Other people don't understand me. Don't you understand me either? I do believe you. Even if the world leaves you, I'm on your side. Don't you leave me. Don't. It is only when you lose that you realize how valuable it is. And Hongi was afraid. The heavenly punishment at the time of the harmonization more than 10 years ago did not frighten her. Right now, she was really scared. She's afraid that she won't see Jiang Heng smile and won't be able to eat the porridge every morning. And at night, when you're together, you'll hear fairy tales in your ears. And we're done for. Jiang Heng stopped his maniacal laughter and took a deep calming breath as he looked at Hongi. In this moment, he let go of all of it. In this moment, he lived no longer for anyone. In this moment, his future would only be himself. A wandering heart must always have a place to rest, but it must not be the present moment, not the ethereal sanctuary of the. Nor was it beside Hongi. Fate is over? And Hongi's eyes widened and, filled with confusion, he looked at Jiang Heng. The karma between us is so deep, how can it end? I'm not allowed to. Jiang Heng, I won't allow you to leave me. While muttering, and Hongi bathed in blood and rain, with a miserable smile, step by step, he walked towards Jiang Heng. Absolutely beautiful, but at the moment showing a touch of bleakness. With every step she took, a scarlet lotus blossomed beneath her feet. Unconsciously, a path generated by a red lotus just appeared out of nowhere. And Hongi also arrived near Jiang Heng. It seems to have come this far after all. Looking at the magnificent woman in front of him, the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Yes, you took a shot at me just now anyway. Today, I'm leaving. If you're so capable, slap me to death from behind. After saying that, Jiang Heng took one step at a time towards the distance in front of everyone. Right now he was unwilling to continue to dwell on it. As for Yi Beixian, with Hongi around he's unlikely to get his hands on him again. The mountains are high and the moonlit nights are long. Since then, identities have swapped. He would let Yi Beixian know what it meant to be cruel. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that slap. It was just a sudden thing I couldn't do. Jiang Heng, will you understand me? Jiang Heng's words were like a sharp sword that pierced into Hongi's heart. It made her already heavy emotions instantly tremble. Raising his head, he looked at Jiang Heng's back that was gradually walking away and spoke loudly. Don't you leave me. You know, I can't take it. At the end of her words, out of the corner of her eye, Hongi shed a clear tear, and with the rain of blood in the sky, a stark contrast. She couldn't figure out how it could turn into what it was right now when it was so good before. Jiang Heng ignored it, as if he hadn't heard it, and walked forward step by step. Step by step. Don't you push me. Jiang Heng, don't you push me anymore. And Hongi raised her hand and several red seal characters appeared instantly. But seeing Jiang Heng's determined back, the hand was in the air, half moved. Seeing this scene, not far away from the sword elder, long sigh of relief, put on the waist of the gourd hand, slowly relaxing as well. And, just when he thought that this matter had come to an end, several figures instantly came to Song Yi. Red clothes, have you considered the face of the Holy Land when you let him go? If this son leaves, my netherworld Holy Land will not become a joke in the Tian Luo realm. Those who betray the clan shall be killed without pardon. Blood rain was in the air, and three figures slowly revealed their true forms from the rain. Seeing them, many of the ethereal Holy Land's disciples violently fell to their knees. It's the Supreme Elders. It's the three great elders of gold, silver, and copper. They actually came out? When they saw that the Empress was unwilling to make a move, many of the ethereal Holy Land disciples were still feeling sorry for them. After all, they really didn't want to let Jiang Heng leave. When they saw the men arrive, a smile returned to their faces. It's you guys, and Hongi glanced sideways and saw the trio arrive, her face still wailing with grief. At the head of the group, the old man in golden attire looked at Jiang Heng's departing back. Laughing coldly, he said, he has been subjected to so many cultivation resources from the Holy Land and has gained so many benefits. Want to leave? That's just it. For the sake of friendship, I'll knock out the bones and abolish the spiritual roots. Leave the mountain as a wild dog. P.S. I should be adding more tomorrow. Please ask for a wave of chase read. Love you guys yo. End of chapter. The cranberry-haired gold man didn't lower his voice, as if he was speaking specifically for all to hear. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Heng's back with contempt. Genius? So what? Even before he grows up, he is only a half step to the Soul Palace. Even if he really stepped into the Soul Palace realm, he could still crush him with his hands. Jiang Heng, the sea of bitterness has no end to turn back to the shore. Stop now. I can make the decision to pretend this never happened. Beside the gold man, the silver man, who wore a simple silver outfit, arrived in front of Jiang Heng in an instant. With a kind smile, he stopped him in his tracks. Gold, silver, bronze. Jiang Heng stopped, his eyes indifferently sweeping the trio. These three were the Holy Land's supreme elders, and were only comparable to the Sword Elders if they were based on age seniority. The battle power was second to none in the vast Holy Land. One sings the white and the other the red. Take me for a little kid? Interesting. What if I say no then? What are you going to do? Jiang Heng nodded slightly and looked at Yin Luo with a smile. With today's move, he had no intention of going down the mountain properly. This is not a place for mercy. He's not going to be let off the hook. Humph. Then it's as the gold man says. Misty Holy Land disciples obey. Execute the rebels. Set the world right. Kill without pardon. The silver man glanced at the kneeling Holy Land disciples and pointed at Jiang Heng. Receive news of. The disciples of the Holy Land looked up, stunned, and looked at Yin Luo, and after a few breaths of silence, each of them took out their magic treasures and opened their mouths. I'm sorry, eldest brother. It's hard to disobey the master's orders. Jiang Heng, since you chose your own path, don't blame us for not being polite. Don't show any mercy, everyone. You all know how strong he is, right? Jiang Heng, you're the one who said that the grudges are settled, so don't blame me if I lay my hands on you. For a while, thousands of elite disciples present at the scene, all sacrificed their magic treasures. A large circle is quickly formed. They've completely surrounded Jiang Heng and blocked the way down the mountain. Very good. Let's use your blood to sacrifice this devil's heart of mine today. Gentlemen, show me no mercy. Jiang Heng grinned, waving his right hand casually. A silver-white willow appeared. Ju. It's a technique he created in his previous life. Although it's only a heavenly rank upper grade, but the fit with him is very high. You can manifest any shape, including flying swords or crosses, and throw them out at will. Kill. In the crowd. I don't know who shouted, and immediately a dozen people took the lead and rushed out. 100 steps turned into 10, instantly arriving in front of Jiang Heng. Shoo. In response, Jiang Heng had no qualms about quickly flinging the willow, cutting the offending disciple off at the waist. Blood spilled over the flat fields, and many disciples who had broken their bodies let out wails of pain. In an instant it swept over the large bush field, and Jiang Heng's pace didn't stop. Looking at the familiar faces of a kind of guilty pleasure flourished in his heart. Kill. Jiang Heng kept wandering away from the crowd. Just like a shocking flash of light, he came to a familiar female disciple, the one with the fat head. Big brother is me. You always compliment me on my cuteness. Have you forgotten? Before the words were finished, the silver rainbow light flashed away and Jiang Heng sliced off her head. And, all around, it was too late to be surprised. Swoosh. Jiang Heng used Ju to manifest a dozen flying swords. The cold aura whistled past, spreading rapidly in all directions. The speed is very fast, many people simply cannot dodge. Just like sugar gourd, was directly skewer up. In a matter of moments, dozens more people were cut down. Other days cause, today's effect. Mr. Jiang kills you and others. There is no guilt in his heart. Jiang Heng was fast. His body is already strong. And with the 108 golden gung fu fruits from the system, while cultivating mana immunity, the physical body had long since reached the state of perfection. In just a few short breaths, hundreds of the thousands of elite disciples were killed or injured. You're so mean. Watching Jiang Heng's killing spree, the corner of Silver Man's eyes twitched. He had meant to attack the heart. Jiang Heng? It's just the Virgin Mary. Definitely won't lay a hard hand on senior brothers and sisters. But, more than laying a hard hand, killing hundreds of people. Ha ha, ruthless? Jiang Heng waved the willow branch in his hand, harvesting one life after another. In the midst of a mournful scream indifferently spoke. Is this pomp and circumstance not as you wish? You called them out. You killed them. Ha ha, and only allow you and others to kill Jiang Mao. Not allow Jiang Heng to kill you and others? Coquette. You die. The silver man immediately struck out decisively and it instantly arrived in front of Jiang Heng as a rainbow light. Like a withered hand, the silver Tao constantly coalesced. At the same time, not far away, the two great elders, Jin and Copper, joined hands and attacked. The intention was to subdue Jiang Heng at the first opportunity. And where are the two fellow Taoists going? Just as Jin and Copper were about to reach Jiang Heng's side, an aged voice that stopped them in their tracks. Elder's sword trembled as he came before them, his eyes looking at them unkindly. After a goodbye more than 100 years ago, the two of you are already Taishan elders. Today, why don't you catch up with the old man? Elder's sword grinned, and with only one tooth left, he looked a bit comical. But, again, so reliable. At the same time, a white swimming fish continuously overflowed from the gourd and began to wander around him. It's sword energy. Dao brother, what do you mean by this? Jean Lao frowned, looking at Elder's sword incredulously. There is no other meaning. The old man's days are running out when his life is about to end, and he saw some old friends, just remembering old times. Elder's sword's smile was still wide, but from the corner of his eye, he looked at Jiang Heng from time to time, full of anticipation, murmuring, "Dusty heart, master won't let you down. That's what you want, isn't it? I may be rotten, but I have tasted a battle." "Sword too," said the sword elder waistcord, as if by what stimulation. Countless white swimming fish erupted in an instant. Tens of thousands of sword chi quickly swept across the large clump of fields. This scene caused the entire room to choke, and they all redirected their gazes to look at Elder Sword. "Are you crazy, old man? You, Heavenly Sword Sect, are you planning to make an enemy of my misty Holy Land?" The gold man shuddered. He didn't think that Jin Yuanzuan would really dare to release the sword gourd here. This wave is the equivalent of going to war. The Heavenly Sword Sect can afford it? Where are the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Fight alongside Jiang Heng until death do us part. Elder Sword ignored the words of the gold man and turned his eyes to the distance. A disciple carrying a long sword. Yes, we are at your service. Yes, honor the order of the Grand Elder. Brother Jiang, we'll protect you. Don't be sad if we die in battle. Atone for the previous misunderstanding. Willingly, hundreds of flying swords erupted, and dozens of ethereal Holy Land disciples that, falling under this sudden attack. P.S. Today is a 3-shift series, and the third one is a big chapter with a lot of drama. End of chapter. The Heavenly Sword Sect disciple broke through a gap and quickly came behind Jiang Heng. Help him continue to drive in the direction of the mountain. The rest of the sword's blade has not the slightest wand to show mercy. Hiss. Elder Sword, why bother? Jiang Heng knew that what the Heavenly Sword Sect practiced was sword intent and also sword heart, and that it was never timid in going forward, and never in debt. The Heavenly Sword Sect people are returning the karma. But why should the Heavenly Sword Sect pay back this karma? My generation is very small. All of them are floating in the dust of the world. Jiang Heng, you still have a long future ahead of you. It's still far away. And, even if you and I don't have a cause and effect today, I won't sit back and watch. Otherwise, where is the heart of the sword? The sword of my generation cuts down the injustice of the world, when it also cuts down this misty Holy Land. Elder Sword was riding the swimming fish while answering Jiang Heng's words, while walking slowly towards Jean and Copper. Under the 10,000 sword chi, the two of them kept falling back, getting farther and farther away from Jiang Heng. Phew, Dusty Heart, you have a good master. Seeing this, Jiang Heng felt heartfelt emotion. What kind of elders teach what kind of disciples? This group of people from the Heavenly Sword Sect, every one of them is a man. After all one's words, Jiang Heng turned his eyes to look directly in front of him, and a palm came into view. A thin, bony arm that, wrapped in a loose doily. Knowing that Lao Fu was coming, how dare you get distracted? The silver man was nonchalant and, with great force, he slapped his palm at Jiang Heng's chest. Bang! A muffled grunt struck. A far cry from the expected image. Jiang Heng lifted his jade-like palm and directly carried the silver man's palm hard. The aftermath of the collision shook everything around them. Many disciples vomited blood on the spot. This can't be right. Feeling the heaviness of his right hand, Silver narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Heng in shock. According to reason, this move Jiang Heng ate, although it is not to kill in seconds, but it is a package of serious injuries. Right now, evenly matched? One must know that his realm ratio was quite a bit higher than Jiang Heng. Rotten souls, long overdue for burial. Ginkgo, send you on your way. The corner of Jiang Heng's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, staring straight into the silver man's eyes. This is the moment of the explosion of the past life. He was going to instantly kill the silver man. Turning mountains over sea seals, Jiang Heng used his Dao fruit. His right hand violently shook away the silver man. Make a quick seal from among the gaps. In the next second, a seal containing mountains and oceans was continuously compressed and recompressed. It appeared steeply in Jiang Heng's hand. Shoo! Before the silver man could think, Jiang Heng had already rushed towards him. Junior, be reckless. A rhinoceros finger. The silver man burst heave, shaped like a withered hand, immediately pointing out a circle of invisible ripples. It spread rapidly toward Jiang Heng. It can be seen that as these ripples spread out again, the objects they touch, it was reduced to pieces in no time at all. Whether it was the bodies on the ground, or the green shade of the bushfield, they were crushed. In an instant, it completely wrapped Jiang Heng. Death, the silver man sneered. But the next second, he couldn't stop laughing. Jiang Heng wandered in the middle of the one finger of rhinoceros again, completely free of worry. This is mana immunity? No way. When did you learn that? The silver man's scalp tingled. This immunity to mana is a special power that transcends rank. When it opens, it ignores all ways and laws. As long as the strength wasn't absolutely crushing, then it would be forcibly dragged into a physical fight. He's like 6,000 years old. The chi and blood had long since decayed, so what was there to compare the flesh with the young? Jiang Heng, are you going to bully your master? The silver man hissed. That path of reincarnation that leads to the Yellow Springs. You remember to call me by my true name. Effective immediately, I am Demon Lord Jiang Heng. The corner of Jiang Heng's mouth hung up with a touch of cruelty. Over mountain over sea seal immediately knocked out fiercely at Yin Luo's chest. Bang! The decaying body was directly penetrated by Jiang Heng, and the silver man was like a kite with broken strings, being directly sent flying. It didn't come to a halt until a distant mountain peak was smashed into pieces. Vom dash! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his eyes were less in and more out of breath. This scene caused the surrounding Holy Land disciples who had surrounded Jiang Heng to reveal their trepidation. Are they here to kill the devil or to die? Run! Run! This person is possessed. We are no match. Gollum! The Supreme Elder couldn't even subdue him? Eldest brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made an enemy of you. For a while, many disciples sprang into retirement. The gold, silver, and bronze men are in charge of law enforcement, and their combat strength is among the same rank. Ben is a bit more plucky. May. The silver man was killed by Jiang Heng as a dog. Where were their opponents? Ha ha, you want to go now? 7 flames, 7 superiors. Jiang Heng jie laughed. The 7 inflammatory dragons in the palm of his right hand instantly erupted. With the momentum of burning inflammation and boiling the sea, it erupted violently in all directions. The large bushfield and the majestic jade steps were all bathed in a sea of fire. The wailing, the agony, it goes on and on. Many of the disciples of the Holy Land, all former faces, were at this time in the midst of a sea of fire that let out an agonized plea for mercy. The flames are sky high. The men were reduced to ashes in no time. Far away, the gold man who was fighting with Elder Sword was completely shocked by this scene. This is, he was incoherent. The scene in front of him completely shattered his expectations. Where's Ginkgo? What the hell? But after some searching, he found the silver man lying at a distance, with a hole in his chest the size of his head. Long gone is the breath. Karma up. At this moment, the gold man was completely confused. The gold man spoke indignantly. This son must not be kept. Must not be kept. He's scared. At this moment, he was truly afraid. A half-step Soul Palace latecomer, fighting off veteran powerhouses like them in a one-on-one situation. If Jiang Heng grows up, what will happen to this ethereal holy land of theirs? May. The next second, he was even more tense. In the dim sky, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and directly struck Jiang Heng. Pounds of majestic aura erupted from Jiang Heng's body. At this second, Jiang Heng stepped into the 6th realm, Soul Palace, and Jiang Heng's aura was no longer the ethereal holy aura, but a black demonic aura. The whole man, completely fallen into the devil's path. To kill and destroy, to prove the devil's way. You forged the devil's heart of the heavenly Tao? The gold man shuddered and looked at Jiang Heng with wide-eyed death. It was a scene that he really couldn't stand. The young generation of the misty Holy Land was directly decimated by Jiang Heng by more than 1,000 people, and with his departure, the whole 3rd generation of disciples is broken. And Hongyi, are you still not going to make a move? The gold man couldn't hold it together any longer. And Hongyi was speechless, her eyes staring vacantly at Jiang Heng, her body trembling continuously. It's like you're afraid of something. At the same time, in the midst of the sea of fire, Jiang Heng raised the sky and laughed. Ha ha, the cause of other days, the fruit of today. Thank you for stepping in and giving me complete relief. Ding has detected the host's extreme rebellion. Please don't go astray. System self-correcting. Error correction failed. Ding, congrats to the host for proving the Tao by killing and obtaining the reward, the heavenly Tao demon heart. P.S. Today is a 3-shift series, and the 3rd one is a big chapter with a lot of drama. End of chapter. Ding host obtains the technique, heavenly demon scripture, heavenly Tao demon heart? Feeling this newborn heart, Jiang Heng's expression was neither sad nor happy. The tide on the Qiantang River is coming in, and today I realize that I am me. After leaving here, my future will be better. Jiang Heng muttered and whispered. After saying that, he turned his eyes to the distance, where Elder Sword was. At this moment, 10,000 milky white sword chi streaked across the room, and the old man showed off his elegance as he fought 1 against 3. Seemingly sensing Jiang Heng's gaze, Elder Sword's sword aura spread out. A violent eruption forced back the 3. Jiang Heng, the first half of your life was too bitter. The old man hopes that in the future, you won't be so tired. And I hope, too, that you take a sunny path. Have heard what was said. Jiang Heng was shocked in his heart and raised his eyes to look at Elder Sword in shock. The tone. It's not right. Elder Sword. Jiang Heng was surprised, but in the middle of his words, he was interrupted by Elder Sword. Go on. It's only when you get out of your cage that you realize how big the world is, and that this ethereal sanctuary isn't worth what you have to give. As he said that, Elder Sword called out a black mini-sword. The small sword streaked across the sky, cutting a large gap in the deep sky. At the same time, Jiang Heng's ears echoed with Elder Sword's voice. Go, the sword ancestor will shelter you. Go together. Jiang Heng refused. Although he has fallen into the devil's way, he has his own 3 views and leaves his comrades alone to live. He can't do it. And Elder Sword did not say anything. At this moment within the pale body, a monstrous chi and blood burst forth. Haha laughed and said, my sword Yuanzuan is the man of the world, but his fate is so bad that it breaks the road ahead. Now that the mantle is buried, I have a death wish. Jiang Heng, live and seek the other side of your heart, the one you've drifted away from. There's got to be room. The next second, the sword gourd crumbled, and 10,000 sword chi completely streaked across. Above the misty peak, a milky white swimming fish crushes the mountains and rivers. At the same time, Jiang Heng was directly disliked by an irresistible force into the spatial teleportation. No! Jiang Heng hissed. The scene in front of him was one he would never forget, and Hongyi struck out. Countless sword chi was easily crushed by the red Dao. Above the canopy, the old man who looked down upon the world was shattered, leaving only a head. The head was looking at him with a charitable smile. Me. Vom dash. Jiang Heng was furious and vomited a mouthful of blood, a mouthful of jade-like teeth clenched in death. And Hongyi, the ethereal sanctuary. Today's revenge, I, Jiang Heng, will not forget. In the coming day, thwart the bones and burn the ethereal sanctuary. Looking at Elder Sword's burning remaining candle flame, Jiang Heng's heart squealed with grief. He's been walking on thin ice all his life, and the warmth he's never seen before is in strangers. The hatred is monstrous. In an instant in Jiang Heng's heart, a seed was planted, just waiting to germinate and grow into the sky. Did this seed let you go? Outside the space, and Hongyi's eyes were scarlet, her fierce aura monstrous. Continuing, instead of letting you go, I'd rather keep you prisoner with me for the rest of my life. In the next second, countless red runes like tidal waves. In an instant, it locks onto a large alien space. Within the space, like glass, it began to rapidly crumble. Jiang Heng felt that he was being dragged again, and those big hands made up of seal characters wanted to drag him away. Although, in his previous life, he was invincible in the fruit of the Tao, but now he is facing the harmonization of the Tao with the Tongyi, and he feels powerless in this bewilderment. It still made him feel suffocated, unbeatable. Jiang Heng gritted his teeth and sighed helplessly. And, just when Jiang Heng was at the point of no return, the miniature sword, a golden sword aura violently erupted. It seemed to cut down the red seal characters in the space across the endless space and time. No, no, hissed in Hongyi, scarlet eyes with a monstrous fury. Sword ancestor, you dare to stop me? Since this is the case, there's no need for this heavenly sword sect to exist. Jiang Heng, you can't leave me. My fury, it's going to get out of control. You're not allowed to leave me. You're not allowed to leave me. Looking at the closed space, and Hongyi's whole body sickly trembled. And Hongyi, why are you making your move at this time? Watching Jiang Heng leave, Copper Man was incomparably indignant. After spitting at the remains of the Elder Sword, he came to Hongyi's side and asked. Swoosh! Several imperceptible chills instantly intertwined, and the Copper Man stared wide-eyed. Before the questioning expression could dissipate, the entire person was sliced into numerous pieces, turned into a puddle of blood. Unbridled. When is it your turn to question this seat? It seems that Jiang Heng's gentleness has worn away quite a bit of this seat's temperament, allowing you and the others to ride on this seat's head? With immediate effect, the Netherworld Holy Land declares war on the Heavenly Sword Sect, and Hongyi didn't even look at the corpse, after her eyes swept from Fengkentian and Jin Lao, turning toward the Holy Mountain, seemingly thinking of something, and Hongyi pointed at Yi Beixian, who was looking terrified. Take him to ask for the heart pass. Oh, yeah, and her. After pointing at Hua Changqing again, she left without looking back. At the scene, only the White Deer Academy and Xian Tian Holy Land disciples remained. They shivered at the devastation. I didn't realize that a questioning pass had led to this mortal disaster. The Immaculate Sacred Son, Jiang Heng, withdrew from the clan and threatened to wipe out the ethereal Sacred Land. The entire third generation of disciples of the Sacred Land, killed off the break. Subocular medicine. The Netherworld Holy Land went to war with the Heavenly Sword Sect. This is the Holy Land War, and it's bound to affect the entire Tian Luo realm. All know, this Tian Luo world is going to be windy. Tian Luo Boundary, South Ridge, Yangzhou, Nangong Imperial Dynasty. Green bricks, green tiles, traffic, traders and pawns are busy for 3 meals a day. Curb. A young man was in rags and had a dirty face. But surprise, the filth and mess couldn't hide his splendor at all. Just sitting there. I've already had a lot of people come up to me and talk to me. Most of them women. Yangzhou, is the location off? Ahem. Jiang Heng coughed lightly twice. It's been 3 days since I came here. Inside the teleportation space, the injuries caused by Anhongi were also much better and would be healed in a matter of days. This is a neighboring state of the Sword Continent and the seat of the Nangong Dynasty. The Nangong Dynasty? Ha ha. Little sister. I wonder if you are well in this life. Interesting. So interesting. Yi Beixian. Now that I've swapped identities with you, then you'll be able to taste the. Let me bring you a feast. Figuring out everything that had happened. The corner of Jiang Heng's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Previous incarnation, Buddhism, Nangong Ni Wang, as a junior sister, had secretly hooked up with Yi Beixian a long time ago. During that time, many things were done to count him out. One of them, there's no proof, but it's 8 or 9. Yi Beixian's original magic weapon, the human emperor streamer, was refined by Nangong Ni Wang, and after, in front of the world, he said that the human emperor streamer was forged by him, Jiang Heng. Since then, the world has hunted them down endlessly, become the public enemy of both the righteous and the devil. 9 turns dragon phoenix body, human emperor streamer. Ha ha. Interesting, interesting. Jiang Heng nodded his head and looked up into the distance. It was a lofty temple that, it was golden and majestic to the core. He's decided, the Sword Continent must go, and the black sword tire is still with him and needs to be returned. But before you go, you might as well take a look inside this imperial city. Everything Yi Beixian has, he wants. With the positions swapped in this life, he was curious how Yi Beixian would progress. Ahem. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng coughed violently twice. Brother, eat. A full stomach doesn't hurt. Just as Jiang Heng coughed, a brittle voice in his ear spoke cautiously, turning her eyes to look at a dirty girl with patches all over her clothes. But it was as long as a porcelain doll, was holding a dirty bun and smiling to himself. Carefully, the girl plucked away the dirty part of the bun and ate it, fearing to waste a tiny bit of. Wiping his small hands on his clothes, he handed the clean place to Jiang Heng. Ahem. No need. Jiang Heng turned his eyes and coldly glanced at the girl before closing his eyes. The little girl, whose name he had not asked, was the one he had fallen in with 3 days ago, and whom he had wakened to see. It seems that he robbed the girl of her pit. The girl had tirelessly helped him go in search of food for the past few days, despite the mood swings. Right now, the injury would heal in 2 days at most, and he didn't want to get involved in karma. The girl's head, or rather everyone's head here, has a dead air on it. It is leading to the endless vault of heaven. This is something you can only observe after practicing the Heavenly Demon Sutra. Be happy, brother. Sniffing, the girl looked at Jiang Heng's face seriously. To smile, brother must look good when he smiles. At those words, Jiang Heng's heart trembled. Laughing. How long has it been since I've felt that word? It seemed that he hadn't laughed since the last Inquirer's Pass. Until now, in the rush of 10,000 years. Nowadays, can't seem to feel that emotion anymore either. Closing his eyes, Jiang Heng stopped speaking and started to wash the marrow of the 8 meridians by operating the Heavenly Demon Scripture. The little girl pursed her lips at the sight, glanced at the steamed bun in her hand, and carefully tucked it into her chest, then head out into the crush of people looking for today's dinner. Inside the imperial city, the outside of the gilded temple was filled with golden armored soldiers patrolling. In the back garden, a woman looked graceful and luxurious, sitting on top of a phoenix couch, looking at the pool fish in front of him. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. Although there are many heroes in this world, I'm not sure if I'm a hero. Only Brother Beixian is the one who leaps the dragon gate. When no one was around, Nangong Nihuan picked up a jade pendant and immediately activated her spiritual energy. The jade pendant lifted up in the air, emitting a bit of fluorescence, and instantly became a mirror. A young, innocent face, reflected in it. Senior Brother Beixian, looking at the person in the mirror, Nangong Nihuan's attitude shifted. Mirror, have you arranged the human emperor's streamers yet? All is in order, except for a child girl born in a cloudy year, month, and hour. Nangong Nihuan smiled brightly. Good. Yi Beixian was visibly pleased, and seemed to remember something as he continued. According to my projections, it's possible that Jiang Heng is in the Nangong dynasty. He was seriously injured by Anhongi. He won't be able to recuperate without a month. Send men to search, find them and kill them without pardon. At those words, Nangong Niwang shuddered and, there was more than a touch of contempt in the depths of his eyes. I'll immediately ask father to send people to search. By the way, senior brother, when are you coming over? My 9 transformation dragon phoenix body has matured. You can pick it anytime you want. P.S. Families, just catch up on your reading every day to help the main character get stronger faster. Sneaky face. End of chapter. Dawn has arrived. The golden morning sun drives away the cold of autumn. The crowded imperial city is still noisy. Ahem. After a night of conditioning, Jiang Heng felt that his body's condition was, well, a lot better. Seems to think of something. He glanced at the clearing beside him with a staring brow. The straw mat was still there, but the petite figure was nowhere to be seen. Sighing slightly, Jiang Heng gazed at the imperial city. For a moment, stood up and headed that way. Crowds are coming and going. However, many people Jiang Heng would still look sideways as they passed by, surprised at the wretched man. They think that with such temperament, they shouldn't be in such a mess. In response, Jiang Heng was unimpressed. The vicissitudes of 10,000 years have long been ignored by worldly eyes, except for those few and far between events. The pace did not stop, and when passing a tea house, Jiang Heng faintly stopped his footsteps. Drunken immortal house. From the outside of the building, Jiang Heng could sense that the people gathered here were all cultivators. Was talking about a field of topics. Have you guys heard? Something big has happened in the Netherworld Holy Land. The 3rd generation disciples have been killed off. Less than 100 remain. And it was Jiang Heng who did it. Asterisk? He's alone. Ha? Does he have to be such a bull's ass? The people from the ethereal sanctuary said it was demonic, but according to my distant cousin's second aunt from my great-aunt's family, it was a case of rage after being falsely accused, and he slaughtered all the people who framed him. So raw? Asterisk, that's Jiang Heng. With the qualifications of a great emperor, the Netherworld Holy Land has issued a Netherworld order to play a qualifying match against the Heavenly Sword Sect. This is a battle of extermination of clans and clans. The Sword Continent is in turmoil over there. Countless clans have responded to the recruitment of the Heavenly Sword Order, vowing to live and die with the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Sword Continent's overlord seems to be getting real too. Be careful in recent days. This imperial city is not peaceful. Hundreds of young children have disappeared as far as I know. Next door is the Sword Continent. I don't know if we, Yangzhou, will be involved in it. Hey, the gods fight and the vegetable dogs suffer. Jiang Heng stopped his footsteps and listened carefully to the gossip inside. Although much of the news is empty, but the experience of his previous life had taught him that these places of brothels and willows, sources are the fastest, and most reliable. It's faster and more accurate than any intelligence service. The mountain rain is coming down. After finishing this matter, I do have to rush to the Sword Continent as soon as possible. Also, my beloved senior brothers and sisters and elders, come and gather at the Human Emperor's streamer in the coming day. Ha ha. A slight change would affect the whole body. The Heavenly Sword Sect was in trouble this time, and Jiang Heng did not intend to put it at risk. Enter the devil to enter the devil. The blood feud with the Netherworld Holy Land, the grudge with Yi Beixian, all of this had to be resolved. At the present moment, however, there are things to do. 2. Boys and girls. Jiang Heng pursed his lips. The heavenly treasures needed for the Human Emperor's streamer are not the point. The most important thing is the souls, bones and blood of the 999 children. It takes extreme energy, along with millions of resentful spirits to form a streamer. This is, how come the sky turned red ? What happened? What's with all the skeletons? Tramp. This is a sacrifice. Run. It's a knot out there. We're trapped. Just as Jiang Heng fell silent, the clamor around him dragged him out of his thoughts. Curious to see. The streets, which were once orderly, became messy, with disorganized goods scattered all over the place. The sky, at some point, had long since turned blood red, and countless classes of skeletons were roaming around. It seems to be bloodthirsty at all times. The scene made the atmosphere terrifying. Among them, the old men with seniority, recognizing the situation of the place, hissed loudly. Has it started? All of this is not out of Jiang Heng's expectations. From yesterday saw those black breath. He knew that this huge imperial city was most likely the object of the sacrifice. Originally, I thought there were a few days left. I didn't realize it would start so soon. Seeing this, Jiang Heng was unperturbed and did not make a move to crush these skeletons. Turning to the imperial city. A few leaps. It wasn't long before we reached the bottom of the imperial city. At this time, this place has long been full of people. Looking around, about 1,000 are here to ask for claims. Jiang Heng ignored it. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, a path was pushed open with mana. He walked up to the guardsmen and was just about to say something. The soldier snatched his mouth. Stinking beggar. Is this imperial city a place for you to come? Asterisk 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 off. Seeing Jiang Heng's ragged clothes, a few soldiers immediately reprimanded him. Oh, Jiang Heng was slightly surprised. In the eyes of several soldiers, the index finger casually waved a few silver-white crescent moon. The next second, their vision began to spin. Puff. 8 soldiers had their heads directly sliced off by Jiang Heng. Asterisk asterisk this is a tough guy. Big brother, you're too impulsive. You can't afford to mess with the Nangong Imperial Dynasty. Run. Why does this person look so familiar? I should be wrong. It can't be that lord. Behind the trouble behind the cultivators. Originally afraid of the Nangong Dynasty's power, but also dared to beep a few words. But when he saw Jiang Heng killing people at the drop of a hat, he was immediately shocked. In response, Jiang Heng didn't bother. The eyes looked not far away, and at that moment there a man in armor, was hurrying in with more than 100 elites. Look at the realm. It's Yo-Yo. How dare you? Dare to commit murder at the foot of the imperial city? I'll capture you and extract your soul. The man looked at Jiang Heng and immediately opened his mouth to reprimand, but when he saw Jiang Heng's face clearly, his expression evoked a flash of excitement. It's you. Oh, Jiang Heng was suspicious. Good. Great. The Rapunzel ordered me to have someone search for you, and you ended up delivering yourself to the door. Kill him. The male general laughed and immediately greeted his men and attacked. Oh, got it. Jiang Heng hooked up the corners of his mouth in a cruel smile, immediately waved hundreds of a silver crescent. Swoosh. In an instant, a crescent moon resembled the scythe of the god of death, and the sheer chopping of, directly slicing and dicing hundreds of people in front of them. Blood clots flew across the floor and blood was on the ground. The man still wanted to resist, but his neck had already been choked by Jiang Heng. Senior, calm down. I'm Lu Chang, the guard general of the Southern Palace Imperial Dynasty. You killed me? The dynasty liquidates you. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Chang glimpsed the remains of the broken arm behind him, and his soul was scared to the bone. How many people has he seen in his years of guarding the city? There's no shortage of hostile forces to cause trouble. I've never seen such cruelty, and I've never seen so many people killed at the drop of a hat. It's like the devil. And Nangong Nihuan had actually asked him to catch this man. Can he fight? The fifth realm, Yao Yang, was not even a chicken in front of Jiang Heng. Your words are too dense. Jiang Heng coldly grunted. Immediately draw the soul and refine the spirit. It was visible to the naked eye that the man's soul was extracted by Jiang Heng. Countless memories were swept away by Jiang Heng. I hope it's not too late. Jiang Heng scanned through the memory fragments and found the shadow of that girl. Last night I went looking for food, and was guarding the door of a bakery, picking up buns, brought to the imperial city by this man's discovery. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Wahahaha. End of chapter. Knowing this, Jiang Heng, after gaining insight into the imperial city structure, immediately shrunk the ground into inches, disappear from the spot, sprinting toward his destination. Behind them, thousands of cultivators looked at the place where Jiang Heng had disappeared. Eyes were glazed over. No. What realm is this senior in? Why does it look so familiar to me? I don't think it could be him. So ruthless. Extracting the soul and refining the spirit should be the most miserable way to die, right? How old is he? What kind of absolute demon is this? Numb. A bunch of people are numb. If Jiang Heng was an old man, it would be fine. Everything would be normal. It's an old monster. It was obvious to the naked eye that Jiang Heng was at most in his early 20s. Where did such a powerful cultivation come from? And he kills without mercy, more ruthless than the old monsters. The imperial city, the backyard, the quiet and relaxing atmosphere. A world away from the outside of the city, Nangong Nihuan sat lazily on the phoenix couch. He looked at the scarlet sky in the distance and became very emotional. Phoenix, our clan has gambled everything we have. Young Xian won't be negative to us, right? Not far from Nangong Nihuan, the middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe had worried eyes. He was the contemporary emperor of the Nangong Imperial Dynasty, Nangong Tian, and the contemporary family head of the Nangong clan. 5 years ago, after seeing Yi Beixian, coupled with his daughter Nangong Nihuan's encouragement, after communicating with a few old ancestors, they resolutely bound with Yi Beixian, be an angel investor. Cases like this were commonplace in the Tian Luo realm. It is a shortcut for countless second-tier powers to advance to first-tier powers. As long as Yi Beixian is certified as a great emperor, they will also be mother and son. Don't worry, brother Beixian won't fail me. Nangong Nihuan was confident. Whether it was her talent, or her looks, she was second to none in the Tian Luo realm. With your words, my father is relieved. Nangong Tian took a long breath and nodded. Has Jiang Heng found it yet? The human emperor's streamer is important. It can't be spoiled by him. No, the Forbidden Army was sent to patrol the entire imperial city, but they have not found him. Are you sure he's here? Nangong Tian stroked his chin, puzzled. It was reasonable to say that they rummaged through locations that might exist, luxury inns, the homes of some powerful people. Even the hidden corners were not found. Hearing this, Nangong Nihuang coldly grunted. If Brother Beishian says he's there, then he must be there. That's just it. He can't make any waves, and if he dares to show up, we'll take his soul. Throw them into the human emperor's streamer together. Father, it's getting late. Prepare the sacrificial streamers. Fine. You inform the clan's ancestors, and my father will go to the prison now. Imperial City, Blackwater Prison. Dampness. The smell of decay filled the air. A scream was unceasing, and there was blood all over the place, casually decapitating a few guards. Jiang Heng frowned as he walked towards the depths. From memory, it should be in the very back. As he walked, Jiang Heng glanced at the cages on the left and right. Inside was a group of death row inmates shouting and threatening. Kid, save me from going out. Pass on your supreme divine power, and you will prove to be a great emperor in the future. Gouge the boys' eyes out and stomp on them as fish bubbles. Dig out the cashews. I want them cold. In response, Jiang Heng smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and casually waved out a few silver nails. Shoot a few of the ones that scream the loudest. It's the only thing that's quiet in this big cell. Jiang Heng walked to the end. A wooden cross. A girl with patches on her clothes, being nailed to it. Above each acupoint, blood seeps out little by little, pulling it into a copper bowl. The girl was bloodless and breathless, as if she would perish at any moment. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Jiang Heng's eyes were like awns, and his entire body could not stop trembling. Bitch, you like to play, don't you? You wait for me to pass. He paced to the cross. Quickly pull out the soul-consuming nails on the girl's body. The moment it was withdrawn, the girl's body jerked as if in pain. Breath. Even weaker. Jiang Heng immediately took out a phoenix blood pill and fed it into the girl's mouth. The pill was very soft. Into the throat will be transformed into liquid, instantly moisturizing the girl's strange meridians and veins. The girl's face grew bloodshot. When I first came here, I borrowed your place of residence for 4 days, and now that I've saved your life, the karma has been cleared since then. Seeing that the girl's breath was much better, Jiang Heng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Taking the girl into his arms, he walked towards the cell door. Brother, did you save me? Eat the bun. Don't cry. It won't hurt if you eat your heart. On Jiang Heng's face, a small, dirty hand was caressing him, and looking down. The girl has awakened. Left hand, and that bun from yesterday. Apparently, they don't want to eat it. Jiang Heng's heart trembled as he looked at the girl in shock. The girl's eyes were clear as he had ever seen them, seemingly able to see through everything. Does it hurt? Indeed, the heart is not aching all the time. It has become numb with pain. Do you, always, not get enough to eat? After saying that, Jiang Heng was a bit embarrassed. How does this girl look like she has a meal? Being asked by Jiang Heng, the girl was obviously a bit nervous. Carefully glancing at the steamed buns, she said seriously, I'm very full la. Brother, you eat. I'm not hungry. After saying that, after taking a fond look at the steamed bun, he handed it to Jiang Heng with both hands. Jiang Heng was silent and didn't say anything. Cause and effect. Looking at the buns in front of him, he knew it was huge karma. It was just a bun, but it was all the little girl had. Muttered to oneself for a few moments, Jiang Heng gently looked at the girl's flawless eyes, reached out and took the steamed bread in his hands. The buns were a little dirty and a little misshapen. Jiang Heng didn't dislike it and chewed it bite by bite, swallowing it all into his stomach in no time. Brother, does it still hurt? Seeing Jiang Heng eat the steamed bun, the girl smiled. Jiang Heng did not say anything. His expression was cold. I'm going to kill a lot of people later, so cover your eyes if you're afraid. At that, the girl immediately covered her eyes with a shudder, possibly worried about Jiang Heng. Her index and middle fingers showed a slit and peeked around. In response, Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly, turning his eyes to the stone wall not far away. He spoke indifferently. Lowly wild dog that, hiding from death. Ding! Holding the girl in his left hand, Jiang Heng popped out a silver cross with his right hand. The distant stone wall shattered. A stout middle-aged man revealed his figure, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe and carrying his hands behind his back. After being discovered by Jiang Heng, he took a step forward with surprise on his face. Young Master Jiang. No, the traitor Jiang Heng. Seeing this emperor and still not asking for peace, Nangong Tian's mouth smiled coldly in surprise. Not afraid that this seat will skin you? Oh, Jiang Heng nodded and took one step forward, following with surprise. Yi Beixian didn't tell you. The silver man was done in by me? Don't you want to die? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? P.S. I'll try to write more fine outlines and then add a little more. Please catch up on your reading. Mamma mia. End of chapter. Jiang Heng's words caused Nangong Tian to stare in disbelief. What the hell? You're a ginkgo? See if you're talking like a human being? What kind of script is that to write? Not afraid of being liquidated? At this level, the silvers are at the bottom of the barrel level of the average place. Even a holy place is quite a license. How did you die at the hands of Jiang Heng? Big talk. Nangong Tian didn't believe it, and a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Wait, you know? He trembled steeply and looked at Jiang Heng in shock. You guess. Jiang Heng nodded his head gently. It seems that I can't keep you today. Nangong Tian's demeanor was ice-cold and the eyes that looked at Jiang Heng were full of solemnity. This is something that no one can know about. If word got out, what the entire Nangong family would face would be an endless pursuit. Not to mention angel investment can continue to be the limit. Dragon Emperor's decision. Nangong Tian immediately performed his mastery. The already majestic aura, enhanced by a dragon's shadow, from the Soul Palace early stage. It continued to rise until it reached the Soul Palace Grand Circle before coming to a halt. Nice. Jiang Heng nodded and cast an appreciative glance. What did you say? Nangong Tian gritted his teeth. Jiang Heng's attitude was a complete acknowledgement of the strong to the weak. Who's the elder anyway? You're done with the beeping. What am I supposed to do? You die. Nangong Tian couldn't tense up any longer and transformed into a golden shadow of light. Instantly arriving in front of Jiang Heng, turning his palm into a claw, he knocked hard at the throat. Jiang Heng did not think so. The Dragon Emperor's skill is indeed very strong in the early stages, and if you rank it according to the weight ratio, it's comparable to the Heavenly Order. There's a big downside to this thing. The later you get, the more cultivation your luck transforms into, the weaker it gets. So, when he was at the questioning heart pass, Yi Beixian had clearly forced his way up to the Soul Palace realm. Still not a match for him. This battle power, too flimsy. He was invincible at the same rank. Not just words. Jiang Heng was blandly holding steamed bun girl in his left hand. His right hand erupted with silver rainbow light, and his middle and index fingers came together, stabbing directly at the dragon's claw. Bang! In the instant the fingers touched the dragon claw, the momentum ran through Nangong Tian's palm. Flesh and blood. Ah! With a miserable scream, before he could make any reaction, Jiang Heng smoothly pinched Nangong Tian's throat. You let me go and I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Jiang Shao, have you forgotten? I even invited you to dinner. Being removed from his Dao power, Nangong Tian was completely cowed. The debacle at hand was something he hadn't anticipated. Although Jiang Heng was a demon, there had to be a limit, right? He has been practicing in the Soul Palace for 80 years, and with his Dragon Emperor technique, his combat power is no weaker than that of a Soul Palace perfection. Being slaughtered by Jiang Heng? Yeah, had dinner. Nangong Nihuang is still the one I brought to the Netherworld Holy Land. Jiang Heng laughed lightly. Indeed, when he traveled away from the world and came here, he happened to meet Nangong Nihuang who was robbed. At that time, it was only the fourth realm, reflecting the moon. In order to save the people, he didn't hesitate to kill a few fifth realm and bathed his entire body in blood to save Nangong Nihuang. This old boy invited him to dinner as a token of his appreciation. After, Nangong Nihuang became his youngest sister after studying at the Misty Holy Land. Then came a series of nefarious schemes. Even he couldn't help but feel that all the women who grew up in the palace were growing hearts and minds. Yes, in that case, my daughter still adores you. We'll all be family by then. Feeling the force of the neck of Nangong Tian hurriedly spoke. Then let's go see her. Jiang Heng smiled gently, and in Nangong Tian's joyful expression, snapping his neck, but you're too heavy, so I'll take a head with me. Carrying Nangong Tian's head, Jiang Heng glanced faintly at the girl, and when he saw the girl cover her eyes and the expression was still a little scared and didn't open his mouth. There is some cruelty to be experienced. Sooner or later, the blood moon hangs in the sky over the huge imperial city, and a bizarre skeleton, which is coming from the south to the north, prey on a life. At this time, there is a lot of wailing and a lot of corpses. Some cultivators fought back, seemingly in vain. Tens of thousands of miles in a radius, encapsulated by a layer of scarlet-red boundary, it was impossible to escape. Inside the imperial city, on the large altar, a bright yellow flag, with the cloudy winds, violently shaking. At the same time, a skull is flying out of it, picking fruit back. Why isn't my father back yet? The streamer offering is about to begin. Nangong Nihuan looked at the human emperor streamer with satisfaction, then turned around and asked, right now, I'm thirsty for the blood of millions of living beings. if you add the name of the girl, you can try to call out the human emperor's haki. It should be soon. It won't be a problem below the altar. A white-haired old man spoke indifferently. The remaining few old men nodded in agreement. In the Nangong Imperial City, with Nangong Tian's battle prowess, they would definitely not have any problems. Even if that Jiang Heng is really there, he won't be able to beat Nangong Tian. Coming, a brilliant light laugh echoed, and a bloody head was thrown over to the. Its face was covered with fawning and astonishment. Seeing this head, the hundreds of people present were shocked. This person, wasn't it the current majesty, the emperor of the Nangong Imperial Dynasty, Nangong Tian? Unbridled, the leader of the old man burst majestic mana surging all around, even the flag of the human emperor streamer. It's blowing and swaying. He was Nangong Tsanlong, the bottom of the Nangong family and the oldest ancestor. He was surrounded by his former brothers, 7 in all. Eyes were directed to the jade steps not far away, and there, a white-haired man dressed in black, was walking with a girl in her arms. It's Jiang Heng in steamed bun. Jiang Heng, seeing the visitor, Nangong Niuan's expression stiffened, and the resentment in the depths of her eyes was not concealed. Hello, my dearest little sister. Jiang Heng's expression was bland, ignoring the group of old men beside him as he lifted his hand and waved it around. Say hello to Nangong Niuan. After leaving the prison, he used his divine sense to sweep around the imperial city, but found that this place had already fallen. Those who are still alive are basically cultivators. Not a single mortal left. And then, straight here, seeing the bright yellow streamers in the distance, Jiang Heng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In his previous life, Yi Beishuan's most difficult to deal with was the streamer in front of him. This thing is a growth kit. That kid's been killing and devouring souls all the way to the point where this thing is so powerful. Breathtaking. Even the dragon's breath, which had been refined countless times in his previous life, could not compete with it. Only, right now it belongs to him. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled lightly. I'll take this streamer. Jiang Heng's words caused the 100 or so people present to be startled and look at him suspiciously. Who are you? What do you want? You said you wanted it as soon as you got here? P.S. Requesting a wave of catch-up reads. Oh family. End of chapter. Jiang Heng. Nangong Niuan's voice was shrill, and her entire body couldn't stop trembling. She would not allow Jiang Heng to snatch Yi Beishuan's chance. This is also her surrender to Yi Beishian. No room for error. Immediately, he turned to look at Nangong Tsanlong and the other elders. Old ancestor, kill him. Jiang Heng is no longer from the Netherworld Holy Land. And, that girl is extremely in physique. Less others the royal streamer is crippled. Nangong Nihuan pointed at Jiang Heng and finally settled on the girl in Jiang Heng's arms. This caused the little girl to tremble. Her eyes closed and buried her head into Jiang Heng's chest. Junior, cut yourself. If the old man makes a move, you'll live a life worse than death. Nangong Tsanlong knew what was at stake and nodded before arriving in front of Jiang Heng to block the way forward. In his opinion, the Nangong family's move today has long since been a desperate move. Jiang Heng was already a dead man the moment he stepped on the altar. It's better to kill. Later, he said that Jiang Heng had made the human emperor streamer and escaped, so there was no proof of his death. Jiang Heng was speechless and looked deeply at the girl. He did not expect. This girl is also extreme in body. How so coincidental? Rarely seen extreme in body, but coincidentally all have cause and effect with him. That woman, too, is an extreme in body. You're all in this together. Jiang Heng raised his hand and pointed at Guangong Tsanlong, and then pointed at the rest of the Nangong elders around him. The gesture. It left the surrounding children of the Nangong family in shock. They couldn't figure out where Jiang Heng got the courage to challenge so many elders at once. This kid ate too much, didn't he? So arrogant? Throw it into the human emperor streamer as sustenance later. Boy, who do you think you are? This kid wouldn't consider himself as a Holy Land inheritor, would he? Around them, some of the richly dressed sons of the imperial dynasty spat at Jiang Heng, a young man in the district, but only 20 Langdang years old. How dare he call out their old ancestors? You think you're the holy son of the Holy Land? Junior. Nangong Tsanlong's eyes contained killing intent, and as the oldest ancestor of the Nangong clan, and the strongest person in this imperial city, it is not something that a junior like Jiang Heng can clamor for? Continuing, although you have some strength, this is our place after all. The next second, the huge imperial city, consolidated out of the golden boundary, countless chains from all parts of the imperial city. It flew and shot this way. Jingle. Amidst a crunching sound, the chains converged one by one, locking Jiang Heng up completely. This scene, in the delight of all the children present, even the Nangong Niuan, whose expression was gloomy, and his eyebrows raised. This cage lock could not be broken free without the 7th realm, spiritual void. What's more, Jiang Heng was only in the 6th realm, soul palace. Second brother. Kill him? Nangong Sanglong spoke to the old man beside him. Yes. Nangong Tuahu, who wore a golden augur robe, manifested a spear in his hand. Step by step, he walked towards Jiang Heng. When he came close, he laughed. Die. The air around them seemed to freeze while the spear was being wielded. Everyone was watching the scene intently. And, in front of everyone's eyes, Jiang Heng easily tore off the chain. A silver-white spike converged in his right hand and went towards Nangong Tuahu's heart. The silver spikes break through the skin with ease. A scream. Nangong Tuahu looked at his chest in shock. His heart, in Jiang Heng's hands, leaped, like breathing. Said for you guys to come together. Jiang Heng smiled faintly. Well, one died, right? Asphyxiation. The whole room was choking. Everyone looked at the heart in Jiang Heng's hand, and the air of a smile that was absolute and trembling. Why didn't the cage lock work? Fake. Right. Why was he able to break through the Tiger Ancestor's armor? What's with this kid? Tiger Ancestor is in the 7th realm. What makes him able to break through that massive spiritual power? This scene was too breathtaking for them. Originally, he thought that Jiang Heng was bound to die, but then he came with such a hand. And, the very trusted old ancestor was still killed by Jiang Heng with a single move. Terrible. Really terrible. Nangong Sanglong was the only one who was silent, looking deeply at Jiang Heng. To be precise, he was looking at this layer of silver-colored halo on Jiang Heng's body. Mana immunity, this terrifying innate aptitude. How could the human race possess it? The ancient imperial clan looks down on the world, relying on this divine ability. Why can you have it? Nangong Sanglong looked at Jiang Heng and opened his mouth word by word. He couldn't figure it out anyway. Eating Kim Gung Ho? It's basically impossible. Even a huge dynasty can't afford to buy a dozen of them with all their money. The Holy Land smashed the pot. That's even more unlikely. Ni Wang, sacrificial streamer dash after a few breaths of silence. Nangong Sanglong immediately spoke. He didn't think Jiang Heng was his opponent, but, this hand of mana immunity was tough. In this case, it is better to offer the streamers earlier. Once the human emperor streamer was opened, Jiang Heng would surely die. Ancestor, Mei. Nangong Nihuang shuddered and pointed to the little girl in Jiang Heng's arms, who was shivering. Bless her. The human emperor streamer is crippled. But when she looked at Nangong Sanglong's decision then, with a resentful glance at Jiang Heng, immediately, he turned around and began to sacrifice the streamers. The mechanism opens, countless blood along the channel, quickly converged to the core. Blood, instantly absorbed by the flag, the original silent and ordinary flag. At this moment, it made a sharp and eerie ghostly sound. The ghosts of the wrongdoers, the great city of the millions of souls quickly converged towards the human emperor streamer. For a time, above the sky dome of the imperial city was a single soul that was hissing in agony. Brother. The atmosphere was treacherous, causing the little girl, who was hiding in Jiang Heng's arms, to tremble continuously. Where has she read all this? Brother, would you be happy if I could help you? Although she doesn't know much, she can hear that she is an extreme body. He's the one the human emperor needs. If that makes Jiang Heng happy, she can. Jiang Heng coldly glanced at the little girl, and immediately raised his eyes to Nangong Nihuang. Die. In a moment of distraction, a golden palm print came quickly. Rumble. The bricks on the ground cracked and splattered with smoke. Nangong Sanglong looked deeply into the smoke, and when the breeze came, where was Jiang Heng's figure in this place? Seemingly thinking of something, he turned violently to look at the altar. At some point, Jiang Heng was already standing beside Nangong Nihuang. Shrinkage, mana immunity. Nangong Sanglong gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand. One of these great powers is already very heavenly. As it turned out, Jiang Heng had a plan. There may even be more. The winds howl at the altar and the souls of the dead wail. Jiang Heng's arrival caused Nangong Nihuang to tremble, her eyes tinged with panic. But upon seeing the little girl, the greed in his eyes could no longer be contained. Human Emperor Haki you want? I can give it to you, but she must be given to me. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Chirp. End of chapter. While saying that, Nangong Nihuang pointed at the little girl. In her opinion, everything under the sun is for profit, and Jiang Heng is now casting a devil's heart. A young child in the district is bound to offer it. When the streamer becomes a success, she will kill Jiang Heng like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. At those words, Jiang Heng glanced deeply at Nangong Nihuang, not rushing to speak. The system in my ear seems to be in a hurry and is nagging me. Ding detected, Fury weapon, Human Emperor Streamer. Please destroy the Human Emperor Streamer immediately. Successful reward, heavenly rank, top grade, profound rainbow sword. Rolling his eyes, Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly. Although the top-grade Profound Rainbow was very good, there was indeed a lack of a weapon to take advantage of the situation. But this human Emperor streamer, he would never give it up. In the Battle of Sword Island, we still count on it to show its power. Wouldn't it be great to have the group from the ethereal Holy Land come to the streamer for a gathering? You're making a deal with me? After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Heng laughed lightly. You don't think you have a capital, do you? While saying that, his footsteps did not stop, and he came close to Nangong Nihuan step by step. The ghastly wind whistled around her, the ghosts hissed, and Jiang Heng just looked down on her from above. This gave Nangong Nihuan a lot of pressure. Step by step backward, came to the bottom of the human Emperor streamer. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Eldest brother, but the district's lowly servant girl, shedding her would be good for both you and I. You also want this human Emperor streamer, don't you? Without her, the power of the human Emperor streamer will be greatly reduced. From beginning to end, Nangong Nihuan's eyes has never left the little girl. This human Emperor streamer was the bond between him and Yi Beixian. It has to be done. Well, don't you know? Jiang Heng laughed lightly. A hint of surprise tugged at the corner of his mouth. Oh yes, with your lowly status, you really aren't qualified to know this either. Actually, Enhani is also an extreme body. Extreme bodies, as they get older, the Yin energy in their bodies becomes stronger and stronger. If you add the bad state of mind of the honored one, it is very likely that you will turn into a curse. This is the origin of the extreme Yin. Over the years, he never left Enhani for too long, always soothing the other's childhood wounds. It caused the fury in the other's body to be very different from when they first met, so Enhani is very dependent on him, and has reached a kind of sickness, and, the day he left, Enhani gesture, he will not forget. It's what it looks like when the fury breaks out. Listening to Jiang Heng's words, Nangong Nihuan was indignant, even though her status was no match for Jiang Heng, but it's also a full-fledged second-rate power. She is the princess of the Nangong dynasty and the future woman of the emperor. Who was Jiang Heng to look down on her? At the same time, she felt that Jiang Heng seemed to have really changed. The Jiang Heng of the past wouldn't speak ill of her. The two are very close. Wait, what did you say? While angry, Nangong Nihuan seemed to think of something and looked at Jiang Heng with wide-eyed horror. What is the meaning of this statement? Enhani is also an extreme body. So you're going to use Enhani, the empress, as a soul? Thinking of this, a wordless chill spread through Nangong Nihuan's heart. No matter how much she thought about it, she had never imagined that Jiang Heng's guts were so big. Just by you? Nangong Nihuan didn't believe it. What makes Jiang Heng so arrogant? Where did the confidence come from? Okay, let's sacrifice the streamers. This seed is out of patience. In the face of skepticism, Jiang Heng smiled faintly, and after taking a deep look at the bright yellow banner, he, taking a step backwards and spreading his hands, he waited for Nangong Nihuan to offer the streamer. Okay, I'll fulfill you. Talking about it wasn't going to work. Nangong Nihuan wasn't going to talk about it. Since Jiang Heng had come here to seize the streamer, only one side could stand. Human Emperor Streamer. Nangong Nihuan raised her hands to the sky, and a single rune quickly diffused from her body, converging into the large human Emperor Streamer. At the same time, the millions of ghosts, emitting agonizing cries of grief, the human Emperor's streamer acted like a vacuum cleaner, sucking them all in. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere became even more treacherous. The bright yellow flag turns black at this moment. On it was painted a skull with a grudge, endless black dead chi, with the flagpole as the center axis, quickly spread outwards. In no time, the large imperial city was completely covered by darkness. Jiang Heng, you die. Blame it on you being too much of a trustworthy person. You think you're invincible? The original temperament of the gorgeous Nangong Nihuan looked treacherous and eerie at this moment. She flew in the air with her feet suspended, her eyes red, as if possessed by a resentful spirit. The resentment looked at Jiang Heng, continuing, you killed my father, and you also tried to rob brother Beishuan's human emperor streamer. You deserve to die. Spiteful fury. The black streamer seems to hear the call, and in the black breath, a ghost rushes out. Although similar to the previous one, you can see that these spirits seem to disregard all the Taoan law. The imperial city's boundary was completely ineffective at this moment. They sped towards Jiang Heng in a swarm. This scene caused the children of the Nangong family, who were watching the battle, to become completely exuberant. Great! Hachiman Chang, we just need to hibernate for some years and wait for Yi Shao to certify as a great emperor. This kid is that immaculate saint's son? Nothing more than that. That's right. It's far worse than Yi Shao. This Jiang Heng is full of treasures. They're all our Nangong families now. Ha ha. The appearance of Jiang Heng, the road blocker, had already made them unhappy. In addition, The killing of the elder Nangong Tuahu made them even more resentful. At the same time, they also coveted Jiang Heng's divine powers and magic treasures. Not far from them, the wrinkled Nangong Sanglong looked at the might of the human emperor streamer and, grinning, "This is the human emperor streamer, worthy of being a fury weapon. Even the old man would have a hard time resisting. This kid, die." It seemed to him that the millions of wrong souls that, even if Jiang Heng possessed mana immunity, it was impossible for him to resist. After all, this stuff doesn't last that long, and the human emperor streamer's resentful soul does not die or perish. The streamer is in the soul. How can I resist? Jiang Heng's power is gone, and he died because he was too big. Rumble, rumble, and just when the Nangong clan thought the outcome was doomed, there was a thunderclap. It woke them up completely. Purple thunder like the size of a bowl, densely spread over the entire dome. The might was appalling. Jiang Heng did not know when, but had already risen up in the air, directly facing Nangong Nihuan and the human emperor streamer. He was as black as night and his white hair was like snow. In front of me, there was a purple ruler that was rotating rapidly, like a round fan. Silky thunder arcs erupted from it, constantly stirring up the thunder in the sky. No, it can't be. This is the purple heavenly thunder ruler. It's impossible. Seeing the ruler in front of Jiang Heng, Nangong Sanglong's face turned pale, wide-eyed and unmoving. He stared. P.S. Families remember to check in every day. The pace is picking up appropriately. Every chapter strives to have cool points written. End of chapter. There is no doubt about the power of the lightning magic treasure. But what is most coveted? It's the specialness of it. For the demons and monsters, it is an unbearable weight. And, in front of me, this purple heavenly thunder ruler is a magic treasure that has only appeared in legends. It can't be refined at all. When you need to cross the threshold, take the ore from the thunder pool, plus the 10,000 years of purple gold thunder bamboo. It takes countless years of refinement to make it. Where did Jiang Heng come from? If the ethereal sanctuary had one, it would have already taken it out to fill the cup, and would not have waited until now. Humph. Running out of ideas? Jiang Heng. Below the clamor, Nangong Nihuan did not think, facing the thunder in the sky. No fear at all. Yi Beixian said that once the human emperor streamer comes out, no one can resist it. You die. Nangong Nihuan stretched out her white fingers, and in the next second, millions of ghosts started hissing and wailing. Gusts of gloomy wind, accompanied by black gas, crushed towards Jiang Heng. Brother. The little girl kept trembling in Jiang Heng's arms, not daring to open her eyes long ago. The ghosts in the sky are too scary. No harm done. Jiang Heng spoke softly, his eyes blandly scanning a circle of stern ghosts. The corners of his mouth curled into an unusual smile. It's familiar. It's really too familiar. If there was anyone in this world who knew the human emperor streamer the most, that person would definitely not be Yi Beixian. It's him. In my previous life, I fought with Yi Beixian for 10,000 years, and I fought with this fatal weapon no less than 1,000 times. Even if it's a beating, that'll teach you a lesson, won't it? Jiang Heng smiled coldly and immediately used the past life method. The moment he lifted his right hand, a huge amount of spiritual energy instantly erupted from his fingertips. Like lasers shooting into the endless sky. At the same time, the purple heavenly thunder ruler in front of me. At this moment, countless thunder arcs erupted. Rumble, rumble. The large dome of the sky was completely covered by thunder at this moment, as if it was extinguishing the world, which was horrifying to the extreme. A thunderbolt as thick as a foot basin roared and ventilated freely. At the same time, the densely packed resentful souls came before Jiang Heng. The sheer number of them could not be seen clearly at all, and they were turning their teeth and claws on him, to eat flesh and drink blood. For a while, the situation looked adversarial. This scene, it made the Nangong children below who were watching the battle shocked. Jiang Heng is making such a big commotion. Turns out it was a dud. Laugh your ass off. What thunder system magic treasure? I think it's nothing more than that. Today, the third generation head armor of the Tian Luo realm is destined to die in our Nangong imperial city. Humph. The grieving spirit of the human emperor's streamer is immortal. Regarding the millions of resentful souls devouring Jiang Heng, the children of the Nangong family only felt pain and pleasure. And, in their opinion, if the spirits of the human emperor streamer were so easy to remove, this piece of magic treasure, then, is not that famous. It's called the World Gobbler. And, just as the children of the Nangong family were exuberant, a light and elegant voice echoed throughout the imperial city. Heavenly punishment. Looking at the countless spirits in front of him, the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth hooked up a cold smile. Fingers and forefingers came together and swung violently downward. Rumble. The raging thunderstorms, at this moment, madly erupted. Rolling thunderstorms swept across the sky. The thunder penalty is completely lowered. A purple thunderbolt was as numerous as raindrops, so dense that it was suffocating. Countless spirits, as if sensing something, looked at the canopy in fear. It was the thunderbolt that caught my eye. Rumble. A thunderbolt struck down, and thousands of resentful spirits were directly churned to pieces at that moment. Return to the Soul Eater. At the same time, the 10th, the 80th, the 500th. Countless thunder roared recklessly, and millions of wronged souls showed their decadence at this moment. But in just a few breaths of effort, 80% of it broke. At the same time, Jiang Heng's purple heavenly thunder ruler erupted into a power grid, strangling the remaining resentful spirits one by one. The original imperial city that was filled with a deadly aura was now left with only a handful of disgruntled spirits. Numb. Seeing this scene, the children of the Nangong family went numb. The reversal of everything came too suddenly and too quickly. What's this heavenly punishment? A rumble and a few million spirits are gone? Sparing the Nangong Sanglong at the forefront. At this time, his eyes stared out and his jaw dropped to the ground. The entire group was in a deep daze. How can this be? He was speechless. Originally, I thought that even the purple heavenly thunder ruler could not be said to have such a great killing power. After all, the human emperor streamer's style is here. It's not something that a heaven-ranked magic weapon can fight against. But what's a heavenly execution? So fierce? Phoenix, run dash. Nangong Sanglong seemed to see something, and immediately hissed. The entire person also took off into the air towards Nangong Niwang. It's too late. With the ground shrinking technique, Jiang Heng arrived in front of Nangong Niwang in a matter of moments. Lifting his hand, he directly pinched her neck and spoke in a cold mockery. Tisk tisk. Exhausted for over 10 years, but only at the Flare Sun realm. With your qualifications, you are also qualified to be this seat's senior sister. Being clamped down by Jiang Heng's hand, Nangong Niwang's entire body was unable to function with her mana. She kept kicking and hitting Jiang Heng with her feet, but it was as if she was knocking on the immortal gold, making her suffer a lot of pain. Spitefully hissing up, "What do you want? It's useless for you to take this streamer, unless you sacrifice this little girl too." Jiang Heng gently lowered his head, his eyes coldly looking at Nangong Niwang's pupils. Word for word, "That's not for you to worry about." After saying that, he didn't care and used his mana to forcefully pour into Nangong Niwang's body. Raging within its body, directly cut off the connection between the human emperor streamer and her. In a split second, the original black breath flag, after losing the supply of mana, steeply dimmed. Seems like an ordinary thing. This is from my Nangong family. Nangong Sanglong directly preempted and came to the position of the human emperor streamer. Ignoring the safety of Nangong Niwang, his withered hand directly grabbed the human emperor streamer. Just a split second before we touch, a hand as white as jade grabbed the human emperor streamer in his hand. It was Jiang Heng. Letting go of Nangong Niwang, he utilized the shrinking ground into inch and rushed here at the first time. Holding the human emperor streamer in his hand, Jiang Heng grinned, smiling morosely at Nangong Sanglong. "Oh, exempt. Jiang Heng, this is the treasure of our Nangong family." Nangong Sanglong was furious. Clenching his teeth, he looked at Jiang Heng resentfully. "Okay, I'll give it back to you right after I use it, but only if you can carry it." Jiang Heng nodded indifferently, holding the little girl tightly with his left hand. His right hand fiercely poured in mana. The fluttering black flag, as if hearing the call, millions of resentful spirits instantly rushed out of it covered the entire imperial city in an instant. And the strange thing is that the bodies of these severe ghosts seemed to be more powerful than those of Nangong Niwang when she was manipulating them. More than one step stronger. P.S. Remember to take the time to read it every day. End of chapter. All of them are like hormones and have grown several times. If the ghosts in Nangong Niwang's hands are vagrants, then Jiang Heng's hand is general. Summer bugs talk about ice. Not the same thing. This scene caused Nangong Sanglong to suck in a mouthful of cool air as he looked at Jiang Heng in shock. Why is this? How could this streamer be so powerful in your hands? He felt that this human emperor streamer only seemed to be called human emperor streamer when it was in Jiang Heng's hands. Nangong Niwang that can only say refugee streamer. In the face of questioning, Jiang Heng was silent, his attention all ears. I didn't pay attention for a moment, and the system started to go crazy again. Ding! The host has successfully approached the human emperor streamer. Please destroy it immediately. Successful reward, heavenly rank upper grade, profound rainbow sword. Ding! Please destroy the human emperor's streamer immediately. Successful reward, quasi-sacred rank, magic weapon, golden scale Xian dragon ruler. Binding of the human emperor streamer detected. System error. Self-correction in progress. Error correction failed. The host has successfully destroyed the human emperor's streamer. Reward obtained, holy rank, lower grade, 5 birds 7 amazing fans. 5 birds and 7 amazing fans, sacred item. It is made of the true feathers of the 5 avian demon saints, plus 7 kinds of holy fire tempered, wielded, destroying the sky and the earth. Hint, it can be grown, just replace it with a higher grade true feather. Hearing this, even Jiang Heng was a bit tense. Here we go. The familiar madness is back. Whenever you can't accomplish a task, you'll always cheat yourself. All sorts of brainstorming he had done. But this time, the stuff is really hard. This is the 5 birds 7 amazing fans? Jiang Heng looked at the magic weapon in front of him and the corners of his eyes couldn't stop twitching. It was something he had only heard of in his previous life. The true feathers of the demon saints are only one in a lifetime, and belong to their bottoms. This next one is 5 roots, so you can imagine the difficulty. Jiang Heng casually put it into his storage ring and smiled faintly at Nangong Sanglong's surprised gaze. Immediately, he said in a cold voice, I'll tell you if you resist this round. 10,000 souls spiteful fury. Jiang Heng immediately danced the streamer. Seemingly stimulated, millions of ghosts of grievances desperately hissed and cried out at this moment. The large imperial city was shaken slightly by this terrifying noise. The countless severe ghosts were like raindrops, and began to pour downward in a frantic manner. Ignoring Nangong Sanglong, he sped towards the bottom. For a moment, the Nangong children below were still in a state of confusion, unable to gain any insight into what was happening. They then saw that their home human emperor streamer had reached Jiang Heng's hands. Then the grudge came. ***. The spirits are running to me? A short, fat man shuddered as he looked at the ghosts coming from the sky. The legs are starting to wobble. Maya, isn't this our family streamer? Jiang Heng, you're despicable. Yi Bei Xian. Proposed horse. Jiang Shao, don't kill me. I'm just a mongrel. The scene was so horrific that it was too much for them, who were already well dressed, to bear. Don't say ghost. Even a demonic beast that was a bit stronger was not something that many people could defeat. Fear seems to be the spice of the souls, and under the wailing of the children of the southern palace one by one, the unjust souls that covered the sky began to slaughter them to their heart's content. Some turned back and fled, but a spiteful spirit plucked out their hearts and ate them in one gulp. His soul was hooked away and dragged back to the human emperor streamer. There are also sons who rebel. However, no matter whether it is a magic treasure or the Tao and the law, it cannot cause substantial damage to the ghosts. Even if they did, the rest of the wronged souls came forward, tear the resisting sons alive and drag them back to the soul streamer. It's only been a few breaths. The previously clamoring children of the southern palace were completely parted by countless stern ghosts in a miserable scream. It becomes the feed for the human emperor streamer. The scene of the incident. Only the elders of the same generation as Nangong Sanglong are struggling to support themselves, but they are already at the end of their strength. Can't carry it for long. Jiang Heng, you seek death. Nangong Sanglong's whole body trembled with anger, and he looked viciously at Jiang Heng. At that moment, he raised his hand and cast the Dao of Fei Mei. As he raised his hand to cast the spell, the hundreds of thousands of ghosts that had been waiting beside him instantly surrounded him. Despite the strength of the Tao, thousands of souls were killed in an instant. He was surrounded by hundreds of thousands and growing, and the distance between him and Jiang Heng was growing. Junior, you destroyed my Nangong family. I will not share the same fate with you. Nangong Sanglong was tired of resisting. Looking at the huge imperial city, only he and Nangong Nihuang were left. There was endless resentment in his heart. Their clan had been entrenched here for thousands of years before they had developed to this size, and now it's gone. Okay, you wait for me in the human emperor's streamer. In case I'm destroyed by my enemies one day, when the time comes, you're all in it together. By the way, you must keep your heart and hold on in there. Jiang Heng smiled brightly. There was no mention of the infinite killings caused by the other party's destruction of the entire Nangong dynasty. This world is already in chaos, and all the living people are all floating in the world. After saying that, Jiang Heng stopped speaking. The right hand made a rapid seal. Countless grievous souls quickly in all directions. The humongous wrapped around Nangong Sanglong, despite casting the Tao. With a miserable scream, Nangong Sanglong's bones were gone, and his blue soul was dragged by the ghosts towards the human emperor streamer. As she passed by Jiang Heng, the hate in her eyes was so obvious. Jiang Heng, I curse you for being stubborn in the netherworld. In response, Jiang Heng hung a cold smile. It's useless to pay lip service to these people for endless years to come. What they are facing are countless severe ghosts, devouring each other and immortalizing each other, until the streamer is destroyed. Looking at the Nangong children who begged for mercy in the streamer, Jiang Heng coldly smiled, no longer caring about this, turning his eyes to look not far away. Nangong Nihuang, who was hiding by the jade steps, shivering in fear. At this point, She had long since lost her usual flamboyance, and underneath her disheveled green silk, and his face is dirty. Jiang Heng came to her side in an instant. Narrowing his eyes, he smiled brightly. This great gift that senior brother has prepared for you, do you like it? No. Nangong Niwan spoke instinctively, but halfway through her words, she saw Jiang Heng's oozing eyes and, the whole body trembled and hurriedly spoke. Like, as long as it's given to me by senior brother, I like it. Scared. Nangong Niwan was really scared. The Jiang Heng in front of him, which still has the appearance of a light breeze, is simply a demon king who slaughters the living. In the huge imperial city, so many people from the Nangong family were left to her. It's just her. Good boy. As long as you're not a white-eyed wolf. Jiang Heng nodded with satisfaction, seemingly remembering something. Stroking his chin in surprise, he spoke curiously. That senior brother is so good to you. Aren't you going to give something back? At those words, Nangong Niwan shuddered. Looking around, the entire group was confused when they saw the devastation. Didn't you get the human emperor's streamer? Everything is yours. P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Oh family. End of chapter. What else do you want? What else can I give you? Seemingly thinking of something, Nangong Nihuan was suddenly startled, staring at Jiang Heng with wide-eyed trepidation. You want the Dao fruit of the 9-turn dragon phoenix body? How do you know? It's her biggest secret and her greatest value. This is also the thing that Yi Beixian has been coveting for 10 years and waiting for 10 years. Now it is time for a fruitful harvest. Jiang Heng didn't reply and smiled faintly. Raising his hand, he pointed to the human emperor's streamer behind him without hesitation. At this time, a corner of the image inside the streamer appeared. That's hundreds of Nangong family members who haven't had the best of times, was desperately wailing. Jiang Heng, you're the devil. You're the devil, aren't you? Please kill me, Jiang Shao. I want to die. I beg you. Jiang Heng, the old man will kill his way out. I won't share the same fate as you, old ancestor. Stop screaming. If you scream again there will be another severe ghost coming. By their side were the ragged people, such as, in the eyes of the monks, not even an ant. Now, they are attacking the superior monks, gnawing and biting like mad. Because of the characteristic of immortality, the picture is extremely cruel, cannot bear to look at. Seeing this, Jiang Heng's heart rippled. These people, he had purposely retained his spirit for the situation at hand. Why is the human emperor streamer terrifying? Powerful is one thing, but the most terrifying thing is the enemy who loses to it. Worse than death, not to enter the cycle of reincarnation, but to live forever in this human emperor streamer. You, me. Nangong Nihuan was dumbfounded, a pair of eyes staring, almost falling out. This second she was really scared. As the executor of the plan, she knew very well the terror within the human emperor's streamer. He had also put down harsh words to throw Jiang Heng in as well. But right now, me, Nangong Nihuan was stuck in her throat. Hurry up. I don't have much patience left. Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at Nangong Nihuan evilly. Hearing the words human emperor streamer, Nangong Nihuan's face turned pale. The tragedy of the clan was at hand. Fear. Eldest brother, do you remember Wind Chime? I'll trade her for my life. Okay? Nangong Nihuan seemed to grab a life-saving straw and looked at Jiang Heng with a face of dependence. Wind Chime. Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes as long dusty memories flooded into his heart. Wind Chimes, a clan of wind demons. This clan is rare and met by chance when they traveled the world. He saved her from some hunters and then went back to the ethereal sanctuary with him for a few days. This tribe was born to follow the wind and yearn for freedom. And, because the clan was burdened, he did not choose to travel the world with her as a second companion. Since then, there has been no news of her. Yes, she was caught and sent to me by Brother Beixian when she went down the mountain 7 years ago. I'll give her back to you if you let me go. Seeing Jiang Heng fall into a brief silence, Nangong Nihuan hurriedly opened her mouth. Resistance she wouldn't dare. So many giants together were no match for Jiang Heng. There was no way she could. Jiang Heng smiled arrogantly. Not interested. Since you don't want to, this seat won't make things difficult for you. Enter the streamer and reunite with your family. He'd made a lot of compromises in his life, but he'd never compromised when threatened. All that's left of this life is pride. After all one's words, the soul streamer trembled. The black banner swayed in the wind, and countless black auras covered the sky. This scene caused Nangong Nihuan to panic and keep falling back until she was leaning against the wall. But looking at the soul streamer that continued to approach, her face was as white as paper as she hurriedly hissed, I'm willing. After saying that, Nangong Nihuan went limp as if she had lost her soul. Jiang Heng smiled faintly, not making any pity. The corner of his mouth lifted up a touch of teasing. Take off your clothes. Nangong Nihuan shuddered. But when he saw the swaying human emperor streamer, He pursed his lips and reached out to slowly unbutton his clothes. A body like sheep's milk. Seeing this, Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and spoke indifferently. Although his identity is lowly, but the maintenance is really good. It seems Yi Beixian pities you. Red pill is really still around. Opening a psychic mirror. How can such a thing work without seeking guidance from Yi Beixian? Eldest brother. I. At those words, Nangong Nihuang shuddered and looked at Jiang Heng with a shocked demeanor. What's that supposed to mean? Don't you want the fruit of the 9 turns dragon phoenix body? Why did you turn on the psychic mirror? What's that supposed to mean? You're going to let Yi Beixian watch us live on that? It was a scene that she had never expected. Jingle. Jiang Heng did not say anything, and what answered Nangong Nihuang was the copper bell on the top of the human emperor streamer. Me. Nangong Nihuang smiled bitterly. Now that her fate was completely in Jiang Heng's hands, she was even worse than a dog. The swaying human emperor streamer broke Nangong Nihuang's last psychological line of defense. She waved her white fingers, and as the aura emerged, a mirror just floated in the air. A moment later, the voice came. Mirror, the human emperor's streamer has become a success? A corner of the South Ridge in Tianzhou. This place is adjacent to the Sword Continent, which is a subsidiary territory of the Xian Holy Land. But at this time, all the people here are from the ethereal sanctuary. Thousands of flying boats are in the air. Powerful cultivators can be found everywhere. Starting from the 5th realm, Yao Yang. The war has begun, and the people are dying. Everything is my fault if I. Standing on a high platform, Feng Jingtian had mixed feelings in his heart, and if he hadn't faltered there's not that much going on back there. Holy Lord, Jiang Heng has gone astray and has long been beyond redemption. In front of Wind Prime, a tender youth spoke earnestly. At this point he had shed his naive stance and had slightly more maturity. Continuing, he said, have I not also set foot in the questioning pass? Have I ever been aggravated? After saying that, Yi Beixian straightened his back, his expression confident. I'll be a good saint's son for this one. It will be better than what eldest brother did. In the future, I will also personally execute the rebels. After saying that, without waiting for Feng Qingtian to open his mouth, Yi Beixian's eyes turned and continued. Holy Lord, I'm going to patrol the border so that the Heavenly Sword Sect stragglers don't come and sneak in. Seeing Feng Jingtian nodding, Yi Beixian immediately turned around and walked off the high platform, darting towards the distant clump of fields. When he came to a dense forest, he checked that no one was around, and then he immediately activated the psychic mirror. Adjusting his mood, Yi Beixian looked at the mirror in a high and cold manner. The human emperor streamer has become a success? The immediate plan had deviated, but he still had an absolute advantage, and as long as the human emperor's streamer was in his hand, soon he will be invincible. And a sharp gasp passed out from the mirror, and the sound caused Yi Beixian to be shaken. Seemingly thinking of something, he stared at the mirror with wide, unbelievable eyes. The images inside were unforgettable to Yi Beixian for the rest of his life. It's a man and a woman, sweating hard, the woman's panting, frame by frame, clearly etched into his eyes. P.S. Updates on time every morning. Remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Before Yi Beixian could say anything, the man in the mirror then greeted him warmly. Have you eaten? Pa. The trees wanted to be quiet, but the roar across the wilderness resounded through the clouds, dispersing birds of prey from the entire area. Hissing and roaring at the top of his lungs, Yi Beixian's eyes were crimson, his neck veins rippled, and his chest cavities seemed to be blocked by something. The moment choked hard. He did not want to see, but his eyes disobeyed. Staring at sea, staring inside, the image that angered him to the core. Hissing became his only outlet. In the mirror, the male voice was impatient. What are you yelling so loud for, Yi Beixian? Jiang Heng's questioning caused Yi Beixian to tremble, his head spinning skyward as he fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Why are you yelling so loud? Why yell you don't know? Justified? Yi Beixian numb. Why Jiang Heng can be so justified? Don't you know she's my childhood sweetheart? Jiang Heng, I want you to die. I must want you to die. Yi Beixian's whole body trembled. A strand of blood seeped out of his black pupils, and the voice that pierced his throat, the voice of Yi Beixian, the voice of Yi Beixian. It stained his white teeth scarlet. Raising his hand, he pointed at Jiang Heng in the mirror and hissed. The mirror was surprised and puzzled. Senior brother saw that you were inexperienced and helped you to try it first. What are you so excited about? Isn't it all for your own good? You're a dog that can't be fed. Yi Beixian shuddered. Suffocating, he looked at Jiang Heng in the mirror, who was standing up and stomping. This is a statement that shocks others silly. Do you need to try? Is he no bull? Yi Beixian couldn't believe that this was the person who had once been the one who had a glorious, magnificent and dusty personality. Although he had been calculating and plotting against Jiang Heng for the past 10 years or so, but isn't that not add up? Thinking of this, Yi Beixian gritted his teeth and hissed, Jiang Heng, you're shameless. You seduced senior brother's woman. You are going to be struck to death by lightning. On the other side of the mirror, the man spoke in displeasure. What are you talking about? She volunteered. Yi Beixian shuddered and looked at the woman in the mirror incredulously. In the mirror, after a wail, the woman said, word for word, you're so incompetent. I volunteered to serve eldest brother. Greenish blue sky. It was as if a shocking thunderbolt flashed by, directly splitting above Yi Beixian's head. This one had his brain down. Voluntary. He couldn't understand why Qingmei seemed to be a different person after only one night's absence, calling him incompetent, and that she volunteered. Suffocation. Yi Beixian only felt suffocated. The heart of the way. It's going to break. Bitch. You cheap. Yi Beixian hissed. Red eyes stared at Nangong Niwang. Watching Nangong Niwang's painful expression, he even had a trace of pleasure. At this moment, the man in the mirror seemed to be unable to bear it and comforted. Senior brother, why are you sad? I feel okay after using it. You've made a lot of money this time. This girl, very moist. Use it together next time. Vomit. Yi Beixian shuddered at his words and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood as Jiang Heng killed and attacked his heart. He was incapable of bearing it. Heart, colic. All these years, he's been telling Nangong Niwang about his future dreams, to become that invincible great emperor, to fight his way into the immortal realm, to be that sole ruler of the ages. Why? Why is that? Yi Beixian didn't understand. Through the mirror, seeing Yi Beixian's pain, the male voice in the mirror shook his head. Tisk tisk, that's just it. Who asked me to be your eldest senior brother? Then I'll help you one last time. This seat stored her into the human emperor's streamer. The next time we meet, the two of us will savor it. Yi Beixian raised his head, his eyes blankly looking at the mirror. When he saw Nangong Niwang's body gradually decay, the luster of his skin dimmed a lot. He hissed, no. Senior brother, please don't kill her. Don't. Senior, don't. Nangong Niwang was his white moonlight, a woman with whom he shared a common language. It's what he wants to vent about in the future once he's at the top. He doesn't give up. And, no matter what, say it to your face. In the mirror, the man was getting impatient. Elder brother is doing you a favor. Why are you so unintelligent? Women, it only affects how fast you can draw your sword. Listen to Shifu. I'm doing this for your own good. As the words fell, the woman's wail resounded through the psychic mirror. Yi Beixian looked at the mirror without blinking. What was in it made him go into cardiac arrest. Nangong Niwang seemed to have been sucked out of the vital energy, and her skin became dry and parched. Where is the previous flamboyant stance? White hair, like an old woman, looked at Yi Beixian before swallowing his breath. The blue souls, on the other hand, were brought into the human emperor streamer by countless ghosts under compulsion. There was nothing sadder than this. Yi Beixian looked at the mirror. Heartbreak. Jiang Heng, I will kill you. Yi Beixian lost his soul and muttered. Mirror laughed softly. It takes about 15 days to get from Yangzhou to Jianzhou. When the time comes, the two of us brothers will moisten together. Okay? Jiang Heng. Yi Beixian hissed. Desperately. Because of the death of Nangong Niwang's physical body, the spiritual mirror consumed its last ounce of mana. Disconnected. Jiang Heng, I'll wait for you to come. I'll kill you myself. I will kill you. I will kill you. Yi Beixian's hair fluttered about, as if he was a mad lion, and he looked at the mirror with indignation. 2 lines of blood flowed down. Yi Beixian, your hatred is put aside for now. That girl beside Jiang Heng must die. Yi Beixian's ears. That cold voice rang out, which made him very indignant. What do you mean? I'm green as a mother ******* and you want me to put up with it? It's her. It must be her. She's returned from her reincarnation. It's her. The mysterious voice did not answer, and seemed to speak to itself with fear. The conversation diverged. This caused Yi Beixian to tremble and glanced at the mirror in shock. Indeed, just now, behind Jiang Heng, a porcelain doll closed her eyes and covered her ears. Looks very well behaved. What do you mean? Tell me clearly? Tian Luo boundary. South Ridge. Yangzhou. Inside the Nangong Imperial City, millions of severe ghosts covered the sky. The large imperial city seemed like a ghost city, and countless cultivators outside the city. Seeing the scene here, they don't dare to take a step beyond it. Soul Palace great perfection? This 9 revolutions dragon phoenix body Dao fruit is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Heng nodded in satisfaction as he felt his own power. Turning his eyes to the human emperor streamer not far away, he cast an appreciative gaze. This fruit of the road is really good. However, after giving Yi Beixian his experience, this woman had no value. It is natural to return to one's homeland. A family is meant to be neat and tidy. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Updated on time in the early morning. End of chapter. Jiang Heng, you promised not to kill me. You promised not to kill me. In the Human Emperor's streamer, the Nangong Ni Wang, who had transformed into a blue soul, looked at Jiang Heng with resentment. She didn't understand why Jiang Heng still wanted to kill her even though she had cooperated so much. The Human Emperor's streamer has millions of resentful souls. Not one more than her. Not one less than her. And, obviously promised not to kill her. Jiang Heng stared with a puzzled brow and spoke. When did I promise you? On second thought? Didn't you say it was voluntary? I didn't threaten you. You, Nangong Niuang's soul was shocked, and was still trying to say something. He was completely sucked into the soul eater. In response, Jiang Heng smiled coldly. The reason why he didn't kill this woman was to meet Yi Beixian soon. When all is said and done, how can you not give a little gift to your dearest little brother? Little sister. Isn't that the best gift of all? Phew. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Jiang Heng's gaze was indifferent as he scanned the large and dilapidated imperial city. The jade steps, symbolizing power, are now full of destruction, and the gilded temple of the it has long since collapsed into ruins. There was no one else in the large inner city except him and the little girl. Time to go. Jiang Heng gazed towards the southwest, which was the location of the Sword Continent. In addition to seeking the return of the Black Sword Tire from the Swordmaster, this huge war, it was also an excellent opportunity to quench the Human Emperor's streamer. And, there are still people there that he misses very much. Buzz dash. Just as Jiang Heng was pondering, a stern ghost came slowly with a green-colored bead. He pursed his lips as he received the beads, which he had manipulated the ghost to find specifically. Crush it instantly. In a flash, the wind rose up and a white figure was bathed from the gale. It's a very good-looking cat, but it looks like a fox. The snow-white fluff is soft and fluffy, about the size of a tiger. When she saw Jiang Heng, she didn't have much surprise and mouthed, Jiang Heng, it's me. Jiang Heng nodded slightly. She was Windbell, and this cat was also the original body of the Wind Demon clan. The whole body is a treasure. Sorry to trouble you again. Wind Chime lowered her head, her eyes tinged with guilt. Jiang Heng shook his head, not picking up Wind Chime's words, and turned to speak deeply. 10,000 feet of red dust is colorful and colorful. The sky's the limit. The clouds and the water are far away. Wind Chime, now that you've broken free from your cage, go seek the freedom you desire. With that said, he turned towards the little girl without a word. Me. Windbell wanted to open her mouth to say something, and upon seeing Jiang Heng's back, a bitter smile. I know. Let's go to the Sword Continent together. I'll take you there faster. As a wind spirit, she knew exactly what was going on outside in the bead. It was also known that Jiang Heng was going to the Sword Continent. She, too, is going. May. Jiang Heng glanced deeply at Wind Chimes and didn't say much. Everyone has their own path to follow. He doesn't want to interfere too much with his people's destiny. Still covering your ears? Jiang Heng walked over to the little girl and gently plucked away her delicate hands. Is it finished, brother? The little girl smiled happily, showing her milk teeth. Jiang Heng nodded and immediately inquired. No name, right? Since you and I know each other by our steamed buns, then I will call you Barbarian from this day forward. Barbara? Barbara. Barbara. Barbara happily stood up and wrapped herself around Jiang Heng's leg. Barbara is famous. The corners of Jiang Heng's mouth lifted without opening his mouth, turning his eyes to look at Wind Chime and said, let's go. Wind Chime. Saying that, he picked up Barbara and came onto Wind Chime's back. Good. Windbell nodded her head and disappeared from the spot as a wisp of wind, speeding towards the location of the Sword Continent. Sword Continent. Border. 10,000 Sword City. The city, which used to be noisy in the past, was silent at this time. Many mortals have been moved to deeper places. This place is full of cultivators. Most patrols are led by troops wearing dark blue uniforms with long swords on their backs. It was the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. Yangtze Anju, second floor. Jiang Heng sat on a high platform and looked at everything on the streets, and could not help but sigh over it. Phew, dusty heart, you didn't worship the wrong clan. With this move, the Heavenly Sword Sect was planning to take it all on, fighting for all the battles for the it will not burn on mortals. Even if he was completely demonized now, there was one thing he would never do. That is the slaughter of mortals. He can be merciless and ruthless with his enemies. Brother, eat chicken legs. Yummy. Suck it. While Jiang Heng was thinking, a chicken leg almost disliked his face, and the little girl was holding it in her left hand. The right hand took the juice and poured it hard. Like starving ghosts, this state of affairs lasted for half a month. I've gained more than 3 pounds. Nowadays, it's more like a porcelain doll. Ahem. Jiang Heng rolled his eyes somewhat speechless. Why was this image so familiar? This girl, every time there is something good, she has to share it with him first. Wait until he doesn't eat before you move your chopsticks. Brother Dao. Just as Jiang Heng reached for a chicken leg, a young man with a long sword on his back, tiptoeing over to Jiang Heng's table, somewhat embarrassed, he said, Ahem. I wonder if you would like to join the guard. We have generous conditions, and when we win at that time, the Heavenly Sword Sect will bestow a lot of magic treasures and Dao methods. Of course, we're defending the frontier. We don't kill innocents indiscriminately. As he spoke, the youth blushed a little. He knew that it was difficult for people. After all, what he was facing right now was the Netherworld Holy Land. Although the Heavenly Sword Sect is the dominant force in the Sword Continent, however, compared to the Netherworld Sacred Land, which is a giant that controls the two states, it is still a lot worse. Not to mention, the Xintian Holy Land was also among the ranks of this time. There seems to be an alliance. It also led to many people running away, and it became increasingly difficult to recruit cultivators from the Sword Continent. Both knew it was going to be a death sentence. Why don't you leave if you can't beat them? Jiang Heng's expression was bland and the eyes looked straight into the youth's eyes. With a family behind them and people to protect, the sons and daughters of the Heavenly Sword Sect will not give in. Jiang Heng's eyes made the youth a bit intimidated, but after hearing the question, he resolutely answered. Seemingly thinking of something, he gritted his teeth and said, Our sword son died in the Netherworld Holy Land. Great Elder Gotham is also in the Ethereal Holy Land. No matter what, even if the Heavenly Sword Sect is destroyed, we will never retreat. Have you heard their stories? At those words, Jiang Heng trembled, and his jade-like chopsticks were instantly pinched and broken. Seriously, I've heard. The two of them, they are human masters that Mr. Jiang admires from the bottom of his heart. When he heard the names of the two, Jiang Heng's emotions, which hadn't fluctuated for a long time, couldn't be tensed at this moment. How could he not have heard of it? Before Elder Sword died, he told him to seek the Pure Land, saying that the greatness of the world and his wandering heart, there must be room for it. Tell him not to give up. Jian Duxin worried about him before he died and gritted his teeth to death. How could he forget all this? P.S. Try to add more over the next 2 days. Requesting a wave of catch-up reading family members. End of chapter. Is Brother Dao willing to? Jiang Heng's reply caused the youth to rejoice. My name is Jin Cheng. I am a 4th-generation disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Invite Brother Dao to join the Heavenly Sword Alliance. Jiang Heng put down the broken chopsticks in his hand and gazed at Jin Cheng, immediately shaking his head. During the meal, he had heard the people at the next table talk about the Heavenly Sword Alliance. It was led by the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Great Diffusion Sect, the Ci Hang Sword Ceremony, and the Tripartite Pavilion were supplemented by a combination of hundreds of other sects. The purpose was to fend off this attack by the Ethereal Holy Land. That, in turn, coincided with his purpose. Only, he does not intend to join any coalition. I'm here to kill. When the time comes to kill, a whole lot of so-called righteous words will be too much for him to bear. That's a real pity. Seeing Jiang Heng shaking his head, Jian Qing sighed slightly. This is, and, just as Jian Qing sighed, he realized that in Jiang Heng's palm, a black sword tire was added. On top of that, a wisp of black sword chi seeped out. This is the nine-jacked sword fetus. Jian Qing looked at the sword tire, his eyes beating up. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, how could he not know this? This object belongs to the sword ancestor. It was the object of faith of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and possessed supreme power within the Heavenly Sword Sect. How did it get in Jiang Heng's hands? Seemingly thinking of something, Jian Chang looked at Jiang Heng with a trembling shock. You are senior brother Jiang Heng. It's the only possibility. That time when the Heavenly Sword Sect went on an expedition, the Grand Elder, Jian Yuanzuan, seemed to have brought this sword tire with him. According to one of the disciples who had returned, the sword tire seemed to be in the hands of Immaculate Saint Son Jiang Heng. It was given by the Grand Elder. It's me. Come on, take me to the helm of your place. Jiang Heng glanced at Barbara, and seeing the other party patting his belly in satisfaction, he immediately stood up and walked towards the outside of the store. Wind Chime followed closely behind with Barbarian. Jian Cheng, on the other hand, stood mute and shocked as he looked at Jiang Heng's back. If anyone's name was a household name in the Tian Luo realm at this time, it would definitely be Jiang Heng. He broke through the 3 passes of the heart, the tears of blood in the heavenly Tao, and completely wiped out the 3rd generation of disciples of the Holy Land, casting the devil's heart of heaven. Not long ago, it is suspected that he killed the Nangong royal family and refined the human emperor streamer. This treadmill is no longer epic. It's legendary. Senior brother Jiang Heng, wait for me. I'll lead the way. Jianqing was very excited and I didn't realize the idol was right in front of me. Sword Island, northern border, Jade Sword City. The lofty walls of the city were full of chaffing, countless mutilated runes stained with blood. It was as if it was telling of the great battle that had been fought here not so long ago. On the ground were shattered long swords, as well as countless corpses dressed in blue, with Jade Sword City pulled down. 10,000 Sword City is next. Congratulations, Holy Lord Wind. On the citadel, Dao Xian pointed at the pale rays that filled the sky and applauded Wind Prime. After a few days of heavy fighting, 6 of the 8 cities on the border of the Sword Continent had already fallen. Yes, they could use this as a base to keep attacking towards the core of the Sword Continent, until the entire Sword Continent is annexed. In response, Feng Qingtian sighed. The living are in abundance. In this battle, they killed tens of thousands of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. At the same time, many mortals were killed by mistake. Make some adjustments and attack 10,000 Sword City in 3 days. A moment later, Feng Qingtian let out a long breath. As the Holy Lord, he knew his mission. The battle had been ignited and there was no turning back. If not, where is the majesty of the ethereal sanctuary? And, just as the two of them were negotiating, a token sped from the west and hovered in front of Feng Qingtian. This is. Seeing the token, Feng Qingtian was a bit surprised. This is a message from the Dark Sun, which is usually not used for contact without very important information. Thinking of this, Feng Qingtian immediately grasped the Dark Order. The next second a message flooded into his mind. It gave him a jolt. Jiang Heng has arrived at 10,000 Sword City and is in the process of approaching the Heavenly Sword Sect. Dogen was curious. What information that surprised you like that? Jiang Heng is here, in 10,000 Sword City. Feng Qingtian didn't cover it up. This matter Dao Xian would have to know sooner or later. After all, those forces can't just defect to them. What? Before Dao Xian opened his mouth, behind Feng Qingtian, Yi Beixian shuddered violently, his gaze staring fiercely at the west. Jiang Heng. Yi Beixian was breathing heavily. His emotions were hard to contain at this moment. This scene caused Feng Qingtian and Dao Xian to be stunned and look at Yi Beixian in confusion. They don't understand. Jiang Heng's familiar name, although appearing in 10,000 Sword City, is very surprising. But it's not so exciting, is it? The wife is used. Fuss. Beixian. Wind Prime was not pleased. In his opinion, Yi Beixian was really far worse than Jiang Heng, although Jiang Heng pushed his luck and was never polite to him. But, that kind of arrogance without changing color in front of the mountain crumbled in front of him really fascinated him. Yi Beixian? That's much worse. It's okay. I'm okay. Yi Beixian took a deep breath and faced questions he had trouble saying, originally like the stars in his eyes. The depth of the moment was all over the place. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Sacred Lord, this time, 10,000 Sword City, please let me lead the team. I swear to God, kill the traitor Jiang Heng with my own hands to prove the majesty of my ethereal Holy Land. Feng Qingtian pursed his lips and turned his eyes to the west, his gaze seeming to pass through millions of miles and, seeing the towering city of 10,000 swords, Sujiu, then I'll give you this chance. At that time, there will be 3 Taishan elders, and an undertaker going with you. Speaking of which, Feng Qingtian was silent for a few seconds. After glancing at Dao Xian, he continued. No need to show mercy, kill without pardon. Yes. Yi Beixian was delighted. Eyes regained their luster. The 3 supreme elders. He didn't care. When the word underpinning comes out, the nature is different. Those are old monsters buried in the earth, and any one of them that comes out of the mountain, all of them were enough to shake the existence of the Tianluo realm. With him, Yi Beixian believed that Jiang Heng would not be able to escape this fate. I want you dead. Jiang Heng, I want you to die. Sword Continent, nameless mountain range, green hills and verdant fields, insects and birds cry, and a bland clear spring flows slowly, leading to the jungle below. A woman in red, with a magnificent posture, looked at Jinzhou with a morose gaze. Outside the body, a reddish aura filled the air, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and butterflies, the moment they touched the, fading in droves. Are you still coming? Ha ha. The sword ancestor can't protect you. Jiang Heng, you can't get away from me. I'm destined to be with you. Come back. I'll protect you this time. No one can make you suffer. And Hongyi received the letter, white as jade face, written full of flushing. Madness was evident in the ruby-like pupils. The gesture was a far cry from what it had been before. The whole person, as if sickly. Sword ancestor, when I step on your heavenly sword sect, let's see who else can stop me then. Ha ha. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Oh, an update on time in the wee hours of the morning. End of chapter. A corner of the Sword Island. Heavenly Sword Sect. Back Mountain Forbidden Land. The bamboo forest is so secluded that you can hear the sound of the spring when you listen carefully. Limit. The old man, dressed in plain clothes, sat by the stream and dozed off, waking up every now and then. Panicked, he looked around. Old ancestor, are you listening? Jiang Heng has arrived at 10,000 Sword City. Behind him, Jian Xian, who was wearing a light green long dress, pursed her lips and opened her mouth in an exasperated manner. The plain-clothed old man awoke with a start and spoke blankly. What hurts? Jian Xian? Old ancestor. Jiang Heng has arrived at 10,000 Sword City. She was speechless. Sword ancestor's deafness had gotten worse lately. I wonder if the atmosphere was too depressing and was teasing her. Anyway, very angry. Ooh-hoo. Ha ha. Jiang Heng has arrived, right? Good. The sword ancestor laughed and said in a loud voice. Go on then. Go find him. Good. Jian Xian pursed up the dimples on her face and stretched out her white fingers after giving a complaining glance at Jian Zhu. A long emerald green sword rushed out from his sleeve. Old ancestor. Xian is gone. Before leaving, Jian Xian didn't forget to exhort. I don't know if I'll be able to come back or not, but Jiang Heng is the one recognized by eldest brother. So remember to protect him for sure. Hear that? I know. The sword ancestor laughed, revealing a tooth that wasn't even there. Shoo. The girl turned into a green rainbow light and sped towards 10,000 Sword City. Stay after he's gone. The sword ancestor was silent, staring carefully at the fish swimming in the stream, blankly contemplating. 9-jacketed sword fetus. Through the 9 tribulations, you will be immortalized. Yuanzuan Na, you're a heavenly genius but your life is full of misfortunes, so you just shrugged off and left. Alas, Dusty Heart is gone too. Is Jiang Heng worth your trust? Speaking here, the sword ancestor looked up indifferently with a cold aura in his eyes that seemed to be able to shatter everything. Jiang Heng, but that man of destiny. 10,000 Sword City, the main residence. Courtyard leaves decline in autumn. The setting sun's afterglow reflected in the pool. Jagged waves. Jiang Heng sat in the small pavilion in the center of the lake, looking at the surrounding scenery. The mood is rarely calm. Under Jianqing's arrangement, he brought Barbara and Winchime here, waiting for the man of the hour here. In any case, it's a must-see. He was willing to defend the city together if it was somewhat competent, but if these men were incompetent, I'm sorry, then, the sky and the clouds are each on their own side. Ouch! Just as Jiang Heng was pondering, a muffled grunt echoed in his ears, and squinting up to see the little girl covering her head, was looking fearfully at a middle-aged man. Bastard girl, don't you have eyes? The man in the golden robes immediately rebuked angrily, raising his palm and calling out to Aban. The middle-aged man beside him, carrying a long sword, stared wide-eyed, and before he could do anything, the slap is already arriving. Bang! Just as the slap was about to land on Barbarian, a muffled grunt echoed through the large elegant garden. Oh, you cursed someone and you want to kill them? Jiang Heng tackled the man in gold's arm and, the eyes were teasing. If I hadn't shrunk, I really wouldn't have made it in time. With this slap, Barbara's head will be shattered. So what if I am? You're going to be the outlier? Do you know who this seed is? Although Jiang Heng's appearance caused the man to be startled, the corners of his mouth sneered after seeing his age. Immediately, his arm exerted force, trying to break free from Jiang Heng's hand. To his surprise, his hand seemed to be clamped in an iron vise, unable to move at all. Forceful. Surprisingly so. I am Jin Wu, the master of the tripartite pavilion and the human pavilion. Boy, are you still not letting go? Although he had not fully exploded his strength, Jin Wu knew that he, today, had kicked the bucket. Young Master Jiang, can you give me 3 points? Master Jin Gu has always been grumpy. I am the head of the 7-star sword. Tian Shu. The heavenly pivot sighed helplessly. Jiang Heng's arrival had torn them apart before they could even ask the reason. You're Jiang Heng? Jin Wu's pupils shrank and his body shook. He didn't realize that the handsome black-clothed man in front of him was the Jiang Heng who had made a scene in the Netherworld Holy Land. Heavenly hub. Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked towards Tian Shu, who was carrying a long sword. Although it looked svelte, one could feel the sharp sword aura in its body. It's one of those things where it's not a big deal. And, the 7-star sword head, is the heavenly sword sect is a renowned existence. The status is equivalent to the ethereal sanctuary's gold, silver, and bronze sangha. There are 7 of them, corresponding to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper: Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Gui, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kaiyan, and Shaquan. That's just it. Since you heavenly sword sect opened your mouth, then Jiang Mao should give 3 thin faces. Kaching dash. Jiang Heng smiled shallowly, revealing his white teeth. Seeing this scene, Jin Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He, not wanting to antagonize this bogeyman, Whose beheading of the Silver Man under the Inquirer's Pass. It's already a good story. But, before Jin Woo's smile spread, the touch on his arm made his whole body tremble. Twisting his head to look, his arm was directly ripped off by Jiang Heng. It's fast, so fast that the pain isn't even noticeable. It was only then that the sharp pain came. Ah! Jin Woo hissed as he covered his right shoulder. The blood, like a gush, stained the large pond red, and many small fish, smelling the blood and, it's all coming together. Jiang Heng, you. Tianshu raised his finger to point at Jiang Heng, the corners of his eyes twitching. He's stupid. This Tama alliance seems to be chafing before it even starts. Speechless and helpless, Tianshu sword master. Mr. Jiang has given you enough face. Jiang Heng was displeased and, say foot with a heavy bite. In his opinion it had already given the world a great deal of face. If not, once the mana immunity was on, this man was so close to him. He could still live? No blowing, 10 lives are not enough to die. So what if the realm was higher than his? Got it. Tianshu's brows sank as he looked indifferently at Jin Woo. Pick up the arm. Young Master Jiang, please. After saying that, Tianshu did not care about Jin Woo's attitude, and after making a pleased gesture to Jiang Heng, lead the way towards the kiosk in the center of the lake. Walk carefully, the face of the Heavenly Sword Sect will always run out. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Jiang Heng didn't move right away and walked over to Jin Woo, wearing a sunny smile and admonishing him word by word. Saying that, he turned his back directly to Jin Woo and looked at Barbara. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Barbara smiled and showed her milk teeth. Jiang Heng nodded his head and took Barbara's hand, walking towards the small pavilion in the center of the lake. Jin Woo took out an elixir and quickly swallowed it into his stomach, attaching his arm to his shoulder. Eyes resentful, he looked at Jiang Heng's undershirt. A few seconds of silence. No shot. The moment Jiang Heng ripped off his arm, he instinctively did not fight back. It was a sensation, unspeakable and undefined. Go ahead and go wild. There are still 3 days before the Netherworld Holy Land comes. When the time comes, you'll die along with all the people of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Jin Woo laughed coldly, casually wiping the blood on his body and following Jiang Heng's pace, quickly walked towards the kiosk in the center of the lake. P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Family. End of chapter. Pavilion in the center of the lake. Only when Jin Woo came with a dark face did the Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster manage to nod his head and pick up the teapot on the table. Pouring a cup of tea for Jiang Heng. Young Lord Jiang, wait a moment. There are 2 other Dao friends who have come. Although Jiang Heng's realm was lower than theirs, the path of cultivation was bluntly spoken. It was still fists that spoke. Jiang Heng's current battle power was somewhat impenetrable even to him. Jiang Heng nodded without saying more, and after glancing at Jin Woo in a brutal manner, taking out a jade comb, he helped Barbara comb her hair. It's been about an hour since I burned the incense. 2 figures appeared outside the courtyard, and upon closer inspection, they were still stained with blood. This seat has hunted 3 more ethereal dogs of the spiritual void realm today. The 3 fellow Taoists have been waiting for a long time. The visitors were a man and a woman, around their early 30s, who were walking in pairs this way. The man was stout, with a full beard, and looked very bold. The woman's temperament is absolutely stunning, with a kind of celandine flavor, belonging to the type of mature big sister. Fellow Taoist Dian, Senior Lady Hui Xin. Seeing the 2 arrive, the Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster hurriedly stood up and slightly arched his hand at the 2. At the same time, he turned to Jiang Heng and introduced him. This is Dian Taoist of the Dian Sect. The flesh can crush mountains, and unusual magic weapons cannot leave scars on its body. This is the sect master of the Ziheng sword ceremony, Shifu Hui Xin, with a cultivation level that is through the gods. Swordsmanship is even beyond the reach of even old me. After saying that, the Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster nodded before pointing at Jiang Heng and said, This is young Lord Jiang. There is no need for me to say more about his name. Is there? After introducing and exchanging pleasantries with each other, several people settled down in the small pavilion, and for a while, the atmosphere became incomparably quiet. The gazes of the 4 people all fell on Jiang Heng at this moment. A moment later, the Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster coughed dryly. Young Master Jiang, although the question is a bit of a monstrosity, but, what is the purpose of your trip? Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng was silent, and after helping Barbara tie up her crocheted braid, he spoke faintly. Murder. Also fruit. After saying that, Jiang Heng stopped speaking. Came here for those 2 things. These words caused Tianshu, Hui Xin, and Danyan to fall silent. Not far away, Jin Woo but slammed the table. Bang! Jin Woo looked cold and arrogant as he stared at Jiang Heng and said, This matter started because of you. What's the point of talking about returning the results? If you hadn't killed so many in the Netherworld Holy Land, Would there have been so much? You'll cut yourself on the spot if you're still fruitful. The words were not finished. Jiang Heng didn't know when he had appeared in front of Jin Wu. On the body, a layer of silver-colored fluorescence was attached. A hand as white as jade stretched out of his sleeve and instantly pinched Jin Wu's neck. Told you. The face of the Heavenly Sword Sect will not always be useful. You still dare to disobey this seat? On the road to reincarnation. Remember to glorify my true name. You dashed. Jin Wu shuddered violently. His eyes tinged with panic. He never thought that he would be targeted by the opponent's C position right after the group started. Immediately, he exploded all of his Dao techniques to break free from Jiang Heng's bonds. May. The golden-colored mana. The black clothes didn't even sway as it bathed Jiang Heng's flesh. The mana seemed to be pouring into an ocean or an endless abyss. Mana immunity. Young Master Jiang. It's Mr. Jin who's been rash. Can you let me off the hook? Jin Wu finally figured out how the Silver Man died. Jiang Heng possessed two great magical abilities. Shrinking Earth and Mana Immunity. Young Master Jiang. It's not going to count. De Yen Daoist quickly rushed over. His hand on Jiang Heng's arm. Trying to stop the goat. The next moment he was shocked. Cultivating the Great Diffusion Technique. His physical body basically belonged to a unique class in the Sword Continent. The only ones who could outsmart him were the old ancestors within the clan. May. It was a moment of stupidity for the others. Jiang Heng's fleshly body was so incredibly powerful that even he couldn't shake it. He was a great cultivator of the 8th realm cave soul, 2 realms beyond Jiang Heng, and the main focus is the physical body. What's this for? The Great Diffusion Taoist doesn't understand. Shoo! Jiang Heng raised his left hand and made a SHHH to the Great Diffusion and Heavenly Pivot, and immediately exerted force with his right hand. Catching dash. Jin Wu's neck was just ripped right off. Blood splatters flew about, seemingly forming a scarlet scroll. A half-step cave soul cultivator was slaughtered directly by Jiang Heng. Like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Jiang Heng, you shall not die. Jin Wu, who had only a wisp of his residual soul left, roared desperately at Jiang Heng. Bang! But in the next second, the soul was directly slapped apart by Jiang Heng's casual hand. The soul will not be reincarnated. This man, completely erased from the ages. Dead silence. The original quiet and comfortable pavilion in the center of the lake. At this time incomparable dead silence. The three of them, Tian Shu, Hu Weixin, and Dan Yen, looked at Jiang Heng with eyes that were filled with seriousness. They had never heard of Jiang Heng only by name. Rumored to be a flawless person. There is a saying that you can always trust Jiang Heng. May. What we see today is ruthlessness. Unspeakably ruthless. Young Master Jiang's methods. The Heavenly Pivot admires them. The Heavenly Pivot glanced at the corpse on the ground and shook his head helplessly. He never expected that Jiang Heng could easily shoot down Jin Wu. Also helpless. The tripartite pavilion has 3 pavilions. Heaven, Earth, and Man. Although only the human pavilion master. But it also represents this level of power. It's a pain in the ass to deal with. You may proceed, gentlemen. Jiang Heng smiled faintly, and after wiping the blood in his hand with a silk scarf, he made a pleased gesture to the 3 of them. Aha! Tianshu nodded and continued. Latest news. Jade Sword City fell at noon. The Misty Holy Land's men and horses will arrive at 10,000 Sword City in 3 days. It's a sound battle. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the 2 of them, Hui Xin and Dian, were not surprised and seemed to have known about this news. Eyes flocked to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng pursed his lips, picked up the tea and drank it all in one go. No need. They'll be here soon. What? The Heavenly Pivot Sword Master was shocked and looked at Jiang Heng in surprise. What's coming up? Fallen at noon. How long has this been going on? Without resting and hoofing it in? The 2 of them, Hui Xin and Dian, shuddered and looked at Jiang Heng in confusion. But he saw Jiang Heng's bland expression. An uneasiness arose in their hearts. Jiang Heng stood up slightly and stretched lazily. 3 of you, lay out the layout as early as possible. Ding detects the devil approaching. Distance, approximately 50 kilometers. Approximate distance, 44 kilometers dash. Coming so fast? The system's beep made Jiang Heng interested. In his view, what the Nangong Imperial Dynasty did was indeed detrimental to Yi Beishuan's Tao heart, to the point where he was so nonchalant today. It's the speed. Why is it so fast? Young Master Jiang, I won't beat around the bush. Although this matter is voluntary for our clan, the Heavenly Sword Sect has never abandoned your excellency. You know this. Even at this time, my Heavenly Sword Sect has no intention of failing your excellency. What are you going to do next? The Heavenly Pivot Sword Master stood up and stared straight at Jiang Heng. The Netherworld Holy Land had actually sent word to hand over Jiang Heng to stop this battle, only to be rejected by them. Sword Dusty Heart and Sword Yuanzuan's 2 Gothams were in the Netherworld Holy Land, and their Heavenly Sword Sect would not let it go like this. Even if the other side doesn't come, they will go. P.S. Begging for a catch-up read? Oh family. End of chapter. This statement. Jiang Heng recognized it. What the Heavenly Sword Sect did, indeed, never failed him. This clan, it's not bad. I'll go to the city first, and give you my advice. First, root out the tripartite court men completely. Do it, and remember to be ruthless. Cultivating the Heavenly Devil Sutra. He could see many things that ordinary people could not see, before one's eyes. Whether it's the Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster, or the Master Huaixin, or the Dayan Daoist. There was a wisp of death in all of them at the top of their heads. This is the established cause and effect which remains unchanged for the time being. Yes, Jinwu's head was devoid of dead air the moment before he died. There's only two possibilities. 1. The old boy got away. But here's the thing. What's left of the nest? A canine this vegetable can live? Then there's only one possibility. The tripartite court has mutinied. The Netherworld Holy Land must have promised many benefits. For example, with the destruction of the Heavenly Sword Sect, you, the tripartite pavilion, are the only agent of my ethereal sanctuary in the Sword Continent. We'll cover you. Jiang Heng had seen this kind of tactic too many times, drawing a lot of pie. When things come to fruition, to cash or not to cash is still not the fist big say? What? You mean? Having lived for thousands of years and being an old savant, how could the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master not understand Jiang Heng's meaning? The tripartite court has defected? But, where is the evidence? The Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster was in a difficult position. Jiang Heng put it bluntly. How dare you come here at this time? It is clear that they intend to live and die with them. This was also the reason why Jiang Heng killed Jinwu and he was able to pretend he didn't see it. For one thing, Jinwu doesn't think for himself. Secondly, he believed in the people that Elder Sword valued. Yes, if Jiang Heng's judgment is wrong. Beside him, even the bland and incomparable Master Hui Xian's expression was more than serious at this time. If there's a rebel in the face of the enemy, a stab in the back will have consequences. No wonder my 10,000 difficulties city was lost so quickly. The Great Diffusion Daoist was incomparably indignant. The border is a total of 10 cities. The Heavenly Sword Sect 4 cities. The remaining 3 families of family of 2 cities. But, in the blink of an eye, those few cities were like tofu, plucked down in a matter of moments. The first one to drop was the city of the tripartite court. Speaking of which, the 3 of them looked at each other and could see the depth in each other's eyes. To have lived for so many years and, neither is any kind of mediocrity. In a moment, a decision was made. Since the 3 of you have made up your minds, go ahead. The citadel can't be lost for a while with me, but I can't promise for long. Seeing this, Jiang Heng smiled bashfully and picked up Barbara, who was drinking tea, and instantly disappeared in place. When Windbell saw this, there was a deeper look in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. It soon dissipated into the breeze. Only Tianshu, Dan Yen, and Huaixin were left behind. Tianshu Dao brother, do you think? Dayan had a moment's hesitation, although he made a decision. But if it was, kill without waiting for Tianshu to speak. The mercifully soft eyes of Master Huaixin, a flash of moroseness flashed out. I, Sihong Jianjai, have fought for the greater good this time, but do not want to cut off the inheritance. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Good. Then the 3 of us will do it ourselves. The citadel was a little quiet at night, and the evening breeze carried it cool. The blue flag of the Heavenly Sword Sect fluttered in the wind. It seems to speak of this place, of the impending slaughter. The incoming and outgoing Heavenly Sword Sect disciples did not slack off and were meticulously patrolling. Jiang Heng, dressed in black, sat on the roof of the building, his star-like eyes looking playfully to the north. Ding detects the devil approaching. Distance, approximately 5 kilometers. That's fast. That's fast. Jiang Heng grinned, his entire body unable to stop trembling. Here we go. Interest is all over the place. At the moment, although the destruction of the ethereal Holy Land, but these people all slaughtered, is also quite cool. Eldest brother Jiang Heng. Just as Jiang Heng was pondering, a familiar youth not far away walked slowly with coyness. Jianqing. Jiang Heng nodded lightly. They're almost here. Scared? I was questioned when I first came to the city hall, but after I took out my sword tire, got everyone's trust. In response, Jiang Heng was somewhat helpless in his heart. This Heavenly Sword Sect is more like a family than the Netherworld Holy Land. Afraid, Jianqing was unapologetic. Then stand back. Sharpness is easy to die. Jiang Heng lightly glanced at the top of Jianqing's head and, careful admonition. No, I want revenge. Jianqing shook his head in rejection and turned to look to the north. As long as I can kill 2, I'll have earned it. Senior brother Jiang Heng, if I die, can you help me bring my bones back to the Heavenly Sword Sect? Burial at the foot of the mountain would be nice. After saying that, Jiang Heng looked at Jiang Heng vaguely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and didn't say anything more. A slight nod and sharp eyes looked to the north. At this point, it's dawn. In the skyline, a flying boat was like a flock of birds, speeding towards 10,000 Sword City. The number is huge. No less than 1,000. More than 100,000 people have come. Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and lazily stood up. He could see that it wasn't just the Holy Land disciples who had come, but also some of the affiliated sects under his command. The nature is similar to that of the Great Diffusion Sect and the Sihang Swordsmen. All within 10,000 Sword City. Listen up. My name is Yi Beixian. I am the Holy Son of the Netherworld Holy Land. The Heavenly Sword Sect has created killings in my misty Holy Land, and it is no longer justified by the heavens. Today, we follow the heavens with the aim of leveling the Heavenly Sword Sect. Anyone who abandons the city and leaves, we are willing to give a way out. Ran. Those who resist, kill without pardon. Thousands of flying boats came to the outside of 10,000 Sword City in a matter of moments, about 3,000 meters away. On top of the largest flying boat at the head, Yi Beixian rose up in the air and shouted at the interior of 10,000 Sword City. He was accompanied by Feng Qingtian, Dao Xian, and 3 old men in gray robes. Just by looking at the realms, they are all not weaker than the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master. At the same time, thousands of flying boats outside. One by one, the monks were flying with their swords or standing in the air, as if they were a swarm of bees. More than 100,000 people were dispersed in a matter of moments. The scene alone is creepy to watch. This vast scene, it made many of the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples in 10,000 Sword City tremble with fear, also including the disciples of the Sihang Sword Sect and the Great Diffraction Sect. They watched in fear and anxiety, farting nasty dog farts. You misty Holy Land, killing my Heavenly Sword Sect's sword son, harming my Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Elder. This revenge is not shared. Brothers of the Heavenly Sword Sect, follow me to meet the enemy. There were thousands of people on the citadel, all of them silent, while a young man gritted his teeth and trembled all over. When he heard the word slander, he hissed desperately, and his fair, handsome face, it was covered in crimson at the moment. It was Jianqing. Griffin. Yi Beixian laughed coldly. When I enter the city, I will be the first to kill you. Yi Beixian's sinister eyes caused Jianqing to tremble. Unconsciously taking a step backwards, hit a chest. He turned around and saw that it was a plump, jade-like man. The man smiled slightly and patted him on the shoulder. Blandly walking up to the top of the citadel, he revealed his white teeth to Yi Beixian. Happy said, Pa, have you eaten? P.S. It's important to catch up on new books, so families remember to take the time to glance at them every day. End of chapter. Bao, have you eaten? Why does that sound so familiar? Have I heard it somewhere? Yi Beixian's pupils shrunk as he hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. What came into view was a white-haired man, a black dress as if day and night, just standing. The 4 words magnificent and dusty are no longer enough to describe. It was Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng. Yi Beixian's heart clenched. The picture of the previous scene unconsciously erupted from his mind. Sweeping through every brain cell, his whole body was suddenly hot and dry. Looking at Jiang Heng blandly at ease, Yi Beixian hissed morosely, Jiang Heng, it's you. I will kill you today. He no longer had much to say. A roar of indignation swept across the battlefield. The war had not yet begun, and this great hissing shook all present. They all looked at Yi Beixian with uncertainty. How much hatred is there to erupt into such resentment? It's not that bad, is it? There it is, my treasure. Jiang Heng hung in the air with a bright smile. Raising his right hand, he greeted Yi Beixian in a friendly manner. Look at you. Besides yelling and spraying me with saliva, what else can you do? He said, and he pursed his lips in a smooth manner. She smiled as if remembering something. She and Hata, they're both very moist. Yi Beixian was shocked. His body kept trembling. Jiang Heng this murderous and heartless, making it difficult for him to bear. The 9 Revolutions Dragon Emperor Dao Fruit and the Human Emperor Streamer, which had been planned for 10 years, were all intercepted by Jiang Heng. Qingmei is still being Jiang Heng. That is to say, a large part of his previous scheming went down the drain. And, although Yi Beixian was silent, the tens of thousands of cultivators around him couldn't tense up at this moment. Although Jiang Heng did not say much, but the information seems to be a bit big. What streamer? What moist? Who is very run? Boy, do I have a bad feeling about this? This sun, how come it seems to be green? Am I mistaken? Asterisk. There's definitely something we don't know about. Many people are curious about this hidden melon. She was moist with the streamers and all. What's a streamer? Her? Who is she? Run. What does it mean again? A moment of confusion and curiosity filled the vast battlefield of for the upcoming fight, added some spice. whether it was the ethereal Holy Land, or some affiliated sects. Still, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Sihong Sword Jie in the City of 10,000 Swords raised their heads at this time, looking at the two most dazzling people on the battlefield. Jiang Heng, you're shameless. Yi Beishuan's heart stopped. He didn't think that Jiang Heng would say this in public. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced around and saw many meaningful looks. He knew it couldn't go on like this. Poof. Yi Beishuan suppressed the indignation in his heart, let out a cold snort, turned around and looked behind him. And these tens of thousands of disciples. Seriously, he opened his mouth. Fellow disciples. Jiang Heng cast the devil's heart and wrecked his fellow disciples. And under the questioning heart pass, killing more than 800 disciples of the Holy Land, causing a break in the third generation of disciples. Today, we will level 10,000 Sword City and kill the devil Jiang Heng to prove the might of my misty Holy Land. As he spoke, Yi Beishuan raised his right hand high in the air, his demeanor indignant. In words, there was no mention of his feud with Jiang Heng. It's all about Jiang Heng's ruthlessness towards his fellow disciples. Sharp words that instantly stirred the emotions of many. There were quite a few people who became enraged on the spot. Humph! Jiang Heng wielded a sword against his fellow disciples, and has long since ceased to be our eldest senior brother. That's right. Don't think that small favors in the past will make us let you go today. Jiang Heng, what else can you do but hold favors? Today, you and the Heavenly Sword Sect people will be buried together. And in the coming day, we will step on Heavenly Sword Peak Dash. The ones who spoke, many of them were the disciples who had been rescued from that battle, and there were only 300 or so of them as things stood today. This was also one of the few soul seedlings in the third generation of disciples. Listening to the rambling abuse and duties, Jiang Heng was unimpressed and narrowed his eyes at these people. He's curious. These people, if they survive this battle, in the future, when Yi Beishuan devours him, what will that gesture of regret be like? Come on, it's time to settle the karma between me and you. Jiang Heng nodded slightly. Open-chested godly indifference looked not far away. Seemingly thinking of something, she turned her eyes to Yi Beishuan. Beishuan, it's the last thing my brother can do for you. Yi Beishuan shuddered, instantly guessing what Jiang Heng wanted to do, and immediately reached out to try to block it. The black aura of the undead, which instantly filled the entire vault of heaven, began to devour all but the black color of the all colors. Behind Jiang Heng, a black flag waved in the wind. The embroidery on it is a creepy skull. It was emitting a black light and laughing at them. Human Emperor Streamer Yi Beishuan's voice was hoarse. Normally, this breaking weapon should be his, and it is also a move that has been laid out for a long time. In the end, giving Jiang Heng a dowry, and also getting this huge battlefield, is even more like a tiger. Yi Beishuan opened his mouth, but in the middle of his words, he was interrupted by Jiang Heng. Bitch! Jiang Heng nodded and waved it casually. In the black Human Emperor Streamer, a graceful and elegant woman slowly floated out from it. It's the blue soul body. Only, at this time, his breath was shriveled, as if he had been endlessly tortured. Jiang Heng, kill me if you can. I beg you to kill me. I beg you. The woman was none other than Nangong Nihuang. She flopped and fell on her knees at Jiang Heng's feet, looking at Jiang Heng with eyes full of longing. Nico! Yi Beishuan hissed. Beishuan! Nangong Nihuang twisted his head incredulously to look at the boy he had been thinking about day and night, sobbing, I'm sorry Dash. It's all my fault. All. Enough. Jiang Heng was displeased with the mutual love between the two. After licking the dry corners of his mouth, he looked at Yi Beishuan. What a great piece of love. Master Beishuan. Your vision does however. The taste of this girl makes this seat linger. Jiang Heng's voice, which was not deliberately suppressed, instantly echoed across the large battlefield. Everyone stared at Jiang Heng with wide eyes, incredulously, and then looked at Nangong Nihuang. The grass is growing on this asshole's head. Inside the 10,000 Sword City, a Heavenly Sword Sect disciple wearing light blue attire spoke in shock. Tramp! This scene is so exciting. This Yi Beishuan has been pretending for so long, but in the middle of the day, he's a green turtle. So the moist that elder brother Jiang Heng said is that this girl is very moist. Ha ha, on weekdays, they are so focused on the sword that they really don't have such a foul mouth. But, this was a different time, and many of the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples just had to open their mouths like this. P.S. Remember to look at it every day. Family, I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Yi Beishuan's smug, arrogant stance in front of the flying boat had long irritated them. Presently, the only word that can be used to describe it is awesome. And, Jiang Heng's strong stance mesmerized many disciples. Open a big group in front of others. Isn't that shrimp and pig's heart? This time, even the disciples on the ethereal Holy Land side had ugly expressions. They had roughly heard about the relationship between Nangong Nihuang and Yi Beixian. I hear it's a sweet pair of lovebirds. At the moment this kind of thing happened, Jiang Heng had the audacity to engage in these in front of Yi Beixian. They want to say something comforting, but it's in my throat. What to do when your wife has been played with, slaughtered and controlled by someone else? And, if no one knows about it, it's okay for this asshole to be in the shadows. This time, the whole world knew that Yi Beixian was a bastard spirit. On the foremost flying boat, Feng Jingtian and Dao Xian glanced at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Previously, they were all spitting in their minds. Yi Beixian's gesture at that time was really petty. It's not like the wife is used, but right now, it's a real use of a horse. For a while, the two of them didn't know what to say and gave each other a bitter smile as they looked sympathetically at Yi Beixian. As men, they all knew how Yi Beixian was feeling. Just as everyone was talking, Jiang Heng's puzzled voice completely interrupted their thoughts. Continuing, he said, "Senior brother Beixian, why don't you smile anymore? Is it because you don't like to smile?" A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Will Heng's words caused the entire crowd of more than 100,000 people to be shocked, unconsciously turning their gazes toward him. Look to this buxom, jade-like man. They people are stupid. How can a 36-degree 5 mouth say anything that is hundreds of degrees below zero? I don't think anyone can laugh at that, can they? Vomit. Yi Beixian was so angry that he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, wiping the blood with his sleeve, staring viciously at Jiang Heng. You're just good at pulling off little tricks. You can leave 10,000 Sword City alive today. Attack! At that moment, the two sides had long been unequal in terms of battle power, and the great cultivator of the 8th realm on their side. All of them are full of people. In the shadows, there is also a hidden presence. This is an insurmountable mountain. Even if Jiang Heng was more heavenly, he would not be able to overcome it. Various means plus mana immunity also have to die horizontally on the spot. As long as Jiang Heng died, all that would go up in smoke. For a while, the atmosphere on the field was serious and incomparable. As thousands of flying boats kept pressing forward, cultivators in the air around them also began to offer up their magic treasures one after another. There are flying swords, talismans, rulers, bronze mirrors and so on. Seeing this, Jiang Heng smiled faintly as one person blocked in front of 10,000 Sword City in the air. His eyes were still looking at Yi Beixian. It's just, both you fail your senior brother's good intentions. Then she's worthless. No. Yi Beixian's eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Heng in death. Jiang Heng was unimpressed. Azure-colored spiritual energy surfaced in his right hand and very casually slapped at Nangong Nihuang. With everyone watching, bang! The soul directly slapped and exploded. The soul is broken. This scene, shocking hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the opposite side. They hadn't expected that Jiang Heng would do this. He would be so ruthless that he would erase Nangong Nihuang in front of Yi Beixian. It's already an undying grudge. Jiang Heng, Yi Beixian, swear to the heavens that I'll be necessary to set your bones to ashes. Looking at Nangong Nihuang's little by little dissipated soul, Yi Beixian hissed, vomiting a mouthful of blood again. The breath is quite depleted. On fire? Gums bleeding this much? Jiang Heng contained a smile, evilly hooking up the corner of his mouth. You owe me quite a lot. It's just a little interest yet. Besides, the principal hasn't been paid back yet. In his opinion, that's not enough. What he did to Nangong Nihuang was the same as what Yi Beixian had done to Jian Duxin previously. And, since the roles are reversed, a variety of means need to be put in place. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Beixian to react, he turned his eyes to the opposite side. And, the tens of thousands of allied troops, you have decided to come here, so you must be ready to die. If that's the case, don't cry foul when you come under the butcher's knife. Right. Wind prime. Flying boat front. Listening to Jiang Heng's words, Feng Qingtian slowly flew out, still in the same golden robe, but the expression was tinged with bitterness. Looking at Jiang Heng's eyes dodged more than a little. Sighed, things have come to this. Who is right and who is wrong, everything is difficult to say. Jiang Heng, but you should never have killed so many people. Today, even if you beg for mercy, it's useless. At the same time, Dao Xian also stood up in the air from within the flying boat and said blandly to Jiang Heng, it's no use stalling. In the face of absolute strength, all intrigues and schemes are vain. Just like those aggravations you had in the Netherworld Holy Land. If you were a great emperor, who could make you aggravated? And, you're only at the mere Soul Palace realm. Even if your battle power is heaven-defying, what can you change? Dogen sneered. In his opinion, Jiang Heng was merely stalling for time with this statement. It's still an ineffective time to delay. In this place, there were more than a handful of strong people in the 8th realm cave soul alone, and some hidden backhanders. In this battle, victory or defeat has long been established. Interesting. Jiang Heng grinned coldly. That is, you think that this seat is stalling for time. Then open your doggy eyes and see for yourself. 10,000 Souls Transformation Fury. Jiang Heng activated his magic power and immediately awakened the human emperor streamer. The flag, which was already filled with a black aura, exploded with an endless aura of death at this moment. Countless grey ghosts rushed out of the streamers like cannonballs. For a moment it covered the sky. There are so many that it's impossible to count them all. The great dome of the sky, this time dim. The whole world seems to be sinking. This is. Dao Xian was shocked, and looked at the flag that emitted death aura behind Jiang Heng. The previous melon was so big that he overlooked the streamer. Right now, along with the rumors, he can already be sure that this is that legendary fury weapon. The human emperor streamer. You really refined the human emperor haki? Feng Jingtian looked at the sky in shock. These millions of severe ghosts, the uneasy emotion in his heart that, it's getting oozy. He didn't expect that the human emperor streamer had really come out. This object is not known. Since ancient times, the holders of streamers have had no good end, slaughtering the living and endangering the earth. It's the object of a crusade by all the powers. Jiang Heng, it seems that you have truly fallen into the devil's path. Feng Qingtian looked at Jiang Heng in pain. Originally, he had planned that after this battle, he would find a way to save Jiang Heng's life. It was suppressed for 1,000 years under the misty peak to completely eliminate the demonic aura. It's a compensation for Jiang Heng. P.S. Please read after The new book after reading is very important. Chirp. End of chapter. The conversation of several people, without deliberately lowering the volume, echoed in the large battlefield. Split second. Tens of thousands of cultivators knew what Jiang Heng meant by the streamers are moist. That's the human emperor's hat. That black skeleton flag is the human emperor flag nah? I mean why is it so draggy? The human emperor's streamer grievance spirit is immortal, and these millions of severe ghosts suffocate me just by looking at them. Are we here to exterminate demons? Or immortals? Numb. The originally high morale allied forces were all numb the moment the human emperor's streamer appeared. A fatal artifact is an existence that transcends grade and corresponds to a Dao artifact. The more it is quenched the stronger it becomes. The upper limit of its representation is endless. A number of years ago, there was a monk who wielded the human emperor's streamer to call out hundreds of millions of severe ghosts, slaughtering all living beings. The righteous and the devil joined forces and paid a great price before they managed to wipe out that great devil. Nowadays, the human emperor's streamer was introduced again? Come on. The human emperor's streamer fluttered in the wind, and a black aura of death filled the heavens as Jiang Heng stood with his hands folded. Indifferent gaze, didn't you already know? This seat casts the heavenly Dao demon heart. Do you think it's for charity? You didn't think that this seat would wag its tail and go back with you. Go be that so-called big brother, right? After all one's words, Jiang Heng no longer cared about Feng Qingtian and turned his eyes to look outside the flying boat. That shocked crowd, all familiar faces with you and others have not seen for many years. This seat is very miss. Why don't you come and gather in my human emperor's streamer? Drink turbid wine with me. After saying that, Jiang Heng's chest, black magic chi filled. As if an endless seed, it erupted into a frightening aura. Roar. Hiss. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with roaring ghosts, and endless grey grievances filled the entire sky. At this time the city of 10,000 swords, where is like a human city, completely like a ghost city. The entire outside of the city is ringed with endless stern ghosts. This scene made the crowd outside the thousands of flying boats jittery on the spot. Marred. How can this be a fight? Who's going to go to a gathering with you at the human emperor's hat? Don't be afraid. Jiang Heng is only one person. We are more than 100,000 people. One person a mouthful of spittle. It could all drown him. Yes, everyone don't be afraid to go together. Kill the devil and destroy the soul streamer. Yes, we still have mighty. He is alone. Brothers, I will lead the charge. For a while, the atmosphere became necessarily depressing. Only, there are also warriors. Someone in the crowd, I don't know who, growled, making the low morale instantly high. A few bold cultivators rushed out on the spot with their magic treasures and came towards Jiang Heng to take their lives. Devil, die. Humph. You're no longer my big brother. In response, Jiang Heng Jie laughed and looked at the two rash youngsters. Such a one-track mind. Often die the fastest. A few snubs in your life is at stake. The barking dog is in the back of the room. But, he will not be merciful. If you're here, you're either a brother or an enemy. Jiang Heng's eyes were deep and seemed to carry a teasing look as he watched several flying swords speeding towards him. Without blinking or dodging, look at the flying boat in the distance. This scene made a few people ecstatic. Devil, die. Ha ha, I'm famous. What bull ***** immaculate saint son. You die. You karma. At this moment, a few people with a ferocious face look crazy. The next second, a hiss of agony echoed across the vast battlefield. Thousands of stern ghosts that, at some point, it completely surrounded several people. In less than a breath's effort, the blood and flesh on several people's bodies were eaten up by the stern ghosts. Only a dead bone remains. Spirit. It was instantly put into the human emperor streamer. Seeing a few people again, they became the enemy. Became Jiang Heng's horse. It's numb. All of the allied forces that came to attack were numb. Is this the so-called human emperor streamer? It was only at this point that they truly understood why so many bigwigs in the immortal cultivation world that, for this deadly weapon will change its color. Stronger and stronger at the same time. Roar and enjoy. In front of the human emperor's streamer, Jiang Heng's green silk fluttered, and a pair of pupils like black gems. Scarlet is showing at this point. His chest rose and fell violently, and he laughed very painfully. Come on, all come to gather in my human emperor's streamer. The words made the countless severe ghosts hiss violently, and at this moment they turned from defense to attack. The sky and the earth were swooping down on the large coalition army, like locusts, like flocks of birds, in a hiss, quickly picking up more than 100,000 cultivators. Scarlet blood. The blood stained the sky in a moment. In just a few short breaths of effort, there were more than 100 dead and wounded. All of them, one after the other, became the feed for the human emperor's streamer. Despite the fact that many of them had killed many ghosts with their profound magic power, within a few breaths, they were all dead. These severe ghosts once again rushed out of the human emperor streamer once more, killing and twisting with them. All kinds of fearlessness. Painful. Jiang Heng's heart throbbed very much with fastidiousness as he looked at these former deceased people. He's not a killer, but it never occurred to him that slaughtering this herd of cattle and horses would give him so much pleasure. This blood. Sweet. Jiang Heng covered his forehead with his right hand, his eyes carrying an indescribably fierce light as he laughed loudly and maniacally. Asphyxiation. Behind Jiang Heng, inside 10,000 Sword City, the disciples, who were originally standing by in a tight formation, saw this tragic scene. The choking was immense. They didn't realize that this time, the one who helped them out, surprisingly, it was Jiang Heng and his human emperor streamer. With the strength of one man, he held off an army of 100,000 men. This human emperor streamer is terrifying. Hiss. Although senior brother Jiang Heng is on our side at this time, but in the future, this is the fury weapon? I hope eldest brother won't be affected. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the disciples of the Great Diffraction Sect, and also the female disciples of the Sihang Jianzhai. There was an overwhelming sense of trepidation at the image. Some people who were unfamiliar with Jiang Heng even began to worry. After all, the human emperor streamer is really too terrifying. On the citadel, a youth, hearing such words from the rear of the, immediately, he growled, "What are you guys farting about? When this group of people kills their way into 10,000 Sword City, it will definitely be even more terrifying than it is now." Grand Elder Sword Yuanzuan said, "The swords of my generation of cultivators can cut down mortals, can cut down injustice, and can also cut down demons. As for what to cut down, it all depends on a sword heart, this human emperor streamer and the swords in our hands." And what's the difference? The speaker was none other than Jian Chang. He held his head high and looked at Jiang Heng with determination in his eyes. "Eldest brother Jiang Heng, we all believe in you. Even though I'm stupidly gifted and weak, I want to fight alongside you. Heavenly Sword Sect disciples follow me out of the city to kill the enemy and support senior brother Jiang Heng. P.S. Remember to take a look at it every day. Oh, these 2 days are ready to arrange for additional work." End of chapter. The Heavenly Sword flag fluttered in the wind, seemingly telling something. Although Jian Chang was not the person at the helm of this place, he gritted his teeth and looked at his fellow disciples and hissed firmly. This scene, it made many disciples ashamed, especially the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. Although from beginning to end, they were on Jiang Heng's side, in many people's hearts, there was still a disconnect. When all is said and done, the cause of this incident is also because of the Heart of Inquiry Pass. But there was no falsehood in anything Jian Qing said whether the human emperor streamer would slaughter the world. It's also in the people who use it. Jiang Heng was the one who was sacrificed from the beginning to the end. This time, he even defied life and death to stand in front of them, fighting against more than 100,000 cultivators with the strength of one man. Marred. I'm not going to be I'm going to fight alongside eldest brother Jiang Heng. Yeah, the brother who came back said that the best thing he ever did in his life, it's to gallop to the aid of elder brother Jiang Heng. As the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect set out on their journey, we would rather be broken for the sake of the jade than for the sake of the tile. Cut down the injustice and kill these ethereal dogs. Hissing, hot blood filled the large city, countless disciples like arrows in general. From inside the city, the swords were flying in the air and quickly rushed out of the city to meet the incoming allied forces. Sword energy was running through the air, and not a single person was cowed at this moment. Even when faced with a behemoth of more than 100,000 cultivators, he was not afraid at all. Listening to the clamor in his ears, Jiang Heng pursed his lips and did not choose to speak. In this manner, the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples wielded hot blood. It's the romance of a man to the death. It's the hatred of a sea of blood. He was in no position to persuade anything. Let's just say, reach out as much as you can. Roar, roar. Jiang Heng made a seal with his right hand and immediately activated the human emperor streamer. The black flag waved again, and countless stern ghosts, as if they had been given chicken blood, were deadly entangled with the allied cultivators. In conjunction with the disciples of the Upper Heavenly Sword Sect, the Great Diffraction Sect, and the Ci Hang Jianjai, at the time of the short encounter, the momentum actually stabilized somewhat, though, from time to time, disciples fall, but the allied side was like a moth to a flame, and the speed of death was shocking. Wind Prime, what are you waiting for? Seeing this scene, Dao Xian couldn't tense up. Inside this group, some of them were their Xian Tian Holy Land disciples, and some of them were their affiliated sects. Where can you stand to be so dead? And the dead disciples all entered the human emperor streamer and became blades inserted into their bodies. This is a long way to go, and if we keep dragging it out, we're still going to be able to beat the bar? Okay, please, the three supreme elders, make a move to kill Jiang Heng. Feng Jingtian turned around and, arching his hand at the largest flying boat, on the spot, 3 channels of majestic mana surged out from the flying boat, instantly causing the scorching battlefield around the getting momentarily stagnant. 3 old men with white hair slowly rose in the air from the flying boat and came to Feng Jingtian's side. It could be seen that all of them were great cultivators of the 8th realm. Judging from his aura, he's probably already in the late stage of Cave Soul. Even the realm surpassed the 2 middle stages of Dao Xian and Wind Prime. With a condescending face, humph, a mere 10,000 sword city, and still letting us personally take action? That's just it, we'll go out and shoot that rebel. Human Emperor Streamer? But the cultivation level is too low, so it's useless to possess this fury weapon. The 3 of them opened their mouths one after another, their postures arrogant and incomparable. This, to Dogen's delight, these 3 seniority, compared to the original gold, silver, copper 3 brothers, is not inferior. Whether it's war power, or force, then please kill Jiang Heng and control the human emperor streamer. I still need to preside over the big picture. Feng Jingtian nodded his head repeatedly, not daring to be too disobedient. These 3, it's watching him grow up. They're all his elders. Hoof. The 3 of them grunted coldly and nodded their heads at once. Whoosh. Directly disappearing from his original position, he appeared in front of Jiang Heng in the next moment. The black-clothed old man at the head opened his mouth brusquely. Those who rebel against the clan, die. Saying so, without mercy, his fists transformed into palms and palms into claws, containing great magical power that it directly pulled out towards Jiang Heng's heart. It was fast and electric. The old man was decisive and had no emotions to speak of. The claw strike was about to touch Jiang Heng's chest when a sharp, cold aura descended from the sky, directly chopping at the old man's arm. Shoo! The old man's figure was like the wind, quickly dodging backwards and looking at Jiang Heng in front of him in surprise. This time, the 3 of them were blocking Jiang Heng and were looking at them with serious faces. The Heavenly Pivot Sword Master, Master Huaixin, and De Yen Daoist. The old man in black murmured, his words tinged with displeasure. These 3 were all 8th realm cultivators, with the Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster being in the same segment as them. Young Master Jiang, the Heavenly Pivot believes that the sword has a use for it. I'm very relieved that you're executing the human Emperor Streamer. The Heavenly Pivot Sword Master held the Heavenly Pivot Sword, and after nodding slightly to Jiang Heng, turning to look at the 3 supreme elders of the Netherworld Holy Land, speaking to the 2 men beside him, he said, one for each of us. Yes, kill. The 2 of them, Hui Xin and Dian, didn't say much, and after each of them chose their opponents, they directly killed them. The Heavenly Pivot Sword Master then eyed the black-clothed old man. Senior Long E, please, Buzz Dash. The Heavenly Pivot Sword trembled as if it was accumulating sword intent. Long E laughed coldly, raised his withered hand and pointed at Jiang Heng. I want him to die. It's useless even if the sword ancestor comes. Continuing, he said, Junior, do you think that by holding the Heavenly Pivot Sword, you will be able to shake the old immortal? Sword Yuanzuan didn't have you to be big. Kill the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master didn't talk nonsense and immediately swung his turquoise blue longsword, cutting out his sword chi, and Ryuichi wrestled. For a while, the war on the battlefield, because of the appearance of the human emperor streamer, bursting out at a deeper level. And, from start to finish, Jiang Heng did not move a bit. He indifferently looked at the several 8th realm cultivators fighting. No intervention. His opponent will show up. Jiang Heng. Or did it come to this? Jiang Heng nodded slightly and looked toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged man with golden robes, pacing through the air. Beside him, there was a black-robed man. It was none other than Feng Qingtian and Dao Xian, after Long Yi, Long Wu, and Long Lu, who were stopped by the 3 Tianshu people. Wind Prime and Dao Xian then set off directly. If the human emperor streamer is not destroyed in this battle, even though the Netherworld Holy Land can win the battle, but the price paid was too great. Both of you, are you ready to die? Jiang Heng smiled faintly and moved the human emperor streamer back a few hundred meters. Turning to Dao Xian and Feng Qingtian, he made a gesture of invitation. Dao Xian opened his mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Heng in surprise. Junior, aren't you too much of a trustworthy person? Although he didn't know what means Jiang Heng had used to kill the Silver Man. But the holy masters like them are the leaders of the disciples of the same generation in the sect. To put it bluntly, it's the equivalent of the old Jiang Heng, though not quite as top-notch. But it's also high-end. Although in front of the Supreme Elder, there was so much humility, but that was a matter of seniority. In terms of battle power, it was not comparable to an ordinary Taishang Elder. Jiang Heng, how dare you act like that? P.S. Remember to come and read it every day. I wish you all a happy day. Jojo. End of chapter. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Jiang Heng gently stared at his brows, his demeanor unpleasant. Please, after all one's words. He spread his arms out to show his chest and spread his hands in a please gesture. This resembles the posture of a devil. With his white hair swaying in the wind, he looked divine. Even Dao Xian had to sigh. Jiang Heng's skin was really too good. Standing just like that. It's as if an exiled fairy is in the dust. Sacred Lord Wind, please. The corner of Dao Xian's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and he immediately made a pleas to Feng Qingtian. Good. Feng Qingtian glanced deeply at Jiang Heng, shaking his head slightly and sighing. Turning his eyes to Dao Xian. He has mana immunity. You know that right? Don't get close at will. Use your realm to suppress him. In this case, he will show no mercy. This battle is not only about honor and disgrace, but also about the majesty of the Netherworld Holy Land. If a small 10,000 sword city can't be pulled down, the subsequent general duel with the Heavenly Sword Sect is still playing strips of hair? And, having chosen the way forward, the only way to truly stop is to fall on one side. There are no concessions to be made. Kill. The Great Hand Seal of Sorrow. Feng Qingtian immediately took 3 steps back and used the Buddhist technique with both hands to form a seal. In his right hand, a golden palm print, the size of a mountain, quickly coalesced in front of him. There was no hard slap at Jiang Heng. Beside him, Dao Xian laughed coldly and immediately called out a black jade-like copper bell. He activated the Xian Tian skill and slapped the big bell hard. At the mouth of the bell, a majestic shockwave instantly came towards Jiang Heng. This scene, it caused the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master and the others, who were soundly battling with Long Yi, Long Wu, and Long Lu, to be taken aback. They didn't expect that the 2 holy lords would be unashamedly fighting against a junior, and it also utilized the advantage of the realm to cast spells from a distance. Crap. Mrs. Huixing glanced at the front line, and with the help of the human emperor streamer, the disciples on their side were fighting hard, but things were going well. After all, there are millions of undead and undefeatable ghosts. If the human emperor streamer is destroyed, or briefly sealed, then what awaits them? It's going to fall. Shameless. De Yen Daoist gritted his teeth and immediately shook off Long Wu, wanting to go and rush to Jiang Heng's aid. But, an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, how could he not know what he was thinking? And at that moment, he operated his great magic power and a palm slapped him in the back. Junior, fighting with an old man. And you still dare to go to the rescue? That kid, dead in the water. Long Wu immediately sneered. De Yen Daoist vomited a mouthful of blood and turned around to look at Long Wu in a wretched manner. See this scene. The heart of the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master was cold, and within the 3, Long Yi's battle strength was the highest. Being entangled, he had no way to gallop to Jiang Heng's aid. If left unchecked, Jiang Heng was bound to be no match for Dao Xian and Feng Qingtian. After all, these 2 men were, at first, headstrong existences. If dealing with one person, he believed that Jiang Heng would be able to defend himself. If the 2 of them, he felt that Jiang Heng was bound to die. After all, in between the Soul Palace realm and the Cave Soul realm, there was also a 7th realm spirit void sandwiched in between. Shameless. Tianshu spat viciously. Are you still a child, Tenshu? Ryuichi sneered. While applying pressure, he pointed at Jiang Heng. Battlefield fighting is only about success or failure. Jiang Heng is not as skillful as others, so it's time for him to have a fate. Jie. Long Yi's eyes were cloudy, and he looked sinisterly at Jiang Heng, who was standing under the human emperor's streamer in the distance. Laughing chest kept rising and falling. May. The steeplejack couldn't smile anymore. A majestic manna. Dead ripples spread rapidly. And that is. Long Yi exclaimed in shock, losing his previous composure as his eyes stared at Jiang Heng without blinking. This time, Jiang Heng's state was clearly different. In the face of the Daoan Dharma flying towards him, Jiang Heng didn't dodge. His eyes were teasing. The sixth realm? You're looking at it wrong. When was I in the sixth realm? Jiang Heng nodded slightly. A powerful fluctuation of mana runs away from the body, binding the realm's shackles. Falling apart in this moment, the aura of the seventh realm spiritual void constantly echoed in this area. He already had an absolute sense of the realm, plus the 9 revolutions Dragon Emperor Dao fruit. Jiang Heng made a direct breakthrough at this moment, stepping into the seventh realm of spiritual void. Asterisk. Dao Xian looked at Jiang Heng, his eyes almost glazed over. Battlefield breakthrough. This tread is a monster, isn't it? And it's a straight across. In other words, Jiang Heng's foundation, which had been laid with an incomparably solid foundation. It is only then that one can directly jump to half-step spirit void and directly complete the transformation. It was too late to say something. All laws are put to death. Jiang Heng smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, and his hands quickly formed seals, a black rune that stood out from the handprints of. He clenched his fist and tapped his index finger hard on top of the rune. In an instant, a majestic shockwave sped toward the golden palm and the sound wave of the bronze bells. It was fast and touched together in an instant. And a bizarre scene occurred. The moment the sound wave, touched the shockwave. It's as if the ice dissolves into summer. It was purified straight away. No, this can't be. Dogen's eyes widened and, watching his own kung fu being easily dissolved, he couldn't believe it. Bang! And a momentary lapse of concentration caused Dogen to shudder, twisting his mechanical neck and heart to turn around and look behind him. Jiang Heng's hand, at some point, was already on his shoulder. Jiang Heng, let's talk. Bean-sized beads of sweat on Dao Xian's forehead kept sliding down his cheeks. He really didn't dare to move at this moment. Mana immunity, strong physical body. These are the blades that will kill him. Good. Jiang Heng grinned, cruelly pointing at the human emperor streamer. Then please, Holy Lord Dao Xian, go to my human emperor's streamer for a meeting. I'll be here in a few days. Dao Xian trembled. And immediately, without retaining any strength, the Xian heavenly skill operated to its extreme. The strength of the cave soul realm all exploded in this instant. It sent a shiver down the spine of everyone in the room. A layer of silver-white fluorescent light appeared on Jiang Heng's white jade-like hands. Just like that, he broke through the magic power and stabbed into Dao Xuan's chest, ripping out a heart that was leaping. Above the heart, a drop of scarlet blood dripped down the back of Jiang Heng's hand, dropped on a green field 100 meters down. Jiang Heng. Dao Xuan's breath shriveled. Man stupid. I've thought about fighting. And I've thought about dying someday, but he never thought he would die so casually. Being approached by a junior and beating him without any help. That mana immunity is like a plug-in. Go on. Jiang Heng nodded and casually waved his right hand, and a few stern ghosts instantly ripped out Dao Xian's soul. It was brought directly into the human emperor's streamer. No. Wind Prime, proposed blood mom. Jiang Heng, kill me. I don't want to enter the human emperor streamer. Count on me to beg you. Dogen seeks death. He literally begged to die. As the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, he knew the bottom of the human emperor's streamer. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Inside this flag is a separate heavenly paradise. It creates an endless hunger and devours each other with the other knights. The fighting, it's endless. Definitely worse than dead. Yes. Jiang Heng had a sunny smile on his lips and even gave him a friendly wave. Not a word from start to finish. The ghost showed no mercy, dragging Dao Xian into the human emperor's streamer. When it began to gnaw and bite, Dogen trembled and hissed desperately, but without his magic power, he was no different from the ghosts. Only misery remains. Suffocating, tens of thousands of cultivators across the field stopped their hands and looked over in fear. Everyone didn't expect that the unbeatable Dao Xian Holy Lord to be slaughtered by Jiang Heng. The soul was also dragged into the human emperor Haki. It's a nutrient. Maya, the Holy Lord can't even stop him? Then in this battlefield, who else is enough for him to fight? Asterisk. Dao Xian are given to slaughter. Its young time, is also the head of the corner of the existence of Ah. One man and one streamer of Jiang Heng can stand up to an army of 1,000. There's hang-ups, how can we fight this? Despair, the huge battlefield. The allied cultivators were incomparably desperate. For group attacks, Jiang Heng had the human emperor streamer and was completely fearless of them. 1-on-1, 2 holy lords fighting 1, and 1 being countered. How is this game really supposed to be played? Numb. Just as shocked as these monks were, there were also the great powers who were at war, stopping the go at once. The 3 supreme elders, Long Yi, Long Wu, and Long Lu, looked at Dao Xian's soul with shock. I've lost all my teeth. This result, no matter how they projected it, was unthinkable. Dao Xian, slaughtered by Jiang Heng? How? How is that possible? Even the heavenly pivot sword master and the others who were not far away were staring wide-eyed and somewhat incoherent at this moment. Daoist De Yen was startled. When this Dao Xian died, I guess there's still a whole lot of cards left to play. That's for sure. A holy lord. How could it be possible that this is the only means? It's just that Jiang Heng is too heaven-defying. Mistress Hyacinth recognized it. Dao Xian's death was not because he was weak, but because Jiang Heng was too heaven-defying. With another person, it would have been impossible to do it. Night. Awesome. Even the heavenly pivot sword master was numb at this moment. Previously, he was not optimistic about Jiang Heng, and the 2 holy lords level was indeed too high. Jiang Heng directly annihilated Dao Xian with a thunderous force. This wave had ate his brain down. In addition to the astonishment of the great powers, the shock of the allied cultivators, and the delight of the heavenly sword sect and other disciples, Yi Beixian, who was standing at the core, was completely numb. He was very clear about how much weight Dao Xian had, but he was actually killed by Jiang Heng in seconds. That's a generation of holy lords. It was a head-turning presence back in the day. It's gone? At this moment, if he didn't break out his bottom card, he would be sweating even if he hit the Soul Palace realm. Jiang Heng can kill the cave soul at will? The gap seems to be widening. Asterisk in DJ. Fark squid. Yi Beixian hissed. The eyes were scarlet and already overflowing with blood. He stared at Jiang Heng, dead on. Meanwhile, under the human emperor's streamer, within the flags waving in the wind, a constant stream of stern ghosts rushed out and sped toward the vast coalition army. Bringing alive life. Jiang Heng. Feng Jingtian was dumbfounded and unable to speak, glancing at Dao Xian's remnant soul. His heart roared with grief. He had never expected that even after being so careful, he would still be successfully attacked by Jiang Heng. Dogen, after all, withered away. Your turn, Sacred Lord Wind. Holy Lord Dogen is miserable. Why don't you travel with him? Come with him to spend his old age in my human emperor's streamer? To each other, and to look out for each other. Jiang Heng casually shook off the blood in his hand and smiled brightly at Feng Qingtian, revealing his white teeth. This smile made Feng Qingtian chilled to the bone. He's seen it several times. Discovering a detail, Jiang Heng now smiled extraordinarily brightly every time he moved his butcher knife. Jiang Heng, to kill him. Jiang Heng. Feng Qingtian's teeth clenched, and he didn't know how to answer Jiang Heng's words. What's the point of going to Hitotsubaki to live out your days? Is that a place to spend your old age? In a low growl, there's no point in talking more. I've come this far. I'll never regret it. Everything is your fault. It is you who are not strong-minded. It is you who are too weak. These words made Jiang Heng cover his forehead and laugh untamely. Yeah, it is. Not strong-minded? Is the mind not strong enough to guard these yearlings for 10,000 years in a previous life? Is the mind not strong enough to hold back from killing these people when they are butchering him? The mind is not firm, and will keep on explaining in a pale manner while the world's pale people are rounding him up? That's just it. The past is smoke. Why should I mention it? The cause of other days, the effect of today. You've come to kill me, so I'm sure you're ready to die, so I won't advise you. Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes, squinting morosely at Feng Qingtian as he watched his opponent continuously pull away. In his heart, there wasn't a hint of panic. Dharma heaven and earth. The figure steeply appeared to transform. A morose silhouette that expanded and expanded greatly. At the end of the day, a hideous-looking Shura silhouette, holding 8 types of weapons, appear before all. Size, about 100 times that of a normal person. Hundreds of meters high. No, it can't be. This is Dharma heaven and earth. Another great divine power. As he watched the shadow grow larger and larger, Feng Jingtian's entire body trembled. Jiang Heng, where did he learn these great powers? This Dharma heaven and earth was something that required endless years to understand and sense. Its power completely surpassed that of the heavenly rank, and might not even be comparable to that of the holy rank, because the great avatar is a special method. Then, Sage Lord Wind, please come to the streamer for a gathering. Jiang Heng's voice echoed across the vast battlefield, and Shura's shadow right hand, a bronze ancient halberd, slashed down fiercely. At this moment, it seemed to carry a might that shattered heaven and earth, causing Wind Prime to be uneasy with some of his initiatives. Forget fending off. Just eat and watch. The whole room. Choking. Not a single person made a sound at this moment, and they all looked at the Shura shadow with shock. No one thought that Jiang Heng had realized such a great power as the law of the heavens and the image of the earth. The ancient halberd cuts down without a moment's pause. It arrived at Wind Prime's forehead in an instant. Ah! Hua Changqing hissed and exerted all of his Dao techniques, doing his best to defend himself against this attack. The golden passport contained the ethereal technique, the undying Vajra technique. May. Kaching dash. The shield was like glass, directly shattered by the ancient halberd. In the next second, Hua Changqing's figure, like a kite with broken strings, was directly sent flying out. There was more than blood in his mouth. And the ancient halberd was still pursuing, aiming at Hua Changqing's body and slashing down fiercely. Under saints, all are ants. Just as the ancient halberd was only a few millimeters away from Hua Changqing, a majestic voice that it echoed across the vast battlefield. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The unrivaled Shura shadow. Under this indifferent voice, it's like glass shattering, breezy and completely dissipated. A crane-haired old man slowly walked out from the largest flying boat. The whole body's breath was pristine, as if it were a plain mortal. Ling was in front of the flying boat, his eyes lowered, and he just looked at Jiang Heng expressionlessly. Ding detected the murderous intent of a saint. Please flee immediately. We'll avenge this in the future. Ding detected the murderous intent of a saint. Please flee immediately. We'll avenge this in the future. The system that hadn't spoken for a long time kept echoing in Jiang Heng's ears. To this he chose to ignore. This, in turn, made the system even more anxious. Ding detected that the host is rebelling. The system is calculating the best option. Ding miscalculated. System self-correcting. Jiang Heng shook his head and stopped talking, pursed his lips and took a deep look at the Hua Changqing, who was vomiting blood. Pity. Just a few centimeters. If the ancient halberd of the law of heaven and earth can reach even a holy lord of the cave soul realm, it will not be possible for the law of heaven and earth halberd to reach even a holy lord of the cave soul realm. It's impossible to survive. It's a real shame that it's only a serious injury at the moment. At that moment, he turned his eyes and looked at the old man in front of the flying boat, who was plain and ordinary. Ancient and saintly men are unbeatable. This old man, one of the underpinnings of the netherworld Holy Land, and many years ago, one of the holy masters of the Holy Land. It's also Yi Beishuan's Dao protector. If he had just made a move to forcefully kill Yi Beishian, this person was afraid that he would be one of the obstacles. In his previous life, when he was promoted to saint, this person joined the other 7 saints to sneak attack. Jiang Heng didn't expect that the Holy Land had moved this old thing out. Ahem. The talent is indeed good. To be able to defeat 2 saint masters against the odds, you are qualified to see the old man. My sage white feather. Now that you have seen the Holy Spirit, why don't you kneel and be gracious? A hoarse voice, echoing across the vast battlefield, and a pair of cloudy eyes of the white feather sage. Plainly, he looked at Jiang Heng. Words seemed to have magic in them. Just a plain sentence. It instantly sent shock waves around the area. Countless disciples of the allied forces violently prostrated themselves on the ground, kneeling down towards the old man. The face was tinged with horror. They have absolutely no idea why they are kneeling. Just because a saint says it's time to kneel? Even the heavenly pivot swordmaster and the others gritted their teeth and carried on in death, desperately trying to keep themselves from falling to their knees. Sage and unbeatable. Even if one thinks that a quasi-saint is not something that an ant can look at, everyone had thought that the saints would definitely come out in this battle, but they didn't expect them to appear at this moment. Originally, I thought it was a duel, but now, it even appeared outside of this 10,000 sword city in advance. Marred. This time it's over. The heavenly pivot swordmaster looked at the white feather sage and a heart was in his throat. Resistance? It doesn't exist. The heroes of the world are like crushing carp. Countless people are stuck at cave soul, great perfection. How many have reached the holy level? All under the saints are ants. It's not that sage white feather is pretending to be a beeper. It's a lesson learned from history. Once you reach this level, you have transcended and are no longer human. Damn it. The great diffusion Dao gritted his teeth as their saints prepared for a duel. There was no existence here that could compete with white feather. Phew. The poor nun is afraid of being buried here today. It's only a pity for my female disciples of the Zihang Jianzhai. Master Huaxing shook her head and looked at sage white feather with eyes filled with scorn. This man she knew. It was a feathered demon. Countless years ago, it used to be the sacred beast of the misty sacred land. and after being enlightened by that one, to become holy. Poof. Let this seat kneel? You're not good enough. Just as everyone was terrified, an indifferent voice echoed across the vast battlefield. There was a lot of gazing, but I found that under the human emperor's banner, Jiang Heng was still dressed in black, his white hair swaying in the wind. Straighten your back and don't ever kneel. This scene shook everyone on the spot. The saint's word is will, so to speak. It is not permitted to be vetoed by those who are inferior in strength. Jiang Heng is still straightening his back? What's this for? Oh, the white feather sage was lightly suspicious, looking at Jiang Heng with interest. If you don't worship when you meet a saint, your true destiny has been lost. Remember to chant my true name on your way to reincarnation. As the words fell, a majestic pressure instantly swept over Jiang Heng's entire body. It's like carrying a 10,000 pound boulder on your shoulders. It's too much to bear. Old dog. Jiang Heng's body trembled continuously as he gazed at Sage White Feather. This old dog is shameless. He did it on purpose. He wanted him to kneel down in front of so many people to break his invincible Taoist heart. Otherwise, Yi Beixian could stand there with a good head on his shoulders and was looking at himself with a cocky face? Humph. Jiang Heng coldly snorted. At the chest, scarlet light flickered up through the clothes, non-stop, and seemingly accompanying Jiang Heng's will to rebel against an unjust fate. Monstrous demonic chi burst out, resisting the white feather sage's pressure. Immediately, there was much less pressure on the body. This is the heavenly Tao demon heart? Baiyu instantly raised his eyes and gazed carefully at Jiang Heng's chest, the heart that blossomed with red light. In the depths of his eyes, a touch of greed permeated. Although he is now a saint, he was once a bird of prey. This heavenly Tao demon heart, in his opinion, was an existence not weaker than a Tao artifact. Even more so, if you dig it up and swap it with his mediocre heart. The future, the promise, even if it was a great emperor, that wasn't impossible. Shao Jiang, you are too arrogant to even put the old immortal in your eyes. It seems that you are so deep into the devil that you can't stay with you. The 10 cannons of the heavenly extreme. From the cuffs of his sleeves, White Feather stretched out his arms, as warm as lamb's fat jade, immediately sealing to call out a volume of heavenly books. Above, many golden seal characters emerged. In an instant, it crushed the surrounding 100,000 severe ghosts, despite the countless severe ghosts going forward and back. But in front of the saints, it seems to be not enough. Thousands of seal characters ran in front of Jiang Heng in an instant. This scene caused the tens of thousands of cultivators present to suck in a breath of cool air. It's not an exaggeration to say that in addition to the immediate, many people in their lifetime, no one can be qualified to meet the saints, even less likely to see a saint make a move. Right now, and struck out. At this moment, not a single person felt that Jiang Heng could survive. Even Tian Shu, Hui Xin and the others thought that Jiang Heng would surely die. The black flag of the human emperor's banner fluttered in the wind, and Jiang Heng's white hair danced about. Looking at the golden seal characters that covered the sky, a tremor ran through his heart. I have to say, except for the time on the misty peak, under the heart of Inquiry Pass, the immediate one is the most dangerous. That's all. After getting it for so long, it's always worth trying. Jiang Heng sighed and raised his hand to take out a colorful feather fan from his storage ring. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. The follow-up episode was exceptionally well conceived. End of chapter. The feather fan is crystal clear. The texture is like a jewel, and on each feather, all of them emit a brilliant luminescence. It looks quite extraordinary. It was the 5 birds and 7 amazing fans that was given to him when the system was crazy. It is a pure holy magic weapon. In this life, Jiang Heng had never seen any other holy objects other than it. Just after holding it in his hand, Jiang Heng's face changed as he looked at this holy object with surprise. His mana, as thick as the sea, was crazily devoured the moment he touched it. This lupin is like a sinkhole that can't be filled. It was only a short moment of effort that sucked away a large portion of mana. Even the heavenly Tao demon heart passively began to replenish itself. One should know that when fighting with the 2 holy lords, neither of them used the heavenly Tao demon heart. There's no need to put up a fight. The white feather sage's attitude was still lofty. Looking at Jiang Heng took out a feather fan, although a little surprised but did not take it seriously. Jiang Heng came from the netherworld Holy Land, and he knew exactly how much weight he had. Though, the instincts of his sixth sense made him shudder, he remained unmoved. Surroundings, countless cultivators fell silent, and the large battlefield became silent. They all stared at the thousands of seal characters. The heart was already certain of Jiang Heng's death. When a saint is angry, blood is spilled. Unconscionable. He should have run when the saint appeared. Include this Jiang Heng in the human emperor streamer and torture for eternity. With a saint around, I'll see how big a wave Jiang Heng can make. Haha dash. This battle could last all day because of Jiang Heng's human emperor streamer. At this moment, the allied cultivators' hatred for Jiang Heng had reached its limit. Curses have been uttered. At the same time, the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples, who were in the middle of the battle, looked at the seal characters that filled the sky, and angry beyond words. It's like bullying the little guy. This white feather, really don't want some face. A rustic-looking youth that. Indignantly, he looked at white feather. He felt unjust about Jiang Heng's situation. Next, bang! This Heavenly Sword Sect disciple directly exploded without warning, turning into blood foam that floated in the wind, crushed to death by a single look from white feather. Unbridled. A saint? Is it also for mole crickets like you to judge? White feather sneered. His eyes swept around, passing over every Heavenly Sword Sect disciple. Yes, the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples have always been arrogant and short-tempered, so where would they be willing to give in to softness? And immediately hissed, "Old dog, kill us all if you can. That's right, if you fight against Big Brother Jiang at the same realm, you're a dog. Don't insult the dog. This old bird doesn't deserve it." This scene caused the white feather sage to be immediately enraged, and he raised his hand to conjure up a large seal character. Immediately, he was about to crush into the crowd of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and, just as he raised his hand, an indifferent voice made him instantly mute. Along with that, there was a monstrous fire, an unbearable searing heat. 5 birds, 7 amazing fans. Jiang Heng threw himself into the holy object and poured all his mana into it. Even the devil's heart of heavenly Tao didn't leave much behind. This time, he's going to kill the saints. Immediately waved his feathered fan. Coax. The moment the feather fan was waved, a monstrous fire swept across the vast sky. The sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, seemed to be burned through with flames at this moment. 7 flame phoenix colorful. In an instant, he rushed towards the white feather sage and the tens of thousands of allied disciples behind him. In the distance, even 100 miles apart, the green shades of the mountains began to burn and a sea of fire spreads across the vast mountain forest. Flames, the whole world seems to be bathed in flames. Asterisk asterisk. Seeing this scene, the white feathers were dumbfounded. A pair of eyes stared deathly at the feather fan in Jiang Heng's hand, exclaiming, "Sacred product, 5 birds 7 amazing fans?" When he saw clearly what it was, White Feather couldn't stand it anymore. His original body was a pure-blooded white-feathered skyrock, and he deeply knew the value of the true feather of his original life. The 5 birds and 7 amazing fans require 5 sacred true feathers to be made. Subocular medicine. Jiang Heng has it? How is this possible? Although there are 5 true avian demon saints in this world, but these people would contribute their native true feathers? This sacred object has always been a legend. Skyrock 10,000 feathers technique. The scorching incendiary flames incinerated everything, causing Baiyu to tense up and instantly run his innate technique. Body, transforming into a 100-meter-sized skyrock, with wings waving and tens of thousands of white feathers that, towards the 7 colorful fire phoenix shot. Lots of feathers, not even gaps. It intersected with the fire phoenix in a matter of moments. A shocking scene emerged. Countless feathers, the moment they touched the flames, did not resist. For a single breath, just turn into ashes, being completely incinerated, although one white feather after another. But the moment he went into the fire, he disappeared. The 7 fire phoenixes arrived in front of White Feather in an instant. No way. This is absolutely impossible. As a quasi-saint, Baiyu could not accept the scene before him. A junior, in charge of a sacred object. It is also known as the 5 birds and 7 amazing fans among the sacred objects. And him up. No. White Feather hissed. The fire phoenix arrived close enough to make him feel despair. An unbearable searing heat. The white feathers on his body, which looked like steel, were instantly burned and became black and coke. Before he could say anything, the 7 fire phoenixes completely engulfed White Feather. The large bird of prey, completely sunk in the fire, become a streak of ashes. A quasi-saint, just like that, was dead. This is something that hasn't happened in years, and has to be traced back at least 10,000 years. And the fire phoenix hadn't yet stopped its go, and the burning sea of fire engulfed the large allied army in an instant. Over 100,000 cultivators, under the swirling sea of fire, instantly lost a large portion of their lives. Endless wailing and hissing resounded through the sky. Burning flame, unshameable. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the disciples of the Jiang Heng Sword Sect all went numb. They couldn't breathe, suffocated to the point of oxygen deprivation. Brain, a blank. Saint Gothic? Saints Gothic. Asterisk asterisk. Big Brother Jiang executed saint? How come you old bird don't scream anymore? Are you choking on your throat tube from eating? Exuberance. Unspeakable exuberance. No one expected Jiang Heng to come up with a holy relic. The incredible Saint White Feather was directly reduced to crumbs and ashes. Who would believe this? There was a mountain of chanting. In this way, this battle, there is no longer any suspense. The allied forces dead and wounded a big half. The two holy lords were dead and crippled. Saints fall. The rest are leaks. And, just as everyone was cheering, a red lotus bloomed in the sky dome not far away. The red-clothed woman was magnificent, and her eyes, like rubies, stared at Jiang Heng in a pouty, infatuated manner. Breathing very hard, she paced with her bare jade feet, stepping on the red lotus. P.S. Have a great day and ask for a catch-up red. End of chapter. The red lotus in full bloom, paving a sunny path, comes from afar, purpose up to the battlefield. And at that moment, the battlefield was dead silent, huffing and puffing. Jiang Heng's body trembled slightly, his forehead beaded with sweat as if it were grains, and he panted heavily. Tired. Very tired. The aftermath of wielding the 5 birds, 7 amazing fans. His entire body was emptied, leaving him with only the mana to barely maintain the human emperor streamer. More than that, not a drop left, but it was worth it. Ha ha. Jiang Heng smiled brightly and arrogantly, looking at the ashes on the ground in the distance. There were also about 80 to 90,000 blue souls in the sky. The mood was too good to be true. A certain person never goes back on his word in life, saying that letting you and others come to my human emperor streamer for a gathering. Letting you and others come for the human emperor streamer for a gathering. Ha ha. As he spoke, Jiang Heng wiped the beads of sweat with his sleeve and raised his palm to ooze a ray of gray fluorescence. Countless severe ghosts began to roar uncontrollably as if they had gone mad. Standing out from the human emperor's streamer, he swooped down towards the large tens of thousands of people who had just died. The densely packed blue souls seemed defenseless in front of the stern ghosts of the human emperor's banner, refining in an instant. It was dragged back to the human emperor streamer and became the nourishment for the growth of it. Jiang Heng, you unforgivable devil, you deserve to die. Are you not a human being? Have been killed by you, but also we still have to enter the streamer? I'm wrong, Jiang Shao. Really wrong. Kill me, okay? Please. I don't want to enter the human emperor streamer. Don't enter the human emperor streamer. Hisses, curses, and invectives filled the great vault of heaven, and these fading coalition forces that, hissing at Jiang Heng. At this point, they were unwilling to enter the human emperor streamer. Those who died before the comrades in arms. The miserable look. They remembered. Don't want to die in peace. He will be enslaved by Jiang Heng for eternity, and will achieve a different kind of eternal life. Who am I going to talk to about this nigga? After using the heavenly devil's disintegration to escape, I saw that all of them had become nutrients. Yi Beixian couldn't cry. Fury? It's no longer possible to be angry. 1,300 warboats, 130, 000 monks, 3 elders and 2 holy lords, a saint to be. This is a lineup that is enough to destroy a quasi-first-class clan, fighting a city of 10,000 swords. The halberd was sunk and the saints withered. He didn't even know who to reason with. No, I have to go. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Beixian violently shuddered and, immediately, he turned around and tried to run. Heads just twisted over before they could move. Yi Beixian was like seeing a ghost, frantically backing up. A warm voice that, and with it, have you eaten my treasure? What about coming to eat some of my human emperor streamers? What met Yi Beixian's eyes was a flawless face. The other man was showing his white, jade-like teeth and smiling brightly at him. Jiang Heng did not know when, but arrived behind him, godlike and terrifying. Gulp, eldest brother. Yi Beixian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His whole body tensed up like a quail. Impolite. Elder brother used up a lot of essence to help you temper Qingmei. You don't give a single thank you. About to leave? Mustn't we invite senior brother to a meal to replenish this deficient body? Jiang Heng crooked his neck and pursed his lips, looking at Yi Beixian with a displeased expression. Me? Yi Beixian was stunned and looked at Jiang Heng in confusion. Did you go to the human emperor's hat to eat, replenish your body, and use up a lot of essence? Is that a human being? You're the devil, aren't you? Jiang Heng, don't bluff here. Expending your essence to wield the holy relic, you must be at the end of your strength. Why play the hero in front of me? I won't take advantage of you today, so don't force me. Yi Beixian does not want to continue to dwell on this issue. Jiang Heng cheap to take advantage of the end. He's at a disadvantage either way. Immediate threats were made. Ha, ha, ha. Jiang Heng seemed to have heard some joke and laughed in spite of his image. After a long time, he indifferently said, Griffin, how dare you say that in front of this seat? You are simply lawless. The temperature around them instantly plummeted, as if it were the bitter cold of the far north. Jiang Heng slowly raised his hand, and black mana kept surging. forming a seal character in no time. Yi Beixian trembled as if he was facing a great enemy. Looking at the seal character in Jiang Heng's hand, he immediately intended to heavenly demon disintegration again. And, when the seal character was about to touch Yi Beixian, Jiang Heng slowly stopped and frowned as he looked at the sky behind him. There, a red lotus bloomed, and a woman paced in the air with her bare feet, stepping on the red lotus. Jiang Heng frowned and turned to look at the woman in red. He didn't expect this woman to come in person. This war in 10,000 Sword City is not a battle of focus. Jiang Heng, come home with me. The woman in red had a cold expression, and in a matter of moments, she had stepped on the red lotus and come close to Jiang Heng. Under the scarlet blood-like long skirt, the bare jade feet seemed like sheep's fat, and the absolutely beautiful posture seemed like an exiled immortal. Couldn't find half a flaw. Quiet but not escaping. The cultivators present who still survived stared at each other with wide eyes and looking at the strange woman who arrived. Although, most of them didn't recognize it. But this aura, this gesture, they all had guesses in their minds. And, the woman was unique in that she never wore anything but red. Empress. It's Empress a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect's eyes were tinged with fear. Ah. What's she doing here? And that striping hair? I thought I'd won by executing the saint. But it turned out that my opponent directly king-bombed. The scalps of the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples were numb. Although they were unruly, although their ambitions were higher than the sky. But, the trembling came from the soul, not from the guts. The woman in red is the harmonizer, in tune with heavenly ways. Even the heavenly pivot sword master and the few people from the Huaxing master, they were completely devoid of any intention to fight at this moment. There were numb looks at the woman in red. Dragon 1, Dragon 5, and Dragon 6. See the Empress. Mei, Long Yi, Long Wu, and Long Lu, flew to the woman's back and knelt down on one knee. His attitude was very humble, and he was a different person from before. The words of the three men completely shattered the illusions of many. Empress, it's really the Empress coming. Oh, home. In the face of the red-clothed woman's words, Jiang Heng exhaled a long breath of turbid air and said coldly, "And Hongyi, I'm done with you. It is also said that if we meet again, we will be enemies. You forgot?" The words, as if the calm sea surface, set off a layer of wild waves. The reddish aura filled the large battlefield in an instant. Countless disciples prostrated themselves and looked up in horror at this female emperor. That year in the daisy-filled mountain field, you promised to watch over me for the rest of my life. And Hongyi's stunningly beautiful cheeks were as pale as they could be. And the red lotus that had originally blossomed was filled with fury at this moment. She stepped on the red lotus and walked towards Jiang Heng step by step. Come close. Reaching out, he caressed Jiang Heng's flawless face. P.S. The picture is what the main character looks like now. Got someone else to do it for a whopping $5. End of chapter. Pop. Jiang Heng slapped Hongyi's hand away, and Shallow flew backwards 3 steps to pull away. Looking at the other side flatly, I'm long past the time when you and I were. Don't tell me about the daisy-filled hills. And Hongyi, you don't deserve to be mentioned there. Have you ever believed me when you said I betrayed you? Although the fate of past lives is different from this one, there is one thing that remains the same. And Hongyi didn't believe him from the bone. Yes, with the degree of his dominance, if one firmly and undoubtedly believed in him, when under the Inquirer's pass, the Yi Beixian will she be smashed into pieces by a slap, the kind that the gods can't even beckon to keep. So even at this point, he's still the one who's been given up on. The red lotus continued to bloom. The scarlet baleful aura increased, and Hongyi's entire body trembled. The demeanor was tinged with sadness. I really didn't. It was your bent in the first place. If you had come to me earlier. Enough. Jiang Heng impatiently intended Hongyi, pointing at the allied forces in the distance. He also pointed to the white feather that turned into ashes. Coldly, he said, the matter has come to this. I have no desire to continue explaining this sinful relationship. Let it dissipate with the wind. And Hongyi, I'm done with you. At the end of his speech, Jiang Heng laughed to himself in his heart. Explain? How was it in the beginning? Stepping in for the first time to ask for a heart? The series of dirty false accusations that followed left him speechless? At the end of the day there is a lot of rebellion. The great tribulation of heaven and earth. He still chose to stand in the way of all living beings and finally fought. But behind the scenes, it is these moralistic people who are so hard on him. Who knows about the nameless mound? Busy. It's an uneventful, yet dramatic, busy, yet extremely ridiculous life. Nowadays, everything that hadn't happened was because he'd gone down, choosing to go the way of Yi Beixian. Jiang Heng, and Hongyi murmured, a teardrop with blood sliding down from the corner of her eye. Her whole body trembled and her hands involuntarily clenched her sleeves. It was a moment of heartache to the core. She's not worthy? Why? She really doesn't understand what she did wrong. You need to stop arguing, brother. His heart is really hurting already. Just as Hong trembled, a glutinous voice rang out from the 10,000 Sword City castle tower, echoing in the great wilds of the bush. It was a little girl, about 5 years old, was looking bravely at the Empress, and could feel that she was scared and frightened. Her whole body was trembling. The face, too, was frighteningly white, but still very brave. And Hong shuddered, looking at the girl in shock, and when she saw the girl's clear eyes, unconsciously, he took a step backwards, turning his eyes to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng's heart hurts? Is it because of her? But where did she go wrong? There is no need for you to say anything about this seat. Under the strong pressure, and Hong had a fierce aura around her. The scarlet aura instantly crushed countless Union disciples. She raised her eyes coldly towards the city tower, raised her white jade-like hand, and instantly waved a baleful aura. And Hong, you. Jiang Heng's face went white as he looked at Hong in shock. It was a scene that he had not expected at all. Barbarian's opening, and Hong's furious strike. He didn't expect any of this previously, and Hong had never struck out at mortals even if her fury had erupted. When all is said and done, she was a farm kid in the beginning and suffered bullying from her parents from a very young age. All I want is a home. A warm home. May. At that moment, she actually struck out at Barbarian? It's too late. Jiang Heng couldn't stop his entire body from trembling as he looked at the scarlet baleful aura. It's too late. Even if it was him, even if he possessed a shrinking ground, this was a harmonizer striking out. And Hong. Jiang Heng murmured wordlessly. This way, he regretted it. I shouldn't have concluded the karma with Barbara in the first place. I should have returned the karma and left. And now it's causing the other guy a lot of trouble. Although he has killed many people since he came down from the mountain, none of these people are innocent. In the moment, he really didn't want to see anyone else die because of him. Hissing is useless. The Scarlet Fury crushed corpses and bones along the way, arriving in front of 10,000 Sword City, breaking the barrier in a matter of moments. Distance to Barbarian, only 1 meter. The little girl was terrified, her eyes looking fearfully at the Fury, but her tiny feet did not fall back. In her heart, Jiang Heng was the best person in the world. You can see through people's hearts. This matter, she did not tell Jiang Heng because she liked to observe Jiang Heng's joy and sorrow in secret. That was enough for her. Feeling Jiang Heng's cry of grief just now, she followed suit and was unable to remain silent, choosing to open her mouth. Breaks. 1/2 meter. This distance can crush everything. Just as the Fury was about to touch Barbarian, a light green figure that, flying fast to her, buzz dash. A sword roar resounded through the heavens and earth. In front of Barbara was a girl in a long dress, who took out an ancient iron sword, releasing a sword intent that penetrated everything. In an instant, the scarlet aura was completely shattered. It's Jian Xian, Empress, striking out at a girl. You're too deep into your thoughts. Jian Xian's green dress swayed in the wind, while her green silk danced about. She looked at Hong without a hint of cowardice. Tiny soul palace realm, thinking that with a sword she sealed by the sword ancestor, you can do whatever you want? Even that old thing needs to lower his eyebrows when he sees this seat. And Hong was aware of Sword Xian's arrival, but being able to block the attack was a bit of a surprise to her. But in an instant it was released. It was the sword she sealed by the sword ancestor, and that iron sword turned into pieces. Jiang Heng shrunk into the ground and came to Jian Xian's side. Surprised, he looked at the other man. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Go! This girl and the sword dust heart in the last life is a couple. The sword dust heart desperate battle buried in the funeral soul ridge. The girl was so strong that she cut her own throat and went with him. In this life, he will not allow the same mistake to be repeated, and he will not allow Jian Xian to die again. No go. The swords of my generation will not give in. Jian Xian shook her head and, firmly looking at Jiang Heng, big brother Jiang, senior brother Dusty Heart adores you and once said that you are the #1 sword cultivator in the world. The Grand Elder trusts your character and is willing to die for you. And I trust you too. Then without speaking, he turned to look at Hong. Empress, my brother Dustheart is buried in the netherworld. Aren't you going to give my heavenly sword sect an explanation? The emerald green long sword, held in Jian Xian's hand, she stared straight at Hong. There was no hint of cowardice. The pride. The surrounding heavenly sword sect disciples were not afraid. Instead, they were filled with righteous indignation, and all of them were agitated. At this moment, none of the sword cultivators were timid. They have been hanging in the sky with flying swords on their feet. His eyes were dead set on Hong. My brother Dusty Heart was buried in the netherworld. I ask the Empress to give an account. My brother Dusty Heart is buried in the netherworld, so I ask the Empress to give an account. P.S. I wish you all the best of luck. No work. Sit back and take a step forward. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The neat and unanimous shouts carry through the large battlefield, and the clouds in the sky, too, dissipated. Righteousness breaks through the heavens. Sayings. Faced with thousands of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples pressing the issue, and Hong Yi was unperturbed. This palace is the emperor. Would you care about the death or life of an ant? Dare to question the harmonizer? How dare you? As the words fell, a red fury rushed to the sky, spreading from an Hong Yi's circumference. Let the surrounding bush and field wither one after another. The entire 10,000 sword city was rendered in scarlet, and the fury was going to devour all the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples present. My brother Dusty Heart is buried in the netherworld Holy Land. I ask the Empress to give her word. Just as the Fury Chi was about to cover the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples, a black-clothed silhouette blocked in front of the Fury Chi with his body, white hair like snow, eyes like the stringed moon, indifferently looking towards Hong Yi. It was Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, what do you call me? You, with these outsiders questioning me? And Hong Yi looked at Jiang Heng with a pale face and a scarlet fury that became even more manic. Her heart, in this moment, ached. A heart-wrenching, bone-crushing pain. She could accept Jiang Heng calling her Hong Yi, but she couldn't accept Jiang Heng calling her Empress. She was also with the crowd of the Heavenly Sword Sect, asking her for a statement. I'm sorry, but at this point in time, for me, it's the outsider. Looking at the monstrous fury, Jiang Heng was unperturbed and coldly looked at Hong Yi. Compared to the netherworld Holy Land, these Heavenly Sword Sect disciples were the ones who had given him a home. And, ever since he swung 1,000 men under the questioning heart pass, he had severed his former ties. And Redcoat. Long ago, I stopped lamenting. Heart, dead. Jiang Heng, vomit. And Hong Yi was so furious that she vomited a mouthful of imperial blood on the spot, and she looked at Jiang Heng with confused eyes. Couldn't take that. She's the outsider to him right now. And Hong Yi's whole body trembled as she opened her mouth word by word. You're going to negatively impact me? I won't allow it. Not allowed. The emotion of sadness filled Hong Yi's entire body at this moment. She couldn't accept Jiang Heng leaving her. If you want to think that way, there's nothing I can do. Jiang Heng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and, heartless, continued to explain things that he said many times. In his past life and in his present life, he has never failed anyone. At first, in the heart of the questioning pass, gave Hong Yi a chance, but the other party did not cherish it. So, even if his life is full of misfortune, there will be no trace of this man. What if I begged you not to leave me? And Hong Yi came in front of Jiang Heng and gently raised her head to look up at this face that she had longed for. She faded her overbearing aura. Her fury instantly dissolved, and in her ruby-like eyes a tear of blood ran down his collar. Seemingly thinking of something, and Hong Yi bit her lower lip and hurriedly opened her mouth. I just want a home. Entering the path of immortality is also a misadventure. Don't leave me. Jiang Heng, you don't leave me. We are now returning to the mountains. I will not be this empress. And from now on the green lamps will follow us. We bathe in daisy-covered mountains. She raised her lotus root arm and tugged Jiang Heng's arm tightly in death, and her pupils, like jewels, were, almost pleadingly. He looked at Jiang Heng. And Rouge, we are on different paths, and you are plunged into darkness and sinking into the mire. Can't stop me. Running for a better life. Can you? I can't live through that kind of bad day anymore. Jiang Heng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and shook his head, denying Hong Yi's request. The ethereal Holy Land's days of deceit were far from being as smooth as the current life. I've been wronged and humiliated before, and I've tried to prove myself, and I've given the best of myself to others, hoping to get a kind word to wash him, but it was met with cold stares and ridicule, and now the injustice and the humiliation. Did I give you too much credit? This comparison. How else can you live that kind of day? Okay? Meet sunshine. Darkness pervades the life and naturally becomes spiteful. It's a mud puddle? I'm taking you down into the darkness? This statement caused Hong Yi to be stunned for a moment. Incredulously, he looked at Jiang Heng. I've made you a glorious and flawless man. Who under the sky doesn't envy you? How did I sink you? Enough. Jiang Heng's expression stared, directly shaking off Hong Yi's hand and, word for word, that ridiculous eldest brother is what sickens me the most. Speaking here, Jiang Heng pursed his lips to Hong Yi's side and whispered, and, you killed me. Your Dao weapon, red makeup, stabbed me in the back and out of my chest. You executed me with your own hands. After saying that, Jiang Heng's chest rose and fell violently, and the corners of his mouth raised in a reckless smile. A pair of eyes looked coldly at Hong Yi. In his previous life, He had stood in front of all the people during the great calamity of the pouring sky. Even when the bones in his body shattered and his blood dried up, he never retreated a step. And, at the most anxious moment, a scarlet long sword, penetrating his chest, buried him completely. The sword is red makeup. It's Unwanted original Dao weapon. No way. How could I hurt you? There's no way I could hurt you. You made up lies to get away from me. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Unwanted shuddered, unable to comprehend what Jiang Heng had said. Kill? How could she possibly kill Jiang Heng? This heaven and earth were long, and the only person who could put her heart at ease was Jiang Heng. How could she? How could she hurt? Unbelievable. She doesn't believe it. See? You don't believe it again. Jiang Heng immediately stopped explaining. Do it. Right now. Again. Unwanted's whole life. Her words are all about trusting him, but her actions are all about questioning him. Every word was about him, and what he did was bone-chilling. Tired. Regardless, even though I may have killed you, I definitely won't in the future. Today, you must return with me. Seeing Jiang Heng's determined attitude, Unwanted broke her defense and faded the sobs on her face. Reaching out, he directly grabbed at Jiang Heng's shoulders. The red seal characters filled the room, blocking the entire space on the spot. In the distance, Barbarian, Jian Xian and others saw the situation and wanted to do something very powerless. One can only watch with bated breath. Just as the hand touched Jiang Heng's shoulder, an overriding sword chi that, with an unstoppable chill, it directly chopped at Unwanted's lotus root arm. Buzz! The sword chi broke through space, and Unwanted immediately retracted her hand and, raising his eyes angrily, he looked towards the sky. Sword ancestor, have you lived long enough to badger me several times? At this moment, Unwanted's body was surrounded by countless scarlet seal characters. These fonts are the origin of the heavenly Tao. It is the realization of the Tao by those who are in tune with it. Hey! In the vault of heaven, a sigh rang out faintly, and an old man in rustic attire, walking slowly step by step. Your natural talent is truly appalling. Just 25 years to reach this point. I'm afraid that the only one who can stand alongside you in this universal world is little friend Jiang Heng. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to come and read it every day. Chirp. End of chapter. The plainclothed old man nodded to Unwanted. With a benevolent gaze, he looked at Jiang Heng. The old man has lived for too long and has forgotten what his name is. You call me Sword Ancestor. Greetings, Senior. Jiang Heng slightly arched his hand and looked at the Sword Ancestor with eyes full of respect. If there was anyone else in this side of heaven and earth that he admired, it was only the Sword Ancestor in front of him. The lineage of the Heavenly Sword Sect is inherited from this man. He has never been timid in his life, and he has never been a bully. And, of all those powerful people in his previous life, the other party was the only one who stood by his side. It's a shame. When the heavens fall, they wither away in the midst of the ages. At the same time, what the other side says is not false. He was burdened by the clan for the first half of his life, and spent most of his time taking care of his senior brothers and sisters. If one is dedicated to cultivating until now, it is estimated that one would have already stepped into the quasi-saint, or even saint realm. No harm done. You should follow Qian and step back. The Sword Ancestor smiled faintly, one of his teeth absent. With a slightly gentle force, he pushed Jiang Heng to Jian Xian's side, and turned his eyes to Unwanted. Empress, retreat. Though you have great talent, you are not a match for the old immortal, as you have not yet attained enlightenment. Then what if, say, your opponent isn't me? Unwanted coldly glanced at the Sword Ancestor and, his eyes then looked towards Jiang Heng. The white jade-like hand immediately took out a token. The token burns, and the smoke rises in the wind. In the distant dome of the sky, a circular space was opened, and an old man with a long beard stepped out from it, all dressed in white, but no pallor in sight. Mid-air, the first time he saw the Sword Ancestor, he revealed a bright smile. Old friend, unhappiness. Ha, hey. The Sword Ancestor sighed slightly and glanced helplessly at Jiang Heng. 9-jack sword fetus. After 9 jinxes, feathering the nest. Old friend, follow me into battle. After saying that, the Sword Ancestor's eyes became cold, and immediately disappeared from his original spot, and when he reappeared, it had already arrived in front of the long-bearded old man. A pristine iron sword was waved, cutting out a sweeping sword chi. The mountains and rivers crumbled, and a deep, bottomless gully appeared in the vast bushfield. Heaven and earth are in turmoil. This scene, it left the surrounding crowds, who were still alive, shaken. Where have they ever seen a merged man? Not to mention the hands-on between the harmonizers and the harmonizers. Right now it's really a knife pulling on the ass-opening eyes. In the crowd, Yi Beixian saw the scene and gritted his teeth in indignation. Old thing, I will kill you when I become a Taoist. The Heavenly Sword Sect had spoiled him several times. Right now, The sword ancestor had gone so far as to with the old ancestor of their netherworld Holy Land for the sake of Jiang Heng Zen. While that girl hasn't awakened yet, you'll immediately explode your reserves and slaughter her. Be quick, kill her or wait for her to revive. Have heard what was said. Zen looked towards 10,000 Sword City, and when he saw the lineup clearly, people are confused. How am I going to kill it? That girl is with Jiang Heng. I'm going to him with my head? Besides, there's Jian Qian beside her. That woman might still have the sword aura of the sword ancestor. Yes, and the wind chime. If you don't kill her, you're going to regret it. She's a she, do you hear me? Who is she you say ah? Is it taboo? Zen was impatient. The other guy talks every time he's godlike, asks and doesn't say anything. At this point in time, he went to assassinate a little lowly. Is not the brains of the crime? And, just as Zen was talking to it, the pattern under 10,000 Sword City had changed again, and Hong Yi paced coldly, stepping on the red lotus to Jiang Heng. As I said, you can't escape me. Jiang Heng, this time you won't be able to leave me for the rest of your life. He. And Hong Yi was smiling. Losing and regaining it made her long-deposited fury dissipate quite a bit in this moment. In response, Jiang Heng was silent. Since his rebirth, both losses were given to him by Hong Yi. Even if a contemporary harmonizer uses up all of the fruits of the Tao from his previous life, it is unlikely to change anything. Less capable than desirable, idiom, not as strong as one would wish. For the first time in my new life, I feel overwhelmed. Although his peers were invincible, even when saints didn't come out, he was also invincible. But, if you want to change your fate completely, lack of time. If you give him 3 more years, everything can be made. Asphyxiation. Jiang Heng felt unprecedented suffocation. Brother. 10,000 Sword City building. Ban looked at Jiang Heng with empty eyes. The corners of his mouth kept murmuring, brother don't cry. Brother don't cry. She kept repeating the phrase. Once, 3 times, 5 times. Through her pupils, she saw Jiang Heng's heart dripping blood. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Barbara suddenly hissed, her whole body falling into a frenzy. And in her chest, the ebony glow seemed to devour everything. Countless amounts of scarlet fury were instantly swallowed up by this flash of black ominous light. Barbarian's body began to burn black flames. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. The aura emanating from it also shook everyone around him. It was a bilious aura they had never seen before. Even the sword ancestor who was at war, as well as old ancestor Linghu of the netherworld Holy Land, shuddered at this. Could it be her? It can't be? Linghu old ancestor shuddered. His eyes glazed over. Turn around and have the thought of running. The sword ancestor's face did not look good either, and the iron sword in his hand trembled madly. This scene, it also moved Jiang Heng. He didn't understand what was happening. And, just as he was wondering, the black flames that engulfed and incinerated everything burned out. In the midst of the flames, Barbara was nowhere to be seen. It made Jiang Heng's heart twitch, slightly opening his mouth, but it was like a lump in his throat. He was tempted to ask what was going on. Doubt it was made by Hong Yi, but the style doesn't seem like it. And, just as he wondered, a warm touch came to his face, as if it were as silky as an egg. Out of the corner of his eye, a hand as white as jade was gently caressing him. Before he could do anything, his lips felt the touch. Gaze, a woman of breathtaking beauty, was kissing him deeply on the mouth. The eyes like black jewels, looking at him all smitten. This is? Jiang Heng's brain went down. What the hell happened? He really doesn't get it. Don't cry. Don't feel bad. Everything is with me. In her ear, came her murmur, her voice like a wind chime in the transit of the south wind, crisp and lilting. It made Jiang Heng's body, unconsciously, relax. It's never been done before. Bitch, how dare you seduce him? He's mine. Just as Jiang Heng was immersed in this relief, a hiss resounded through the clouds. Countless scarlet seal characters covered the gentle figure in Jiang Heng's arms. This caused Jiang Heng to be startled. Instinctively, he wanted to do something, when a soft murmur came to his ear. Don't cry. There's me. At the same time, and the system's crazy voice. Ding is dispatching the mission. Run. Successful reward. Primordial Taoist solution. Previous chapter. Ding calculates the host's current mortality rate to be 100%. Please run away with the bucket immediately. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to come and read it every day. Chirp. End of chapter. There was so much information that Jiang Heng felt that his brain cells were completely inadequate. Where's Barbara? Who is this breathtakingly beautiful woman? Where did I cry? And the system? What's with the cold friggin' seizure? 1,000,000,000% mortality rate? How is this calculated? Then why should I run when you've done the math? Just die. Ding, please leave immediately. She is unbeatable. Current win rate, 0%. Please host ding. System error. Is in the process of self-correction. Error. Error. Her. The system in his ear reported an error, causing Jiang Heng's brain to almost go down as well. She means her? Jiang Heng was stunned and looked at the woman hugging him. This left him even more bewildered. Don't be sad. I'll always be there for you. The soft silver bells once again echoed in Jiang Heng's ears, and the hands, as white as warm jade, not stopping to caress his cheek. Jiang Heng had a lot he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say when the words came out. Everything. All still unknown. Seemingly thinking of something, Jiang Heng raised his eyes to the seal characters that filled the sky. Raising his hand, he coalesced a silver seal character prototype. This is his past life's Taoist fruit, which is equivalent to being reborn. A small deposit brought in inexplicably. It's one of those use a little less. You don't spend money on things you wouldn't normally spend. But in the moment, no way. And, the moment the silver-colored seal character took shape, the surrounding area was instantly ablaze with monstrous incendiary flames. Everything, bathed in flame. The black flame destroys the world, devouring and burning everything, including the countless scarlet seal characters of Unwanted. This is. Jiang Heng shuddered, his head buzzing. This heaven-defying black incinerating flames, lightly incinerating in Hani's Dao. It's heaven-defying degree of. Anyone can see that. Don't cry. I'm. By his ears, the murmuring silver bell rang once again, which caused Jiang Heng to wonder. Who are you? Me? It's Barbara. It's you alone, Barbara. The silver bell was delighted and let go of the hand that was gently caressing Jiang Heng, fluttering backward by half a meter. It was only at this point that Jiang Heng was able to completely see her posture clearly. Skin like solid fat, cool moon-like eyebrows, above the icy skin and jade bones, was the perfectly sculpted face of the vermilion lips and white teeth. Cannot find half a flaw. 3,000 threads of green silk hanging from the waist. The breeze caresses the rest constantly swaying. The pupils were deep and just staring straight at him. You. Jiang Heng was dumbfounded. It was the best-looking person he had ever seen in his past life. May. Why hadn't he seen such a powerful cultivation in his previous life? You're not barbarian. Jiang Heng shook his head. Back in the Nangong dynasty, if Barbara had 1/10,000th of this woman's strength, there's no way there's going to be a black line on top of your head. I'm Barbara. The woman was not in a hurry, and her figure came to Jiang Heng like a ghost, stretching out a finger as white as a green onion. And with Jiang Heng completely unable to resist, he tapped the center of his eyebrow. In a blink of an eye, countless fragments of memory flooded into his mind. 170,000 years ago, in a corner of the northern plains, a girl in rags was following a boy as buxom as a. The boy aspired to the sword to wear the flow, set foot on the path of immortality. When the boy left, the girl waited bitterly. A year later the cultivators burned down the city. The girl died in the flames. 110,000 years ago, in a corner of the eastern wasteland, the girl, dressed in rags, hides in a corner and sneaks a peek at a handsome young man. Then the boy went out to do business and the girl died of pining. 80,000 years ago, in a corner of the eastern wasteland, the girl was dressed in rags, walking aimlessly through the streets of the. She's searching, her eyes are empty, she doesn't know what she's searching for, she's walking like a bird without legs. 10,000 years ago, in a corner of the western desert, the girl's bare feet are covered with scars as she walks on the yellow sands of the. Her eyes were empty and she didn't know where she was going. She went west, all the way. 37 days ago, a corner of the South Ridge and the imperial city of Nangong. My brother eats buns, and his heart doesn't hurt when he eats them. Since you and I met on steamed buns, I'll call you Barbara from now on. Fragments of memories, like walking lights wandering in Jiang Heng's mind. Frame by frame, pile on pile on pile. Seems like it really happened. Jiang Heng stared wide-eyed, not knowing what emotion to use to express what he felt at this moment. The ragged girl in the lantern is Barbara. The recurring youth is himself. No matter how many lifetimes she goes through, no matter what happens, she is always searching for herself. As luck would have it, both were born in the same place. As bad luck would have it, she was alone, windswept, and searching until she died. Unfortunately, mostly she was alone, aimless and drifting around. Even, for these 10,000 reincarnations, she was nameless. Barbara was her first name. And, each time, they don't live past the age of 6. Once, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 29,999 times. And the moment, the one in the Southern Palace Imperial Dynasty was the 30,000th time. Why? Jiang Heng choked as he looked at the woman and, hollow eyes with confusion. Barbara, why are you seeking yourself? If he wasn't reborn in this life, And Barbara was in the Nangong dynasty. Was her soul refined and buried in the human emperor's streamer? Will that be the last time we see each other? Finally, how did Barbara end up? Why is it 170,000 years ago again? This point in time? At the same time, Jiang Heng became enlightened. On the occasion of the Nangong dynasty, before Barbara handed out that steamed bun, the karma of the two was already predetermined. This karma is so deeply entangled that it has long been impossible to part with it. Heart, don't be in pain. Barbara will always be there for you. The crisp silver ringing echoed in his ears. Jiang Heng felt warm in his arms, and looked down to see. The woman buried her head in his chest, constantly murmuring and whispering, I see the goddess of mercy. I see Jinwu. I see my true self, and I unlock the old shackles of the past. Today I know I'm me. Past lives, present lives, and the cycle of years. Jiang Heng looked at all of this in confusion. He couldn't imagine that the girl in front of him had waited for him for over 170,000 years, through 30,000 reincarnations. 30,000 times I've been alone. 30,000 times I've passed by. 30,000 times I've been parted. How much willpower does it take to get through that? Or maybe, what level of obsession does it take to do all this? The girl never gave up or left him in her heart, and was steadfast in her choice from start to finish. Me. Jiang Heng wanted to say something, but his words were mute. In the reincarnation of 10,000 lifetimes, I am also your barbarian alone. She pressed her face against Jiang Heng's chest and, listening carefully to Jiang Heng's heartbeat, his expression was relaxed. Enjoy the quiet stillness of the moment. Jiang Heng did not say anything, looking at the girl's eyes in fascination. This deep pupil, ears, Elder Sword's dying voice also inexplicably began to echo. Jiang Heng, live. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. Love you guys. End of chapter. Go and find the other side of your heart. There must be a place for your wandering heart. Tolerance? Jiang Heng murmured while looking down at his arms. This breathtakingly beautiful girl. Enough. Just as Jiang Heng was pondering, a hissing sound completely shattered the atmosphere. Red fury filled the large bushfield, and Hongyi's eyes were cold. Watching Jiang Heng and her hugging, she couldn't hold on any longer. Originally, the one standing next to Jiang Heng should be her. Who the hell is this wild woman? Noisy. Before Jiang Heng could open his mouth, the girl in his arms raised her head unwillingly and kissed her cheek after, with a languid glance at Hongyi. Then he pursed his lips and looked at Jiang Heng reproachfully. It's just an average-looking guy. Not worthy of you. After saying that, she leaned down to murmur in Jiang Heng's ear, Brother, does she look good or do I look good? Who? As she said that, she gently breathed into Jiang Heng's ear. The fluffy touch caused Jiang Heng to have a jolt and look at her with shock. In this moment, others were numb. I don't know what to do. Bitch, you seek death. Her provocative attitude made Hongyi completely tense up, and her scarlet eyes that countless runes emerge. At this moment, the aura of a harmonizer completely erupted. The countless seal characters were like a sea of red tides, crushing towards her again. And she didn't move a muscle, quietly snuggled in Jiang Heng's arms, her head resting on her shoulder, looking blandly at Hongyi, swallowing the sky dash. 2 words. 2 very ordinary words. Nothing seems to be happening, but there seems to be a shocking change, all around. At the instant the words fell, countless cultivators poured down from the sky like rain. Fall straight to the ground. Even people as strong as the heavenly pivot sword master and the others were unable to maintain their mana. Same with Master Hui Xian and De Yanjinjin. It fell straight to the ground and made 3 big craters. The scarlet seal characters that filled the sky turned into red fragments that dissipated with the breeze. No more semblance of scarlet. All the Tao and laws in this world seem to have ceased to exist, even though some people on the ground wanted to try. The moment the mana gushed out, it seems to be completely consumed by an inexplicable force. The whole world, it fell into dead silence. ****. In the distance, old man Linghu of the Netherworld Holy Land. Watching to the scene can no longer be taught. It's her back. Didn't she wither away 170,000 years ago? Fake, right? Linghu's ancestor is dumbfounded. 170,000 years ago, all the great desolate ancient lineages, holy places, and converted mountain and forest harmonizers in the entire Tianluo realm. Unprecedented unity. Go snipe her. Yes, couldn't beat it at all. She was killed by a single person, and finally fled in disarray. For invincibility seems lonely as snow. This woman has the audacity to run off and swallow the sky. Fading ensued. Right now, she wasn't dead, and had miraculously survived and, seemingly, lived well. Wait, Old ancestor Linghu seemed to think of something and looked at Jiang Heng like a ghost. I didn't see it wrong. Did I? What is this demoness doing? Looking at her attitude towards Jiang Heng, old man Linghu was completely confused. Is Jiang Heng so sought after? Old man Linghu could not understand. Is Jiang Heng really that fragrant? And how did the two get together when they weren't even from the same era? Why? Devouring Emperor? No one knows her name. Splendidly born. Standing in the 9 heavens. The splendor and talent of the ancient and modern worlds. The sword ancestor looked at her with a serious expression. I never thought that a small wave would call this woman out. What now? How does it end? She was invincible in this world 170,000 years ago. And who else can sanction her in the world today? Demon Emperor, what do you want? The sword ancestor didn't look at old ancestor Linghu. At the moment, the safety of the Tianluo realm was more important to him. The emergence of such a great evil is bound to plunge the world into chaos. He can't just sit back and do nothing, or he won't be able to live up to his belief in the iron sword. Although the sword ancestor's voice was hoarse, he did not suppress his voice, and it echoed in the large battlefield. Below, tens of thousands of cultivators, including the heavenly pivot sword master, Long Yi, and the others, they looked at the sword ancestor in bewilderment. Then he turned his eyes to her. What demons? Emperor? What emperor? Magic what emperor? Devil emperor? The devil emperor? Numb. Tens of thousands of eyes are numb. They looked at Jiang Heng's arms, the languid and stunningly beautiful woman, and their entire being was bad. Demon emperor? Devouring emperor? It's the same emperor who created the devouring devil technique? She's a woman? Ha ha, I must be sick. Who's going to give me a cut and drag me out of my illusion? Fake it. Isn't she buried? This Jiang Heng is dead. He'll definitely get his bones knocked out and his marrow sucked. Who doesn't know the reputation of the devil emperor? Over the years, it's been the talk of the monks after tea and dinner. Everyone is afraid of her. Previously, the waves under the Heart of Inquiry Pass were also caused by the devouring demon power. You are the demon emperor. Old ancestor Linghu's words caused Hongyi's pupils to condense as she indifferently looked at her. Just now, that move swallowing the sky made her very strange. It is clearly unreasonable to think that there can be such a law of the way that can burn all other laws. For this reason, it is incredible. I didn't realize that that was just the beginning, that the other party's true identity was 170,000 years ago, the devouring emperor of the world. She is silent, quietly snuggling in Jiang Heng's arms. She closed her beautiful eyes with incomparable enjoyment. It left Jiang Heng shaken. In his mind, the system's previous prompts kept echoing. 170,000 years ago, the devouring emperor had grand ambitions to take over the heavenly Tao, but failed in the end, dying in the midst of the ages. Doubtful not dead. He didn't realize that the her in his arms was the devil emperor who was so talented. Why did the two develop this? I don't get it. It's really confusing. Me and you? Jiang Heng lowered his head and looked into her eyes. When he saw the deep and absolutely beautiful pupils, the heart was on the verge of overflowing with emotion. It's a very specific emotion. Craving. Wanting something. 10,000 lifetimes of reincarnation. I do not seek to become an immortal. I only wish to reunite with you in the red dust. Jiang Heng's doubts. Receiving a quick response, she raised her head, her eyes full of determination. I'll always be Barbara, she said. It's you alone, Barbara. Jiang Heng was silent without words, looking deeply at Barbara. The reason Barbara won't say, he was reluctant to ask. When karma arrives, it will be known naturally. That piece of reincarnation debris, Jiang Heng knew it had really happened. Have this. That's enough. No one had ever cherished him before. Now he knew that there was a girl in reincarnation, who had been looking for him, who had been waiting for him. P.S. I wish my family a happy day, and remember to check in every day. End of chapter. The girl waited painstakingly until the present moment and finally stood before him. I see. Jiang Heng glanced deeply at Barbarian and nodded immediately. I don't know what to do with this fruit for a while, but, at least the cause is known. A glance that seems to have lasted 10,000 years. Barbara pursed her lips and said seriously, you remember to protect me. This is the last life. I entrust everything to you. Brother, I'm so happy to be reunited with you again. At those words, Jiang Heng was stunned and looked curiously into her deep eyes. Reunion, protection, trust everything? To his knowledge, he couldn't think of anyone other than Heavenly Tilt. Could be a threat to her. Yes, she is me and I am her. She is my earthly Tao fruit and my only lifeline. And her fall means my death. I want to be by your side forever, but I don't want to hurt you for myself. It's the only way I've come up with to break the game, after everything I've done. Brother, heaven has ordained 3 points. If you are not satisfied, you will lose. If you are overfull, you will gain. Letting go of Jiang Heng's hand, Ban admonished deeply, his heart yearning for more. Then his eyes looked into the distance. Leave it to me next. Without waiting for Jiang Heng to say anything, Barbarian removed the little girl's body. Placing her in Jiang Heng's arms, he stepped onto the sky with his bare feet, looking at an Hongian old man Linghu not far away. And in the shadows, there are many kings and emperors who are hibernating. This is the line. If you cross it, you die, Barbara said, drawing a line. The large city of 10,000 swords is completely circled. That moment, Barbara's breath changed, and as she snuggled in Jiang Heng's arms, that little woman's posture was very different. This moment, it seemed that 170,000 years ago, the demon emperor, who had reigned over the world, had returned. Her demeanor was cold and disdainful. Just standing so faintly caused the distant Linghu old ancestor to fall back 1,000 meters. Damn! Old ancestor Linghu's face suddenly changed and he spoke in displeasure. Are you still watching and waiting? Next moment, many breaths erupted around them. A man holding a bronze war halberd, shattering the void and walking out. A stout body that, underneath the sword brows was a pair of majestic eyes. The Western Heavenly War Emperor greets the Demon Emperor. Central State Ji family, Ji Wu Chang. Meet the Demon Emperor. The void shattered, and another old man slowly stepped out, waving a duster in his hand and, a Taoist robe appears to be immortal. Outside the body, there is a vague white immortal chi. Eternal Heavenly Father. Meet the Demon Emperor. Again the void shattered, and a child slowly appeared in rustic attire. Her crotch, a green cow is treading on a cloud. The red dragon Demon Emperor greets the Demon Emperor. The white tiger Demon Emperor greets the Demon Emperor. The void in the 8 directions to the west was constantly shattering. In a matter of moments, with the exception of an Hongi, the sword ancestor, and the old ancestor of Linghu, who were there, shattering the void came 8 people. These 8 people, all of whom are the harmonizers of the world, can also be called emperors, or emperor, and these people are all existences that have stepped into the top of humanism, and there are 12 of them at the moment. This scene made everyone present unable to breathe. The Western Heavenly War Emperor, a Western Heavenly War Emperor who has proven his path by killing, Everlasting Heavenly Father, a character from 100,000 years ago. He's still alive? Gulp. The Red Dragon Demon Emperor, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, and again, a harmonizer from over 100,000 years ago. Is the sky falling? In the whole world, besides the Demon Emperor, there should be no one with such a big name, right? At this moment, not only the Allied forces, even the Heavenly Sword Sect and the disciples of the Jiang Heng Zen, all of them began to tremble even after seeing this scene. They didn't know how many harmonizers had been hidden in the heavenly law realm for countless years. But now, 12 honors appearing at once was a terrifying sign. The waves are getting bigger and bigger, and it's only a matter of time before they form a shock wave in the end. 2,000 swords. One under the city of 10,000 swords. Matthew 4 verse 10. Seeing this scene, Jiang Heng furrowed his brows and looked at the sleeping little girl in his arms. Another look into the sky. He was somewhat concerned. These people inside, all familiar faces, had more or less dealt with each other in their previous lives. Not a good one. It's alright, they don't dare to fight me. They're just here to test my depths. Brother, go to the central state. The relics of the immortal palace are about to open. There's an opportunity for you to become a saint there. Zhangzhou, the remains of the immortal palace. Hearing her say this, Jiang Heng slightly stared. The Tianluo realm is divided into 5 major domains. The eastern wasteland, the southern ridge, the western desert, the northern plains, and one more is the central state. The central state was dominated by many eldritch families in holy places, all of which were rooted here. It is one of the strongest and deepest regions, and the remains of the immortal palace was something that had happened on a larger scale in a previous life. There are Taoist seeds in it. It's something that every cave soul realm, or quasi-saint desires, and with him, it's the equivalent of having a ticket to the saints. The more famous ones are the Hongmeng Purple Chi Seed, the World Tree Seedling, the Infinity Seed, the 5 Elements Seed, the Life Seed, and these seeds are already powerful, and when acquired will make the strength, reach a whole new metamorphosis, and, it's all about the fairy spirit. To put it another way, having them will also give you the ticket to step onto the path to immortality in the future. Heavenly leaning. Got it. You pass on the devouring demon technique to me. Thoughts swept through his mind as Jiang Heng nodded slightly. A trip to the Middle Kingdom was already in the plans. The original plan was to return the sword fetus and go directly to the central state, waiting for the opening of the fairy palace ruins. Right now, since it's a done deal, let's just go for it. Only, before you go, devouring demon skills is a must. Good. When the words fall, Jiang Heng's eyebrows immediately flashed with a deep glow. Everything about the devouring devil technique in his mind was all encompassed. It's not just about the technique. There was also the hundreds of thousands of years of Yan's perception of the devouring demon technique. Help me stop these harmonizers. I've never broken a promise in my life, and I've yet to fulfill it. If you say you'll kill their whole family, then their whole family must die. Pursing his lips, Jiang Heng looked towards the remaining 40,000 to 50,000 men of the Allied forces, the corner of his mouth lifting up with a touch of arrogance. All of these people, they are the feeders of the human emperor's streamer. Now that these harmonizers have been stopped, who else can stop him? Human emperor streamer. Jiang Heng urged his mana. In the next instant, black banners fluttered in the wind, and millions of stern ghosts that, once again, it shot out of the flag. Inside, there were cultivators who had previously died from the Allied forces, powerful people from various clans, and the paragon White Feather. Well, brother, I really like this gesture of yours. Don't worry, no one will get through. The sky above. Barbara was wearing a long black dress, and when she looked at Jiang Heng out of the corner of her eye, her admiration was not concealed. Then he raised his eyes to look at the 12 harmonized Taoists. Gentlemen, this palace is in a good mood today. You'll live if you don't move. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. A daily request. Remember to catch up on your reading. End of chapter. The dominance and the words of a barbarian caused the several harmonizers to be stunned, staring at her with staring brows and cold stares. Here, there are people who have merged with the way of 10,000 years. Some people have been in the path of enlightenment for 100,000 years and never thought anyone would dare to talk to them like that. But in the moment, someone really spoke up, and really bluffed. The Western Heavenly War Emperor, the everlasting Heavenly Father, Ji Wu Chang, and the others, glanced at each other. There was silence and no more talking. Bitch, you have a big mouth. And Hongyi paced forward, stepping on a red lotus close to Barbarian, the aura of a Taoist. In this moment of total explosion, Red, don't be ridiculous. Just as he was about to make his move, Old Man Linghu directly tugged on her arm and, not letting her take another step forward. Old Ancestor. And Hongyi looked at Old Ancestor Linghu in surprise, but what she saw was the other party helplessly shaking his head. Old Man Linghu took a step forward and nodded to Barbara before saying, Demon Emperor, you've been in seclusion for more than 170,000 years. What are you coming out like this for? To fight for a single point of heavenly destiny? Barbara is silent. After indifferently glancing at Linghu Old Ancestor, he turned his eyes to look in Hongyi up and down. Killing you. Will brother be happy? That's just it. He has his own arrangements for his brother. Words that made the silent atmosphere even deadlier. The many harmonizers stared at Barbarian in disbelief. Then seemingly thinking of something, he violently looked down at Jiang Heng. Brother? What do you mean? A real brother? They couldn't believe what kind of person could make the Demon Emperor call out to his brother. This huge amount of information caused the Western Heavenly War Emperor, Ji Wu Chang, and the other harmonizers, many speculations. You, wanton, and Hongyi snapped, her ruby-like eyes that, indifferently, he looked at Barbara. 25 years into the practice of merging with the Way, she was the fastest harmonizer ever, and heaven's bounty would not be an exaggeration to describe her. Even the Demon Emperor failed to do this back then. And Hongyi grunted coldly, you were just born earlier, in the same era as me. You are destined to be trampled under my feet. In 100 years at most, I'll be able to catch up with you. The water of the ditch dares not compete with the ice ocean, said Barbara, with a flat face, and Hongyi's words didn't splash a single ripple, here and there, in her. Back then, when she created the devouring demon technique, what she faced was the endless pursuit of the world, with the mortal body against the upward merging of the path. Talent through and through? So what? It's just a knock to see her. There's no shortage of geniuses in this world. After saying that, Barbara no longer cared about Hongyi. Fascinated, he looked down at the white-haired figure among the endless severe ghosts. At the same time, outside 10,000 Sword City, the black flag of the human emperor's streamer kept fluttering, and Jiang Heng's white hair swayed in the wind as he stood with his hands in the air, coldly looking across the room. Millions of stern ghosts, under his control, hunting frenziedly against the remaining coalition forces. It was a rout. At this moment, many cultivators had long since lost their will to fight. Miserable screams filled the large battlefield. This scene right here, it's no longer a war, it's a unilateral massacre. Jiang Heng, you shall not die. You've killed 70,000 to 80,000 people and you still refuse to let us go? Devil, you big devil. Great Emperor, make a move to kill Jiang Heng. I ask the harmonizer to take action to destroy the human emperor streamer. Tens of thousands of cultivators were continuously circling in the sky, trying to escape the tearing of the severe ghosts. Millions of them, and even if they avoided 1 or 10, there were still hundreds and thousands of severe ghosts. For a while, the allied cultivators were like leaves falling in the wind, withering away one after another. They hissed, hoping that the great emperor in the sky would make a move, but what responded to them was silence. It's the cold shoulder. In response, Jiang Heng laughed coldly. How can a harmonizer, who thinks too highly of himself and aims to tread the path of immortality, fight for an ant? And, even with that thought, there is no fear. She's here. Jiang Heng, I regret that I hesitated for a moment and didn't kill you myself. In the crowd of people fleeing in a sorry state, Feng Qingtian vomited blood while looking at Jiang Heng with resentment. Those who died in this manner were all disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land. Many of them were second-generation disciples, elders who had set foot in the Soul Palace, or even Spirit Void, slaughtered chickens and dogs. After this wave, the Netherworld Holy Land wouldn't be able to recover for thousands of years. How dare a mole cricket peek into heaven's destiny? Jiang Heng nodded his head and looked indifferently at Feng Qingtian. Since ancient times, the king has become the loser. Where's the regret in that? Kill him. As he said that, he instantly waved his hand. The tens of thousands of severe ghosts, like a tornado, surrounded Feng Qingtian. Launch a bloodbath. The entire battlefield was filled with wails, and countless people became part of the human emperor streamer one after another. This scene, it caused Yi Beixian in the distance to be stunned. He's not well. The plot, how did it go? Everything is unexpected. He stretched his neck and stared straight up at the sky. The stunning woman, devouring the great emperor? Never would I have guessed that silly little girl with her milk teeth. It's the legendary demon emperor. What the hell kind of script is this? The core technique cultivated at the moment, the devouring demon technique, was created by this woman. Now, you've met my father? What's your situation? Why don't you tell me? Yi Beixian hissed in his heart. He practiced devouring devil kung fu. There is a great cause and effect with this demon emperor, and he may become a seed. Mysterious voice, I've long told you to kill her at all costs. You're too afraid of things to get into it. Who's to blame? You? Yi Beixian was furious, and after pondering for a few seconds he sneered. When you first gave me the devouring devil technique, that's what this is all about, isn't it? Bringing me and her on opposite sides of the fence. Mysterious voice, humph. You have gained so many benefits from me, and while undertaking this karma of Jiang Heng's, since then, I have also taken up the karma with her. Yi Beixian? Why was that? He kind of couldn't understand it? You have karma with Jiang Heng. Can you help you kill Jiang Heng? It's no problem, taking money from people to get rid of people. But with her, if there is no devouring demon power, what other cause and effect can there be? The mystic mused for a few breaths. 3. After saying this word, as if in fear of what no longer speak. 3. Yi Beixian was even more confused. He hated people who talked half-heartedly and asked others to guess everything. Ponder for a few seconds. Yi Beixian casually eliminated a few of the severe ghosts and turned his head to look at Feng Qingtian, who was in a sorry state. Not far away. The rich and powerful are in danger. I don't have time to develop. After taking a deep look at Jiang Heng, Yi Beixian transformed into a bloodman, and with a weird speed, he, come to Wind Prime's side, with a sincere, fervent face, Holy Lord, it's me. I'm escorting you away now. There's no fear of not having wood to burn when you've left a green mountain behind. We'll settle this score with Jiang Heng in the coming day. Upon seeing the visitor, Feng Qingtian's nose was moved to nod. Beixian, you're good, very good. I really wasn't wrong about anyone. You're much better than that thief Jiang Heng. You're the hope of the Netherworld Holy Land. Feng Qingtian never thought that. When he was most despondent, it was Yi Beixian, who he had always despised, who desperately escorted him away. P.S. Families remember to check in every day. I was going to add an extra chapter today, censored 4 times, with an extra chapter tomorrow. End of chapter. Let's go, Holy Lord. Leave them alone. Opening the blood escape. Yi Beixian transformed into a bloody person and quickly grabbed Feng Qingtian's arm. Good. Feng Qingtian coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and glanced scornfully at Jiang Heng, nodding his head instantly. With the support of the blood escape, the two of them turned into rainbow light and completely disappeared from the battlefield. Not far, next to the human emperor's streamer. Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Jiang Heng's cold as ice face evoked a meaningful smile. What Yi Beixian did, he took in. No special intervention. The kill rate system broadcasts in real time, plus the kids hellbent on leaving. Interceptions have a low success rate. And, this Windy Prime is still barking? Interesting. It's a shame I don't have time, or I'd love to go over there and see that regretful look on your face. Ha ha. Looking at the direction the two left, Jiang Heng sighed slightly, then he turned his eyes to the battlefield. Kill. Not a single one. Under the order, the stern ghosts in the human emperor's streamer became even more ferocious. The cultivators were slaughtered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The remaining 30,000 to 50,000. After only a few incense sticks, there were already less than 20,000, or even less. The rest of them, after a walk in the human emperor's streamer, became comrades in arms on their own side. The heaven continent, at the border with the sword continent. Corner, unknown cave, tick dash, tick dash. Inside the soggy lair, a stalactite hangs upside down at the top of the cavern, dripping water. It added a bit of depth to the deep cave. Ahem. Hua Changqing leaned against the gray wall, his chest rising and falling as he, covering his mouth with his hand, he coughed violently. Bei Xian, thanks to you this time, or else, that thieving son of Jiang Heng, he's going to bully his master. Back then, I really misjudged him. He shall not die a good death for his wolfishness. Ahem. Hua Changqing repented. Right now he actually saw that Yi Beixian was the hope of the netherworld Holy Land. Jiang Heng? But a rebel. Beside, Yi Beixian straightened his waist, narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Hua Changqing. The words came out cold. Did you mock me when Ni Huang died? Hua Changqiang's old face reddened. He had indeed scoffed with Dao Xian and the two of them at that time. That sort of thing. It's hard to give in and not laugh. Immediately serious, my generation of people, these are just floating clouds. Do not care. I'm not finished yet, being pinched by Yi Beixian, so you're admitting it. You old dog. I want you to be like my phoenix. The words were laced with coldness, and the black mana surged rapidly in Yi Beixian's hand that was strangling his neck. He kept plundering the pure essence of Hua Changqing's body. In an instant, Hua Changqing posture, as if aged more than 10 years. Swallow, devouring devil technique? How do you know the devouring demon technique? Feeling his origin being siphoned off, Hua Changqing looked at Yi Beixian in horror, trying to revolt by running his magic power. The two halberds of Jiang Heng's Dharma heaven and earth had done too much damage to him, and with the countless ghosts that haunted him, leave him in a state of 100 and no one. At the same time, Wind Prime was a little confused in his heart. Why did Yi Beixian devour the demonic skill? You are so stupid, don't you see it by now? I'm the one who's planning all this. I killed Sword Dusty Heart as well. Yi Beixian laughed coldly, enjoying the majestic origin, and the hand that was strangling Hua Changqing's neck. Harder. Quick request. Hua Changqing stared at this innocent child in front of him with wide eyes, incredulously. At this time, the other party's posture, where there is still childish, as if a sinister Wolverine. Moments. He understands. Everything is clear. Jiang Heng is innocent. He was framed from beginning to end. Their entire ethereal sanctuary is ill-advised in recognizing people. Jiang Heng was the one who was hurt. I should have thought of that. I've watched him grow up. I know what kind of person he is. Jiang Heng? I'm sorry it's all my fault. I deserve to die Hua Changqing was in old tears. He never thought that the honorable man was burdened with so many grievances. They're the ones who put him where he is today. The entire ethereal sanctuary is a sinner. It's the sinner of the ages. Crocodile tears? I even feel unworthy for Jiang Heng. You didn't cherish it when you were there, and now you're regretting it. It's okay, this seat will bring you all together and reunite you down here. Looking at Hua Changqing's penitent stance, Yi Beixian sneered, though it is true that all this was his plan. How could he have succeeded so easily without the push of these people? The three of diamonds is out, and he can't help it if these guys want a king. Sword Continent, 10,000 Sword City. Millions of severe ghosts stood vertical in the sky, and thousands of previous flying boats became the mark of the battlefield's wreckage. The remnants of the allied forces, numbering no more than 1,000, had fallen into utter despair. Jiang Heng, you are so cruel. Supreme Elder Long Yi blocked in front of the cultivator and looked at Jiang Heng with a resentful face. At this moment, he was in bad shape, weak and frail, like a candle in the wind. I'm afraid that a casual visit will kill you. Yeah. Jiang Heng pursed his lips and murmured thoughtfully, you're the one who said that I would surely die. You're the one who said I was mean. Beep is loaded for you. What else am I loaded for? Jiang Heng raised his right hand and threw out a cross with his index finger. Ding! Crisp cross-stitch, turned into a rainbow light. The place where Long Yi was completely detonated. The smoke and dust are so thick that it's impossible to see what's inside. All that could be seen was a single stern spirit dragging, from within, a strip of blue souls. Bring them into the human emperor's hat. Since then, the first legion of the netherworld Holy Land, the battle of the heavenly sword sect, except for the few people who, all killed in action. On the city floor, countless heavenly sword sect disciples, great diffraction sect disciples, and Ci Hang Jianjai disciples. It also included Tian Shu, Hui Xin, and the others, who looked at this scene with shock. They had thought a lot about the outcome of this battle, but they had never imagined that it would end this way. To put it in a non-exaggerated way, what good are they? This battle was completely fought by Jiang Heng alone, taking over 95% of the battlefield. One man, one streamer, across the world. One. Big Brother Jiang led us to victory. Great. The ethereal dogs are dead. I told you, trusting Big Brother Jiang is absolutely right. Big Brother Jiang, do you take us for big brothers? Happy. Countless Heavenly Sword Sect disciples are too happy. Ever since the two, Jian Yuanzuan and Jian Duxin, were folding up in the Netherworld Holy Land, they had harbored a bellyful of fire. Right now, killing all these ethereal dogs is what is called raising an eyebrow. The clamor around them overflowed into Jiang Heng's ears. He doesn't answer that. It's a life on thin ice, and if you agree to their request in the heat of the moment, it wasn't good for the Heavenly Sword Sect. In the future, his enemies will be everywhere. Few indifferently glancing at the battlefield, Jiang Heng raised his eyes to the sky. When she saw the woman in the red dress, the corner of her mouth raised a coldness. And Hongi, come down. End of chapter. Brother. Hearing Jiang Heng shouting for Hongi to go down, Ban's pupils stared at him and wanted to say something. The eyes that looked at Jiang Heng were filled with worry. LOL. You old woman. Jiang Heng loves me. He can't let go of me after all. My love for him is simply beyond your comprehension. He was 8 years old, and I met him in the daisy-covered hills. Hearing Jiang Heng's call, and Hongi was overjoyed, slightly angling her head with her white hand. Stroke your neck. He looked at Barbara with contempt. After giving a victorious look, and Hongi stepped on the red lotus and came to Jiang Heng step by step, eyes like rubies, looking deeply at Jiang Heng. I knew it. Jiang Heng, you still love me. You still can't let go of me. We are the right match. The chosen and the only one. Come on. I'll take you home. And Hongi's nose was sore. She had a real sense of crisis when Barbara appeared. It's all right now. Take Jiang Heng home and everything will go back to the way it was before. This scene, taking the breath away from the room. All the Sword Continent disciples trembled. They didn't expect Jiang Heng to call for Hongi to come down. From the bottom of their hearts, they were unwilling to let Jiang Heng go back with Hongi. After all the suffering and aggravation, it's really too suffocating to go back just like that. Jiang, big brother, don't go back. The sky is high enough for birds to fly. This world is 4 seas for home. Yes, that sad place. It's futile to go back. Brother Jiang, we all respect you. If you want to go back, then it's better if you don't. They really don't treat you like a human being. Big brother Jiang, as long as you ask, we'll fight to the death to protect you away. The Sword Continent disciples were filled with righteous indignation, and everyone supported Jiang Heng's final decision. You can feel it. As long as Jiang Heng said a word of no, they would brazen it out and launch a group attack on Hongi. At the same time, many of the harmonizers above were interested in seeing this scene. After roughly understanding the causes and consequences, they were also a bit surprised at Jiang Heng's decision. The Western Heavenly War Emperor, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, and a few others looked at Barbarian with a teasing look. The mockery in his eyes couldn't have been more obvious. They're not sure what they're going to do, but it's good enough to see the Demon Emperor suffer. In those days, so many harmonizers have joined hands to snipe at her, but they didn't let her suffer any losses. Instead, they're getting killed. Brother. Barbara lightly bit her lower lip to look at Jiang Heng. Her pupils were deep, as if in an endless deep hole that can't reach the stars on the other side. The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone's vision was focused on Jiang Heng. Right at the moment Hongi's jade-like hand touched Jiang Heng's shoulder, a resounding slap was delivered, echoing in the great wilds of the bush. This crisp slap caused tens of thousands of people present to have their jaws dropped. No one expected such a scene. Jiang Heng slapped Hongi's face red, stunningly beautiful as ruby eyes. With shock, numb, the disciples of the Sword Continent, the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master and other powerful people, or the many harmonizers standing in the Heavenly Vault. The moment is all numb. You call out to a girl who's ecstatic to be there. You raised your hand and slapped someone? The game, can it still be played this way? Jiang Heng. And Hongi was dumbfounded by the blow and looked at Jiang Heng with confused eyes. You hit me? This moment. And Hongi felt the sky spinning. The kind of time when your life is in danger of. It's a nerve-wracking feeling. She covered her head and looked at Jiang Heng in disbelief. All around, the scarlet aura that had originally disappeared also filled up at this moment. This slap is the interest I collected for Elder Sword. Don't say you love me. And Hongi, you really don't deserve it. Plain, unadulterated words, coming out of Jiang Heng's mouth. He looked at Hongi blandly. In the eyes, There were no waves. At Anhongi's surprised expression, Jiang Heng pursed his lips, pointing to the black flag fluttering in the wind behind him. He blandly spoke. How do you think my human emperor flag is? It's still missing a main soul, a body of extreme een born in a een year, een month and een hour. Aren't you going to keep me company? Go inside and stay with me so you can see me every day from now on. Deathly stillness. When Jiang Heng finished speaking, there was dead silence in the room. Everyone looked at him with ghost-like eyes. They had never heard such ferocious words. What does that mean? They don't understand. Your human emperor streamer is short of a main soul, and you're letting a harmonizer be your main soul? It's simply lawless. Rarely did the White Tiger Demon Emperor and the Red Dragon Demon Emperor, a few harmonizers who were known for their ferocity, hear these words. Drops of sweat also oozed from his forehead. This Jiang Heng, so overbearing, the White Tiger Demon Emperor looked deeply at Jiang Heng, and in his fierce eyes, the shock was hard to dissipate. The Red Dragon Demon Emperor followed suit, letting Anhongi be the master soul. He's eaten too much, hasn't he? What audacity! With Jiang Heng's statement, not only the two of them, but some of the remaining harmonizers couldn't tense up. Madness. It's just wildly out of control. In the entire room, Barbara was the only one who was smiling, squinting her eyes in fascination as she looked at Jiang Heng. Just as everyone was shocked, Jiang Heng gazed indifferently at Anhongi. At the other's silence, he spoke again. What? Mouthing the words that you love me, you don't want to be a master soul? Me. Anhongi was dumbfounded. At this moment, she didn't know what to say, and she couldn't even be angry. The honorable man in front of me seems to have really changed his heart. You, for that woman's sake, have. Are you really going to throw away our relationship of more than 10 years? Anhongi looked seriously into Jiang Heng's eyes. That's just it. Since you don't want to, then forget it. Jiang Heng raised the corner of his mouth and, teasingly, he looked at Anhongi. How about this? You want my man? I want to settle karma. Then fold a center. 3 years. 3 years from now I will set foot in the Netherworld Holy Land, and at that time, I will put an end to this grudge. I can't destroy your misty Holy Land, so I'll volunteer to be imprisoned by you for the rest of my life, not one step away from you. Sure, if you lose, I will overthrow the Netherworld Holy Land. You, Anhongi, will also be the main soul of my human emperor streamer and will spend the endless years to come within the streamer. Speaking of this, Jiang Heng smiled profoundly and faintly inquired Anhongi. Empress, what do you think? Me. Anhongi unconsciously took a step backwards, her mouth somehow more bitter. I want to say something. It's stuck in my throat. After a few seconds of contemplation, her demeanor was cold and arrogant. Jiang Heng, you have to know that I'm also a natural talent. 3 years. On what basis are you? Speaking of this, Anhongi stepped forward, stepping on the red lotus to Jiang Heng, dementedly grabbing the collar. He coldly said, 3 years from now, I'll have you as a dog, imprisoned by my side for all eternity. End of chapter. At that time, no one will be able to get you away from me. What she wanted was Jiang Heng's person. As long as Jiang Heng was by her side, she could feel at ease. As for the heart, there is still a long time ahead. It's not too late to control the person first and then slowly temper them. Words of two people, clearly echoing in everyone's ears. The outcome of this scene was unexpected. 3 years? Stop it, Big Brother Jiang. 3 years to merge with the Tao? This is absolutely impossible. Yes, with your natural talent there's absolutely no need to rush. You're bound to surpass her in time. There's no need to rush for revenge. Eldest brother Jiang Heng, would it be too much of a trust? The disciples of the Sword Continent really couldn't remain silent about this matter, though Anhongi has not yet attained enlightenment. But, it's the fact that it's not long after this harmony that's scary. There are many emperors in this world, such as the Emperor of the Western Heavenly War, the Emperor of the White Tiger Demon, the Emperor of the Blood Demon, and so on. Why does Anhongi have a single female name? Empress. It may seem like a simple title, but it is a very honorable title. Representative. It's the gift that makes it so great. Demon Emperor, your little mistress is a bit too big for you. Haha dash. Above the celestial dome. Hearing Jiang Heng's words, the Western Heavenly War Emperor looked at Barbarian in an unruly manner, raising the corners of his mouth teasingly. He said, 3 years from now in that battle, I, the Western Heavenly War Emperor, will definitely be watching the battle. Not far away. The White Tiger Demon Emperor nodded his head with a smile. I, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, will also be there. Be a witness. The old man will be there. I'll see you there. Ji Wu Chang, Eternal Heavenly Father, Sword Ancestor and the others immediately nodded their heads. And for the battle in 3 years. Be willing to be a witness. Only. Aside from the Sword Ancestor, the rest of them had 3 parts teasing. and 7 parts mocking on their faces, they recognized that Jiang Heng's talent was the best of his time. Isn't that what happened to Enhongi? 3 years? It's simply not attainable. 3 years later, Enhongi will be deep in the field of harmonization. Even many of the older generation of harmonizers need to be careful when facing her. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Heng was only in the spiritual void realm at the moment. On top of that there are cave souls, paraclete, saints, great saints, and paraclete emperors. Then, it was to merge with heaven and step into the emperor realm. The palace feels he can win. Just as the many harmonizers were in disbelief, Barbara looked at Jiang Heng in fascination. Lift up your white finger and bite through it with your tiger's teeth. A drop of blood floats in the air and turns into a seal character, which then forms a contract. What happened today? This palace does not want anyone other than us to know, or else, die. Gentlemen, contract it. At this moment, Barbara's breath shifted again, and the temperature around her. It all seemed to go down a few notches under the words. A monstrous demonic aura filled the vast dome of the sky. Sudden change of color, idiom, changeable situation. Barbara's body. There is still a wisp of white, pure white mist. See it? It's. Several harmonizers stared wide-eyed and choked until they fainted. But, without a single word, they all bit their fingers and concluded the contract. Very well. Barbara smiled brightly. Congratulations to all of you for saving a life today. If you want to think of this palace in the coming day, come to the Acacia Mound. Absolute silence. It was only at this moment that the many harmonizers realized that Barbara had really been joking before. It's only now that it's going down. The white mist. Unspeakable. At the same time, it was very shocking to them what the truth of it all was. Farewell. The Western Heavenly War Emperor's face was grim as he immediately shattered the void and walked away. Bad luck. The White Tiger Demon Emperor's face sank as he immediately shattered the void as well. At the same time, the void shattered and the many harmonizers left immediately. The scene of the incident, only the Sword Ancestor, Linghu Old Ancestor, and Enhongi were still there. Old Ancestor Linghu glanced scornfully at Barbara, then looked in the direction Ji Wuchang had left in silence. Shu, instantly appearing beside Enhongi. Let's go Hongi. This is the end of the day. At those words, Enhongi was silent, and her ruby-like eyes that, staring tightly at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, I'll wait for you for 3 years. 3 years from now, I'll be sweeping the couch to meet you at the ethereal Holy Land. At that time, you are mine alone. Enhongi, I will lock you up with the soul-devouring lock. You'll never leave me. After saying that, she raised her eyes to look at Barbara and revealed a meaningful smile. Followed by, the red lotus bloomed and the void shattered. Enhongi stepped into the void and left with old man Linghu. The many harmonizers left one after another, causing the oppressive atmosphere on the Tsongyi to become much more soothing. Looking at where Enhongi had left, Jiang Heng let out a long breath of relief and turned his eyes towards the battlefield. Seeing that it was almost time, he immediately put away the human emperor streamer. This wave, the growth of the human emperor's streamer was staggeringly large. 120,000 cultivators. The worst of them are at the Yao Yang realm. The more powerful ones even have many cave souls. There's also a paraclete. For the human emperor's haki, it is a great benefit, not comparable to the souls of mortals. Ding detected that the host has successfully survived the danger, obtaining the reward, the origin Dao explanation, previous chapter. Just as Jiang Heng was organizing the human emperor streamer, the voice of the system in his ear rang out coldly. In his mind, there were more runes composed of seal characters. The Dao contained therein left him stunned. It's something I never realized in my previous life. This system, there's something good about it. Jiang Heng pursed his lips, somewhat surprised. With this, his foundation was much more solid, and it would be much lighter for him to step into sainthood in the future. Little friend. Just as Jiang Heng was silent, the Sword Ancestor, dressed in a gray-veiled suit, walked step by step. Elder, this item is returned to you. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Heng took out the black sword tire and politely handed it out. Indeed, he also guessed that he was afraid that this thing came from a surprisingly large source. It looks ordinary though, but it always gave him a special feeling. This object is yours. The Sword Ancestor shook his head and continued. The 9-jacketed sword fetus. Born in the tribulation. By my hand. It has gone through 8 kalpas. You are this 9th calamity. I know you have a lot to ask, but I can't explain it. The 9 swordborn will choose on its own. The old man can't interfere. Seemingly guessing what Jiang Heng was going to ask, the Sword Ancestor shook his head. His natural capital is mediocre, but after obtaining the 9 robbers' sword tire, he has overcome all obstacles along the way. Achievement of Hapkido. For 10,000 years henceforth, The ninth karmic event has not even come. In the darkness, he felt the appeal of the sword tire. So more than 1,000 years ago, he gave the sword tire to Jiang Heng Zen. Thereafter, it came into the hands of Jiang Heng. It's all cause and effect as far as he's concerned. Qian. After this, you will always accompany Jiang Heng. Sulking for a few breaths, Kenjo waved to the girl in the distance wearing a long emerald green dress. Jiang Heng stared at the sword tire without saying a word. Sword ancestor chanting for a long time. 9 robber sword tire. Why is his? At the same time, looking towards the rapidly arriving Jin Shin, his frown deepened. The rest of the journey is destined to be thorny. And if this girl is with us, she's going to be Gotham. How will he account for it? P.S. Ask for a catch-up read? Oh family, remember to check in every day. End of chapter. No. Jiang Heng shook his head, refusing the request. It's too dangerous for you to be around me. Just stay at Heavenly Sword Peak. Jin Shin was in the Heavenly Sword Peak, with the sword ancestor teaching and sheltering her. The future was much safer, following him around in the wind and at night. And the next place to go was the Central State, where the remains of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace were asked for. And at this time in his previous life, the ancient evil was created many millions of years ago. It's these guys who are fighting. It's too risky to take Jin Shin with you. No. Jin Shin's emerald green pupils condensed, gambling like a crooked neck to look at the upper left corner. I want to supervise you until you become the world's #1 sword cultivator. After saying that, she stepped on the emerald green longsword and swooshed behind Jiang Heng without saying a word. You. Jiang Heng licked the corners of his mouth in embarrassment and glanced deeply at Jin Shin, shaking his head helplessly as he wanted to speak. She's a tough girl. I've had a lot of dealings in my past life, but I didn't listen back then. You can hit each other in the head with a chestnut. Present. Can't get down. Seeing this, the sword ancestor lightly stroked his beard. His iron sword shattered the void, and he left without looking back. Phew. After Jiang Heng slightly arched his hand to bid farewell to the sword ancestor, he turned his eyes to the barren battlefield, his heart filled with emotion. But I did not expect that this war, with all its twists and turns, would end with such a gesture. At the same time, and that 3-year engagement, he didn't forget that Sword Dusty Heartscloth's tomb is still located at Misty Peak. After 3 years, it's time to pay your respects. Brother, my spirit body left the dojo and couldn't last long. You remembered to come to the Acacia Mound. I'll wait for you. Barbara's broken skirt fluttered in the wind, and at an unknown time, she came in front of Jiang Heng. A pair of deep eyes stared tightly into Jiang Heng's eyes. After looking at the little barbarian in his arms, he gently nudged Jiang Heng's brow. With fond eyes, he turned into a rain of light and dissipated completely. Acacia Mound. Jiang Heng pursed his lips as he watched barbarian dissipate into a rain of light. This place seems to have heard of it, but the memories are too long ago to remember some of them. Let's go. Glancing at Jin Shin, Jiang Heng gazed at 10,000 Sword City. With that out of the way, it's time to get out of here. I've seen all the people I need to see. The Heavenly Sword Sect is not going. Brother Jiang, are you leaving? Just as Jiang Heng turned around, a youth in the crowd, who was covered in injuries, ran out excitedly. It's Jianqing. Seeing him, Jiang Heng's heart warmed. This kid may be a dish, but that piece of nakedness is definitely good. Yeah. Seeing Jianqing's wretched appearance, he nodded slightly. Cultivate well. With that said, the storage ring flashed, and a green-colored longsword stood out. It's from the system, although the grade is not bad, but this sword for Jiang Heng, the level is still too low. The longsword hovered in the air a few times before. Ding! Inserted into the rocky soil in front of Jianqing. This is. Jianqing was shocked and looked at it in surprise. Although his cultivation was not high, but we can tell it's a heavenly grade treasure. Grade. It was simply not something he could covet at this segment. Brother Jiang. Jianqing looked up and instinctively tried to refuse. But, where else was Jiang Heng's figure? Wind Chime and Sword Shin are also gone. The large battlefield was devastated, and only the disciples of the Sword Continent were left. 15 days later, Ethereal Sanctuary, Holy Mountain, autumn water bathed in evening sunlight, egrets flying, orange and red afterglow sprinkled down the elegant garden. A little cooler. Master, the disciple knows he is wrong. Yi Beixian knelt beside the lapis lazuli, sweat slipping off his forehead drop by drop, not daring to look straight up at the lapis lazuli, the most beautiful woman in the world. You're good. Isn't it especially fulfilling that even this palace is being treated like a monkey by you? And Hongi raised the corners of her mouth, pouting as she looked towards the setting sun, the corner of her eyes looking towards Yi Beixian on the occasion. It's all cold. A solemn aura filled the large elegant garden. Me. Yi Beixian trembled, his eyes full of fear. and after a few seconds of contemplation, indeed, am not right. I'm just too infatuated with Master. I'm jealous of eldest brother, and I want the same love as eldest brother. Yi Beixian raised his head and gathered his courage to look at Enhongyi. Discovered. Originally, he thought that if he handled it cleanly, his secret would not be discovered. The move of devouring Wind Prime was too risky. Exposed. Bang. As the words fell, Yi Beixian's body, as if it were a broken line of wind and air, quickly retreated backward. It was only after crashing through an acacia tree that he barely managed to stabilize his body. Vom dash. Yi Beixian immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Qingshi in a wretched state. A dog in love is worthy of looking straight at this palace. Still dare to compete with Jiang Heng? You are nothing but a dispensable dog beside this palace. And Enhongyi smiled cruelly, her ruby-like eyes, killing intent lingering. It's you. You're causing me to misunderstand Jiang Heng. What do you think I should do with you? Bean-sized beads of sweat slid down from Yi Beixian's forehead and dripped onto his collar. He gasped for air and fiercely fell to his knees. Beixian is a dog by Master's side. Beixian will be Master's dog for the rest of his life as long as Master wishes. Woof dash. While saying that, Yi Beixian stretched out his hands and made a gesture of good dog. Eyes all pleasing. Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Enhongyi raised the corner of her mouth. Pacing in front of Yi Beixian, he kicked him over and the red embroidered shoes stepped on his face. Good dog. If you want to live so badly, I'll give you another chance. This time, for the immortal palace ruins. The Netherworld Holy Land, have reached an alliance with the Ji clan to explore together. Speaking here, Enhongyi glanced at Yi Beixian in disgust. You joined forces with that girl from the Ji family, the divine daughter of the Ji clan in Central State. Ji Luo Shui? Yi Beixian was stunned and looked at Enhongyi in surprise. Luo Shui, the goddess of the Ji clan, was in existence second to none. Whether it was in terms of talent or looks, it was the dream girl of how many male cultivators. Yi Beixian didn't expect that he would be betrothed to her by mistake. If it comes to pass, it's the equivalent of having another eternal life family behind you. The road ahead is bound to be more open. You're happy. Enhongyi increased the force of her feet. I wouldn't dare. Beixian has been Master's dog all his life. Yi Beixian hurriedly spoke, despite being stomped on in the face and not daring to put up the slightest resistance. Remember, your only value right now is to slow down your big brother. If that can't be done, you are no better than a dog in the eyes of this palace. Looking at Yi Beixian's humble stance, the dislike in Enhongyi's eyes increased. If we didn't need to slow down Jiang Heng's pace, she would not keep Yi Beixian's life. With that, he turned towards the green stone and raised his eyes to the sunset in the distance. Yes, Beixian knows. I'll set off for the Central State. Yi Beixian didn't have time to wipe the dirt from his face and bowed down to prostrate himself on the ground. Then he turned around and walked out of the elegant garden. Don't stop for anything. P.S. Remember to take a peek every day. Family, this chapter has a great plot. End of chapter. In a corner of the Central State, Tianyao City, the bustling street was filled with monks' stalls on both the left and right sides, and one by one, the ancient artifacts, rustic placement, bronze rings, ancient porcelain tiles, mysterious parchments, fragments of unknown metals. Brother, you eat. Among the pedestrians, a conspicuous white cat is carrying a girl. Beside the white cat, there was a white-haired man and girl in a long emerald green dress. The group just walked on, leaving many people around to stare. Those with eyesight knew that the white cat was a wind demon. It made their jaws drop. The wind demon clan is so bold now? Dare to walk around with their own bodies? No, you eat. Jiang Heng rolled his eyes, ignoring the stares from all around, and politely rebuffed the little girl's candy cane. Shortly after arriving in the Central State, this little girl awoke, with no memory of what had happened. To this he made no mention, but there was no use mentioning it. The little girl certainly didn't understand. Good. Barbarian eat. Barbara took a serious look at Jiang Heng, and seemed to see something that, happy to show his milk teeth, then look at Sugarloaf with bright eyes. In response, Jiang Heng shook his head. This girl, more than likely, could tell he was in a good mood. Definite. When you revisit a place, it is inevitable that you will reminisce about the past. I came here a few years ago and had an adventure with the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. Explore a very dangerous secret world. The girl had a great personality and didn't do that backstabbing thing. Since then, the friendship was deep and letters were exchanged throughout the year. Even if Yi Beixian was falsely accused, that girl Yaoqi would risk universal condemnation and openly support him. One of the few best friends. Get out of the way. Just as Jiang Heng was pondering, a furious shout in the distance dragged him back from his thoughts. As far as the eye could see, a handsome red BMW, covered with scaly armor. The was carrying a young man at a gallop. Cultivators on the road rushed to get out of the way. Instantly, Ryoma heard it in front of him. Young Master Jiang, the Holy Maiden has an invitation. The dragon horse stopped close by, and a man dismounted and came in front of Jiang Heng. The Jie took out a token. The token is rustic, with a peach engraved on it. The youth did not lower his volume, and it clearly echoed in the ears of the surrounding cultivators. They're not fazed. In this Tianyao city, there is only one person who is qualified to be called Holy Maiden. That's the Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land. In all these years, the Virgin has never invited a man. ***. No wonder this wind demon dares to go big. So it's covered by someone. The Virgin never invited a man. Did she? Yes. There was a time a few years ago when that immaculate saint's son, Jiang Heng, wasn't the guest of honor. It's been rumored in heavenly Yao City, and the Holy Land of Yaoqi has yet to dispel the rumors. Jiang Heng? Young Master Jiang. He's Jiang Heng? Devil Jiang Heng? The quiet, restful streets are full of hustle and bustle at the moment. While everyone was shocked, many people recognized Jiang Heng's identity, which made them even more confused. This time, who else in this Tianluo world doesn't know him? Zhenzhou ambushed 130,000 people from the misty Holy Land with the human emperor's hat, and it was said that the empress had even stepped in. Only, I don't know why. Crippled. At this moment, this devil strutted to Tianyao City? Didn't your master tell you to keep a low profile? Jiang Heng stared at the youth coldly. This kid, there seems to be hostility towards him. It doesn't matter to him, but in this case, that girl's reputation. It's not good. After all, not many people in this Tianluo world thought he was a good person, right? The Holy Maiden is not of the same world as you. I hope young Master Jiang since. Pop. The youth's face was icy cold, and he looked at Jiang Heng with indignation. But before the words were finished, the entire person was directly sent flying like a cannonball. The stores of the street, instantly smoke and dust. The youth vomited out a few mouthfuls of blood and climbed out of the smoke with difficulty, looking at Jiang Heng angrily. As you can see, the entire right side of your face is swollen. I'm in a matter with Shawan, and you're a lowly servant who's still pointing it out. Jiang Heng's demeanor was bland. Without skipping a beat, he straightened his sleeves and looked absently at the smoke. Shoo! Seeing the youth climb out, Jiang Heng raised his right hand and lowered his lips with his index finger. The attitude is bland, but, yet, with a few oozes. The youth blushed, and the veins on his neck flared up. He was about to hiss, but when he saw Jiang Heng's eyes, he didn't dare to continue. Good dog. Jiang Heng indifferently smiled and no longer cared about the youth, turning his eyes to his side. And, the girl in the light green dress, Qian, follow me to Yaoqi. Not going. Qian rolled her eyes. Going to see you guys in love. I'll take Barbara for a stroll so as not to spoil your eunuch John's pleasure. 6. The corners of Jiang Heng's eyes twitched, and he glanced at Qian speechlessly. Upon seeing the other's justified expression, he knew it wouldn't wash. The world is abuzz with rumors that he and the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi have something going on. Injustice. Pure revolutionary friendship. Okay? That's all. Jiang Heng didn't want to explain. After nodding to wind chime, he turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the busy streets. Like this, with this girl Qian around, there is no need to worry about Barbara's safety. In the busy streets, this interlude was very powerful, spreading like the wind throughout the huge Tianyao city. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi invited the devil Jiang Heng alone. The Holy Land of Yaoqi, Temple of the Holy Virgin. The flowing clear spring seems to play music, and above the pool water is a white mist. Looking closely, it's not hard to spot a woman dancing. One like a swimming dragon, like a stunning dance. The dance is exquisite, as if the most beautiful painted scrolls. Concubine has met young Master Jiang. Suddenly, the woman stopped dancing and rolled up her cape and slowly walked towards the inner hall. Stop it! Jiang Heng sat on the bench, his eyes looking toward the Yaoqi. A woman wearing cape, wearing a long light blue dress, is strolling along. Beneath the slender waist was a pair of breathtakingly long legs, with perfect body proportions. The long dress was open to the thighs, and the snow-white skin was like sheep's fat. She's as light as autumn water. Beautiful? Mu Wanyun smiled at Jiang Heng and instantly turned around, seemingly seeing the embarrassment on Jiang Heng's face. In the amber-like eyes, there was an extra touch of cunning. How does it compare to your master? Phew, talk about things. Jiang Heng's face sank, unwilling to continue on this issue. Looks like it's really broken up. Mu Wanyun quietly pursed her dimples and came to Jiang Heng's side, pouring a glass of wine. Are you going to participate in the Yaoqi Fest? Also, the Misty Holy Land and the Ji family will immediately join forces in marriage, between Ji Luoshui and Yi Beixian. Boring. It's just some more climbing and comparing hearing about the Yaoqi Fest. Jiang Heng shook his head and refused. What's the point of doing it when the jackpot's right in front of you? Only. Mu Wanyun's second sentence made him instantly come to his senses. Yi Beixian is getting married? I remember. Ji family, that girl. Seems to be interested in me. Right. Back then love but cannot almost crazy. It seems like it was still spoiled by you. Jiang Heng licked his teeth with his tongue and looked meaningfully at Mu Wanyun. P.S. Remember to take a peek every day. Family. This chapter has a great plot. End of chapter. Back then, when traveling the world, Tianyao City was one of the stops, and after getting to know Mu Wanyun, the common to explore the secret world when the goddess of the Ji family, Luo Shuwei, was in danger, and he saved the other party by staining his white clothes with blood. I'm afraid that the goddess will have fallen in love with me by then. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng pursed his lips somewhat helplessly. He's a good-looking guy, at that time, and liked to wear white. The scenery of the posture, and what girl enclosed the legs, plus the buff of the hero rescuing the beauty. Ji Luoshui returned to the Ji family and wanted to get married, saying something about how a marriage would make the family more prosperous and stable. When the elders of the Ji family heard these words, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Instead, they felt that Ji Luoshui knew what was right. The Ji family sent someone to the misty sacred land on the spot to join them in marriage. Only, the man who went there was killed by an Hongi. The rage strikes, and the bones are gone. Since then, the Tian Luo world has been swirling with gossip about him and Hongi. Yes, in the sight of this girl, the explicit and implicit stirring, that a marriage completely yellow. Giggle Mu Wanyun guffawed, raising her fingers as white as scallions. He gently squeezed Jiang Heng's shoulder. That wannabe hoof is not good enough for you. And the concubine hasn't even nibbled on it yet. And it's her turn. While saying that, Mu Wanyun turned, very natural ride in Jiang Heng's arms, slightly angled his head to look into Jiang Heng's eyes. Staying for dinner tonight? I'll make you a few small dishes and share a jug of cloudy wine. Jiang Heng was silent, his eyes carrying contemplation. A moment later, the immortal palace ruins are about to open. The Ji clan's people should be in Tianyao City at this moment as well, right? Where? Jiang Heng. Mu Wanyun was petulantly angry, and her amber-like eyes that, staring straight at Jiang Heng, you really don't even want to give it for nothing? Ahem. Jiang Heng covered his mouth with his fist and coughed dryly twice, gently picking up Mu Wanyun, putting it on the side of the toffee couch. It's late. I'm going to Ji's house for some business. Turning toward the door. Like this? How dare he want it? The Yaoqi festival is for the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land to choose her partner, which is different from other holy lands. See, recruitment of son-in-laws. Each term of the holy maiden will recruit the emperor's son-in-law of her choice, who will be the pillar of the entire holy land in the future. It's always been the same. Changbei, seeing Jiang Heng's determined attitude, Mu Wanyun's eyes flashed with a touch of resentment in the depths of her eyes. After a slight sigh, the Yaoqi Fest will be waiting for you. Got it. Jiang Heng didn't turn around and walked straight towards the door. It disappeared into the Yaoqi in no time. Tianyao City North. Ji family residence. A red carpet with no end in sight ran through the streets, coming and going, and bright red petals covered the streets. Inside the elegant garden, a spirit wood is hung with red makeup, and there are many lanterns on the houses. There's a lot of people standing down there. The two at the head had deep breaths, no less than Baiyu, Ji family master. In the future, our two families are even closer. An elderly man with an upright figure and a light step gently stroked his goatee and, with a smile, he looked at the middle-aged man. Beside him was a richly dressed youth. His expression was incredibly confident, and his eyes occasionally looked at a woman in a long pink dress not far away. Seemed satisfied. The youth was none other than Yi Beixian. I didn't expect that this time. It's Sage Tongmua leading the way. It's really a fluffy, 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 fluffy. The marriage between my daughter and your holy land's northern Xiansain's son was also decided by the elders of both families. All happy. All happy. Ajit Songyun looked up to the sky and laughed very boldly. While saying that, after nodding to Sage Tonghe, looking towards Yi Beixian, arriving at the spiritual void realm at the age of 18. Xian nephew, your talent is even stronger than Jiang Heng's. Ha ha. Misty Holy Land. Another good seedling has been obtained. Future great emperors can be expected. For Yi Beixian, he was very, very satisfied. Arriving at spiritual void at the age of 18. This was only seen on an Hongyi back then. Compared to Jiang Heng, his promotion speed is even faster. Oof. Father, if you don't have something to say, don't say it and upset people. On the side, the woman dressed in a long pink dress, originally had a high and cold expression, but when she heard Ji Songyun's words, his face sank instantly. With a displeased glance at Ji Songyun, she slightly nodded her head and looked at Yi Beixian. It's impossible for me to be with you. You're dead in the water. Said. Attitude is very high cold. Immediately stopped talking. Luo Shuwei. Don't fool around. This is a marriage contract set by the uncommon ancestor himself. Where are you to speak? And that Jiang Heng has already become a demon and is definitely not a good match. So you should give up on him as soon as possible. Ji Songyun's face turned blue. He didn't realize that he had caused his daughter to become so agitated by just saying something about Jiang Heng's faults. On weekdays, the nature is as scanty as water. Why do you talk about Jiang Heng when you mention it? Father, there is no need for you to talk about my affairs. And there is no longer any possibility for me to be with that Jiang Heng. Like a cat being stepped on its tail. Ji Luoshui's absolutely beautiful posture showed a touch of anger. Family Master Ji, it's better to leave the space for the youngsters. Let's go inside and have some tea. Not far away. The Tongmei sage heard Ji Luoshui's words, and his eyes turned when he immediately pulled Ji Songyun's hand toward the inner room. Not long after, Yi Beixian and Ji Luoshui were left outside. My name is Yi Beixian. Meet Goddess Luoshui. Seeing this, Yi Beixian wore a light smile and took a confident step to Ji Luoshui's side. He was dressed in white today and his hair was straightened, poised and sword-browed. Ji Luoshui didn't say anything and just looked at Yi Beixian with such a high and cold look. Seeing him walking step by step, she shallowly backed up. Saint Yi should stay away. Men and women are not related. It's not good to spread the word. This high and cold stance caused Yi Beixian to be stunned, and he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. He knew that if he said anything, he would look like he had no manners. You can't lose your poise in front of the woman you love. Otherwise, it will be looked down upon. Since it is so, Yi Beixian arched his hand and politely said, in this manner, it is indeed a Mengwang. It's a pity that the elders of the clan said it, and Beixian as a junior wouldn't dare to disobey. But I'm sure that if you and I get to know each other better, we'll find that I'm a very dependable person. Yi Beixian is in no hurry. His looks aren't bad, and he's in the spiritual void realm on par with Jiang Heng, and on the surface he's 18. It was even beyond Jiang Heng. Conditions like these, he couldn't believe Ji Luoshui wasn't moved. I'm tired. Sage Sun Yi, please go ahead. Ji Luoshui was as pale as frost. After glancing at Yi Beixian, straight away, he walked deeper into the mansion. The pace was quick, and it wasn't long before he was in the inner room. Phew. Seeing her house, Ji Luoshui sighed slightly and pushed open the door to her room. Into the dimly lit room came a figure dressed in black. All that could be seen were the silver strands of hair that draped over his shoulders, and scarlet eyes. Was lazily leaning back in his chair, looking at her evilly. The man spoke indifferently. I haven't seen you in a few years. Your temper has grown. Brother Jiang Heng. Seeing the man, Ji Luoshui trembled and was ecstatic, but she seemed to think of something. His eyes were fixed and his demeanor was icy. What are you doing here? P.S. Remember to check in every day. Catch up on your reading. Family. Love you. End of chapter. The silver-haired man sitting on the chair was none other than Jiang Heng. After Mu Wanyun informed him of the location, he used shrinking ground to come here. Course of events. It's still a little dangerous. Tong Hua and Ji Songyun were both quasi-saints, and were only a foot away from being true saints. If you don't use the 5 birds and 7 amazing fans, you lose more than you win. It looks like you're not very welcoming to this seat. That's all. It's just for Mr. Jiang to leave. Hearing Ji Luoshui's questioning, Jiang Heng's already cold expression gained an extra touch of displeasure. No hesitation. Immediately, he stood up and walked towards the door, without the slightest pause as he brushed shoulders with Ji Luoshui. I didn't. Seeing that Jiang Heng really wanted to leave, Ji Luoshui's slender body tensed, instinctively reaching out her jade fingers to grab the sleeve of her coat. Sweeping the high-flying stance from her face, she bit her lower lip and commiserated. I thought it was a stranger. Brother Jiang Heng, how have you been after not seeing you for so many years? Quickly digressing from the topic, she wrapped her arm around Jiang Heng and gently dragged him back to the room, pushing him into a chair after. Quickly close the door and make tea for Jiang Heng. Pretty good. Jiang Heng's eyes were indifferent, and after skimming the tea leaves with a covered bowl and taking a sip, ramblingly, he said, cleaned up. It made Ji Luoshui's eyes happy. It was a common and simple compliment, but one she had never heard before. It doesn't matter how a sentence is said, it matters who says it. It's the first time Jiang Heng has praised her for her beauty. Thinking of this, Ji Luoshui pursed her lips and said, does your master still covet you? That old woman. You don't have to worry about her. The Ji family is a family of longevity, and there are harmonizers within the clan, so as long as you're willing to, I can go communicate with the elders. They won't say no if it's you. As she spoke, her demeanor rose in indignation. If Anhani hadn't spoiled her in the first place, the child with Jiang Heng now, most of them are going to be in the realm of the reflecting moon. In this regard, Jiang Heng was silent, his eyes as scarlet as blood, looking coldly at Ji Luoshui, raising the corners of his mouth as if smiling, but it's just some past events. What's the point of talking about them? You're marrying a man soon, and I've come today to congratulate you. Congratulations, Goddess Luoshui. Jiang Mao for the devil, is the world's public enemy? So no longer stay for a long time. I hope you are well. Do not think and do not miss. After saying that, Jiang Heng picked up the tea and drank it all in one go, and immediately got up to leave. Seeing Jiang Heng stand up, Ji Luoshui's petite body trembled, her eyes tinged with trepidation. Hastily hugging Jiang Heng from behind. No, that Yi Beixian I don't like. You, what I like is you, brother Jiang. He's nothing but a pawn and a peddler of dogs. It's always been you that I've had my heart set on. At this moment, Ji Luoshui completely put down the stature of a goddess. It was very different from before in front of Yi Beixian. She, knowing that Jiang Heng had misunderstood her, she doesn't like Yi Beixian at all. All she has in her heart is Jiang Heng. Haven't seen you in a couple years. Jiang Heng's body lurched and turned to look at Ji Luoshui in surprise, pursing her lips. How do you like telling lies now? You are the goddess of the Ji clan. If you don't like it, why would you join the marriage? Rashu, I, for one, am disappointed in you. While saying that, Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly, his eyes full of disappointment. I didn't. Everything I said was true. Ji Luoshui shuddered, and her hand curled tighter around Jiang Heng, as if she was afraid of disbelief. She looked at Jiang Heng's eyes sincerely. What will it take for you to believe me? Have heard what was said. Jiang Heng's face was expressionless, turning toward the wooden chair to sit down blandly. Scarlet eyes looked deeply at Ji Luoshui. Kneel. Crawl to me. Brother Jiang Heng. Hearing Jiang Heng's request, Ji Luoshui was stunned. It's something she never thought she'd do. One day, she would have to crawl on her knees in front of others. As the goddess of the Ji family, she had always had a heart higher than the sky. Facing Yi Beixian, it was despised from the bottom of his heart. I'm running out of patience. Jiang Heng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, somewhat impatient. Me. Ji Luoshui's absolutely beautiful face overflowed with a touch of panic. Mind. A million anxieties. Hesitate. And dare not hesitate. She knew that Jiang Heng was really out of patience, and if she got up and left, she might not be able to see it for the rest of her life. At the thought of this, Ji Luoshui shuddered, her crystal eyes firmly looking towards Jiang Heng. Puff. The snow-white jade-like knees fell to the ground, and very obediently crawled to Jiang Heng. Raising her head, she looked at Jiang Heng delicately. Brother Jiang Heng, I'm willing. Jiang Heng was silent and reached out to grab Ji Luoshui's hair. I'm a bit on fire. Press the button now. For a long time, Ji Luoshui, dripping with fragrant sweat, used a silk scarf to help Jiang Heng wipe clean before wiping the corners of her own mouth. There was no point and a half in displeased in his eyes, but rather ecstatic. This move of hers, it was in a dream, and now it's real. Brother Jiang Heng, can I prove myself? Ji Luoshui inquired cautiously, absolutely beautiful eyes with expectation. Phew. Jiang Heng tiredly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked deeply at Ji Luoshui coldly humming. It's not enough. Marry Yi Beixian as early as possible. I'll come to you on the day of your wedding. This, where's enough? The purpose of his visit today was not meant to be a moment of comfort. Me. Ji Luoshui pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Heng in surprise. She didn't think it was bad, but she was curious if Jiang Heng's taste would be too heavy. Yi Beixian was never treated as a human being. It's much less psychologically taxing to do it that way. It's even exciting. Okay, I'll wait for you on the day of the cave. Not daring to hesitate, Ji Luoshui nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. At this very moment, she only wanted to grasp the slightest possibility with Jiang Heng. Have been waiting hard for a few years and don't want to miss it. Good boy. Jiang Heng revealed a smile and reached out to pinch Ji Luoshui's face. When he saw that the girl was in some pain, only then did she nod in satisfaction. Remember, I'll give you this one chance to serve me. Miss it and it's gone forever. After saying that, Jiang Heng let go of his hand and transformed into a black shadow, completely disappearing into the Ji family mansion. I will. Ji Luoshui's face was crimson, and her eyes carried determination. After carefully arranging her collar, she stood up and walked out of the room, her voluminous waist twisting rapidly and toward the large council chamber. This time, the council chamber, Ji Tsongyun and Tong Hei, the two paramount saints, were struggling to negotiate the marriage thing, or you have to be willing. Ji Luoshui disagreed. There's such a pain in the ass to deal with. And, just as a few people were distressed, Ji Luoshui, who was wearing a long pink dress in the distance, walked towards them without any hesitation. Father, seniors, since I am the divine daughter of the Ji clan, I should open up the Ji clan. I agree with the marriage. Do it as early as possible. After Ji Luoshui bowed slightly to Tong Hei, she came to Ji Songyun's side and nodded, agreeing to the marriage. At once, the two paragon saints were ecstatic. They never expected Ji Luoshui to stay by herself for a while and directly figure it out. On the wooden chair on the right, Yi Beixian was silent, his demeanor arrogant. In his view, women are all like that, facing the front of his charm like a tidal sea, falling in minutes. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Catch up on your reading. Family. Love you. End of chapter. Isn't that what happened to Ji Luoshui in front of us? An hour ago was still cold to death. A cold as frost do not enter the posture of people. Now, oh, you've come here to talk about marriage, and too shy to look at him. Beixian is very happy that Divine Maiden can think this way. Yi Beixian paced beside Ji Luoshui, looking at her stunningly beautiful face, and flashing a confident smile that. He then turned towards the two paramount saints, Tonghua and Ji Songyun. The Divine Maiden's request is also a request from Beixian. Please grant the elders a marriage. Having said that, Yi Beixian bowed and arched his hand in a very sincere manner, and out of the corner of his eye, he, not stopping to look Ji Luoshui up and down, the stunningly beautiful body, with a little bit of clear light, displayed the Divine Maiden's temperament, even more overwhelmingly. But the eyes. It made Ji Luoshui's beautiful eyes flutter and her stomach turn over. She forced herself to endure the nausea, not forgetting Jiang Heng's instructions. After nodding to Ji Songyun, Father, organize the wedding as early as possible. Seeing that the two parties were united in their opinions, Ji Songyun smiled brightly at the Tongmei quasi-saint, then nodded. Business is business. When the immortal palace ruins are over, the two of you will quickly consummate your marriage. Upon hearing this, Yi Beixian nodded, and Hongyi's words, he didn't dare to forget. If the Yunshui immortal palace ruins within the failure to achieve objectives, he had no doubt that the other man would shoot him. Sheltering means are available, but there is a reluctance to venture into risky areas at the moment. It's all up to the elders. Yi Beixian smiled brightly and revealed his white teeth to Ji Luoshui, showing a light and clear gesture. Thank you, Father, and thank you, Sage Tong Hei. Ji Luoshui turned a blind eye, and after nodding to Ji Songyun and Tongmei, the two of them, with a light step, she turned toward her house. It made Yi Beixian indignant. In his opinion, Ji Luoshui had clearly taken so much initiative and still put on a condescending stance. Bitch, when the wedding day comes, I'll make you sing Conquest at my crotch. Poof. The man of your dreams, Jiang Heng? He's not as good as one of mine. Yi Beixian murmured through clenched teeth. His voice was so subtle that only he could hear it. After all one's words, a flash of arrogance in the depths of his eyes. Beixian Xian nephew. The immortal palace ruins you and Luoshui should work together. This time our two families have put down blood money. That thing must be gotten. Ji Songyun walked to Yi Beixian's side and gently patted Yi Beixian's shoulder with a meaningful admonition. Yi Beixian nodded confidently as he heard this. Yes, the late generation will do their best. No one in the younger generation can stand alongside me. That's good. That's good. Tungyao City, south. The crowd, which had been bustling in the noisy streets, was in an uproar, and had gathered around the stand and watch from a distance. At the core, a large white cat carrying a girl with a long emerald green sword was standing in front of them with a cold gaze. Across from them was an unruly man, naked. His upper body was toned and muscular as if he were a rock, and his pupils were patterned with white. The eyebrows are white. Many of the surrounding cultivators who were looking around saw his appearance and revealed their horror. White eyebrows. The White Tiger clan will only have white eyebrows if their bloodline returns to their ancestors. Is he the heir of the White Tiger Demon Emperor? It's parentage, isn't it? If it's parentage, it's not contemporary. It must have been many thousands of years ago. Strong? He's so strong. He's mostly a great cultivator of the cave soul realm, bringing a wind demon around. You've kicked the bucket this time, haven't you? For this sudden scene, many cultivators knew in their hearts that if they didn't have the power to, if they can't beat the girl in the green dress, they will also go to grab the wind demon. Subocular medicine. There's no excuse for strolling around with great fanfare and being targeted. No one sympathizes. Wind demon? Not bad. Come with the king dash. The white-browed man pointed at the wind chimes. His cold, blade-like tone carrying no doubt. Wind chime's entire body exploded in silence, arching her body to stare viciously at the man. It was originally envisioned that with the Yaoqi festival and the immortal palace ruins just around the corner, there wouldn't be any chaos in a stroll. And the sword Xian is still there. The average person is really no match for her. As a wind demon, she keenly sensed that the white-browed man in front of her that It didn't seem like something they could fight against. Asterisk 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 off. Jian Xian raised her long sword sideways, facing the white-browed man's powerful aura. She didn't retreat at all. The corners of his mouth murmured, "Wind chime. You take Barbara and go first. Leave this place to me. Nobody's going anywhere." Before Wind Bell could say anything, the white-browed man appeared directly beside her, nearly 2.5 meters tall. He looked lanky at the moment, with arms full of muscles that, the speed is breathtaking. A chokehold on Wind Chime's neck. Wind Chime's huge body was like a kitten being lifted in his hands. Roar! Wind Chime hissed, her eyes looking worriedly at Barbara. The little girl dropped to the ground, her face covered in dust, and looked at the candy cane that Jiang Heng had helped her buy. The tip of his nose, which was like porcelain, began to blush a bright red. The petite body kept twitching. This scene made Jian Xian furious. The emerald green long sword at a tricky angle. Straight at white eyebrows. In a flash, it reached the throat. Ding! The long sword seemed to stab a very sharp object, making a pleasant crunching sound. Despite the thrust to the throat, it could not be saved. The sword technique is good, but it's a pity that the force is poor. Reaching the 7th realm of spiritual void at this age, you do deserve a little pride. However, in front of this king, you are not qualified. I am Bai Tu Dao, the 9th son of the White Tiger Demon Emperor. Bang! Sword Qian Qian's chopping attack. Bai Tu Dao was completely fearless, lifting his huge palm and a shot of flying sword Qian Qian. Put! The emerald green figure with scarlet blood. Jian Qian's entire body flew backward 100 meters. It didn't stop until it crashed through a store. She rushed out of the black smoke in a lurch and once again worked her mana to wield a longitudinal sword chi. In response, Bai Tu Dao was unimpressed and looked at Windbell with satisfaction. This wind demon. It's just the thing to give to Shawan. Compared to that, she'll be happy, won't she? Ha ha. While laughing, Bai Tu Dao clenched his fist without even looking at it, and directly slapped that one emerald green sword chi. Mana, turned into dots of green fluorescence, completely dissipated. Badass. Badass. Watching Jian Xian and Fongling being bullied, Ban bit her lips in aggravation, came to Baek Tu Du's ankle and kept pounding it with small fists. This drew the displeasure of Bai Tu Dao, who immediately raised his leg with the intention of stomping Barbarian to death. You touch her, you'll die. Jian Xian warned in a cold voice. She hadn't spent much time together, but she had seen a lot. Jiang Heng, who was indifferent to everything, took surprisingly fine care of this girl. Then I'll see who kills me, Bai Tu Dao sneered, and his right foot immediately exerted force. The black boots were like dark clouds, bigger than a barbarian, and they just stepped right down. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. This scene, like a wild wave, let the surrounding cultivators who are eating melon have shocked. They all know that the White Tiger clan has always been brutal, but they didn't expect that. In a human city. How dare you kill a child? Mud. Would someone please clean him up? Don't be a fool. That Suwei girl is from the Heavenly Sword Sect. She's probably in the category of sword girl. She's untouchable. Bai Tu Dao. The pride of the White Tiger clan 37,000 years ago. The ceiling so far is for the Cloudwater Immortal Palace? Unbearable. This girl is going to be mush. Although shocked by this scene, many cultivators did not make a move. Chilling the White Slaughter Road obscene power. At the same time, they also determined that within this huge Tianyao city, there was basically no one who could arm wrestle with Bai Tu Dao. The girl child. I guess it's gone. Jiang Heng. The clamor around her. Jian Xian ignored it and watched Bai Tu Dao lay down the killer as she fought to hiss. His body flew forward, trying to save Barbara with his life. In the meantime, feeling the blackness above her head, Barbara's crying red face instantly faded in color. Looking over his head in fear, the small hand clutched the sugar gourd Jiang Heng bought. Brother. There. Just at the moment when Bai Tu Dao was about to step on Barbarian, a soft voice that, it echoed in Barbara's ears. In front of everyone's eyes was a silver-haired man with scarlet pupils that looked like they had been stained with blood, with a ghostly solemnity. Bang! The moment he appeared, the silver-haired man delivered a back kick that viciously chiseled at Bai Tu Dao's face. The astral wind swept. Bai Tu Dao's body, as if it was a cannonball, was directly sent flying dozens of meters away. A big body, crushing everything on the road. On the way, a few unlucky cultivators who were previously enjoying themselves, directly crushed into mush. Brother. Seeing the silver-haired man, Barbara couldn't hold herself together any longer and little pearls dripped down in a clatter, aggressively hugging the man's neck. He's a bad man. Bullying sister Windchime, bullying sister Qian, and my sugar plums. At the end of her sentence, she gave a resigned look at the dusty candy cane in her hand. Jiang Heng, Jian Xian flew behind Jiang Heng with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, there's no need to blame yourself. Jiang Heng shook his head, stopping Jian Xian's words, and after nodding to him, turning her eyes to look at Barbara, don't cry, brother will buy you another 1 inch. After all one's words, he didn't put Barbara down, and with a lurch of his left hand, he completely embraced the little girl in his arms. This sudden change, it made many of the people who were eating the melon unable to tense up, and they looked at Jiang Heng as if they were looking at a ghost. Can't believe my eyes. Asterisk. This person is so fast. It can't be the great avatar, shrinking ground, right? Impossible. Those who comprehend this thing start out as saints, and basically those who cast it are great saints. Jiang Heng? He's the devil Jiang Heng? The immaculate consecrated son, the heavenly Tao demon heart, the devil Jiang Heng, but even it's also impossible to defeat by 2 Tao, right? This sudden strike, although it was a sneak attack, was able to send by 2 Tao flying, just enough to blow it for a couple years. And what made them even more surprised was that this silver-haired man was actually that Jiang Heng. Although they had previously heard that Jiang Heng had arrived in Tianyao City, meeting him now still shocked them. Nice force. In the smoke and dust, a huge figure slowly rose up and swung his right hand violently. The wind swept and the smoke receded. A layer of white fluff grew on by 2 Dao's chest where Jiang Heng had kicked him. Not a single black color above the plush. Pure-blooded ferocious demons. White tigers. You are Jiang Heng? By 2 Dao twisted his neck, and on his ferocious face, there was more than a touch of teasing. The force was okay, just the accuracy was poor. With his huge height, the distance of dozens of meters was but an instant, and he arrived in front of Jiang Heng, condescending. How am I supposed to kill you? Rip you limb from limb and eat it with the girl's blood? Or? Bai Tu Dao looked at Jiang Heng cruelly, and as he said so, he pointed at Aban in Jiang Heng's arms, and, before the words were finished, Jiang Heng once again kicked. Bang! Bai Tu Dao's body, like a broken kite, once again sped toward the distance. This time a lot of people learned the hard way and stood far away. The smoke filled and dispersed. Bai Tu Dao stood up violently, and in his white pupils, a scarlet red color was revealed. I want you to die dash. Snarl. The strong right arm transformed into a sharp claw, as if carrying 5 steel knives, grabbing hard at Jiang Heng's chest. The white tiger pulls out the heart. Bang! Just at the instant when the sharp claws were about to touch Jiang Heng's chest, Bai Tu Dao's body, once again, like a cannonball, he was kicked dozens of meters away. I want you to die. Dispersing the smoke and dust, Bai Tu Dao's entire body was crimson with rage, causing the veins in his entire body to clearly imprinted on the skin. Bang! As the words fell, Bai Tu Dao rushed out once again, and upon arriving in front of Jiang Heng, once again, he was yanked off the ground. My whole body flew a few dozen meters away. Stillness. The large and bustling street was no longer a bit noisy, except for the sound of the tumbling of the White Butte Road. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes, numb, no longer able to speak. What's the deal? Such an understatement? He's still holding a girl, giving someone a kick in the balls? Another double flight? Kind of funny, seriously. Originally, everyone was not optimistic about Jiang Heng in this battle. After all, one of them is a demon who has been silent for 10,000 years. One is the current generation. Between the two, the time base alone was 100,000 miles away. And everyone knew that Jiang Heng was worrying about the sect every day, wiping the asses of his senior brothers and sisters. Practice falls a lot. But right now, what's the situation? White Tutor is like a ball of leather. Another double oboe? Slightly funny. Jiang Heng was unimpressed by the hustle and bustle around him, holding Barbara step by step as he walked forward. 1 step forward, arriving in front of Bai Tu Dao. He nodded slightly. Kneel. This seat doesn't like looking up to others. This overbearing stance caused Bai Tu Dao's pupils to shrink, and a mouthful of fangs gnashed. When was he ever so insulted? Right now, a man of the world is making a big deal out of making him kneel down? Who is he? Bai Tu Dao, the White Tiger Demon Emperor's most accomplished cub. Even in that era, he was the head leader. This king wants you dead. Bai Tu Dao's muscles trembled, and above his smooth skin, white fluffy hairs grew rapidly. In a short while, the whole person was completely transformed into an orc. He raised his right arm and pointed at Jiang Heng and spoke morosely. 1 move. I want you dead in 1 move. Have heard what was said. Jiang Heng jie laughed, his chest rising and falling violently, as if he had heard some kind of joke. Good. I was going to make you unable to even return the favor, but since you said so, this seat has come to the point of giving you a chance to make a move. Come on, kill me with 1 move. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. In his previous life, this person had pestered Muan Yun, and had even screamed at him several times, because of the ethereal sanctuary behind it. There was no great conflict with it at the time. Subocular medicine. This man hurt Qian Qian, insulted Winchime, and tried to trample on Barbara, so he already had a way to die. Then we'll settle old scores with new ones. Letting the other side strike and completely breaking down the mental defenses is what's brutal. In Jiang Heng's opinion, it was far more pleasurable to twist the heart of a genius than to kill him with a slap. Just you? I was careless just now and didn't flash. Jiang Heng's words caused Bai Tudao to be stunned. The person who dares to receive a blow from this king has yet to be born. When the words fall, Bai Tudao's already toned muscles were rapidly expanding, and his torso was even bigger. It's like an inflated ball. Next moment, the ball deflated. The whole body muscles of Baek Tudu, compressing and recompressing to an eerie degree. In the end it actually became a normal human size. The muscles and bones of its body seemed like steel, trembling as they. You can even see its quality clearly. Bai Tudao raised his right arm and his 5 sharp claws kept bending. In the end there was only the index finger straight, aimed at Jiang Heng's throat with a cruel smile. White tiger, put to death dash. Shoo! In the blink of an eye, Bai Tudao arrived in front of Jiang Heng. After giving him a cruel smile, the dark sharp claws, shining with a flash of white light, ruthlessly stabbed at Jiang Heng's throat. All of this happened with a swiftness, leaving everyone unresponsive and only able to stare, wide-eyed and terrified. At the claws are about to go for the throat. It's over. Too much trust. Imperial bloodline. Ah, the 9th son of the White Tiger Demon Emperor. Not at all comparable to ordinary holy sons. White Tiger execution. This is the secret racial method of the White Tiger clan. 5 fingers each together. Its power is increased by 100%, and when there is only 1 finger at the moment, it is 500%. Manifestation of the original body. Realm suppression, plus the inherited secret method. Jiang Heng is finished. This sudden scene caused the surrounding cultivators to sigh helplessly. Jiang Heng was at a great advantage at that moment just now and could have completely injured Bai Tudao. Even continuous suppression. But right now, this so-called White Tiger execution seems to be hard to resist. At least among the crowd. None of them can hit the block. Jiang Heng was unimpressed by the clamor around him. In his last life, he was already the top of the young generation. And that was the result of not practicing much. Since the beginning of time, the depths that this journey through the world held were unimaginable in the previous life. The fruits of the Tao in his previous life. The comprehension of the Tao and the law. The heavenly Tao demon heart. A strong foundation. And the various feats given by the system. There is also the origin of Taoism, which was acquired not long ago. Strength, long ago, is not what it used to be. Looking at the black claws about to go down his throat, Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled indifferently. Then you'll see clearly how far you are from this seat. Kill the life buoy. Jiang Heng held Barbara in his left hand, and with his right hand, he raised and brought together his middle and index fingers. A silver-white spike instantly appeared on the fingertips. Gaze. Silver-colored spikes, stabbing directly at the black finger claws. Next moment, a very different, if not gut-wrenching, picture that anyone expected emerged. The black finger claw, when it touched the life-killing buttress, was like a piece of square wood. It was crushed directly into wood chips. Fingers, they've been smashed. Jiang Heng's body was like a bow as he kept pressing forward. Bai Tudao's fingers, palms, and arms were all directly churned to pieces by the slaying Faust. Ah, the pain that gouged out his heart and bone caused Bai Tudao to let out an agonizing hiss, and his tiger's eyes looked at his right arm and, it's so unbelievable. White Tiger execution, the secret technique of their clan. His rank is sacred. He's a great cultivator of the 8th realm, but Jiang Heng is only in the 7th realm. Why? That's how it turned out? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Bai Tudao fought and hissed. He looked at the life-killing buttons that went straight into his chest and hissed desperately. You're going to get it? The relics of the immortal palace were released, and there was a chance to become an immortal in this life. And he hadn't had a chance to make a big splash yet. You're going to get your lunch? The silver spikes were relentless, crushing everything to break through his ribs and gouge into his chest. Little friend, can you give the old man 3 thin noodles? At this very moment when Bai Tudao's heart was about to be churned to pieces, a flat and uninteresting voice that, echoing through the streets. At some point, an old man appeared and directly clamped down on Jiang Heng's hand. It stopped his attack, which was like a shocking wave. Paraclete. Looking at the visitor, Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Presently, only a saint could have staggered him with this move. Even a few 8th realm cultivators were unable to break through his killing life float. The grade of this move is holy, because it's self-created. The battle power has to be multiplied. The old man's appearance caused a dead silence to surround the area. Heavenly Yao City, the main city of the Yao Qi Holy Land. Even in the vast central state, it was a renowned city. There are saints, they are not surprised, but it still gives many people chills when they actually see it. After all, the saints are invisible. This by Tu Dao is completely no match for Jiang Heng. Porcelain, broken at the touch. This devil is so raw. Jiang Heng's wave knocked out the saints? Stop, that's the only way. How about a saint stepping in and giving face? None of them had expected that Jiang Heng would beat by Tu Dao in a crushing manner. Half of his body was crushed. Blood flowed all over the place. And the whole man half kneeled on the ground in a wretched state, gasping for breath. The eyes still held the fear of a robbery. What's more, I didn't expect. It was the saints who intervened to stop the war. Little friend's talent. The old man life only see, even when in Hongi, fear cannot be compared. Bai Tu Dao is the son of the demon emperor. Dying in this heavenly Yao city would not be good for my Yao Qi Holy Land. I am Xian Yi. Would it be alright if my little friend gave 3 points? An old man dressed in black, shaped like a withered hand, tugged on Jiang Heng's arm in a deadly manner. You're welcome. But the dominance in the words was chilling, telling the identity of Bai Tu Dao, Yao Ji's position, and his own seniority. Mei, Shu, Bang. A black flag, which appeared steeply behind Jiang Heng, shattered the bricks and hung in the ground. Black streamers flying, millions of severe ghosts, springing up like the rain. In an instant, it covered the huge Tianyao city. Included among these, a large, ferocious bird, the sky rock, instantly caught everyone's attention. It leered at the Xian Knight Paragon, stirring his wings and hissing loudly. The banner of the emperor. Jiang Heng's silver color danced with the wind, and a pair of eyes like red jade looked indifferently at the Xian Knight Paramount Saint, pointing to the human emperor streamer behind him, and then to the white feather Paragon, who had been transformed into a severe ghost. Indifferently, he spoke. Senior, why don't you ask Mr. John's human emperor streamer if he's willing to make good? P.S. Remember to check in every day, and have a great day. End of chapter. Or is it the same as old bird white feather, who also wants to be a guest in my human emperor streamer? Having said that, Jiang Heng raised his head indifferently, and with the corner of his eye, coldly, he looked at the Xian Knight Paragon. Don't let go yet. Looks like you really want to touch base with this seat. Stop like that? Ridiculous. He was never going to stop. Why didn't this old dog come out when Bai Tu Dao heard Jin Shen Shen? And when he snatched the wind chime? Why doesn't this old dog come out? Barbara almost died. This old dog is still ignoring it. Is it invisible? It can't be. The situation over here. He felt it with his divine sense from a few thousand meters away. If it wasn't for the shrinking earth, it would have been too late. In other words, this old dog was afraid of the White Tiger Demon Clan's fierce reputation and didn't dare to offend them. The ones before that, pretending not to see it. This scene, all the surrounding cultivators stopped in their tracks and looked at the sky with chills. These millions of severe ghosts. They didn't expect Jiang Heng to be so raw. He intimidated the Paramount Saints with his words, and even dared to call out such a deadly weapon as the human emperor streamer within the heavenly Yao city. This is the human emperor streamer. It's truly terrifying. Ever since he became a demon, Jiang Heng has been acting more and more wildly. If I had his strength, I'd be even madder than he is. I'll give a couple of big wall pockets when the dog passes by. Show off for a while. How will he end up facing a saint? Facing the human emperor streamer. It would be false to say that they were not afraid, and they all knew that after entering the human emperor streamer, definitely worse than death. Immediately, many people began to retreat and disperse, fearing that they would be affected by Jiang Heng's wave. There were also those who shook their heads, believing that Jiang Heng would inevitably be overthrown if he provoked the saints. The might of the saints is untouchable. For a moment, everyone's gazes converged on the face of the Xian Knight Paragon. Little friend. Xian Ye's expression was condensed. Without the high and easy manner of a moment ago, his eyes were gloomy as he looked at Jiang Heng. He hadn't expected that Jiang Heng's temperament would be so great. A word of relief. The human emperor's streamer was pulled out. What was this to do? To go on and on with him? Yao Qi Holy Land? Quasi-Saint Xian Knight said in a deep voice. Aren't you being too unbridled? Even though this seat is a quasi-saint, but there's a world of difference between it and minor cultivators like you. At this stage of the human emperor streamer, this saint also. Before the words were finished, a feathered fan rose up to the sky, hanging in the sky dome constantly rotating. Under the infusion of mana, the majestic flames quickly whistled. Coax dash. The flames rolled out waves of flame that kept flapping in the air. The 7 fire phoenixes poked their heads out as if they were curious and stared at Xianyue. At the sight of it, Xianyi shuddered violently, wide-eyed with a terrified expression. Sacred product, 5 birds 7 amazing fans? At this moment, the others were confused. It was something he had only heard of, never seen, no matter how. Jiang Heng could not have imagined that he could pull out this thing. At present, he just realized how White Feather died. That battle was rumored to be out of this world, but the specifics of how it went down varied in words. Many people say that White Feather was killed by the Sword Saint of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Others say they were crushed to death by the Sword Master. But, he knows, it was burned to death by Jiang Heng with a feather duster. Xian Knight coughed dryly a few times, and gave up a seat after an awkward smile, pointing at Bai Tu on the ground. He said, "This demon is making waves in Tianyao City. This saint wanted to execute him just now. Luckily, young Master Jiang has raised to take the place of heaven, which is really admirable to the old man." Arching his hand at Jiang Heng, Sage Xian Knight completely stepped aside, giving a straight road to Baisuta Road. Surroundings, deathly stillness. Some of those who avoided the battle, running at a pace that hadn't even unfolded yet, heard the Xian Knight sage say this, fell straight to the ground. There were also people who had melons in their hands that directly fell to the ground and looked at Xianyi with a dumbfounded expression. Thousands of people were there. All of them looked at Xianyi numbly. What scapegoating and who scapegoats? Asterisk asterisk. This Sage Xian Knight's attitude has changed so drastically? Sage Xian Knight, you're a sage. Are you reserved? Ha? What exactly happened to make Sage Xian Knight concede on the spot? They didn't know what was going on. And all of them were staring straight at the black-robed Xianyi Paramount Saint. Numb. They were truly numb at this moment. 1 second. The juniors are reckless. The next second. They're all out for the sake of heaven and the old man's admiration. How does that make them taut? Ahem. Quiet. Xian Knight Paragon dry cough justified. For the surrounding hustle and bustle do not think. Living for so many years. Who has not embarrassed 1.5 times? Old face? Not for a long time. He didn't want to go and fight Jiang Heng to the death for the sake of a little face. When all is said and done. Trying my best. Senior's great righteousness. Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and put away the human emperor streamer and the 5 bird 7 amazing fans. After arching his hand at Xianyi, he passed in front of him, with everyone watching. Jiang Heng licked his lips and lifted his foot to step on Bai Tudao's face. Oh wow, there's no one to save you this time. TSK. This physical fitness isn't good either. After giving you so much rest, you're still so badly injured? Looking at Bai Tudao's blood, converging in a large puddle, which was also mixed with broken internal organs. Jiang Heng kept shaking his head. If it's him, not to say healed after so much rest, he would have been on his feet a long time ago. The body, it's still too bad. You, Bedudo let out a big gasp. He was a demonic beast, and his physical qualities were comparable to those of the human race? He can't really return the favor of being called physically unfit for this wave. In that move just now, he felt that Jiang Heng's flesh was like immortal gold. There's a sense of invulnerability. You dare to kill me? Bai Tu Dao refrained from dwelling on it and sneered at Jiang Heng. He's the heir of the White Tiger Demon Emperor. In this world, who dares to kill him? Bang! Jiang Heng smiled coldly as his legs surged with mana and kicked Bai Tu Dao's head. White, red, pink, splashing around. It made the surrounding cultivators' jaws drop. Kill it! Baek Tu Du is dead. The 9th son of the Demon Emperor. Gotham is in Tianyao City. Here's the headline. Even the corner of the eyes of the Xian Knight sage, who was not far away, twitched at the sight of this scene. Jiang Heng he had seen many times. He didn't used to be like this. And just now, he thought Jiang Heng would give him some face. The results don't give. Dry crushed the White Butte Road. Cough cough. The old immortal will leave first. Young Master Jiang, make yourself at home. The Xian Knight sage's words fell. The man is gone. Unwilling accept further karma, idiom, unwilling to let go of the consequences of one's actions. In response, Jiang Heng didn't care at all and lazily twisted his neck. Turning to look at Jin Chen. Let's go. The Yaoqi Fest is about to begin. Go take a look. Aren't you not going? Jin Chen was stunned and looked at Jiang Heng curiously. Jiang Heng was silent, glancing deeply at Bai Tu Dao with a slight sigh in his heart. In this case, his plan was not to do so. Originally, he intended to use Bai Tu Dao, the dog liquor, and then hook Yi Beixian, after using Devouring Devil to suck up Baek Tu Dao, then plant it on Yi Beixuan's head. As a result, this kid rushed to his death. Not only did he lose his rations, but he also lost a target to plant evidence on. Nolans Volans. We can only go to the Yaoqi Festival to choose another beautiful woman. P.S. Remember to check in every day, and have a great day. End of chapter. North of Tianyao City, Yaoqi Sacred Mountain, Temple of the Holy Virgin. The white jade and ice porcelain floor tiles, spread throughout the hall, surrounded by a forest of jade pillars on the A phoenix comes to life. It's like a fairy palace with clouds and mist. Are you really going to play this big? On the toffee couch, the silver-haired man was lazily half lying down, leaning his hands on the back of his head, his eyes roaming. By his side, a woman with an elegant temperament and a light blue dress, as if she were an exiled immortal, was gently rubbing the silver-haired man's legs. Right. 3 years is too long. I can't wait. Jiang Heng pursed his lips and nodded seriously. After dealing with Bai Tu Dao, he came here. 2 days have passed since then, and the Yao Qi festival has begun. Still, as usual, he let Jian Xinshen bring A Ban and stroll around the Yao Qi Fest for food. This time there are more than just the holy sons of the great holy lands, and some ancient demons, and some of the great champions of the age. If you're exposed, won't the whole world come after you? With your unparalleled beauty, coupled with the devouring devil technique, 3 years will definitely be enough if you're more stable. Mu Wanyun's 10 fingers, which were like white jade, kept kneading Jiang Heng's thighs, but her eyes were tinged with worry. This wave, Jiang Heng was going to exterminate all the younger generation in the Tianluo realm, within the immortal palace ruins, kill to extinction and abuse all the heavenly pride. I seek not a corner, I seek the highest. In this case, the moment the decision was made, there was no turning back, or else in the short term. How can I set foot in the ethereal Holy Land? How can the hatred in my heart be dispelled? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Heng pursed his lips, and a strand of solemnity seeped out of his lazy eyes. Like this, the Dao seed he wanted was not the world tree seedling, the life seed, the Hongmeng purple chi seed, and so on. What he's trying to do, it's that heavenly Dao seed that may not even exist in the legend, to kind of peek into the heavenly way and merge with it, the way and the law of the people who sent them. In the future, it may not be impossible to use the seed to send the heavenly Dao and derive a great Dao of one's own. Since you're living again, everything needs to be topped off. This is a path that was never trodden even in a previous life. So, what the pride wants is the best of the best. His heavenly Dao seed requires countless Dao seeds. The moment you enter the ruins, you're already facing life and death. Naturally all of them are sustenance for his journey to Chico. Hiss, I'll help you dash. Jiang Heng's intentions caused Mu Wanyun to suck in a breath of cool air. Looking at Jiang Heng's determined eyes, his face, which looked like a celestial being, had an extra touch of determination. Since that's the case, haha dash, go on, I'll be right behind you. For Mu Wanyun, Jiang Heng is absolutely convinced that anyone in this world may betray him. This girl won't. In past lives and in present lives, they have been their absolute champions. The Yao Qi festival is held once every 100 years, and it is the day when the holy maiden of the Yao Qi Holy Land chooses her son-in-law. It's also one of the few events in the Tianluo realm. It made the pride of the great clans happy. The temple is seated on a spiritual root, and in the court there is a white lotus mist and a glazed pure land. The clean aroma comes to your nose. Many cultivators with divine light and extraordinary aura were chatting with each other with smiles on their faces. I'm afraid that Yao Qi is organizing the event in advance, and I'm afraid that it's also for the immortal palace ruins. Who do you think will win this time? It's hard to say. This last chance. There are definitely more demons coming than in previous years. The demon monarch, Gu Jie, who claimed to be invincible in 3 worlds, must be aiming for the heavenly demon seed, and the Kirin Zi, who was the champion of 8 eras, will surely want the Kirin seed. Isn't it one less to say that young Master Jiang fears that he also has this poker face? Jiang Heng. Many cultivators opened their mouths, sharing some of the news they knew, all to others. From there, you get feedback. Among them, many cultivators are the object of most people's scorn. After all, the ruins of the Palace of Immortals are just around the corner. Those headstrong presences are the ones that need to be figured out. For example, the demon lord Gu Jie, the Kirin son, the little rock king, the Jiang family's holy body, the demon emperor's own son, or perhaps some of the great religious preachers. And, just as the crowd was climbing, a red-haired man, a dragon-walking tiger, came slowly, his naked upper body. A dragon tattoo runs through the toned muscles. The expression is wild, with a touch of ferocity. It's the eldest son of the red dragon demon emperor, Red Burning Yen. Seeing the man, many people exclaimed in shock. See him coming. Many of the people who were talking to him consciously gave way, not wanting to provoke him. Following this path, Red Burning Yen walked straight to the very front and sat down proudly. Is it too late to be surprised? A strong man who looked like a human being with a statue walked over with an unruly stride and his hands behind his back. Little Rock King. It's Little Rock King. Seeing the visitor, many people once again shuddered. They didn't expect that the golden-winged rock, who had always been unruly and untamed, would come to the Yao Qi Fest. This has never happened before. And, as if it was a discussion, the Jiang clan saint body, demon monarch Gu Jie, and the Chen clan's divine body, arrived here one after another. Not much longer. Calling it a demon brings it up to double digits. And people continued to arrive. And in the crowd, a man and a woman stood out. The man, dressed in white, was smiling at a powdered group of young girls, and the appearance of the woman. It instantly caused the surrounding area to exclaim, Ji clan goddess, Luo Shui. I didn't expect her to come as well. Next to her is the current saint son of the Netherworld Holy Land, Yi Beixian. I heard that the two were joined in marriage. I wonder if it's true. The surrounding clamor clearly echoed in Yi Beixian's ears as he looked at Ji Luoshui's expression. It's softer. This, just what he needs. With all the attention, marrying Ji Luoshui on his day would bring his fame up a notch. Rockwater, this way. Yi Beixian led Ji Luoshui to the frontmost position, pulling out a chair for her to sit down. In response, Ji Luoshui was silent, looking around out of the corner of her eye as if she was searching for something. Then with sultry eyes, he slowly sat down. And, just as Yi Beixian was also planning to sit down, an abrupt voice that, echoing throughout the hall, the name of goddess Luo Shui resounds throughout the central state. She should be qualified to sit with us in the A class. Where did this kid come from to be a cowhorse and dare to sit in the A class? In the first row, the black-haired man crossed his legs, his eyes teasingly looking at Yi Beixian. When he opened his mouth, the whole room erupted. The sharp-eyed ones instantly hooted and opened their mouths. It's the demon monarch, Gu Jie, Jiang Heng's old rival. I'm afraid it's to go out with Jiang Heng. Ha ha, the smell of gunpowder is so strong before it even starts? Listening to the surrounding cultivators' comments, Yi Beixian's slightly boyish face overflowed with a touch of displeasure. Presently, what he was most proud of was the identity of the Holy Sun, which brought him endless honor. This Gu Jie directly made him look bad in front of the heroes of the world. It's not like a cuckold, so how can it be tolerated? Yi Beixian's eyes were lowered, his demeanor unhappy, and he was still planning to say something. A lively clamor then came from the doorway. Young Master Jiang. It's young Master Jiang coming. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Moments. On the overcrowded Jade Road, cultivators stepped back, and a path to the A seat that, it just appeared out of nowhere. Many cultivators, a touch of adoration overflowed on their faces. In this Tian Luo realm, the ancient demons don't count. But Jiang Heng is the famous head armor. It's the one that countless people look up to. Although they have fallen into the devil's way, it does not prevent them from worshipping from the bottom of their hearts. I apologize for being late. Jiang was delayed due to trivial matters. Stepping onto the Jade Road, Jiang Heng revealed a bright smile, different from his usual. Today's white dress, waist on the red line, tied with a jade pendant, the whole person temperament like yesterday, light wind and moon. It instantly compared to Yi Beixian. Just this one smile made many of the female cultivators in the surrounding area clench their legs on the spot with a blush on their faces. Young Master Jiang is not saying anything. We wouldn't dare to open the banquet without you coming. Yeah, if you don't come, this Yao Qi Fest will exist in name only. Jiang Young Master, in the past years a goodbye you look more elegant than ever. Slave Xian, you still remember me? This stupid dog, Bai Tu Dao, still dares to provoke young Master Jiang. The sound of adoration overflowed the huge event, and many cultivators with outstanding talent. Seeing Jiang Heng in this posture, they were not shy about admiration. In this case, none of them were sitting down, and they all got up and picked up their glasses and drank. Much ado about nothing. Much ado about nothing. Jiang Heng returned the salutes one by one with a light smile, and walked to the forefront of the A seat amidst all the gazes. Poof! The little rock king snorted coldly and glanced at Jiang Heng indifferently. Young Lord Jiang, the Jiang clan's sacred body rose and arched his hand. Coming? Gu Jie laughed and slightly arched his hand at Jiang Heng. Red Burning Yen greets young Lord Jiang. Red Burning Yen nodded slightly, revealing his fangs. A sitting area, each with a different attitude towards Jiang Heng, the vast majority of them, with smiles on their faces. This picture of love and affection made Yi Beixian, whose face had not yet recovered from his anger. It's a complete loss. What does that mean? How come he didn't have this card when he came out? This group of heavenly prides had their noses in the air, so how could they be so polite to Jiang Heng? That Jiang clan's sacred body, when he saw demon monarch Gu Jie, was close to jumping up from his stool and tearing himself apart. And the red burning flame, he killed your brother Baek Tu Du. How can you still smile? What are you laughing at? Numb. Yi Beixian was truly numb. The difference between his platoon and Jiang Heng's was too great. It made him incredulous. And, intending to say something, Yi Beixian was surprised to find that the goddess Luo Shui beside him. The look in Jiang Heng's eyes was almost silk. This Nima? Rockwater. Yi Beixian's face was gloomy as he opened his mouth to remind. Ji Luoxue was stunned as she looked at Yi Beishuan's face, disgust flickering in the depths of her eyes. Glancing at Jiang Heng, remembering his explanation from the other day, she barely managed to squeeze out a smile. You know, I'm at loggerheads with this river thief. After we are married, let's have a good life. That's natural. Yi Beishian smiled arrogantly. Although the role was lost, the women who looked up to Jiang Heng would look up to him in the future. The thought made him much more comfortable. At the very least, he had bullied Jiang Heng once. Eldest brother. Yi Beishian smiled and opened his mouth, sidestepping to the side as he spoke, revealing Ji Luoshue's perfect posture. Continuing, he said, Senior brother, Goddess Luoxue will be my wife from now on. Your younger sibling. In a few days, we will be married. Words with a smile. Does not sound the slightest malicious, but let the surrounding cultivators have been dumbfounded. It was all known that Goddess Luoxue looked up to Jiang Heng. Yi Beishian simply slapped Jiang Heng in the face when he opened his mouth like that. At this moment, even Red Burning Yen, the Jiang clan's sacred body and the others looked at Jiang Heng with interest. It's Master Beishian. It's a good thing you opened your mouth or I wouldn't have noticed you with your aura. Seeing Yi Beishian, Jiang Heng feigned surprise and nodded to him before walking over to Ji Luoxue, raising the corners of her mouth in a light and elegant shallow smile. Sister Luoxue, once we parted in the past years, she's getting more and more beautiful. How have you been? Ji Luoxue shuddered and looked meaningfully at Jiang Heng. Met a while ago. Jiang Heng can be so frank. She cannot do. There is a kind of caught in bed feeling. Brother Jiang Heng, my little sister as well. Ji Luoxue pondered for a few breaths, not looking at Yi Beishian beside her, and answered Jiang Heng with a smile. When the words fall, the crowd, who had originally planned to watch the show, stared at Ji Luoxue with wide eyes. Incredulously, all knew that the divine maiden was dignified and sensible, and it was reasonably impossible for her to answer like this on such an occasion. May answered. She even called Jiang Heng's brother affectionately. This is brother Jiang Heng? It's love brother, isn't it? It's not supposed to be an affair, is it? How can that be? That's Goddess Luoxue, the fourth-ranked Luoxue on the heavenly immortal ranking. I don't think so. After all, on an occasion like this, surely we must give a trifle. This Yi Beishian really loves to find images for himself. Well, his face is red. The comments from all around caused Yi Beishian to almost lose control of his emotions. Not long ago the scene in Zhenzhou, like a nightmare, surrounded in the mind for a long time cannot dissipate. Present, these people still say that. This caused monstrous resentment in Yi Beishuan's heart, and everyone within his gaze. Gu Jia, the Jiang clan's sacred body, Red Burning Yen, and not far away, the group of cultivators who were up in arms. He swore, when we enter the immortal palace ruins, we must use the devouring devil technique to make these people look good. It's all nutrients. Senior brother is also well. Yi Beishian immediately picked up the choke and smiled clearly. In response, Jiang Heng lightly nodded his head and turned around without another word, walking straight to the first position in the first row. After arching his hand at the looks cast around him, he sat down very self-effacingly. Brother. As soon as he took his seat, the girl in the big red cotton coat quickly jumped into his arms. Aha! Looking at the little girl's eyes, Jiang Heng smiled lightly. Eat? Barbara looked around cautiously. Just now Jian Shenshen told her not to eat without anyone present and to be polite. Eat? From now on, with me around, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Heng didn't deliberately lower the volume of his voice. It's said for all to hear. It's also telling a lot of people. He's changed. No longer the virtuous man he once was. Short period of time. A pleasing tone filled the air from the large booth. One dainty girl is dancing in a sari. Half of a dance. As a light blue fluorescent light emerged, Mu Wanyan slowly fell from the air like a fairy. A long, dark blue dress with those breathtakingly long legs. At the root arm, snow-white skin was visible to the naked eye. Jade feet on the stage. Mu Wanyan smiled softly at the many cultivators below. Welcome to the Yao Qi event. Gentlemen, let's open the table. At that moment, there was a song and dance, and the maids that were originally serving around them began to dance as well. The large Yao Qi event was like a wine pool and meat forest. Pang would like to ask, is Yao Qi selecting a son-in-law for the Holy Maiden today? Could this seat be qualified to be the Holy Maiden's guest of honor? Just as the crowd was putting on the wine, a bratty voice interrupted the sound of the moment. The little Rock King raised his head and glanced at Jiang Heng with contempt before turning his head to look at Mu Wanyun. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The little Rock King's insubordinate words caused the huge event to be in an uproar, and everyone didn't expect that. It was surprising that he was the one who spoke on such an occasion. A totally unexpected person. Of course, Mu Wanyun hooked up her orchid finger and gently blocked her lips and laughed. Yao Qi selects a son-in-law. And the one who can does it will be the one who does it. Since Emperor Peng's heir wants to attend, of course Wanyun welcomes it. Without moving, she glanced at Jiang Heng, and after realizing that Jiang Heng's expression was careless, she immediately nodded her head. Yes, the Little Rock King grunted proudly and coldly. Then the golden-winged rock clan, the Little Rock King. He's the son-in-law candidate of Yao Qi. Speaking here, he turned his eyes to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, it's rumored that the holy maiden of Yao Qi is your confidant. You just watch, HM? This sudden provocation caused Jiang Heng to furrow his brows and look curiously at the Little Rock King. Previous generations in this life, idiom, one's life in the past and one's life in the present. There's basically not a lot of interaction with this bratty little bird. When? That's natural. Since this seat has come here, I have looked up to the holy maiden of Yaohe. I hope to be happily married to her. Jiang Heng gave a wink to Jin Shenxian and handed Aban to the other party. Temperance got up and walked to the top of the steps. Looking at the stout Little Rock King, he nodded slightly. What are you going to do? The atmosphere of swords and crossbows instantly plunged the large temple into dead silence. Everyone didn't expect it. Sparks would collide between Jiang Heng and the Little Rock King. This is running towards Jiang Heng to help Bai Tu Dao take revenge? It shouldn't be, right? Little Rock King has long been a cave soul great perfection, and if he hadn't forced his realm for the sake of the Dao seed, it was a saint many years ago, much stronger than Bai Tu Dao. Hiss, then young Master Jiang isn't difficult? Young Master Jiang has been tired of the clan all these years and has fallen behind in his cultivation, even if he is gifted. It's also a little hard to fight. In the face of the Little Rock King's provocation, the genius cultivators from the 4 domains and 8 wastelands were not optimistic about Jiang Heng. The Little Rock King's reputation spreads far and wide. Many years ago, he was able to massacre a great cultivator of the 8th realm. It's not something that can be compared to Bai Tu Dao's stream. Then please. The Little Rock King coldly grunted and immediately waved his golden wings, arriving at the left martial arts platform between whistles. Here, it is specialized in solving the conflicts of cultivators. There is more than just tussling at the Yao Qi Fest. It was meant to be a place for the younger generation to discuss their paths. That's natural. Jiang Heng was unimpressed by the clamor around him, and after taking a deep look at the ring, it turned into a black firefly. Flash, please. Nodding slightly, Jiang Heng spread his hands out. The demeanor was even more bratty than that of the Little Rock King. Today, this king will not let you die in vain. To the ground to let you be an understanding ghost. You killed my maternal uncle, and I'm here to get revenge. Little Rock King coldly grunted, and while the golden colors surfaced, 2 bronze war halberds were held in his hands. His already fierce eyes stared at Jiang Heng as if he were staring at prey. Uncle? Jiang Heng was stunned. Who? When? Whose uncle did I kill? This reply made Jiang Heng a little confused, and as if he thought of something, he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. A black flag is flying. The human emperor streamer just stood behind him. A white-feathered heavenly rock with a huge body just appeared out of nowhere, hissing at the Little Rock King with all its might, but the eyes were tinged with hurt, apparently not in control of his body. Uncle Nyang. Seeing the white feather quasi-saint, the Little Rock King hissed angrily and a pair of ferocious eyes stared resentfully at Jiang Heng. You refined my maternal uncle into a soul-devouring streamer, and I'm going to extract your soul and refine it as well. That old bird white feather is your maternal uncle? Yes, I should have thought of that. Jiang Heng pursed his lips. This is something he should have thought of a long time ago. The white-feathered sky rock is a ferocious bird, and the golden-winged rock is also a ferocious bird, and the two are close relatives. The grudge was said long ago on the occasion of the Sword Continent. In that case, that's good. With his eyes lightly glancing at Mu Wanyun, Jiang Heng instantly turned his eyes to the Little Rock King. He made a gesture of invitation. Since the grudge can't be cleared up, then please ask Little Rock King to give us a lesson. Die. The Little Rock King's eyes contained a ferocious light, and the golden wings behind him quickly incited, instantly gliding in front of Jiang Heng. The bronze war halberd in his right hand slashed down fiercely. The forcefulness, the feat even crushed the jade bricks under his feet, carrying the intention of certain death. It's an electric scene. Let the presence of heavenly pride have been dumbfounded, spared to do the many demons in the front row of the. Hold your breath for a moment. They didn't expect that Jiang Heng had done away with the Little Pine King's maternal uncle, and in front of other people. Take my uncle out of the human emperor's streamer. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Gentlemen, what do you think of this battle? Red Burning Yen gazed at the Little Rock King. Scorn flickered in the depths of his eyes. My Hong Di will not lose. Demon Monarch Gu Jia laughed jealously. It's hard to say. Little Rock King is still a top-ranked existence even among that group. The sacred body of the Jiang clan immediately denied Gu Jia and spoke out a heavy news. This caused the demons in the AC to fall silent, gazing at the ring with their eyes. But the moment they stared, express one's feelings, not phased. Little Rock King's powerful move was directly dodged by Jiang Heng with a sideways turn, and his halberd shattered the ring. It's a huge cloud of smoke. Next, bang! The Little Rock King rushed up to the sky as if it were a cannonball, directly penetrating through the ceiling and flying towards the huge dome of the sky. Jiang Heng's white clothes were snowy, turning into white light as he followed closely behind. Those with sharp eyes were shocked to discover that the Little Rock King was kicked away and Jiang Heng was there to chase after him. Demon Monarch Gu Jie stroked his chin and cynically said, making such a big. For a time, many were silent, and some intended to get up and go after them to see what was going on. When all is said and done, there aren't many chances to see a fight of this level. Seeing this, Mu Wanyun's eyes condensed, and immediately the corners of her mouth smiled. Gentlemen, this palace even misses the farewell in the past. Why don't we talk about the strange and interesting things you all have been up to out there over the years? Let this palace grow too. Mu Wanyun immediately intended all the people's thoughts and lifted the jade marquee in her hand to drink it all in one go. It made many of those who were planning to get up, stop and take a drink from their glasses. Immediately, the temple was full of uninhibited conversations, some talking about the strange encounters they had had over the years, others explaining the Tao and the law. For a while, it seemed to forget that Jiang Heng and the Little Rock King were still fighting in the distant dome of the sky. A seat, right side forward position. Yi Beixian raised his head and looked at the large hole in the ceiling. His heart was a little anxious for some reason. Why don't you go check it out? Beside her, Ji Luoxue revealed a sweet smile. If that Jiang thief is seriously injured, will you help me kill him? You know, he abandoned me back in the day. Yi Beixian was stunned at his words. A myriad of emotions filled the mind. Ji Luoxue smiled at him for the first time, which was a good sign. At the same time, the Little Rock King's reputation was far-reaching. He didn't believe that Jiang Heng could defeat it, and even if he won this battle was bound to be disastrous. Between life and death, one of us is going to get seriously hurt, right? If the Little Rock King won, then Jiang Heng would be his sustenance. If Jiang Heng wins, he'll just eat King Rock. Then, as he did, he falsely accused Jiang Heng of practicing devouring devil's power. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. End of chapter. It's a great way to get both beauty and a great deal at the same time. For him, it's earned anyhow. Good. Since Sister Luoxue has invited me, Beixian will do his best. Yi Beixian smiled confidently, immediately agreed to Ji Luoxue's request, drinking the wine in the jade calabash in a single gulp. He stood up and arched his hand at Mu Wanyun. Holy maiden, my eldest brother has not returned for a long time. I'm worried about him and I want to see him. Luoxue, go. After saying that, without waiting for Mu Wanyun to reply, he made a pleased gesture to Ji Luoxue. The two of them turned into rainbow light and disappeared into this huge temple. The rest of the group looked at each other in disbelief. In this regard, Mu Wanyun's face was expressionless, and a flash of teasing flashed in the depths of her eyes. Think of what's likely to happen next. She's in a great mood. Said it. Jiang Heng told her everything. Yi Beixian cultivated the devouring demon technique and was the one who planted the evidence against him in the first place. Counting time is almost up. Thinking of this, Mu Wanyun pursed her lips and, drinking the jade marigold in one go, he whispered to the many heavenly prides around him. Gentlemen, it is better to resolve grievances than to tie them up. It's better not to see blood in today's Yaoqi event. Go with me and persuade. Alright, this monarch goes with the holy maiden to take a look. Of course, this is not to give Jiang Heng face. Gu Jie lazily stood up, pushed away the serving girl beside him, and flew out of the temple with his feet in the air. Red burning yen, the Chen family's divine body, the Jiang family's holy body. They rushed out of the hole at the top one after another, turning into a colorful beam of light. It sped towards the east. Previously, Jiang Heng and the Little Rock King were heading in this direction, and they both had insight. Looking at the empty temple, Mu Wanyun raised the corners of her mouth, returning the favor of others in their own way. Yi Beixian, what should you do about it? As the words fell, Mu Wanyun rushed out of the temple as a beam of blue light and sped towards the east. Tianyao City East, Sky Demon Ridge. Insects and birds cry from time to time in the mountains, and ancient trees stand in the sky and reach the sky in clouds. Bang! Kaching dash! Kaching dash! The golden figure was very strong, crashing through a sky-high ancient tree as it flew backwards. Put! The silhouette spewed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes shocked as he looked across the room. It was a white-haired man, dressed in white like snow, and after a fierce fight, I'm still dressed in the right clothes. Jiang Heng, you're hiding. You've been hiding all along. What did you trick me into coming here for? Little Rock King wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with his arm and looked at the opposite side with indignation. That step-by-step figure. Out of the temple. The two fought all the way. Jiang Heng was suppressed by him all the way and ran all the way. Finally escaped here. Slang, unbearable. After he came, he was like a different person. And his battle power skyrocketed 100 times. He can't even hit him back. Flesh, mana, all around crushing, even with the bronze ancient halberd. All of them were directly crushed by Jiang Heng with his hands. Not an order of magnitude. The Little Rock King could be certain that the Paraclete would not come out of the. No one at the Cave Soul Great Circle was Jiang Heng's opponent. At this moment, all of his internal organs were shattered, and all of his 7 meridians and veins were broken. Not a single bone in the body is intact. The great disability. My target is not you. It's just that you seek death. And there's nothing I can do about it. Jiang Heng took a step in front of the Little Peng King, pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly. Original. Is planning to get Red Burning Yin killed. This man has fought before to account for his seemingly fiery and straightforward nature. The truth is insidious. He is an 8 friend of Bai Tu Dao, whose father's relationship is irreconcilable. Why don't we just kill them all? As a result, the Little Peng King wanted to take revenge on his maternal uncle, so there was no way out. What do you mean? The Little Rock King trembled, inexplicably looking at Jiang Heng, uncertain as to the meaning of the words. Yes. Jiang Heng did not say anything, reached out and pinched his neck. Good boy. It won't hurt after a while. It doesn't hurt anymore after a while. As he spoke, a black light erupted in his hand, as if it were a black hole, eating away the power within the Little Rock King's body quickly. Just a few breaths. A golden feathered Rock King, whose feathers had become gray and decayed. The entire person seemed like an old vulture. Looking at Jiang Heng in shock, the Little Rock King's entire body trembled. Terrified. Devouring demonic skill? Didn't you step into the questioning pass without a magic skill? Why is that? Boldness. In the heart of the Little Peng King, there was only the word boldness. He didn't realize that Jiang Heng, whom he thought he had casually abused, had more than just abused him. He also practiced devouring devil technique. And there seems to be a heavenly conspiracy brewing. Me. Kaching dash. Snapping the Little Rock King's neck and sucking the last bit of his mana clean. Jiang Heng pursed his lips. What a tonic. TSK. Complimentary. Really too complimentary. Sucking in a Little Rock King caused his cultivation at the early stage of spiritual void to directly skyrocket to the late stage of spiritual void. If it wasn't for the fact that the foundation was solid to perfection, it might have been spiritual void great perfection. At the same time, Jiang Heng finally understood why everyone was so afraid of this kid. Because the roots are solid. When you suck, you can't suck enough. At all. It can only be described as sour. Puff dash. Like throwing away garbage. Jiang Heng casually threw the Little Rock King away. In his right hand, azure-colored mana surged, erasing all traces of himself. Afterwards, it transformed into a pitch-black shadow and completely disappeared into the area. About 10 breaths or so. This is the right place. A white silhouette transformed into a rainbow light and quickly came to this place, looking around very cautiously, determining that the surrounding area was safe. Yi Beixian let out a long breath of relief, for fear that Ji Luoshui will rekindle her old flame with Jiang Heng. There are also special means that cannot be seen. He specially sped up to get rid of Ji Luoshui and came here alone. This is. Yi Beixian's eyes looked around. The previous battle fluctuation. He was sure it was here. He shuddered incredulously when he saw a figure covered in white hair under a tree in the distance. Shoo! The fly came close. When looking at the specifics, Yi Beixian was violently stunned. This white-haired figure, the Little Rock King, was a corpse that had been drained of its Tao rhythm and life force. The image of the body was all too familiar to him. Swallow, devouring devil technique? Yi Beixian's heart condensed and goosebumps rose all over his body. What's the situation? How could it be devouring demon technique? Who else but me and that woman? No, I have to go. The perception of danger made his whole body explode, and he instantly wanted to storm off and leave this place of wrongdoing. Kitsujin, did you make this? You killed the Little Rock King? And, just as Yi Beixian's whole body trembled, a soft exclamation of alarm not far away from, echoed in his ears. Gazing at it, Ji Luoshui was covering her mouth. Her eyes beaded wide as she looked at him in fear. That innocent, sweet face. It was very familiar to her. It was exactly the same pained look that Hua Changqing had on her face when she had slandered Jiang Heng in the first place. Luoshui, I didn't do this. I didn't kill Little Rock King. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Ji Luoshui's inquiry caused Yi Beixian's scalp to tingle. He never imagined that he would be in such a field. It's all a coincidence. 1 coincidence, 3 coincidences, 10 coincidences. But when these coincidences came together to form this answer at the present moment, Yi Beixian was sure that all of this can never be a coincidence. Occupied, as in restroom, counting on him. This is devouring devil technique? Just as Yi Beixian was pondering and thinking, Ji Luoshui, who was not far away, walked over to the body of the little rock king. Bend down and check it out. When it's clear. The whole man stumbled and almost fell to the ground. She took a few steps backwards looking at Yi Beixian with a terrified expression. Beixian, you cultivated the devouring devil technique? Rockwater, I didn't do this. He was already dead when I came. Yi Beixian's face was grim and serious. It's Jiang. Halfway through the sentence, he couldn't go on. This remark, uttered at this time, was more like the framing of a love rival, the jealousy of a genius, and the climbing and biting on the verge of extinction. Something that pales in comparison. Only, Yi Beixian could be certain at this point that Jiang Heng was bound to have cultivated the devouring devil technique. All these coincidences are Jiang Heng step by step to push the cause and effect, put him to death without showing any trace. No, I already practiced devouring devil technique. If I mess up like this, even if I didn't practice it, it'll be framed. 2. He knew what had happened to Jiang Heng, and was unable to defend himself under the tablet of the heart. People, they only believe what they think. Humanity, it is the least tested. At first, Jiang Heng was glorious and was recognized as flawless in the all-heaven Luo realm. And the result? I'm being forced to do this. Thinking of this, Yi Beixian stood behind Ji Luoshui and looked at her back with fierce eyes. Just going to do something about it. A myriad of clamors echoed steeply in my ears. It is here that I won't have a problem with my divine sense. The man who spoke was dressed in a white robe, his handsome face written with confidence. It's the holy body of the Jiang family, Jiang Changfeng. At the same time, by his side, hundreds of demons such as the Chen clan's divine body, the Zhang clan's divine son, Mu Wanyun, and so on arrived in droves. Saint Sun Beixian, is there anything to be found here? Mu Wanyun smiled faintly with a dignified posture, bowing politely to Yi Beixian. It is? Seeming to see something, Mu Wanyun revealed her curiosity and skipped over Yi Beixian, toward the white-furred bird on the ground. Yi Beixian's demeanor was startled, and he immediately sidestepped to block. Holy maiden, this place. But halfway through the sentence, the others were confused. How can I explain it? Say what? Say he didn't do it? No matter what you say, it's all for naught. This is, beside Mu Wanyun, the rest of the people saw this gesture. The interest can come to the, ignoring the obstacles. I went straight to the white-furred bird to check it out, but when it comes down to it, hundreds of demons were present, and they all revealed their horror. Turning his head, he looked at Yi Beixian in shock. Swallow, devouring demonic skill? Yi Beixian, what the hell is going on here? No wonder this kid is so nervous. Where's Jiang Heng? Killed by the little rock king? There was a flurry of words, all of them feeling shocked by what was happening here. A large bushfield, hundreds of people hovering in the air, wearing colorful clothes that, instinctively, they formed a circle, blocking all retreats from this place. If Jiang Heng's human emperor streamer was enough to scare them, in that case, the devouring demon technique, they really couldn't pretend to be invisible. Human emperor streamer, as long as there's no conflict with its holder, and the other party isn't that heartless, it's none of your business either. The devouring devil technique was different. Anyone who was present could have been a feeder, not to mention being devoured, but inevitably being complimented with a stupid beep. Hot Kuan. This, can it be tolerated? It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. I'll be like this as soon as I get here. Just a little half an incense burner before you guys. The locking of hundreds of cultivators in the surroundings caused Yi Beixian's heart to cry out in agony. It's really yellow mud in the crotch. It's either or it's not. Yi Beixian's voice hissed, and the surrounding hundreds of celestial pride were silent. But the hunt hasn't receded a bit. This scene made Yi Beixian's heart sink to the bottom, and he wanted to say something. It was then that he saw Mu Wanyun come closer. Fellow Taoists, we can't jump to conclusions on this matter. What if Saint Sun Beixian was framed? Mu Wanyun raised her jade-like hand and made a slight gesture of stopping. An encouraging smile was shown to Yi Beixian. This made Yi Beixian's heart ecstatic. Mu Wanyun's next words made him instantly fall into an ice cave. Sister Lo Sui, have you been there all along? What the hell happened? Mu Wanyun's legs were long and slender as she walked step by step to Ji Luoshui's side. Looking at the disoriented girl, hold her in your arms and pat her on the back. Ha! Ji Luoshui was visibly flustered, and after glancing at Yi Beixian in fear, biting her lower lip she murmured, I don't know. I don't know anything. Beixian said it was dangerous here and left me behind. He came first. When I came here, I saw Master Beixian squatting beside Little Rock King. not knowing what he was saying. Here. Speaking of this, Ji Luoshui's face became even more alarmed. Bei Xian is the only one here. Rumble. As the words fell, it was as if countless thunderbolts swept through the sky. Everyone's scalp went numb as they looked at Yi Beixian in fear and shock. I took a step backward as if I were an enemy. Yi Beixian, you cultivate the devouring devil technique. Your crime is punishable. Kill this brat so that he doesn't use us as rations in the future. The first time I looked at this kid, I felt sinister. I can't keep you today. Everyone together. The devouring devil technique is evil. For a moment, the large forest manna surged and whistled through the blistering winds of the let the towering old trees shake. Everyone was on standby, staring at Yi Beixian. The scene, making Yi Beixian's heart sink to the bottom, was not out of his expectation. The path of cultivation was originally a struggle against the sky and people. Not to mention that he's highly suspected. Even if there's only a slight possibility, he'll be killed by these people. Yesterday's Jiang Heng, today's him. It wasn't me. This was Jiang Heng's doing. Yi Beixian fought to hiss with a reddened face, though he knew it was useless. But, still want to try it. Bastard. You're still climbing on Jiang Heng. As Yi Beixian's words fell, a silhouette dressed in black not far away from him was assisting a man in white, walking slowly over. On the man in white, from the left shoulder to the right side of the abdomen, a penetrating wound was deep enough to see the bone. This time, still bleeding, the man in white was none other than Jiang Heng, and the one assisting him was Demon Monarch Gujie. You're all in this together. Working in tandem. Yi Beixian hissed. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. Yo. End of chapter. Gujie's words were not at all convincing to Yi Beixian. Although the two were rivals, they'd been fighting each other for years, but anyone with eyes could see that Gujie had long been convinced by Jiang Heng's charisma. We're on the same page. We're enemies. Yi Beixian's words caused the originally tense atmosphere around them to loosen up quite a bit. When all is said and done, this battle was between Jiang Heng and the Little Rock King, and Jiang Heng was still suspicious. Humph. Red Burning Flame. Say something. Gujie laughed coldly and turned his eyes to look at Red Burning Yen, who was hiding behind a tree with a helpless face. Not far away. He shook his head helplessly, his crimson hair fluttering in the wind. Coming closer, he smiled bitterly. First, I'll apologize to brother Jiang Heng. I, indeed, did not do it right. Just now, in the distance, Jiang Heng's life was hanging by a thread because of his serious injuries, and I came close with the intention of finishing him off. Avenge my brother by Tu Dao. Speaking of this, the hundreds of heavenly pride present were shocked, wide-eyed and incredulous. He looked at Red Burning Flame. I didn't realize there was such a thing in this other place. Then how did Jiang Heng come out unscathed? As if seeing the doubts of the people around him, Red Burning Yen smiled awkwardly. Gujie is here. It didn't kill. But, I can testify that the injuries on Jiang Heng's body are the real deal. Red Burning Yen patted his chest. Tell me everything you know and what just happened. Cough dash in Gujie's arms. Jiang Heng was pale and breathless. Smiling bitterly, he said, in recent years, I have indeed wasted my cultivation, and I am no match for the Little Rock King. Luckily escaped and lived to tell the tale. As he spoke, Jiang Heng's expression carried a loss that was hard to quell. This scene, it made the hearts of the people around them, who were still in shock, ache to see it. This is Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, whose talent surpassed the ancient and modern worlds, had exploded from the Yuan nourishing realm all the way to the Yao Yang realm in a very short period of time, breaking the cultivation record of the entire Tian Luo realm. Since ancient times, a talent like no other. Young Master Jiang, with your talent, the great Emperor Dao fruit is within your reach. What's a momentary success or failure? Young Master Jiang has an unlimited future. Young Master Jiang, there's something wrong with the way you're educating your senior brother. This kid has cultivated the devouring demon technique. He's the one who framed you in the first place, isn't he? Asterisk. It's true that you said so. So it turns out that the young Master Jiang, who falsely accused him in the first place, is this the little beep kid? The celestial pride and demons present had spoken out to comfort Jiang Heng when he traveled the world. Many have been favored. Right now, they felt indignant about Jiang Heng's situation. Talking. The conversation went off the rails. Everyone realized that Yi Beixian was behind Jiang Heng's false accusation. Truth. Out. What? Vomit dash in Gujie's arms. Jiang Heng was stunned and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Wide-eyed shocked, he looked at Yi Beixian. Junior brother, you cultivated the devouring demon power. This demonic power harms people. Did you frame me? Jiang Heng's demeanor was sorrowful and pained. Wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth with his sleeve that was as white as snow, I poured my heart out to you. I gave you the best of the world. You said you envied my dragon's breath. I'll go beg master to refine the red sky for you. You say you've been wronged, and I'm only a sword. I've been so good to you, and you framed me? I never doubted you, even when I was a demon and the enemy of the world. Why are you doing this to me? While saying that, Jiang Heng's breath was disorganized and his demeanor withered as he once again spat out a mouthful of blood. Look, grieving, ***, you're such a little when you step on a horse. Gu Jie looked at his brother in his arms and, the indignation in his eyes was unspeakable as he wailed into this. Hissed, this seed is a devil cultivator, and acts not like you. You're an underfed dog. Everyone around, the Jiang family's sacred body, Red Burning Yen, the Chen family's divine body, and Mu Wan Yun, including hundreds of heavenly prides. They all looked at Yi Beixian with indignation. Jiang Heng they knew too well. This was a person who had no hacking to do. There's not a blemish in the world, from character to combat prowess, and then to behavior. The weight of words in their hearts. It's big, me. Looking around at the eyes filled with anger, Yi Beixian gritted his teeth in indignation. I didn't realize. The situation is reversed at both levels. A few months ago, when Jiang Heng was framed, he even called Jiang Heng stupid. Subocular medicine. It's actually become like this. Jiang Heng, don't pretend to be a good person. You did all of this, didn't you? Admit it if you can. Yi Beixian hissed. The sound was loud, and drops of crystallized saliva splashed far and wide. You say what? Jiang Heng pushed Gu Jie away and took a few trembling steps forward. Unbelievably, he looked at Yi Beixian, murmuring, what am I admitting? As he spoke, he was on the verge of losing control of his emotions and turned to look around gamely. Gentlemen, I killed the little rock king. It was me who used the devouring demon technique to suck him up. After saying that, Jiang Heng turned around and looked at Yi Beixian sadly. I admit it. Are you satisfied? I did it. I did it all. This scene caused Yi Beixian's heart to rejoice as he hurriedly looked around. Look, he's admitted it. That's what he did. He killed the little rock king. And then, Yi Beixian said while talking and lost his voice. What met his eyes was the expression of disgust on the faces of the people, as if they were looking at a scorned child. A street rat, a dog that steals food from under the table. Joker, Jiang Heng is honorable. Would he do such a thing? ***, and still climbing on your big brother? Uncooked dog that can't be fed. Young Master Jiang has treated you so well. You're dying and you're still framing? Silly bleep. You didn't think we'd believe you, did you? Bah! This prolonged tirade caused Yi Beixian to be stunned, looking at Jiang Heng incredulously. He doesn't understand. Jiang Heng, the murderer, has admitted it, so why don't these people believe it? It's obvious that Jiang Heng is the murderer. Beixian, admit your mistake. If you're willing to abolish your demonic powers, I'm sure everyone will forgive you. Just as Yi Beixian clenched his teeth and became so angry that his entire body trembled, a familiar phrase echoed in his ears. Ripe. Too familiar. Him. Heard. Nope. He said that. That's what he told Jiang Heng at the time under the Ask Heart monument. Yi Beixian turned his eyes. What came into view was Jiang Heng's sad and compassionate eyes, and that glorious gesture. Gentlemen. Jiang Heng's face was bloodless as he kept shaking his head, breathing heavily. 1,000 mistakes are all my Jiang Heng's fault. I know I'm not qualified to say this. For old time's sake, allow me to say a few more words. It's because I, Jiang Heng, have failed to teach properly that Beixian has become so heartless. I'm not as strong as I used to be, so I'm afraid he won't obey me. This thing, make yourselves at home. I don't care. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. Yo, end of chapter. The bitter smile on Jiang Heng's face, the cry of sorrow etched into his bones. The bitter smile on Jiang Heng's face, the cry of sorrow etched into his bones, the cry of sorrow etched into his bones. There is also a sense of powerlessness over the situation, deeply reflecting into the eyes of many celestial pride. This way, they were straight up in tears. I thought young Master Jiang was planning to stop it, but I didn't realize that young Master was so deeply righteous. What a model for my generation. Yes, there is nothing sadder than the great righteousness, watching your grown-up senior brother fall into the devil's path. How painful must the heart be? Young Master Zhang's action is in line with the heavenly Tao, worthy of my admiration. Lu Xian. On this is the cultivation world recognized as a person of high moral character? I finally saw it today. Don't worry, young Lord Jiang, I will execute Yi Beixian, this traitor. Many celestial pride opened their mouths, their eyes staring at Yi Beixian with unkindness at the same time. I can't stop the tears. Moving. It's so touching. Originally thought, Jiang Heng may also intend to block. Never expected to choose righteousness. In this regard, Jiang Heng took a deep breath and stopped speaking. While turning his back to everyone, His eyes teasingly looked at Yi Beixian. It seems to be saying, look, I said I'm a devil. They don't believe me, so don't blame me. Jiang Heng, vomit. Yi Beixian hissed, his voice trailing off as a mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out in anger, burning with rage. He didn't expect that this group of self-proclaimed prideful people would be teased by Jiang Heng as if they were dogs. At the same time, and resentment, he had no grudges against these people, and these people still wanted to target him like this. In fact, the evidence is not good enough at all. Looking at Yi Beixian's angry, yet helpless demeanor, the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth lifted into a cold smile. In his opinion, Yi Beixian still doesn't understand human nature. The purpose of these people is to eliminate the devouring devil kung fu? In the final analysis, it's a matter of preserving one's own safety and security. They don't care if they are vilified or wrongly killed. Just like in the Netherworld Sanctuary, when Hua Changqing opened his mouth to spread rumors, he was wrongly killed by everyone, regardless of past favors. Subocular medicine. Exactly. It's just a twist of human nature. Senior brother, I can't help you now. You, seek your own happiness. Jiang Heng twisted his head behind him, aiming the back of his head at Yi Beixian. His words sorrowful to the extreme. Yi Beixian trembled and became furious, but it was too late to do anything about it. Red flame fire. See, red burning flame swept a red-colored fire dragon, carrying waves of scorching flame that, sprinting toward him. In response, Yi Beixian stumbled, gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. Buzz. Turning his head, he saw a palm-sized bronze bell, constantly chiming at him. An invisible, colorless wave of sound sweeps through the air. Cold sweat, instantly wetting Yi Beixian's back. Turn and run toward the right-hand side. Shoo! A longitudinal white jade bone ruler shattered the bushfield and sped toward his brow. In response, Yi Beixian wanted to cry without tears. Jiang Heng's words fell. This group of people really don't talk about politeness? Want to think about it? Hesitantly, he turned to look to his left. It was a bronze spear, carrying an ancient rune, with a sound that destroyed the sky and the earth. One look and you know it's irresistible. ******* a DJ. Yi Beixian was truly speechless. Hundreds of magic treasures, each of which is of the highest quality, are in front of your eyes. It is the bottom line that some of the great Taoist unity give to their heirs. It was the same grade as the dragon's breath in Jiang Heng's hand. This, how does he fight? Junior brother, you are to blame for having today. Looking at Yi Beixian on all sides, Jiang Heng sighed slightly. Turning around, he leaned weakly in Mu Wanyan's arms and watched coldly. Jiang Heng, I must kill you. I will kill you. Yi Beixian hissed angrily at Jiang Heng, who was watching the fire from afar from the other side of the river, as he dodged the magic treasures and Dao laws. How dare you curse? If I don't beat the out of you today, I'll count you as having taken a clean last night. Gu Jia, who was watching the battle from the side, laughed coldly, and immediately activated his demonic power, and a black chain appeared out of thin air, instantly locking onto Yi Beixian. For a moment, Yi Beixian was caught in an endless pursuit. His white, snow-like clothes, tattered and torn. Many places were red with blood, and heads were broken in several places. See this scene. Jiang Heng smiled in his heart, and only then did he understand Yi Beixian's mindset at first. Also promised, in this life, he will let Yi Beixian know what is called cruelty. Right now, bird food is cool. Will he survive? Mu Wanyun supported Jiang Heng with her lotus root arm, and looked painfully onto Jiang Heng's chest. The bone-deep scars. Not important. Jiang Heng shook his head, his demeanor careless. He survived. It's convenient for me to act within the immortal palace ruins, and at that time, no matter what I do, it will be Yi Beixian's doing. After all, he cultivated the devouring demon technique and I didn't. Not surviving. It makes no difference to me. It's just a little bit of trouble. Watching Yi Beixian being surrounded by hundreds of heavenly prides, Jiang Heng laughed out loud in his heart. As for what happened to the other side, he didn't care. Alive or not, it's a pawn. It's a lot harder to jump off the board these days, and there's a whole lot of backstabbing waiting for him. Brother Jiang Heng, are you alright? Looking at the crowd chasing after Yi Beixian, Ji Luoshui only dared to trot over. After carefully checking Jiang Heng's bloodied wounds, he grumbled and spoke. That Yi Beixian's lowly life has still injured you. Jiang Heng didn't say anything, and domineeringly dragged Ji Luoshui into his arms, raising a hand to caress her thin pink lips. Good performance. There's a chance that if this kid survives, he'll go to you. Take him into the fairy palace ruins. Go on. Stay long enough to be suspected. Good. Feeling the residual warmth of Jiang Heng's fingers, Ji Luoshui nodded her head fondly and, following the pace of the crowd, he sped in the direction Yi Beixian had fled. See the girl leave. The corners of Jiang Heng's mouth rose. cruelly looking towards the direction Yi Beixian fled. Bao, the immediate suffering is just the beginning. Within the ruins I still have a big gift package for you. You must survive. Let's go. Back to Yaoqi. The purpose was accomplished. And Jiang Heng did not want to pay any more attention to the follow-up. Just rest and wait for the opening of the Cloudwater Fairy Palace ruins in a few days. For this place, since he was reborn, he has never forgotten that he would have come even if Barbara hadn't told him. The Heavenly Law Realm. There is no such thing as a fairy, or it is doubtful whether there are any fairies in this world. But one thing seems to have been agreed upon by default since the beginning of time. That's the master of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, who seems to be an immortal. This was also the reason why every time the Immortal Palace ruins opened, the major sectarian systems tended to rush in. When all is said and done, many of the old monsters who remain hidden from the world, aiming for 100 feet of, achieve the legendary immortal. It seemed that many secrets were in the Cloudwater Immortal Palace. Previously, he was involved in this last site and knows most of the information inside. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all happiness and good health every day. End of chapter. In response, Jiang Heng was serious. This time, not only some ancient demons came, but also the heirs of those forbidden zones. I'm sorry, too. Celestial Pride came out and competed for this last chance. Time flies like a white horse. Half a month later, a corner of the central state, the Cloudwater Plain. The night is deep blue. The stars are nowhere to be seen, and the early morning dawn breaks the deep sky, light up the whole pale. A fairy palace looms in the blue sky. On the emerald green clustered plains, countless camps of cultivators were gathering in clusters of, looking up at the large immortal palace with a very reverent attitude. In the Tian Luo realm, basically all the forces above the first level had come. There's the Xian Tian Holy Land, the Ethereal Holy Land, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Bathing Buddha Holy Land, the Yan Huang Holy Land, the Heavenly Demon Palace, or perhaps several of the great forbidden zones of life also send out their people one after another, huddled here in the Great Plains, waiting for the palace to open. Even some of the second-tier forces have followed their upper clan, seeking that little piece of luck in the darkness. What if it takes off? I know you are ambitious, and I know what your heart desires, but one heir does not ask for anything else. Jiang Heng, I hope you come back safe and sound. At the Yaoqi Holy Land, Mu Wanyun looked worriedly at the not too far away, the silver-haired man who was sitting on the green stone. She had originally envisioned that she would share the pain with Jiang Heng, although her strength is not comparable to those heirs of the Forbidden Land, but ordinary ancient demons. She's not afraid of the likes of Baitudo, but Jiang Heng wouldn't let her go. Like a rock, Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled lightly. Bad luck. Looking at Mu Wanyun's puffed-up expression, he pursed his lips and, pinching the girl's cheeks, I'll bring a top-tier Dao seed out for you, and you'll become a saint with it. That's not what I meant. Mu Wanyun corrected her mistake. Jiang Heng touched Mu Wanyun's head with a shallow smile and gazed into the dome of the sky. That big fairy palace. There you are. A moment later, a cynical voice rang in Jiang Heng's ears. Turning his eyes to look, Gu Jie, dressed in black, was walking step by step. Injured? Jiang Heng was slightly surprised. Well, don't talk about that. Gu Jie's face sank, and he gritted his teeth before shaking his head. I'm sorry, the kid ran too fast to catch up. Ha ha, no harm done. Jiang Heng nodded. Yi Beixian was able to run away. It didn't surprise him at all. If it was so easy to kill, he killed him in his previous life. What about fighting for almost 10,000 years? Team up. Mud. Those guys are kind of awesome. And if we don't get the heavenly demon seed, it's kinda hard to do. Gu Jie pondered for a few breaths, glancing around before speaking bluntly. There are tens of millions of cultivators in this huge flat field. All of them are running to the Immortal Palace ruins. But he can't trust anyone. Jiang Heng was silent, glancing at Gu Jie's injuries, and staring at his brows as he was about to speak. Not far away, an introverted aura swept over his entire body without any scruples. It made Jiang Heng unhappy. Cultivators all have unspoken rules, that is, they cannot use their spiritual sense to sweep others. Without doubt, it also sweeps. That's seniors to mole crickets that can indeed be swept. Or maybe not. It was so blatant, he hadn't seen it in a long time. Jiang Heng glanced out of the corner of his eye. A man wearing a black robe walked slowly with a lazy pace. Tall, seemingly young in age, pale and somewhat handsome. Griffin, you are Jiang Heng. The people in the outside world are really sitting on a well and watching the sky. A mere spiritual void realm. And then they're called the talent that's unmatched in all of history? Better known than seen. The youth's words are very sharp, with a little feminine, arrogant posture to look at Jiang Heng, without looking down. Jiang Heng sat on the green stone and looked at the youth indifferently. did you injure Gu Jie? The identity of the other party, he can figure it out with his toes. From the penalty box, each of these forbidden zones is not simple, and will be a major player in the future time of the fall of the heavens. And this man had dealt with him in a previous life and was not a good person. Yes, I injured this loser. My name is Thunder Rock, and as for where I came from, you should have guessed that, right? Lei Peng raised his head and nodded in acknowledgement after giving Gu Jie a careless glance. Got it. Jiang Heng nodded and closed his eyes in silence. Sensible. Gu Jie, the Jiang Heng you defend seems to be a coward, not even daring to look directly at this seat. However, he is much more sensible than you. Haha. Seeing Jiang Heng's bland attitude, Lei Peng laughed, turned away at once. Mud. This kid. Gu Jie gritted his teeth and looked at Lei Peng with indignation. Wacky. These forbidden area feats. It's all weird. Jiang Heng was silent as Lei Peng's information kept sweeping through his mind. Thunder Rock, an heir to the Forbidden Zone, Infernal Thunder Pool, whose clan essence was the immortal bird Thunderbird. This time, the target is most likely the Heavenly Thunder Seed. The intention was to polarize thunder and break all laws with it. Take it easy. Jiang Heng opened his eyes and stood up to look at the sky. At this moment, above the turquoise blue dome of the sky, the hall that loomed above was becoming more and more solid. Immortal Palace. It's going to open up. Look. The Immortal Palace is open. We're on. For the last time, I, Chen Meng, will seize the opportunity and achieve greatness. The 5 Elements Seed, which can control the power of the 5 elements, is compatible with my 5 Elements Sect, and this kind will definitely be mine. The Life Seed is constantly alive and immortal. What difference is there between this and an immortal? I'll take it. The moment the huge temple appeared in the dome of the sky, countless cultivators excitedly stood up and hissed with all their might. Very much envisioned for the future. All have goals of their own. The cultivators who were bold directly rose up in the air and sped towards the temple in the sky. May just reached the clouds. Rumble. A thunderbolt directly split it into ashes, the breeze to completely dissipate. A cultivator of the 8th realm died just like that. The Cloudwater Immortal Palace is our Dao lineage, and I am a true immortal for all eternity. A magnificent sound wave quickly resounded through the large flat field, reflecting into the ears of countless cultivators. They all looked up. Initiated. At the Fairy Palace. This sound means that it is about to open. I have placed everything here, through 3,000 reincarnations, and this will be the last. Want to be immortal? Come on then. As the words fell, the palace once again solidified, this time completely appearing in this area. The red metal door, the size of a mountain, slowly unfolded. Countless jade steps appeared out of nowhere. A path to the Immortal Palace just appeared in Hirano. Mad. At this moment all the cultivators went crazy, scrambling forward and stepping onto the jade steps in a swarm. The demeanor was maniacal as he sped towards the palace. Go! Gu Jie was also a bit excited and looked back at Jiang Heng. Aha! Jiang Heng nodded his head and took a deep look at the temple. Then he turned to look at Mu Wanyun. Little one, Ban is entrusted to you. Go! Not waiting for Mu Wanyun to reply, Jiang Heng patted the dust on his body, walking towards the jade steps without a hitch. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all happiness and good health every day. End of chapter. Seeing this, Gu Jie immediately followed Jiang Heng. The two of them blended into the crowd, like lone wolves, walking towards the heavenly stairs. In a short while, we arrived at the bottom of the jade steps. Jiang Heng looked up at the endless dome of the sky. He knew that this was the first trial, and only by reaching the end of it's the only way to enter the Fairy Palace ruins. Hong Di, which Dao seed do you plan to have? You've become a demon. You're not going to grab the heavenly demon seed from my brother, are you? Of course, you call me brother. I'm still willing to let you have it. Hey! Gu Jie looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to him, and then his slack-jawed face suddenly burst into a playful grin. In response, Jiang Heng was silent and rolled his eyes before turning his eyes to look into the distance. It was a quasi-saint, but it seemed to have entered the 5 failures of celestial beings, and its aura was incomparably weak. As he pushed away the nearby cultivators, he hissed at the vast temple in the sky. I am a saint, ignoring all hindrances. This Cloudwater Immortal Palace ruins. Old monks when also able to enter. With that, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the jade steps. This scene, which instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, but before they could open their mouths in surprise, underneath the feet of the aging paramount saint, scarlet karmic flames burned steeply, and the old man's body, as if it were a wick, was like a lamp, was completely ignited. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. In less than a few breaths, under the angry hissing, they were burned into nothingness by the karmic flames of there are no ashes left. Seeing this, Jiang Heng shook his head helplessly. The ruins of the Immortal Palace only allow those below the 9th realm to enter. Otherwise, why don't those ancient demons, or the heirs of the Forbidden Zone, break through? It's happened in the past. After all, many great monks have run out of gas, and the secret of becoming immortal is hidden inside. It is normal to fight to the death. After a small interlude, Jiang Heng arrived at the bottom of the jade steps with the large group. After nodding to Gu Jie, he didn't hesitate to head up the stairs. Heavy touch on the feet. Every time he steps on a jade step, the feeling he gets is aggravated. By the time you step on the 5th step, the weight is that it is already double that of the first step. Gu Jie was startled and looked toward the sky in shock. With this endless number of steps, he had a hunch that he was going to eliminate at least half of the people who wanted to wrestle. After all, it's not all evil. In response, Jiang Heng was silent. Ears. The abrupt sound was very abrupt. System upgrade successful. Ding. We've detected the host's footsteps in the Palace of the Immortals. This place is extremely dangerous. Please return the host immediately. Exit compensation, 7,000 Burning Flame Technique. Sacred rank, lower grade. The system's voice made Jiang Heng roll his eyes. Seriously. After it first figured out the billion-dollar mortality rate, it never opened its mouth again. Thought the boy had run off with the bucket. Results. Here we go again. With a comical upgrade to the treadmill. Speechless, Jiang Heng took one step upward without any further attention. Without realizing it, the pathway is halfway through. At this moment, Jiang Heng felt like he was carrying a lofty mountain on his shoulders. And, with each step, the pressure continued to multiply, and Gu Jie behind him was already sweating a bit. All around, the originally noisy crowd was much less at this moment. Jiang Heng was not surprised by this. The path of cultivation is that the higher you go, the fewer people you can leave behind. Unconsciously, 2 giant doors pouring into the sky came into view. It is the very same entrance that was seen underground. The door is empty. The forerunners have all entered. Let's go. Jiang Heng pursed his lips and looked deeply into the entrance, not caring about the gazes around him. Straight into it. Behind him, Gu Jie had a serious demeanor as he followed Jiang Heng's steps and walked into the Cloudwater Immortal Palace. The host has been detected stepping into the Immortal Palace of Cloud and Water. Exit immediately to obtain Holy Order Medium Grade Yuan Dan Yuan Fetus Mind Technique. The host's rebellion has been detected. The system is correcting the error. Error correction failed. Congratulations to the host for exiting the Cloudwater Immortal Palace and obtaining the Tao, Holy Order Top Grade True Dragon Spirit Seal. The two left about a few breaths later. Luo Shuwei. Thank you for believing in me. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to enter this relic this time. Don't worry. I won't let Jiang Heng go. A hooded man stepped onto the top floor, all wrapped up in a tight package. By his side, there was also a pink-skirted girl standing, a woman who looked like Luo Shuwei, with autumn water as her bones, a thing of beauty and grace. It was none other than Yi Beixian and Ji Luo Shuwei. Beixian, you're too reckless. If you hadn't had to go first that day, with me as your witness, those people don't know right from wrong. Ji Luo Shuwei pursed up the dimples on her face and looked at Yi Beixian reproachfully. Ugh. Yi Beixian let out a long sigh and looked at Ji Luo Shuwei in shame. That roundup half a month ago caused him to be unable to return to the ethereal sanctuary residence, where he had no family to look up to. In desperation, he came to Ji Luo Shuwei. I never thought that the goddess would be so righteous, and still trust him in 100 ways. We'll take him to the Cloud Water Palace. This made him instantly dismiss the idea of Ji Luo Shuwei colluding with Jiang Heng. When all is said and done, with such a great opportunity, if he really wanted to target him, it was only right to not let him in. By then, all the people who came out have the Taoist seed, and he doesn't even have one. Don't say out of this world. Even if they were lucky enough to merge with the Tao, they would not be a match for these people. Let's go. Ji Luo Shuwei was distracted, looking at the large entrance, and after nodding to Yi Beixian, tugging at his cuffs, he walked inside. Yunshui Fairy Palace. North, the Hall of Heavenly Dan. The clouds are like a dreamy fairy palace, and the eyes are all white and flawless. Dragons flew above a jade pillar. Underfoot, too, was a piece of brickwork carved out of beautiful jade. The palace is huge and endless. Heavenly Dan Hall? Looking at the magnificent temple in front of him, Jiang Heng stopped his steps to look around. Now, people are arriving in their tens of thousands. All of them stood in front of the temple in disgust, not daring to step forward. Hong Di, the Cloudwater Immortal Palace is divided into 9 regions. The main hall, the Cloud Water Palace, is the legendary chambers where that immortal resides. Secondly, it is divided into 9 major side halls such as Fu, Dan, Sword, Qi, Formation, Scenery, Punishment, and Work. The Heavenly Dan Hall we're in is one of the 9 paramount halls. The entire Cloudwater Immortal Palace is a square of near infinite size. By utilizing the 9 palaces and 8 formations, you can reach the main hall, the Cloudwater Palace. Good luck. Even if I don't obtain the Dao Seed, I won't return empty-handed this time. Gu Jie saw Jiang Heng fall into silence and came to his side with great complacency. Started explaining it tirelessly. Got it. Jiang Heng rolled his eyes and didn't explain too much. On the surface, he did come for the first time. It was really pretended by this kid Gu Jie. Young Master Jiang, it's great that you're in. You'll preside over the situation. Just as Jiang Heng and Gu Jie climbed into a conversation, the large crowd in front of them, a lanky fat man hissed in excitement. The eyes that looked at Jiang Heng were full of admiration. My name is Chen Fan. I'm from the Spirit Illusion Valley. You saved my life when you wandered away from the South Ridge. Do you remember? P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chen Fan cried out in excitement. And for a moment, tens of thousands of gazes coalesced on Jiang Heng. After seeing that it was Jiang Heng, they all revealed smiles. Even if Jiang Heng was possessed by the devil, it seemed difficult to resist that flawless elegance in the eyes of many. Young Master Jiang is leading the team. Then I'm 10,000% relieved. That's right, the Tianluo realms recognize number 1 in character. Young Master Jiang here is locked. Will the combined forces open him up? Don't worry, there's no problem with Jiang Heng. The mood of the surroundings was instantly rendered, except for some unspoken demons among the crowd. Most of the 7th realm and 8th realm cultivators opened their mouths to invite them. A snake without a head is no good. This is also true in their opinion. What a virtue! What an honor! After a few seconds of contemplation, Jiang Heng spoke in shame. In Gu Jie's surprise, Jiang Heng walked towards the crowd of people blandly and walked to the door of the temple at the very front. Only then did he manage to stop. In that case, then all of you should follow me. Jiang Heng nodded to the crowd and turned to look in front of the Heavenly Dan Palace. That one mysterious rune. The runes were encircling a golden lock. Countless chains are like prisons, completely locking up the entire palace gate. What are you doing? You're going to break through alone? This is impossible. Watching Jiang Heng's actions, Gu Jie was startled. Each temple had seals that required tens of thousands of people to forcefully break. And with this gesture, Jiang Heng, it's a plan to do it alone. Kaching dash. Gu Jie's eyes beaded up as his words fell. Within his gaze, the golden lock, after being touched by Jiang Heng, seemed as if the mortal iron had completely lost its spirituality. The golden chains that trapped the gate were all shattered at this moment. The door to the Heavenly Dan Hall opened just like that. Asterisk. How did you open it? Gu Jie looked numbly at Jiang Heng and, he wasn't like this when he came 10,000 years ago. Not to say it's a fight to the death, but 9 cows and 2 tigers are there. A fluke. Jiang Heng smiled faintly. Very unfortunate. He had studied this thing in his previous life, and with his understanding of the Tao, he was able to break through a small restriction. It's not hard. The door, at the instant it was broken open, the crowd that had been clustered around it, turned into a rainbow of light that, it began to sprint towards the Heavenly Dan Hall. Now, no longer Jiang Heng's light and clear. They're all in a rush. Humph. Still really think of yourself as a piece of garlic. I'll settle the account with you later. A burly white-haired strong man sneered coldly from the tide of people who sped past Jiang Heng. After that, he sped off into the depths. At the same time, among the leaping crowd, many demons with thick breath cast teasing glances at Jiang Heng. You see? Giving someone else the boot. Gu Jie rolled his eyes and pointed very helplessly in the direction the group had left. In the blink of an eye, not a single one of the tens of thousands of people are left. That fat guy, Chen Fan, with his mouth full of idols. Be the first to rush in when you get the chance. Where's the idol? What's the problem? Jiang Heng opened his mouth and glanced at Gu Jie in surprise. In the other party's confused eyes, turn around and walk towards the back. Bowing slightly, he picked up the lock on the ground. In Gu Jie's suffocating eyes, Jiang Heng swept his magic power to close the door and knocked on the rune. Use the lock to completely lock the door from the inside. Rumble. Door. Closed. Asterisk. What are you closing the door for? Gu Jie's eyes almost fell out. Jiang Heng's hand closed the door. He did not expect, nor could he think of what Jiang Heng was going to do. It's nothing, an iron lock to bury the heroes. Jiang Heng spoke lightly, passing by Gu Jie. Tap him lightly on the shoulder. Who can believe that? There is a scale in his heart as to what he is willing to believe. These people are mouthing off about young Master Jiang. He's only in the 7th realm. The vast majority of people here are in the 8th realm. How can you serve him? And, he had long since seen through the coldness and warmth of people in his previous life, when he had faced the world alone. Other than a few people such as Sword Dusty Heart, Gu Jie, Mu Wan Yun, and so on, who else was standing beside him? A mouthful of river thieves and devil seeds, the way to take death. Then go? Gu Jia hadn't yet gotten over the shock. Only, these days together, Jiang Heng gave him a different feeling, particularly charming. Feel utterly refreshing. Go. Jiang Heng laughed lightly, taking steps. The two were in no hurry at the moment, strolling idly, through a phantom formation. The two arrived at a medicinal garden and stood 100 meters away as the rich medicinal fragrance hit their faces. As he gazed around, many strains of sacred medicines, in the form of divine and exotic beasts, swayed in the agora, accompanied by, and the pungent smell of blood, flowing down to Jiang Heng's feet. TSK, such a gruesome kill. Ha! Gu Jia staggered, admiring Jiang Heng more and more. In the past, he was one of the victims. The idea of shutting the door never occurred to me when I was killing myself over a small amount of resources. Doesn't that mean I want it all? Jiang Heng ignored it and walked straight towards the medicinal garden. And what met his eyes were hundreds of cultivators. It's a fierce fight. The magic treasures and Dao methods were all over the sky. On the ground, a bloodied corpse, beaten into scraps, flesh and blood mixed in the dirt. The crazy sucked up by those holy pills. Big brother Jiang Heng, come and help me. I've taken your place. These are yours. Among them, a fat man covered in wounds hissed in excitement when he saw Jiang Heng arrive. It was the previous Chen Fan. He was being hunted by several men, his companions having long since died in battle. You are? Jiang Heng pursed his lips and looked at Chen Fan curiously. That's just it. There's no use asking. Can't remember it anyway. Ju dash. Ding, ding, ding. This person, he really did not remember. Just opened his mouth and did not bother to pay attention to the flattery of the. He's been listening for decades. Listen to the numbness. Not bothering to beep. He bowed his index finger, and a bright silver cross coalesced. In a crisp, pleasant sound, it sped toward hundreds of people. These people stared at Jiang Heng with wide-eyed, shocked, uncertainty in their eyes. It's so rich. It was too late to react. Rumble, rumble. An explosion swept through the large agora, and black smoke filled the entire medicinal garden. In the midst of the black smoke, broken flesh, wreckage, and severed arms fell down, clear, full of holes. Hundreds of people all had weak breaths and looked at Jiang Heng with resentment. I poo. You're light-hearted. You shall not die. You're despicable. You sneak up on us and you're still the best in human character. You, why are you trying to kill us? Impossible. Why are you so strong? You're only a minor cultivator of the seventh realm. Tirades and curses swept through the large herb garden. In this regard, Gu Jia's face sank. Marred. Dare to slander my Hong Di. If it weren't for your lack of martial virtues. While saying that, Gu Jia twisted his head to look at Jiang Heng, and when looking over, was surprised to find. Jiang Heng walked over to the group. Black mana surged in his hand, similar to a black hole. These people's already weak auras were even weaker as the blackness engulfed them. The hair, visible to the naked eye, began to turn gray. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The breath was like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Swallow, devouring devil technique? Seeing the miserable state of these people, Gu Jia stared at them with wide eyes and, with a confused head, he turned to Jiang Heng. Split second. He seemed to understand something. Then Yi Beixian. Gu Jia could be certain. Now there is a wrongdoer, now thieves wrong. Or the kind of call every day should not be wrong. I don't know where I'm hiding and sobbing. You want to learn? I'll teach you. Looking at Gu Jia's surprised look. Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth meaningfully. Is it true? Hong Di. Gu Jia was delighted and looked at Jiang Heng joyfully, but abruptly he seemed to remember something and took a step backwards. I'm not learning. Tramp. Learn to dip karma. At this moment, Jiang Heng locked the door. Must be a layer of killing in. When the time to die a large number of people. When you get out of here, will those great religions, holy places, and people in the forbidden zone stop so easily? No one can protect him. Have you thought about how to run away? Gu Jia inquired carefully. This made Jiang Heng, who was eating, a bit shocked, and he curiously looked at Gu Jia. Run? I have a clean slate and a flawless life. Why are you running? All of this was done by the devil Yi Beixian. What has it got to do with me? Jiang Heng? You? Gu Jia stumbled, his face almost landing on the ground. He looked at Jiang Heng in confusion. Yi Beixian did this? Looking at Jiang Heng's feast, he almost felt that his eyes were blurred and rubbed them hard. Where's Yi Beixian? You mean? Gu Jia was shocked and looked at Jiang Heng in shock. He guessed. Shoo. Jiang Heng made a gesture and stopped speaking, turning his eyes to continue to look at these private students on the ground. You cultivate demonic skills. You shall not die. Wrong, brother. I'm really your fanboy. I got carried away by lust. Can you forgive me? Jiang Heng, I curse you not to die. You've got a deep mind. Opening the door to lure us in. You weren't going to spare anyone from the start. Hissing and cursing swept through once again. Everyone gazed at Jiang Heng's cold gaze, chills striking from the bottom of their hearts. This moment, it's all clear. From the moment Jiang Heng opened the door, he had no intention of letting anyone off the hook. Nonsense. It's not like Mr. Jiang is a bloodthirsty person. Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. At this moment, devouring the origin of these people, his cultivation level directly increased to spiritual void, great perfection. The foundation is incredibly strong. If you meet a group of them, you will most likely be able to achieve the 8th realm cave soul. This devouring magic is really good, saving the tedious cultivation. Coupled with his previous life's sense of Tao and Dharma, it was simply tailor-made for him. It made Jiang Heng look forward to it. And if those people broke through to the Paramount Saints, what a great supply it would be. Jiang Heng's words with a smile on his face seemed like a sharp sword piercing many people's hearts, and they were terrified. You're not bloodthirsty? More than 100,000 cultivators were massacred under 10,000 swords. You call that not being murderous? Too late to speak. Many seemed to be ashes, and with a gentle breeze, completely dissipated in this side of heaven and earth. Get your ass over here. After absorbing these people, Jiang Heng lightly glanced at the holy pills. Moments. The original high and mighty unicorn, white tiger, green dragon, green ox and other sacred medicines. There were like frosted eggplants, quickly speeding towards Jiang Heng's storage ring. In a single breath, there was not a single heaven and earth spiritual root of the Holy Spirit left. Bull and beep. This is the first time that Gu Jia has seen such a fresh and unassuming beep. What's the difference between moving on your own? Tendan Hall, inner temple. Bright candle flames swayed in the wind, lighting up the large hall, and on the white jade tiles, a patch of blood was morose. To this sacred temple, it adds a little bit of solemnity. Only a short time to burn incense, rushed in to seize the Taoist seed of the cultivators, has been killed or injured more than half. It's almost like a quality control place where no one can live without passing the test. Celestial Dan seed, divine meteor seed, ethereal seed, 9 heavenly Lohan seed. At the forefront, a few white jade bushels quietly lie, on top of which, a few dappled points of light of different colors, just floating in a flat manner. One of them seems to be an elixir, emitting brown light, with a clear pattern of Dan on it, making it impossible to move one's eyes away from it. There's another one that's colorful and vapid. There is also a Buddha-like, Lohan shadow-like breathing, expanding and spreading. By 2 Tian, will take these Dao seeds. At the head of the group, a stout man with white eyebrows and hair. I looked at the most prominent Taoist seeds and couldn't take my eyes off them. Beside him, there were several men similar to him, all with white hair and white eyebrows, and stout figures. It's the white tiger demon emperor's heir, and at the head is the eldest son, Bai Tu Tian. Why did I run into this asshole? Grass. What should we do? He can break through to Paragon at any time. He can't be beaten. Just saw Bai Tu Tian? That ethereal Holy Land's Dao son. Linghu ethereal. You didn't see it? And the ancient Buddha son of the Buddha bathing Holy Land. Xian Kong. Looking at the front lineup, many 8th realm great cultivators gnashed their teeth. Compared to these ancient demons, they were completely lacking in depth, and the other party had been dormant for 10,000 years. It is for the seed of the word, forging immaculate saints. By 2 Tian, you're overbearing, said a plain-looking man at the front, with an ethereal, immortal-like aura. He opened his mouth without hesitation. Linghu Misty. By 2 Tian pursed his lips, his hoarse voice carrying a morose tone. Your little brother Jiang Heng killed my 9th brother. I have yet to settle this matter with you. Ethereal Holy Land. Him? Linghu Misty didn't care in the slightest. Just an outcast. Kill or die as you wish. But this ethereal seed is mine. Linghu ethereal. No comment? While saying this, Linghu Misty looked greedily at the misty seed, and the thirst in her demeanor was so great that she was unable to see the misty seed. It has been pressed. There has been a legend in the Tian Luo realm since ancient times. All kinds of Tao are deduced from the seed, and the seed in front of me, combined with his ethereal heart sutra. A flawless cast is just around the corner. Then the young monk will take this 9 heavens Rowan seed. Is that alright with you all? On the left side, a white-faced young monk spoke slowly, staring at the 9 heavenly Lohan seeds with eyes that, and greed. At this moment, the Buddha's heart seems to have swept away. Poof. Bai Tu Tian snorted coldly, an aura that was infinitely close to the 9th realm completely filling the heavenly Dan hall. I'm about to say something. In the distance, a teasing voice filled the entire inner hall. The 2 of my brothers have yet to speak. You dirtbags picked first? Inside the dimly lit passageway, 2 men walked slowly, one dressed in black, the other with white at his side. The CP feeling overflows the screen. Upon seeing them arrive, the eyes of the thousands of celestial pride present were not right. There was ecstasy, scorn, anger, teasing. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Jiang Heng, good yeah. The two of you are really working together. Seeing the arrival of the two men, Bai Tu Tian stepped forward, and above the corners of his morose mouth, sharp fangs chilled. Behind him, the rest of the white tigers responded, looking fiercely at Jiang Heng. The crowded Jade Road was stained with blood, and the crowd, knitted into a ball, turned their gazes towards Jiang Heng. Unconsciously, a path just gave way. Young Master Jiang, it's great that you've come to help us do justice. Yes, Big Brother Jiang. These people are trying to take a few Tao seeds for themselves because they are so powerful. Yes, this Tao seed should be for all of us. With Brother Jiang presiding over justice, we are relieved. The tide of people who had gotten out of the way, seeing Jiang Heng's arrival, opened their mouths in excitement, completely forgetting that they had just disregarded everything. Come in and grab the Taoist seed. Like this. Gufozi, Xiankong, the 5 white tigers of the white royal family, Ethereal Holy Land Diozi, Linghu Ethereal. These 3 forces alone left them powerless, and they could only pin their hopes on Jiang Heng. Master Jiang Heng, the sea of bitterness has no boundaries. Turning back is the shore. The blink of an eye is but a corner in the river of time. Seeing Jiang Heng stepping onto the bloody path and walking step by step, little monk Xiankong bowed slightly with his hands together. However, this is also the moment when the dharma of getting up breaks out. The large Buddha's shadow just appeared behind it. Jiang Heng, after years of separation, how have you been doing? Back then, you were spit out blood by one of my moves, and at that moment, you were also close to the 8th realm. Time is running out. Next to Xiankong, standing in the center, Linghu Misty looked at Jiang Heng as he stepped on the path of blood. The corner of his mouth lifted up a bright smile. How about the 3 of us brothers, owning the riches of this granny sky together? After saying that, he looked at Gu Jie with scorn. How? Gu Jie scanned the few people at the very front of the room and, whispering in Jiang Heng's ear, he inquired, "One word from you, and I'll kill them all." Jiang Heng is silent, looking deeply at Linghu Misty. This kid has a big grudge against him. His ancestor, Linghu Laozu. It's the actual controller of the Netherworld Holy Land and Enhongyi's master. Years of plowing the Hedo. Back then, that old kid was behind the scenes, and was also the culprit who urged Enhongyi to backstab him. Not to mention this kid, at the time of the Emperor, he was the one who joined with many other great prides to hunt him down. Previous life, but without the underpinnings of this present life, that won 9 deaths. He bled out before he survived. To put it bluntly, the ethereal sanctuary is the private residence of the Linghu family. And the reason these people are backstabbing him is simple. Enhongyi was coveted by this Linghu Misty from the beginning to the end. The level of infatuation with it is also very perverse. Long time no see. Jiang Heng ignored the left and right sides and, looking at Linghu Misty indifferently, in the past, you had 5 great realms more than me. And when you went all out on me, you were indeed undefeated. Presently, you have 1 realm more than me. I would like to ask if senior brother's elegance is better than in the past. After all one's words, Jiang Heng smiled in a light and elegant manner, and walked towards the top step without any haste in the crowded crowd. The words, causing the surrounding cultivators to stare at Jiang Heng with wide eyes in dismay. Then even more dismayed, he looked at Linghu Misty. 5 realms higher and at full strength? Does this person really have no face at all? What grudge? It's not killing a mom. It's mostly not such a big feud. This Linghu Misty is still proudly showing off her skills. Shameless already. It's numb all around. Didn't even realize that there was such a past. It's the kind of thing that people with a bit of pride don't usually bring up. 5 realms higher to force your hand and show it off? Don't you want to lose face? Unbridled. This seat is also for you to discuss. Want to die? The tirades around them made Linghu Misty clench her teeth. As the former leader among the ancient demons, he was so proud of his bones. Where would he be willing to be insulted by a bunch of mole crickets? And, originally, he wanted to frustrate Jiang Heng, but he did not expect Jiang Heng to have such a powerful tongue. Seeing that the surrounding area was quite quiet, Linghu Misty immediately spoke up. Then let senior brother see that the, have you grown over the years? After saying that, he proudly held his head high and waited for Jiang Heng to arrive. At the same time, Bai Tu Tian laughed coldly and directly took a step backward, sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers. So did the ancient Buddhist Sun Xiankong, hands clasped together, waiting for the 2 to kill, did not venture to grab those top Tao seeds. Jiang Heng's expression was plain, and he had already arrived at the front without any haste. Looking at the strange and familiar Linghu Misty in front of him, he made a posture of invitation. You're too much of a trustworthy person, Jiang Heng. Then my brother will make an offering. Looking at Jiang Heng letting him make a move, Linghu Misty really couldn't hold back. The former defeated general. How dare you be so arrogant in front of him? Immediately, the complete ethereal technique was activated. 3 white auras quickly surrounded Linghu Misty's body. This scene caused the ancient Buddha Z and Bai Tu Tian on the side to look serious. The ethereal technique was the core technique of the ethereal Holy Land, and the foundation of the Holy Land. They all have similar feats. Know how powerful it is. It is said to have metamorphosed from the ethereal species. There's no way to tell where it came from, but it's powerful. At the same time, the gazes of several people despise to look at Jiang Heng. In their view, Jiang Heng cultivated the Gongfu. Inevitably, it was no match for Linghu Misty. One is a holy son. One can be said to be the true young master of the netherworld Holy Land. The techniques they practice are not of the same caliber. And the expression on ancient Buddha Z's face, just as his gaze was cast, completely froze in stagnation. Even though he had been practicing Buddhism for years and years, a big heart couldn't be tensed. ***. Ancient Buddha's son was shocked. Jiang Heng also began to operate the ethereal technique, and 9 white ethereal chi overflowed around his body. It seemed to have taken the ethereal technique and practiced it to the extreme. According to rumors, old man Linghu was only 8 Dao, and he's already spreading across the world. Mud. How is this possible? Bai Tu Tian looked at Jiang Heng numbly, unable to accept the 9 ethereal chi. When all is said and done, Linghu Misty, who was regarded as a great enemy, had only cultivated 3 channels of Misty Chi. Regarding the current situation, Jiang Heng unfolded the corners of his mouth in a shallow smile. Senior brother is really making a fool of himself? It's better to bring out your full strength to fight me. Exact. To be able to cultivate 3 channels of Misty Chi at that moment, one was already a dragon among men. But this technique is a realization of the Tao. In his previous life, his core technique was also the ethereal technique, and he had already reached the limit. In terms of ethereal technique alone, he is the number 1 in the entire Tian Luo realm. And there's so much good stuff. It's something that he doesn't even use sparingly in this life. Linghu Misty's demeanor was stunned. Looking at Jiang Heng, who was surrounded by 9 channels of ethereal chi, the corners of his eyes kept twitching in shock. It was originally intended to be a pretend bleep. It turned out to be a real dedication. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. How did you cultivate the 9 Dao of Misty Chi? Looking at Jiang Heng's bland stance, Linghu Misty's self-esteem was thwarted. He boasted of his genius precipitating 10,000 years, but he had such a big gap with Jiang Heng, his ancestor, old man Linghu. Until now, there are only 8 channels of the ethereal air. How did Jiang Heng's 9 paths come to be cultivated? Make your move or you won't have a chance. Jiang Heng nodded indifferently, spread his hands and made a pleased gesture to Linghu Misty. Unbridled. Jiang Heng's lofty stance caused Linghu Misty's face to look sullen. Who the hell is the senior brother? You put on the beep. What am I putting on? Immediately, without any further hesitation, the 3 channels of ethereal chi that surrounded his body were condensed into the palm of his hand. The Order of the Flying Fairy. In the palm of his hand, milky white seal characters formed a mysterious rune. Manipulating the seal, he instantly arrived in front of Jiang Heng and knocked down hard on his chest. No staccato. The Flying Fairy Order knocks directly on the chest. This scene caused the originally shocked Bai Tu Tian and the others to be immediately staggered. That easy? Screwing them won't work. The Flying Immortal Order is a holy rank, middle grade technique. It can also be said to be the highest level that can be cast at the moment. If you go higher, you'll need to be a saint to perform it. It wasn't something a 7th realm minor cultivator could resist. Funny, so toadying, so untoward. Seeing the Flying Fairy Order hit the corner of Bai Tu Tian's mouth smiled coldly, sparing the ancient Buddha Z, who was not far away, was a bit surprised to see this. Wide-eyed and confused, he looked at Jiang Heng. He thought that Jiang Heng was bound to lose, but he shouldn't have lost so hastily. Why don't you make 100 or so moves? In the end, Spike, this is? Just as the ancient Buddha son shook his head, his body trembled steeply and he took a violent step forward. To approach Jiang Heng quickly. At the same time, White Turtle Sky and other white tigers have also been like a great enemy, including below. The thousands of people who were watching the battle were shocked as they watched the scene. Within sight, Jiang Heng's entire body was wrapped in a layer of silver white light, and the Flying Immortal Order was touched the instant it was. It's like the ice just melted away. And Jiang Heng's right hand directly knocked on Linghu Misty's left hand. Above his left hand, a green-colored dragon shadow angrily emitted a dragon's roar. True dragon spirit seal. Looking at Linghu Misty's shocked eyes, Jiang Heng smiled blandly. Senior brother, you are still so bad after the new year. You claim to be a heavenly pride, but you're really a mediocrity. Send you down before the mediocrity. No. Linghu Misty exploded her entire body's mana, trying to break free from Jiang Heng's bonds, but the surging mana all dissolved the moment it touched Jiang Heng's body. Mana immunity. Linghu Misty hissed. It's the original power of the forbidden Taiku dynasty, not to mention the general human race. Even in this clan, only the core direct line can control it. Seemingly, it wasn't as flawless as Jiang Heng. How many golden gung-hos have you actually eaten? Jiang Heng, we're from the same sect. You're honorable. You can't kill me. Looking at the true dragon spirit seal that had already reached his face, Linghu Misty really panicked at this moment. Jiang Heng's powerful physical body, coupled with his immunity to mana, he really didn't know what to do at this moment. Let go of him. Baitu Tian spoke indifferently. He didn't expect that Linghu Misty would be so miserable. There was no choice but to strike. After all, Jiang Heng and Gu Jia were two people. 5 sharp black claws, quickly brought together, leaving one index finger. At the same time, Great Sun Ruler Hand Seal, the ancient Buddha Sun also came to Jiang Heng's side, and at this moment, it was as if a layer of golden water had been poured on the surface of his body. The whole thing is glowing with Buddha's light. You guys! The sudden upsurge of the two made Gu Jia furious and immediately turned into black smoke intending to support Jiang Heng, but he was far away, much farther away than these two. Lightning! The two had already arrived in front of Jiang Heng, knocking hard at him, intending to use this to force Jiang Heng to retreat. And, in the middle of the screen, a scene happened that made everyone not react. Jiang Heng twisted his body in a weird position. The true dragon spirit seal knocked down hard against Baitu Tian's chest. Bang! White tiger execution in front of the true dragon spirit seal. As if made of tofu, the hardened physique of Baitu Tian. This moment is torn apart by madness. The green-colored dragon head directly crushed the arm and ran through the body without any obstruction. Vom dash! A mouthful of blood, gushing out from Baitu Tian's mouth. He looked at Jiang Heng with shock and confusion. You knew I was coming for support? You, coming at me? He was dumbfounded. Did Jiang Heng intend to shoot him first from the very beginning? He, fooled? But Jiang Heng did not say anything. In the eyes of Baitu Tian shocked, directly hard to carry the Great Sun Ruler hand seal. Bang! A muffled grunt came from Jiang Heng's back. This is mana immunity dash? Ancient Buddha Z looked at Jiang Heng in shock. While he was surprised by the immunity to mana, he was even more surprised by Jiang Heng's physical body. Dissociation. Probably about the same as him. It's not a put-down. It's a compliment. Buddhist techniques, from the moment of initiation, are all about austerity. That's why Buddhist masters' physical bodies are often incredibly powerful. Cultivating a special technique, even if they were hit, the one who would be seriously injured would be the other party. Moreover, he had begun to temper his physical body since tens of thousands of years ago. To this day, it has long been adamantine, and flesh is the greatest weapon. That palm strike on Jiang Heng just now was as if it had struck on top of a piece of immortal gold. His hand was shaken with a sharp pain. Kill the living Buddha. Twitching his hand around Baitu Dao's chest cavity and directly ripping out his heart, Jiang Heng turned around to look at ancient Buddha Z morosely. Middle and index fingers together. A sharp silver-white spike. It directly coalesced in the center of Jiang Heng's hand. The golden bell of the Great Sun. Seeing this, the ancient Buddha Sun's face sank, and immediately, outside his body, a golden brass bell is constructed. The bronze bell rotates, emitting a dazzling golden afterglow. In the instant it touched the life-slaying faucet, the bronze bell directly collapsed. The silver spike seemed to have come for this moment. Jiang Heng breaks open the golden bell, rolling up a powerful momentum. It directly stabbed at the ancient Buddha Sun's chest. No, this is impossible. Ancient Buddha Z was shocked, staring at Jiang Heng with wide eyes. Looked down. Golden blood dripped down Jiang Heng's hand. His thousand-hammered flesh was brittle as thin paper in front of Jiang Heng, and his entire chest was penetrated. Why are you so strong? Vomiting out a mouthful of golden blood, ancient Buddha Z completely calmed down at this moment and looked at Jiang Heng curiously. When the world, the seventh realm, and the outcasts of the Holy Land, these various panels add up to waste. How is it so fierce? I don't know. Maybe it's innate. Jiang Heng rambled and has read the mess back, pulling out the heart of the ancient Buddha child and casually flinging it to the side. He teasingly looked at Linghu Misty. Senior brother, it's your turn dash. It's all a blur. There's no way to react. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Thanks family. End of chapter. Everything seemed to be within Jiang Heng's expectations. Baitu Tian and ancient Buddha Z were dying, but only in an instant. leaving the entirety of Linghu Misty in a daze. He knew the gold of the two. Bai Tu Tian, the eldest son of the White Tiger Demon Emperor, has been personally transmitted by the Harmonizer since he was a child. It is the strongest among several brothers. Ancient Buddha, that's even more of a demon. Even among the ancient freaks, it's among the top of the list, with a fleshly adamantine body. Fighting with many demons, there was a momentum of suppression, but both of them, just lost and will die? Elder brother, if you let me off the hook, I'll go back and have my grandfather do right by you. That you've been wrongly accused. Back in the ethereal sanctuary, we are all family and happy again. Linghu Misty looked at Jiang Heng vaguely. He doesn't want to die yet. The depth of the foundation is so deep. 10,000 years accumulated in one life. But if you give him a quieter place, I'm ready to break through to the saints. And, as Linghu Misty's words fell, a clamor instantly came from the distant stage. Yes, senior brother Jiang Heng, if we are to be spared, there's no need to hurt people's lives if we are just Taoist species. Let them go, kill them, and when they go out there dawning, it'll come to trouble. 2. Big brother Jiang, so many Dao seeds you can't spend them all. Why don't you share some with us? That's for sure. Young Master Jiang is a shining and heavenly man, so he definitely won't be the only one to enjoy it. Thanks to brother Jiang, I want the ethereal seed. I want that heavenly dance seed. The originally silent celestial pride, after seeing Jiang Heng instantly seriously injured by Tu Tian and ancient Buddha Z, a throbbing heart that could no longer be contained. They have asked for the seed of the way. If it was by Tu Tian, Linghu Misty, and the others, they really wouldn't have dared to open their mouths. When all is said and done, while these people were known for their ferocity, Jiang Heng was completely different. Treadmill, my Hongdi fights for his life, and you guys even picked first. Listening to the clamor of the people around him, Gu Jia was about to explode with anger. Jiang Heng was there sacrificing his life for his life, and it wasn't easy to win. But it turned out that this group of people chose to do it first. One wants the ethereal seed, one wants the divine meteor seed, some want the 7-star seed, and others the celestial Dan seed. Above that altar, there were only a dozen or so Dao seeds. It's been divided up by this group. Gu Jia's words immediately caused many people to snicker. Young Master Jiang is so strong. There's still another robbery in Cloud Water Palace. We're so weak. Won't he take care of us? Big brother Jiang hasn't even spoken yet. What are you screaming here? That's right. With young Master Zhang's magnificent beauty, he will definitely let us. Isn't it natural for the strong to take care of the weak? In their opinion, Jiang Heng wouldn't be able to use up so many Dao types. If you're so strong, just go and grab the others. Is there a need to fight with the likes of them? The rebuttal was incredibly dense. There were accusations against Gu Jie, which caused his face, which was already red with anger, to turn a saucy purple color. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Jiang Heng. He couldn't stand it. As long as Jiang Heng nodded, he was going to go on a killing spree. Y'all want the road seed? For Gu Jie's eyes, Jiang Heng lightly smiled and ignored it. With his right hand, he pinched Linghu Misty's neck and smiled deeply at the many celestial pride below. In response to Jiang Heng, there were many justified nods. Oh, Jiang Heng nodded. Got it. Choking Linghu Misty's hand, a deep black light surfaced in the next second. The started manically sucking on the origin. This, causing the already agonized Linghu Misty to shudder and, boldly, he looked at Jiang Heng. Swallow, devouring demonic skill? You really practiced the devouring demon technique? He wanted to say something, but Jiang Heng's hand seemed like a pump, sucking up the Dao and origin in his body at a rapid pace. Within a few breaths, Linghu Misty transformed into a wisp of ash, completely dissipating in Jiang Heng's hands. Suffocation. Quiet. The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone stared at the death of Linghu Misty with wide eyes, watching as it was sucked away. Moments. Blow up. Swallow. Devouring devil technique. Jiang Heng, you cultivated the devouring devil technique? Isn't it Yi Beixian who cultivates? What the hell is going on? Could it be that Yi Beixian was framed? Fine you Jiang Heng, you shall not die for practicing magic. At this moment, many people couldn't tense up, no matter how they counted. Jiang Heng really practiced the devouring devil technique. And when they were at the questioning hard pass, is there a mistake in the heavens? Moments. Many of those who reacted quickly turned around quickly and ran, sprinting toward the door through which he came in. There were many others who stood mute, looking at Jiang Heng in a chilling manner. There are also many people who have organized themselves and intend to go off the beaten path to seize the Taoist seed. Thousands of people in different postures. Only, Jiang Heng didn't care about what was happening over here. Indifferently walking towards Bai Tu Tian, strangling the opponent's dying body, he used the devouring devil technique to quickly devour the origin. Bang! Sucking quickly, Jiang Heng felt the long confused spiritual emptiness. It broke open completely at this moment, officially stepping into the 8th realm, the cave soul. And, by 2 Tian's origin was majestic, and pure power continuously surged into Jiang Heng's body. Let his cultivation level rise again. Middle cave soul. Phew, casually crushing by 2 Tian into ashes. Jiang Heng glanced fatally at staying in the distance. The other white tigers who were being cowed beyond belief. In front of them, he walked over to ancient Buddha Z. Holy monk, give you a ride. Thank you, scholar. The ancient Buddha Z knew that there was no way to live any longer and gave Jiang Heng a light smile. Jiang Heng doesn't waste any time. Immediately, he began to absorb it, under the washing of the devouring demon power. This Buddha power, which was like a tidal wave, washed away. It surged into his strange meridians and veins, instantly transforming into the most aptly named origin power. Just started sucking. Bang! The strong wind from the realm breakthrough swept through in an instant. Cave soul, late. And Jiang Heng felt that the power within this ancient Buddha Z's body was so thick that it was unlike anything else. It wasn't something that could be compared to Bai Tu Tian or Linghu Misty. For a long time, the ancient Buddha Sun's entire Buddha power was absorbed, and his entire body was turned into ashes. Jiang Heng could feel that one's own realm was, at this moment, completely complete. Cave soul, great perfection. Through and through, Jiang Heng twisted his neck, and his light body made him incomparably permeable at this moment. Maya, you've made it to the grand rounds? Looking at Jiang Heng's elevated speed, Gu Jie's harumphs flowed all over the place. But I don't dare to refine this evil Gong method. He's afraid of dabbling in karma, and it's still a monstrous cause and effect. These Dao seeds, are there any you want? Jiang Heng replied, pointing not far away. The dozen or so Dao seeds that were suspended. No, Gu Jie shook his head. He came from the heavenly devil palace, and the Dao seed he needed was the heavenly devil seed. Right now, there's nothing he wants. Aha! Jiang Heng nodded and immediately walked towards the altar. Halfway there, he twisted his head to look behind him, his eyes holding a meaningful smile. Far behind the front line, the cultivators who escaped earlier all came back, their eyes carrying resentment. You locked the door on the horse? P.S. Remember to check in every day. Thanks, family. End of chapter. The line was unacceptable. They don't want to fight with Jiang Heng here. They plan to take a step forward and plan for the future. Results. No martial arts. Lock the door you came in through. It takes tens of thousands of reasonable people to open that door. And they're over 2,000 strong. How do you get away? Words, causing the rest of the people around them to tremble and look at them in shock. And then, like a mechanical, stiffly, he looked at Jiang Heng. From the very beginning, you planned to slaughter us all. Maya, Jiang Heng has blacked out. He's completely blacked out. Jiang Heng, you may not be able to kill all of us before your mana runs out. Since young Master Jiang wants the Dao seed, we'll just give it to you. We'll leave now. Taoist seeds? They really didn't dare to ask for it. And at the moment they just wanted to save their lives. Jiang Heng's move to lock the door represents a lot of information. There's more to it than words. It seems that right from the start, the intention was to drive them out of business. The accusations around him. Jiang Heng did not think that these people for years and years. To him moral abduction. There is no such thing as kidnapping. Pursing his lips, Jiang Heng teased. Gentlemen, was Mr. Jiang ever nice to you? The words fell, and there was silence all around. This one sentence caused many to speculate. Pretty good. Yeah, it was all so nice in the first place. Why don't we just be nice? Young Master Jiang, you're going to let us have the Dao seed? Many people, while opening their mouths, are still unable to let go of the Taoist seed, having reached the immortal palace ruins. Then the Dao seed is the most important thing. Many people have the underpinnings, and after getting their hands on the Taoist seed, they find a random place, and within a few breaths, they will be able to break through to the paramount saints. Jiang Heng, the defeated dogger, turn over his hand to destroy it. Jiang Heng's words made Gu Jie, who was not far away, also look confused and couldn't figure out what he was going to do. Then, gentlemen, Jiang Heng has been so kind to you and others that my devouring demon technique needs to be tempered. My human emperor streamer's battle power is insufficient. Why don't you come to my human emperor streamer for a gathering? Is it not just a life? I have been so good to you, and I seek you for a life. Surely you'll give it? Jiang Heng held his head high, his silver hair fluttering about, his scarlet eyes scrutinizing each and every one of them from left to right. Laughing, he laughed happily at this moment. Moral kidnapping. Who isn't going to? It's not too much to ask for a return of a life when you're recognizing a favor. Is it? Can't you even spare a life? Jiang Heng, you're shameless. Bang. In the crowd, Men in colorful costumes raised their hands and pointed at Jiang Heng, but as the words fell, the heads exploded in an instant. Jiang Heng came to his side at an unknown time and smashed his head with a palm strike. In his hands, the devouring demon technique is in operation. All of this person's Tao and Dharma were devoured. In the meantime, a black streamer instantly appeared behind Jiang Heng, the flag fluttering in the wind. Many dead souls were sucked into the human emperor's streamer, including the ancient Buddha's son, Bai Tu Tian, and Linghu Misty. Jiang Heng, you shall not die. You made me enter the human emperor's streamer. The blue soul of Linghu Misty hissed with all its might and struggled desperately, but to no avail. The black flag waved and rolled out millions of severe ghosts, completely blocking the road ahead. Each one stared menacingly at the presence of the 10,000 or so people. A bunch of cheapskates. Jiang Heng smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. Kill them all. When the words fall, the human emperor streamer, which had been strengthened several times, began to erupt with powerful might. A single ghost spread out, slaughtering the living beings present, as if it were a spectrograph. A monk with low gold content dies on the spot. Even many powerful characters were burnt out at this point. The death toll is climbing rapidly. 10, 100, 1,000, 3,000. Corpses are everywhere and blood is flowing. Seeing this scene, even Gu Jie, a heavenly demon, was somewhat surprised. The devouring devil technique sucks up the origin and refines one's body. The human emperor's streamer devours souls and is a powerful fury weapon. Double torture of body and soul. This idea, who came up with it? Seamless. It really didn't go to waste at all. Jiang Heng, you shall not die. You shall not die. Mud. Fight him. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Don't scream. We are ghosts as in the human emperor's streamer. Will be worse than death. Cultivators were dying at a rate that exceeded many people's expectations. Many cultivators fought with the human emperor streamer for the first time. After slaying the night ghost, it felt like nothing more than that. He was then bitten on the spot by the resurrected ghost. Fewer and fewer cultivators, more and more severe ghosts, plus the more souls devoured by the human emperor's streamer. The battlefield, one-sided. Even those few white tigers were tired of resisting at this point and hissed angrily, dying under the siege. Surrounded by these, Jiang Heng didn't think about it and kept devouring the origin with his devouring devil technique. At this very moment, he entered into a state of oblivion. The veins, acupoints, muscles, bones, and strange meridians of the flesh, all seemed to be nourished. The physique, as if changed. This is, the traceless Tao fetus? Feeling the change in his physique, Jiang Heng was a little stunned. Something he had not expected. The body, as if untouched by cause and effect, it won't leave any traces, just like the legendary traceless Taoist fetus. So it is. At this moment, Jiang Heng understood another benefit of the devouring devil technique. When the cultivation was devoured to its fullest, I can't get any further. The origin would then strengthen the flesh and evolve a legendary physique. For a long time, the inner sanctum was silent. With the cooperation of the ghosts and Gu Jie, none of the tens of thousands of cultivators present survived. Spare a few white tigers and they perished on the spot. Jiang Heng looked at the devastation with a serene expression, and after nodding to Gu Jie, turn around and walk up to the altar. The dozen or so seeds of the Tao, all of them into the sleeve Qiankuan. Why don't you just swallow one and get to quasi-saint first? Looking at Jiang Heng not swallowing a single one, Gu Jie was a bit surprised. By definition, the ethereal species can be refined. What degree the misty chi will reach when it is returned to 1 in 9 is anyone's guess. And there were lucky demons who were estimated to be quasi-saints at this moment. Cultivators and saints. There was a fundamental difference. In case there was a quasi-saintly heavenly pride, it was very difficult to fight. For example, the thunder rock of the infernal thunder pool. There's no need for that. You and I picked up a life with serious injuries. No one will target us. Even if there is, put up with it. People take the settlement money to play with you. Let them what? Jiang Heng shook his head, dismissing Gu Jie's claim. It's the same thing. All of this was Yi Beishuan's doing. What did it have to do with him? Jiang Heng? No psychological burden at all. Okay? Yunshui Fairy Palace. South. Clouds surround the pavilion in the center of the lake, and bright green lotus leaves dot the landscape next to a lotus plant. Chui dash. A boyish youth sneezed fiercely while running his energy to regulate his breathing, and looked around in surprise. Yi Beishuan was stunned. Cultivators, who can still catch a cold? P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Wish you all a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. End of chapter. Since just now, he's been distracted, feeling like something big is about to happen. The cause was completely unknown to him. When he entered the Cloud Water Immortal Palace, he parted ways with Ji Luoxue again. With the heaven-swallowing demon technique, This place was the greatest opportunity in his life. Those heavenly prides were nothing more than nourishment for his rise to greatness. Stepping stones to prove himself as a great emperor. You're sure that heavenly Tao seed is in the Cloud Water Palace, right? Shaking his head, Yi Beixian stopped thinking about this and muttered to himself. Mysterious voice, yes. This is your last chance to turn the tables, or else when the 3 heavenly destinies are, you're dead. Why is heaven's mandate threefold? What exactly does it refer to? Yi Beixian frowned. At this time, the other guy was getting more and more demonic and kept chanting about the 3 points of heavenly destiny, but he didn't know what it meant. Ask and don't tell. Mysterious voice, origins, it's the devouring emperor. It's that. But I do thank her for it. Her? Hearing the word devour, Yi Beixian instinctively shuddered. Inexplicably involved in karma. And as if this karma is destined to be entangled. If it is said that who in this Tianluo realm makes him most afraid, it must be the woman in black under the 10,000 sword city. The first time I saw it, my heart went into cardiac arrest. There was no need to question that the other party was the devouring emperor. 170,000 years ago, the desire to seize the heavens and take the Tao was a grand ambition. Got it. Things were too complicated for Yi Beixian to overthink, and now his situation was completely passive. It's true. As he says, you have to get the seed of heaven. Otherwise it's all in vain. Immediately, he stood up and raised his eyes to the north. There, where the Cloud Water Palace is located. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. Stood up and sped towards the Cloud Water Palace. Less than an incense burner. What met Yi Beixian's eyes was a dense crowd of people. Now, the 9 side halls have been raided. Everyone's waiting here. Prepare to open the biggest secret world, the Cloud Water Fairy Palace. Just as he was planning to surge into the crowd, a few indignant voices made Yi Beixian's eyes drop out. Damn Yi Beixian, he pitted and killed over 10,000 people? Maya, this kid is so bad that he devoured all the cultivators of the Heavenly Dan Palace? Luckily, young Master Jiang was blessed and didn't get ambushed by that kid. This is troublesome. He's devoured so many people with his devouring devil technique. He's more than likely already entered Paragon. How is it? It was a huge crowd. All insults, abuse and verbal abuse, causing Yi Beixian, who was wearing a cloak, to stagger as a whole and almost fall to the ground. What? What is it that I did? What did I do? Who the hell did I mess with? Yi Beixian hissed in a small voice, his eyes red, staring at the pale Jiang Heng in the distance. You set me up again? Speechless. He was truly speechless. Entering the ruins of the Palace of Immortals, we were immediately assigned the Hall of Heavenly Workers, where we searched for dogs in all directions. It's hard to eat a few people, up to 20. For one thing, others said that he had eaten tens of thousands of celestial pride in the Heavenly Dan Palace. This heavenly black pot, it seems like it can't be washed away this time. Jiang Heng, wait until I get the Heavenly Dao seed. I want you to die. I want you to die. Yi Beixian gritted his teeth and looked resentfully at Jiang Heng. Since Jiang Heng's descent, it's as if everything is out of his control. Every time he fights, it's all about him taking the big hit. Subocular medicine. It's harder. Gentlemen, Mr. Jiang is ashamed. At the front, the man was handsome, with a white coat and silver hair stained with blood. Looking at the crowd below, Jiang Heng looked ashamed. Things have come to this. I have no intention of favoritism. In this matter, it was my junior brother who did the wrong thing. I can accept that he resents me and hates me, but he shouldn't have killed so many people that. These are all outstanding talents of our Tianluo realm. Cough, cough. Everyone, cultivating the devouring demon technique deserves death, so don't care about my face. While saying that, Jiang Heng coughed violently, and his pale face, flushed with a strange redness. After sighing slightly, he leaned on Gu Jie's shoulder and turned around to walk to the Cloud Water Palace gate. This scene, making the square, tens of thousands of cultivators indignant. The roaring sound was like a wave of sound, and it was a mountain of sound. Your ethereal holy land, you chose such a thing to be the holy sun? As a fellow saint's son, I'm really indignant for Jiang Heng. The Empress has her guts in her pockets right now, doesn't she? Tell me, senior flower sister, do you guys regret it? The large crowd was divided into countless small groups, about thousands of sects. Everyone has said something, more or less, about the situation, and the tone, in droves, turned toward the ethereal sanctuary. To be precise, it was the team led by Hua Changqing. Me. Hua Changqing's dignified posture was a bit overwhelmed at this moment. Looking at Jiang Heng's back, a line of tears flowed slowly, biting his lower lip. Eldest senior brother. I really didn't know at that time. That junior brother was so simple and I didn't know he framed you. In this case, the Misty Holy Land was led by Linghu Misty, who was only in the 7th realm at the moment, is not qualified to lead. And When he came here, he was surprised to find that Yi Beixian had cultivated the devouring demon technique and killed the little rock king in public. Before you come in, the golden-winged rock clan had already gone to the netherworld Holy Land to question it. Things that are bigger than the sky. The golden-winged rock clan, which had been friends with the netherworld Holy Land, had not expected this outcome. The familiar voice caused Jiang Heng to be stunned and turn his eyes to look behind him. A woman in a bright yellow dress caught his eye. Hana Nagaru? With over 100,000 cultivators on the scene, he hadn't really noticed that there was actually her among the crowd. Dirty, Jiang Heng gently pushed Gu Jie away, and, with difficulty, turned to look at Hua Changqing. You're too dirty. You don't get to call me big brother. When the questioning heart passes down, I've long since broken with you. Hua Changqing, I have no intention of continuing to entangle myself with you after what has happened. Look to your own good. Jiang Heng's words caused the large square to fall into a clamor. As everyone looked on meaningfully, this elegant, peerless, and highly poised Flower Changqing. It was the first time anyone had ever called Hua Changqing dirty. I'm dirty. Hua Changqing shuddered and looked at Jiang Heng in shock. Senior brother, I was also interrogated about the inquiring mind pass. What happened in the first place? I'm really innocent. Junior Master acted too well. I didn't know. I really didn't know. When Jiang Heng had broken the void and left with the help of the sword ancestor, Master and Hongi sent her to the 3 passes of the heart. The first question was whether or not they had falsely accused Jiang Heng. The second question was whether or not they had done anything to betray the clan. The third question was whether or not the person who practiced the devouring demon technique was known. 3 questions, and she's innocent. Oh, you've also broken through the questioning heart pass. Jiang Heng pursed his lips. Narrowing his eyes, he smiled brightly. Then you're awesome. Am I going to have to give out an award with you? P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Wish you all a peaceful dragon boat festival. End of chapter. Listening to Hua Changqing's monologue, Jiang Heng almost couldn't hold it in, and was already angry and laughing. To put it bluntly, Yi Beixian's calculations were really imbecilic, belonging to the kind of IQ that was online but not much. How can such a simple framing make waves? The only person who pushed the wave was Hua Changqing. The other party's words in the netherworld Holy Land were too heavy. At first, when he was still in the Holy Land, many people begged him for help. For example, refining the treasure of life, enemies coming to the door, lack of money, guidance in cultivation, a series of things, most of them begging for Hana Nagaru. After all, these people are not qualified to have an audience with him, the Holy Sun, on a regular basis. Yes, Hua Changqing had actually become the biggest beneficiary, so his prestige among the disciples was second only to him. Yes, when this woman opened her mouth, many of the disciples trusted that the simplest basic logic was that he and Hua Changqing were childhood sweethearts and 2 children, so there was no reason to frame him. Finally, the result of this. As for whether it was intentional or not, whether it was unintentional or not, Jiang Heng didn't care and didn't want to care either. What's a brainless person like that doing alive? Why don't we use our last vestiges to get another round for him? Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth raised in a meaningful smile. Eldest brother, I didn't mean that. Hua Changqing's eyes were sad, pursing her lips in resignation. I was trying to say that. I was really innocent in the beginning. I was a victim too. I didn't mean to wrong you. Hua Changqing's apologetic voice caused the netherworld Holy Land disciples beside him to lower their heads in shame. They were the few lucky ones under Jiang Heng's wide-open butcher's knife. About 100 of them. It was the last card of the young generation of the netherworld Holy Land. Only, the topic started. The gossip was more than enough, and the rest of the clans that were eating around them. He didn't give the misty sacred land the slightest bit of face. After all, those who were still standing here at the moment were the top clans of the 6 heavens and 8 wastelands, even if they weren't as good as the netherworld Holy Land. It's not that far off. And you say you're not dirty? If it weren't for you, how could my Heavenly Sword Sect Sword Elder, my brother Jian Duxin, and the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples under 10,000 Sword City have died in vain? Jian Shenshen snorted coldly and looked at Hua Changqing in disgust. Understanding the causes and consequences, his distaste for Hua Changqing surpassed Yi Beixian even more. This woman, she's the cause of all this. Beside Jin Xian, a group of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples revealed expressions of disgust. Included among these, a plain-looking man with a rustic iron sword at his back. The temperament is like dust, but reveals a sharp edge. He looked at Hua Changqing with more hatred. Senior brother Jiang, is it possible for Jian Wuhan to execute this woman? The mediocre-looking Jian Wuhan turned his eyes and, looking toward Jiang Heng, whose breath was weak at the very front. No. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Heng was not surprised. Jian Wu Trace, The sword son of the heavenly sword sect tens of thousands of years ago. A body of sword chi warmed up for 10,000 years. The strongest is the first time it strikes. It is said that the true saints come and cannot resist. And, Hanagarasu he is useful. To give others a good time is not as good as their own good. At the same time, Jiang Heng's eyes scanned the surrounding area, and among the large crowd, there were many hidden experts. These are people that have more or less met in a previous life. Some of them were tricky even for him today, such as the infernal thunder pool and the thunder rock, the morning soul ridge and the dimming wave, the 100,000 mountains and the heavenly demons, blood phoenix clan, phoenix bell, green dragon clan, long yuan, ancient emperor clan, ancient yuan. These, all of them, are the young generation leaders of the Forbidden Zone. There were also demonic scholars who had been hidden from the world for these hundreds of thousands of years, just like Jian Wuhan, all hidden in the crowd, not up and coming. Interesting, Jiang Heng murmured. Rejecting Jian Wuhan's request, he turned his eyes to Hua Changqing. Come, saying that, without looking back, he walked towards the east, where there was a small pavilion in the center of the lake. That's it? Beside him, Gu Jia was startled and looked at the Cloud Water Palace and then at the many demons below. If we leave now, we'll lose the lead later. It's useless for me to take that one or two, except for the heavenly sword seed, the heavenly demon seed, and the life seed. I want it all. Jiang Heng didn't turn around. Here, what he's trying to do is the heavenly Dao seed, which he Beixian tried to do in his previous life, but with him stirring things up, neither one got exactly how it came about. He probably guessed it was the fusion of the many Dao species. But he didn't know exactly how many top-tier Dao species it was. 10, 50, 100? Thinking of this, Jiang Heng pursed his lips and spoke casually. The Cloud Water Palace is open. It's bound to start a storm of bloodshed, and I like to be quiet and peaceful and not fight. After all, it's not like I'm some kind of demon. Say theirs. Gu Jian nodded, very much recognizing Jiang Heng's words. Halfway through the sentence, however, he shuddered violently. Looking at Jiang Heng's bland and relaxed demeanor, he was a bit tense. He had lived for about 40,000 years, and he hadn't killed as many people as Jiang Heng had in 1,000. Already the world shouts demon. 10,000 Sword City has more than 100,000 people, just now killed tens of thousands, and the Netherworld Holy Land has a few thousand, almost killed by you. You call that a bad fight? The two of them walked at a quick pace, and in a short while they walked to the kiosk, with Hua Changqing trotting in the distance. The pale yellow hemline sways. The picture. It's very pleasing to the eye. Eldest brother, are you willing to forgive me? Seeing Jiang Heng call her over alone, Hua Changqing was touched in her heart. She knows the whole world has abandoned her and Jiang Heng won't. When Jian Wushun was about to kill her, the fear in her heart was unspeakable, and with Linghu Misty absent, she was afraid that her seventh realm would only be unable to carry a sword. Have you forgotten honor and dignity? You see this seat and are standing to greet it? Jiang Heng answered and has read the messy back. His eyes, like the stars, coldly looked at Hua Changqing. Me. Hua Changqing was stunned. Her body trembled slightly, and after a few seconds of silence, she, kneeling down on both knees, she whispered in a thin voice, Senior sister pays her respects to the ethereal saint son, the holy land that is. It was just that Jiang Heng had, at one time, been far too tolerant, leading to these people not being able to distinguish between honor and inferiority. Elder brother. An intimate term of endearment. There was an essential difference between a holy son and a disciple, such as the difference between the first and the second in a large family. Don't ever call me holy son again. And, did the seat tell you to get up? Bastard maid, don't want to be forgiven? Jiang Heng's expression was flat, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. It's true that he hates the idea of a son of God, but, it was something these people owed him, and after being rude so many times, it was only right to pay it back once. I'm willing. Hua Changqing sniffed, immediately knocking her knees tightly and, it kept crawling towards Jiang Heng, until he came under Jiang Heng's knees and looked up into Jiang Heng's star-like eyes, murmuring, as long as eldest brother forgives Nagaru, he will let Nagaru do anything. Jiang Heng stared, his flawless face instantly displeased. Raising his hand, he slapped Hua Changqing's face in an unbiased manner, with her head thrown off. A crimson slap mark appeared on Hua Changqing's stunningly beautiful cheek. P.S. I wish my family a happy Dragon Boat Festival and family reunion. End of chapter. She looked at Jiang Heng in confusion, as if seeking an answer. Bastard maid. I told you to distinguish between the high and the low, and you are so low, and dared to call me eldest brother. Jiang Heng was a bit surprised. Why can't he remember what he's been through? Totally unmemorable? You say it 1 minute and forget it the next? I'm sorry I forgot. Saint's son Jiang Heng. Hua Changqing shuddered violently when she heard that. Enduring the pain on his face, he squeezed out a smile as if to please. Pa dash. Jiang Heng backhanded another slap, hitting the left side of Hua Changqing's face. Absolutely beautiful cheeks, instantly red on both sides, a little swollen. I said that I don't like people calling me Saint's son. Jiang Heng was impatient. Hua Changqing was confused. She wanted to say something, staring at her wide-eyed and unsure of what to do. At this very moment, she didn't know what to shout at Jiang Heng anymore. Shout out to the big brother for getting beat up and the holy son for getting beat up. Shouting at Jiang Heng? That's gonna get you killed, isn't it? Said the honorable and the humble. On the side, Gu Jie was also confused. As he watched Jiang Heng coaching Hua Changqing, the heavenly devil wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. I've been craving the saintess of the Acacia Palace for a long time. I've been licking it for over 10,000 years and I haven't even touched it with my hand. Subocular medicine. He looked at Hua Changqing's gesture, which was completely beyond cognizance. Still, is the godfather of love? And Jiang Heng's next action made Gu Jie's mind racing. Can't wait to get out the little book on the spot and memorize it carefully. Not convinced? Jiang Heng slightly angled his head and indifferently looked at Hua Changqing. Nagi, Nagaru no. I'm willing to do anything as long as I can be forgiven. Hua Changqing covered her face, her eyes tinged with trepidation. In an almost pleading tone, he said, I was deceived by Junior Master. No, Yi Beixian. In this regard, Jiang Heng was silent, looking at Hua Changqing with a smile on his face. Because of your words, I killed over 100,000 people from the Netherworld Holy Land. The entire third generation of disciples. I killed them all. You're sorry. Is this thing just going to blow over? As Jiang Heng's words fell, Gu Jie, who was beside him, was stunned and wanted to speak, and looked at Jiang Heng's eyes, full of adoration. After saying this, he thought that the 100,000 people were killed by Hua Changqing. There is no higher art of language, is there? That's not what I meant. I'm ashamed. Hua Changqing shuddered, her kneeling knees almost unsteady, and the sadness in her eyes became even more intense. Indeed, under the misty Holy Land and the questioning pass, Jiang Heng had no choice but to go on a killing spree, and under the 10,000 sword city, those crusading armies attacked the heavenly sword sect, and Jiang Heng had no choice but to slaughter them. Throughout, the man of honor has been so forced, so innocent. It all started with the phrase, Big Brother, did you do this? Jiang Heng was silent, staring faintly at Hua Changqing. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths. The atmosphere of the kiosk became particularly eerie, as if a silent lamentation was mourning. Hua Changqing's heart was at war between heaven and man, and the emotions were too thick to dissolve. For ages, Jiang Heng nodded and looked at the grief-stricken Hua Changqing, showing a bright smile. Want this seat to forgive you? Hua Changqing was stunned, her sorrowful expression ecstatic, her knees moving to Jiang Heng's side. Excited. Can I really? I want eldest brother to forgive me. Saying that, Hua Changqing instinctively shuddered. She had just called Jiang Heng eldest brother again. Jiang Heng raised his hand and Hua Changqing was scared to the bone. Only, this time, a light caress. This, causing Hua Changqing to be flattered, looking at Jiang Heng full of emotion with a sour nose. That's just it. As your senior brother, how could I really blame you? Jiang Heng smiled bashfully, continuing, but you want my forgiveness for doing such a cruel thing to me. Do you have to do something to relieve me of my anger? Of course, you can refuse, which means just don't expect me to forgive you in this lifetime. After saying that, Jiang Heng pinched Hua Changqing's cheeks hard. The intense pain caused Hua Changqing to unconsciously open her mouth, revealing her small pink tongue. Her eyes were slightly red and she looked at Jiang Heng accusingly. For a moment, he made up his mind. I'll do whatever eldest brother tells me to do. If only you would forgive me. At this moment, Hua Changqing completely dropped her defenses. She only wants Jiang Heng's forgiveness. Well, in that case, I'll use my devouring demon technique to kill someone later. You find Yi Beixian and bring him to me. Jiang Heng opened his mouth carelessly, speaking the 4 words devouring demon power in a flat manner. Blandly, Gu Jie's heart was in his throat. He stared at Jiang Heng with wide eyes and trepidation. People, totally confused. The nerve of this, it's too big. Didn't Hua Changqing hurt you? This, dare I say it? Gu Jie opened his mouth slightly, his demeanor cold as he looked at Hua Changqing, the dark-colored light in his hand flickering as Immediately, he was about to shoot Hua Changqing, and Hua Changqing's words caused Gu Jie to be completely dumbfounded and fall into deep confusion. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, eldest brother wouldn't have cultivated the devouring demon technique. You must have practiced the devil's skill because your situation was too difficult and you had no choice but to do so. Okay, I'll listen to senior brother. I'm willing to die even if senior brother tells me to. Hearing that Jiang Heng practiced devouring devil technique, Hua Changqing's eyes were filled with self-blame and a line of clear tears flowed down. In his mind, it felt even more wrong. If it were not for her, Jiang Heng would still be the big brother of the lighthearted. It was still the same immaculate saint son that 10,000 people admired, and the ethereal sanctuary was still its happy place. Jiang Heng won't be reduced to a devil, holding the human emperor's streamer and being mocked by thousands of people. Gu Jia? Looking at Hua Changqing's self-strategy, Gu Jia was completely confused. Suffocating, he looked at Jiang Heng. In this way, he thinks he is inferior to Hong Di, at least in terms of the means of cheating on his sister. 100,000 miles off. Where's the guy who kneels, listens to the whole thing, and doesn't get beat up when, and look ecstatic? Isn't it right to not get hit? In just a few words, an elegant goddess has been made to be so lowly. It's unique, isn't it? Good dog. Jiang Heng splendidly stroked Hua Changqing's hair, looked into the other party's absolutely beautiful eyes and, carefully admonished, what you just said should count. Oh, you're willing to die for me. It's not going to be a lie, is it? Hua Changqing was stunned, but in an instant, she nodded her head very seriously. I'm not lying to you. Nagaru is really willing. As long as senior brother can forgive me, I'm willing. Go on. Jiang Heng nodded his head indifferently and pointed to the distance, where the ethereal Holy Land crowd was. Good. Hua Changqing immediately got up, patted the dust on her knees, and trotted towards the distance. She's been fooled into becoming a muggle by you. Seeing Hua Changqing walk away, Gu Jia crooked his mouth and, paraplegia generally looked at Jiang Heng. Snub? Who? Jiang Heng was shocked and looked at Gu Jia in surprise. When did I snub her? She said herself that she did it willingly. I'm barefaced. Don't you dare accuse me falsely. Jiang Heng looked solemnly at Gu Jia. Saying that, out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the huge square, previously like a tidal sea of people that, a complete retreat, less than 1/10 of what it was just now. The main hall of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, opened. P.S. I wish my family a happy Dragon Boat Festival and family reunion. End of chapter. Now what the? I'm listening to you. The large crowd of people faded away. Gu Jia had noticed it before, except that Hua Changqing was still there. He didn't warn. Seeing that Jiang Heng had noticed, he immediately opened his mouth. I'll pass on a set of formations to you, and when all the people have gone in, you'll make the periphery of this Cloudwater Palace. Lock it all up. When I come out, I will bring out the heavenly demon seed for you. Jiang Heng was silent, gazing at his brows in silence for a few seconds before raising his hand and nodding at Gu Jia's brow. This formation, which he had inadvertently obtained during his exploration in his previous life, he used it to win several encounters with Yi Beixian. It's one of the most skillful formations. In this regard, Gu Jia was trusting and did not reject it. Feeling the message of the formation, Gu Jia was stunned, staring at Jiang Heng with wide-eyed shock. The mixed two-embodied dust extinction formation. This killing formation, known as the Jedi Place. I'm afraid it's enough to rank in the top 5 in the entire Tianluo realm. Even the protective formations of many holy places and great religions are far inferior to this formation. Jiang Heng passed this stuff directly to him? Not only, but also, full and easy versions are also included. Included among these, the simple version is suitable for the moment. Does it matter if you go in there alone? Looking at Jiang Heng's serious stance, Gu Jia faded away from his playfulness to be very serious. After so many years and knowing so many people, Jiang Heng was the only person he recognized. He still wanted to work side by side if he could. These next people are not good characters to deal with. No harm done. Wouldn't I be safer with you out there? Jiang Heng shook his head and gave Gu Jia a backward glance as he immediately got up and walked towards the entrance of the Cloudwater Palace. In response, Gu Jia pursed his lips, his raised arms slowly lowered, turned around and sat back in the kiosk, waiting for the crowd in the square. The crowd entered the Cloudwater Palace. For ages, there were very few left in the square, and one of them caught Gu Jia's attention. Yi Beixian? This kid is really in no danger. No wonder Jiang Heng said you were hard to kill. That unfamiliar face, although he had never seen it before, Gu Jia still recognized it at a glance. After practicing the Heavenly Devil Sutra, one can have an indescribable control over the information that goes beyond cause and effect. Although Yi Beixian had quite a few means to hide information, the moment belonged to the straight face, still recognizable. It's just that Jiang Heng has his own plans. Gu Jia obliterated the rune in his hand. There was no intention to force the issue. Watching Yi Beixian's dog searching and entering the Cloudwater Palace, he sighed slightly. After making sure no one was around, Gu Jia followed the method Jiang Heng had passed on to him. and gradually opened the mixed two dimensions dust extinction formation. In a split second, a large yin and yang diagram emerged from the top of the large cloud water palace. Numerous black and white swimming fish are patrolling north and south. And, as time goes by, the breathing of the formation seems to be getting more and more dense. Gu Jie sat in the eye of the formation and closed his eyes to refresh himself. Tian Luo Realm, Cloud Water Plain. The previously boisterous clump of fields was silent for the moment, and a towering temporary temple that, standing on this side of the world, many powerful cultivators conjure up phantoms, seemingly showing off their skills, so that some of the weaker cultivators that, terrified, "Are you okay?" Looking at the large hall in the sky dome, Mu Wanyun was incomparably worried. Jiang Heng was the world's man, and would suffer a great loss if he fought with those people over the ferry, and it's even harder to get one back for her. At the same time, also worrying. This time, Jiang Heng had made such a big move that it would be bad if he overplayed his hand. Now, many of the quasi-emperors of the Taoist system have come to wave their banners and show their support. By then, getting out is a big deal. Yuner, is that Jiang Heng really that good? Just as Mu Wanyun was thinking about it, a loving voice echoed in his ear. He turned his eyes to look at a middle-aged beautiful woman who was looking at her with a smile on her face. Mother! Mu Wanyun's small face reddened and slightly lowered her head, not daring to look at the beautiful woman. It's fine. That Jiang Heng is out of heavenly mischief. I can't afford to pocket the Yaoqi Holy Land. Don't forget that there are also gaps between holy places. We landed in the central state and weren't driven away. It just means so much. As if she could see what was on Mu Wanyun's mind, the beautiful woman walked to her side and gently patted her on the back. It made Mu Wanyun laugh bitterly in her heart. She didn't know that if her mother knew that Jiang Heng was planning to use the devouring devil technique and shelve it to go on a killing spree, will it still say that? The wind is rising. It may not be a bad thing if you don't go. The beautiful woman rubbed Mu Wanyun's hair painfully and turned her eyes to the distance. The standing statue of the law. There's the ethereal Holy Land Paragon, Spirit Fox Lone Jade, and the Xian Tian Holy Land Paragon, Vine Zilong, the Emperor of the Holy Land of Desire, the ancient Buddha of Destruction. Among them, there were also some Forbidden Zone Paragon Emperors who didn't care to show off and stood tall. Fellow Taoists, who do you think will take the top spot this time? Among the many Paragon Emperors, Spirit Fox Solitary was the first to speak. He was a middle-aged man, 7 or 8% similar to Linghu Misty, belonging to the Fluttering Duke type. Lei Peng is good, Gu Yuan is good, Long Yuan is good, and my Heavenly Sword Sect trace has a chance as well. At the position of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a drinking man, drunkenly looking toward Linghu Misty, beside him, a rustic iron sword hung in the air. He talked about many people, the Forbidden Zone, the Great Sect heir, but not Linghu Misty, Wine Sword Immortal. Seeing that it was him who opened his mouth, Linghu Kuijie laughed coldly. Humph, Jian Wuhan is unruly and untamed, in which most of them die miserably. Before going in, let my son Ethereal focus on it. You Heavenly Sword Sect is ready to collect the corpse with him. As the words fell, a vertical and horizontal sword chi rose up to the sky, pointing straight to the dome of the sky. The Wine Sword Immortal drunkenness seems to have awakened. Mori looked at Linghu Lujie. Maybe your son Misty are slaughtered by Jiang Heng. Wine Sword Immortal's words fell. It drew many snickers. The Xian Heavenly Sacred Ground and Quasi-Emperor Fuji Zilong raised the corners of his mouth. Jiang Heng is only in the 7th realm. If it's against an ordinary Heaven's Pride, one can cross the level of the challenge. But against Linghu Misty, I'm only afraid that I'll die 10 deaths without a chance of survival. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan Quasi-Emperor sneered. Humph, Your Excellency, the Wine Sword Immortal, is getting more and more fond of jokes. With Jiang Heng's 7th realm cultivation, he'll probably go in there in fear and pick up some low-grade Taoist seeds. The death of the Little Rock King would not be taken lightly by their clan. Although it was Yi Beixian who killed him, their clan held a grudge, and Jiang Heng had counted his share. In the meantime, why don't we make a bet on whether Jiang Heng comes out safely? Looking at these people mocking themselves, Wine Sword Immortal grunted coldly. I'll be the banker. I'll take as many as come. This emperor's 10,000 years of 9 orifices flower. Fellow Taoist Wine Sword Immortal, catch it. In the distance, the White Tiger Clan's Quasi-Emperor threw out a 9-leaf flower. Each leaf is a different color and sparkles in the sun. Then the young monk will also place a bet. The sacred land of Buddha bathing. An old monk threw out a golden Sherpa. Under the sunlight, it looks like a Buddha. This instantly shocked many of the surrounding Paragon Emperors. Have followed the trend of placing bets on many precious magic treasures, heavenly materials and other items, sprinting towards the Wine Sword Immortal. In this way, they are not worried about the Wine Sword Immortal not recognizing the account. P.S. I wish my family a peaceful dragon boat festival. End of chapter. No money to have sword ancestor. Sword ancestor ran away with so many disciples of the heavenly sword sect, so many of their clans. It can be said to be a collection of the world's great powers. A mere heavenly sword sect. They don't give a damn. This scene. It made Wine Sword Immortal's face turn blue as he looked at them with indignation. He didn't expect so many people to follow the trend. The White Tiger Clan, Ethereal Holy Land, and Xian Tian Holy Land at the beginning. These people were the ones who had a grudge against Jiang Heng. He's targeting these people too. May, the Holy Land of Buddha Bathing, the Infernal Thunder Pool, the Soul Loss Ridge, and the 100,000 Mountains. These great religions and forbidden areas also came to join in the fun? Good. My concubine will follow fellow Taoist Wine Sword Immortal and receive the karma of all of you together. Just as Wine Sword Immortal's face became indignant, a beautiful woman came to his side and bowed slightly to the crowd. Quasi-Emperor Chiohan? Wine Sword Immortal was startled and looked at this paragon emperor of Yao Qi in surprise. Then he looked at Mu Wan Yun, nodded gratefully. Yao Qi's downfall caused many great sects to be shaken, but it was limited to a shock. The items that were bet on flew one by one in front of the Wine Sword Immortal. The number, no less than 500. To put it bluntly, a great religion's 10,000 years of accumulation was probably just that much. If Jiang Heng lost, he could jerk the two quasi-emperors, Wine Sword Immortal and Mu Chiohan, dry in one go. There's not a dime left, and there's even a loan. In that case, buy it and leave it. Wine Sword Immortal raised his hand and waved out a large seal character, which then flew into the sky to communicate with the heavenly Tao. Not long after, a white seal character landed and came to the side of every paragon emperor who had placed a bet. At this, they nodded in satisfaction. Inside the Cloud Water Palace, to the eye is a jade-like white brickwork, walls, and coiled dragon pillars, all carved out of white feathers. Feeling the blood on the tip of his nose, Jiang Heng glanced slightly at the back from the corner of his eye, stepping on the ground and, keep going inward. In front of me, there was a door. He knew that this was the door to the labyrinth, and that each door corresponded to a different path. But crisscrossing the country, you will meet other people. The purpose is to make the monks fight in blood. It's the end of the line. It's all about that fairy. Jiang Heng pursed his lips and randomly chose a door to walk through. Wait until Jiang Heng goes in. Soon after, two silhouettes slowly appeared. One person was dressed in black and the other in a light yellow dress. It was none other than Yi Beixian and Hua Changqing. Sister, thank you for trusting me. That really wasn't my doing. I don't practice magic. It was Jiang Heng who devoured the little rock king and framed me. Yi Beixian looked at the elegant, dignified woman beside him and couldn't stop tears from the corners of his eyes. Touch, SB emotionally, he was really too moved. Coming in just now, he had trailed Hua Changqing all the way, intending to tell the other party about the grievances he carried. As soon as he opened his mouth, Hua Changqing forgave him and invited him to travel in company, which flattered him. Let's go and see what this devil is going to do. Hua Changqing stroked Yi Beixian's head, and after a few seconds of contemplation, as if she had made some kind of determination, looking at the door that Jiang Heng had entered, he pulled Yi Beixian's hand and headed that way. Good. In this regard, Yi Beixian was also very interested. After practicing the devouring devil technique for so long, he knew this technique too well, and once he used it once, it's really addictive. That feeling of getting a boost without having to cultivate was really too wonderful. Remain enjoying oneself and forget to go home. While saying that, Yi Beixian walked ahead, somewhat impatient. One's social background. Hua Changqing's eyes were deep and silent, just quietly followed into that door Jiang Heng chose. At the same time, inside the door seemed like a dream bubble, very different from the scene outside. The bush is wild and the forest in green. The vault of the sky is filled with countless birds circling, and the quiet depths of it's as if it's carrying a murderess. When he came here, Jiang Heng used his divine sense to investigate at the first opportunity. This place was huge, bigger than the Netherworld Holy Land, and many cultivators were fighting in the distance. It's as if they're fighting over something. He came to the scene of the crime first. What came into view was a field of blood, and the remains of a broken arm. Thousands of celestial pride were fighting with red faces, constantly moving forward towards an altar made of stacked stone bricks. Above the altar, 5 Tao seeds were suspended, emitting mottled light. I am Ji Haoyang. This is the Tao seed of my Ji family. Who dares to rob it? In the crowd, the man's stature was stout, and he erupted with a battle strength that surpassed that of his peers. The Tao flowed in his hand as he slapped an 8th realm cultivator and sped towards the Tao seed. Beside her, Ji Luoxue was running her Tao and was doing her best to fend off the approaching celestials. My Chen family is also a family of longevity. This seed you, the Ji family, can take. The Chen family, can also take it. In the crowd, The man in white erupted with a battle power not weaker than Ji Haoyang's, and sped toward the top of the altar. Desire to take the seed. In this regard, Ji Luoshui's complexion stared as she summoned up the courage to fly against it, slapping out a golden palm print that, it's headed for the man's heart. Bang! The man surnamed Chen smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and casually slapped the golden palm apart. Turning to Ji Luoshue, he teased, Sister Luoshue, you of the divine maiden stature, are here to deliver food with Mr. Chen? Stopped in his tracks, his hands growing deep as if he could break through space. In an instant, he was about to wrap his arms around Ji Luoshue's slender waist. Ji Haoyang's face did not change when he saw this, and he continued to run towards the Dao seed. Brother, you dash. Ji Luoshue was stunned and looked at Ji Haoyang incredulously. She didn't expect that her own brother would abandon her and choose to take the Dao seed. Nolens Volens, close your eyes. Just as the man surnamed Chen's hand was about to take hold of the surplus waist, a light and elegant voice echoed in the large battlefield. So lively. Bang! In the next second, the man surnamed Chen was like a cannonball, being kicked away. Ji Luoshue instantly lost weight and, falling into the arms of a silver-haired man, terrified, struggling, and ashamed, she raised her beautiful eyes to stare angrily at her visitor. But when she saw clearly, the whole face pouted. Brother Hang. Instantly, ecstatic, Ji Luoshue didn't expect to run into Jiang Heng here. Ever since the last parting, it's been a long time. After arranging Jiang Heng's mission, she returned to her clan, and now, by mistake, they are reunited. In Ji Luoshue's opinion, this is all predestined by heaven. Jiang Heng, the man surnamed Chen, got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body and, angrily, he looked at Jiang Heng. You a Holy Land outcast, Eastern Wasteland barbarian, dare to take a shot at this seat? As he said that, he took a step forward with his pace. His body's underpinnings erupted, infinitely close to the pressure of a saint. It covered Jiang Heng's circumference in an instant. Surroundings. Seeing this scene, they stopped and slowly moved aside for fear of being affected. I know. This person was an ancient demon of the eternal life family. The Chen family, even the Ji family, Hao Yang, is not such a person. Brother Jiang Heng, I'm fine. You don't have to care about me. I'm a member of Ji's family. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. Watching the man surnamed Chen pressing forward, Ji Luoshue was a bit flustered. P.S. I wish my family a peaceful dragon boat festival. End of chapter. Glancing at Ji Luoshue, Jiang Heng pursed his lips. Is it very powerful? How does it compare to the ancient Buddha child? Ancient Buddha child? Chen Bai? That is naturally inferior. At those words, Ji Luoshue shuddered and, immediately, he shook his head. The man with the surname of Chen was the man of the hour, although he was the leading man in the central state. But compared to a demon of the level of the ancient Buddha's son, it was still quite a bit short of the depths. Humph. Although Mr. Chen is not as good as ancient Buddha Z, he won't be under any pressure to deal with a minor cultivator like you. Chen Bai's face was blue, but he didn't dare to say something excessive. When all is said and done, ancient Buddha's son at this moment, still in the Cloud Water Palace, although it is a long time to see, but if the other side heard, to seek revenge, he may not be able to recruit. Yeah. This reply caused Jiang Heng to raise the corners of his mouth and smile gently. Magic power surges. Whoosh! A black flag, fluttering in the wind behind Jiang Heng, was then inserted into the earth. There are millions of ghosts in the sky. Among them, a giant bird of a quasi-saint, a golden rock of the 8th realm, and a monk with a ferocious eye, and a couple of white tigers. Static. There was dead silence in the room. As the crowd watched the scene before them, they stopped their weapons in their hands and unconsciously sweated. Creepy. They saw it. The little Peng King saw the white tigers such as Bai Tu Tian, and also saw the ancient Buddha Z. Mud. It's a devil. It's him. It's all his doing. Reacting quickly. In an instant, like a hedgehog, he exploded straight away. ***. The ancient Buddha's son. No wonder I did not see. Thought to earn hemp ran away. The result is dead. The White Tiger clan was finished by you? They won't spare you if you go out. Jiang Heng. Run. He's planning to kill us all this way. For a time, the many celestial pride that were originally at war quickly retreated in all directions. At this moment, they understood. Jiang Heng was the one behind it all and intended to wipe them all out. As for what Jiang Heng's purpose was, they didn't care. Subocular, medicine. Just want to run. But, the powerful stern ghosts that roamed the sky, the ancient Buddha's son, White Slaughter Sky, White Feather Paramount, and other, instantly blocking the way of over 1,000 people. It's not a matter of words. It's a matter of direct slaughter. Scarlet blood, instantly staining the green and fragrant grass. You're a devil. Chen Bai's entire body trembled as he looked at Jiang Heng in fear. People are stupid. This present karma also came too fast. Beep not yet finished loading. Jiang Heng directly came to the wave of big. It hit him in the head. Wrong brother Jiang. Chen Bai's face was pale and, looking at Jiang Heng's eyes that treated life like grass, he immediately squeezed out a fawning smile. And, the excruciating pain in his chest prevented him from saying the next word, at all. Looking down, a pair of white jade-like hands held a heart that kept leaping. His heart, ripped out by Jiang Heng. Bang! Crushing the heart to burst, Jiang Heng indifferently walked towards the altar. Am I cruel? No. You're the best man in the whole world. And if the world is against you, that must be their problem. Ji Luoshui wrapped her arms around Jiang Heng's neck and gently bit on it. Red rouge lingered on her neck, and her eyes were very determined. This, already, was her obsession. Jiang Heng is the best person in the whole world. If anyone has a problem with Jiang Heng, then it must be their problem. Jiang Heng is not going to be a problem. Good boy. Jiang Heng gently stroked Ji Luoshui's head, turning his eyes to the altar that held several Dao seeds. A shocked Ji Haoyang. Lightly, he said, "Can I kill your brother, Ji Haoyang?" Jiang Heng, you're the devil, aren't you? You're with my sister. I'm your great uncle, and you want to kill me? Ji Haoyang went numb. It's so numb. This Jiang Heng has gone red-eyed, hasn't he? Even him? Kill it. Ji Luoshui looked deeply at Ji Haoyang, remembering the other party's previous abandonment. Eyes with dislike. She didn't even dare to imagine that if Chen Bai got his way at that moment, and word got out that her reputation as a goddess, would it become a disgrace to the Tian Luo world? Bitchy. Ji Haoyang gritted his teeth and looked at this sister spitefully. Hissed. You. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Heng's index finger cut out a silver-white crescent moon. It was fast and reached his neck in no time. In response, Ji Haoyang angrily raised his hand, and the azure-colored water technique formed a barrier. Instantly, he turned and ran. The next second it was cut off. The silver crescent sliced through the blue barrier, splitting it directly in two. At the same time, the severe ghosts that had been waiting for a long time not far away, completely divided Ji Haoyang into pieces. The soul was dragged into the human emperor's streamer. The rest of the stern ghosts carefully carried the Dao seed and delivered it to Jiang Heng. Meanwhile, a shrub in the rear. Gulp. As he looked at the roaming ghosts, Jiang Heng kept on killing and tempering his body with devouring devil technique. Yi Beixian hated to the bone in his heart. All of this. It should all be his. The human emperor streamer was his. And the one who devoured these people should also be him. It all becomes Jiang Heng. It's all Jiang Heng's. In this way, the gap is getting wider and wider. No, the gap between me and him has long been irreparable. Looking at this scene, Yi Beixian calmed down. He knew that the battle power of the moment in Jiang Heng had long been the water of the ditch compared to the ice ocean. Combined. Yes, hop along. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Beixian's face was agitated as he murmured to Hua Changqing beside him. Senior sister, you wait here for me. I'll call someone over. We're no match for Jiang Heng. We have to unite everyone to deal with him. After saying that, Yi Beixian stood up and utilized the transportation technique to quickly, from the side, sprinting toward the end of the maze. In this way he intends to go to the end, to find those who are not weaker than the ancient Buddha's son. There are also those lofty heirs of the Forbidden Zone, joining forces to deal with Jiang Heng. Before leaving, he murmured in Hua Changqing's ear, Senior sister, later on, you only need to testify with me that everything was done by Jiang Heng, just as it was in the beginning. After saying that, the person disappeared. In response, Hua Changqing didn't say a word, her eyes staring dead on Ji Luoshui in Jiang Heng's arms. Ugh, it's all my fault. I should have been the one who was happy. Hua Changqing opened her mouth grudgingly. At the end of the labyrinth, the inner hall of cloud water, shrouded in mist, unable to see out of sight, within the passageways of the various parties, one by one, the celestial pride arrived here. The body, more or less, is stained with blood. There are still so many people. It seems that these hundreds of thousands of years of precipitation are not all waste. The first section of the crowd, a feminine youth arrogantly looked around. This secret Amam's crowd, this person, was none other than Lei Peng. Exclusion zone Thunderbirds of the infernal thunderpool. Not far from its side, a group of people wearing golden robes also made it hard to ignore. Gu Yuan, will take the flawless seed. At the head of the group, was a man, elegantly dressed, looking out of place with the surroundings. This person was Gu Yuan, the first son of the ancient imperial clan. The ancient royal family is also the source of the great power's immunity to mana. P.S. I wish you all good health and happiness every day. End of chapter. With this divine ability, the ancient imperial clan had steadily become the leader of the Forbidden Zone, dominating the Tianluo realm for countless years. Since they've all opened their mouths, no one is going to snatch the true dragon seed from this seat, right? I have waited for this moment for 150,000 years. As Gu Yuan's words fell, a burly man walked out of the crowd slowly. The whole body is hidden green scale armor. The dragon walks with a cold and proud demeanor. His appearance caused many demons with majestic breaths to, unconsciously taking a step backwards. Forbidden Zone, 10,000 Dragon's Nest, Dragon Abyss, Thunder Rock, Dimming Wave, Phoenix Bell, Ancient Yuan. All of these forbidden area heirs are indeed here. Had to pick up what they had left. Although the water within the field of ancient demons was very deep, there was also a strong absolute like the ancient Buddha Sun. Only, compared to these penalty box passers, there is still a lack of substance. After all, since ancient times, it has been rumored that there are fairies in the Forbidden Zone, though it may be a broken immortal or pseudo-immortal. Once you reach that level, it is equivalent to transcendence. According to rumors, the immunity to mana is an immortal method, otherwise the strength would not be so perverse. And, at the end of the crowd, just as everyone was scornful and a bunch of heirs of the Forbidden Zone were climbing over each other, a young man dressed in black with a cloak came to the forefront. Stand with these sanctuary passers. This scene caused the arrogant Lei Peng to instantly burn with rage. The living beings in the Forbidden Zone are all connected to each other, and it is impossible for there to be strangers. In the path of cultivation, there is also honor and dignity. Not everyone is qualified to stand with them. Unbridled thunder roared in all directions, and a flash of moroseness appeared on Lei Peng's pale face. In the meantime, the ancient imperial clan's Gu Yuan spoke indifferently. Scepter kill. As an ancient imperial clan, with this kind of rebellion, the first thing to do was to execute it. The main thing about their clan, which was renowned in the Tianluo realm, was that they had appeared in the world many times. He has destroyed many holy places in great religions. The youth's face did not change, looking around and taking off his hood directly, revealing his boyish face. Are you? Seeing him, a burly man in the crowd was startled and instantly became angry. Killing my clan's brother. How dare you show off? It's an heir to the Golden-Winged Rock clan. This clan held a grudge and had never given up tracking Yi Beixian. How dare you come here, cultivating the devouring devil technique? How dare you still be so wild? Pluck the skin off this boy, crack all the bones, and dig out his loins and dry them in the sun. There were more than just the human race present. Many of the demon race and wood race celestials. They all looked at Yi Beixian with indignation. The devouring devil technique, to their category, was a calamity that destroyed the heavens and the earth. When all is said and done, their origin, compared to humans, has more characteristics. 170,000 years ago, the devouring emperor madly hunted their races and was almost killed and exterminated. The sound waves of the surrounding crusade made the corners of Yi Beixian's eyes keep twitching. After giving them a scornful look, summoning up the courage to look at the forbidden area heir, gentlemen, I don't cultivate that devouring devil technique. I was wrongly accused. All of it, Jiang Heng did. The ancient Buddha Sun, the White Tiger clan, and other celestial pride have already been poisoned by him. Yi Beixian's words were sincere. Fearing that the people around him wouldn't believe him, he immediately swore to the heavens, if it's me who did this, and why bother making the trip? Wouldn't it be nice to wait peacefully for the ruins to end? After saying that, Yi Beixian sincerely looked at Lei Peng, Gu Yuan, Long Yuan and the others. He knew that, with so many people present, he still had to look at what a few people meant. That's a lot of talk. It made Lei Peng, Gu Yuan and the others, who originally had unhappy expressions, stare. Words. Indeed, that's how it works. Since Yi Beixian really practiced magic, there was no need to come and commit danger. Then you've come here to ask us to crusade against Jiang Heng? Lei Peng raised his head and Jie looked at Yi Beixian. If you're using us as a gun, you have to show evidence, right? His words caused Gu Yuan, Long Yuan, Dim Bo, and the other forbidden area heirs to nod their heads. The devouring demon technique, even for them, was a bit scary. Yes, you can come with me. At this time, Jiang Heng should still be devouring those heavenly pride. It's just this way down the passage. Yi Beixian replied resoundingly, raising his hand and pointing at the road he came from. According to his projections, it would take at least 3 to 5 hours for those thousands of people to inhale all of them. At this point these people go together and are bound to bump into each other. These words caused the entire room to be dumbfounded, and they all looked at the passageway in shock. Rao Lei Peng, Gu Yuan, several people, also have stared at each other. Go and see. I was going to wait for his audience, but now it looks like I'll have to meet him in person. Gu Yuan, who was dressed in a golden robe, opened his mouth condescendingly. It had long been no great secret that Jiang Heng possessed immunity to mana, but anyone who had paid attention would know about it. He's curious where Jiang Heng's mana immunity came from. This golden gung fruit of the Tian Luo realm was pocketed by their ancient imperial clan once it appeared, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Some disobedient Taoist lineages that wanted to seize the golden gung ho fruit. That's how they killed them. There are one or two from time to time, but it's impossible to collect that many. Since brother Gu Yuan wants to go, then this seat will also go and take a look. Long Yuan, who was covered in green scales, immediately nodded his head and took the lead to walk towards the passageway. Subsequently, Phoenix Bell, Dimming Wave, Heavenly Demon, and the others followed the pace. Towards the passage Yi Beixian pointed out. He sped. Lei Peng, on the other hand, grabbed Yi Beixian's neck. Don't move. Thunderbird, use thunder to break all laws, and no one can withstand it. Dragging Yi Beixian, he followed the pace of several people and sped along. The rest of the Celestial Pride followed closely behind. Under Yi Beixian's mobilization, 80% of the Heavenly Pride of the Cloud Water Palace, they all went on a crusade against Jiang Heng. Passage, clumped wild, the deep blue altar, 2 pots of bonfire burning. Jiang Heng sitting on top of the altar, looking at the devastation around him, his eyes stared deep into the depths. Do you need me to serve you? I see you're a little fired up. Seeing Jiang Heng's unpleasant attitude, Ji Luoshui seemed to have something on her mind, and her blushing face, look up into eyes that looked like stars. Previously, when Jiang Heng was angry, he liked to be that way. Aha! Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the deep end of the road, his eyes skimming over a touch of coldness. A moment. At the end of the line, a dense tide of people, hurtling this way. There are no less than 80,000 of them. It was none other than the men led by Gu Yuan and Long Yuan. This batch could be said to have gathered all the heavenly pride of the Tian Luo realm. And, at this point everyone stopped and looked at the altar, at the girl in the long pink dress. He's on his knees serving the silver-haired man. They are somewhat taut. They all looked at Yi Beixian as if they were looking at ghosts. They don't get it. What does this Yi Beixian mean? Anyone like the Minotaur himself? It's not enough to be on your own. You like to call out to others. Watching your fiancé serve another man? Isn't this strange fetish? Too strange? P.S. I wish you all good health and happiness every day. End of chapter. Is this what you said Jiang Heng was devouring with his demonic power? Lei Peng stared wide-eyed and shocked at Jiang Heng's elegant gesture above the altar. The hand that was choking Yi Beixian's neck unconsciously increased by a few points. Lei Xiao. He's playing you Not far away from his side, a little fat man in a flowery robe from the 5 Elements sect. A shocked face looked at Reborn, then looked at Yi Beixian in a daze. At the same time, Ancient Yuan, Long Yuan, and the other Forbidden Area heirs had their gazes fall towards Yi Beixian, eyes with shock. Everyone knows that he and Ji Luoshui are engaged to be married. Right now, this scene happened. Zip. In Lei Peng's hands, the raging berserk thunder kept wandering around Yi Beixian's body. It made his already shocked mood feel even more humiliated. He gets it. For a moment everything was clear. Bring false charges against. Framing from start to finish. At the beginning of the Tianyao city, even if he did not go in advance, Ji Luoshui would most likely find a reason to frustrate. Leave him alone to take the fall. These two, Jiang Heng and Ji Luoshui, had colluded together long ago. Not caring about the punishment given to him by Lei Peng, Yi Beixian raised his eyes and stared dead ahead of Jiang Heng. The young lady in the pink dress. Rockwater, tell me it ain't true. Tell me it ain't true. You must have been coerced by Jiang Heng. Right. His whole body trembled, and a nameless, anguish-free fire traveled upward from his dantian. It was as if it was going to spurt out of his throat at any moment. Hate. Too much hate. Jiang Heng hit him from all sides, taking the human emperor's haki, doing that to his childhood friend right in front of him, and then it was followed by a straight shot in front of his face, and then, practicing the devouring devil technique, he framed him for everything. Subocular medicine. Not even his fiancée. I volunteered, Ji Luoshui said, wiping the stain from the corner of her mouth. Standing up, he turned his head to look at Yi Beixian. Water from a ditch, delusion of the ice ocean? You are far inferior to Big Brother Jiang. All sides. All sides. These were words she had suppressed for a long time, and at the first sight of Yi Beixian, she loathed. Jiang Heng's temperament, appearance, and mannerisms that emanated from his bones were not something Yi Beixian could imitate. The picture of a snake is not enough, and always pretends to be a light and clear posture. It made Ji Luoshui gag. Bitch, you're a cheap too. Yi Beixian's neck veins rippled and, red-faced and abusive to Ji Luoshui, Nangong Nihuan was too much for him to bear that time. And now this. How can he stand this? Put. Yi Beixian immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood and looked at Jiang Heng's rakish face as he hissed. Jiang Heng, what else do you know but tricks and mind games? If you have the ability, fight me squarely. On the altar, 2 bonfires danced slowly, and Jiang Heng sat on a stone chair, looking at Yi Beixian's wretched posture. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Beixian, is this pomp and circumstance not as you wish? Isn't heart, means, and city, what you're good at? Wasn't it you who laid it all out? Jiang Heng smiled teasingly and continued. If you don't like me, feel free to challenge me. Why bother falsely accusing me of practicing the devouring demon technique? Saying that, Jiang Heng really laughed. This man is a bit of fun. He was laying out a plan right from the start, using the devouring demon technique to count on him, and now he's in a bad way. They also say that others are only scheming, tactful, and sophisticated, and not at all honorable. Why are you saying all the good and bad things? When Jiang Heng's words fell, the expressions of many of the surrounding heavenly pride were not right. When they asked the heart pass was first spread around the world, most people knew that Jiang Heng was innocent. Right now, Jiang Heng's words were even more certain of this. Kid, you really dare to fool me? I am Lei Peng, the first young master of the Infernal Thunder Pool, the future controller of the Infernal Thunder Pool. Lei Peng was incomparably furious, changing his usual feminine nature, and the rampant wild thunderstorms raged on his body. The hand that was pinching Yi Beixian's hand tightened even more. Beside him, Gu Yuan, Long Yuan, and the heavenly demon were also cold and displeased. Sparing the previously smiling Phoenix Belle, her expression iced over at this moment. They represent the younger generation of the Tian Luo realm, and they're being played like this, or the first time. No, you guys listen to me. Yi Beixian was indignant. At that moment, it's a real, or it's a. Sulking for a few seconds, as if thinking of something, Yi Beixian growled. Wait a moment, I have a witness. I have witnesses. He pointed sharply to the distant bushes. Speaking to the Forbidden Zone transmitter beside him, he said, my senior sister was there. He witnessed Jiang Heng devouring these people, and also used the human emperor streamer to detain everyone's souls. This time, Yi Beixian felt that Hua Changqing would definitely tell the truth. Initially, under the Heart of Inquiry Pass, Hua Changqing was slapped by Jiang Heng, and after that, a series of false accusations were made against her. The feud between the two is simply not reconcilable. It has long been a matter of life and death. Right now, in his opinion, it was the best chance for Hua Changqing to get rid of Jiang Heng. It was bound to be impossible to miss. Although Jiang Heng is very strong, it must not be a match for the Forbidden Passer. The Taoing Dharma practiced by these people is one level beyond the Holy Land. And every human race has a remarkable origin. Lei Peng, the immortal bird Thunderbird. Long Yuan, the true dragon bloodline. Phoenix Belle, the true Phoenix bloodline. The sound of the words made the anger around them subside quite a bit, and they all cast their eyes into the distance. The bush that Yi Beixian was referring to, a woman in a long, bright yellow dress was striding with a dignified and elegant step by step towards the altar. Seeing the visitor, Yi Beixian was delighted. He was afraid that Hua Changqing wouldn't come out. Eldest senior sister, tell the truth. Say what you need to say. Tell them what Jiang Heng really did. Have heard what was said. Lei Peng, Long Yuan, Gu Yuan, and the others, all turned their gazes to Hua Changqing, waiting for the woman's answer. Junior. Hua Changqing looked at Yi Beixian with an expressionless face, then looked at the altar. Jiang Heng's silver hair. It finally settled on Jiang Heng's arms. Ji Luoshui's body. The heart was grieved. Eldest brother. Having heard what was said, Jiang Heng didn't say anything, didn't even look back at her. His gaze from the beginning to the end of they all looked at Yi Beixian playfully. A moment. Hua Changqing took a deep breath, her expression carrying relief as she looked at the many forbidden area heirs beside Yi Beixian, pursing her lips. I didn't see anything. I haven't been here long. I don't know anything. As the words fell, there was an uproar all around, and with shock in their eyes, the crowd turned their heads to Yi Beixian. Even Gu Yuan and the others were stunned. Hua Changqing's words had indeed surprised them. Yi Beixian's gesture just now did not seem to be a fake. Hua Changqing must know something. May. The answer is no. Gu Yuan, Lei Peng, Long Yuan, Dimbo and the others, all of them turned their heads and looked at Yi Beixian with displeasure. P.S. Have a great day and remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. And this time, Yi Beixian didn't say a word, and the picture was very different from his previous anger to the extreme. The silence is horrible. He looked at Hua Changqing in confusion, his eyes tinged with disbelief. Not understanding. Yi Beixian truly did not understand. Why did Hua Changqing see Jiang Heng's devouring demon technique with her own eyes and still say so? Perjury here. In the beginning, without seeing it with their own eyes, they all bit the dust, and when they saw it with their own eyes, how dare you say you don't know anything? Didn't we see it together? Hua Changqing, do you know what you're saying? Jiang Heng cultivating the devouring devil technique is already incompatible with heaven's justice, and you're going to help him perjure himself. You should not be confused. Yi Beixian's voice was hoarse, and as soon as he broke free of Lei Peng's, raising his hand with his whole body trembling, he pointed at Hua Changqing. Unacceptable. This scene is really unacceptable to him. Hua Changqing, too, seems to have defected, became Jiang Heng's man. Junior brother, I don't understand what you're talking about, Yi Beixian questioned, making Hua Changqing shake his head. Instead of framing others here, you should make yourself better. As she said that, she looked at the many heavens pride with a look of confusion and amazement. Perhaps it was because of her posture and temperament. Hua Changqing's words were always so persuasive. Immediately, countless celestial pride looked at Yi Beixian one after another, certain of Hua Changqing's words. You brat, how dare you slander your big brother? Kill him. We can't let this brat leave today, or else we'll be on our toes in the future. You swore that Jiang Heng was devouring, swore that Elder's sister was a witness. It's all lies. Be careful. This kid was able to escape under the siege in the first place, and he has some recluse skills. In an instant, the surroundings exploded, trusting Hua Changqing's words very much, as in a previous life. In her previous life, Hua Changqing was abetted by Yi Beixian's. The words Jiang Heng is a devil are still being spread. This has led to the whole world questioning Jiang Heng. Present, 2-level reversal. This boomerang plunged into Yi Beixian himself. Gentlemen, Luo Shui and I have known each other since we were young and have long been privy to each other. Yi Beixian seduced his sister-in-law, slandered his elder brother, practiced demonic arts, and mutilated his fellow disciples. What this kid loves to do is to act all innocent and then do the dirty deed. The ancient Buddha's son was deceived by his naive appearance and sneak attack to death. Just as the crowd was on a verbal crusade, Jiang Heng slowly stood up from the altar, eyes coldly looking at Yi Beixian. While saying that, Jiang Heng utilized shrinking ground to step in front of the crowd. A shocking truth was revealed. Let there be bland attitudes all around. They all looked at Yi Beixian with a shudder. The ancient Buddha child was really poisoned by you? The ancient Buddha son's body has long been adamantine. This kid really has the means. Since young Lord Jiang is so righteous, it's time for us to get moving. Kill the boy. Jiang Heng's words were like a shot in the arm, causing those around him who originally did not intend to make a move to end their hunting. The words were blunt. The ancient Buddha's son was all made to die, and that nearly invincible and perverted defense couldn't even be blocked. They were sneak attacked by Yi Beixian, and they were dead. Jiang Heng looking at the flawless man in front of him, Yi Beixian fought and hissed, then looking around. You guys, May. The crowd didn't even give him a chance to answer, as they cast many Dao laws and began to surround Yi Beixian. Colorful Dao magic, various forms of Dao weapons, and some bottomless talismans. When it comes to one's own safety and security, no one is left alone. A large force of tens of thousands of people erupted at this moment with appalling combat power. In response, Jiang Heng was silent, his eyes looking toward Lei Peng and the others. At this moment, this group of Forbidden Area heirs did not participate in the roundup. Gu Yuan, what do you think? Lei Peng looked at Gu Yuan beside him. This Yi Beixian kid, I don't think he's that bold, but no matter what, the devil's work will eventually be eliminated. In this version, Yi Beixian was able to break free from his bonds, and it was also because he had specially released the water. He believed in Hua Changqing's words, Yi Beixian's words. He also believed them. He still believed Jiang Heng's words, but none of this matters. As long as Jiang Heng is suspected, that's enough. That's natural. The great divine power in my clan is also not allowed to stray. Gu Yuan nodded and recognized what Reborn said. He came here for a different purpose than the other Forbidden Area heirs. The ancient imperial clan's natural aptitude and mana immunity were not allowed to be strayed. If not, what else can their clan do to intimidate the herd? Cause and effect. Long established. Several of you. Are you interrogating Mr. Jiang? Looking at the posture of Lei Peng, Gu Yuan and the others. Jiang Heng nodded slightly, revealing a brash smile. It is a great honor for you to be interrogated by us. Long Yuan indifferently opened his mouth. Unlike the previous two, he didn't look down on anyone. Jiang Heng in his opinion, it's just a mole. Killing, and not killing, it makes no difference to him. Since he's a suspect, he's dead. I'm here now. If you don't kill someone, you've come for nothing. Yes, dang it. The corners of Jiang Heng's mouth rose as he looked at the 8 forbidden heirs in front of him, flashing a big smile. Come along? Wanting the heavenly Tao seed, what was in front of him was unavoidable. From the beginning, his aim was to liquidate everyone. Far away, Yi Beixian, who was trying his best to resist the pursuit, saw this scene and, showing a cocky smile, Jiang Heng, you die. You karma. When you're dead, I'll come and collect your body for you. Heavenly demon disintegration. At that moment, he did not intend to fight with Jiang Heng. In this area to the death. These tens of thousands of people he really cannot fight. But, as long as the Forbidden Zone passed on and resolved Jiang Heng, his future would remain open. Instantly performed the heavenly demon disintegration. The black demonic chi rapidly dispersed within the body. The whole person seemed to be dismembered. It's going to disappear completely from this side of the world. And, at that very moment, several chains in the sky completely locked it in place. The heavenly demon disintegration of Yi Beixian was directly extinguished. This can't be. Seeing this scene, Yi Beixian's entire body was stunned. Creation Songxing Lock. Jiang Heng, you've blocked off this area? He's stupid. This creation Cthulhu Lock, which appeared to be a chain, was actually a formation that blocked space. Block all the creation. If he were outside, he would have the means to break through this formation. But this is the Cloudwater Immortal Palace. The Qianquan seal is in itself, making it impossible for him to break through the formation. Right. Jiang Heng ignored the forbidden area passer in front of him, slightly raising his head to reveal his white teeth, smiling lightly at Yi Beixian, who was not far away. Right. This is all for you from my brother. Do you like it? Beixian nah. I've been entangled with you for 10,000 years. It's time to clear up the karma today. P.S. Have a great day and remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Letting Ji Luoshui expose Yi Beixian, not stopping Yi Beixian from coming to the Cloudwater Immortal Palace. Using Hua Changqing to get Yi Beixian to organize people to come over. All this and more. It was all carefully laid out by him long ago. In any other location, Yi Beixian would have had a boundary-breaking flag. A secret treasure that can break through all barriers and escape. But here, the secret treasure could not take effect. And this was what Jiang Heng had chosen for Yi Beixian. The best grave. As for the rest of these people in front of us, they're just sustenance. It's the material for him to face in Hongyi in the misty sacred land. 10,000 years. What do you mean? Yi Beixian no longer hid his clumsiness and erupted with monstrous battle power, directly shaking away the magic treasures that surrounded his body. Jiang Heng's reply made his heart pump hard. I have a feeling that something absolutely extraordinary is going to happen. At the same time, Yi Beixian's sea of divine consciousness, chaotic, yet starry, a black mist was very conspicuous. His eyes were scarlet as he looked at Jiang Heng through his body. Could it be? No, there's no way I can lose. This Yi Beixian is not a person of this heaven and earth. He should jump out of the 3 realms and not be in the 5 elements. He's the pawn off the board, the biggest variable. And I'm plotting right. No. The black mist seemed like an enraged porcupine, and exploded right into a hoarse hiss that, echoing a large sea of consciousness. Jiang Heng's words made him guess many things, and he thought that Jiang Heng was aware of his existence. At the same time, fine thoughts. Jiang Heng's character couldn't be so adventurous, and without absolute control of it's impossible to say something so weighty. In other words, Jiang Heng, eat them up. Eastern wasteland, ethereal sanctuary, holy mountain. Bathing in the evening sun was a habit, and even when Jiang Heng was gone, Hongyi still did the same thing. Sitting on the lapis lazuli, his ruby eyes look indifferently toward the west. That's the direction of the Middle Kingdom. Red. Your qualifications are the highest I've ever seen. This enlightenment in the land of extreme fury has allowed your cultivation to improve, qualitatively. And Hongyi's long skirt swayed, and at her side, old man Linghu's eyes contained a smile. In her opinion, with Hongyi's cultivation speed, it wouldn't take long for maybe we'll get there. And Hongyi is silent. All around, the scarlet fury, as if materializing at this moment, it made even old man Linghu take a few steps backward. One has to wonder at the strength of the talent. Even a cultivator who has been in the harmonized way for 100,000 years may not have this kind of heritage. Old ancestor, don't make small moves behind my back. And Hongyi looked at the setting sun and, without looking back, my patience, it's completely gone. She was aware of the ones arranged by old man Linghu, but not too much interference. She knew that Jiang Heng would definitely come, in his full glory, to settle this karma. She's waiting to be born, or to die. Got it. Old ancestor Linghu's face stared, glancing deeply at Hongyi's back without saying anything more. The red-clothed woman in front of him was a bit impenetrable to him even now. Continuing, but, old age has its quest, and I need you to step into that realm of. Let my ethereal holy land be promoted to the ranks of the forbidden zone. I, for one, will not allow an accident. You owe me this. You, and Hongi stared back, eyes like rubies. Deadly staring at Linghu old ancestor. Good. In that case, I'll settle my grudge with you. Old ancestor Linghu lowered his face and nodded. That shall be the case. Zhangzhou, Cloudwater Palace. Passage. As the battle raged on, Yi Beixian was in a sorry state under tens of thousands of hunt by hunts. The heavenly demon disintegrates and is sealed. The other recluse techniques were nowhere to be utilized, and the moment seemed to be a dead end. When you're dead, you'll know naturally. Jiang Heng had a smile on his lips as he watched Yi Beixian being hunted down. His heart was unbridled. Presently, it's already entered. This net he has so carefully woven. Trying to get out of it, it has long been impossible. It's just exhaustion. The creation Cthulhu lock. Interesting. Opposite Jiang Heng, Lei Peng, who had an arrogant face, stepped forward to Jiang Heng. It seems that are we in your hunt planning? Saying that, Lei Peng smiled. The bright smile on the feminine face was a contrast. First, the Tianluo realm had existed for countless years, except for the devouring emperor 170,000 years ago. It was the first time someone had put their hands on their penalty box. Don't worry, the night is still long, isn't it? Jiang Heng licked the corners of his mouth and glanced lazily at Lei Peng, then turned his eyes to look into the distance. Yi Beixian's wretched figure. At this point, the other side of the body of the demonic aura. There have been a few mistakes, caught by him directly sucked to death. It's black. And it's so bizarre. Devouring devil technique? Gu Yuan trembled and looked towards the devouring demon technique with scorn. 170,000 years ago, a 9 marks harmonizer of their clan. It was the devouring emperor who used this evil technique to break the immunity to mana. The final kill was in the capital city of the dynasty. When he saw it in the moment, he was also a little creeped out. This brat has indeed practiced devouring devil technique. Lei Peng was stunned and looked at Yi Beixian with indignation. Same idea as before. Jiang Heng's words, he believed in, and Hua Changqing's words, he also believed in. Right now, it really wasn't unexpected, but it was certainly shocking. The remaining few forbidden area heirs were staring at Yi Beixian with unkind eyes. Mysterious runes surged in his body, like a tiger on top of the mountains, looking down on its prey below, ready to pounce out at any time. And, the one with the most shocked expression was the woman beside the altar. Wearing a light yellow dress, she has a stunningly beautiful face. And what's rare is that she carries an elegant temperament that makes people relaxed and happy. Hua Changqing looked at this with confused eyes. She, heartache to the bone. It was wrong. It was wrong from the beginning. It was her. It was all her. When she was under the netherworld peak, the dozen or so disciples were killed by Yi Beixian, and she was counted by Yi Beixian. The fact that he was bent on having his own way and did not know what was right and wrong made Jiang Heng a scapegoat. Truth revealed. In vain I trusted you so much. You're such a little. Hua Changqing's dignity and elegance were completely lost at this moment. Possessing a bitter hatred. If she could, she would drink in all of Yi Beixian's blood. All that life. All those good days. And she ruined it. Elder sister. Hua Changqing's hoarse cry of grief caused Yi Beixian's face to become bitter, and he immediately wanted to open his mouth to explain. But when he remembered that Hua Changqing had chosen to stand by Jiang Heng, the hatred in his heart also heaving up. I did it. I devoured those people and framed Jiang Heng. Don't blame me. Blame me for your stupidity. It's you who are not strong-minded enough to be counted by me. P.S. I wish my family a happy day. End of chapter. If you guys really trusted Jiang Heng, how could he have been set up by me? You are to blame for all of this. Yi Beixian exploded all of his reserves, constantly using the devouring demon technique to devour each and every powerful heavenly pride. The originally shriveled state was actually looking out of the corner of his eye at this moment. This moment. He wasn't going to pretend anymore. After pretending to be a grandchild for so long, he couldn't pretend anymore. Showdown anyway. In today's deadly fight, either he dies or Jiang Heng dies. Hua Changqing's face turned pale, choking on Yi Beixian's words, unable to speak, turning her eyes to look at Jiang Heng in fear, trying to open my mouth to explain something, but it seemed so pale. If there was no evidence before, now the truth was right in front of us, and through Yi Beixian's mouth. All that was there then cried out to be done. Eldest senior brother is sorry. It's all Changqing's fault. Hua Changqing looked at Jiang Heng in shame. Remorse was written all over his face. No harm done. Jiang Heng is just the handle. Raising the corners of his mouth, he smiled faintly. Just don't forget the agreement with me, senior sister. He was so tired of watching this vocal drama. probably due to the heavenly Tao demon heart. At this time his heart was less compassionate and more cold. Instead of forgiving, how about a family reunion? Meeting in another person's royal streamer. Wouldn't that make it even more beautiful? Gentlemen, won't you get rid of the demons? Jiang Heng turned his eyes to Lei Pang, Gu Yuan and the others, pointing at the wretched Yi Beixian in the distance. He cultivates devouring devil technique. At this rate, it's hard to say whether he'll win or lose. Presently, he didn't bluff. According to the characteristics of the devouring devil technique, if Yi Beixian were to keep eating it, I don't know if it's going to come to a sick body. For example, the chaotic body, the immaculate sacred body, the sacred body of 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 the Taoist fetus. All of these were possible. Jiang Heng's words caused the 8 forbidden area transmitters to look at each other, each seeing the scorn in the depths of their eyes afterward. The full-bodied green-scaled, stout and extraordinary Long Yuan stepped forward and indifferently said, "This seat will go." Roar. Immediately, it transformed into a green-colored dragon shadow and sped towards Yi Beixian. It was fast, as if it were rainbow light. As Yi Beixian was shocked, the claws of the green dragon directly slapped onto Yi Beixian's chest. Put. Fresh blood gushed from Yi Beixian's mouth in large gulps. He looked at Long Yuan scornfully. Jiang Heng also practiced magic. You kill me, not him. You'll all be dead by then, too. Ha, ha, ha. At this moment, Yi Beixian's eyes were filled with madness. After glancing at Jiang Heng cruelly, today's deadly game. Let's see who can have the last laugh. When the words fall, clang, a sharp phoenix cry swept across the vast bushfield, and the distant ancient trees in the sky, under the phoenix cry, were instantly reduced to pieces. The huge mountains also crumbled at this moment. Yi Beixian once again vomited a mouthful of blood. A woman in full crimson, with bare ankles, came to him on 2 feathers. Forbidden zone, sycamore forest. Blood phoenix. Phoenix bell. Seeing the visitor, the scorn in the depths of Yi Beixian's eyes increased. This kind of forbidden zone passer, come one, is already the limit. This moment Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell joined forces. The dragon and the phoenix were in harmony, and he didn't know if he could top it. Seeing the arrival of the two of them, the surrounding cultivators who had originally traveled around, also seemed to have a backbone. Immediately, he became exuberant. The forbidden area's air is out. This Yi Beixian will die 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Damn it, there's something weird about this kid. Obviously his cultivation can't keep up with ours, but by virtue of being weird, and yet you can hunt so many people. It's just a matter of eliminating the demonic seed. There's always some blood to be shed. Let's set up a formation. Don't let this kid get away. Give the 2 adults space. Yi Beixian's treachery. These people had suffered a great loss, and in just 1 incense stick, no less than 10 people had died. And, the more you fight, the stronger you get. The entire person continuously wandered through their crowd, harvesting and devouring one life after another. On the spot, many people spread out and began to take their respective positions, using the stars of the circumference as a guide. Many mysterious runic imprints swayed and rose into the air from all over, forming a large perpetual star formation. Locking Long Yuan, Phoenix Bell, and Yi Beixian in it. Not far, the forbidden area heirs who saw the scene revealed light smiles, and after a few seconds of silence, their gazes turned to Jiang Heng. Gu Yuan stepped forward slightly, raising his head, the skirt of his golden robe fluttering. I'm sorry, the so-called Immaculate Conception. You don't need a reason to kill you, do you? Of course. Jiang Heng nodded seriously and spread his hands to look at Gu Yuan, make an inviting gesture. Not far away. When Hua Changqing saw this, her expression instantly panicked as she trotted over here. Agitatedly, he said, my eldest senior brother is innocent. On what grounds do you still want to take action against them? My teacher, and Hongyi, is the empress. When the world can achieve that realm, ranked among the immortals, in a few days, we will also be promoted to the Forbidden Zone. Are you sure you want to make such a big karma? Hua Changqing's words fell. Gu Yuan, Lei Peng, Diming Bo and a few others, their faces were instantly obscure. Before coming out, the words were said above. The ethereal Holy Land can give 3 thin faces, and that Empress and Hongyi's qualifications are through and through. In the future, it's possible to take that step. There's no need for that. Jiang Heng nodded indifferently and, making an inviting gesture to Gu Yuan, my karmic ties with Hongyi are over. All that remains is karma. Ergo, no need to tie your hands because of her. When he said the last 4 words, Jiang Heng's tone increased and his demeanor took on a disdainful look. Unbridled. Gu Yuan was shaken. Jiang Heng was too wild and arrogant. Let's not say that Hongyi could possibly take that step. Even if she did take that step, compared to the one of their clan, there were still countless years of sedimentation. Which one of those who could reach that point did not have qualifications that were unrivaled in the past and present? Which one of them is not talented for ages? Senior brother? Hua Changqing was stunned and, also or so looked at Jiang Heng. Do you really dislike us that much? Obviously you can. Before the words fell, a touch of displeasure was added to Jiang Heng's bland expression. You want to disobey this seed again? There is no need to emphasize my distaste for you when some of the problems are known. Don't you get it yet? After saying that, Jiang Heng stopped speaking. Indeed, many people, in this life, have not gone so far as to do so much. He did do so with some determination. What had he done wrong in his past life? Always trying to be a good big brother, trying to take care of everyone, and all you get in return is ennui. It's a series of spitballs. Instead of that, let's take the aversion to the end. The path is no longer the same in this life. Then the grudge will be purged. The cold and harsh words caused Hua Changqing's face to turn white as she miserably took 3 steps back and looked at Jiang Heng's back. At the same time, Jiang Heng stopped talking and turned his eyes towards Gu Yuan, the young supreme being of the ancient imperial clan. I will cut your heart out. Gu Yuan held his head slightly high as he walked towards Jiang Heng. Step by step, with each step, the shade of green underfoot quickly withers. The majesty of the breath was no better than that of a saint. This is something that has never been done before. P.S. I wish my family a happy day. End of chapter. At this moment, the entire room was dead silent. Countless heavenly prides that had been precipitated for 10,000 years, and even hidden demons whose strength was no weaker than that of the ancient Buddha's son. Horror also showed on his expression. Their outburst of underpinnings was enough to shake the paramount saints. Some damage to the origin, but definitely doable. But, this Gu Yuan, the moment his breath exploded, he had a might that was no weaker than that of a true saint. If they were to go all out, what would be their battle power? Mad. This Jiang Heng is too mad. Today he will die. This is the heir to the forbidden zone. It's really terrifying. Even if a saint comes, I'm afraid it's no good. I bet that the moment Gu Yuan fuses the Tao seed, he'll certify as a saint. Even the great sage. At this point, it seems that although Jiang Heng's natural talent is through the ages, it is at most on par with the forbidden area heir. But the other side has countless years of heritage. Defeated. Among the tide of people surrounding Yi Beixian, many people stopped their weapons and turned their gazes to this one battlefield. For what happened next? They all seemed to see it. I had a hunch. Jiang Heng won't win. The gap between the two was a chasm. A moat. Insurmountable. Don't worry. Gu Yuan took a step in front of Jiang Heng. Indifference was written all over Lonely Jade's face. After I kill you, I'll send Yi Beixian down to meet you. Phew. Jiang Heng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and shook his head helplessly. There is indeed a lot of nonsense before one dies. Those who have lost to me have also spoken out. Unbridled. Gu Yuan grunted coldly. I am Gu Yuan, the Forbidden Area Junior Supreme. Boom. Ancient Yuan's powerful leap crushed the rocky soil on the ground, and smoke and dust rolled up in the sky. He instantly arrived in front of Jiang Heng. The thick arm, like a python, stood out from the sleeve cuffs, and directly pinched Jiang Heng's neck. All of this, in a flash of lightning, was breathtakingly fast. This scene let the people who surrounded Yi Beixian, as well as those who watched the battle from all around. There were also the rest of the Forbidden Region's heirs with teasing on their faces, staring. The ancient imperial clan and the strength of their flesh is exceptional. Plus at this time, Gu Yuan's body was attached to a layer of silver-colored mana immunity. It's basically hard for anyone to resist that move. The only way to live is to turn and run. Jiang Heng hadn't moved yet, so basically he wasn't far from death. Bang! As expected by the crowd, the rammed punch struck Jiang Heng's chest hard. A powerful, muffled grunt swept across the large bushfield. In the distance, the corner of Lei Peng's mouth teased. This world's heavenly pride is like the crushing carp in the river. There are but a few existences that can compete with us. Don't destroy this corpse. I'll bring it back to the morning soul ridge. He'll revive in countless years. Only the him that will be there may not be the one in front of him. A black-robed dimbo, the aura of death as he spoke, surrounded his body. He's the most bizarre amongst the pride of the Forbidden Zone. There was a flurry of words, but halfway through the conversation, many people stopped talking and they all looked at Gu Yuan in shock. On account of, the other guy didn't move half the time. Ancient Yuan? Lei Peng opened his mouth curiously. The rest of them, too. And, at this point, on Gu Yuan's cold expression, there was more than a touch of shock, and his eyes, like On's, were deadly staring at Jiang Heng, flawless Tao body. This palm, indeed, rammed solidly into Jiang Heng's chest. But, Jiang Heng's powerful physical body, coupled with the legendary physique, it seemed to have reduced the power of this palm by more than one level. The remaining damage failed to injure Jiang Heng. If Jiang Heng had the sacred body without trace, the world would have already spread the word. Bang! What answered Gu Yuan was Jiang Heng's powerful palm, which directly slapped into Gu Yuan's chest. There is no Tao. Pure physical force. Vom dash. Gu Yuan immediately vomited a mouthful of silver-white blood and looked at Jiang Heng incredulously. This slap caused his ribs to shatter and he vomited a mouthful of scarlet sweetness from his abdomen. Injured. This can't be. Gu Yuan lowered his head and looked at Jiang Heng's white palms. The shock in his eyes was hard to dispel. How long has it been? He forgot how long it had been since he'd been hurt. With today's battle power, even a saint would not be able to do much damage to him. And Jiang Heng, a slap hurt him? Hey, Gu Yuan, what are you up to? Not far away. Seeing Gu Yuan vomit a mouthful of blood. A touch of shock also overflowed on Lei Peng's face. The two were old rivals, with their battle prowess about equal to each other. He had a deep knowledge of Gu Yuan's battle power, and of Jiang Heng's battle power. He also has a clear understanding. At most, it's comparable to Gu Jie. But, Gu Jie was seriously injured by him in 10 moves. Even in a fight to the death, he can kill Gu Jie in 50 moves at most. Why is this scene happening? No harm. Gu Yuan raised his head and glanced at Jiang Heng with slanted eyes. Not bad. You have a bit of strength. But not much. Bang. Jiang Heng yanked Gu Yuan's right hand with his left hand and raised his right hand to instantly slap again. Vom dash. Before Gu Yuan's words left his mouth, he only felt as if his chest had been torn apart by something. The ribs broke harder. The bone that pierced his lungs caused a mouthful of blood to spurt out again. If Jiang Heng hadn't tugged on his right hand, it would have been sent flying. Gu Yuan looked at Jiang Heng in a daze, his heart somewhat confused. It shouldn't be. That ancient Buddha son, who claimed to have an unrivaled physical body, was slightly inferior in front of his absolute physical strength. A couple of physical fights, beating each other's heads to a pulp. Could Jiang Heng? Why is the flesh so powerful? Jiang Heng grinned, curious? Not telling you. If he had dealt with this Gu Yuan in his previous life, the fight would have inevitably gone to his scalp. The opponent is still attached to mana immunity at this point. But in this life, in the first stage, there were more than 100 golden gung fruits, which made the already powerful physical body. It's been hardened to the core. And after a series of enhancements, coupled with the devouring demon technique being continuously refined in these several devourings, tens of thousands of Tianjiao's origin, it made his physical body strength at this moment unattainable in his previous life. In the flesh, it has long been sainted. It was impossible for a true saint to come and take any advantage in a physical body duel. After all, most of those saints were saints by the way. You seek death. Ancient Yuan was furious. His right hand clenched his fist like a blistering wind and rain, directly blasting out more than 1,000 times in an instant. The dense fists covered Jiang Heng's entire field of vision in an instant. Just as the fist was about to hit, Jiang Heng cracked his mouth as he did. His right hand cupped his fist and blasted out more than 1,000 times at Gu Yuan. Split second. Bang bang. Bang bang. The two men clutched each other with their left hands, and their right hands went at each other in the most primal way possible. The clash of fists against fists went on and on. The impact was so violent that it created a huge wave of sound that swept across the entire area. The mountains and rivers are crumbling. And, in a scene that was too much for many a sanctuary passer to take in, Gu Yuan's fist was dripping with silver-white blood. The bones, too, seemed to start breaking. The entire arm. It was as if the force had been removed. And the decadence was evident. It made Lei Peng and Dim Bo several people not calm down. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Thanks family. End of chapter. In terms of physical body, of all the people present, Gu Yuan ranked first. But that's just it. To be beaten by Jiang Heng in a purely physical sparring match? Visible to the naked eye. Ancient Yuan's hand bones had long been shattered. It was the will to defy defeat, and a fury that was holding strong. As for Jiang Heng, his hands were still like jade, and even the blood that stained them was the silver blood of Gu Yuan. This kid's fleshly body has more than likely become a saint. Among the Forbidden Area's heirs, the heavenly demon, who hadn't said anything all this time, looked at Jiang Heng with a grave expression. Subocular medicine. It was the only possibility that could make Gu Yuan suffer such a big loss. Otherwise, even if they were undefeated, they couldn't be so disheveled. Impossible. How is it possible to become a saint in the flesh? Lei Peng fiercely opened his mouth, vetoing this statement. In his opinion, Jiang Heng was nothing but a mole cricket. How could he become a saint in flesh? It's something that only happens in legends. It's possible. His skin is like jade, still flawless after colliding with ancient Yuan more than 1,000 times. And if he hadn't become a saint in the flesh, and what is that? Dim Bo negated Lei Peng's opinion, his gloomy and deep eyes staring at Jiang Heng with interest. The greed in the depths of his eyes was so obvious. It is? Lei Peng was about to open his mouth to retort when his entire body shuddered and violently looked towards the core battlefield. In view, Ancient Yuan's arm was ripped off hard. Jiang Heng's jade-like hand transformed into a sharp knife, about to prepare to stab into Gu Yuan's chest. Pull out the heart. Rumble. Thunder roared, and Thunder Rock instantly transformed into a purple rainbow like that, appearing directly beside Jiang Heng. Thunder Ashes. With his bloodless right hand, he fiercely summoned a thunderbolt and slashed down fiercely at Jiang Heng. Rumble. Heavenly thunder, instantly bathing Jiang Heng. Seeing this, Lei Peng conjured up an ancient bronze halberd and directly unfolded the intertwined arms of Gu Yuan and Jiang Heng. Gu Yuan's body directly flew backwards 7 or 8 meters away, tumbling several times before he managed to stop. Mind your own business. I'm not going to lose. Gu Yuan stood up from the yellow smoke, his eyes staring at Lei Peng with indignation. This time, his body was bathed in silver blood. His left hand was torn off and the skin of his right hand was chapped. The injuries have spoken for themselves. Humph. If you hadn't been beaten to this state, I would have stepped in to mind you? Lei Peng gritted his teeth. Indignantly, he stared at Gu Yuan. There is an alliance between the restricted areas, although they do not violate each other. For example, between the 10,000 Dragon's Nest and the Sycamore Forest, there is an alliance. The Infernal Thunder Pool and the Ancient Imperial Clan are also allies. Or else, the remaining few look on. No panic at all. Me. Gu Yuan's face deepened. Gritting his teeth, he looked angrily at the black smoke. Indeed, in this wave of fleshly collisions, he was inferior to Jiang Heng, but he had a deeper foundation. In the end, he would inevitably still be the victor in this battle. TSK. The Infernal Thunderpool and the Ancient Imperial Clan are nothing more than that. It seems that this heavenly law realm has indeed decayed, allowing you and the others to reign supreme for so many years. An indifferent voice, transmitted from the black smoke. Jiang Heng crossed his hands and clasped them at the back of his head. Lazy walk out. Slightly raising his head, his eyes, which were like stars, teasingly looked at Gu Yuan. Young Supreme. Nothing more than that. If I were you just now, I might as well be dead. This is a statement that is not delusional. In his place, he really would have been better off dead. This ancient Yuan said that the world is invincible. Proud of the crowd. The most basic pride or not. You. Ancient Yuan was silent. His body's aura resembled a raging gale that swept up the surrounding smoke and dust. Far away. Seeing this scene, the eyes of countless celestial pride fell out, and many of their mouths dropped to the ground. Can't even catch it. Gu Yuan was beaten to a dog? Impossible, right? Just now it was a purely physical body sparring match. What level is this Jiang Heng's body at? Fleshly sainthood. Definitely fleshly sainthood. ****. It can't be. The Tianluo realm hasn't heard that word in countless years. Does this Gu Yuan go negative? Cutting off his own roots, melting seeds to become a saint. Numb. Countless celestial pride were numb. At this moment, they finally realized that Jiang Heng's so-called talent crowns the ages. Exactly what kind of a gold standard is it? Flesh dueled against ancient Yuan, crushing it in an absolute manner, under the thunderbolt of the Thunder Rock, unharmed and unclothed. If this were them, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to die. At the same time, shocked. Right now, Gu Yuan's physical body can't beat it. The only way is to melt the seed. He started out as a saint at the bottom of the ladder. At that time, Jiang Heng would surely die. Shut up. With all the clamor around, Gu Yuan had not opened his mouth, but Lei Peng beside him was furious. He didn't know what these people had in mind. Why have they waited so many years, being sealed over and over again, wasting time and years? It's not just about being perfectly attuned to the Taoist seed. In the future, we will be able to merge the Immaculate Taoist Foundation. In this case, before finding the Immaculate Seed, even if Gu Yuan fuses any of the Tao seeds, he will not be able to find the Immaculate Seed. None of the future is perfect. Phew. Gu Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his eyes swept around indifferently. Cruelty is revealed in violence. A few breaths of silence. He's calm, being in the same 8th realm, even though he was deep and had an aura not weaker than a saint's. But after all, he wasn't a true saint. His physical body wasn't as good as Jiang Heng's, and if he insisted on fighting, there was only one way to end up dying miserably. At this time, the fusion of Taoist seeds. It was also equivalent to cutting off one's own path. The right to compete with Long Yuan, Heavenly Demon, and Phoenix Bell in the future. No more. But, who will save him now? Shameless and Lei Peng 2 against 1? It is better to die than to die. Jiang Heng, you're very good. Gu Yuan's entire body trembled as his blood swam through the tendons of his body. He's afraid. It wasn't fear for Jiang Heng, but fear for the future. Hundreds of thousands of years of planning have now been reduced to vanity. While saying that, a Dao seed shaped like a green leaf slowly flew from his sleeve to his forehead. See this scene. Behind them, a group of forbidden passers revealed meaningful smiles. It's that life seed. In the distance, greed showed in the eyes of many people. At least 20% of the people who come here come for it. Unparalleled restorative power. Unparalleled vitality. Which equals unparalleled longevity. What's the difference between an immortal and a fairy? Jiang Heng was silent, and after taking a deep look at Lei Peng, his gaze was fixed on the life seed. Sure enough, these people all have the means. This ancient Yuan spare Tao seed have been selected. Apart from the immaculate seed, the life seed was the most suitable for Gu Yuan, the emerald green Dao seed, like a leaf, instantly fused in the center of Gu Yuan's brow, and the Dao seed, like a leaf, fused in the center of Gu Yuan's brow. The silver blood was green in the depths of the moment. The body's injuries, too, continued to get better at this moment, and the broken arm instantly grew wildly. Sinews, bones, flesh and blood regenerated at a bizarre speed. Ancient Yuan's aura continued to rise, breaking through the cave soul, arriving at quasi-saints, saints, early saints, middle saints, late saints, and great perfection, infinitely closer to the great sage. The accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years completely exploded at this moment. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Thanks, family. End of chapter. The air seemed to be whispering in the vast Song Yi, and the pressure of a saint swept through this part of heaven and earth. Ancient arbor vitae, flowing mountain streams, and speeding birds of prey seemed frozen in the moment. The whole world plunged into a dead silence. A saint, a true saint, asterisk. Gu Yuan went out of his way. He broke through the mortal realm and got to see the saint level. Cutting off your own front path to settle a grudge as well? This Jiang Heng will die today. Definitely. Ancient Yuan has meticulously worked for so many years to certify the immaculate great sage. As a result, the way forward was interrupted by Jiang Heng. Numb. For a moment everyone in the room was numb. Although he was vaguely looking forward to the loss of the pride of heaven, but at this moment, when he really saw Gu Yuan break open the cage, he was really disappointed. Still shocking. With this massive saintly aura, they had no doubt that as long as Gu Yuan was willing, there is not a single person present who can live. Strong. It's really too strong. Standing very far away, one could not wait to worship and kneel in reverence. Ha ha. In the star formation, Yi Beixian covered his left eye that had been blown out by Long Yuan. The right eye looked at Jiang Heng maniacally. Ha ha. Jiang Heng. You die. You karma. Can you be stronger than a saint? Or a Dao seed saint achieved by a forbidden area being? Ignoring the injuries on his body, Yi Beixian smiled as if he was a pale wolf. Pleasure. It's too fastidious. Having been suppressed by Jiang Heng for so long, even breathing became a luxury, and seeing that Gu Yuan was about to decapitate Jiang Heng, and this silent heart of his began to leap, overjoyed. Super painful. This Jiang Heng, is he really that strong? Long Yuan's entire body was covered in golden scale armor, and his entire body resembled a human and a dragon, stained with scarlet blood. He did not pursue Yi Beixian and turned his eyes towards Gu Yuan. Curious, Gu Yuan can be beaten like this? To advance to sainthood even at the cost of breaking his own flawless foundation, and to wrestle this last match with Jiang Heng? Unbeatable. Phoenix Belle shook her head and gave Jiang Heng a serious look. This Jiang Heng's fleshly body. I'm afraid I've already become a saint. This person is hiding his clumsiness. I'm afraid his purpose is us. As for the cause, I cannot guess it for a while. She had been paying attention to the battle between Jiang Heng and Gu Yuan. When he saw Jiang Heng beating Gu Yuan to a bloody pulp, she knows. Underestimated this guy. Talent through the ages doesn't seem to be empty. It doesn't matter. Even so, Jiang Heng's base is still insufficient to be comparable to us. Now that Gu Yuan has become a saint, he will definitely die. After taking a deep look at Jiang Heng, Long Yuan's gaze was fixed on Gu Yuan. In his view, even if Jiang Heng became a saint in flesh against the heavens, he couldn't change anything. The best outcome is to run away in a mess. Now Gu Yuan was furious. Hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation of flawed, would let Jiang Heng go? Clearly unrealistic. The whole house was in an uproar, and whoever saw this scene, all of them had only one thought, and that was the defeat of Jiang Heng. You're an ant trying to reach the sky, and I'm going to make you realize the reality of what you're doing, and I'm going to pound it into the dust. Know the difference with me. Ancient Yuan's body was surrounded by mana, and as he took a slight step forward, the mountains and rivers crumbled, and the vast clumps of wildness, a deep, bottomless gully appeared out of nowhere. Phew! The oppressive feeling in front of him made Jiang Heng's heart leap very quickly. It was as if the heavenly Tao demon heart had been stimulated by something, constantly instigated by the rise and fall of the chest. Stimulated. Unspeakably exhilarating. Stress. The pressure that had not been felt for a long time made Jiang Heng, at this time, feel exuberant as never before. Come on. Use your fists and beat me to death. Ha ha. Take a step backwards and spread your hands out. Once again, he made a pleased gesture to Gu Yuan. You have to use some force this time, or I'll kill you. Bang. As the words fell, Gu Yuan's left foot stepped on the rocky soil, and his entire body flew out like a cannonball. Build up your right hand in the air. Rumble. The moment the fist was blown, a large sonic boom boomed, coming with the aura of shattering the stars. The fist had reached Jiang Heng's face in a matter of moments. It was a moment when all the people held their breath and their eyes. Even Long Yuan, Ming Bo, Lei Pang and the other Forbidden Area heirs looked at Jiang Heng playfully. I know. The next instant was Jiang Heng's death. And, just as the fist was about to burst open Jiang Heng's head, rumble, Jiang Heng raised his right hand and aimed a fierce blast at Gu Yuan's fist. The same move as before. Bang! A violent muffled grunt spread through the vast bushfield, and many of the less cultivated celestials that. The impact shook him to the point of spitting blood, even to the point of breaking his internal organs. Shocking! Everyone looked at Jiang Heng in shock. They couldn't comprehend that the full force of the saintly Gu Yuan strike. Jiang Heng resisted with his physical body. It's absolutely impossible. Maya, Gu Yuan is an ancient imperial clan, or a monster that breaks through the saint stage. How did Jiang Heng block it? Internal injuries, absolute major disability. Terrifying. The impact of the two of them left me severely injured. I'm not in the same realm as them. The picture that was beyond the norm made many of the heavenly pride puzzled, and it was reasonable to say that this punch went down. What can Jiang Heng do to block it? Subocular medicine. More than just blocking. As far as they could see, Jiang Heng kept returning the favor and the most primitive physical combat with Guruan began. The fists of the two men constantly bombarded and collided, generating an aftershock that shattered all around them. Many are starting to vacate. The rocky soil beneath his feet had long since been reduced to pieces and gullies. And the one who couldn't understand it the most was Gu Yuan. His veins rippled all over his body, and his eyes were red as he looked at Jiang Heng. His teeth almost clenched. A fist blast, but as if knocking on top of the immortal gold, it instead caused his tiger's mouth to shatter and bleed silver-colored blood. If it wasn't for the restorative power of the life seed, he would have suffered another loss this time. On what grounds? Gu Yuan didn't understand. His current realm belonged to the peak of saints, and he might break through to become a great saint at any time. Jiang Heng was only in the 8th realm, the legendary fleshly body becoming a saint. Is it really that powerful? It's time for the farce to end. Gu Yuan. Jiang Heng quickly swung his fist, blocking all of Gu Yuan's attacks. The corners of his mouth turned up and he muttered in a small voice, "That's all you're worth. That's all you're worth." What do you mean? Gu Yuan was shocked, his leaping heart jerking violently at this moment. The body instinctively feels danger, as if something big was about to happen. Swallow without dash. Jiang Heng closed his fist and formed his right hand into a claw, a black seal character forming in his palm. Moments outside of Gu Yuan's body, the silver-colored Tao attached to it was directly under the swallow without. Complete nothingness. Devouring demon technique? This is devouring devil technique. Gu Yuan's body jerked and the blood in his eyes made up for it. Nervousness instantly permeated his entire body. The devouring demon technique, which had immunized the mana attached to the outside of his body, completely devoured it. Back then, the devouring great emperor used the 5 seals to buck the 9 seals of the harmonizers within their clan. That is how it was slaughtered. Devouring devil kung fu restrains immunity to mana. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Now that he had lost his immunity to magic, he was like a naked chicken, naked to the butcher's knife. That's a good guess. Jiang Heng's head tilted slightly, and his face was doting. So, it's okay with you to have you slaughtered, isn't it? Original. It's possible to kill Gu Yuan again in advance, but this kid doesn't explode with all his might and break through to sainthood. It's too much of a loss to suck it up. The 8 Forbidden Area heirs in front of him are the foundation of his confidence when he goes out. The reason for bringing these people here is to prevent them from finding their own perfect Taoist seed. When the time comes, you'll become a saint by accident. That would be a real pain in the ass to deal with. Devouring devil technique. So you are the one stirring up the storm behind the scenes. What is your purpose? Kill us all? Ancient Yuan's eye silver blood continued to flow out. His blood pressure was about to explode at this moment. He didn't think about it. It hadn't even occurred to him that his fusion of life species was still so tricky to beat a Jiang Heng. Now, I have even met the devouring devil technique. This wave, tinker. Hush, Good boy. It won't hurt after a while. Jiang Heng favored a gesture and mana surged in his right hand, and the true dragon's silhouette roared with abandon. True dragon spirit seal, instantly gathered in the hand. In the ancient Yuan shocked eyes, wrapped mana in unity, crushing Gu Yuan's head in an instant. Silver blood, like a fountain, splashed in all directions, and the remnants of the seeds on the ground. After absorbing the silver blood, it grew wildly not long after a few feet tall. The greenery is lush. This cuie, but with the surrounding atmosphere, formed a world of difference. The countless celestial pride who were hunting Yi Beixian had stopped their gesticulations and looked this way numbly. Electricity is gone. Guru Yuan is gone? Who is that headless corpse? A stunningly beautiful female celestial pride looked at Gu Yuan in a mute manner. She knows who it is. But, unacceptable. No way. That guy couldn't be Gu Yuan. Maya, what the hell happened? The ancient element is gone? Jiang Heng killed Gu Yuan. He single-handedly killed the sacred rank's forbidden area heir. Devouring devil technique. Jiang Heng also has devouring devil technique. Creepy. The vibe was creepy in no time. Everyone looked at Jiang Heng with fear in the depths of their eyes. They couldn't accept this scene. That silver-colored origin was integrating into Jiang Heng's body, causing him to enjoy his expression at that moment. No way. The image, in stark contrast to Yi Beixian, who watched Jiang Heng devour the origin of the ancient Yuan. Lungs were bursting with anger. His side takes a death beating. His head was full of sores from long Yuan's beatings, and his bones had been broken countless times. Jiang Heng's side had single-handedly killed Saint Ancient Yuan and was devouring it with a face of enjoyment? Waste? What forbidden area heir? Simply waste. Yi Beixian hissed. How exactly does it play out that a saint can't beat a cultivator of the 8th realm? Long Yuan, stop playing dash. Kill this brat and we'll join forces to exterminate the devil. Not far from Yi Beixian, Phoenix Belle's entire body exploded as she looked at Gu Yuan's headless corpse. Out loud, he reminded Long Yuan. Aha! Long Yuan nodded his head and looked indifferently at Yi Beixian, erupting with a previously unheard of sense of oppression. In the meantime, Lei Peng, Heavenly Demon, Dimming Wave and the others, who looked at Gu Yuan's headless body, also stared in disbelief. The scene. Spare them the shock. How much weight Gu Yuan had, could they not be clear about it? And as a result, they were still slaughtered by Jiang Heng. 10,000 dragon nests unsolved secret technique true dragon spirit seal, immunity to mana, devouring devil technique, heavenly Tao devil heart, flesh body sainthood. This Jiang Heng is a monster. The heavenly demon looked at Jiang Heng, and a touch of scorn was added to his demonic, unlikable face. As the supreme heavenly demon of the demon race, this was the first time he had felt this kind of oppressive force. At this point, he really needs to open his eyes to the world. Gentlemen, join forces. The always arrogant Lei Peng, looking at Gu Yuan's corpse, fell into silence. Just now wanted to make a move to come. Jiang Heng's move was too strong, too fierce. The addition of swallow without made him not have time in the first place. Seriously, when he saw Jiang Heng in the cloud water plains, he really didn't think there was anything remarkable about it. It's not a reputation, but it's that virtue. But now, it has become a big problem. But, otherwise all of us will have to fuse the Tao seed, and won't it be a joke to go out at that time? Dimblebo nodded. This will have to do. Gu Yuan's demise brought them to their senses. At this moment, without fusing the Tao seed, one-on-one was not Jiang Heng's opponent, and since they could wrestle, the risk is also too great. Phew. Jiang Heng took in the situation over here and did not intervene. When all is said and done, the creation Cthulhu lock has gone under the hood. If that's not possible, there's still Gu Jie's big formation outside. At the same time, ancient Yuan's origin had given him too great a surprise. I could feel that the great divine ability of immunity to mana had once again been transformed. The mana in his body had made another breakthrough compared to before. Even the physical body, too, had become powerful by several stages. He didn't dare to imagine to what extent his strength would increase if he killed all these people. It won't be long before he can set foot in the Netherworld Holy Land and face Hongi directly. Come on, you're all in this together. Jiang Heng held his head high as black mana surged outside his body and a flag appeared out of thin air. It just hovered behind him. Black flags fluttered in the wind, and countless severe ghosts rose to the sky, numbering in the millions. Among them, there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators. There were also the ancient Buddha's son, a few white tigers, the Chen clan's heir, the Ji clan's Hao Yang, and others. At the same time, ancient Yuan's soul, too, appeared first in the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, he still carried the shock. Ancient Buddha's son, White Tiger clan, so it was all you're doing. And, after the words were said and his soul was struggling, He was dragged into the human emperor streamer by the ancient Buddha sun. See again. Although his eyes looked at Jiang Heng with resentment, his actions were wooden to the core. Gentlemen, I respect that you are the ultimate heavenly pride. The elegant seat in the human emperor's streamer is still there. Why don't you come and gather in my human emperor's streamer? Jiang Heng rushed up to the sky, his eyes coldly looking down, his silver hair fluttering about. When the wind was blowing, the white tunic was instantly dyed black and fluttered in the wind. A sneer tugged at the corners of his mouth. Thunder rises in the sky, accompanied by a ferocious, stern ghost that, Jiang Heng at this moment seemed like an absolute devil, a great echo, sweeping the heavens. This scene, it took the breath away from the entire room, and everyone looked up to the sky at the overwhelming gesture of, the pressure gauge in my mind was about to explode. Seriously, even if it was a great sage or a quasi-emperor, the pressure given at this moment was not as sufficient as Jiang Heng's. Madness, dominance, desperation, and ruthlessness all accounted for. It's a real devil. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Jiang Heng, who looked at the bright cards in the sky, Yi Beixian, was hysterical. Isn't this scene what he sees in himself? Pre-dogs searching for devouring heavenly pride, and other strengths out of this world, standing in the top air of the Tianluo realm overlooking the heavens. Shout out, who else? P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Good guy. Now witnessing other people's happiness. Jiang Heng put everything he imagined. All done? Why? Wasn't he the chosen one? Wasn't he the one? How come Jiang Heng loaded it? Think of something quickly. If I don't explode my reserves, I'm going to be killed by this dragon abyss. Looking above the canopy, Jiang Heng's posture was solitary, like an exiled immortal bathing in thousands of thunderbolts. Yi Beixian's heart kept dripping blood. He didn't want to hold back. Not anymore. Do everything you can. This period of enmity with Jiang Heng draws to a close. The only way to live in front of him was to devour the two Forbidden Zone Junior Supreme Beings, Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell. Let his cultivation reach the absolute top. The mysterious voice was low, as if scornful of something. I'll think about it. What else do you want? Yi Beixian woefully dodged Long Yuan's punch and Phoenix Bell's flying feather, vocally in the mind. And the mysterious voice stopped speaking. This caused Yi Beixian's emotions, once again, to become hysterical. Meanwhile, above the dome of the sky, purple thunder swept across the sky, black dark clouds covered the sky, and Jiang Heng was dressed in a long black shirt. The silver hair was in disarray, looking down disdainfully at the bottom. This army of top-tier heavenly pride, behind them were a million leaping ghosts. Gentlemen, what does Mr. Jiang propose? Looking at the many heavens pride and forbidden area heirs who were waiting in tight formation, Jiang Heng raised his head and smiled lightly at the corners of his mouth. The group, led by the forbidden heir, was left silent. Screen, displayed by a computer. Too much of a shock indeed. Seriously, spare the likes of Thunder Rock and Dimming Wave, the heavenly pride that has been sealed since the ancient times. It's also rare to see this scene. The current human emperor streamer is comparable to a holy weapon. Every single night ghost. The battle power is monstrous. Lei Peng, you are in charge of the imperial streamer. The heavenly demon stepped forward and looked at Jiang Heng solemnly. Now, the worst thing to deal with was the human emperor streamer behind Jiang Heng, and no one could guarantee that when you are fighting for your life, the countless ghosts, will they give you a heartbeat in the back? And Lei Peng is a thunderbird, born with a strong thunder system. It is the perfect candidate to restrain this human emperor streamer. Mud dash. Lei Peng muttered in a small voice, looking at Gu Yuan's soul in the human emperor's streamer with scorn. Good. I'll deal with the human emperor streamer. You guys don't want to hide yourselves. Finish off Jiang Heng as soon as possible. There was no choice but to say yes. Dimming Wave is from the Soul Morning Ridge, and it has a restraining technique for souls and undead, but nowhere near as effective as his thunder. No matter what, heavenly thunder will always restrain the undead. After saying that, Thunder Rock instantly exploded his underpinnings and instantly came to the sky dome as a purple thunderbolt. Gazing straight at Jiang Heng, little dog, I didn't expect to let you gain the upper hand. Earlier in the cloud water plains, I really should have shot you. This, he regretted the most. In the beginning, even if Jiang Heng had the heaven-swallowing demon technique or something like that, there might be accidents when he struck down, but definitely not defeated. In the Immortal Palace ruins, he had devoured so many heavenly pride. At the moment, if not self-destruction, really cannot help Jiang Heng. Indeed, Jiang Heng nodded gently, not denying Lei Peng's statement. Sulking for a few seconds, he smiled faintly. So you're here to die now? This Thunder Rock's mind. It left him somewhat helpless. It's true what the other guy said, but what you miss is what you miss. Unless you're born again like him. You Lei Peng's voice trailed off, but like a fish in the throat did not continue to argue. It's a complicated and pure world. It's all about the bigger fist. He couldn't really say anything in the moment. Still not making a move? Lei Peng hissed downward, his sickly white face starting to grow feathers. Wings and feet transformed into avian claws. The beak, too, transformed into a golden beak. Still not making a move? Jiang Heng followed suit and reprimanded. Look at the child in a hurry. The main body has been revealed. Fearing that this seat will suddenly rise up and kill him. On the Thunder Rock Bird's face, a pair of ferocious eyes showed shock. Indignantly, he looked at Jiang Heng. Humiliating. It was the first time he had ever been so humiliated. Anger, causing the Thunder Rock to completely explode. And above the golden feathers, purple thunder arcs constantly rushed around and it was as if the magnetic field, which made the dark clouds in the sky, also began to boil. Electric arcs were constantly spilling out of the dark clouds. It's like the end of the world. Without waiting for Dimbo and Sky Demon below to make a move, the entire person went completely crazy and generally killing in front of Jiang Heng. Heavenly punishment. A moment of thunder. A bullthick raging thunderstorm poured down, causing the millions of stirring ghosts behind Jiang Heng to. The expression showed horror. Hostile. Less numerous. Thunderbolt. Indeed superb, but your realm is too low, so don't disgrace yourself. Looking at the raging thunder in the sky, Jiang Heng's eyes flashed with a touch of teasing. Definite. The Thunderbird clan's control over thunder definitely belongs to the leader of the pack. However, his comprehension of the thunder law in his previous life was also quite deep. Having fought with Yi Beixian for 10,000 years, his human emperor streamer was extremely difficult to deal with. With his talent, he created his own thunder magic. Heavenly punishment. Previously, in the Nangong dynasty, he had relied on heaven's punishment to crush the human emperor streamer's millions of unjust souls. Presently, facing these heavenly prides, Jiang Heng pointed to the sky with his left hand and to the ground with his right. The sky and the world. I am the only one. Heavenly punishment. The words fell. Rumble. Rumble. The original bull-sized thunderbolt had a lot more righteousness in this moment. And the thunderbolt had a lot more righteousness in this moment. It was different from the thunder of the Thunderbird clan. The thunder that Jiang Heng conjured up was azure blue in color. Dark clouds covered the sky, obscuring tens of thousands of square miles. It made the entire sky darken countless times. Purple thunder seems to be completely eliminated. Covering the sky is azure-colored heavenly punishment. World of mortals. Numb. Many celestial pride raised their eyes to the sky, and what they saw was an extermination-like scenery. That streak of thunder that was like a dragon was something they had never seen before in their lives. The thunder system technique was already a masterpiece. The appearance of the heavenly punishment in front of them is even more beyond their reach. Beat to death mana immunity with mana immunity. And now you're going to educate Thunderbird with thunder? This Jiang Heng, just how many tricks does he have? Endless layers? It's going to die, isn't it? It's going to die. Mud. Thunder blocked off the entire area. He was planning a heavenly execution. Wipe us out. Suffocation. The mood of countless celestial pride at this moment could only be described by one: suffocation. In view, tens of thousands of thunder like dragon, coiled in a black cloud. Every now and then it bubbles up and steals, giving off a blue-colored glow. Eyes looked at them menacingly, as if pouring out at any moment. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lei Peng looked at the thunder jiao roaming the sky and the emotions in his mind were bewildering. People are numb. He doesn't understand. Why could Jiang Heng manipulate thunder? Or such terrifying thunder? Heavenly punishment? What kind of kung fu? Who created it? P.S. I wish my family good health and happiness every day. Remember to catch up on your reading. Oh, thanks. End of chapter. Lei Peng can be sure that in the treasury of the infernal thunder pool, there is no information about the heavenly execution, but right now it seems, this is definitely a divine power. Infinitely close to the great divine power. Or even already a great divine power. Lei Peng was puzzled and angry. Earth shrinking. Heavenly immunity. Immunity to mana. And now heavenly execution? Run. Run. Lei Peng violently turned around and hissed at the heavenly pride and forbidden area transmitters behind him. This heavenly execution, although he was jealous of it, definitely couldn't kill him. The Thunderbird clan had an extremely high tolerance for thunder. But the group behind us, they definitely couldn't carry it. He was most aware of how strong and violent the thunder system technique was. And Lei Peng's words fell. Rumble. Rumble. Thunder seems to be like a shocking wave declared down. A long dormant dragon, swooping down from the dark clouds against the sky pride. The speed was blinking. Help! One of them, a 5-element sect cultivator who stood closest to him, had not had time to hiss more. Then he was bitten by the auger. Thunderous catharsis. Words are never spoken. It's just seconds away. The body became black ashes, which were sucked up by the devouring devil technique in Jiang Heng's hands. The soul, quite naturally, went into the human emperor's streamer. Images like this are happening all over this bushfield. This sky. Wailing, hissing, insults, abuse, and curses swept through the air, and countless celestial pride's hatred for Jiang Heng. It has reached the sky, killing us while tempering our bodies, and strengthening our magic treasures at the same time. Ha ha, I've become a leak. What the heck? How do you fight this? Ha, 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 ha. I shouldn't have come. What am I involved in when you bigots are tearing each other apart? Just kill it. I'm too lazy to move. You win. Can't I just die? Don't you laugh and creep out. Jiang Heng, I curse you not to die. This image of burning the heavens and destroying the world caused a portion of the heavenly pride to be unable to lift a thought of resistance. There are some who recognize reality and start swinging on the spot. Sit back and wait for death to come. They were so calm that they used their magic power to ignite the concentration grass in their hands. Savor the last of the refreshing smokes. The rest of the people were desperately trying to survive in this world-destroying thunder by sacrificing their magic treasures and desperately trying to find a way to make up for it. May. A thunder auger declared down from the sky, completely flooding this heavenly dome. It crackled and boomed. The corpses of each heavenly pride turned into black ashes, becoming nutrients to grow Jiang Heng. 1, 300, 800, 4,000, 30,000. The vast legion of heaven's pride had lost half of them in a matter of moments. The large and noisy bush field was completely quiet at this moment. The remaining people, horrified and confused, looked at the silver-haired figure in the sky dome, his black tunic swaying in the wind. The human emperor streamer behind his back also fluttered. The images, which made them indescribable, cozy and fearful. Don't make a move yet. When he's done devouring these people, everything is over. Lei Peng angrily looked down below at the still shocked heavenly demon, Dimming Wave and the others. A side note. Immediately took out a Dao seed in the shape of a flame. This is called heavenly fire. It was he who sought it out in the hall of heavenly workers, and to find a remedy with himself. In case you don't find the heavenly thunder seed and go the way of breaking all laws with thunder, at least it can still form thunderfire. As the words fell, Lei Peng quickly fused this Dao seed, and the aura within his body soared. Quasi-saints, saints, early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great perfection, infinitely closer to the great sage. At the same time, there was dead silence down there. The Forbidden Zone demons, such as Dim Wave and Heavenly Demon, hadn't yet recovered from their shock. Lei Peng's hysteria startled them. What's going on with this heavenly execution? Lei Peng, the Heavenly Demon, was stunned and looked at Lei Peng in shock. Why didn't he know that there was such a perverted divine ability within the Thunder System technique? We're all planted in this kid's hands. Haha dash. Dimplebow ran his right hand through his hair and took off his hood to reveal his original face. It was as handsome a face as any, but there was not the slightest trace of blood in it, and it was as pale as a corpse. A slim hand, covering his forehead, let out a wild laugh. This, making the shocked sky demon on the side. He laughed along after a few seconds of silence. Exact. 9 forbidden areas, in addition to the Acacia Mound. Here come 8. Presently, all 6 prohibited areas. Results. They, who prided themselves on looking out of the corner of the world and pushing across the current world, were forced into a corner by Jiang Heng. First, Gu Yuan cut off his own path, and now Lei Peng has fused the heavenly fire seed, both of them. It seems that we are forced to become saints by melting seeds. Gentlemen, why don't you still do your best to fight? I'm really out of patience. Jiang Heng manipulated the devouring devil technique with both hands and continuously sucked in the origin power around him. It made him even more certain that the move of plotting the world was not a wrong move. Where else in the world can we find so many prideful people in the Immortal Palace ruins? Even Barbarian couldn't have devoured so many people back then, right? Here are. Which one is not the pride of heaven? Heavenly feather body, holy body, divine body, battle blood, imperial blood, various demon races, ancient races, and spirit races. At this point, he was put to death. The heavens seem to have become sustenance, and his body seems to be the furnace that, continuously refining and absorbing these origins. The body, in metamorphosis, Dantian origin of the sea of clouds, reflecting the moon, dazzling sun and other visions. This moment began to return to darkness. It's nothing, chaos like nothingness, chaos body. Jiang Heng's heart pumped with emotional joy. I've never thought about it. I've never thought about how the chaos body came to be. I have never thought that this chaotic body comes so light. The chaotic body that was claimed to be invincible under the heavens. Yi Beixian had devoured it for 10,000 years in his previous life, but he had never obtained it. Presently, It has not been perfected, but it has been achieved in a small way. 2 air-breaking figures sped, instantly arriving behind Lei Pang, its Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell. In the meantime, the 2 people, Heavenly Demon and Dimming Wave, also hung in the air and stood with their arms folded. The 6 forbidden regions, except for Gu Yuan who had been done away with, the remaining 5 had stood in front of Jiang Heng. Marred, you are too foolish, too foolish. When Gu Yuan died, I'll invite you to go all out. Lei Pang looked at Long Yuan, Dim Bo and the others and roared. The original golden-colored feathers had an extra splash of crimson this moment, as if it was the evening sun. Around the body, thunder accompanied by flames. My question. Longbottom took a deep breath and, glancing at Yi Beixian, who was still coughing up blood in the star formation. People are stupid. This Yi Beixian was like a little strong man, completely undefeatable. There's no end to the blood. There's no end to the vomiting. There's thousands of broken bones. The heart was dug out twice, and the internal organs were broken 5 times. This man, just die or not. Fighting and beating him, he was rushed and panicked, and under the huffing and puffing of the Phoenix Bell, the 2 had no choice but to let go of Yi Beixian and came over here. Presently, the identity seems to be 2-level reversal. Jiang Heng became the biggest boss. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Families remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Bad luck. What's the point of talking so much? The heavenly demon snorted coldly, intending to say something more, but wanted to say something. He knew he couldn't blame Long Yuan for that. Originally, none of them had planned to make a move. Gu Yuan alone was definitely sufficient. Ancient Yuan was not only unable to fight, but he was also crushed when he fused the life seed and became a saint. It happened, indeed, 100,000 times off guard. By now, their heads were buzzing. Melt the seeds. On the far left, an extra touch of helplessness appeared on Dimbo's pale face. After taking a deep look at Jiang Heng, he opened his mouth sorrowfully. The words fall, Sky Demon, Dragon Abyss, and Phoenix Bell's faces sank as they tried to say something. However, when they saw Jiang Heng, whose black clothes were hunting and whose silver threads were fluttering, as well as the human emperor streamer behind him, they immediately shut up and stopped speaking. Can't figure it out. How did it come to this? Griffins change their lives and salty fish turn over. It's just Long Yuan sighed and immediately took out a golden eagle from his sleeve, knocked lightly on the brow. In the next second, the aura of the dragon abyss began to rage, and above the green dragon's silhouette, a pair of sky-shading feathers spread their wings. Under the fusion, it was as if that legendary ancestor of all dragons, Ying Long, and the breath, reaching the great perfection of a saint, the rock seed. Seeing Long Yuan's choice, Dimming Wave, Heavenly Demon and the other 3 were silent. They know. It's their turn. Dimplebow suddenly rose into the air, took out a ball of Yin wind, and quickly knocked on the center of the eyebrow. Next moment, the breath continued to climb, breaking through all the way from the 8th realm until the great circle of saints, and only then did he manage to stop, and he was surrounded by a ghastly wind that seemed to be churning everything up. Celestialine Seed. Looking at this scene, the heavenly demon opened his mouth in horror. The Celestialine species is a perfect match for the race of Dimbo. It's not flawless though, but the fit is very close to perfect. At that moment, he also no longer hesitated and took out his own preparatory Tao seeds. It was a cloud of golden blood. There was no form, as if it were the most primitive and ancient blood. This is Heavenly Blood Seed? Seeing him, Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell, both of them, cast envious glances. The Heavenly Blood Seed was different from other Tao seeds. Its greatest effect is to refine its own bloodline, making it longer and more ancient. Trace the origins. And the origin of the Heavenly Demon is the legendary clan with the head of a man and the body of a snake. Nuwa. Their origins are unknown and nowhere to be traced. And the Heavenly Demon's body, too, began to change, with a serpent's tail growing out of the lower half of his body. The upper part of the body looks more feminine, looks like a man or a woman. There was purple eyeshadow on the sharp eyes, pupils oval, like snakes, and the Phoenix Bell was truly envious. For her, if she devoured that heavenly blood seed, she might really become a phoenix. He had no choice but to take out his own spare Taoist seed. It's a firebird. The demeanor was very ferocious, and the flames that permeated his body caused the crowd to look sideways at him. Shocked, he looked at it. Vermilion bird seed. The sky demon murmured. This kind of top-tier Tao seed, if an ordinary person were to fuse it, they would be able to become a supreme heavenly pride. It is a type of direct battle enhancement. Although the fit is not as good as the heavenly phoenix seed, for the Phoenix Bell, it's the best Taoist seed of the moment. Blood phoenix with vermilion bird. Gentlemen. Well, this seat, out of patience. After the 5 people had finished melting their seeds one by one, Jiang Heng nodded slightly and yawned. One's social background. Millions of stern ghosts roared and hissed. Among them, a portion of the heavenly pride that filled the vast majority of the races in the Tianluo realm. And at this time, the black deathly aura of the human emperor's streamer became even deeper, as if this baneful weapon that, the ultimate metamorphosis is underway. This scene, letting the most emotionally calm Phoenix Bell, the corner of her eye twitched continuously. Gentlemen, I'll use my reserves. Remember, don't hide anymore, or if one more person dies, he's truly invincible. 5 birds and 7 amazing fans. As the words fell, Phoenix Bell raised her hands, and a colorful feathered fan that, it just appeared in her hand. Jiang Heng, this is, Phoenix Bell's jade fingers catalyzed the feather fan to raise her eyes coldly and proudly. I was about to say something else. In view, a colorful feather fan, reflected in his eyes. 5 birds and 7 amazing fans. Asterisk asterisk. Lei Peng jerked and looked numbly at Jiang Heng, his ferocious and violent eyes. All that was left was shock. What the hell is this, Jiang Heng? The 5 bird 7 amazing fans are made from the true feathers of the avian clan, which can be found in this world. Only 3. The Forbidden Zone, the 100,000 mountains, Exclusion Zone, Sycamore Grove. Even the Infernal Thunderpool can't assemble the 5 birds and 7 amazing fans. There were indeed quite a few birds, but all of them were of the Thunder system, and could not be grouped into the 7 flames. The extent to which this magic treasure is heaven-defying is heaven-defying. You too? No way. Phoenix Bell glanced at the 5 bird 7 amazing fans in front of Jiang Heng, and then at her own. It's taut. Jiang Heng's body was full of treasures, none of which were trash. Is that weird? Jiang Heng pursed his lips and looked at Phoenix Bell in surprise. In the other party's surprised eyes, Jiang Heng's chest continued to rise and fall. The heavenly Tao demon heart violently erupted at this moment. Coax dash. Jiang Heng waved his feather fan. Waves of searing flame swept across the sky, and the 7 colored, mottled flames that, converging into a flaming phoenix, with the image of burning heaven and destroying the world, it whistled toward Lei Peng, Dim Bo, Long Yuan, and the others. Still fuming. Thunder Rock fought to hiss, and his already sharp upper voice even produced a thunderstorm. This is a group of people that he really can't afford to take with him, can't really afford to bring it. The overwhelming incendiary flames are burning into your face, and you still don't swing your feathered fan, and you're still fuming? 5 birds 7 amazing fans. Phoenix Bell shuddered at the words and hastily waved her feathered fan. 7 colorful and mottled flames instantly swept through the sky as 7 colorful phoenixes sped away. As several people watched, the colored flames instantly collided together. Coax dash. The scorching waves of flame could be felt asphyxiating even from the distance they were standing. Bushy fields and long ago sores. The remaining rock and soil on the ground had melted into magma under the intense heat. Many of the heavenly pride who were hiding to catch their breath had long since lost the thought of life when they saw this world-destroying burning flame, waiting to die in the fire. And, win or lose, it's just a moment. Lei Peng twitched and looked numbly at Phoenix Bell beside him. Just you still have Sycamore Forest. Just you still have the 5 birds and 7 amazing fans. Rubbish. Rumble. After saying that, he immediately transformed into thunder and flew upwards towards the endless dome of the sky. Below, the wave of flame wielded by Jiang Heng swept through, completely engulfing the heat wave wielded by Phoenix Bell, carrying the image of burning heaven and destroying the world. It covered towards the remaining 4 forbidden area airs. It seems that a second late is a dead end. No, this can't be. This one of mine is constructed from 4 Saint Stage native true feathers, plus 7 kinds of holy fire. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Wish your family a happy day. End of chapter. It's already the best in the world. Looking at the endless waves of flame in front of her, Phoenix Bell was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. She's not very knowledgeable. Where did Jiang Heng get this wild fan that is stronger than her holy weapon? Why? Think of a way. Looking at Phoenix Bell's collapsing emotions, Long Yuan immediately spoke, scales exploding all over the body. Because of trust, he never walked away from the beginning. And, now the feather fan against the fight, but even suffered a big loss. I'll do it. Looking behind her at Long Yuan, the sullen-faced Dim Bo and the others, Phoenix Bell nodded. The flawless body, in this moment, erupts in mortal flame. It transformed into a scarlet blood phoenix. Clang. The phoenix is calling the sky. Phoenix Bell swooped down towards the searing waves of flame that flared up around her. Coax dash. The instant the flames collided, countless sparks rendered the vast canopy of sky, setting the distant jungle completely ablaze. The blazing fire seemed to freeze at that moment. A moment. The fire subsides. A blood phoenix, covered with charcoal, rushed out of the flames in a sorry state and returned to its original position. Wow! Jiang Heng pursed his lips and glanced at Phoenix Bell in surprise. So open-minded? Not bad for a vermilion bird species. This was somewhat unexpected. The Phoenix clan, they do have patience for flames. However, it was also impossible to resist the full force of the 5 birds in 7 amazing fan swings. If you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. Right now, it's actually just a flesh wound. The vermilion bird species, it did surprise him. What about this? Jiang Heng pursed his lips, and in the eyes of several people who were shocked, he arrived in front of Phoenix Bell in an instant. Reaching out, he was about to choke her. Between life and death, he won't give it a break. Unbridled. Just as Jiang Heng's palm was about to touch Phoenix Bell's neck, the dragon abyss violently erupted. His entire body's scale armor exploded, and his thick arm directly pinched Jiang Heng's hand, and his dragon eyes were majestic. With relentless solemnity, the dragon's claw resembled a steel blade, carrying a sharp cold aura. Instantly grabbing at Jiang Heng's throat, great desolate dragon claw. Just as the dragon's claws were about to touch Jiang Heng's body, a layer of silver-white halo that, it's attached to the whole body. Zip! The dragon's claws touched the neck and rolled up countless sparks. This is. Long Yuan looked at this scene with shock. Although the immunity to mana faded the vast majority of his power, with his physical body alone, the Jiang Heng should be seriously injured and bleeding even with this move, right? Unharmed? This is the chaotic body. Not far away, the heavenly demon, who was planning to strike, looked at Jiang Heng's physical body and the whole thing was on the verge of exploding into scales, too. This time, at Jiang Heng's neck, where the dragon abyss had attacked, there was a chaos above the skin, black and deep, with what seemed to be countless points of colored light inside. It was as if the universe was dotted with strands of stars in the deep holes of the unmarked. Far away, screaming miserably, Yi Beixian faded out of his severely injured stance from a moment ago. The arrogance of harvesting a fresh life. The eyes were filled with disdain. Traceless Dao body. Jiang Heng, I want you to die. Yi Beixian was too happy. This scene was simply heavenly. After Long Yuan retreated, Jiang Heng's heavenly execution caused many heavenly pride to die of serious injuries. It turned out to be a cheap shot for nothing. Harvesting is a snap. How long has it taken to build the traceless Dao body? At this rate, soon we will be able to see the legendary Chaos body. And Yi Beixian's words fell, and the sound of shock in the distance caused him to jerk and violently stretch his neck. Confused, he looked at Jiang Heng. What chaotic body? Who chaos body? At this moment, he only felt his head. A buzzing sound. Jiang Heng, 1954. Chinese writer. Chaos body now? And, in the field of vision, at Jiang Heng's neck, that one image caused Yi Beixian to be completely moved. Jiang Heng's neck was a void. A chaos. It was indeed that legendary invincible physique. You're chaotic? What chaotic body do you have? Yi Beixian hissed, his eyes almost glaring out, and immediately hissed in his heart. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you had lent me your power earlier, I definitely could have killed Jiang Heng. What's he going to do now that he's chaotic, right? The mysterious voice seemed to be tinged with anger. I've used a lot of my origin to keep you alive. If I were to throw my life away, when heaven's mandate is tripled, you would be dead as well. Inside the mysterious space, like the universe, dotted with stars, a black mist was passing through Yi Beixian's body. Shocked, he looked at Jiang Heng. This moment, it is also confused. Think it's weird. How did everything come to this? Yi Beixian, who was too intelligent, had been tortured by Jiang Heng several times, and was now like a retard. Exact. Yi Beixian is only 18, still young, but in his expectation, Jiang Heng belonged to the kind of person who was not good at mind tricks. What's going on? What if you can't count? Going to the future is also a dead end. Jiang Heng chaos body, after absorbing these people physique more complete, it's even less likely to win then. This hand of devouring demon technique is something I never expected. No, is it really necessary to throw everything away? Central State, Ninth Life Sanctuary, Acacia Mound, LOL. Inside the elegant little courtyard, a scarlet-feathered, bull-furred rooster was pacing back and forth warily. In the pond, a carp, full of golden scales, was hissing at the rooster. Quiet. On the consort's couch, the black-skirted woman's sleeves fluttered, her perfect cheeks rippling. Immediately, the courtyard was dead silent. The mandate of heaven has changed again? The path to immortality is imminent? The woman raised her eyes to the sky, as if through countless space and time, looking toward the large cloud water immortal palace. Suddenly, a snicker spilled out of her perfect face. Becoming an immortal. What a vain word. If you can't be with the one you love, what's the point of becoming immortal? Forbidden Zone. 10,000 Dragons Nest. Ancient mountain fields. A giant dragon soars joyfully, and on the coiled mountain ranges, it's an old dragon with no end in sight. Beside it, any dragons looked so small, like loaches. Roar. The old dragon let out a long roar, and the originally noisy atmosphere completely receded at this moment. Countless loach small dragons instantly disappeared without a trace. Old dragon. Hoarse voice echoed in the old dragon's ears, and he looked without spirit at it was a morose middle-aged man. The whole body was wrapped in death aura. At the same time, beside him, there was a beautiful woman in palace dress, about 30 years old, with a cold and stunning temperament. There was another man, surrounded by wild thunder and stout. Everyone's aura was no weaker than the old dragon's. From the ancient times when to today, the destiny of heaven is advanced. The path to immortality is imminent, and the time has come for us to make an alliance. 170,000 years ago, that destroyed the ninth forbidden zone, the Reincarnation Cliff. The creation of a forbidden zone and the Acacia Mound is not a defense. Old dragon. What do you mean? The old dragon raised his head lazily, his cloudy eyes looking around. There are too many karmic consequences, and heaven's destiny is in advance. There are factors unknown to us. Everything. Wait for the Cloudwater Demon Palace to end. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Wish your family a happy day. End of chapter. Cloudwater Palace. Passageway. Unnamed mountains and fields. In the stillness of the moonlit night, the great clump of fields had long been in pieces. The pungent scent of blood fills the mountains. The interplay of collisions resounded through the mountains, and several silhouettes sped to and fro. Jiang Heng, do you have to do this today? Above the dome of the sky, the banner of the human emperor's streamer fluttered, and not far from it, Long Yuan's entire body dripped with blood. Angrily, he looked at Jiang Heng. Just a moment ago, after Jiang Heng's chaotic body manifested, he directly suffered a great loss and was beaten by Jiang Heng, vomiting blood. But, with the powerful body of the dragon race, slowed down. Then, a few of them started rounding up, but the end result was not good. The hardness of this physique took his breath away. He, along with Phoenix Bell, Heavenly Demon, Dimming Wave, and Thunder Rock, were more or less injured. Jiang Heng, on the other hand, still had silver threads fluttering about, and his demeanor was as dusty as an exiled immortal. What is there to talk about in a world of the weak and the strong? Long Yuan's words caused Jiang Heng to shake his head slightly and indifferently say, if I don't defeat you and the others today, won't they be thwarted? And, the little thing has two other faces? This seat prefers your previously untamed appearance. This Long Yuan's words surprised him a bit. Earlier, this man was the first to pop up and say so many arrogant things that Beep gave it a finish loading. Now, reason with him again? This scene is similar to that old shrew, bullying people if he can beat them, reasoning if he can't. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. We may not necessarily lose this battle, and he may not necessarily win. Heavenly pale thunderflame, rumble, above a few people. The Thunder Rock looked down and conjured up countless thunderbolts of intertwined flames. The picture is comparable to extinction. He's had a lot of fights with Gu Yuan. There is a time limit on this great power. Immunity to mana. Ancient Yuan can last up to one incense burner. Even if Jiang Heng was stronger than Gu Yuan, it would only take an hour at most. Subocular medicine. It's almost over. And, against a meat monster like Jiang Heng, a long-range attack would be good. Aside from Long Yuan, the remaining few people present were not weak in their Dao. This scene caused the eyes of the Heavenly Demon, Dimming Wave, and the others to condense, each casting their divine abilities after holding their breath. Follow Lei Peng's pace and quickly hunt towards Jiang Heng. For a moment, the Blood Phoenix, the Green Dragon, the Heavenly Demon, and a grievous soul with blue flames, constantly practicing the way and the law. In the moment, all are saints. The Dao and laws that could be scrupulously communicated to the Heavenly Dao and performed were the purest power of origin. Colorful seal characters cover the sky. The wisps of clear moon, completely submerged, had sped toward Jiang Heng. Ha ha, mole cricket, you die. This scene made Lei Peng feel free. In his mind, Jiang Heng was always a mole cricket, just a mole cricket. To be neck and neck with them? Being a noble thunderbird, it couldn't be tolerated. Thunder Rock. Just as Lei Peng Jie laughed wildly, the dragon abyss in the back roared violently. The dragon's roar carried waves of sound that swept behind Lei Peng. It added a touch of shock to Lei Peng's brash eyes. Turning his head to look behind him, a flawless face came into his eyes. Jiang Heng. Seeing the visitor, Lei Peng jerked violently, as if a vulture that had gone mad, and struggled up. May Jiang Heng's hand was like an iron clamp, locking him firmly in place. Despite struggling against it, he still couldn't break free. At the same time, Long Yuan's dragon's roar arrived, and the sound wave swept over Jiang Heng and Lei Peng. And, when the sound wave touched Jiang Heng's body, the silver-white mana immunity erased all damage completely. Only Lei Peng was the only one with his feathers upside down, as if he was a porcupine that had met a strong enemy. The dragons passed. Lei Peng's posture was wretched. He looked at Jiang Heng and fought to hiss. Jiang Heng doesn't get it, he really doesn't. Why was Jiang Heng's speed, which could be so fast, controlling thunder? The speed should have been at the top. Jiang Heng was even faster than him, by quite a bit. In the midst of such a dense package of seal characters, I found a gap and instantly came to him. Tackle him. You can kill me if you have the ability. I am the infernal thunder pool. Lei Peng's gaze was sinister and his demeanor untamed as he stared at Jiang Heng's face. The sharp beak murmured word for word. And, before he could finish his words, Jiang Heng's eyes stared with a cold expression and his left hand ruthlessly pinched his throat. Arms green with veins, ripped his head right off his neck. The large bird's body and head, directly separated. Scarlet blood, accompanied by thunder arcs, continued to run from Lei Peng's neck. A large man-made fountain was formed. Jiang Heng-Lei Peng, who only had his head left, defied. He's really not convinced. Obviously, a few days ago, Jiang Heng was still a mole, but now, by virtue of the 8th realm, he was able to overcome a supreme saint like him. So on what basis was he able to do so? Is the accumulation of 300,000 years a lie? I'm going to die with you. Lei Peng fought and hissed. When the words fall, Jiang Heng then saw Lei Peng's chest cavity, the purple color accompanied by the red color, becoming more and more piercing and burning. Self-destruct? Joker. Looking at Lei Peng's kung fu square momentum, Jiang Heng snorted. This technique is similar to exploding a sea of clouds, completely shattering the scenery inside. To die with the enemy. It's no use to him. With his right hand, the devouring devil technique immediately erupted. In Lei Peng's body, the mana, which was like a nuclear bomb, was under the black seal character. Instantaneous dissolution, devoured in a frenzy. Not long after, the entire body turned into pieces and dissipated with the wind, devouring it faster than before. It's much faster, including the heavenly fire seed, which was completely absorbed and devoured. Thunderbird, but that's just it. The storm clouds in this world are quite large, and your clan can't last forever. All are ants. Jiang Heng pinched the thunder rock's beak. The corner of his mouth was tinged with cruelty as he didn't give the other party a chance to open his mouth. Pounds of mana surged and crushed his head completely. Raise its ashes with your hand. Static. There was dead silence all around. The remaining celestial pride, Long Yuan, Phoenix Bell, and other heirs of the Forbidden Zone, watching Lei Peng being crushed to death like a chicken. The last wisp of arrogance in his eyes completely dissolved. If Gu Yuan was an accident, then how could the Lei Peng at the moment go about explaining it? Lei Peng's strength is really not weak. The thunder system Dao, overriding all other Dao. After devouring the thunder rock, I'm afraid we'll all perish here. Is this group of forbidden area heirs not even his opponent? The wind has risen in the Tianluo realm. After this person goes out, it's bound to be a bloody storm. The message doesn't get through. He isolates all the information, and hopes that the old ancestors out there I can recognize the danger. In this manner, there was only a dead ash in the hearts of all the celestial pride. Resistance? The dominance displayed by Jiang Heng is fractured. It's absolute. It's crushing. This sense of invincible oppression was something they had never experienced in anyone of their age. Even the great sage of the clan is just like that, isn't it? P.S. I wish my family a happy day. End of chapter. Presently, strangers, it seems, are the end of the line. Suzaku, I'll fight to the death later. Yugo looking at Lei Peng's ashes floating in the sky. A wail of sadness overflowed from Long Yuan's heart. It all happened, really fast. As with Gu Yuan's death, it was too late for people to react. The Taoist laws that roamed the sky seemed to be ineffective against Jiang Heng. No, I want to be with you. Phoenix Bell opened her mouth to reject Long Yuan, but when she saw Long Yuan's determined eyes, there was no way to speak her next words. Looking at Jiang Heng, who was standing with his arms folded, she murmured, "Is it really impossible to defeat? After all is said and done." Phoenix Bell was bitter in her heart. It's an image she's seen before. It's her in person all right. A few years ago, there were a few Taoist systems that challenged them to go to the Wutong Forest, and they went there, slaughtering the opposing great emperor. At the same time, she took the position of king of the younger generation, slaughtering the opponent's holy sons, holy daughters, and Taoists with one man's power. That battle was out of this world. It was also standing with its arms folded, exactly the same as Jiang Heng. Only, the strongest is the other, and she has become a mole. The ultimate decency is given to you too. Gentlemen, would you like to go to your death in peace? Looking at the several people climbing, Jiang Heng's face was displeased. It's becoming more and more obvious. Very busy. After you kill these people, you have to go to the end of the fairy palace. There's a lot more going on. At the same time, it's also very busy when you get out there. Go! Roar! Long Yuan violently erupted, transforming into a 100-meter-long green dragon with 2 wings behind him. Slap the flying phoenix bell. Turning into rainbow light, it came towards Jiang Heng to take his life. TSK, what a pair of outlaws. Jiang Heng was staggered, looking at the phoenix bell, who fled in defeat in the distance. Without much expression, his eyes gazed at Long Yuan, as well as the 2 people behind him, Heavenly Demon and Dimming Wave. But no one is going anywhere. Jiang Heng nodded and waved a cloud of black dead chi with his right hand. One's social background. Millions of stern ghosts, as if activated, began to hiss madly, swooping down towards the speeding phoenix bell. This hundreds of meters of blood phoenix. For a moment her body was covered with severe ghosts that were crazily gnawing on her flesh and blood. The original scarlet, beautiful plumes became messy. Screams and screams, echoing through the fields. Suzaku dash. Long Yuan hissed. At a faster speed, he swooped down towards Jiang Heng. Griffin, you're nothing but lucky. It's just a matter of acquiring the devouring demon technique. Without this heaven-defying technique, you would still be an ant. Hate. He was always a loner and never looked down on anyone. Right now, being forced into this situation by a man of the world was something he had never dreamed of. Destroy indiscriminately. Retrieve the honor. Only Jiang Heng's death could wash away his pride. The large green dragon arrived in front of Jiang Heng's eyes in a matter of moments, its sharp fangs knocking down hard. Ha! 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 This scene of a fight to the death caused the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth to rise. Griffin, the gap between you and me, not years can make up for it. Even if I give you another 1,000,000 years, you'll end up with nothing more than a cup of yellow earth. When he said that, he put his hands together and quickly coalesced into a Dao. The green-colored dragon seal appeared in Jiang Heng's palm. Ju True Dragon Spirit Seal dash. Roar. A small green dragon stood out from the seal character in Jiang Heng's palm. It keeps getting bigger and bigger the moment it strikes. In the end, it formed a green dragon about 100 meters long, similar to Long Yuan's demeanor. Seeing this scene, Long Yuan's eyes carried shock. However, it was fleeting. He still exerted himself and crashed into the true dragon shadow constructed by Jiang Heng. Everything, it seems, will turn to dust. The dragon's head of the dragon abyss, the moment it touched the shadow, was like a rag that rotted away. The whole torso, too, seems so. The moment it touched the shadow, it was directly and completely disintegrated and smashed completely. The intensity between the two seemed to be infinitely far apart. No. Phoenix Belle, who had nearly fled to the edge, watched as her partner was reduced to rotten meat. The heart's lament resounded through the heavens and earth. Clang. Lit. The phoenix rises up in the sky. Idiom, fig. A magpie will emerge from the ashes of a phoenix. Phoenix Belle turned and swooped down, transforming into a scarlet firebird that came at Jiang Heng with a vengeance. Alas, in that case, this seed is not a cruel person, so let's let you be a pair of dead ducks. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Heng caught a glimpse of Phoenix Belle's bravery, and immediately clapped and applauded, without much hesitation, the middle finger of the index finger together, and immediately waved the green dragon shadow, dive towards the speeding fire phoenix. In a matter of moments, they collided together. Sparks spattered all around Phoenix Belle's large body, and the dragon abyss generally be directly torn apart. In absolute shock, clang, woo, with a mournful cry, the blood-colored flame phoenix completely fell from the sky. The picture, bleak, leaving the heavenly demon and dimming wave bewildered. They stared wide-eyed at Jiang Heng, who had a bland face. For the first time, I felt the gap. I'm at a loss. Why was it that Jiang Heng's battle power could be so heaven-defying to such an extent? Talent through the ages. I'm an ant, the heavenly demon murmured, as if his head was in severe pain. Raise one's hand and rest one's forehead. The demeanor was agonizing to the core. 2 people, why bother with mediocrity? And, just in the instant when the heavenly demon was holding his forehead, a hand as white as jade rested on his and Dimplebow's shoulders. Turn your head and look. Jiang Heng had doubled up again and wondered when he had reached them. Pose or motion of one's body in martial arts. God is out of the picture. You have cultivated shrinking earth to perfection? Dimbo looked deeply at Jiang Heng. No way. At that moment, Only the shrinking ground, which was known as the number one stance, was able to have this kind of speed. This is a kind of time body method that surpasses all body methods and recluse methods in the world. Griffin, how dare you peer into the heavens? Jiang Heng smiled faintly, unbridled. Dim Bo was stunned and immediately became furious. The body, like a grumbling spirit, instantly transformed into a ghostly blue beam of light, directly rushing into Jiang Heng's brow. Ah! In the next second, a scream struck the ghostly body of Dimbo's. It flew out backwards from Jiang Heng's brow. Shocked, he looked at Jiang Heng. In that moment, he saw a glimpse of memory. It was the tumbling of mountains and rivers, the darkening of the sky and the crumbling of endless eternity. That's 10,000 years from now. You, Dimwave hissed. May. Jiang Heng's silver-white hand directly slapped his soul-like body and completely dispersed it. With his eyes, he looked towards the disoriented sky demon. I'll do it myself. Seeing this, the heavenly demon lone smiled. The lower half of the snake's tail began to burn with an ethereal blue fire that burned from the tail to the torso. In just a few breaths of effort, it was completely reduced to ashes. Since then, Ancient Yuan, Thunder Rock, Dragon Abyss, Phoenix Bell, Dimming Wave, and Heavenly Demon, the 6 Forbidden Area heirs, perished, and the scene. It made Yi Beixian, who was working hard to devour the heavenly pride in the distance, put down his hands. The demeanor was tinged with bewilderment as he looked over. Finished killing? Killing? He doesn't get it. These 6 Forbidden Area heirs, who looked out of the corner of the world when they came, how come they died so fast as the wind? How long has it been? And they're all getting boxed in? Bewildered on one side, Yi Beixian steeply trembled, twisting his head and neck to look to the right in fear. It was a familiar face, looking at him kindly and all but maliciously. Pa, have you eaten? P.S. I wish my family a happy day. End of chapter. Jiang Heng smiled brightly, raising the corners of his mouth to reveal his white teeth. Bao, I'm asking you, have you eaten? Yi Beixian's throat stuttered, and the unusual blush on his face instantly faded. Lips were starting to turn pale. Jiang Heng, this came to him? Beside him, on the upper right side, he also absorbed the origin of Heavenly Demon and Dimming Wave. Can't wait, by the looks of it. And the breath was even more majestic than before, and the sense of oppression went straight to the gift that it made him feel as if he were facing a behemoth. What's the matter? You seem to be afraid of me. The corners of Jiang Heng's mouth opened slightly as he looked at Yi Beixian in surprise. An elder brother is like a father. I'm the equivalent of your father. How could my father harm you? Gulp. Yi Beixian didn't know what to say as his mouth continued to secrete saliva. Eldest brother, I won't hurt you again. So let me off the hook, okay? Just pretend I'm too young to know better. An elder brother is like a father. Ha ha. Ha ha. Jiang Heng laughed up to the sky, looking at Yi Beixian's gesture of begging for mercy. In his heart, the killing intent is fierce. From the moment he left 10,000 Sword City, he was laying out the moment. He didn't care how heaven-defying the thing in Yi Beixian's body was. Here, it is the cloud and water demon power. The other party is even more heavenly, cannot break free from this place. It's time for all the predestination, karma, and grudges to be purged. Kaching dash. Jiang Heng angled his head, his hands slightly harder. The sound of bones breaking instantly overflowed the large bushfield. Ah! Yi Beixian screamed miserably, a flush rising again on his pale face, tearing his heart and lungs in pain. It made him hiss with all his might. It hurt more than when Long Yuan plucked open his chest. The whole shoulder. It's been crushed. What's the point of yelling so loudly? Jiang Heng teasingly pursed his lips and seems to remember something. Come out. You know, I'm not like that punk Long Yuan. You can't keep him. What? You know? Yi Beixian trembled and looked at Jiang Heng in fear. 10,000 years. What exactly do you mean by 10,000 years? At this moment, his heart sank to the bottom. The biggest secret of all. Jiang Heng surprisingly knew about it long ago. Inside him, contains the word mandate of heaven. And the word seemed to be the key that broke the riddle. And Yi Beixian felt that there was something. It was as if it would be broken open at any moment. It was the tip of the truth. The source of his fear. Guess not. To have gotten this far. You guessed it right. I can't bring Yi Beixian out of the Cloud Water Demon Palace. Just as Yi Beixian was shocked, his body steeply filled with a black aura that, a black mist was formed instantly, floating above his head. It's exactly the same as the black gas in Yi Beixian's body. In the Star Sea, he was staring fiercely at Jiang Heng. It looks like this. Jiang Heng pursed his lips, staring deeply into the black fog. This thing, it made his heart twitch a little. It was as if all the evil in the world had struck it, and it had an ineradicable shock. It's a creature's instinctive fear. How did you get out? Yi Beixian looked to the top of his head, his eyes tinged with reproach. He's bluffing you. What does he know? I never show my face. Stupid. Black Mist hated it and said angrily, you can cross over, but he can't be reborn? The Jiang Heng in front of you is from 10,000 years from now. In the star ocean within Yi Beishuan's body. He had been thinking about this issue. Why? When Yi Beishuan was counting on Jiang Heng, he was clearly ahead of the game, but with little effect. Even the human emperor streamer, which had been laid out for 10 years, had been harvested by Jiang Heng, devouring devil technique, and some powerful divine abilities. Even if Jiang Heng's talent was through and through, he still couldn't manage to comprehend all of the several great divine abilities. Could he? It takes more than talent. It takes time to harden. Add to that, it's time to put an end to a 10,000-year-old feud. Let him be sure. Jiang Heng? From the future. What? Yi Beishuan trembled and turned to Jiang Heng in fear. You've been reborn and, from 10,000 years from now? Numb. He was completely numb. Before crossing over, having read so many metaphysical novels, having seen countless reborn protagonists, I didn't expect to really meet. Classic. Too classic. Snapdash. Jiang Heng clapped and applauded, raising the corners of his mouth. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Tell me about it. The 3 points of the divine order. What really happened 170,000 years ago? It didn't surprise him at all that the other man could guess. At the same time, the true identity of that cloud of black mist was something he had guessed through the system. It is only the other person's personal account that is needed to be completely sure. You're interrogating me? Black Mist's eyes were evil and looked at Jiang Heng with abhorrence. Or what? This question made Jiang Heng smile, stepping forward to casually choke Yi Beishuan's throat, slightly lifting his eyes to those oozing eyes. At this moment, the heavenly Tao demon heart trembled violently, as if its majesty had been provoked and it was incomparably angry. Yi Beishuan is numb, constantly struggling. He bombarded Jiang Heng's torso with Tao magic, and his feet viciously kicked Jiang Heng's legs, but with each stroke, it seemed to hit on top of the immortal gold. This body, the strength was beyond his knowledge. This moment, Yi Beishuan was chagrined. Jiang Heng is tearing it up with black mist. What's the point of pinching him? You threatened me. Looking at Jiang Heng's hand, the black mist shook with rage. You kill him, I am indestructible. Yes? Jiang Heng twisted his head to look at Yi Beishuan, looking at the resentment in the depths of the other party's eyes, raising the corners of his mouth. Pa, he's given up on you. You are a mole and an outcast. While saying that, Jiang Heng's fingers kept exerting force, pinching Yi Beishuan's eyes protruding out with his face red. Bitch dog, you dog also cheated me. I was going to lick Jiang Heng's. It's all because you compelled me. You won't be any better off if I die. Yi Beishuan hissed, looking at the black fog above his head, looking at that pair of oozing eyes. The resentment is monstrous. When he first traveled to this world, he was shocked and expectant. And after, this monster boasts of the way of heaven, said something about taking him to pretend and flying with him, all sorts of luring and cajoling. Then many forbidden feats were taught. One of them was the devouring demon technique. Since then, he began to use the devouring devil technique to raise his cultivation level, and after savoring that pleasure, he simply couldn't help himself. That feeling of not having to work hard and arrogating the fruits of other people's cultivation, the feeling of trampling everything under his feet made him linger. That moment, he thinks he's the chosen one. It is the master of this side of the earth and sky, the immortal legend of the ages, the heavenly emperor who has uniquely ruled over the ages. May, the inexplicable appearance of an Hongi. At first sight, he knew that for the rest of his life, can't even walk away from that magnificent figure anymore. Even if he had to be a dog by an Hongi's side, he'd be willing to do it. He did some math and slaughtered a village, constructing his innocent identity, worshipping the ethereal sanctuary, becoming a disciple of the great emperor. Yes, Jiang Heng appeared. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. That light and clear temperament, that worldly appearance, that amicable smile like sunshine. It made Yi Beishuan feel ashamed of himself in his heart. Yes, Jiang Heng and an Hongi were in pairs, and the two of them were looking at each other with dense affection. It's so straightforward, pure and simple. Jiang Heng also seems to have become an Hongi's dependent's favorite, as if the two destiny, woven together from the beginning. This made Yi Beishuan unable to accept it. He was jealous. He hated. Jiang Heng was so perfect and still wanted to rob him of an Hongi. Everything was his and his Yi Beishuan's. He is a traveler, a son of fortune, a supreme human being chosen by the heavenly Tao. At the same time, in the ear, the heavenly way is also compelling. As long as he did away with Jiang Heng, and Hongi would be his alone. Followed by, he began to count, luring those disciples to step into his perilous situation. He mutilated those dozen people. Because the cultivation was not as good as these people, it was natural to exclude suspicion. And then, there's the heart barrier. TSK, pathetic, pitiful. Looking at Yi Beishuan's maniacal demeanor, Jiang Heng's eye showed a touch of teasing. Presently, he guessed a lot, but didn't dare think in that direction. Otherwise, everything in this world is too horrible to be true. His past life is ridiculous. Griffin, you dare to threaten me. The black mist spread violently, and a pair of evil eyes that, deadly staring at Yi Beishuan. In his sharp eyes, two black ons like sharp swords shot towards Yi Beishuan's heart. It happened so suddenly. Everything was so off guard. You, mimic horse! Yi Beishuan hissed, looking at the black mane in fear. For a moment, it was as if the body was bound, and all sorts of underlying Dao techniques could not be performed. Just as the black mango was about to smash Yi Beishuan, a hand as white as jade directly blocked in front of Yi Beishuan. The moment it touched the hand, the black aura transformed into a seal character, intertwining continuously in the palm of the hand. Scarlet blood, dripping down the little thumb, fell to the ground in drops, and the otherwise barren earth. After absorbing the blood, the bright green grass grows wild. You, save him? Black Mist shuddered, his eyes tinged with bewilderment. This one, he was never expecting. Wasn't the grudge entangled for 10,000 years? Why was it Jiang Heng who intervened against him? It was Jiang Heng. Eldest brother, you forgive me? Yi Beishuan sobbed, his whole body unable to stop trembling. A bean-sized teardrop dripped down. I swear, Yi Beishuan, will be senior brother's dog from now on. I'll do anything you want. I regret it now. I really do. Yi Beishuan was also confused. He didn't expect that it was Jiang Heng who struck. Pop. A crisp ringing sound that instantly echoed through the large area. Yi Beishuan's head tilted as he was jerked around. Vomit a large mouthful of blood on the spot. Bewildered, he looked at Jiang Heng. People, clueless. What's that supposed to mean? Ahem. Jiang Heng lightly coughed twice. Looking at the dripping blood of the hand has read messy back. You actually can hurt me? It's a bit of a surprise, although we know the identity of the other person, but a freak with no entity. What makes you think you can do him any harm? Seemingly remembering something, Jiang Heng replied to Black Mist with his head held high. No other meaning, just want to tell you, this seat does what it wants. If this seat says Yi Beishuan can't die, he can't die. Speaking of this, Jiang Heng crooked his neck and squinted his eyes at the Black Mist. Teasingly, you can't do anything. Arrogant. Black Mist was furious. He's supposed to be a proxy for cynicism, so how can he tolerate someone being a bigger drag than him? Jiang Heng's gesture. It's really going to piss him off. There is no place to vent the fire of evil. At the same time, he looked deeply at Yi Beishuan. Like this. The Black Mist's gesture satisfied Jiang Heng, pinching Yi Beishuan's neck and, laughing, he said, you tell me what happened 170,000 years ago, and I will do as you wish. Otherwise, you'll be at my mercy. You, think about it. Although not good at mind tricks, but this black fog posture. Let Jiang Heng heart have a clear understanding. This thing, to kill Yi Beishuan, by rights, he shouldn't fulfill the other side. This is Yi Beishuan, eh? It's his stinky treasure, weighing the pros and cons. Put your troubles in the future. You two-s, you pigs and dogs. Where's the system? Where's Laozi's system? Shouldn't all travelers have a system? Watching the deal between Black Mist and Jiang Heng, Yi Beishuan was hysterical. He became the vehicle for their PY deal. They became piglets in the pigsty, cattle and sheep under the butcher's knife, and meat on the chopping board. System. Jiang Heng was shocked in his heart. Some panic. This Yi Beishuan, how did he know he had a system? And, hearing Yi Beishuan's words caused Jiang Heng to be even more surprised in his heart. No wonder the system is coming from a strange place. Turns out, the wrong person was tied up. Nice guy. I didn't think it was a good idea in the first place, but it looks like it's a real bad idea now. Ding! The system has corrected the error. The host's call has been detected. We're checking the current environment. Demon seed detected. Current kill rate 100%. Congratulations to the host. The Strive to Advance system will always be at your service. Listening to the system's Pledge of Allegiance, Jiang Heng covered his lips in embarrassment and gave Yi Beishuan a strange look. Good boy. Sorry about that. 170,000 years ago, the silence of the scene, which lasted for half an hour. The Black Mist weighed the pros and cons of the, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. The Devouring Emperor has grand ambitions, using the Devouring Devil's skill as his base, and wants to take over the Heavenly Tao in its place, reversed by the Heavenly Tao. Failed, but in which the process is ebullient and convoluted. At the time when the Devouring Great Emperor was on the verge of extinction, The heavenly Tao draped over all things and transformed into a human figure that bring warmth and continuity to her. Speaking of this, Black Mist gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Heng with resentment. Be just like vengeance for killing my father. Mom, see, the devouring emperor is barbarian. Jiang Heng took a deep breath and, exhaling a long, cloudy breath, that silhouette, it's mine, isn't it? Therefore, she gave up the path to immortality and shed her Taoist body to cast Little Barbarian, waiting aimlessly for me for 170,000 years, through more than 30,000 reincarnations. It's to see me again. Heavy atmosphere, depressing cause and effect. The heavenly Tao demon heart in Jiang Heng's chest began to tremble. He'd thought about all that, hadn't thought about it in that way. Otherwise, it's too much. He didn't quite understand why Barbara had fought so hard for that glance that had lasted 10,000 years in the first place. At the same time, he's a heavenly incarnation? Still not finished, right? Jiang Heng raised his head and looked deeply into the black mist. The most important information that the other side has yet to spill. What else do you want to know? Black Mist was displeased, eyes full of malice, staring resentfully at Jiang Heng. Quickly kill Yi Beixian. Fulfill our promises. Presently, Jiang Heng was too deep and too strong. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Just by stopping him like this, he would not be able to kill Yi Beixian, and if he let it happen, wait for that moment to come. As his former host Yi Beixian, he was definitely a great danger. What about the part in the middle? What happened? Jiang Heng seemed to be smiling, like a star-like eyes, staring straight at the black fog. To know that part. What happened? When the words fall, in the black mist, the pair of oozing eyes, the pupils visibly shrunk. He looked at Jiang Heng with abhorrence, then glanced at Jiang Heng's long-heeled fingers. It finally settled on Yi Beixian. Good. I said, finish and you fulfill your promise. That black aura, although it was not considered to be using its full power, but it is also unstoppable in this current realm. It also let Jiang Heng break some skin. It's fruitless to fight on. After a few seconds of silence, Black Mist spoke in a deep voice. That demonic aura is monstrous. Although he failed in devouring the heavenly Tao, his own demonic aura has tainted the heavenly Tao. Heaven is immaculate and will not allow such a thing to happen. Speaking here, Black Mist looked deeply at Jiang Heng and was about to speak. Jiang Heng said blandly, so 3 parts of heaven's destiny. Barbarian devours the heavenly Tao and gains a heavenly destiny. I am the equivalent of the corrector of errors, and need to bring the divine order to unity, and a divine order. Then it's you, isn't it? Jiang Heng said, fiercely raised his head, slanting his eyes toward the black fog. Put it this way, everything is explained clearly. Why did Barbara have to go through so much trouble to shed her little Barbara? Obviously so dangerous. It would also explain the origin of the monster in front of me, and himself. You really do know everything. Black Mist's eyes were full of violence as he looked at Jiang Heng. There was an extra ray of calm. Continuing, he said, 3 heavenly destinies, ultimately 1. You and I were destined from the beginning for only one of us to live forever. That, you can't keep her either. Ha, ha, ha. Saying that, the black mist laughed with an incomparable arrogance, and the mist kept expanding and contracting. The mood was obviously good, growled Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, this yo-yo power, even if you have the means to usurp the life of, it won't change anything. Have heard what was said. Jiang Heng was silent. In his mind, there were still many questions, but he knew that the other party could not possibly say more. It's hit the bottom line. Only, Yi Beixian was a mole from the beginning to the end. So who was actually playing this game of chess? In the heart, there is a vague shadow, but he didn't want to think in that direction. Pa, you heard that, didn't you? After pondering for a few breaths, Jiang Heng turned to look at Yi Beixian. Oxygen smile at the corner of his mouth pointed at the black fog. You are my beloved family and friends, brothers in arms. I would not have been willing to slaughter you. He made me do it. After saying that, Jiang Heng had a teasing and innocent expression on his face. It left Yi Beixian's tender face with resentment written all over it. He's not a cutie. He knew he was being counted on when Black Mist had a showdown with Jiang Heng. A pawn from start to finish and through. It was the desperate mole between the Black Mist and Jiang Heng's good offices. Even if Jiang Heng was successful in his calculations, in the future, he'll be flattened by the Black Mist, not a real winner. In the first step, just go completely wrong. Ha ha, ha ha. Yi Beixian laughed up to the sky. At this moment it was as if revealing his true character. I've earned it, a glorious heavenly pride, forced by me to become a devil. The evil spirits who claim to be heaven's way have been forced by me to be obedient. Ha ha. Yi Beixian laughed as he fiercely pinched Jiang Heng's hand and fought to hiss. Jiang Heng, and you won't win. There are some things that only a pawn like me can see clearly, and in the end you will lose. Take it. Take me, Yi Beixian, and trade me 4 prospects. Ah ha ha. At this moment, Yi Beixian had no fear. His eyes were scarlet as he teasingly looked at Jiang Heng. Good. Then, as you wish. Jiang Heng nodded seriously, waving his right hand, the large black flag, and, instantly throwing off the remnants of the heavenly pride that surrounded the hunt. It came behind him in an instant. In the midst of Yi Beixian's gaze, Jiang Heng's right hand turned into a sword and quickly stabbed into Yi Beixian's chest, ripped the heart, which kept leaping, right out. Scarlet blood, staining hands like jade. Jiang Heng calmly looked at Yi Beixian. Then, you'll be in the human emperor's streamer to see how I'll turn the tide and flatten all the rebels. With a violent fling of his right hand, he threw the leaping heart into the endless abyss. Yi Beixian vomited blood and looked at Jiang Heng arrogantly. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you. Ha ha. Jiang Heng, you never know who you're dealing with. And the day the mystery is revealed, what you're seeing is what's making your Dao heart crumble. Ha ha. Yi Beixian's voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end, he was completely inaudible, his entire body bloodless. Short period of time, turning into a resentful blue soul, he flew towards the flag that fluttered in the wind. Become one of the members of the human emperor's streamers. Phew, 10,000 years. Jiang Heng looked at Yi Beixian's broken body and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Entangled with each other for 10,000 years, but did not expect to be reborn and return. Everything is so easy. As for Yi Beixian's dying words, not wishing to do too much thinking, he turned his eyes to the black mist, between me and you. Isn't it time to clear the air? Roughly guessed the result, but he always wanted to try. Are you stupid? In the black mist, the pair of eyes was very unhappy. I am immortal. Swallow less. Jiang Heng didn't bother with nonsense. The devouring devil power in his right hand operated, and the surrounding Dao and law seemed to be drained away under this move. Only, there was no apparent fear or leap in the black mist. With malicious eyes, he stared disdainfully at Jiang Heng, knowing the result and still trying. Or else say you're stupid? Poof. Jiang Heng, I'll see you and I again soon. After saying that, the black mist turned around and rushed towards the creation sanctioning lock, and the moment it touched it, the black mist turned around and rushed towards the creation sanctioning lock. It goes right through, so much so that the dome of the cloud water immortal palace could not even bind the black mist. It just disappeared from Jiang Heng's view. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exterminating the devil, and is now handing out rewards, the extermination of immortality. Emperor's item, Dao weapon. Hint, host is requested to immediately stay away from the Cloudwater Demon Palace. After the black mist left, the system's voice echoed steeply, and in Jiang Heng's field of vision, a rustic long sword comes into view. Exorcism. Great name. Looking at the bronze-colored, breathless longsword, Jiang Heng nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the dragon's breath that had been refined countless times in his previous life, it was much more powerful. Waving his hand, the immortal Punisher is hidden in his sleeve. Jiang Heng descended through the air and came to the altar, turning his eyes to look at the woman in the light yellow dress. The woman is elegant and dignified. It's like a flower that never fails. P.S. I wish my family good health and lots of money. End of chapter. Eldest brother. Looking at Jiang Heng's arrival, Hua Changqing was not surprised at all. That devastation. This relentless slaughter. All of this. She made the killings. If it wasn't for her, everything is beautiful and nothing is unexpected. Is the flower goddess warming up well? I am dull and lack a splendid flower within my human emperor streamer. Can senior sister fulfill this small wish for my brother? Jiang Heng's expression contained a smile as he looked at the elegant woman in front of him and walked step by step to its front. Slightly lowering his head, he locked eyes with the other. Me, Hua Changqing with a miserable smile. Warmth is still good. Nagaru. Wish to go. Watching Jiang Heng arrive, she knew this scene. Today's Jiang Heng was no longer the Jiang Heng of old, and the grudges of the past should definitely be purged. Whether she is innocent or not, or has a heart or not, the result is hurtful. Good boy. Jiang Heng smiled. Raising his hand, he gently caressed Hua Changqing's green silk. Bear with it. It won't hurt anymore after a while. The words fell. Jiang Heng activated the devouring demon technique, and the dark mana was like an enlightenment, fiercely pumping the origin inside Hua Changqing. It made her expression agonized to the extreme. This kind of gouging out pain, she felt it for the first time. In this life, she had never even had a shallow wound. It was well protected by Jiang Heng. Senior brother, may you go through 1,000 sails and return as a young man. Hua Changqing bit her lower lip and, using the last ounce of his body's strength, he reached out to gently caress Jiang Heng's flawless face. Unarmed, as it was about to touch Jiang Heng's body, it dissipated like ashes, followed by the body. And finally, There's that sultry, unforgiving look. Elder sister. Go well. Jiang Heng nodded his head and turned towards the depths. Behind him, the azure-colored soul, by the rest of the stern ghosts, was forcibly dragged into the human emperor streamer. Eyes, still not letting go. Red. You're up in a minute. While speeding towards the depths of the passage, Jiang Heng exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Presently, the people who should be taken care of are basically taken care of. The day of clearing the karma is also approaching. Ho ho ho. While flying, Jiang Heng's body countless ghosts sped. A mottled point of light. A 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 point of light. Held in the hands of the knights. There are green leaves, deep blue drops, invisible winds, swords, shields, axes. It's a Taoist seed. From human level, to earth level, to heaven level. It's those withered celestial pride, stripped from their bodies after death. When a man dies, the seed does not die. That much? These mole crickets aren't exactly losers. Looking at the thousands of Tao seeds, Jiang Heng nodded in satisfaction. Not a bad quantity. As for the deaths of those celestial pride, there was even less pity in his heart. In a previous life, the vast majority of the people here were involved in rounding him up, even if some weren't. It is also more or less causal, at that time, but no one took pity on him. And, even if he didn't kill these people and did nothing, by the end of the day, not 1 in 10 would go out. So kill it, kill it. There's no such thing as innocent or not innocent. Brother Jiang. Behind her, the young girl in the pink dress, sped in a rainbow light. I want to go with you. The person who came, was Ji Luoshui. Ever since she saw Jiang Heng, she made a comeback with all her heart. Go outside. Gu Jia is waiting for you there. Jiang Heng shook his head and refused Ji Luoshui's request for the rest of the journey. It's the Jedi of the Cloud Water Fairy Palace. Luring these people out is also a way to avoid a mutiny when the time comes. Go on. Jiang Heng activated his magic power and pushed Ji Luoshui away, pointing to the distant entrance without further words, toward the deeper depths. Then I'll wait for you outside. I'll wait for you all the way. Ji Luoshui pursed her lips in aggravation. After a serious reply, the fondness left. Jiang Heng didn't look back and advanced towards the depths. Cloud Water Palace. Inner Temple. It seems to trigger some kind of mechanism. And the previous picture. There is a world of difference. A staircase leading to the sky appeared on the Jade Road before. At the end of the ladder is a large throne. The left and right sides of the white bones, adding a bit of solemnity to the ethereal mood. The crowd was about 1,000 strong and bustling. The 6 lords traveled and have been gone so long. Why haven't they returned? In the midst of the crowd, as plain-looking as a man, he looked curiously into the side passage. Gu Yuan, Heavenly Demon, Long Yuan, and the others, had almost gone for a few hours, and hadn't returned by now. It's, a little unusual. It won't be anything, that Jiang Heng is demonic, but compared to the heir to the Forbidden Zone, it's still not enough. You're right, Mr. Silkworm. The speaker, with triangular eyes and a guttural nose, was looking with a fawning face not far away from a slender young man. He was very short, about 1 meter 6, a white coat. His face was like a porcelain doll. It looks harmless. This person, indestructible mountain, heir to the immortal Silkworm clan. Silkworms. Beside him was a woman. The hair was black on the left and white on the right. The eyes were yin and yang, and the appearance was astonishing yet somehow alien. The whole person standing here seems to contain the will of the Tao. If Jiang Heng was here, he would have been a bit surprised at the identity of this girl, who was from the Kuan Pang clan. That's natural. Silkworm nodded lightly. Do you think that there are still fewer heavenly prides in our clan? We were selected through countless battles, not born into the position of the moment. An enemy who loses to our hands is enough to massacre enemies of the same generation in the Tianluo realm. The safety of the 6 is not questioned by the Silkworms. The Forbidden Zone is the sword hanging over the head of the Tianluo realm, symbolizing the shackles of power and strength. It's not bragging. He was telling the truth about that, too. Silkworm is right. The kunai woman nodded gravely. As the young master of the Forbidden Zone and the other side of the sea, he definitely had the right to speak. The affirmation of the two caused many of the surrounding heavenly prides to let out a long breath of relief. And, before he could say anything else, a man in black, at the end of the passageway, is coming along at a brisk pace. The speed was slow, but it came close to them in an instant. The man's silver hair kept fluttering under the breeze. His temperament was like an exiled immortal in the dust. Jiang Heng. In the crowd, I don't know who roared, making the atmosphere instantly weird. Everyone gathered their gazes and looked at the silver-haired man. They, the people, were stupid. We were just talking about this guy earlier in the day, and then it came up straight after? How did you get out? Seeing Jiang Heng's arrival, Silkworm Sang's demeanor was unpleasant. This scene was a slap in his face. Shouldn't I come out? Jiang Heng was curious. Instead, Silkworm was silent and looked at Jiang Heng suspiciously. In his view, regardless of whether Jiang Heng had cultivated the devouring demon technique or not, Gu Yuan would not let Jiang Heng go. And, with Long Yuan's character, he wouldn't let Jiang Heng go either. Lei Peng, Gu Yuan and the others, have you been allowed to come out? Silkworm Sang's demeanor was cold as he interrogated Jiang Heng. P.S. I wish my family good health and lots of money. End of chapter. Jiang Heng licked the dry corners of his mouth and looked at Silkworm's indifferent eyes. Sulking for a few seconds, the hard answer was, it shouldn't be allowed. The question was awkward, and Jiang Heng answered it awkwardly. After the answer, the whole vibe got awkward with it. Many people looked at Jiang Heng with wide-eyed puzzlement. They won't allow it. How did you get out? What kind of answer is that? What is it supposed to mean? Yeah, they don't allow it. And you're still out? It must have stolen away. This kid's stance is unbelievable. If there were no forbidden passers here at this time, they would definitely look up to Jiang Heng. But, knowing that Jiang Heng was targeted by these heirs, he immediately began to pull the pedal. In their perception, the younger generation in this realm, and even many of the older powerhouses, it's impossible to be a match for the heirloom. The clamor around them caused Silkworm to stare, and after a few moments of contemplation, stopping the urge to kill, it's just, since Gu Yuan and Long Yuan both want to kill you, let them do it. With that, he turned to look at the ladder that led to the top, waiting for that moment. In response, the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth lifted into a smile as he quietly walked in the forefront. To the amazed eyes of the silkworms, it went hand in hand with them. A little bit of time passes. Throughout the grounds, the atmosphere began to be oppressive, and the expressions on many faces that, it's also starting to change. Those with a poor mindset looked back from time to time to see if Long Yuan, Gu Yuan and the others had arrived. Rouse Silkworm, Koan Pang female. This moment attitude, also no longer the previous calm. An hour has passed. That moment is almost here. And there's no way these people won't return yet. Kid, what the hell is going on? Silkworm turned and, indifferently, he looked at Jiang Heng. Where are Gu Yuan and the others? It's a little cutie. It's all feeling out right now. Deep down in that passageway, something extraordinary has happened. When all is said and done, this Cloudwater Immortal Palace was full of crises within it, and there were many prohibitions in small secret realms. There is no shortage of killing formations. You, interrogating me? Jiang Heng hooked his chin, and with the corner of his eye, he teasingly looked at Silkworm. You guess. Silkworm shook and looked at Jiang Heng angrily. Guess? I'm gonna guess a big star. Breath immediately erupted, quickly moving forward with the intention of choking Jiang Heng's neck. He was only 5 steps away from Jiang Heng. An alarming cry from the rear was violently passed out. Gulp! The passageway is closed. The passageway is closed. In a flash, everyone looked at the speaker in shock. Eyesight, dialect. With horror, the closing of the passage means that the time is up and there are no living people within the passage. In other words, the entire Cloudwater Palace, except for the 1,000 or so people present, there was no one left alive. The tens of thousands of celestial pride that had previously gone in, including the 6 forbidden zone heirs such as Gu Yuan, Thunder Rock, and Heavenly Demon. It's all gone. In a flash, everyone's gazes converged on Jiang Heng, looking at the black-clothed, knight-like, and the figure with white hair like snow. The body, instinctively, produces fear. That's what the unknown brings. What the hell happened? Silkworm lowered slightly, his eyes rolling white as he looked at Jiang Heng. It was news that he absolutely could not accept. The depths of those people. He was much clearer than these mole crickets. More or less, they have acquired alternative Taoist seeds, even if they need danger. You can also break the path to sainthood. Ugh! The strange looks around him caused Jiang Heng to exhale a long breath of turbid air. Shook his head very helpless. You a pretend. I play. This life rush past forget. Since we're going to get to the bottom of this, don't blame me if you don't. After saying that, Jiang Heng showed a bright smile to Silkworm, laughing and smiling. A black demonic aura streaked across his body. A dark human emperor streamer appeared behind him abruptly, while the flag is flying. 6 beings that looked mighty. The Green Dragon, the Blood Phoenix, the Nuwa, the Dim Tribe, etc. It was Long Yuan, Gu Yuan and the others who had previously gone to trouble Jiang Heng. Behind the 6 main forces were the remaining tens of thousands of Heaven's Pride, looking eerily and evilly at the 1,000 or so people in the distance. The expression is cruel and bloodthirsty, the roar of a stern ghost, resounding through the vast hall, and the solemn silence of the moment. A stark contrast. Everyone said nothing and looked at the human emperor streamer in silence. To be precise, they are the ghosts of those powerful people under the banner of the human emperor. Emotions, no longer calm. Gu Yuan, Lei Peng, as well as Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell. They're all dead? False. This is definitely an illusion. Maya, Yi Beixian is in there too? Good lord. Jiang Heng did away with everyone in one breath? What level has the human emperor streamer reached now? Sacred weapon, quasi-imperial weapon, an emperor weapon? The image was so horrifying that there were no stupid people present, and it was enough for them to brainstorm many scenarios. Unconsciously, they all retreated, wanting to stay away from the human emperor's streamer. But backing up is not right. Behind the original many passages, this time completely closed. The back way, completely blocked. Did you kill them all? As a descendant of the immortal god Silkworm Sang angrily looked at Jiang Heng. What are you going to do? Do you realize what you've gotten yourself into? At this, Jiang Heng did not take it personally, and he was not willing to hide it now that things had come to a head. Looking at Silkworm's angry eyes, he teased. Yes, I killed him. As for the bogeyman, I don't see it. Executing a few ants shouldn't be talked about as a scourge or anything, right? The words fell, causing an uproar. There were more than 1,000 people present, dressed in colorful clothes, and at this time with the same expression of. They looked at Jiang Heng in bewilderment. Fig, tiny individuals with no power. There is some offense in speaking of them. If they had to say it, they wouldn't bother to say it back. Those 6 Forbidden Zone transmitters aren't just some mole crickets, are they? Each one of them is strong. That's just it. Since the situation is already like this seat will get rid of you and the others earlier. Step up the ladder alone. Looking at the silent attitudes around him, Jiang Heng raised the corner of his mouth and urged the human emperor streamer with his right hand. Ho! Ho! Hiss! Countless stern ghosts roared up at once, covering the sky and crowding the whole temple. And on the ground, these 1,000 or so people took their lives. Gu Yuan, Lei Peng, and other severe ghosts, on the other hand, set their eyes on the 2 heirs of Silkworm Sang and Confinement female. This tramp, Jiang Heng, you stepped on a horse. Silkworm was stunned, his subdued attitude completely disappearing as he looked at the 3 people in front of him in shock. Gu Yuan, Long Yuan, and Phoenix Bell. Beside him, the Confinement female dealt with Thunder Rock, Heavenly Demon, and Dimming Wave. Numb. The silkworms are completely numb. He hadn't thought that there would be this kind of operation for a fiendish weapon like the human emperor's streamer. Knights are able to use the power of the dead in life. This is something that has never been recorded in the secret tales. The human emperor streamer in front of him seemed different, and also seemed to operate differently. These 6 are all saints. The Tao and the law are incomplete, but they can be reborn indefinitely. Side by side, he's even more formidable than he was in life. Gentlemen, have fun. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Jiang Heng spread out his hands and gave an amiable smile to the group of people, and turned around to walk towards the heavenly staircase. Messing around with these mole crickets has long since lost its meaning. Give an order to the human emperor Haki. Just bring them all here with one breath left. You seek death. The silkworm was not convinced, and immediately transformed into a rainbow light and came towards the heavenly ladder. But he had just stepped on the heavenly ladder. Bang! Ancient Yuan, who was wrapped in immunity to mana, hammered him away with one punch, and his whole body was like an arrow that had left the string, embedded in a side wall. As the smoke cleared, he looked at Ancient Yuan in shock. There are also 2 other loyal dogs by his side, Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell. He could feel the shame and sorrow in the eyes of these few heavenly prides. And that feeling of powerlessness over the future. This makes silkworms more fearful. Coont-side girl, go. If we keep on doing this we both will surely die. Take the news out and let the world crusade against him. Weighing the pros and cons, Silkworm wasn't going to go brainlessly to the top at this point. If you explode your cultivation, you can indeed kill the 3 spirits in front of you, but the other party will soon be reborn from the human emperor's Haki. Can you beat it 3 times? 5 times? 100 times? And, in his heart, he had a vague bad feeling about Jiang Heng, which was a talent of the immortal god Silkworm clan, the yin and yang fish. Confinement female nodded, and without further ado, directly used the taijutsu to shock away the 3 people. Utilizing extreme speed to instantly arrive at Silkworm's side, he violently tugged on his hand and, the yin and yang fish instantly broke through the space barrier. The 2 disappeared completely from the palace, leaving behind a group of prideful people who are fighting hard. Seeing this, they couldn't hold their emotions any longer. The big brother on his side, running away with a bucket, leaving them with a group of Kadami to take the rear? Silkworm ran away, going in to pass on the man. Why should we take the fall for what he's caused? Brother Jiang, let it go. You traveled the world once passing through the northern plains, and I even invited you to dinner. Begging for mercy, constantly echoing in the temple. These 1,000 or so people completely lost their resolve to resist. Presently, just want to get out alive. After all, more or less, there is a harvest. The poor also have human-level Tao species. With unbelievable luck, the heavenly Tao seed had been encapsulated. On the ladder, the hustle and bustle below. Jiang Heng did not look back. Even the kunai women and the silkworms broke through space outrageously, and he didn't care at all. Leaving the Cloud Water Palace, there was still a large prohibition outside. Today, within the ruins of this immortal palace, no one can go out. Listening to the miserable screams in his ears, Jiang Heng walked towards the top of the heavenly ladder without looking back. What met his eyes was a large green-colored altar. Above the altar, a 7-colored mottled Tao seed suspended, like a moonlit night dotted with stars, dense and massive. There is the 5 elements seed, which creates the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and the heavenly devil seed, which has a black aura. There are also various forms of Tao species such as true dragons, true phoenixes, unicorns, and kunpangs. It's just sporadic. Ding detects danger. Please leave the Cloud Water Demon Palace immediately. Xian detected. Current win rate, 1.34%. By his ears, the system's voice sounded steeply, causing Jiang Heng to purse up the dimples on his face. Somewhat helpless. This kid, every time he shows up, he's spontaneous. No longer hitching a ride. Jiang Heng continued to walk forward. If you meet an immortal, you will not worship him or enter the wheel of reincarnation. Step by step, bow down and allow your destiny to last forever. Just as Jiang Heng was watching the Tao seed, a profound wave of sound swept out from within the altar. It makes you hear it and can't stop wanting to get on your knees. This, instead, it made Jiang Heng raise the corners of his mouth. He looked at the large altar, and the heavenly Tao demon heart in his chest was constantly leaping around. Step by step. Ha ha, ha ha. Jiang Heng laughed wildly with abandon. A loser. How dare he boast of his heavenly destiny? You're nothing but an ant from that side of heaven and earth, coming to this side of heaven and earth. So you're pretending to be inscrutable. The path of reincarnation? You can break through it yourself first. The loser will eventually eat dust. This image, experienced in a previous life. This Cloud Water Immortal Palace rather than Immortal Palace. How about Cloud Water Magic Palace? This is not a message unique to him. Many of the sect masters and great powers out there knew that it was nothing more than a fire. After all, the path of cultivation was meant to be a fight with heaven, earth, and man to cross over. Silence within the altar. It seemed like the first time in millions of years that someone had dared to talk to him like that. Disobedience. Backbiting. Stop. However, sensing Jiang Heng walking towards the altar step by step, the majestic voice directly warned. Jiang Heng is silent. Regardless, he continued to walk towards the altar, and walked underneath it as his opponent watched. Hold your head high and raise your right hand. Immediately revolving the devouring devil technique, a black haze instantly enveloped the large altar. The countless star-like Taoist seeds seemed to be embedded in the night curtain, truly turning into a sea of stars. What are you going to do? You're reckless. Looking at Jiang Heng's arrogant act, the voice above the altar that started hissing as hard as he could. You're disobeying the immortal? Immortal? Listening to his hissing, Jiang Heng pursed the corners of his lips, speaking indifferently. Perhaps you were once truly immortal, but now that you've fallen here, you've long since lost the qualifications to play the game. Taoist seed? Humph. Are these really Tao seeds? Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the colorful stars in the sky, showing a disdainful expression. For millions of years, you've sucked up a lot of heavenly pride's origin with this one seed, haven't you? The fall of every human Tao seed's owner had something to do with you, didn't it? This was the truth that Jiang Heng had guessed. This is the case in past and present lives. After obtaining the Tao seed, many prideful people, at some point in the future, it will inexplicably wither away. It was as if they were cursed, or had bad luck. There are many different ways to die. You killed all my sacrifices? The altar has been read chaotic back. Seems to feel something. Deep openings. Between the words, there was endless anger. Right. I killed them all. Jiang Heng replied seriously. And I will also take away your origin. The purpose of coming here is the illusory heavenly Tao seed. Regardless of whether or not it will work, there is more or less a chance that by fusing these Tao seeds in front of us, this so-called immortal, spent countless years to build the origin, will be for him to do the graft. How did you know? You've got a secret in you. It's that. No, there are still secrets in you. It's this side of heaven and earth. The voice within the altar, hearing Jiang Heng's purpose, hardened and fell silent for a few breaths. It seems to be shaken to the core. Lose the blandness immediately. I won't open the altar and fight you to the death. If you come out, I'll run. I'll take this origin. If you dare to throw yourself on the line, then here you go. After saying that, Jiang Heng stopped speaking and raised his eyes to look at the colorful Dao seeds in the black mist. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. After saying that, the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth rose, revealing his white teeth as he gave the altar a cruel smile. This man has been planning for millions of years and is one breath away from being reborn. He's curious. At the moment, the other party is thinking that the return of the transmutation is important. Or is it important to accumulate for millions of years that one supreme fruit of the way, chosen, given to each other? He, a bystander. Griffin, I am the cloud water immortal. How dare you scheme against me? Jiang Heng's showdown. It made Yun Shuwei Shang Xian abhorrent, angrily hissing, this side of the heavens and earth, which is meant to be a food given by me. You griffins, presume to rebel against the supreme exalt? Jiang Heng does not deny this. In his past life, he knew many great secrets, including the cloud water immortal in front of him, Tian Luo realm, a small world among many heavens and earths, as in the vastness of the universe. It's like an unobtrusive speck of dust. Above this world, there is the immortal world. That's a place that can only be reached by becoming an immortal. In the forbidden area, the powerful man who had been dormant for millions of years was also waiting for that moment to come. Ascension, that supreme immortal realm. Indeed, this side of heaven and earth, which is otherwise unremarkable. It is the way and the law passed down by the cloud and water immortal. It was only under the sinking of time that the current system of practice slowly emerged. Yes, there are 3 orders of heaven, and 50 laws of the operation and development of things, and the vanishing one. In any case, people often have a silver lining. Presently, even a mole cricket can subvert the heaven and earth, and dye the upper echelons of the world. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng licked the dry corners of his mouth. Smiling, he said, you, too, have not been forced into a desperate situation by me? An ant? The Tao seed that has been precipitated and nurtured for countless years has not become my dowry? While saying this, Jiang Heng's expression grew cold and raised his eyes to look at the stars in the sky. The black fog that made up the night was like boiling water at this moment, and began to riot. A bright star began to die out, flickering and appearing. At his sleeve, several hundred Tao seeds of various shapes and sizes were transformed into a curved line. Fly to the top of Nightshade. Suffer the darkness to consume you. You griffin, and that woman's gong method. Within the altar, the voice that spoke, it was as if his heart was dripping blood. You're making karma with me. You're making karma with me. If you stop and retreat now, I'll let you go in the future when heaven and earth collapse. Jiang Heng's behavior made the immortal within the altar, who was so high up in the sky, completely taut. The sound of his voice was thick with coercion. What's in the future? Let's talk about the future. What if I don't live to see that? Ha ha. Jiang Heng smiled up to the sky and raised his right hand high. A black seal character appeared in his hand. This most primitive Taoist solution continuously enhances the efficiency of the devouring devil's skill, making the stars in the sky. Once again, it was 3 times darker. At a rate visible to the naked eye, it continued to decay. No, don't dash within the altar. The voice seemed to carry a shudder. Jiang Heng was still bent on having his way. The converging power of the Tao species continued to weave and intermingle, forming a milky white thread in the end. It converged in front of Jiang Heng. As it accumulated more and more, the milky white lines began to wind and twist rapidly. A milky white vial is formed. This is the heavenly Tao seed? Looking at the milky white vial, Jiang Heng's eyes revealed delight. It's impossible to forge this supreme treasure without heaven-defying means. To say that it is comparable to the origin of this side of the world is not an exaggeration. Why did the cloud water fairy lie dormant for millions of years? The greatest purpose is to return and reaffirm the return. Another point is that, without interfering with the normal functioning of this side of the heavens, by the power of the natives, steal this supreme essence, Tendo seed. It was supposed to be the Tian Luo realm. Right now, it belongs to the owner. Only, this cloud water fairy has become a moron who works day and night. This is the supreme treasure of this seat. Within the altar, cloud water immortal seemed to sense that heavenly Tao seed. Emotions rose again. The large altar was shaky and seemed like it would fall apart at any moment, and the powerful aura inside seemed to spurt out at any time, coming before Jiang Heng. And Jiang Heng ignored it, his eyes still staring at the vial in front of him. Under the purest baptism of the devouring devil technique, the vial, over time, ceased to be a prototype and possessed a porcelain vessel full of lines. There seemed to be all sorts of Tao and Dharma flowing on it, and it was the purest origin in heaven and earth. Jiang Heng reached out his hand and touched the vial. buzz dash. The bottle seems to be dancing happily. And the power of the origin is in harmony with Jiang Heng. It quickly merged into Jiang Heng's body. In the center of its brow, a milky white print was constructed. And his aura, at this moment, skyrocketed. The shackles that bound the physical body completely crumbled. Quasi-saints, saints, early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great perfection. And that yoke of the saints, it seems, will also crumble and chafe. Short period of time. Bang. A majestic chi, like ripples, spread out from Jiang Heng's circumference, completely shattering all around. This moment, Jiang Heng reached the limit of saints and broke through to great saints. This was a marvelous realm, one that in ancient times, only the supreme heavenly pride could possibly step into. This is the heavenly Tao seed? Feeling his own Tao and Dharma, even with Jiang Heng's nature, he was somewhat shocked. The eyes looked at everything in front of them and seemed to be able to view the origin through the essence. With the support of the heavenly Tao bottle made up of heavenly Tao seeds, together with the original Tao solution. In this instant, he could feel himself, having transcended the earthly world of a single thought can reach unimaginable proportions. If we were to face Gu Yuan, Long Yuan, and other celestial pride at this time, we would only need a single look. It's enough to obliterate the other side. It is also a level not reached in previous lives. You're reckless. Just as Jiang Heng was immersed, a hysterical roar overflowed from the altar. Accompanying it was a destructive pressure. With the exception of the altar, the building began to crumble under the pressure to a degree visible to the naked eye. Little by little, they're in pieces. Can't help it? This mountainous pressure caused Jiang Heng's body to be stunned, his brows coldly gazing ahead. Is that immortal? Mighty, indeed, is terrifying. Even with his depth, he felt a shiver run down his spine behind him. You can't leave. Inside the altar, the voice was cold and stern. I'm gone. Jiang Heng laughed lightly, as the sound wave was about to sweep over his body. Raise your right hand and hook out yin and yang. Rumble. The large cloud-water immortal palace collapsed steeply into a gaping hole, and the view of the two chi of yin and yang flowed continuously. It was a large formation filled with death and covered with the two chi of yin and yang. P.S. I wish you all a happy day, good luck and a big wallet. End of chapter. This is? Yun Shui Shangxian felt the formation and immediately opened her mouth in shock. People are stupid. Since when was there a formation of this level outside the Cloud-Water Palace? Then, hi immortal. Since you did not come out to retain the late generation can only leave first. Jiang Heng spread his hands and gave a meaningful smile to the altar. Utilizing the shrinking ground, he sped towards the hole. On the way, he also idly put away the human emperor streamer, letting that large wave of majesty chase after him. He was bland from the beginning to the end. Berserker, madman. Jiang Heng's words were heartbreaking, causing Cloud-Water Immortal within the altar and the bronze coffin to roar in anger. Jiang Heng's departure was witnessed by him. That was fast. You will regret coming to this world when I return. Within the altar, the voice seemed to have aged a long time. After a sharp shock, he chose to face Jiang Heng with silence. There were no further attempts to stop it. Out of court, settlement. Looking inside the hole, at the large altar, Jiang Heng revealed his teeth and smiled brightly. My humble self, Jiang Heng. Greetings to Cloud-Water Immortal. Bet right. Cloud-Water Immortal broke open the altar at this time. There was indeed a great probability of killing him. Retrieve that heavenly Tao bottle. But the price to be borne is, of necessity, greater. If not, for these millions of years, the other party would have been silent in the Cloud-Water Immortal Palace, laying out little by little. But everything is an afterthought. Jiang Heng slightly arched his hand at the altar and turned towards the heavenly ladder that had long since crumbled. Only this ancient altar was left behind, and one man sank into the endless darkness. Today's cause, other day's effect. Everything is chosen by you, Jiang Heng. The ages rush by, and I am eternally immortal on earth. In the coming day, pay a personal visit. Out of court, settlement. Jiang Heng watched the hole slowly heal and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Seriously, just now, it was pretending. That wave of pressure, if the speed was a little bit faster, it was estimated that it would have caught up. ***. What did you do? Who's that old guy? On the eye of the formation, Gu Jie's hair was in disarray, his head buzzing as he looked at the situation here in the Cloud-Water Palace. The hybrid two-embodied dust extinction formation that he was operating was suddenly agitated, followed by, like a madman, he attacked the Cloud-Water Palace. For a moment there, he was terrified. As a result, Jiang Heng rushed out with a whoosh, and then with a monstrous pressure. It almost made him pee. Jiang Heng pursed his lips and said indifferently, Just a conspirator who has lived for an unknown number of years. No. Here. With that said, Jiang Heng reached out and transferred a strand of origin, in a constant metamorphosis of the, constructed into a heavenly demon seed, sprinting towards Gu Jie. Gu Jie was still in a state of confusion as he watched the heavenly demon seed arrive in front of him. The entire person had been shocked beyond words. Inside, what's going on? Hong Di, you've really got it made. For brother, touched, looking at the heavenly demon seed. Gu Jie nonchalantly picked it up and slapped it directly on his head. Marred, when this Lei Ping kid comes out, I want him to wash. The breath, too, began to metamorphose. Quasi-saints, early saints, middle saints, and late saints. It seems, at any moment, to be a great circle. Not bad, I'm still me. Gu Jie nodded with satisfaction, and seemed to think of something that, pointing down at the two men, what about them? Where he was pointing, a youth was as white as a porcelain doll, and a woman had an icy demeanor, cold and arrogant and absolutely beautiful. It is the silkworm and the kunai woman. The two, in breaking the Cloudwater Palace's ban, break out of a brain rush to the hybrid 2-meter dustproof big formation. It didn't even need Gu Jie to do anything, being firmly locked in place. Kill it. Looking at the two, Jiang Heng spread his hands and replied casually. Presently, the origin of these two people was a little too much for him to look at, although I don't know what kind of pattern is out there. It's definitely similar to my previous life. There were many paragon emperors. Having embarked on this path of killing to the depths, he had never thought of stopping. Jiang Heng, you dare to kill me? Silkworm opened his mouth in indignation. His eyes looked at Jiang Heng with dead eyes. In this case, if you let me go, I'll represent the Undying Mountain and ally with you to ensure that the rest of the 6 Forbidden Lands won't dare to make things difficult for you. Me too. I represent the other side. See. The Kuanpang woman hurriedly spoke. Behind Gu Yuan, Lei Peng, and Long Yuan, there is a forbidden area standing behind them. I'm not afraid to tell you that the ancient ancestor behind us is an existence that has stepped into that level. The two were really scared. Jiang Heng had killed 6 heirs. What else would he not dare to do? I'm afraid that Jiang Heng will kill them too. What? Gu Jie was stunned. Stunned, he looked at Jiang Heng. You slaughtered Gu Yuan, Lei Peng and the others? How did you do that? Gu Jie was confused, feeling 1,000,000% lost as far as cultivation is concerned. Stunned, he looked at Ji Luoxue. Sorry, I can't trust you. Ji Luoxue skimmed her lips and looked to the side with cold arrogance. Coming out, he didn't choose to tell Gu Jie what Jiang Heng had done inside. I'm afraid that Gu Jie, this kid, after taking control of the Great Formation, will become bloated and greedy, and will have a rebellious mindset. Kill it. Jiang Heng didn't reply to the words of the few people and gestured to the two people below. As for the threat of these two, he didn't care in the slightest. Just now, he had personally pulled out the lair of the Cloudwater Immortal and created such a big karma. Neither frowned. What's there to be afraid of? Doing away with silkworms and Kuanping women. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Jiang Heng finished devouring they. Taking Gu Jie and Ji Luoxue with him, he walked out of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace without any haste. Cloudwater Plains. The crowd swarmed like locusts, spreading over the vast bushfield, and in the distance the ancient trees of the sky. It doesn't even stand out here. A majestic statue of the law stood between heaven and earth. It's a quasi-imperialist. Counting the time, the heavenly pride should be coming out, right? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, with the 5 phases of the 5 elements densely covered on top of his Dharma phase. It was a paragon emperor of the 5 elements sect. Naturally, I hope that my clan, the White Tigers, will return in triumph. The White Tiger clan quasi-emperor was exuberant, looking at Wine Sword Immortal from time to time as he spoke. Make a threatening gesture. It made the Wine Sword Immortal's face gloomy. For the rest of the month, after news he knew that before going in, there were a lot of people staring at Jiang Heng. Misty Sacred Land, Linghu Misty, a few tigers from the White Tiger clan, and the Golden Winged Rock clan. There were also the ones from the Forbidden Zone who had their eyes on Jiang Heng. Just as Wine Sword Immortal was about to retort, above the sky dome and the vast Cloudwater Palace, slowly opened the gate. A jade staircase leads to the plains. The 3 were walking down idly. At the head of the group, a man in black with silver hair. The girl beside him was holding onto him with an infatuated look on her face. Behind him, the man in black crossed his arms and kowtowed, also lethargic. Seeing his appearance, countless paragons present were shocked. At the head of the group was Jiang Heng. He walked out? It was reasonable to say that Jiang Heng couldn't have come out. P.S. I wish you all a happy day, good luck and a big wallet. End of chapter. The siege of several powerful and overwhelming races, coupled with the targeting of the Forbidden Area's heirs, was hard for everyone to imagine. How does a young pawn come out alive in such a hostile environment? Subocular medicine. Jiang Heng actually did it. This kid even came out? What makes him able to come out so calmly? I guess it's the last one. When my clan's heavenly pride comes out, we will naturally tell the original story and make this Jiang Heng ashamed of himself. Damn it, this kid made the old man lose a 9-leaf wind spirit grass. For a while, many of the great powers present, for Jiang Heng to be able to come out unharmed, both held unspeakable shocks. Eyes were gazing towards the gates of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, expecting the pride of their clan. The king is coming with the seed of the way. Jiang Heng. In the crowd, a girl with a long blue dress and fairy-like appearance saw the moment Jiang Heng stepped out. No longer able to care about being dignified, he sped towards Jiang Heng, who was dressed in black. Puff dash. Fiercely zipped into Jiang Heng's arms. I'm scared. Mu Wanyun choked. Don't be afraid. Jiang Heng laughed softly and gently stroked the girl's head. I promise your life seed. While speaking, Jiang Heng raised his index finger and constructed a life seed. With that heavenly Tao seed as the foundation, he could now build any Tao seed at will. To put it bluntly, nowadays, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the heavenly Tao of the great sage realm, although he is a little short of it. But there are also a number of advantages. This is, Mu Wanyun looked at Jiang Heng with heartache. It's not necessary. Really, took a lot of beating for it, didn't you? Mu Wanyun was touched in her heart. She didn't expect that Jiang Heng's casual remark would actually go and do it. I know, the fight for the seed of life is bound to be a bloodbath. This seed is recognized as a spare seed. No matter what race, or what Tao they practice, the species of life is a perfect match. It's okay, it shouldn't be too hard. Jiang Heng recalled all the things in the Cloudwater Immortal Palace. Although the process had some twists and turns, but it's not really that difficult. After you beat the first level, the follow-ups aren't really that difficult. Ancient Buddha Z and Bai Tu Tian, along with those tens of thousands of heavenly pride, were indeed too complementary. Jiang Xiaoyu. Just as Jiang Heng was caressing Mu Wanyun's green silk, a dignified beauty slowly walked over, throwing a kind smile at Jiang Heng. Senpai. Jiang Heng let go of Mu Wanyun and nodded to the beautiful woman. He recognized it. This is Mu Wanyun's mother. In her previous life, like Mu Wanyun, she chose to firmly embrace him. It's a woman of pure goodness of heart. Thank you for the seed of life. But, I'm afraid you've made many people furious by coming out. Mu Qiuhan gave Jiang Heng a serious nod before revealing a smirking expression. Then the beautiful eyes swept around, each of those quasi-emperors with shocked faces. Rage. Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Qiuhan with some curiosity. Why are these people raging at this moment when there's no showdown? Did something happen? Jiang Heng was very curious about this. You've offended a lot of people and opened a big plate. But you can't walk out alive. I'll undertake with Taoist friend Wine Sword Immortal to buy you to come out alive. Mu Qiuhan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, and told Jiang Heng the ins and outs of the matter. This caused Jiang Heng to be stunned and look around in surprise, upon seeing the White Tiger Clan Paragon, the Golden-Winged Rock Clan Paragon. There were also many race paragons looking at themselves with indignation. He licked his lips and gave a playful smile. And these guys bet on it? If you're so surprised now, won't you storm out later when the door closes? Interesting. Jiang Heng, come here to be interrogated. Just as Jiang Heng was pondering, the White Tiger Clan Paragon bared his fangs and, fierce, opened his mouth. Words that brought silence all around. No one stepped in to stop them. After all, Jiang Heng made everyone lose money. Looking for trouble with juniors after losing a bet? Just as Jiang Heng raised his eyes, his demeanor displeased, a blue-clothed figure descended from the sky, standing in front of him in style. It was the Wine Sword Immortal. He looked proudly at the White Tiger Clan Paragon Emperor. I am the reigning emperor. Summoning a junior is his gift. What's wrong with that? Wine Sword Fairy? The White Tiger Paramount Emperor reared his head with a monstrous aura, not budging at all, and his large phantom that, the morose White Tiger silhouette stared intently at Wine Sword Immortal. Sword chi was just about to explode. All around, a dense aura instantly locked onto the Wine Sword Immortal. Fellow Daoist, why bother with a mole for a? What about hurting the peace between us? The one who spoke was the phantom that belonged to the ethereal Holy Land. Linghu Paragon Emperor, Golden Rock Paragon Emperor. Looking around at the auras locking onto him, Wine Sword Immortal's face grimaced. Is it forcing me? Have you ever seen a disciple of my heavenly sword sect? Retreat half a step. Sword 2. The Wine Sword Immortal let out a long whistle, and a pristine iron sword cut through the air, instantly coming to his side. He had his sword in his right hand, and looked across the room with indifference, and was about to say something that, Jiang Heng raised his hand and interrupted. Senior, if people want to ask, let them ask. No harm. Jiang Heng flashed a smile at Winesword Immortal. He then walked towards the front and looked curiously at the many Paragon Emperors. Gentlemen, what do you want to ask? Know it all. At that moment, the thing he was most looking forward to was going toe-to-toe with these people, since the other side had come to his door. Let's see. Humph. How did you manage to evade the pursuit of my clan's heavenly pride? The White Tiger Paragon was curious. There were more than one or two who had their eyes on Jiang Heng. Hunt? Jiang Heng pursed his lips and looked at the many Paragon Emperors with ease. I'm sorry, there's no one in there chasing me. And he's not telling lies. When is it the hunter's turn to hunt his prey? What? The many Paragons were stunned and looked at Jiang Heng in confusion. No pursuit? Apparently not. That group. What the hell are they doing? Let's not even talk about the White Tiger Clan or the Ethereal Sanctuary. Let's talk about the ancient Imperial Clan in the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Heng controlled the immunity to mana. With the domineering nature of this clan, why not kill Jiang Heng and kill him? The answer is no. Jiang Heng's attitude was flat, and they could sense that no lies were being told. This reply caused the White Tiger Paragon to snort coldly, no longer opening his mouth to interrogate, and turning to look into the sky. That huge cloud-water immortal palace. When the heavenly pride come out, we'll know if you're telling lies. His words caused many Paragon Emperors to recognize them. It's about time for them to come out. And, little by little, the sun sets, the stars hang in the night, and the morning sun shatters the sky. Dawn. Except for a group of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples, who walked out full of joy. There's no one anymore. The Cloud-Water Immortal Palace completely disappeared. Everyone, the Eighth Realm Celestials, Quasi-Saints, Saints, or all of the Quasi-Emperors present, had their eyes wide open. Shocked, he looked at Jiang Heng. How come the Immortal Palace is gone? Where are they? P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Numb. The unknown geometry of those present was completely numb. They stared at Jiang Heng with wide eyes and trepidation. The image was something they had never thought of. The large Cloudwater Immortal Palace had an unknown number of disciples inside. How few people actually came out? On what grounds? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Did none of the heirs of the Forbidden Zone come out? Yeah. It's impossible for anyone in the younger generation to beat them. Jiang Heng, what happened within the Immortal Palace? The scene we saw earlier was indeed true. The Cloudwater Immortal Palace collapsed a corner. No, the heir to my clan is still among them. He is the pride of our clan. The sky has collapsed. The young generation of the Tian Luo realm is completely broken. Completely dead? The heavenly news has left not a single person in the room calm. This goes in to say one that isn't an exaggeration. Totally represents the future of the Tian Luo realm. Misty Sacred Land, Buddha Bathing Sacred Land, Xian Tian Sacred Land, Blue Feathers Sacred Land, Ying Tian Royal Dynasty, Zhengzhou Chen family, Zhengzhou Jiang family, Zhengzhou Li family. There are countless forces, large and small, which also includes the 8 best passers of the Forbidden Zone. It contains a depth and way that is far beyond that of its peers. All of these people, all of them didn't come out? It left the room in shock. It was impossible to continue thinking about it. The information that followed was too horrifying to contemplate. Jiang Heng, what happened? Quasi-Emperor Linghu looked at Jiang Heng with indignation. His own son, Linghu Misty, was among them, carefully taught for countless years for the phoenix to blossom, not just a flash in the pan. Present, it seems to be gone? Where are my 8 imperial nephews? The White Tiger Paragon Emperor bared his fangs, his eyes already scarlet. He's bound to go back and not be able to deliver. How do I tell his brother? Say, your pups are all gone, taken in one fell swoop. What's the point of getting shot on the spot? At the same time, the old monk from the Buddha Bathing Holy Land, the ferocious bird of the Golden Winged Rock, and many other Paragon Emperors had their emperor's thoughts quickly lock onto Jiang Heng. Subocular medicine. Only Jiang Heng can parse this. Jiang Heng, seeing this scene, Mu Wan Yun, beside Jiang Heng, clutching his arm tightly. You really did it? People are stupid. Before going in, Jiang Heng had said that he was going to sacrifice all of the younger generation of this Tian Luo realm, to be the cornerstone of his return to the netherworld. He will not feel guilty about the weak and the strong in this world, or about the fact that there is no morality in this world. Like this, Jiang Heng really seemed to have done it, devouring that countless number of heavenly pride, laying a flawless heel. Jiang Heng remained silent and revealed a mysterious smile, turning his eyes toward the many paragons. He laughed. Don't you all think I'm bound to die? My cultivation is shallow. How can I know what you all are saying? While saying that, Jiang Heng's expression carried surprise. As these people say, there's nothing wrong with his answer. If he's that good, he's going to be hunted down by the pride of these people. That. And how would one know? Coquettish. The first one to sit down was Quasi-Emperor Linghu. The rest of the people were fine. The one who died was his own son. Cloudwater Immortal Palace traditionally. The moment the time is up, everyone will be kicked out. Subocular, medicine. No one. Then there's only one possibility. Except for these disciples who came out. All the rest were killed. None of them alive. Presently, Jiang Heng was the first to come out. If you don't ask him, then who should you ask? For a moment, it seemed as if all the Paragon Emperors had figured it out. Their gazes locking onto Jiang Heng. Little friend. There's a tactic called soul extraction. It's such a big deal that we don't need you to admit it. Do you understand? Yes. We can take you whenever we want. So, honestly, we can tell the difference between a lie and a lie. So don't make a fool of yourself. Do you want us to be angry if you don't speak yet? At this moment, there were no saints left to speak, and the ones who spoke were all quasi-emperors. They all looked at Jiang Heng. This moment, there's no turning back for them. The death of so many disciples is not a small matter. Open mouths, threats. This made the two quasi-emperors, Winesword Immortal and Mu Chiohan, look unsightly. Neither expected that to happen. Looking at the many Paragon Emperors, the two of them barely managed to stand in front of Jiang Heng. It doesn't have to be. Jiang Heng laughed lightly and pushed the two away with a gentle force. It caused the two to be shocked and look at Jiang Heng in dismay. That force just now could have shaken them. You know, he too are the harmonizers. You are a great sage now? Winesword Immortal stared deeply, his pupils carrying incredulity. Great saints have been rare since ancient times. When Jiang Heng entered the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, he was only in the 8th realm, and it had only been a few days. Just metamorphose into a great saint. He couldn't imagine what was going on inside. Could it be? As a woman, Mu Chiohan's mind was much more delicate than Winesword Immortal's. A lot of information was captured in an instant. As Yao Qi's son-in-law, no one can bully you. In her opinion, at the moment, if she wanted to keep Jiang Heng, it is necessary to realize the identity of Yao Qi's son-in-law. That makes it that much more likely. No harm. Jiang Heng shook his head and rebuffed the good intentions of the two. Nodding his head, he turned his eyes to look at the many Paragon Emperors living. If I am unwilling to answer, do you plan to bully me with force? While saying that, Jiang Heng stepped forward, walking towards the many Paragon Emperors one step at a time. This scene, it made the pupils of many Paragon Emperors shrink. They looked at Jiang Heng in surprise, feeling unimaginable. What was Jiang Heng planning to do? Disobey them? They were Paragon Emperors, powerhouses who might merge at any time, and were, apart from the great emperors, the strongest of the bunch. It's also a top-notch fighter who walks the earth. What is this brat planning to do? The White Tiger Clan Quasi-Emperor looked at Jiang Heng in surprise. The words fell. The rest of the Paramount Emperors hilariously laughed. This kid wouldn't want to challenge us, right? Griffin, if you are unwilling to answer, we will naturally use force. What can you do about the mighty? The many Paragon Emperors were unimpressed by Jiang Heng's attitude. Who among them is not a heavenly pride? Who has not dominated a region and an era? Jiang Heng could not possibly be their opponent. This was the arrogance and confidence of being a Paragon Emperor. Enlighten me. Jiang Heng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the many Paragon Emperors without specifically fixating on anyone. The meaning is obvious. Anyone. Unbridled. Jiang Heng's words fell, and his cold voice echoed in the large bushfield. A giant hand descended from the sky and crushed towards the land where Jiang Heng was. The palm is milky white in color, with dense seal characters and a powerful oppressive force. Let the bush wild chafe below. A great abyss is revealed. I'm too lazy to ask the reason. Killing you will naturally avenge my son. The one who struck out was the ethereal Holy Land's Linghu Paragon Emperor. The huge palm covered the clouds and caused many people to suck in a breath of cold air. How many years? They hadn't seen a quasi-emperor strike before, and a strike that contained anger in the moment was just too terrifying. They all looked at Jiang Heng, their eyes revealing sadness. P.S. I wish you all a lot of money and happiness every day. End of chapter. In their opinion, no matter what level Jiang Heng was at, it was impossible for him to block the wrathful strike of a paramount emperor. This move, which contained a Tao that many people could not comprehend in a lifetime. The power of the might and the extinction of the Tao. Incredibly humbling. This is the means of a quasi-emperor? I've been a saint for many years, but I'm far inferior to quasi-emperor Linghu. This son is delusional. If he had respected his elders, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Quasi-emperor Linghu, please leave him alive. The late generations within my clan are also withering away in the immortal palace. Need Jiang Heng to tell the original story? No need. Aren't there still Gu Jie, Ji Luoshui, and the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples? Just ask these people. It doesn't matter anymore if Jiang Heng stays or not. Listening to the clamor around him, Jiang Heng was unimpressed, his eyes looking upwards in a shallow manner, looking at the large phantom. At the corner of his mouth, he hooked up a smile. Dharma, heaven and earth. The words fell. Outside of Jiang Heng's body, golden light surged. The whole person seems to be coated with a golden shadow. It began to expand rapidly. 10 meters, 100 meters, hundreds of meters. Rumble. A fierce sound echoed through the large bushfield, and the golden shadow raised its hand, resisting the big hand of Emperor Linghu. The silhouette didn't move. It's like a breeze. This caused the wine sword immortal, who was not far away, to be violently startled and, incredulously, he looked at Jiang Heng. This is the great divine power, the law of heaven and earth. When he said that, he was a bit incoherent. The phases they possessed were the result of communicating with heaven and earth, instead of the great avatar like Jiang Heng. And the extent of Jiang Heng's cultivation had clearly reached the realm of realization, and the increase in strength was very obvious. If not, it was also impossible to withstand the attack of the Linghu Paragon Emperor. This child, his talent and brilliance really does surpass the ancient and modern worlds. Mu Qiuhan's expression was surprised. Words carry recognition. Jiang Heng's son-in-law was more and more pleasing to the eye. Impossible. It's impossible for you to have cultivated your Dharma heaven and earth to this level. Seeing that the phallic attack was ineffective, Quasi-Emperor Linghu spoke with indignation and looked at Jiang Heng's eyes with more than a touch of shock. This, he had never thought of. A young man, resisting his attack? There has never been one in all of history. Then you've seen it today. Jiang Heng's torso slowly floated to the top of the shadow. A pair of eyes looked indifferently at the Linghu Paragon Emperor. That old dog. In his previous life, he had done many insidious things, and it was under his command that Linghu Misty had, trying to break his Taoist heart. Followed by, there is a lot of counting going on, and the yo-yo has its calculations underneath it all. In the next few years, he even succeeded in merging with the Tao and became a true great emperor. Jiang Heng, being so reckless with your own old ancestor, you're really getting cocky. Jiang Heng's attitude caused Quasi-Emperor Linghu to become furious. Was about to open his mouth to say something when Jiang Heng's teasing voice that, again it echoed. Old dogs with dead pups do have tempers. Looking at Quasi-Emperor Linghu, the coldness in Jiang Heng's eyes could no longer be held down. Ancestor? It's the old dog that's making a big deal out of it. What kind of clan elder goes to murder a junior disciple? This ethereal sanctuary, it's superb. You, Commodore Linghu's pupils dilated as he looked at Jiang Heng in dismay. At this moment, his whole body was trembling. Jiang Heng's words seemed to be a disguised admission that Linghu Misty was dead. His only son is gone. Jiang Heng, what have you done with my son? Commodore Linghu stared. You want to see him? Jiang Heng pursed his lips, looking down at the corner of his head with a morose look at Emperor Commodore Linghu. Upon seeing the apprehensive look in the other's eyes, who dash? Behind him, a large flag fluttered, and the black human emperor flag stood behind Jiang Heng. Among the streamers, a handsome man slowly floated out. Roar, growling in resentment at Paragon Emperor Linghu. Yes, Linghu Misty. My son, my son. Commodore Linghu was shocked, staring at Linghu Misty with wide-eyed disbelief. His precious son has become a ghost in the human emperor's streamer, slaughtered by Jiang Heng? Father, take revenge for me. The voice of Linghu Misty, who had transformed into a severe ghost, was hoarse and, looking at Jiang Heng with resentment. This scene, shocking the entire room, everyone also gazed at Jiang Heng as if they were looking at a ghost. Is this a provocation? Deliberately giving Linghu Misty the realization to speak words of vengeance? This Jiang Heng is so arrogant. Does he know that he is facing an emperor? Throughout history, the only one who dares to speak to a paramount emperor like this is Jiang Heng. Isn't it? Really good at attacking the heart in front of its father to engage in this. People must not be angry? It's numb. It's all numb. In theory, under the control of the human emperor's streamer, the ghosts of grievances had no consciousness. Right now, for Linghu Misty to be able to open her mouth, there was only one possibility, and that was that Jiang Heng was doing it on purpose. Tell him to tell his father to take revenge. At the same time, the feeling of suffocation surged into many people's chests. They did not expect Jiang Heng to dare to do this. So cocky, wildly perverse, a roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, echoing throughout the clumped fields. As Quasi-Emperor Linghu looked at the tragic situation of his own son, his mind could no longer be strained. Hissing at Jiang Heng, he said, Jiang Heng, release him. This seat will give you a pain. Oh, if I say no, what are you going to do? Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth, teasingly incomparable. All of you from the netherworld Holy Land deserve to die. After saying that, in the shocked eyes of Quasi-Emperor Linghu, his right hand waved casually. Bang! Linghu Misty's blue soul was directly beaten into nothingness by him. The soul flies away. No! The Commodore Linghu's crimson eyes looked at Jiang Heng with resentment. You killed my son. I'm going to kill everyone connected to you too. Go to hell. The ethereal technique. Milky white seal characters surrounded the large phantom, and Emperor Linghu rose to the sky. His right hand knocked down hard against Jiang Heng's golden shadow. In this regard, Jiang Heng's demeanor remained indifferent. Raising the middle and index fingers of his right hand together, the void made the same motion at the same time, stabbing hard against the palm. When the milky white phantom touched Jiang Heng's virtual shadow, the indestructible palm, surrounded by many seal characters, was pierced through. Buzz dash. Buzz dash. The shattered seal characters seemed to be emitting a wail as the shattering of the Dharma phase resounded through the heavens and earth, followed by arms, shoulders. The entire Dharma phase is beginning to crumble. Seeing this scene, Jiang Heng wasn't the slightest bit surprised. This was after devouring the ancient elemental, plus the Tendo seed. Mana immunity completes the ultimate level of metamorphosis. It can dissolve and neutralize some of the spells, the phases that these people use. Not quite as good as his Dharma heaven, also on the hunt. At the same time, the Linghu Paramount Emperor's demeanor was shocked as he watched his Dharma phase crumble little by little. He had the illusion that he had changed. It's reasonable to say, even if the Dharma phase was pierced, this scene would not be possible. Right now, it's as if the mana is crumbling. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Once upon a time, fighting against quite a few powerhouses, it wasn't as if Emperor Commodore Linghu hadn't broken the Dharma phase. But, absolutely not. What kind of Tao is this? Quasi-Emperor Linghu dispersed his Dharma phase and, looking deeply at Jiang Heng, I've never seen it before. What exactly did you do within the Cloud Water Palace? Have heard what was said. Jiang Heng was silent as his silhouette held a bronze ancient halberd and slashed fiercely at Linghu Paragon Emperor. The violent chopping attack brought with it astral winds that swept through this side of the heaven and earth. Let countless saints, one after another, talk about it. Only then did everyone see that Jiang Heng had become a great saint. Saints are rare in ancient times, and great saints are even more rare. Back then, and Hongi was also a great saint, right? Jiang Heng has also become a great saint? Within this Cloud Water Palace, what exactly is happening? I have a bad feeling and it feels real. This Jiang Heng, he wouldn't have slaughtered everyone, would he? Wasn't there a rumor of devouring demon technique before? With him? No way should it be. For a while, the crowd was speechless with astonishment. Jiang Heng's metamorphosis, really too fast, is a win the world, before entering the Cloud Water Immortal Palace. There is no underpinning. At that moment, not only did he break through to become a saint, but he was also a great saint whose legend was extinct. This kind of realm usually has a title, such as the Great Sage of Defeating Heaven and the Great Sage of Beheading the Dragon. In the future, if you prove to be a great emperor, you will also be able to inherit the title. The atmosphere was silent. The world seemed to be quiet for the moment, and numerous signals of various shapes and sizes broke the deadlock here. Similarity of content. The 5 Elements Sect's demon soul lamps are out. The Chen family's demon soul lamps are out. And the Xian Tian Holy Land's demon soul lamps are out. The list goes on and on. This caused many paramount emperors, whose faces were already gloomy, to completely lose their temper. One after another, they erupted their breaths and looked towards the large silhouette within the venue. Jiang Heng, what else do you have to say? The white tiger paragon's pupils were scarlet and a cold flash of light above the fangs. In the meantime, little friend, my ancient Buddha son of the Buddha bathing Holy Land, have you ever seen it? The old monk of the Buddha bathing Holy Land. His eyes were cloudy as he looked at Jiang Heng. Little thing, if you don't give my 5 Elements Sect an explanation, you'll have to die today. The fat paragon emperor of the 5 Elements Sect opened his mouth angrily, the fat flesh on his face squeezed together, looking hideous. Such images keep happening in the bushfield. Everyone had already lost their patience and communally forced Jiang Heng. Oh, are you all planning to take me on? Jiang Heng contained a smile as he looked at the hundreds of quasi-emperors around him. His expression indifferent. In that case, then Mr. Jiang will give you an explanation. After that, he waved a profound Dao with his right hand, and the human emperor's streamer surged behind him. While the flag was fluttering, a single stern ghost rose up to the sky, millions of them covering the clouds and the sun. The entire sky darkened. The images are harrowing and wailing. It made the jaws of countless people in the room drop, and they couldn't stop shivering. Many people saw their familiar figures, precisely within their own clans. The celestial pride who went to attend the Cloudwater Immortal Palace out of the "You're dead" all died and became under the human emperor's streamer. The mournful, resentful souls. It's my 5 elements sect that's flaunting. It's my sect's absolute pride. Jiang Heng, you deserve to die. My Jiang clan's sacred body is also among them. Jiang Heng, I swear to kill you. Ancient Buddha child? You butchered my clan's ancient Buddha child? The old monk is going to fulfill you. Damn it, no wonder he was the only one who came out. So everyone was killed by him. This is Gu Yuan, Long Yuan, Lei Peng, the 8 heirs of the Forbidden Zone. All of them have folded up, wither away in this Cloudwater Immortal Palace. Many Paragon Emperors, at this moment, completely exploded, and an endless aura filled the thicket. The heavens and the earth changed color with it. They didn't expect that Jiang Heng would do that slaughtering thing in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, and take all the heavenly pride and kill them all. Even the 8 heirs of the Forbidden Zone were obliterated by Jiang Heng. Gentlemen, Jiang Heng is willing to take responsibility for this matter. Jiang Heng stood with his arms folded, teasingly looking at the hundreds of quasi-emperors in front of him. The only reason I didn't leave was to wait for this moment. After leaving the Netherworld Holy Land for so long, it was time to go back and take a look in advance. Fulfill the promise of worshipping Sword Dusty Heart. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be merciful. Exterminate this little devil. Quasi-Emperor Linghu spoke hoarsely. That was a test. He felt out a lot of things. Jiang Heng seems to have really become a climate. Although tussle a bit, he thinks he can still take down that. It just takes a lot of gas. Presently, with so many quasi-emperors and a mouthful of spittle from each of them, Jiang Heng would surely die. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything, as many paragons glanced at each other and immediately activated the seal character. It formed a large blue barrier, completely isolating this place from the outside world. Above the barrier, a seal character flowed, seemingly symbolizing the power of the origin. Flying Immortal Order. Seeing this scene, Quasi-Emperor Linghu was very satisfied. After giving Jiang Heng an indignant glance, he swooped down as a milky white stream of light. In his right hand, a token that was constantly surrounded by seal characters appeared and knocked hard at the center of the shadow's brow. Phew! Just at the moment when the token was about to touch the golden shadow, the golden ancient axe, with a strange speed that, viciously slashing at Linghu Misty, in an instant, colliding together. The expected lopsidedness really happened. But instead of the flying Immortal Order going sideways, the golden axe was like cutting tofu. The sharp cuts through the flying fairy order. 3 feet of cold light and scarlet. The axe gouged out the chest of the emperor-to-be of Linghu right through, and the white ribs, liver, intestines, naked in the air. The blood waved in the air. This can't be. Linghu Paragon looked at Jiang Heng's Dharma heavenly image earth. The whole thing was taught. Although great saints were rare, they were paramount emperors, half steps to the Tao. It was impossible to be challenged by Jiang Heng over the top. 2 encounters in total, and he's suffered 2 bloody losses? Alas, a mouse's eye is an inch, a pond fish is a corner. You are but a quasi-imperialist, and you can know that this day. How old is it anyway? Jiang Heng sighed slightly. He possesses the heavenly Tao seed, which allows him to perfectly control all the Tao laws in the world and deduce them to their depths. There is the heavenly Tao demon heart, which is equivalent to an unceasing supply of mana, and a variety of divine secret techniques, which were comprehended in a previous life. All of this, the other side doesn't know. Amidst the shocked gaze of Paragon Fox, Jiang Heng shook his head at him, sending you on your way. With that, he stopped speaking. On his right arms, the ancient axe and halberd carried monstrous might as they slashed fiercely towards the Linghu Paragon Emperor. No Quasi-Emperor, Linghu hissed, once again urging the seal characters to form a Dharma phase. Just as it appeared, it was crushed by the ancient axe and sped towards his main body. The strange thing is, no matter how he dodges, the axe seems to carry the power of space, deadlocking him. Indestructible golden body. Just as the axe was about to chop into Linghu Misty, a Buddhist sound was incomparably melodious. The golden old monk, blandly standing in its way, faced the ancient axe and halberd that. He raised his hand bashfully. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Like a withered hand, at this moment seems to be gilded with a layer of gold foil, the golden light of the rest, fiercely gripped the ancient axe of Dharma heaven and earth. Ding! The invulnerable golden battle axe was blocked when it touched the old monk's palm. The old monk, who was none other than the Buddha-bathing Holy Land and the bitter lotus paramount emperor. The image rolls and twists and turns, making emotions rise and fly for many around the room. They watched the scene numbly, barely squeezing out a wanton smile. Quasi-Emperor Linghu was almost decapitated by Jiang Heng? Why is that? Mana immunity coupled with Dharma heaven and earth. Two great magical powers cultivated to the highest level of excellence added. He seems to have a degree of anticlimax. What? There's a combo technique? This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Don't be afraid. There are quasi-emperors constructing the boundary, and with quasi-emperors Bitter Lotus making a move, there's absolutely no chance of this kid surviving. When they saw that Commodore Linghu was about to spill his blood, all of them were dumbfounded. Never in a million years did he expect Jiang Heng to reach this level. Only, after the Bitter Lotus Commodore easily received the move, it was only then that the many saints and quasi-emperors who had gathered around could breathe a sigh of relief. Before the smiles could spread, the scene of the picture made them completely suffocate. Above the palm of the Bitter Lotus Paragon, drops of golden blood kept dripping down his elbow into the dirt. Green and wild, the grass grows wild, the seed becomes a tree in a flash. The Bitter Lotus Quasi-Emperor, who claimed to be undefeatable in the flesh, dribbled blood. This took the breath away from everyone in the room. Even Wine Sword Immortal, whose Tao is attack and attack, was somewhat shocked by this scene. He, breaking through Bitter Lotus defense? Having fought with Bitter Lotus many times, he was well aware of the strength of this man's physical body. Even he would need a lot of effort to break through that perverted golden body. He was a quasi-emperor, an existence that could merge with the Tao at any time. Jiang Heng was only a saint, and even a great saint had not transcended this realm. The latter is a good thing. Quasi-Emperor Bitter Lotus's pale voice echoed through the vast bushfield. His cloudy eyes stared tightly at Jiang Heng. No wonder you were able to overthrow my sect's Buddhist son. The pain of his cut palms made him recognize reality. Jiang Heng, indeed, has something. In another situation, if the ancient Buddha son had achieved great sage, it would still be impossible to harm him. This is the suppression of the realm, the contempt of the emperor for mortals. Jiang Heng had done it, literally making him bleed. Jiang Heng did not say anything, the golden shadow of the imposing, six-armed Shura holding 6 kinds of weapons, looking out of the corner of his eye. He said, "Gentlemen, a certain person has had a miserable life. Are you willing to send me on my way? I hope you will not show any mercy. Presently, this is the path he has chosen, a path against the fury of the world. Everything under this sky, all are sacrifices to his harmony. As for all the enemies in the world, he had learned that in his previous life and had long since stopped caring in this life. You're crazy, White Tiger, Fury Dash." As Jiang Heng's words fell, a huge white tiger revealed its sharp claws beside the large shadow. The white seal character kept circling around his fingers and claws, gouging out the back of Jiang Heng's heart. Bang! Just as the finger claws were about to penetrate the golden shadow, the large shadow instantly changed form. The original majestic head split into 3. One of love, one of majesty, and one of sorrow. That loving head, smiling charitably at the white tiger. The 2 giant golden hands then manipulated the giant G to slash down fiercely. Bang! The huge impact splattered countless black smoke and dust. This caused many of the quasi-emperors who hadn't yet struck to stare at each other as they waited for the smoke to clear. The breeze and the reflection of the picture inside. Jiang Heng's law of heaven and image of earth stopped Quasi-Emperor Bitter Lotus at the front, and his weaponry at the back stopped Quasi-Emperor White Tiger's chopping attack. On the side, Quasi-Emperor Linghu covered his wounds with an icy expression. Although it looked like Jiang Heng was looking out of the corner of the world, but in the eyes of many, Jiang Heng had already fallen into decline. There was no aura of world domination when he had seriously injured the Linghu Paragon Emperor in the beginning. Gentlemen, all together? Among the many Dharma phases, the 5-element sect Quasi-Emperor whose body was bathed in 5-colored elements opened his mouth to test the waters. Since the one who answered him was a Paragon Emperor of the spirit race, the main body was a heaven-mending vine that had lived for an unknown number of years. Kill the boy. Above the dome of the sky, the golden-winged rock that was about several hundred meters in length whistled, its piercing voice falling. Dive in now. The 2 golden sharp claws were like hunting, ruthlessly plucking at Jiang Heng's shoulders. In the moment of touching, above the golden silhouette, that one sad head looked towards the huge golden-winged rock. The twin spears punctuated the scene, fending off 2 giant claws that poured into the sky in an instant. Bang! The impact shattered the rocky soil on the ground completely, and the golden shadow trembled slightly as it struggled to resist. It made many people who were watching the battle completely tense up. Although Jiang Heng was arrogant, the current situation was 1 against 4, facing off against 4 Paragon Emperors in the position of a great sage. And each of these 4 Paragon Emperors was a renowned powerhouse. Maya, this can even be blocked? The 4 Paragon Emperors joined forces, but they couldn't help Jiang Heng? No wonder he dares to clamor the world. He does have arrogant capital. Humph, what capital there is. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. But there are over hundreds of Paragon Emperors here. 4 of them he's already exhausted. How will he fight the rest? Still too young. Don't know how to advance or retreat. Don't know what's right. Don't know what's right. Deserve this. For Jiang Heng's combat power, many powerful people in the battlefield were shocked. The picture and their imagination. There is a world of difference. By all rights, Jiang Heng should have died of exhaustion when the White Tiger Paragon struck. Blocked. Even the claw strike of the Golden Rock Paragon Emperor was blocked. These people, who were manifesting their own bodies, did not show the slightest bit of mercy at all. At the same time, many people still hadn't changed their attitudes about the outcome of this battle. Jiang Heng, too impulsive. And the Paragons seemed to be listening to the murmurings of many. And above the phalanxes that stood around the one seal character coalesced rapidly. It's all about the ineffable word and the law. 5 elements extinction. The 5 elements Sect Paragon was the first to make a move. And the colorful seal characters. The 5 elements are gathered together to create the heavens and the earth. It sped towards Jiang Heng's Dharma heaven and earth. At the same time, a large dragon image emerges, the size of a mountain foot, trampling toward Jiang Heng. The Taoist laws roam the heavens. Countless. In the distance, seeing this appalling scene, Mu Wanyun was completely taut, holding onto Mu Chohan's hand tightly. Mother, help him. As long as you are willing to help him, I will listen to you in everything from now on, and I will never be capricious again. Have heard what was said. Mu Chohan was silent, her eyes sadly looking towards Jiang Heng. In this case, it was really not good for her to make a move. Jiang Heng's words had offended the entire heavenly law realm, and this time the quasi-imperialist who had struck it contained all the powerful sects in the Tian Luo realm. It is one man against the whole world. P.S. I wish my family a happy day in crazy money. End of chapter. Not to mention whether or not she will make a move. There are so many quasi-emperors in front of her, even if she is willing to make a move. And how much can it be resisted? 1, 2, 5 at the most, right? What can we do if we block it? The remaining Paragon Emperors, no less than 400 of them, when each of them was young, they were all pride of the era. No weaker than Jiang Heng at this time. Alas, Jiang Heng is in trouble like this. If you want to do anything, then memorize the faces of these people and in the future set foot on the harmonious path to avenge your little groom. Mu Chohan shook her head, her eyes tinged with regret. In this case, even if she gambled her life, it was impossible to change anything. Mother, Mu Wanyun was in a state of grief. A bean-sized teardrop slipped down from her cheeks and dripped on her chest. In this life, she had long since decided on Jiang Heng, regardless of poverty or wealth. And Jiang Heng had already recognized her, and the two of them were just one step away from achieving what she wanted. Right now. Yet, Mu Chohan was silent and shook her head in a low voice, stretching out her lotus root arm to embrace Mu Wanyun. Jiang Heng. Mu Wanyun unwillingly, looking at the core battlefield, the large Dharma heaven and earth. This time, many Tao laws had arrived, and the countless seal characters were blending together, and space seemed to be fluctuating. Gentlemen, thanks a lot. In the golden shadow, Jiang Heng's attitude was completely different from those around him. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. 10,000 souls spiteful fury dash. All of a sudden, the huge human emperor streamer swayed in the wind, covering the clouds with the ghosts of grievances. Sprinting off in all directions. Vicious currents of violence. Knights kill on sight. Saints of less than saintly level of cultivation, or saints of middling strength, instantly surrounded and slaughtered by the knights, sparing many of the Paragon Emperors. There was a single tearing, stern ghost lying on their backs. The image changed color and many people looked horrified. The siege was more than just a hunt, and above the golden shadow, Jiang Heng looked up to the sky and laughed. Come on, this is a scene I've been looking forward to for a long time. Karma is purged and grudges are separated. No one who had ever hurt him would be spared. In the next second, the heavenly Tao vase overflowed from his brow, and the milky afterglow washed over Jiang Heng's entire body. The heavenly Tao demon heart trembled, emitting a bizarre scarlet-red color. Kill! Jiang Heng's gaze was ferocious as he roared recklessly. Dharma heaven and earth above the golden body. A scarlet line surged and it was accompanied by white armor. The weapons held by the 6 arms also began to turn milky white. Old bald donkey with a good face and heart. Send you to meet Buddha. Jiang Heng's right arm exerted force and the cream-colored axe head was a breath of fresh air. Again, he exerted force on the bitter lotus paragon's palm. Golden blood streaked and stained the milky white giant axe, and the bitter lotus paragon's hand it was cut straight down. The residual power did not diminish in the slightest, and in an instant, it penetrated through the bitter lotus paragon's chest. In the gazes of countless people watching, chopping this legendary old monk right off at the waist. No! This is impossible. Quasi-Emperor Bitter Lotus forced himself to endure the excruciating pain, his eyes shocked as he looked at Jiang Heng. He, beheaded? What the hell is that milky white weapon? Why is his golden body, refined by 1,000 hammer blows, as thin as paper before it? Before he could say anything, Jiang Heng's huge sword on the second arm on the right side of his Dharma heavenly image earth, chopped him right through the center of his brow. The whole man, cut into 4 pieces, golden blood waved in the wind, and the souls of the bitter hordes lay naked beneath the air. He looked at his body in shock. Eyesight, dialect, confusion arose. Up until this point, he couldn't accept the scene. Tens of thousands of stern ghosts would not give him the chance to turn in a limitless way, and in his bewilderment, drag him into the human emperor's streamer. Next, Bitter Lotus appeared in the crowd's field of vision, only this time the stance was that of Jiang Heng's horseman. Numb. The original clamor of the picture was numb and muffled at this moment, and there was not a single sound. The reversal was too fast and furious. They didn't expect that the indestructible Bitter Lotus paragon would die in such a hurry. It's only a breath away from death and a streamer. Now we're enemies? What? That white and red Fa Tian D. Is that the Fa Tian D I recognize? Bitterhorn was killed? He can die? What kind of strength is this? Blocking so many Dao spells with Dharma heaven and earth. Wrestling Bitterhelm in the front? What is Jiang Heng going to do? What the hell are you going to do? They can't hold it together. This reversal is really getting to them. Chased by the Jiang Heng ghosts at the same time. They're Camp Big Brother, but also a karma. It's a performance that's so scary it's out of this world. It's watching Bitter Lotus spill his blood in the air. Commodore Linghu couldn't tense up any longer. Looking at Jiang Heng's large Dharma heaven and earth, he said hoarsely, beyond the level of divine power. Is this immortal law? Impossible. What makes you able to possess immortal laws? Immortal law is a hazy concept of what level to reach, what level, and is just a guess. But one thing is certain, and that is that the strongest of the several forbidden regions, he must have mastered this level of Taoism. Outsiders call it immortal law. What? The White Tiger Paragon's heart twitched as he looked at the heavenly law in front of him in shock, seeing white axes, halberds, demon pestles, knives, swords, etc. And the scarlet line that looked like a vein. The heart pumped with shock, although he did not know what Taoism, but the words of Linghu Jundu, he did not dare to deny. If not, how did Bitter Lotus die? Even if he fought with Bitter Lotus, it was mostly a toss-up between him and Bitter Lotus. Immortal magic? The two men's voices, which were not deliberately lowered, instantly echoed through the large bushfield. The people who hadn't died looked at Jiang Heng with trepidation. Immortal law. What a vaguely yearning word. Mother, is it true? The location of the Yao Qi. This is the only pure land in this place. Mu Wanyun looked at the large virtual shadow. The eyes were horrified. Her god. He knows that legendary immortal magic? Just how many more secrets were there that she didn't know about? Mostly. The shock was also very strong in Mu Chohan's eyes as she looked at this imaginary figure of Jiang Heng. The body instinctively has scruples. She was a peak paragon emperor. The body's instincts are infinitely close to the Tao. And this instinct means that when Jiang Heng fights with her, there is a good chance. Immortal laws, Yao Qi, have stood in the central state for countless years without ever having immortal laws. How terrifying, Mu Chuhan muttered. She wondered how Jiang Heng, who was only in his 20s, had come to realize the law of heaven and earth. He also realized it to the level of immortal law. Mother, this is surely a win, isn't it? Immortal law eh? Mu Wanyun shrugged Mu Chohan's arm, broke into a smile. The beautiful face. Written with a vision of the future. Mukiwan is silent, peach-colored eyes, deeply looking toward the large law of heaven and earth. After pondering for a few breaths, he helplessly shook his head. It's still hard to predict life and death, even if Jiang Heng explodes. Chopped up Bitter Lotus. But there are just too many paragon emperors here. P.S. I wish my family a happy day and crazy money. End of chapter. Quasi-emperor and also emperor. It is an existence that is about to merge with the Tao, and has long since transcended the level of life, completing the ultimate leap in the realm of limits. If it's so easy to lose, this big Tian Luo world would have been in chaos long ago. And, thinking of this, Mu Qiulhan raised her eyes and looked above the endless sky dome, where there seemed to be 8 figures. Mother. Mu Wanyun's eyes were hollow as she looked at the disdainful Jiang Heng, once again appearing worried. The hand holding Mu Chohan's hand got tighter. Don't cry. I'm your mother. I'll go out of my way to save Jiang Heng when necessary. Looking at her daughter's pearly blossoms, Mu Chohan swept away the haze in her eyes and hugged Mu Wanyun tightly. Firmly, he looked at Jiang Heng. She made up her mind. by all means, give your daughter a perfect defense. Eyes, looking towards the core battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Heng looks like a lone wolf, looking askance at a pack of lions, although his breath is not enough. But the aura was like a true dragon descending. Ha! 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 Who else? Jiang Heng hissed with all his might, and the golden shadow held the bitter lotus paragon's torso in its grip. The entire Dharma heaven and earth is bathed in golden blood, looking out of the corner of his eye, like a god of war. This scene caused the scalp of the flanking white tiger paragon emperor to go numb, and he immediately loosened his pole white ancient halberd and, turning around, he was about to take a break. Oh, want to leave? Jiang Heng noticed him, and while turning around, that white ancient halberd surrounded a morose aura. In the white tiger paragon's stunned gaze, whoosh, it chopped down violently. White tiger put to death dash. Seeing this, the large white tiger's entire body exploded, sharp fangs accompanied by a hiss, and his right paw came together and, one index finger left, aiming at Jiang Heng's ancient halberd, he stabbed fiercely, instantly colliding together. Ding dash. The moment of impact, a pleasant roar was emitted, accompanied by layers of violent ripples, destroying everything around it, as much as possible. Only, the stalemate lasted but a second before the white tiger paragon's black toe armor was slashed by the white ancient halberd. Inch by inch it chafed, then the whole finger was crushed. The ancient halberd broke through everything, directly penetrating the white tiger paragon's torso, and scarlet blood gushed out, rendering the great long sky. This monster, which was more than 100 meters long, had its breath become incomparably weak under this move? Impossible. Even if it's an immortal technique, the gap can't be this big. I am a pure-blooded white tiger. I am the emperor of the world. And you are but a mere saint. The pain caused the white tiger quasi-emperor to become more and more manic, and he opened his bloody mouth and bared his fangs, hissing desperately at Jiang Heng. Blood kept pouring out from the ancient halberd in his chest. Gentlemen, still not making a move? Watching the white tiger paragon fall into a decadent state, the golden rock paragon above Jiang Heng had an arrogant demeanor. Yell up to the surrounding area. In his view, if they continued to fight like this they would still fight strips of hair. Jiang Heng manipulated the human emperor streamer and possessed uncommon battle power. Before his thoughts were over, the golden rock paragon was dismayed to find that the body of the bitter lotus paragon it seems to be getting absorbed. This huge Dharma heaven and earth is greedily devouring the bitter lotus. Jiang Heng's aura grew stronger and stronger compared to before. The golden rock paragon emperor hoarsely hissed in surprise. Swallow, it's the devouring devil technique. This kid has cultivated the devouring demon technique. My nephew, Little Rock King, was actually killed by you? The golden rock man was dumbfounded. He never thought that the one who started it all. Surprisingly, it was the previously harmless Jiang Heng. It's, like, really behind the scenes, directing everything in plain sight. And, while thinking, a drop of sweat could not be stopped from flowing out from the golden rock paragon's forehead. He looked at Jiang Heng in fear and shock, devouring demonic skill, everything in that cloud water immortal palace. It's all laid out by you in advance. From the very beginning, you intended to sacrifice the entire younger generation of the Tian Luo realm? Nope. Your purpose, and that includes us? Anyone who can get to this point is no cutie pie. All of them have great minds. All it takes is a little clue, a nudge, and an insight into the whole picture. He guessed all of Jiang Heng's planning and purpose, only just realized? In the shadow, Jiang Heng's black clothes hunted and slightly angled his head to look at Jin Peng in contempt. I said at the beginning that a certain person is willing to be responsible for all of it. While saying this, the large Dharma heaven and earth, the second hand on the left, the cream-colored pestle and mortar, it chiseled down hard against the white tiger paragon. Kaching dash. The shattering of bones resounded through the vast bushfield, and the white tiger paragon, who had been nailed by the ancient halberd, couldn't move his body at all. Ben was weak and badly injured. Under this monstrous blow, the spine of the back was completely broken, and the white tiger's tail suffixed part of it collapsed straight down. The styling is oozing beyond belief. The intense pain, and the total lack of sensation in the lower half of his body caused the white tiger paragon emperor to raise the sky and roar. A pair of scarlet eyes looked fearfully at his lower body. His feet were already weak, and he just collapsed on the ground. No matter how hard he tried to, the lower half of his body didn't seem to belong to him. He was crippled by a mortar and pestle. The image is like a shocking wave that shakes the crowd. Many quasi-emperors who were striking, or were planning to strike, saw this monstrous scene, horrified to the bone. They could hardly imagine that a pure-blooded royal, or a ferocious beast, the white tiger, he was actually crippled by the breakage of his body. This, in the past, They wouldn't even dare to think about it. This kid, he's a little too evil. In the Quasi-Emperor's Dharma phase, a lanky lion roared violently. He was a Golden Lion Clan Quasi-Emperor, and his might was no weaker than the White Tiger Quasi-Emperor. The images empathized with him. After all, the races were similar and the battle strengths were similar, but the White Tiger was crippled by Jiang Heng. Gentlemen, this brat cultivates the devouring demon technique. I'm afraid he's taken us as prey from the very beginning. You can't hesitate at this point. Yeah, let's go for the kill. The human emperor streamer has been a great treason. See your beautiful name outside I and others do not care about it. Together with the devouring demon technique, I won't be able to keep you today. Everyone, get rid of the demons and restore Tianluo. At this moment, many emperors couldn't hold on any longer. The Daoan law that Jiang Heng had displayed, it was seriously beyond their knowledge. At the same time, the combination of the devouring demon technique and the human emperor streamer also made many paramount emperors fearful. It is inconceivable that after the great accomplishment, except for those old monsters in the Forbidden Zone, who else in this world can help Jiang Heng? For a while, countless seal characters swept across the sky once again, and the paragons of all the great sects spared no effort. The Taoist method was activated. The seal characters were like rivers, rapidly surging towards Jiang Heng's law of heaven and earth. At the moment of contact, the golden light that swept through the red veins was actually hardened against it. Many paramount emperors were shocked, and after looking at each other, they each offered up their own paramount Dao weapons. In a matter of seconds, knives, guns, swords, halberds, and bells continuously greeted the golden shadow. Kaching dash, kaching dash. The sound of glass-like shattering resonated through the large bushfield. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The golden law of heaven and earth. Under the siege of many paramount emperors, a crack spread all over the body. This scene caused the emotions in the hearts of many paragon emperors to be satisfied to a great extent. Combatants. That is to say, the worst part is that you can't see the enemy's blood tank. When an invincible person starts bleeding out, he also lost that aperture. Becomes less awe-inspiring. Now, the invincible law of heaven and earth is shattered. It gave many of the paramount emperors the light of victory. But that's just it. All of you Taoists and I will combine our output. Even if the immortal technique is more powerful, you're only an ant in the saint realm. We are all harmonizers. When we slaughter you, 5 elements flag. Sacrifice. Boy, see my heaven and earth 5 elements will you completely extinct. How dare a mole cricket peek into the sky? The greatness of this world cannot be subverted by a single immortal law. Words were pouring out, and the suppressed emperors at this moment spoke out in mockery. In their opinion, the moment the immortal law shattered, Jiang Heng was already a corpse. Hubris, there is a price to pay. On the spot, the quasi-emperor artifacts that covered the clouds and the sun swept towards Jiang Heng once again. In the middle of the journey, countless ghosts hissed and blocked these bronze mirrors, bronze bells, flags, etc. with their bodies, etc. It can be worn out in an instant. The huge number of quasi-imperial weapons seemed to be unstoppable, accompanied by many Dao laws. It completely encompassed Jiang Heng in an instant, completely sealing off all paths of retreat. This scene caused many people to reveal their delight. And, just before the smiles of the many powerhouses had completely unfolded, a sharp whistling that, it resounded through the large bushfield. Shoo! At Jiang Heng's sleeve, a rustic ancient sword stood out, as if it was very freaky, circling constantly around it. From the moment it appeared, the many quasi-emperor artifacts surrounding Jiang Heng, one by one, they began to tremble. Dawood, clearly decadent in 3 ways. All of you, you don't think that Mr. Jiang is the same as you and the others. All of them are dirt chickens and dogs. Looking at the magic treasures and Dao spells that sealed off all of his angles, Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled indifferently. He really understands the mentality of this group of people all too well. Exact. The fact that Fatian Shangdi didn't top it was somewhat unexpected and gave these people great confidence. These people are also missing the point. That is, he resisted the attacks of hundreds of paragon emperors, and was originally tough in his own right. Exorcism. As the words fell, the rustic ancient sword trembled recklessly, and sharp waves of sound swept across the vast bushfield. It caused countless quasi-imperial soldiers to stop. In the midst of everyone's attention, Jiang Heng gripped his ancient sword tightly and directly chopped at the white tiger in front of him. 3 feet of cold awnings, blood staining the sky. There was no time to mourn, and the body of the white tiger paragon, in the gaze of all the paragons, was chopped off from the top of the brow. The incision was flat and not even a drop of blood spilled. No, the white tiger paragon roared and looked at Jiang Heng in fear. He knew what would happen to him. At this moment, there is no way back. but I'm not willing to do it. I've deposited countless years of my life, and I've been decapitated by a junior in public. This was an insult to an emperor like him. Who is Griffin? Looking at the white tiger paragon's unwilling eyes, Jiang Heng didn't give him an unnecessary look. Turning to look at the many paragon emperors behind him, the human emperor's streamer moved, the flag fluttered, and the stern ghost ripped out the blue soul of the white tiger paragon emperor and dragged it into the streamer. It's a horrible grudge. The body turned into dust and was completely devoured by Jiang Heng. Kill. Jiang Heng had his left hand on his back, his right hand holding a sword as he looked down at the many paragon emperors. This life of Mr. Jiang has been miserable. I beg you all to set me free. Sword 2. Jiang Heng raised the corner of his mouth and waved the immortal Punisher, a sword on that looked like a broken moon, sprinting towards the many quasi-emperor artifacts. At the forefront, a 5-colored flag was embroidered with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 5 elements constantly surrounded it. It's a powerful look. May. Under the swing of the sword, the flag was directly crushed. At the same time, ancient bronze halls, bronze bells, bronze mirrors, giant swords, many quasi-imperial artifacts were under this sword aura. They were crushed, spilling the remains of imperial weapons all over the ground. No, the 5 elements sect paragon emperor was the first to roar. He looked at the Tao weapon that he had nurtured for countless years, and his heart ached to the bone. Original. This 5-element streamer will naturally transform into a Taoist weapon when he merges with the Tao. Right now, it was incinerated by Jiang Heng's sword. I want you dead. The 5-element sect quasi-emperor roared angrily, his hands gathering the sky with a 5-colored seal character sweeping across the sky, turning into the most primitive 5 elements. They crushed towards Jiang Heng. In an instant, it completely drowned Jiang Heng. Swords and spears made of the gold element crushed Jiang Heng, and the wind element crushed Jiang Heng. The fire element completely destroyed Jiang Heng's body. The scene. It numbed the many paragon emperors, staring wide-eyed at the scene that took place, the corners of their mouths unconsciously rising. That's right, this kid has high damage, not much defense, and yeah, we're paragons. He's just a saint. How can he block our strike? Fellow Taoist of the 5 elements is heavenly. Destroy the demonic invaders to prove my majesty. This little devil can be put to death. Great. What kind of freak is this? Immortal techniques, Tao artifacts, devouring devil technique, human emperor streamer. How come every one of them is atop the vial on his brow? What is its origin? Jiang Heng's battle power kinda suffocated them. Many people lived their entire lives, surviving for tens of thousands of years, and had never been challenged over the top. At that moment, Jiang Heng had not only crossed the line, but had also fought 1 against 100. He directly killed Bitter Lotus and White Tiger Paragon. What kind of a battlefield is this? Only. It also made many people breathe a sigh of relief that Jiang Heng's defense was too low. A saint can't resist the attack of an emperor to be. The scene. The many paragon emperors looked at each other and looked at the remnants of Jiang Heng's body. When all is said and done, there are so many treasures. The vial, the immortal Punisher, the human emperor's streamer, the technique, the heavenly Tao demon heart. All of them make people rush to them. Even they can't go from there. I killed Jiang Heng? In the crowd, the fatty paragon of the 5 elements sect was ecstatic, looking at the 5-colored laws in his hand, emotionally happy to the core. Oh, just as the 5 elements sect paragon was rejoicing, a teasing voice in his ears that, it echoed through the large bushfield. You killed Jiang Heng, so who am I? This voice caused the many paragon emperors to tremble and turn back to look at the 5 elements sect paragon emperors. Beside him, the black-clad, silver-haired man, who was looking charitably. The rustic ancient sword in his hand looked sharp as hell. It was Jiang Heng. Seeing Jiang Heng, many people shivered as if they had seen a ghost. For the first time in his life, he was beaten out of his mind by a junior. There are also some people who are indignant and turn their eyes to the place where Jiang Heng's corpse is located. And where is the scene from before? It turned into a shadow and slowly dissipated. Shrinking the earth to the extreme can transcend time and space. But, that's an immortal method. How could he have so many immortal laws? P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Among the frantically retreating crowd, a vice-like and decaying quasi-emperor, seeing Jiang Heng steeply appear behind the 5 elements sect paragon, couldn't tense up anymore. The only thing that can make such a noise is the legendary limit of it shrinking into an inch. This great avatar represents time and space. By cultivating it to the extreme, one transcends the earthly world, exactly like the scene before him. In an instant, countless people exploded, one after another. They looked at Jiang Heng with trepidation. In the end, you were within the Cloud Water Immortal Palace and what kind of chance has been gained? It is rumored that within the Cloud Water Immortal Palace, The immortal still exists in this heaven and earth. Jiang Heng has obtained his legacy, the Emperor's sword, together with the 2 immortal laws. If this Jiang Heng is promoted to quasi-emperor by virtue of his devouring demon skill, how else can we check him? To let this mole become a hidden danger is really abominable. For a time the voice of indignation, echoing through the great clumping field of the many paramount emperors, looked greedily at Jiang Heng's immortal law. Whether it's the heaven and earth or the shrinking earth, for them, all of them are peerless treasures. When all is said and done, there is no such thing as a category for these 2 magical powers. Anyone applies. This horrifying scene made the 5 Elements Sect quasi-emperor indignant, and he circled around and these hundreds of paragon emperors were greedily discussing Jiang Heng's underpinnings. Total disregard for him. You see, you scream the loudest and die the fastest. Have they, by any chance, ever thought to step in and help you? Its flash of shame and indignation did not escape Jiang Heng's eyes. He fatally pinched the 5 Elements Sect paragon. Fingers kept pushing, and the sound of crumbling came from the hard bones. How about, join me in the human emperor's streamer? The future of the Taoist friends will not deteriorate for 10,000 lifetimes and will be on par with the heavens. Ha ha. You, Jiang Heng's unrestrained, maniacal laughter, paired with the fluttering silver strands, caused the 5 Elements Sect quasi-emperor to inwardly. A flash of fear was born. Fear of a saint. The great emperor, developed fear of the saint. You, really dared to kill me? Jiang Heng, if you dare to kill me, the 5 elemental ancestors won't spare you. I was his closed disciple 100,000 years ago. At that moment, not without resistance, his body continuously surged with the 5 elements of mana. Intended to destroy Jiang Heng's body, but the moment it touched Jiang Heng's body, it was all devoured. Even if more mana was output, it could not fill that one point of emptiness in Jiang Heng's body. He knew that this represented the devouring devil technique, which was about to step into great completion. After living for so long, how come your thinking is still so childish? Jiang Heng laughed lightly. The fingers kept pushing. The skin couldn't carry the fingertips and embedded itself directly into the body. I have long been with the whole world. Formed opposites. After saying that, Jiang Heng didn't wait for the 5 Elements Sect quasi-emperor to react and violently knocked his 5 fingers. A hard yank from its spine. The spine that was stained with blood and flesh was directly ripped out by Jiang Heng. Scarlet blood dripped from the spine and fell onto the rocky soil that had long since crumbled to the ground, and the body of the 5 Elements Sect quasi-emperor was completely incinerated by a nameless fire. Soul, enter the human emperor's streamer, reappeared, and stood with the 2 bitter lotus and white tiger. To the large paragon emperors fought and hissed. I have long intended to be the enemy of the world. After Jiang Heng had completely absorbed the origin, he casually dropped the string of spines, turning his eyes towards the many paragon emperors. Gentlemen, since you are unwilling to satisfy me, then please, go to your death. Indeed, he was missing his heritage, and wanting to set foot in the netherworld Holy Land in a short period of time was tantamount to delusion. But he possessed the devouring devil technique, which could shorten this time to a great extent, and these quasi-emperors in front of him. It is the cornerstone of his rise to power. Bitter lotus, white tiger, including the 5 elements just now, extremely tonic. Although he could not see the opportunity to step into the way of harmony, Jiang Heng believed that he would be able to do so. Just carry on. It wouldn't take long to complete the fish's leap through the dragon gate and reach a leap in the level of life. Gentlemen, come and gather at my human emperor streamer. Jiang Heng once again struck an inviting pose. But it made many paragon emperors unconsciously take a step backward, looking at the boneless chicken fillet that the 5 elements Sect's quasi-emperor had turned into on the ground. Their hearts were chilled to the bone. Jiang Heng kills people. Very bloody. Many people are afraid to look at it, and no one wants to become a boneless chicken fillet. Just how strong is this kid's fleshly body? Ripping the 5 elements Taoist friends into boneless chicken fillets? I'm afraid it's the devouring devil technique, which inhibits the 5 elemental origins, causing him to be powerless to fight back. The most powerful types of Tao under the sky have all been mastered by this brat. It's horrible. If this little devil is not put to death at this time, I'm afraid that he can no longer be contained in the coming days. For the future, the many paragon emperors dared not imagine. Presently, it wasn't as if there were no strong Jedi in this group. For example, the Bitter Lotus Quasi-Emperor was one of the stronger existences amongst the Quasi-Emperors. Tao, the 5 elements Sect Quasi-Emperor, was also very good. In Jiang Heng's hands, they all seemed to be stretched and not so powerful. The reversal of the battle power made all their perceptions wrong. The mortals are going against the grain to kill the paramount emperor. It is, quite simply, anticlimactic. Since all of you are unwilling to move, then Mr. Jiang will be the villain for once. The silence surrounding the It made Jiang Heng purse his lips and gently shake his head. With his right hand swinging horizontally, the ancient sword Immortal Punisher quickly circled around a few times and came into his hand. Behind SB's back, the human emperor's streamer swung, its black flag fluttering in the wind. Countless stern ghosts led by Bitter Lotus, White Tiger, and 5 elements made a strange attack towards the hundreds of Paragon Emperors, covering the clouds along the way. On the way, the powerful Taoist law and the seal characters instantly wiped out many of the severe ghosts, but in the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the human emperor's streamer again, week after week. It's not tiresome. Kill. As he watched the clouds made up of black stern ghosts completely submerge the countless Paragon Emperors, Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth, turning into a stream of light. He arrived in front of a sword-wielding Paragon Emperor. Mad Blade Paragon, behind you, not far from the mad sword. The hair woman jerked violently, looking at the ghost and pointing behind the mad sword. Unbridled. Skyblade. The Mad Blade Paragon wielded his butcher knife and turned to slash at Jiang Heng, a quasi-imperial weapon. This moment seems to open up the sky. The great firmament was directly cut open. He didn't have any reservations and used all his reserves. Ding. May. The blades were just swung out and the ancient swords were strewn across, and the pleasant sound of metal clashing did not last. The sound of breaking then reverberated through the great dome of the sky. Skyblade. Broken. Without a pause, the ancient sword cut off Berserker's body in an instant, from the left shoulder to the right waist. Scarlet blood, gushing forth. This can't be right? The Mad Blade Paragon looked at Jiang Heng with indignation. The most powerful thing about him was to transfer his chi and blood, opening an ancient secret method and becoming maniacally belligerent and powerful. That's why it's called the Mad Sword. The secret technique could not even be opened in time. And Jiang Heng's sword, which contained the Tao, it's completely cut off his life. He could lose the battle, but what he couldn't accept was that the gap could be that big. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. Chirp. End of chapter. Jiang Heng is only a saint, and he's a Taoist. Even if Jiang Heng's anticlimax makes him impossible to defeat, it shouldn't have collapsed under a frontal sword either, should it? Weren't you screaming quite happily just now, looking at the Mad Blade, which was only half of its body left? Jiang Heng pursed his lips in displeasure. I still like the way your mouth is full of. This man was screaming the loudest just now. Mole crickets, reptiles, maggots, little dogs. It's only been a few hours. Gave him 7 or 8 nicknames. Subocular, medicine. This confused look in his opponent's eyes led to making him uncomfortable. Griffin, you're lucky to have obtained the inheritance of the Cloudwater Immortal. Otherwise you can defeat us emperors? Berserker defied, gritting his teeth and growling angrily. Raising his right hand, he used the broken blade to viciously chop Jiang Heng, and many seal characters quickly coalesced. And Jiang Heng raised his head and waved his right hand rapidly. Numerous sword chi carrying the origin ran across, chopping the mad sword into pieces in a matter of seconds. The black demonic power swept through, completely engulfing it, souls and souls, to become the feeder of the human emperor's streamers. After doing so, Jiang Heng stood in the dome of the sky, looking down on the many quasi-emperors with a disdainful attitude. It was as if a tiger was ready to go down at any moment. This scene, making Mu Wanyun, who was not far away, stare blankly. Her hand holding Mu Qianhen's hand, were unconsciously much tighter, murmuring, "Mother, why is Jiang Heng so strong?" Subject of a talk or conversation. It made Mu Chohan's eyes confused. This, too, left him at a loss for words. According to reason, it was basically impossible to be challenged beyond the level of quasi-emperor when one reached that level. He practiced the law of heavenly Tao. It is in the underworld, making communication with the heavenly Tao and merging the Tao with the body. Whether it was the physical body, or the Tao, it was not something that a saint could break through. I'm afraid that it is indeed as the Mad Blade has said, that Jiang Heng is within the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, gained a great chance, or even, it really could be the inheritance of the Cloudwater Immortal. In Mu Chohan's opinion, this was the only possibility. Previously, when Jiang Heng arrived at Tianya City, she had secretly observed her daughter's young husband. Indeed, the bottom line is powerful, and I'm afraid that there are very few people in the same generation who can fight against it. Not so strong. Then, is there a chance? Mu Wanyun's demeanor perked up as she looked at Mu Chohan with delight. Difficult. Mu Chohan shook her head, still maintaining this point of view. A fierce tiger is no longer strong, and when faced with a pack of wolves, there is also a time of exhaustion. The answer. Let Mu Wanyun burning mood instantly be extinguished, biting the lower lip, worried to look at Jiang Heng. In the meantime, Heavenly Sword Sect residents, compared to the rest of the positions, there are significantly more people here. Wu Hun, what's the situation? Wine Sword Immortal looked at Jiang Heng, who was looking out of the corner of his eye, and was silent for a long time. Couldn't tense up anymore. Inside, it tickles. In this regard, Jian Wuhan's face was unsightly as he looked to his left and right, finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Heng's back. While shaking his head, he murmured, Jiang Heng. After saying these two words, Jian Wuhan stuck in his throat. This is a downright scheming. It's a massacre. He's targeting Yi Beixian. Except for us, Gu Jia, and Ji Luoshui. He slaughtered everyone. Those who died, including the Forbidden Zone heir, were all pawns on his chessboard. Presently, speaking here, Jian Wuhan glanced at Jian Shanxian, and after seeing that the other party was expressionless, sighing, he said, Jiang Heng has more than likely cultivated into a chaotic body. This scene was what he saw in the inner hall of the Cloud Water Palace. Jiang Heng vaguely felt the wisp of chaotic power when he violently knocked on the silkworm mulberry. It was also the time when the stern ghosts of the human emperor's streamers attacked no one but them. What? Chaos body? Wine Sword Immortal was shocked and looked blankly at Jian Wuhan. He was certain that Jiang Heng hadn't shown his chaotic body up to this point in the fight, meaning that the Jiang Heng in front of him didn't use his full strength. There's still power left? Numb. Wine Sword Immortal was truly numb at this moment. I've never seen anyone with so much substance in my life. Devouring Devil Technique, Chaotic Body, Human Emperor Streamer, Dao Artifacts, a body of top-tier magic treasures and top-tier Dao techniques. In this battle, I don't know how many people will survive. Previously, he was worrying about Jiang Heng's rout, but right now, it seemed that not only would Jiang Heng not be defeated, it's even more likely to win. It is? Just as Wine Sword Immortal muttered. His pupils dilated violently as he looked at Jiang Heng's back in shock. In view, Jiang Heng moved again, like a fierce tiger from the lower mountains, swooping down towards the area where many Paragon Emperors were located. All of you have mediocre qualifications, and you have no delusions of greatness in this life, since it is destiny for me to meet with you and others, be devoured by me, and when the day comes that I am certified as a great emperor, you and the others will be part of my body. Doesn't it also feel involved? Jiang Heng held the exorcist and quickly wandered through the quasi-emperor camp, his body in a bizarre stance, dodging countless magic treasure attacks. The rest of the slit, the sharp cold flash of the exorcist swung to cut down a quasi-emperor wearing a purple robe. Blood sprayed and screams instantly invaded the ears. This person, a quasi-emperor of the Hongmeng Sect, whose sect demons were the first to set foot in the Cloud Water Palace, searching for that one Hongmeng purple chi seed. Regrettably, when he killed Gu Yuan and the others, he was slaughtered by Jiang Heng in passing. On Jiang Heng's way to avoid the move, he was also chopped in passing. Gentlemen, you really can't hide anymore. At the very back of the quasi-emperor camp, Quasi-Emperor Linghu spoke gravely to the surroundings. This brat is getting braver and stronger the more he fights. If we continue like this, we're all going to die today. At the very beginning of the fight, he felt something was wrong. Among the paramount emperors, he was still ranked relatively high, but he couldn't even resist a single move. And now, Jiang Heng had already devoured a few paragon emperors, so if it continued like this, there was really no need to fight, break the boundaries and forget about escaping individually. His words caused many people to look at each other and then nodded solemnly. They know that at this moment, if they don't put their heads down and join forces completely, wait for Jiang Heng to kill 3 or 5 more people to devour them, there's really no way to contain it. A bunch of losers, a saint beating you all to a cup? It's really ridiculous. Just as the many paragon emperors were discussing, a gaping hole broke open steeply in the sky above. 8 old men in flashy costumes slowly paced out from it. His breath was thick like that of an emperor, and even if he was not a real emperor, his breath was not far from it, as if it was so close to that proverbial kick in the pants. It's the ancient imperial clan's grand provider, the ancient new quasi-emperor. Seeing the visitor, an Empyrean in the crowd hissed in excitement. They are called the Golden War Beasts and have been worshipping the ancient royal family for generations. At the same time, in the crowd, a clamor that kept echoing up. It's Immortal Mountain's heavenly silkworm Taoist, Kuanpeng Nest, Kuan Goku, Infernal Thunder Pool, Thunder Run, Wanlong Nest, White Dragon Quasi-Emperor. The compliments and fawning around them made these 8 people enjoy themselves immensely, and after a condescending sweeping glance, his eyes fixed on Jiang Heng. Little, do you know the meaning of the Forbidden Zone? Such a thing as killing a forbidden area heir has never happened since ancient times. You, and your eating crabs? Hand over the immortal laws and secrets on your body, so that you can die a painful death. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. Chirp. End of chapter. As the words fell, countless quasi-emperors' faces suddenly changed, and the scorn in the depths of their pupils could no longer be concealed at all. The forbidden zone is the sword hanging over their heads. These people, if they are not happy, have the power to initiate a change of heart at any time, completely erasing a holy land from the Tian Luo realm. And this time, the 8 forbidden zones of the Infernal Thunder Pool, the Morning Soul Ridge, the 100,000 Mountains, the Sycamore Forest, the 10,000 Dragon's Nest, the Ancient Imperial Clan, the Undying Mountain, and the sea on the other side. People come here all the time. Kid, weren't you very wild just now? The Taoists from the Forbidden Zone came and you fell silent? In the crowd, a dragon man with a double-horned head and reddish scales all over his body mocked at Jiang Heng. This person was a Red Dragon Clan quasi-emperor. It's also a branch of the Dragon's Nest, and the pride of its clan, the Red Dragon. He was casually killed by Jiang Heng in the Cloudwater Palace. As the words fell, the people around them teased, and the smile has yet to spread. Shoo! Jiang Heng disappeared from his original position, and in the next moment appeared directly above the head of the Red Dragon Paragon Emperor. The quaint Punisher comes straight from the top to the bottom. The scarlet scales of the dragon seem to be very hard, but they can't withstand the chopping of the immortal Punisher. The Dragon Man, sliced in two down the middle, the blood, waving in the air, burns steeply like gasoline, rendering the great vault of heaven. No way. The remnant consciousness of the Red Dragon Paragon Emperor looked at Jiang Heng with resentment. You monster. Just one more word and Jiang Heng came this far to slaughter him? And what had he cultivated in these tens of thousands of years? As a quasi-emperor, he couldn't block the sword of a saint. Why on earth? Is the difference? Is it really that big? Unbridled. The old man from the ancient imperial clan looked at Jiang Heng with a profound look. The vicissitudes of his gaze were all solemn. Just as he was about to reprimand, Jiang Heng grabbed the opportunity to speak. The path of cultivation, the survival of the fittest. Your clan's mole crickets are trying to get their hands on this heaven, and falling will only be their only destiny, including you as well. Jiang Heng bathed in the rain of fire-carrying blood and nodded his head at the 8 people coming from the Forbidden Zone. Like this, it was known from the very beginning that there was going to be a battle with these people, and when the result of the moment that there weren't too many surprises. Ha ha, it's been a long time since I've seen such a bloodthirsty young man. Gunu laughed instead of being angry. A pair of cloudy eyes looked at Jiang Heng cruelly. In the next moment, he appeared behind Jiang Heng as he did, and his hand directly pinched Jiang Heng's neck. The speed was so fast that it suffocated many Paragon Emperors. Shrinking into the ground? The Forbidden Zone really does have depth. Humph. What arrogant capital does this kid have when he's missing the advantage of his great divine power? Let this boy see that the world between the... He's not the only one with these powerful divine abilities. It's time for the farce to end. Many of the Paragons were hit by Jiang Heng's shrinking earth and threw their weight around. After all, such a speed that, plus that ancient long sword, it's the one that can actually kill them. You can't catch it. You can't defend it. In his heart, he didn't know how much he was harboring anger. And in the moment, Jiang Heng ran into the ancient slaves, and he would shrink the ground just the same. In that case, advantage, wiped out. And, in the next second of the image, Jiang Heng was directly choked by Gunu's neck, pale as a withered hand. The click, 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 click. At the corner of Gunu's mouth, there was a cold smile. Saints are indeed invincible at the mortal level. But, all those who don't become emperors are ants. You have been bloodily abused by a saint, disgracing us Paragon Emperors. As he said that, Gunu lectured the surrounding and pinched Jiang Heng's corpse dead in his hand. When we came here, the Paragon of the Morning Soul Ridge said that there was no need to leave anyone alive. Even the corpses, their clan's secret techniques, could give insight into all of Jiang Heng's secrets. And, just as Gunu was smiling, the remaining 7 people in the Forbidden Zone had faces that were shocked. Fellow Daoist Gunu, behind you 10,000 Dragon's Nest. White Dragon Quasi-Emperor hurriedly opened his mouth to point at Gunu. This, which caused Gunu to be startled, and out of the corner of his eye, he looked curiously behind him, and, reflecting it's a flawless face, a light and airy air, with eyes of compassion, and a dash of teasing. Confusion was written all over Gunu's pale face. When did Jiang Heng go behind him? Buzz dash. The exorcist constantly trembled as Jiang Heng chopped viciously at the back of the ancient slave. Mana immunity. Gunu hissed as hard as he could. Silver-white blood gushed out as the sharp, cold-on chop through the pale body of the ancient slave. It was directly chopped off by Jiang Heng. 2 triangles were formed. Unbridled. Gunu hissed. Back to heaven kung fu. Green seal characters, covering the wound instantly. The broken body healed directly. Gunu turned to look at Jiang Heng, his entire body already trembling with anger. Unconsciously, he glanced at his hand. Jiang Heng's body was dissipating little by little, finally turning into nothingness, not be, or cease to exist, just gone in his hands. You have interpreted the shrinking earth to the level of immortal technique? Gunu looked at Jiang Heng in shock. Jiang Heng was silent, the body steeply fixed. The next second appeared in front of Gunu, in the hands of the exorcism again chopped. Shoo! Seeing this, Gunu immediately activated the shrinking ground and disappeared from his original position. Come under a white cloud in the distant sky, overlooking the previous location. He took a long breath, and, before he could spit it out, there was a coldness in his back and his neck was like pins and needles, immediately shrank and quickly disappeared. Jiang Heng laughed coldly at this and once again pushed his divine ability to pursue and kill. The picture goes around and around and around. Within the large area, the figures of the two flickered, tossing and turning without stopping. Within a short period of burning incense, the figure flew more than 100 times. It made all the Paragon Emperors watching the battle completely numb. The scene, and they expected that. There is a world of difference. That ancient slave, known as the ancient imperial clan's oldest slave. It is the face of the ancient imperial clan that walks in the world, and even some of the harmonizers of the Holy Land, who are the face of the ancient imperial clan, are the face of the ancient imperial clan. He will be scornful and polite even when he sees him. And, at this point in time, the wolves are in a state of disarray. Although he had dodged countless times, the wounds on his body, which were becoming more and more numerous, even if he kept running the return to heaven technique, it was still difficult to eliminate his body's decline. The hissing of the ancient slaves resounded through the vast bushfield. He didn't dare to stop and kept running the shrinking earth. The body, by now, had long since dried up. He's numb. Jiang Heng's mana, is it unceasing? Even if the heavenly Tao demon heart is replenished without limitations, the operation of this level of immortal Dharmashinton, it can't last forever, can it? White Dragon Spirit Seal. Just as Gunu was distracted, a sharp, cold aura poured down hard towards his brow, about to touch the center of his brow. A white dragon swooped down and he sped towards Jiang Heng's heavenly Tao demon heart. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. This chapter is almost over. The next chapter is the biggest climax of the whole book. End of chapter. Mana immunity. In response, Jiang Heng immediately activated his mana immunity and continued chopping without hesitation. With this instantaneous distraction, Gunu had long since disappeared, going to a position 1,000 meters away, bathing in the white dragon spiritual seal. Jiang Heng nodded his head and glanced at the sky out of the corner of his eye. The 7 Forbidden Zone quasi-emperors who have never made a move. Raising the corners of his mouth, he smiled indifferently. So afraid of me? This kind of sneak attack really made him not expect it. Almost. Gunu led the box. The series of chopping blows just now, even he was a bit overwhelmed, and if it wasn't for the heavenly Tao demon heart, under the support of that heavenly Tao bottle, it became even more surging, and it might just run out of mana. What do we need to care about when we abuse a mole cricket? Shiro sneered. Where did he not understand Jiang Heng's words? But, he is a Forbidden Zone beings. The eternal decay of the ages his clan will survive forever, and it is enough to strangle the pride of the heavens. What do I need to care about? Gentlemen, why don't we execute this little thief earlier and return with the secret? White Dragon smiled and spoke to the few people beside him. Infernal Thunderpool and Thunderbolt nodded in agreement with this law. It instantly expanded and transformed into a thunderbird of more than 1,000 meters, as dark clouds covered the dome of the sky and thunder roared. Very well, kill this brat who doesn't know his honor. Gunu swallowed a few pills, suppressing the urge to gasp for air, and looked at Jiang Heng with a shocked expression. There was some bitterness in his heart. It's good to be young, to exercise so vigorously without taking a breath. For a moment, 8 spirits from the Forbidden Zone, from the direction of 6 lines and 8 divisions, Jiang Heng completely locked up. This is, planning to bully the few with the many? Looking at the 8 people who arrived, Jiang Heng indifferently questioned without expression. Or what? The white dragon, transformed into a white dragon, laughed with its claws covering its abdomen, and the playfulness in its eyes. Long ago it was thick as hell. Little devil, you didn't think that someone would talk to you about rules and morals, did you? All rules are made by the strong, and we will kill you if we want to kill you. It's just a thought. Kuan Wu, who had come from the pilgrimage sea, looked at Jiang Heng coldly, not to mention the fact that Kuan Peng female was the one he had watched grow up. Let's just say a forbidden area like the sea of the other side. What reason is needed to kill a mortal? Even some of the mighty men of the Holy Land, in their eyes, are but under the change of the years, the one who obliterates the dust. The roundup was a matter of interest and a declaration to the world of their supreme will. Then, please, gentlemen, don't regret it. In the face of the group's clamor, Jiang Heng didn't get annoyed. Instead, his eyes were indifferent as he swept the entire circle. Still, in the eyes of a few Forbidden Zone beings, as if it was a joke, they immediately laughed without hiding it. And, laughing, the many people couldn't laugh anymore as they stared at Jiang Heng with wide eyes. Outside the law, Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled faintly with meaning. When the words fall, beside him, 32 silhouettes appeared steeply, each of which was generally the same as Jiang Heng. Each held a punisher and looked at the several paragon emperors that were surrounding Jiang Heng. Now, it's 32 against 8. Jiang Heng stood in the center, looking at these Forbidden Zone paragon emperors with a cold chill. To be precise, it's 4 against 1. The words fell. 32 bilocations, a layer of shadows erupted beyond their bodies, forming a face that was hideous and, Shura the Fierce. It has 3 heads and 6 arms, scarlet veins all over its body, and a milky white weapon in its hand. Only, the original ancient sword was replaced by the immortal Punisher. It looks more menacing in its might. 32 extra Dharma bodies of the heaven and earth of the Dharma phase made the Kongi crowded for a while. It made countless paramount emperors' jaws drop and their eyes bulge out. Asterisk asterisk. Another great divine ability. This is outside the law? More than that, the maximum number of extra-dimensional bodies is 8, and they cannot coexist with the Dharma heaven and earth. His 32 honors can use the Dharma heaven and earth, so I'm afraid it's also immortal Dharma. What? It can still be played like that? Wouldn't that mean he could have killed us all long ago? Could it be that from the very beginning, he was targeting these 8 Taoists of the Forbidden Zone? 32 Dharma phases of heaven and earth gave them too much of an impact. This was the first time that many paramount emperors had seen the fusion of 2 divine abilities. When all is said and done, it is common sense that the avatars do not intermingle with each other. Jiang Heng, on the other hand, surpassed this common sense and broke the theory. Rumble, rumble, and, just as many paramount emperors were shocked, the 32 Dharma heavenly elements moved. Each of them wielded their swords, sabers, halberds, and pestles as they sped towards the 8 Forbidden Zone paragon emperors. The heavy body caused the rock and soil on the ground to crumble and the mountains and rivers to shake. How can this be? Gunu looked at the golden shadow with fear, at the red meridian vein that, look at the white weapon. Emotional, somewhat disturbing. Bang! Before he could say anything, a huge axe suddenly slashed at his forehead. In response, he immediately ran his Dao to resist. The moment it touched the axe, the seal character, which had been operating with great difficulty, was instantly cut apart. This is, mana immunity? The white color, which he was all too familiar with, was none other than their clan's natural aptitude. Mana immunity. Subocular, medicine. Each weapon is made of mana immunity? In a moment of distraction, the axe cut him open in the chest. Silver white blood, once again, gushed out. Gunu glanced at Jiang Heng with indignation, then murmured to the surroundings, "Gentlemen, this kid's got me. Help me." Before the words left his mouth, the Gurnuans were dumbfounded. In the field of vision, the previously arrogant and incomparable white dragon, now dripping blood all over his body. The countless white scale armor fell off. The previous divinely colorful gesture could no longer be seen. At the same time, Thunderbolt, on the right, was in a sorry state at the moment, and his large, feathery wings, under the pressure of the 4 Dharma heaven and earth, chopped all over. Purple blood spurted from the right wing, from the bone-deep wound. The left side, Kuan Wu, who had transformed into the Kuan Peng's original body, had his scales and armor shattered, and his wings were directly chopped off. The divine silkworm Taoist, the situation was no better. Hiding under the siege of the 4 Dharma heavenly creatures, a wound on his body was deep to the bone. If it wasn't for the indestructible scripture, most likely he would have perished long ago. The 8 quasi-emperors were weak under the siege of the 32 Dharma heaven and earth. It's like a little candle flame in the middle of a big gale. You bully the few with the many. Gunu's crimson eyes roared with vigor. It made Jiang Heng indignant. Wasn't it you who bullied the few with the many? How is it my problem? Strange. Why didn't these people say that when they were planning to round him up and 8? Subocular, medicine. 32 of them beat 8 of them, and you're not convinced? That's just it. I'm tired of playing. Let's send you all on your way. Looking at the miserable state of the 8, Jiang Heng grinned. Heavenly Dao bottle. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. This chapter is almost over. The next chapter is the biggest climax of the whole book. End of chapter. As the words fell, a mark steeply appeared in the center of Jiang Heng's brow. A milky white radiance, refracting a vial with a body like white jade. The moment it appeared, it quickly flew into the sky, its milky afterglow continuously showering down, render the entire area, the 32 Dharma heavenly elephant earth. At this moment, the golden color of their bodies became milky white, symbolizes the void, the origin. This is, the milky white afterglow caused Gunu to tremble and look up at the heaven's pathbase in shock. According to rumors, by bringing together the origin of everything in heaven and earth, one can glimpse the power of the heavenly Tao. The fledgling is a small vial that is snow white and full of lines. Could it be, this is the heavenly Tao bottle? He's lived for countless years, and has experienced the devouring emperor bloodstained Tianluo, witnessed countless ancient kings and emperors. I've heard that too. Legend has it that you can become an immortal with a heavenly Tao bottle. Subocular medicine. Surprisingly, it was in Jiang Heng's hands. No wonder you can control so many immortal laws. So you fused the 100 schools of thought and forged the heavenly Tao bottle? You melted all the Tao seeds within the cloud water palace? Speaking of which, Guru Nu had been shaken to the point of being unspeakable. I've never imagined the countless opportunities and treasures in the huge Cloudwater Immortal Palace. It became the supreme Tao foundation that forged Jiang Heng's path to immortality. Everyone, it's all hello. What? Lei Ben and the others were stunned and looked at Jiang Heng numbly. And this statement by Gunu, they are heard. For a moment, the thinking was similar to that of Gunu. With unspeakable shock, they all looked at Jiang Heng, who had an indifferent face. Yes, this is the heavenly Tao seed, which can also be called the heavenly Tao bottle. Jiang Heng didn't hide it and pointed at the small bottle that was milky white in color. Now, it has become his native magic weapon, and he can control it with ease. And as these people say, this object was the foundation of the Tao for him to achieve supremacy in the future. Looking at the shocked eyes of the crowd, Jiang Heng pursed his lips and teased, "So, you should have no regrets, either. Go on your way in peace." At the end of his words, the 32 shadows, like demonic gods descending into the world, no longer held back. The three-headed, six-armed Shura kept waving the Tao weapon in his hand. Scarlet blood, constantly scattered in the bushfield. No, the first one who couldn't withstand it was Thunder Ben of the infernal thunder pool, who summoned the thunder from the sky. Sprinkle a few vapors. The thunder instantly dissolved without a trace as it came in contact with the shadow, and by an axe, a sword, straight to the ground. The body was absorbed by Jiang Heng, and the soul became a human emperor streamer feeder. This was followed by the nest of 10,000 dragons and the white dragon. The four silhouettes struck in unison, chopping his more than 1,000 meter long body alive into 8 pieces. The broken body fell to the ground, still twitching. "You the ancestral dragon lord will avenge me." The large dragon had fought to hiss at Jiang Heng. Before he could finish his words, he was completely extinguished by the golden shadow's foot. Post-mortem, and Thunderbolt are as good as they come, followed by Kunwo and the god Silkworm Taoist. After the appearance of the heavenly Tao bottle, it caused the situation, which was already resisting, to collapse completely. Within a few breaths, the Forbidden Zone paragons with their lofty postures then died, leaving only Gunu alone, with the shrinking ground into an inch. He could barely hold on. However, under the encirclement of the 32 Dharma heaven and earth, they were also stretched to the limit. Gunu vomited a mouthful of blood and the stooped figure was as vicissitudinous as it could be at this moment. To the end, fellow Daoist, and go first. You will not be alone in the human emperor's streamer. Your clansmen, elders, relatives, I'll send it all in. Jiang Heng grinned, his eyes filled with solemnity. Words. It made Gunu tremble, and his cloudy eyes revealed a touch of essence. In this moment, he was somehow afraid. Jiang Heng's words gave him a big shock. Jiang Heng, Gunu hissed. As the words fell, the white giant sword fiercely chopped down, completely mashing his body into pieces. Body, soul, as it were, the 8 paragon emperors of the Forbidden Zone. Gotham. Phew. Jiang Heng long exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, feeling the body, the fusion of 100 heritage. There's a palpitation. It seems that the legendary merging the Tao with the body is only one step away from the door. This feels familiar. In his previous life, when he was about to break through the quasi-emperor, he had this kind of stirring. Gentlemen, have you seen enough? Jiang Heng turned around and looked at the emperors-to-be who had gathered not far away. Step by step with a lotus under your feet. Behind them were the 32 Dharma heavenly elements. With each walk, the land, long broken as an abyss, shook with it. An ear-splitting disintegration swept through the air. This image made the paragons fearful. The 8 people from that forbidden area, just like that, they were done away with? There was a world of difference from the picture they had expected. 8 beings from the Forbidden Zone died just like that? Why? You're only a great sage. I'm afraid that this battle power is through the ages. That who? If you still don't open the boundary, how can we retreat? We're a joke. Jiang Heng, what do you want? Is it hard for you to kill us all? Are you going to make an enemy of the whole world? Paramount Emperors this moment, really taught, hand holding the pinch of Jiang Heng. Instead, it became their biggest obstacle. 8 Forbidden Zone powerhouses were obliterated as if they were chopped up. Now, the boundaries of this place have become, instead, a prison that binds him, between hunter and prey. Completed a 2-stage reversal. Jiang Heng didn't say anything, and what responded to these people were his white as jade teeth. Next, 32 shadows moved, like a herd of tigers descending from the mountain to pounce into the flock, led by a Paragon Emperor that, he didn't even resist for 2 seconds and was shredded by the 3 shadows. Scarlet blood spilled and gathered into a line in the air, floating slowly towards Jiang Heng. With the power of that heavenly law, more and more Paramount Emperors were slaughtered like melons and vegetables. 1, 10, 100. In less than an incense stick of effort, more than half of the many Paragon Emperors withered away. They looked at Jiang Heng with fear and trepidation. At the very end, Quasi-Emperor Linghu hissed with all his might. You're nothing but a mole cricket. A few months ago I would have killed you like crushing an ant. Things have become a great danger. He hates it. Jiang Heng went out from them. He should have disregarded everything when he asked under the heart pass. Forced his hand to kill Jiang Heng. A soul palace realm mole. A thought of a packet of death. Back then, you couldn't kill me either. Jiang Heng snorted, looking at Linghu Misty with contempt. In the other party's shocked eyes, a fruit appeared in his palm. Among them, the contained Tao power and its majesty, although not as good as the real harmonizer. However, it was not something that a Paragon Emperor could match. This is, the fruit of the road? How did you get the Tao fruit? At this instant, the scalp of Paragon Fox tingled, and a fearful thought quietly spread from his heart. P.S. Families remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Jiang Heng, not of the moment? May. The thought struck him as absurd. But here's the problem. If this is not the case, then how can this fruit of the way be explained? So inquisitive? Then come to my human streamer, where I keep everything. Jiang Heng laughed, and immediately mobilized 32 virtual shadows, millions of ghosts and demons, plus more than 100 quasi-emperors, chasing after the remaining Paragon Emperors. At this moment, he was in an extremely good mood, understanding more and more why Yi Beixian. No effort will be spared to build the human emperor hockey. This thing does work. It's a slight pain in the ass up front, but by now, he's not afraid to face the world. Any more roundups are just sustenance for others under the emperor's banner. The carnage, it's still going on. It lasted for about another incense stick, and there were very few remaining Paragon Emperors left. Jiang Heng looked at it indifferently, without the slightest bit of pity. It's just a matter of time before it comes to fruition. Treason! Treason! My father won't let you go. If you dare to kill me, are you any stronger than a true harmonizer? The blue soul of Linghu Quasi-Emperor was mercilessly dragged and shrugged by the stern ghosts, as if they were builders and miners. He looked resentfully at Jiang Heng with fire in his eyes. There's no harm in it. Fathers are kind and sons are filial, sharing the heavenly family. Jiang Heng laughed. No longer ignoring the Linghu Paragon Emperor, he turned around and flew towards the rear, where the Yaoqi people were located. You. The Linghu Paragon Emperor's soul trembled as he looked at Jiang Heng in shock. That's too harsh a word. Is he planning to send his father, too, to the human emperor's hockey? He still wanted to say something, but he was about to be dragged into the human emperor's streamer, and looked sideways, at the great dome of the sky. Long gone are the friends. Over 200 Paragon Emperors were all killed by Jiang Heng, not a single survivor. Jiang Heng was truly planning to make an enemy of the entire world and be the devil among devils. Far away. The location of the Yaoqi is the safest in this area, sparing the Heavenly Sword Sect position, also baptized by war. Mu Wanyun looked at Jiang Heng, who was speeding towards her, and for a while her head hadn't turned around. Jiang Heng. She was ecstatic. As a woman, she doesn't want to care about good and evil. Good and evil. She just wants the man she adores. Can get by. Even if she was the enemy of the whole world, she would stand behind Jiang Heng and do her bit. Your husband died? Crying so hard? Coming close, Jiang Heng embraced Mu Wanyun into his arms and gently patted her back. Mu Wanyun was silent. 1,000 words turned into silence, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Instinctively, she knew that Jiang Heng would leave soon. Won't stay. You, very strong. Mu Qiuhan looked at Jiang Heng with satisfaction, and for the two young men's actions, still maintaining goodwill. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Heng let go of Mu Wanyun and nodded gently to his mother. Just now the fight was in full swing, and at the disadvantage of the situation, he clearly felt that the Mu Kyulhan locked onto those Forbidden Zone supreme beings. It might be a fish out of water at any time. The mother and father were always on his side, just as they had been in their previous lives, which was a great relief to him. Little friend, go ahead. Just as Jiang Heng was about to say something, the large boundary instantly collapsed. Countless pink lotus flowers bloomed all around. From it, a flashy woman came out and was looking at Jiang Heng blandly. This move of the palace, the risk universal condemnation. Look for a bright future for you, mother. Mu Chiohan was stunned, looking at the visitor with some fascination. Grandma. Mu Wanyun's eyes contained a smile. Many thanks to senior for making a move. Jiang Heng nodded his head seriously. Yao Qi's kindness and the karma with Wanyun. Jiang Heng bears it in mind. In the future, it will live up to it. In this way, the Western Queen Mother of Yao Qi made a move to completely isolate this place. Invisibly with the forces of the world, pulled a great antagonist. Someday, in the future, if these people were to settle their scores, what Yao Qi would face would be unimaginable to the common man. Even though this move is somewhat redundant on a factual level, this was because his Heavenly Dao bottle, Heavenly Dao Demon Heart, including the Devouring Demon technique, all had this aspect of effect. But if you have a heart, you can. Jiang Heng doesn't ask for anything nowadays, only that the people around him don't fail. This heart really can't take the betrayal anymore. Nodding to the Western Queen Mother, Mu Chiohan and the others, Jiang Heng gently patted Mu Wanyun's back. Good girl. I'll leave first. Staying here for a long time will make you get stuck in the mud. Is it okay not to go? Mu Wanyun sniffled and glanced at Queen Mother West in a panic. Grandma. Wanyun didn't beg you. Me. The Western Queen Mother was speechless and shook her head bitterly. The world. It's not up to them to say what they want, although they are a strong and powerful force, and their depths are straight out of the Forbidden Zone. May. In the face of the world, there is only one way to die. It was even faster than Jiang Heng's death, because they are in the open. People come crusading at any time. Above this game of chess through the heavens, I have not yet jumped out of the game of chess. People have no choice but to do as they please. Jiang Heng shook his head, after gently caressing Mu Wanyun's hair, turning toward the far east. I'll go with you. Looking at the direction Jiang Heng had left, Jian Qian, who was holding Barbara in the distance, was anxious. Instantly he came to his side and looked at him stubbornly. Also, you should indeed go and burn incense for Dusty Heart after a few seconds of contemplation. Jiang Heng nodded in agreement. Sleeve, a black tire of a sword floated steeply, and at the flat space of the directly cut a wound. Jiang Heng picked up the sleeping barbarian and walked into the space without looking back. Jian Qian followed closely behind. All that was left of the large bush field was a mess. Right after Jiang Heng left, in about an incense stick of time, countless consciousnesses descended on this place. Looking at the devastation, a cold voice echoed out. Queen Mother of the West, how dare you? Do you intend to be the enemy of the world? The cold voice of many people questioned. The Queen Mother of the West did not have half a bit of fear. Why do I, Yao Qi, fear everything? Besides, what does this place have to do with my Yao Qi? Gentlemen, if you want to fight, I will wait for you at Yao Qi, Eastern Wasteland, ethereal holy land, the back of the mountain, under the Sivan cliff. While the clear spring flows, the quiet mountain stream leads to an unknown place, with green shades and grasses everywhere. Next to the creek, a dead mound stands, marred. It's this bastard that has caused our ethereal holy land to lose its dignity. Yeah, if it weren't for his death, which angered Eldest brother, we'd be the most licensed right now. Eldest brother is also stupid, abandoning us for an outsider. What's so good about the Heavenly Sword Sect? It's degrading itself to be in the same boat as these dirtbags. The mound was erected here, and every day there were misty disciples coming and cursing at the withered mound on the ground, venting the emotions in your heart. It is he who is thought to have caused the departure of the eldest brother. In a moment of emotional rage, the lead disciple gritted his teeth and came to the side of the withered mound, looking resentfully at the wooden monument. Intend to kick it over. Just as he was about to kick over the wooden monument, a warm voice echoed beside the mountain stream. Good boy. Who are you calling stupid? P.S. Families remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Who is playing God? The sudden appearance of the familiar voice caused the disciple to look panicked and, can't believe it's the one. He looked east and saw a man with silver hair and white clothes on a greenstone not far away, was helping a little girl braid her hair. Beside her, there stood a young woman in a long green dress. In his arms was a simple ancient sword. Seeing this bountiful and handsome man, the leading ethereal disciple looked bewildered and, flop and fall to his knees. Eyes, with an unspeakable shock. Jiang, Jiang Heng. No, big brother, you're back? He was dumbfounded, never expecting to come to the present, said Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng appeared in front of him. The rest of the Netherworld disciples behind him also looked in awe after seeing Jiang Heng. Many of them are former inner disciples, or outer disciples. It was only after Jiang Heng slaughtered the third generation of disciples that he was promoted to core disciple. Let's say it's not an exaggeration. Many people, in their entire lives, had never seen Jiang Heng. There is no such qualification. Now that you've met that legendary big shot, Jiang Heng, I also know that the former big brother, how the temperament of the dust. Eldest brother, are you back to lead us back to the top? The disciple in charge was ecstatic, and after despising Jian Duxin's withered mound, his hands clenched his kneeling knees, and he looked up at Jiang Heng with burning eyes. Jiang Heng's departure brought many disciples to the realization that the good old days when it's the man with the light and the wind that selflessly gave it all up. Many disciples. There was not even the money to build the original magic treasure. Initially, they never worry about that. Ask big brother Jiang Heng for a favor. It would solve the problem. As I recall, your name is hidden front, right? Jiang Heng absently helped Barbara arrange her hair, the remaining light from the corner of his eye glancing indifferently at Zhang Feng. Misty Holy Land, and he could name every junior brother who was still good. It's also worked out. Afraid that if they don't know the names of these people, they'll be sad. They'll get a little emotional. Very attentive to the details of these people. Eldest brother, you still remember me? Zhang Feng was ecstatic and glanced behind him in triumph at the countless newly promoted disciples. Instantly, it caused a sensation. Many disciples looked enviously at Zhang Feng. When all is said and done, what a proud thing it is to be remembered by name by a great man of legend. Envious of senior brother Zhang Feng. Alas, it is a pity that we are not talented enough to ever be able to witness eldest senior brother's heavenly face. Elder brother Zhang Feng was indeed right. Elder brother is very polite to him. This time when eldest senior brother returns, senior brother Zhang Feng's fish jumps through the dragon gate. Flattery and flattery. A momentary rendering of the great green field, while the fragrant grasses. Many disciples peeked at Jiang Heng while envying Zhang Feng. And, just as they were discussing it, that warm voice echoed again. Were you just about to kick over this cloak and dagger? Jiang Heng wore a light smile as he looked towards Zhang Feng. This smile made the apprehension in Zhang Feng's heart instantly dissipate. The flavor is right. It's that radiant smile. Yes, it's all because of this cheap bastard who caused eldest brother to go astray. I intend to break his cloak and dagger, so that even on the road to reincarnation, he shall not have peace of mind. Zhang Fengji looked at the clothes mound in anger as he was pleased with himself, answering Jiang Heng's question in a curt tone. Behind them, the rest of the disciples also revealed smiles, supporting this decision of Zhang Feng. Then do you know that this clothing grave was dug by the seat's own hands? Just as the many ethereal disciples were smiling, Jiang Heng lazily stood up. After pointing at Sword Dusty Heart's clothing grave, he teasingly looked at Zhang Feng and the others. Continuing, he said, this seat has set up a mound, and you, a mole, still dare to tear it down? While saying that, the teasing at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth could no longer be suppressed. Instantly, it made Zhang Feng and the others' hearts startled, and the way they looked at Jiang Heng became jittery. It was a little cutie. At this point, all knew what Jiang Heng meant. Adding to that, under the 10,000 sword city, letting more than 100,000 cultivators from the ethereal camp to be ambushed. Jiang Heng came back this time, not as much as he would have liked. I'm afraid, elder brother. Could it be that you dash? A bold and disturbing thought appeared in Zhang Feng's mind? He violently took 3 steps backward, pointing at Jiang Heng in fear. Could it be that you've come back to take revenge? After all is said and done, he almost laughed. This ethereal holy land is possessed by a great emperor, not to mention its master, and Hongyi. It's the empress of the bastard heavenly law. Old man Linghu alone wasn't something Jiang Heng could contend with. Was he? Coming back for revenge like this is definitely a dead end. Halfway through his laugh, Zhang Feng shuddered and looked at Jiang Heng in shock. He could tell from the expression on Jiang Heng's face that it wasn't a joke. Jiang Heng really seemed to be here for revenge. Eldest senior brother, do you really intend to go all the way to the dark? Zhang Feng's face turned pale and, opening his mouth, he questioned. You have to realize that this is the ethereal sanctuary. This is. Before the words were out of his mouth, he was shocked to see a black flag that, steeply appearing behind Jiang Heng. The black cloth hunted in the wind, embroidered with a morose skull. Therefrom, a countless number of severe ghosts were shot out. Among them, the appearance of many people. Zhang Feng is too familiar. Is there sword peak of the eldest brother, eldest sister, and his familiar siblings, or the eldest brother or sister of the Dan Peak? In the beginning, All these people, they had participated in that battle, died under the city of 10,000 swords. It became the sustenance of the human emperor's streamer. Senior brother, you have no relatives in the world. Why don't you come to my human emperor's streamer and reunite with your loved ones? Jiang Heng smiled teasingly and took a step forward, passing by Zhang Feng as he, whispering faintly in its ear. Then he went straight to the grave. Above the wooden monument, it was clearly written, Tomb of Brother Dusty Heart. Brother Jiang Heng erected. These words were engraved to deter the young from interfering with the deceased's dreams. Right now, this group is bent on death. That must be accomplished. Roar! Roar! Countless stern ghosts sped and hissed as they sped towards the dozen or so ethereal Holy Land disciples on the ground. Zhang Feng's body, being gnawed down by the night ghost bit by bit, proceeded at a very slow pace. Every second, every frame, is a gouging pain, making his face hideous. He looked at Jiang Heng with indignation. Devil, you great devil, the Empress won't let you go, and neither will the old ancestor. Facing the roar of Zhang Feng Linjie, Jiang Heng's attitude was disdainful. You think that this seat has come today to? Is it up to the house? There will be no more mist in the world after this. After saying that, Jiang Heng stopped speaking and raised his eyes to the dome of the sky, where the large protector formation that, it is open at this point. Countless severe ghosts, forward and backward, stormed towards the formation. Jiang Heng was well aware of this, and waved his right hand casually. Take out 3 soul-gathering incense and insert them into the censer in front of the grave. P.S. I wish you all a happy and prosperous day. End of chapter. Ethereal Sanctuary, Holy Mountain. The afterglow rendered a piece of red makeup. The red sunshine sprinkled down the elegant garden of grunge. Pines and cypresses grow green in spring. Father's changed his mind. The ethereal and second brother's soul lanterns are extinguished. The lanky man's face wailed sadly as he was looking up at a long-browed old man. It's, precisely, the old ancestor of the netherworld Holy Land. Linghu Changmei, Han, is his eldest son. Linghu Jinhui, counting in Hongyi, the 3 harmonized Taoists were the netherworld Holy Land's greatest reserves. It was also their greatest strength to stand tall in the eastern wasteland. Everything, wait until Red Clothes returns from beyond the domain. Old man Linghu shook his head and, closing his cloudy eyes after a long sigh, after a few breaths of silence, he continued. I'm afraid that Jiang Heng has become a climate of. He has quite a deep karma with my netherworld Holy Land, so I'm afraid he'll be a major problem in the future. This time in the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, he slaughtered all the young generations of the Tianluo realm. None of the heirs of the Forbidden Zone are alive either. And, speaking of this, a touch of horror spread across Linghu Changmei's brow. Over 200 exalted emperors. He killed them all, which includes the 8 forbidden paragon emperors. All of them are notoriously powerful, such as Gu Nu, Lei Ben, the White Dragon, and the Divine Silkworm Taoist. All, death to Jiang Heng's human emperor streamer. At the end of his words, Linghu's long eyebrows, showing deep remorse. Initially, he crushed Jiang Heng as if he were crushing an ant. There was no difference. He also had a chance to strike when Jiang Heng rebelled. And even under 10,000 Sword City, there was still a chance. He didn't expect that. When a scholar leaves for 3 days, he would be able to look at him. And now Jiang Heng's fish has jumped the Dragon Gate. It really became something to be scorned. What? Linghu Jinhui was startled and glanced incredulously in the direction of Zhengzhou. He didn't question old man Linghu's message. After all, on his father's side, he had dealings with the Central States, the Ji family, the Chen family, the Golden Winged Rock, and other powerful forces were all strategic allies. I'll step in and shoot this little? Linghu Jinhui felt that he couldn't delay any longer. With Jiang Heng's talent and innate ability, in another 10 or even a few years, who else in the world will be able to contain it then? Kill. Old ancestor Linghu pondered for a few seconds and made a mortified expression at Linghu Jinhui. Then he cocked his head and spoke sternly. After saying that, he didn't have the courage to look at Linghu Jinhui. I understand, father. Linghu Jinhui nodded his head in response, and the runes containing the great Tao flowed continuously in his eyes. He was about to say something when he looked to the south with a steep start. That's the direction of the thoughtful cliffs. As far as the eye could see, a black haze rose up to the sky, and the clan protection formation automatically opened up. The black haze infested the Sect protector formation. Numerous severe ghosts rushed into the sky, hunting down the Sect cultivators. Just as he froze, a saint rose up to the sky in a burst of anger, suppressing countless night ghosts with the power of one man. In an instant, he was beaten into a bloody froth by one of the stern ghosts. Gu Nu, seeing the pale, old, stern ghost that struck, Linghu Jinhui's expression was like eating a dead fly. It's him who came back. Isn't it a 3-year deal? I'm afraid. He has too much resentment and hostility in his heart to have the patience to wait 3 years. Old ancestor Ling Hu's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the back of the mountain, and he saw a chaos, a nothingness. Couldn't see what was happening. This shook him to the core. He is an emperor, a pathbreaker of the world, a nearly immortal being. I can't see what's going on from this close. At the same time, he knew that Jiang Heng was acting erratically at this time, intending to settle his karma with them once and for all. Otherwise, there would be no fanfare. Good. Very good. Old ancestor Ling Hu was pleased instead of angry. Sensually looking toward the back of the mountain, Jin Hui. Killing rebels is the ethereal Holy Land ethics. Read. And won't say anything. Yes, father. Ling Hu Jin Hui was delighted, and immediately nodded vigorously, his steps stepping into the air and disappeared into the holy mountain. Old man Ling Hu, on the other hand, sat peacefully. As long as Ling Hu Jin Hui arrived at the back of the mountain, the haze there would naturally be visible. By then, it was only a thought that he was going over there. Jiang Heng, you won't be able to blame me if you seek death. You're still too young and impetuous to take revenge before your wings are even hardened. Quasi-emperor and emperor are two concepts. You'll see. Jiang Heng killing over 200 paragon emperors had indeed shocked him. But, after all, paragon emperors were half-baked. True harmonizers like them merge with the heavens, and are in control of imperial laws and imperial artifacts. Simply two-dimensional beings. The ethereal sanctuary, under the cliff of thought, the originally quiet mountains were now devoid of life. And under the rendering of the human emperor's streamer, the green branches are no longer green. The ground was barren, as if it were a bleak and deep battlefield. Drip drip dash. A drop of wine, along the wooden monument percolates the grave. Jiang Heng corner of the mouth with a smile, vengeance to help you avenge. The boy is kneeling at your grave. As he said that, he pointed to a dark blue stern ghost half a meter beside him, who was kneeling and trembling. His face was distorted, and he couldn't see the innocence in his face. It was Yi Beixian. Jiang Heng, kill me if you can. Ahahaha, you punk, you can't even protect your own little brother. Ahahaha dash. Jiang Heng, I'm wrong, really wrong, please spare me and let me die. As if he was mentally deranged, Yi Beixian stared indignantly at Jiang Heng, the expression on his face constantly changing, from anger, to smugness, and finally to pleading. Jiang Heng, you know that I'm in the human emperor's streamer. What kind of life is it? As soon as I entered, the people of the Nangong imperial dynasty indiscriminately tore and gnawed at me, but I don't die. The resentful soul of the human emperor's streamer is immortal. Later, some great powers came and divided me up as well. Yi Beixian hissed with all his might, roaring out all the pain and suffering he had experienced during this period of time. Inside the human emperor's flag, unable to define time or space, it was as if he had spent 10,000 long years. Brother, take it easy. Jiang Heng did not answer Yi Beixian and looked at Jin Duxin's clothespin, pursing his lips. After this calamity is past, I will find a way for you to return. He never owed anything in his life. It's better to be nice to your own people, and better to those who are nice to you. Sword Dusty Heart, one of the few that had been true to his heart, no matter how hard it had been at the time. He, of all people, is going to try his best to do it. Drinking a few cups of wine with Sword Dust Heart, Jiang Heng took a deep breath and his handsome face was filled with indifference. Turning, looking to the kneeling Yi Beixian who was trembling nonstop, isn't this human emperor streamer your fatal artifact? What? You can't suffer what others can. In all these years, have you grown in your cultivation? Have you practiced seriously? Find out more about yourself. When the words fall, Yi Beixian's soul was stunned and looked blankly at Jiang Heng. This set of logic hit him in the head and made him dizzy. I tried so hard alright. When he said that, he wanted to cry. The whole big situation is this virtue. Jiang Heng down the mountain began all the way invincible. What can he do? P.S. I wish you all a happy and prosperous day. End of chapter. The starting point that Jiang Heng had, and those enviable encounters that, all of which the average person does not have. The words of his hometown is the golden lure not a thing of the pool. Once it meets the wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon? Kill me, okay? Yi Beixian's knees were still glued to the ground, looking at Jiang Heng with pleading eyes. Presently, he no longer had the capital to turn the tables, and what was left was endless torture. Seek only relief. Didn't you laugh rampantly when my brother died? Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and, with a deep smile, lay Jack dash. In his hand, a bright cross evolved and finally became a long whip. Pa dash. Jiang Heng held the thunder whip and came at Yi Beixian's soul with a vicious blow. Ah! The pain that pierced through his bones caused Yi Beixian's soul, all of it, to begin to riot. The form is hedgehog-like. Only, because its origin is equivalent to the human emperor's haki. The haki will not, and he will never be extinguished. So, even Jiang Heng's cultivation could not obliterate him. Congratulations, Bei Xian, you're truly invincible. Not to mention me, even if a real immortal comes, you won't die or be destroyed. Jiang Heng held the whip that Lei Ju had transformed into, and lashed hard at Yi Beishuan's soul. Under one lashing, Yi Beishian was overwhelmed and, eyes become lax. Jiang Heng, you shall not die. I will kneel here and watch your obliteration with my own eyes. Do you know the truth? It's 10 times scarier than you expected. And you're just a pawn. Yi Beishian hissed with all his might, his spiteful eyes filled with mockery of Jiang Heng. In this regard, Jiang Heng was unimpressed and glanced to the east with a slight nod. Turning to Jian Qian, come, you palm the thunder whip and beat it all 100,000 times. Well, Jian Qian smiled, like a little girl, leaping to Jiang Heng's side. She directly picked up the thunder whip and, looking towards Yi Beishian who was kneeling in front of the sword dust heart mound, throttled the thunder whip hard. Pa dash, snap dash, the lashing sound of the thunder whip, accompanied by Yi Beishuan's wail from his soul. It's a constant sound in the bush. In response, Jiang Heng smiled bashfully, and after carrying Barbara over here, bite your middle finger to isolate this place completely. Oh, you can spot me? In the void, a burly man, curious, broke through the space and arrived not far from Jiang Heng. In his eyes, with surprise, it was reasonable to say that he was isolated from the void, unless the emperor was undetectable. When all is said and done, he is the emperor. The person who came was none other than the eldest son of old ancestor Linghu. Linghu Jinhui. Greetings, old ancestor. After Jiang Heng glanced at the blood-colored boundary behind him, he raised his eyes to look at the unruly figure in the dome of the sky. Only, the smile was cruel, the gesture wild and desperate. It's not even like the words "pay your respects," but rather a taunt. Sharp-tongued, Linghu Jinhui laughed coldly, and in the next second his hand arrived at Jiang Heng's shoulder. Rebel, do you have any last words? While saying that, he knocked his hand dead against Jiang Heng's shoulder. Milky white runes surrounded Jiang Heng's entire shoulder. Listen. Jiang Heng didn't think about the pain in his shoulder, and raised his hand to point at the roaming ghosts. There were also the screams of one disciple after another. These screams, do they look like the sins your father and son, Linghu, have created? Under Linghu Jinhui's obscure eyes, Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled teasingly. That's right. If I tell Hengyi that her father, her mother, and his brother and sister were killed by you, do you think she'll go crazy? Ha, ha, ha. As he spoke, Jiang Heng's scarlet eyes were filled with mockery of the world, and his chest rose and fell violently. It seemed impossible to feel the shoulder, the sharp pain of being crushed by Linghu Jinhui. What are you babbling about? Linghu Jinhui was no longer as calm as before, but like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, growling at Jiang Heng with all his might. Cenotaph. Yi Beishian stared at Linghu Jinhui with wide eyes, shocked, treading on horses. Did you father and son kill Hengyi's relatives? You have created a madman. He's stupid. Jiang Heng's words, he would 100% conclusively not lie, because although Jiang Heng had become brutal, but, it seems that this man never breaks his word or tells a lie. In other words, the father and son, Hua Changqing and Linghu Jinhui, were plotting something heavenly. Behind it, it terrified him. Ha ha. Jiang Heng laughed wildly, licking the dry corners of his mouth before continuing. Your deadbeat old man wouldn't want to ascend, would you? But it's also right. Cultivating 9 channels of misty chi. He, Hua Changqing, is also considered to be a loner dash, beyond the netherworld Holy Land's founding ancestor. Silence, as if a wordless struggle. Linghu Jinhui was Jiang Heng 3 words, directly dry broken defense. Something he thought was hidden, something he thought was seamless. In Jiang Heng's mouth, how can you be so glib? That's just it, kill you and everything will be buried. Linghu Jinhui pondered for a few breaths. No more moving words with Jiang Heng. The hand that pinched Jiang Heng's shoulder erupted once again, a milky white seal character, a seal of approval, a seal of honor, a seal of life, a seal of life, and a seal of life. It represents the original Tao and law of heaven and earth. Jiang Heng's shoulders, to a degree visible to the naked eye, began to pop fast. Flesh and blood are flying. The distance in cultivation, even with the chaos body, seemed to be unable to make up for this huge gap. Look, I'll kill you like crushing an ant. Linghu Jinhui smiled teasingly. He couldn't stop laughing. Jiang Heng's shoulder, which had been crushed into meat foam, was being repaired at a bizarre pace. The rune crushes the flesh and repairs it. Constant stalemate. Constant continuity. For a moment, the runes looked a little weak. What did you just say? Jiang Heng still smiled brightly. I'm getting old. Some of them are hard of hearing. Can you say that again? Ha ha. For some reason, Jiang Heng's mood was one of good when he returned to the netherworld Holy Land. Smiles, All a lot more. Life seed? No, you can't possibly melt the life seed. The powerful life force made Linghu Jinhui instantly insightful. Under the sky, the only thing that can have this kind of restorative power is the legendary life seed. With one of its pieces, it possesses endless life force. Spent. Jiang Heng raised his right hand and yawned lazily around his mouth, speaking blandly to the west not far away. Old fox, since you're here, let's meet. You've been separated from this seat for a long time, and you're not going to catch up? That's natural. The old voice, not half as irritated, was in a state of furious rage at Linghu Jinhui's coming to his side, his eyes fiercely reprimanded. He then looked at Jiang Heng with a smile on his face. I, Linghu Changmei, have met young friend Jiang Heng. Ha ha, old fox, you also have a day to be afraid? Jiang Heng was still all smiles, as if he had come back to the Netherworld Holy Land this time to visit his family. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Jiang Heng, we have no karma with you, right? Jiang Heng's cynicism was ignored by Linghu Changmei, who laughed along with him. The two, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, were catching up. Subocular medicine. Jiang Heng's words had indeed put a lot of pressure on him. That thing? No matter what, and Hong Yi can't know about it. Otherwise they will be the first to be liquidated in the future. What's the big idea? What do you say? Jiang Heng nodded. Faintly, he looked towards Yi Beixian, who was not far away. I'm here today to settle the score. Murder pays for murder and debt pays for debt. Fair enough? At this moment, Linghu Changmei saw, kneeling on the side of Yi Beixian, saw him for a moment. The old man's turbid and smiling eyes carried a rich shock. You this waste. For Yi Beixian, he had high hopes. Unexpectedly, even Yi Beixian met his Waterloo and became a spiteful ghost in Jiang Heng's human emperor streamer. Initially, having learned many truths, he has been planning for this. The first time he saw Yi Beixian, he knew that he was not among the five elements and that his fate could not be deduced. Jiang Heng, what exactly do you want? Linghu Changmei lost his composure and narrowed his eyes to look at Jiang Heng indifferently. Rights. I'll allow you to return to the netherworld sacred ground, as long as you're willing to take the heavenly Tao oath. Continue to be your holy son. Past faults, treasures, money, or beauty, whatever you want, I can get it for you. After saying that, he raised his head slightly, his obscure eyes staring deeply at Jiang Heng. Ha ha, Jiang Heng nodded his head and laughed wildly paradoxically. Interesting, really interesting. I want this world to sink. I want the sun and moon to turn upside down. I want this misty sanctuary to be extinct from Tianluo. Old man, can you satisfy me? While saying that, around Jiang Heng's body, the black demonic chi was like a tidal wave that began to encroach in all directions. The green and lush bushland became barren and dead at this moment. Accompanied by the distance, there were constantly miserable screams from the ethereal disciples, making the entire atmosphere treacherous. Alas, there is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you come to. Linghu Changmei let out a sigh, and beside him, Linghu Jinhui no longer stayed his hand. Ethereal flying immortal technique. Linghu Jinhui immediately activated his Tao power, and countless seal characters spread out from his surroundings. The whole person became immortal. Previously, he hadn't made the first move to wrestle Jiang Heng because of his hesitation. It caused Jiang Heng to say those words, to the anger of his father. This time, he stopped holding back. Jiang Heng, do you know the difference between a harmonizer and immortal? Linghu Jinhui sneered. Continuing, he said, not being an emperor is ultimately a mole. Only those who are in harmony with the heavenly Tao are qualified to be called emperors. And, in harmony with the heavenly Tao, they can all realize the Tao and law that are in perfect harmony with themselves. To put it another way, only emperors have their own Tao. Even the quasi-emperors were dimly comprehending. Flying immortal, great hand seal. With a flash of rainbow light, Linghu Jinhui arrived at the celestial dome and looked down at the large sea-do cliff below. He didn't hesitate to raise his hand and shoot. A palm print that obscured the clouds steeply emerged, and the sky darkened by a few points. On the way, countless ghosts tried their best to resist, but at the moment they met the palm print, then they were crushed into nothingness. Even a severe ghost of the level of Gu Nu and Lei Ben couldn't withstand it for a second. The gap between a quasi-emperor and an emperor seemed to transcend some sort of critical mass. The image is horrifying. The many ethereal Holy Land disciples who were trying their best to fend off the night ghost in the distance were overjoyed. It's the old ancestor who has taken action. Damn Jiang Heng, daring to operate the human emperor streamer in the Holy Land. The crowd. An older sage spoke angrily. His eyes were full of desire for the Tao. Beside him stood many of the rest of the Netherworld Holy Land's underpinnings. There are more than 10 saints and 2 emperors. The rest of the people were mixed. There were 8th realm soul palace and many 7th realm cultivators. Among them, there was no shortage of quasi-saints. At this moment, they all raised their eyes and looked at this world-destroying poem. This Jiang Heng is arrogant by night, but it's only a mere saint who dares to come and call out the great emperor. After today, there will be no more Jiang Heng in the world. This human emperor streamer is too treacherous and has killed quite a few of our disciples. That's just it. As long as we exterminate this little devil, everything will be worth it. Above the Sword Peak, Dan Peak, Rune Peak, and many other main peaks, countless disciples watched as the sky was filled with severe ghosts. The resentment towards Jiang Heng deepened. In just one incense stick of time, disciples with insufficient cultivation became the feet of the human emperor's streamer. Even the quasi-emperors and saints had withered quite a bit. The two paragon emperors who were still alive. This moment is also full of wounds. At any time will fall. The human emperor streamer contained in it's more than 200 paramount emperors. Not quite as good as full strength, but the sheer volume of them still completes the descending blow. Only, they thought it was worth it. With a great emperor at his disposal, even if Jiang Heng had the human emperor's streamer, he would not have been able to get it to work, and will surely wither away. In this heavenly law realm, there has never been a living being who could defy the great emperor. In the midst of his words, the large handprint had already touched the ground. The entire netherworldly Holy Land began to shake under this world-destroying palm print. The huge mountains crumbled and an endless abyss was revealed. Kid, this is the emperor? Looking at his masterpiece, Linghu Jinhui was satisfied to the core. In his opinion, there was no way for Jiang Heng to survive this move. And it still converged. Otherwise, the entire netherworld Holy Land would be tipped over under this palm strike. World of mortals. Jiang Heng looked at the palm prints that covered the clouds, and there was no panic in his eyes. Looking up slightly, he spoke blandly. You think you've got me? No more pretending. I'm showing my cards. After saying that, Jiang Heng's mana surged around his body, and black and white seal characters continued to emerge, weaving in and out around it. The breath, too, began to grow deeper. This is, beside him, in the cloudy eyes of Linghu old ancestor. The flash of shock was difficult to calm down. To break free from the shackles and ascend to quasi-emperor. This can't be right. In his opinion, what Jiang Heng had done was absolutely unbelievable. To be in harmony with heaven, one must realize a certain path, and to step onto that path is to be a quasi-imperialist. Perfect control of this path is harmonization. It's a path that can't be treaded by accumulating deep enough. When all is said and done, there are some things that really can't be done by just trying. What is needed is talent. Talent that crowns an era. Although, he believed that Jiang Heng had the talent. But, how old was Jiang Heng? Throughout the countless years of observing the Tianluo realm, one had never heard of anyone reaching such a realm. It's unbelievable. And, after an instant's hesitation, the old fox ancestor was shocked to discover that Jiang Heng's aura of it seems to be a bit of a sham. It's time to step into the field. The black and white seal characters continued to merge with Jiang Heng, smiling the mana within his body and gradually converted into the most original Taoist power. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Jiang Heng's feet left the ground, and his entire body was bathed in the runes, his breath constantly transforming. Under the shocked gaze of Linghu Longbrow, Jiang Heng's aura completely completed its metamorphosis. Presently, really step into this area. Become a quasi-imperialist. It's not that hard. The metamorphosis was complete. Jiang Heng turned his eyes to playfully glance at Hua Changqing. Then, the eyes looked upward. Humph. You probably don't realize that between an emperor and a quasi-empire, it's a completely different concept. This slap of my son is enough to wither you. Jiang Heng's promotion to quasi-emperor had indeed shocked him, but the gap between him and Linghu Jinhui, like a chasm or a moat, wouldn't it be a mess if it could be replenished so easily? And, just as he laughed coldly, his eyes widened steeply as he looked at Jiang Heng in dismay. Then open your cloudy eyes and see how this seat reverses. Jiang Heng coldly grunted, and immediately raised his eyes to look at the palm that covered the clouds and the sun, and raised his right arm. A black and white runic seal character quickly coalesced in the palm of his hand. Song Sheng, great compassionate hand. When the words fall, Jiang Heng slammed out at the dome of the sky, and the black and white seal characters kept changing form. It finally converged into a large handprint, sprinting toward the vault of heaven. Between the gaps of the two palm prints, countless astral winds were generated, cutting the distant mountains around them completely. In a matter of moments, they collided together. Rumble! A great roar swept through the thicket, and in the presence of countless ethereal disciples, upper cream-colored palm, as if touching a hard object, the glass began to crack, inch by inch. It's only been a few short breaths. The unstoppable palm print was completely crushed by Jiang Heng's palm print. The aftermath was unabated and crushed into Linghu Jinhui. This is The sudden change of events caused Linghu Jinhui to completely move. His right hand clenched his fist to break the palm print completely. Shock was written all over his rugged face. Jiang Heng's promotion to quasi-emperor was something he could feel. Why is he the one who loses the moveset match? Even though he has not been in the Dao for a long time, he is still a real emperor. So what does Jiang Heng have to do with him? Pop. Just as Linghu Jinhui was shocked, a touch on his shoulder made him look startled. Twisting his head to the right, a handsome, flawless face reflected in his eyes. Still good? Jiang Heng replied to Linghu Jinhui in the same way. His hand was like a dragon's claw, knocking on Linghu Jinhui's shoulder blade, and the sound of bones breaking was heard, with scarlet blood oozing out of the collar. Linghu Jinhui no longer knew what to say. Jiang Heng's expression had been beyond his expectations, strongly enduring the discomfort in his right shoulder. He raised his left hand and turned his fist into a claw, knocking fiercely at Jiang Heng's throat. What looks like an ordinary attack. The runes that run through your fingers. The runes that run through your fingers. It seems to represent the uncommonness of the move since. Kill the living Faust. Jiang Heng put his fingers together, and silver-white runes converged, bringing the power of this move that up a couple notches again. In an instant, it ran through Linghu Jinhui's palm. Scarlet blood, spilling down the wound. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Regarding the pain, Linghu Jinhui didn't care at all. He cares. While fighting short-handedly, not only did he fail to destroy Jiang Heng, but he was helpless against him. Both encounters took a clear loss. This is not supposed to happen. You think this field is your home turf? I'm sorry, this is my home turf. Jiang Heng nodded and looked at Linghu Jinhui indifferently. In his previous life, he had an extremely deep background. Having cultivated the field of harmonization for 10,000 years, the heights reached are unbelievable. The way and the law, the perceptions possessed. It's not something that can be compared to a mere Linghu Jinhui. You have seen but a glimpse. You have not seen the darkness of the future. You don't know the despair when the heavens fall. You're only one mark. It's just a stronger ant. Jiang Heng's left hand fiercely clenched the remnants of Linghu Jinhui's palm. A pair of eyes stared coldly at the other party. Your deadbeat old man didn't tell you, did he? The darkness of the future is much more frightening than you can imagine. In past lives, many things have a trajectory. For example, in the future, when this realm is devastated, not to mention the emperor of a seal, even Hua Changqing, a veteran powerhouse who has deeply cultivated the harmonized way, will die in 1,000 deaths. What are you babbling about? Linghu Jinhui was so indignant that he directly ripped off his right arm, letting the blood fly across the broken palms regrow at a level visible to the naked eye. This moment, his aura was no longer reserved, and his majestic imperial might swept across the entire netherworld Holy Land. Let the distance. The disciples who were fighting soundly could not help but kneel down reverently and look up to him. The old ancestor. On his face, there was an indelible shock and ecstasy. It's old ancestor Jinhui. He strangled Jiang Heng and is going to execute this rebel. The heavenly Tao is impermanent. Letting him become a quasi-emperor? It doesn't matter. The fact that Elder Jinhui will make a move as already Jiang Heng is the limit. 3 breaths, just 3 breaths and Jiang Heng will be erased. On the scene, countless misty Holy Land saints and powerhouses had absolute confidence in Linghu Jinhui. This is their emperor, the honor of the entire netherworld Holy Land. As for Jiang Heng, they knew their roots. Definite. In terms of talent and brilliance, in this vast Tian Luo world, the hidden ones don't say words, and only the Empress is on par with him. But genius is the least of it. How many heavenly pride have withered and sunk in the vast Tian Luo realm, with its long years and ages? 300,000 years ago, Demon Moonlight Clear, who became a quasi-emperor in just 50 years. In the end, he fell under the harmonious thunder punishment. There are countless examples of this. Presently, at the moment, countless disciples of the ethereal Holy Land, while they were still disdainful, they abruptly realized that the picture in your own field of vision, it's a billion miles away from what I had imagined in my head. Dharma, heaven and earth. Outside the law, 64 gigantic shadows stood steeply in the great dome of the sky. 304 pieces of precious weapons were waving madly at Linghu Jinhui. They felt that the invincible ancestor of the world had been beaten to death by these heavenly laws. Was hissing wolfishly, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Numb. Many disciples were numb. What happened? Jiang Heng, you want to bully your master? Old ancestor Jinhui, where's your Dharma phase? Hammer him. Maya, what the hell are these 64 honors? Can you make that many? At the core battlefield, Linghu Jinhui wiped the blood from his head and listened to the shocking words of the disciples in his ears. In my heart, 10,000 grass horses were running wild. In front of him, The 64 Dharma heaven and earth were completely different from what he had seen before. The blood-striped, milky white precious weapon can break all magic power, offense and defense in large numbers. If he could break through, would he still be in such a mess? He couldn't figure out what these disciples were talking about. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Jiang Heng, what exactly happened to you? I don't believe that you can be that deep. Linghu Jinhui adjusted his breathing and, calmly, he looked at Jiang Heng. Previously, that great hand seal of Zhangshang was clearly a true emperor's law, what he calls imperial law. It is a person who has realized the Tao that best suits him after he has become a Taoist, instead of learning from others. Jiang Heng, how could there be? Add to that the loss suffered from the brief encounter, and the 64 monsters in front of him. The underpinnings of this made him sweat. The human emperor streamer will give you the answer dash. Jiang Heng laughed lightly, with a faint wave of his hand. The 64 Dharma heavenly elements once again attacked Linghu Jinhui, with the cooperation of each other. Within a few breaths, Linghu Jinhui is like a ping-pong ball, beaten and rolled over, a mouthful of blood, constantly spurting out of his mouth. The whole person, highlighting a wolf. The image caused the many ethereal disciples who were kneeling reverently in the distance to stare in fear. Their invincible ancestor was mercilessly crushed by Jiang Heng, vomiting blood out of your mouth and looking like you're going to die? Old ancestor Jinhui, you are our emperor and will not lose. Traitor, what sorcery did you cast? A quasi-imperial defying a great emperor. Is Jiang Heng truly a demon through and through? At that time, if we had been more lenient with Jiang Heng at that time, do we possess another emperor today? Jiang Heng's performance was completely unexpected by many people. With the position of a quasi-emperor, he was fighting against a great emperor like Linghu Jinhui. They would never have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. I don't know who, in the crowd, said something regrettable that, instantly silencing the countless clamor. Yeah, it is. At that time, if the crowd had been more tolerant and trusting of Jiang Heng, would it be much better now? So much so that Jiang Heng was still the same honorable great disciple, leading them to conquer the world. Maybe in the future it'll be promoted to the ethereal sanctuary? It's all possible. For a while, remorse filled the vast ethereal Holy Land. Previously, those tough-talking paragon saints, and paramount emperors. There is a lot of remorse at this point. They missed an opportunity to take off, missing out on a demon through and through. Now that sharp spear, aimed at their hearts, was going to come down hard. And the remorse continued, as did the beating on the side of Linghu Jinhui. Bang, bang, bang. Linghu Jinhui was dressed in dark blue robes, and under the constant pounding of his weapon, the already ragged and tattered breath shriveled to the breaking point. Jiang Heng, you want to deceive your master? Linghu Jinhui vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Jiang Heng in a sorry state. Presently, he doesn't know how to fight either. On the way to being beaten, many of the ways and laws were cast, either immunized and eliminated by the power of the law. It is to be obliterated by the devouring demon power. What Jiang Heng possessed in terms of substance really seemed to be enough to hold him up. The path of the emperor is completed. Old fox, planning to watch your son fall? Jiang Heng lethargically leaned back, and out of the corner of his eye, he absently looked at old man Linghu. Two troubles in the ethereal sanctuary. The first is Linghu Longmei, and the second is in Hongyi. He had no idea what this woman had reached today. Let's just say, meet and talk. If Jinhui's death can make you dissipate your anger, I believe he would be willing. Linghu Changmei's demeanor was deep and his expression was cold to the core. Slate-faced, no one else could see what he was thinking. From time to time, his eyes looked towards a man and Jin Xinshin in the scarlet boundary. Father? Linghu Jinhui was stunned and looked incredulously at Linghu Changmei. Some sadness. All his life he has been helping his father fulfill his wish, and now because of Jiang Heng's anger, at the expense of him? He will? He won't. Father, do you really have no feelings for me at all? Linghu Jinhui's eyes were red and, without blinking, he looked at Linghu Longbrow. In response, Linghu Longbrow was silent. He's lived for over 200,000 years, lived through the era of the devouring demon emperor, and has seen the vicissitudes of the world. Time has changed. The heart, long since decayed. And air? Isn't it something optional? Ha ha. Jiang Heng hilariously laughed, looking at Linghu Jinhui's lost soul expression as if he was looking at a clown. Jiang Heng Linghu Jinhui roared, his entire body filled with countless runes. In that case, I want you to die with me. As his words ended, he transformed into a ray of rainbow light and instantly arrived in front of Jiang Heng. Countless runes seem extremely unstable to the naked eye, as if a large boiler. At any moment, it could explode due to the buildup of energy. Jiang Heng is silent. Under the shocked gaze of Linghu Jinhui, He just looked at him lightly. You, not blocking? Linghu Jinhui inquired curiously. He's killing himself. He's blowing himself up. Even if Jiang Heng was truly heaven-defying and truly invincible, it was impossible to live under the same fate, right? Swinging for the fences? No need. Someone has come to stop you. Jiang Heng slightly raised his head, revealing his white teeth. Raising his hand, he pointed to the sky not far away. There, a scarlet lotus was continuously appearing out of thin air, blossoming into the most beautiful sight. In less than a breath, the red lotus became a road. The woman, with her bare jade feet, was stepping on the red lotus step by step, speeding towards the side. And Hongyi? Linghu Jinhui was ecstatic and beckoned to Hongyi. Hongyi, kill this brat. The moment he saw Hongyi, Linghu Jinhui was relieved. This woman's battle power at the moment seemed to have reached an unimaginable level. Definite. Everything was as his father had laid it out. And Redcoat can be translated as immortal. The red lotus bloomed, and in a short moment Hongyi came close. Eyes, motionless, locked onto Jiang Heng. Long time no see. The voice like heavenly music opened slightly, and her jade-like hand gently stroked Jiang Heng's cheek. It was like touching a supreme treasure. Red, why are you still catching up with him? Kill him. Linghu Jinhui spoke in a condescending, commanding manner. Bang! As the words fell, the snow-white palm, like jade, directly slapped at his head. Scarlet blood, accompanied by white pith, seemed to fan out into the distance and splash. The affairs of this palace. You dare to open your mouth. And Hongyi looked at Linghu Jinhui, who only had a soul left, her scarlet eyes carrying a teasing look. And Hongyi, are you crazy? Linghu Jinhui looked at his mutilated body and looked at Hongyi with empty eyes. Don't understand why the other side is doing this. Is this what you wish? And Hongyi laughed softly and gently glanced at Linghu Changmei below her. Then his gaze fixed on Linghu Jinhui. Everything that happened here. This palace knows about it. Back then, the family of this palace. Did you have fun killing them? P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The woman's scarlet eyes, as gorgeous as rubies, looked down at Linghu Jinhui. The smattering of teasing was not concealed. I didn't. Linghu Jinhui shuddered, and after a sudden flash of panic in his eyes, his demeanor was cold as he said, Hongyi, I'm doing this for your own good. Only the death of a loved one can catalyze your fury and raise it to the extreme. Now you've become empress. What an honorable title. Everything in this world is yours. What are those few cheap lives? In Linghu Jinhui's opinion, Hongyi had to thank him. If he hadn't shot the other party's entire family, the empress of today will no longer exist. 1,000-mile horse, without meeting bowl, is just a horse that runs a little faster. If Hongyi didn't have him, would she be able to have today? And, when he finished speaking, Linghu Jinhui's soul instantly trembled as he realized with horror that at some point, countless red lotuses had appeared out of thin air all around. The scarlet fury of the emerald green rendering became barren. Within his gaze was the pair of scarlet eyes, and Hongyi was gazing at him indifferently. Bastard life. Mole cricket. In the eyes of this palace, aren't you also a mole and a lowly life? After a few breaths of silence, Hongyi faintly opened her mouth. No joy or sorrow in her pupils. Can't see much at all. It was as if she had come back from there with her whole being elevated. Red. You. Linghu Jinhui's blue soul gritted its teeth and looked at Hongyi angrily, still planning to say something. A stern ghost came quickly and dragged him into the human emperor's streamer without mercy. Process. There was no intervention from anyone, and Hongyi didn't, nor did Linghu Changmei. Linghu Jinhui looked down blankly at his old father's cold eyes. It was a moment of immense inner sadness. He was, after all, an outcast, a dispensable outcast. Do you like the gift? And Hongyi turned her eyes to Jiang Heng. The reason why she completely wore down Linghu Jinhui was because of its human emperor haki to Jiang Heng. It is an excellent tonic, the soul of a harmonizer. It was enough to raise the human emperor's streamer to the level of a Dao weapon. Only, this streamer of mine it's not smooth. The lack of a main soul always requires me to personally manipulate it, which is a bit laborious. Jiang Heng smiled brightly and nodded with great satisfaction, and then seemed to think of something. Expectantly, he looked over at Hongyi and smiled even wider. Raising his hand, he pointed at the human emperor streamer. At this time, the human emperor streamer, after absorbing Linghu Jinhui, the whole body ushered in a qualitative change. Ancient and simple Dao rhythms crisscrossed across the landscape, and the black demonic aura seemed to contain the originating Dao power. This time, after absorbing more than 200 quasi-emperors and one emperor, it was truly upgraded to an emperor's weapon. Only that the corresponding artifact soul was missing. As in the beginning, when Jiang Heng was under the questioning pass, after longing felt Jiang Heng's humiliation and anger. I'd rather be on the spot. Does it have to come to that? Between us? Jiang Heng's reply caused a faint sound of sadness to permeate in Hongyi's stunningly beautiful face. Eyes like rubies, staring motionlessly at Jiang Heng, "You're now your precious emperor-to-be. I will achieve the legendary supreme realm in a matter of days. Isn't it good to grow old together?" At those words, Jiang Heng felt as if he had heard some kind of joke. His whole body shook and his chest rose and fell violently. Ha! 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 Grow old together. When you killed my elders and insulted my dignity, did you ever treat me as a human being? Speaking of this, the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth rose, revealing a wild and desperate smile. "Just as I have come today. A 3-year contract. I'm out of patience. And Hongyi, karma swings today?" Nearly a year ago, under the 3-year contract at 10,000 Sword City, Jiang Heng was now out of patience. He did not want to come back later. "I don't want my brother's bones to stay in this cool place for another 2.5 years. Today's the day to settle the score." And there were still some truths that Jiang Heng hoped to see the results of today. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng's gaze was bland as he looked into Hongyi's ruby-like eyes. These eyes. At this point, déjà vu. "Go and fulfill your karma. I'll wait for you to come." Jiang Heng laughed lightly, turning to look at the vast ethereal Holy Land. 10,000 souls' spiteful fury. Without hesitation, his right hand swung violently downward. The human emperor streamer, which had become an imperial artifact, was already monstrously huge in terms of the might it displayed at this time. The black aura of the ethereal sanctuary's white and flawless aura was completely rendered. The countless severe ghosts were like peregrine falcons on a hunt, speeding toward the bottom, started hunting a disciple of the ethereal sanctuary. This world-destroying image caused the jaws of countless lingering disciples to drop. A disciple of the 8th Realm Soul Palace, looking at the sky with a bewildered expression. "Is the Empress Sama going to abandon us as well?" When the words fall, the severe ghost that Lei Peng had manifested called for thunder to completely crush him into ashes. Many of the fleeing saints, at this time with panicked looks, looked into the sky and the Empress with her feet on the red lotus was tense to the bone. No one else knows. They know best. And Hongyi's infatuation with Jiang Heng had reached a pathological state. To say it's sickly is an understatement. This half-year has been temperamental, and many saints and quasi-saints have been slaughtered inexplicably. The reason for this is that Hongyi has become sick with longing and her fury has exploded. Subocular medicine. Jiang Heng's human emperor streamer was running rampant, and the Empress stood by and watched with folded arms. "And Hongyi, you are our Empress. You want to watch us die? You too, master and disciple, are going to subvert this million-year-old inheritance? Empress, please step in to save us and kill this rebel. Where's old man Linghu, our strongest old man?" Countless hissing, stern ghosts were hunting by hunting, rounding up the disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land and killing them. Enjoy this feast of blood. The inner gate, the outer gate, the core area. Countless disciples of the 8 main peaks had been rounded up. Now, and Hongyi watched with cold eyes and did not make a move against Jiang Heng. And something that made them even more desperate happened. A blooming red lotus that paved the way downward. Location: under the Sivan Cliff, next to old man Linghu. And Hongyi's cold voice echoed through the large ethereal Holy Land. "Teacher, cause and effect established. You and I have a score to settle." And Hongyi's bare jade feet, her feet stepping on the red lotus, came to Linghu Changmei step by step. Looking into the other man's clouded eyes, he revealed a hint of meaningful serenity. "Red, the quest for supremacy requires learning to make trade-offs." Old ancestor Linghu's demeanor was incredibly flat from beginning to end. He was not moved by the wailing of countless disciples, and he was not moved by the sinking of the ethereal Holy Land, the fading of his son. He remained unmoved. He looked at Hongyi calmly. "Cultivators are meant to travel by the heavens. There's no room for anyone else on that one road to heaven. P.S. I wish you all the best of luck." End of chapter. My son can give up, and so can Jiang Heng. You and I will join forces, fight our way through the heavens, and go to that supreme world, to savor the beauty of the immortal realm. By then you'll realize that childishness is useless. Old ancestor Linghu remained unhurried, his words slow and methodical. Only, the clouded eyes, under the highly rendered words, flourished with ambition that had pressed on. Its purpose. It's the word for immortal. It's that path to immortality that's about to open. For this reason, his son may also be given up, not intervening when Hongyi struck down Linghu Jinhui. The purpose was to remove Hongyi's anger. Murder pays for murder. Debt pays for debt. Immortal road. Old ancestor, you have the life to step through this barrier before you say anything else. The red lotus flower, which had already arrived in front of old man Linghu, and Hongyi's face was expressionless. Just look at each other flatly, please. Linghu old ancestor was silent, raising his eyes to Jiang Heng. How do you know all this? Back then, I shielded the sky and cut off the roots. How would you know if there were no clues left behind? That was his biggest question. It's agonizing. However, he did not expect that Enhongi would be able to know. May. Seemingly thinking of something, Linghu old ancestor shook his head. It's just that, this matter has come to an end. Knowing the answer is gone, I guessed. Before old ancestor Linghu could finish his words, he saw Jiang Heng's teasing expression. Mockingly, he looked at him, words that made the subdued man completely explode. Guess? Linghu long eyebrow shocked. He looked at Jiang Heng in amazement. He was puzzled. What kind of a creature is A? That's why you're guessing in that direction? Picking up Enhongi, he took care of the other as his own daughter. The many sons and daughters of Enhongi have not received 1/10 of the treatment that Enhongi has received. A loving old ancestor from start to finish. How could one guess in that direction? May. Jiang Heng stopped speaking. For a while, the cliffs were worried. And the three-legged scenario. It seems everyone has secrets. Red clothes, do you really intend to be my enemy? Old man Linghu looked at the red-clothed woman in front of him. Complexion. Without the previous blandness. You have to think clearly. After fighting me, there's still a bloody fight between you and him. If you lose, you'll lose everything. After saying that, old man Linghu pointed at the human emperor streamer, and then pointed at Jiang Heng, who was not far away. And Hongi laughed lightly, raising her eyes to Jiang Heng. Between me and him, there would be no need for old ancestor to bother. The cause of other days, the fruit of today. Please go on your way, old ancestor. At the end of the sentence, a red lotus instantly bloomed in the surrounding area. The red fury like blood mist. It fills the vast mountainous countryside. And Hongi's slender nails aimed at the center of old man Linghu's eyebrows. A crimson beam of light. Shoo! A rainbow light that penetrated the brow of old man Linghu. Only, on Enhongi's face, there was no half-hearted leap. Ephemeral. Old man Linghu's hunched figure turned into nothingness and appeared at the foot of a mountain not far away. Was looking at Enhongi with a calm face. You are indeed gifted through and through, and in just 30 years, walked the path that it took the old man over 200,000 years to walk. Old ancestor Linghu couldn't help but lament. The talent of the two of them, Enhongi and Jiang Heng, was the most he had seen in countless years. This time, the mind also wonders if this move would not have been made back then. Teach the two well, and isn't the future straight through the roof? And there's no turning back. Countless blooming red lotuses shot out laser-like beams of light, declaring toward old man Linghu. Swoosh, swoosh, mountains and rivers tumbled down, and the vast ethereal Holy Land. Under this beam of light, it's being beaten and falling apart. When old man Linghu saw this, the 9 milky white ethereal chi around his body began to continuously swim away. A milky white palm print slapped towards the location where the red lotus bloomed. The Tao law was spreading across the land, causing the large ethereal Holy Land to become devastated. What was once prosperous and flourishing is now gone. All that was left was barrenness, corpses and bones, and disciples who were fleeing in distress. Above, Jiang Heng watched the battle between the two. No sadness or joy in the depths of his pupils. It wasn't something that concerned him. Looking down below, at the ethereal disciples who were fleeing in panic, there was no pity in their eyes either, as these people did to him in the first place. Since all seniors have arrived, why don't you come out and have a chat? Jiang Heng sat on the extra Dharma distraction, his eyes coldly scanning the surroundings. The void shattered. A familiar figure walked out from it. The Red Dragon Demon Emperor, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, Ji Wu Chang, the Queen Mother of the West, and so on. There were more than a dozen emperors. These people were different from rookies like Linghu Jinhui. It's a powerful person who has been practicing this field for a long time, and he can just single out one person. All of them are strong men who have been famous for many years. You killed my heir. Did you do what happened to the Cloudwater Plains? Stout in stature and covered in white fluff, the White Tiger Demon Emperor had a pair of white eyes that, fiercely, he looked at Jiang Heng. Yes, I did. Jiang Heng replied blandly. This, which caused the Queen Mother of the West to be stunned, her expression tinged with confusion. She just wanted to speak but realized that Jiang Heng shook his head at her. There was nothing to be done. No words were uttered. Swoosh, shoo. The instant the words fell, several figures instantly came to Jiang Heng's left and right, completely surrounding him. Other than the two Western Queen Mother and Ji Wu Chang, the rest of the visitors surrounded Jiang Heng. Sleeping for a few months has allowed you to become a hidden danger. The Red Dragon Demon Emperor was displeased and there was a great deal of contempt between his brows. However, you were exposed too early. We will definitely not allow a second devouring demon emperor to appear. His words drew nods from the rest of the group. There are beings in the Cloudwater Plain, deducing, at great expense, with supreme secret techniques, learned a corner of the truth. The present age. Forbidden feats appeared and killed over 200 exalted emperors, and it seemed that this source could only be Jiang Heng alone. It's only been such a short time since he became a quasi-emperor. Other than the devouring devil technique, they couldn't imagine anything else. Kid, you won't survive this. The White Tiger Demon Emperor laughed coldly. Countless Tao friends are on their way, and the beings in the Forbidden Zone have moved. At this time the world is in shock, and countless people are dreaming of your death. In response, Jiang Heng was completely fearless, looking around at the nearly 10 emperors without the slightest bit of cowardice. Previous incarnation, Buddhism, it's not like the same picture hasn't been experienced before. Becoming a saint, he was assassinated, lingered on until he became a quasi-imperialist, and was attacked by the world at the time of his union with the Tao. A life of misery, not just words, only, having experienced it in a previous life. How can I be afraid of it in this life? Has it started? Jiang Heng was silent, looking up at the sky. In the middle of the field of vision, a large slit was slowly opening, clouds pouring into the rift. The turquoise blue was invisible and the deep darkness seemed to swallow everything. 10. It all seems to be falling apart. The world, a shining star visible to the naked eye. The deep blue deep holes, can't seem to see the other side. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. This horrifying picture. Jiang Heng had indeed experienced it in his previous life. This is an unprecedented natural disaster. Monks, too, are not exempt. Mortals, moreover, will be plunged into an endless sinking. And, for the upper-level cultivators, it is a heavenly good, a heavenly joy, a heavenly richness. The heavens and the earth will fall, and the shackles that prevented the attainment of immortality will be opened. Whereupon, the world is sinking. Everyone wants to become immortal, and blood is flowing just for the unseen path. It is? The White Tiger Demon Emperor with the most vicious demeanor was not locking his gaze on Jiang Heng, but his whole body was trembling. Shocked, he looked at the dome of the sky. The ancestral records of my clan state that when the heavens and earth tumble, the path to immortality opens. Could it be that this is the path to immortality? His whole body was trembling, already forgetting the blood feud with Jiang Heng. As far as he was concerned, a mere heir, a mere brother. How does it compare to that one path to the Jedi? Become immortal. Wasn't it reasonable for him to take the path to immortality for the then great emperor? Gulp. Even the Red Dragon Demon Emperor was a bit nervous at this moment, looking at the huge heavenly abyss that, the soul trembled. My last ancestor, the Lord of the 10,000 Dragons' Nest, said that the path to immortality is imminent in this life, but why the present moment, when it is supposed to take 10,000 years? Could it be that the mandate of heaven has changed? The Red Dragon Clan, as the lower clan of the Forbidden Area's 10,000 Dragon Nest, from time to time, he went to the nest of 10,000 dragons to have an audience with the one. The occasional few nudges from the other man were never lost on him. At the time of his merging, the other side had said, in this life, the road to immortality will be opened. So let him cultivate hard to become an immortal in the coming day. I didn't realize. It's starting now. This time, we are all immortals. Ji Wu Chang, the old ancestor of the Ji clan in the central state, spoke exuberantly, looking at the large heavenly abyss, the old face, overflowing with a touch of fervor that only the young have. This moment, souls that have been decaying for 10,000 years are beginning to ignite. Spare the face of such an old monster as the everlasting Heavenly Father, like a child's. It is also written with a thirst for the path to immortality. World of mortals, Yi Beixian, who is constantly receiving lightning whips next to the closed crown mound, looking up at the heavenly abyss, his eyes carried an unspeakable shock. I am the mandate of heaven, and I have a share in 3 of the mandate of heaven. Jiang Heng, let me out. I want to become immortal. You aboriginal, inferior man, demonized heavenly Tao. Don't think I don't know that you're in. If you don't save me, I'll shake it all out. All of it. Yi Beixian hissed, the pain under the thunder whipping from his soul, which he had completely ignored. At this moment, all thoughts are on the road to immortality. Mandate of Heaven 3 points, PRC. He possessed the demonized Tendo to occupy 1 bucket. Jiang Heng is the order of the day and naturally takes up 1 bucket. If heaven wants to return to wholeness, it should also take up a bucket. The heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao hasn't appeared yet. Yi Beixian trembled and looked around in fear. He's forgotten. He and Jiang Heng are not the only ones in this world who are in love with their sons. There must be that illusory heavenly way. If not, the destiny 3 points will mean nothing. Right. There's also that devouring demon emperor, that woman. Yi Beixian was stunned. Rings, that perfect-looking woman. All over her body. She couldn't stop trembling. Jiang Heng, let go of me. Let go of me. He wants to become immortal. This path to heaven was tailor-made for him. Yi Beixian. The series of hisses caused Jiang Heng, who was gazing at the heavenly abyss, to cry and laugh a little. Looking deeply at Yi Beixian, you're a quasi-saint. What can you do if you're spared? What can you do? You're a mole. It's all emperor here. What are you getting into? He was really a bit helpless when it came down to it. Who's standing here that doesn't drive a Mercedes or a Rolls-Royce? Yi Beixian drives a Mazda. You still want to be immortal? When we fight later, the mana fluctuates a little. The energy it released was enough to die 10,000 times if it accidentally rubbed Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian? There's something else to say. Jiang Heng stopped talking and turned his eyes to Anhongi. This time, the battle between the two seemed to have entered a white heat, a blossoming red lotus, constantly destroying everything in the moment. The vast ethereal sanctuary of the it was demolished straight away by this woman. Tear it down completely. The dragon vein leading to the holy mountain was cut off by its monstrous power. Even if the netherworld Holy Land hadn't died out after this battle, it would be impossible to restore its former glory. This was something that Jiang Heng knew in his heart. From the beginning to the end, this woman did not have the ethereal sanctuary in her heart. Her biggest problem is her obsession. Red clothes? Isn't it enough for the old man to use the entire ethereal Holy Land to make amends? The fluctuations of the battle splattered the sky with smoke and dust, and Linghu Changmei kept dodging Anhongi's moves. A bit of a mess, but overall harmless. In this way, he completely gave up fighting Anhongi to the death, and used hundreds of thousands of disciples from the ethereal Holy Land in exchange for a settlement. Watching the countless disciples flying towards the human emperor's streamer, although his heart ached, but for that path to immortality, he would give it up. Red, isn't it good to be immortal? Anhongi was silent. And old man Linghu spoke again with a sullen expression on his face. With your cultivation in mind, other than those few old monsters in the Forbidden Zone, there will be no more enemies in this world. And Anhongi remained silent. When the heavens tumbled down, her eyes did not look more than once her eyes never looked more than once after Tian Yuan appeared in the world. This time, she looked at Jiang Heng and asked softly and gently, if you want to become an immortal, I'll help you open the path to immortality. When the heavenly abyss is completely revealed, I'll be enough to step into that level. No, I had no intention of becoming an immortal. Jiang Heng gently shook his head. Raising his right hand, he pointed at Linghu Laozu. You can team up with your father's killer. Besides, speaking here, Jiang Heng's expression changed and he opened his mouth unhappily. I have not settled the account with you yet. Hurry up. I'm running out of patience. Jiang Heng, you know I won't take a shot at you. And Hongi took a deep breath and the expression on his face was very sorrowful. Back then, under the 10,000 Sword City, you insulted me to the depths, and I have not harmed you. In this regard, Jiang Heng's face was changeless as he looked at the other party with a slight nod. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people defending, I'm all locked up like a dog, aren't I? That's all. Since you choose to be merciful, then this seat will do it for you. After saying that, Jiang Heng instantly disappeared from the top of the Dharma heaven and earth and saw Hongi in front of him, taking a step toward her, brushing up against her. Walking indifferently towards old man Linghu. Old fox, give you a ride? Those allies of yours? I'm afraid they don't have the heart to care about you at this time. Arriving in front of Linghu Changmei, Jiang Heng pointed behind him with a smile on his face. White Tiger Demon Emperor, Everlasting Heavenly Father, and other harmonizers. These people's eyes were scarlet and exuberant as they looked at the sky dome, expecting the heavenly abyss to open completely. They went in to break into that legendary path to immortality. Jiang Heng. Looking at Jiang Heng's confident touch, old man Linghu let out a long sigh. Between you and me, there is no directness of cause and effect. How about this? You and I teamed up to kill Hongi. P.S. I wish you all good moods and happiness. End of chapter. While speaking, Linghu Changmei began to help Jiang Heng analyze the situation. The strength of her battle power today is overwhelming. Even the old man has to retreat 3 feet. How much will you have left to avenge yourself after your battle with me? Does that mean you're going to forgive her? Speaking of this, Linghu Changmei teased, have you forgotten how Elder Sword died? Under the questioning heart pass, she would rather trust Yi Beixian than you. You once said, and Hongi, I'll give you one last chance. Linghu Changmei followed the advice and said very much. The words are so precise that they can see the blood. And the words are so provocative that even if Jiang Heng has been a man for 2 lifetimes, he will not be able to see the blood in his words. Both felt uncontrollable anger. That old fox. That's great. However, there was one thing that Linghu Changmei did not get right, and that was that between the other party and him, there is cause and effect. Previous incarnation, Buddhism, when he set foot on the path to immortality, and Hongi held the red makeup and struck him in the back, completely cut off his life. Jiang Heng believed that all of this was the work of this old fox. As of now, this old fox's favorite thing to do is to calculate and combine things. And, at that time, he was as alive today. Never the one chosen by Anhongi. But the good thing is, the heart, it doesn't hurt as much. Shu, Song Sheng prisoner of heaven finger. Jiang Heng's figure instantly disappeared, utilizing that shrinking ground into inch to appear behind Linghu Changmei. Between the index finger of the middle finger, a small seal character continued to converge. These moves were the Tao that he had constructed in his previous life to save the lives of the common people. In this life, however, the contrasting use of these moves has killed a bewildering number of people. Jiang Heng. The sudden outburst caused Linghu's long eyebrows to tremble, completely losing their composure and, out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Jiang Heng with shock. Many immortal laws. You alone encompass them? Within the Cloudwater Demon Palace, what exactly did you obtain? Fingertips, instantly stabbing into the back of Linghu Changmei's undershirt. A few encircling ethereal chi that, completely unstoppable. It melts like tofu. Only, no blood was seen at Linghu Changmei's wound. In the next second, the figure was like a dream, directly turned into nothingness, and was seen again already a few meters away. Was looking at Jiang Heng with a serious face. It seems that you really intend to touch base with the old man? At this very moment, Linghu Changmei only felt that only an epileptic could match an epileptic, and Hongi was crazy, but more or less still had some brains. This Jiang Heng, it was epileptic and maniacal, and the killing aura was still appallingly heavy. Between them and Hongi, there was already a deep hatred. Is it not good to join forces and kill them? And Hongi was unwilling to join forces with him because of love brain. What are you for? It seems that you're hiding more than I thought. One strike failed. Jiang Heng took a deep breath and quietly gazed at Linghu Changmei. The old man. I'm afraid it's impossible to kill at this point. The gap in cultivation between the two was already appalling, and he was only a quasi-empire at that moment. This old man's cultivation level was at least a harmonious Tao 7th layer seal, or even higher. More than enough for self-preservation, but not enough for killing. This is a strike to test the waters. The strand of demonized heavenly Tao that escaped from the Cloudwater Demon Palace made him feel a little uneasy. Until that thing is removed, he will always live in the shadows. Shu. Jiang Heng used shrinking ground to instantly return to his original position, the center of the many great emperors surrounding the hunt. Look up and watch in silence as the heavens and earth tumble down, waiting for the heavenly abyss to open completely. Southridge. Looking down from the great vault of heaven, the otherwise verdant mountains, the turquoise lakeside, countless large peaks. The clans that stood on top of the mountain crumbled at this moment. It was as if a cut had been made in the skin, a large rift that completely disintegrated the place. The wailing, the crying, the screaming, and the whole mountain and river. It's tipping over. Heavenly Sword Sect, main peak. In the large martial arts arena, countless disciples carrying long swords were gathering here in fear. Several familiar voices were commanding the disciples in an orderly manner. The leader was none other than Jian Wuwen, and, far away from them, an old man with a profound demeanor looked at the horrifying wounds above the dome of the sky. The expression on his face was as cold as a blade. Tian Yuan. It's the path to immortality. The sword ancestor looked at the vast heavenly abyss, breathing a few moments more sharply. 9 robberies of the sword tire. Through 9 robberies to ascend to immortality. Jiang Heng. This sword has traveled 8 times in my hands. It has no desire to remain by my side. Since he chose you, you're sure to succeed. Old ancestor. This time heavenly abyss we? Wine Sword Immortal saw the sword ancestor murmur and whisper, came to him and tugged gently at his sleeve. Conquer the world. After pondering for a few breaths, the sword ancestor looked down at the tens of thousands of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples below. My Heavenly Sword Sect. Execute the sword to cut down injustice and unrighteousness. This great calamity of the heavens and earth. Please enter the world and save the living beings from the fire. Gentlemen. Sword Luck Changlong. The sword ancestor interlocked his hands and bowed slightly to the disciples below. It made countless disciples below terrified. The old man, their faith, and the limit of the sword path that they had pursued all their lives. This time, they are anxious. Honor the order of the sword ancestor. Honor the order of the sword ancestor. Countless disciples, including the sword saint, had cut their fingers in response to the sword ancestor's call. Within a few breaths, the huge heavenly sword peak, countless disciples with flying swords on their feet. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. It sped away in all directions. Old Immortal, what about me? Looking at the empty heavenly sword peak, Wine Sword Immortal was a bit uneasy, shutting down and merging with the Tao. The sword ancestor murmured. At his sleeve, an iron sword instantly enlarged, slicing through space and stepping into it. Cloudwater Immortal Palace. Rumble, rumble. The formerly solemn and dignified temple was now chapped to a degree visible to the naked eye. There are 8 side halls and 1 main hall. It's long since fallen apart at this point. 50 million years. Do you know how I've spent those 50 million years? In front of the Cloud Water Palace, a person wrapped in 7-colored immortal light slowly walked out. He raised his eyes and looked at the large gap in the sky. The 7-colored immortal light trembled incessantly. Big, greedy gulps of free air. As if thinking of something, his eyes stared to the east, as if he could see through endless space and time and see the ethereal sanctuary directly. Just your name is Jiang Heng, right, kid? I have to admit that you are the lord of the hour. But you are too young. Ha ha, I'll come find you after I finish that. Ha ha dash. With those words, the void shattered, and wrapped in 7-colored immortal light, he blandly walked in. At the same time, the vast Tian Luo realm, the eastern wasteland, the southern ridge, the western desert, the northern plains, and the largest of all, the central state, all are happening similarly. Along with the great catastrophe of heaven and earth, there were also countless ancient sleeping powerhouses that had awakened to look at the dome of the sky. Exuberantly, he looked at the sky abyss that was about to open. P.S. I wish you all good moods and happiness. End of chapter. Eastern Wasteland. Mountains and rivers crumbled and mountains stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles collapsed. Countless demonic beasts and spirit beasts fled around in fear. But there, it's all hell on earth. Small, nameless villages, where mortals look uneasily at the heavens. When I saw the huge heavenly abyss, my soul was worn out. At the same time, above the sky dome, several great voices were talking indifferently. Gentlemen, the heavenly abyss has arrived and the immortal path is imminent. Why don't we put aside our grudges and explore the path of immortality together? Instead of fighting and killing, we should make an alliance. Above the netherworld Holy Land, after the collapse of the strata, everyone stood in the vault of heaven. Ji Wuchang, the oldest ancestor of the Ji clan, after gazing deeply at Jiang Heng, he looked towards the White Tiger Demon Emperor, Red Dragon Demon Emperor and the others with a smile. Original. He was planning to make an alliance with the netherworld Holy Land, but after that incident, he had no choice but to wear the same pants as Jiang Heng. Very good. The words caused a silence to surround the area, and as many harmonizers looked towards Ji Wuchang, a voice that no one expected caught everyone's attention. World of mortals. Linghu Changmei was very agreeable, and after giving Jiang Heng a kind smile, another apologetic look was given to Anhongi. Continuing, he said, how sad is it for us monks to spend our lives in Zen meditation? The purpose, isn't it to become immortal? Right now, the path to immortality is imminent. Why don't we put aside our past grudges and, together, we will explore that supreme immortal realm. Speaking here, Linghu Changmei's complexion condensed, indifferently opened his mouth. Gentlemen, how many old monsters have awakened? Is there no alliance between them? If we are not united at this time, at that time. Speaking here, Linghu Changmei did not say much and pointed to a majestic beam of light in the distance. Each of them represents the loosening of a seal and the awakening of an emperor from an ancient era. Millions of years of savings, countless people seem to be waiting for this moment. The Great Tao Contest. Jiang Heng, I'll listen to you. And Hongi came not far from Jiang Heng and carefully looked at him. Then you go to hell. Jiang Heng rolled his eyes and pointed to the human emperor's streamer behind him. Come, Pa, come, as long as you enter the streamer. All my life mine is a good treasure. And Hongi was speechless, her ruby-like eyes, looking at Jiang Heng accusingly, then gazed intently at the human emperor's streamer. It caused the rest of the people around Jiang Heng to pinch a cold sweat. Even the White Tiger Demon Emperor was laughing at this moment. Little friend Jiang Heng, it's just that, devouring demon technique, human emperor streamer, you killed my son and brother. This emperor does not even care. In this case, would it be good to make an alliance first? In his opinion, and Hongi's top combatant, if this woman was really forced into the human emperor's streamer by Jiang Heng, the fight within the heavenly abyss, would it still be a fight? Just now, he had seen with his own eyes when it fought with this old monster, Linghu Changmei, the girl. The moment has grown beyond belief. Fellow Daoist Jiang Heng, I have met you for the second time and have no grudges against each other. The everlasting heavenly father, who had the appearance of a child, glanced at Anhongi before his eyes rolled. Coming to Jiang Heng's side, he revealed a bright smile. To be fair, instead of fighting and killing, it's better for us to become immortals together. His words caused the rest of the group to nod softly. Brother Jiang Heng, this seat, Red Dragon. The matter of you killing my heir ends here. Co-exploring heaven's abyss? The Red Dragon Demon Emperor, who had red hair, also came to Jiang Heng's side, revealing a bold smile. It was a far cry from the previous ferocity. This time, in the vast dome of the sky, a dozen or so emperors gazed at Jiang Heng carefully. The entire room was waiting for Jiang Heng to give his approval. I'd forgotten. Jiang Heng was a quasi-emperor, while they were all emperors with deep roots. In this regard, Jiang Heng was silent, his eyes indifferently scanning the surroundings. You guys are forcing me? The answer. It was beyond the expectations of the many harmonizers present. They didn't expect that Jiang Heng would still throw his face at them even after the gesture had been placed so low. And, devouring devil power, human emperor streamer, killing their heirs, and so on, this and that. At this time, it was only right and proper for all of them to shoot Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, don't think too much. You're just too sensitive. Ji Wuxing saw that the atmosphere around him was not right, and immediately walked to the center of the crowd. To Jiang Heng's relief, the Taoists feel that there is no need to make a big fuss at this time. Words that instantly brought a sigh of relief all around. There were nods of agreement. In response, Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and gazed around for a second before, after a few seconds of silence, he nodded. Since the seniors are so invited, then Jiang Heng respectfully submits. Only, my cultivation is too low, so I'll trouble you all to charge at that time. What's coming is coming. These people were of one mind to make an alliance to explore the heavenly abyss together, and he didn't bother to explain anything. This great heaven and earth calamity was much more vicious than these people had imagined. And Tian Yuan's advance was foreboding but not fully prepared. This time, that's good. There is enough time for him to harmonize with the way and walk out on an unprecedented path. In his previous life, he took the suffering of the living as his grand wish, and was determined to save the living from the fire. This life, he doesn't have that thought anymore. He had already worked hard, toiled, and vomited in his previous life, and in this life he was not responsible for anyone, and there's no need to bleed for anyone, since he was originally a part of the way of heaven. Then in this life he should take heaven as his way and seize it, the way of the swept-away sky. Thinking about this, Jiang Heng dispersed his Dharma phase heaven and earth. Dharma outside body. Close your eyes and begin to enunciate. Surroundings. Seeing this scene, many harmonizers let out a sigh of relief. They had a headache. If Jiang Heng was bent on having his way, then should they really go and fight Jiang Heng? Yeah, it is. All without fear of Jiang Heng. But, and Hani's eyes had yet to leave Jiang Heng at this moment. Everyone had a hunch. This time, treading the heavens, it seemed that they would have to rely on this woman. In case she stepped into that realm, wouldn't it be the equivalent of separating herself from the forbidden zone beings? And, just as all eyes met and talked to each other with their divine senses, the view of the sky, it left them completely shaken. Originally, a large heavenly abyss had already shocked them beyond measure. This time, above the deep dome of the sky, an abyss appeared again, as if it were a wound. It began to expand rapidly. The clouds flowed backwards, the stars crumbled, and the scene was like extinction. It is? Looking at the strange changes above the dome of the sky, the one who was most shocked was Hua Changqing. He looked incredulously at the newly appeared heavenly abyss. State of mind, it's about to blow up. And, before it was too late to say anything, a dozen or so harmonizers trembled and, the eyes looked towards Jiang Heng in fear. This time, Jiang Heng's body melted 100 phases, a colorful seal character, as if a joyful note wanders around its body. The body changed radically. P.S. I wish you all to win the lottery and $1 million. End of chapter. The original human body, sometimes transformed into a true dragon, sometimes into a true phoenix. At other times, they are transformed into Kirin, Kuwenpun, NWA, and golden-winged rock, even a flame, a drop of water, a tree, a breeze. No constant shape, no constant force. It seemed to evolve everything in this heaven and earth, one after another. What is this? The White Tiger Demon Emperor looked at Jiang Heng, whose evolution of a white tiger just now caused his tiger body to tremble. The purity of the bloodline in its body was such that even he was somewhat ashamed of himself. He's merging the paths, but what path is he following? Furnace 100 phases. What is he planning to do? Of the dozen or so, the Eternal Heavenly Father was the most ancient, the oldest, and had heard the most of the. After seeing Jiang Heng's posture, he was immediately certain that it was the Furnace 100 phases. This is a phantasm that can only exist in legends, evolving everything in the world. The magnitude of what he was trying to do, he didn't even dare to think much about it. What? Hua Changqing and the others were stunned, and they looked at Jiang Heng with shock and incredulity in their eyes. It was already too thick to melt away. Not for a year. When Jiang Heng left the Netherworld Holy Land, he was only in the Tongyi realm, less than a year's time, crossing the 7th, 8th, and 9th realm saints, great saints, and paramount emperors. Subocular, medicine. How dare you try to comprehend the Tao and begin to merge with the Tao? That's faster than in Hongyi. Everyone's taken this step before. They've been stuck for countless years when they're quasi-emperors. It is necessary to comprehend the source of Taoism, be in tune with the heavens through the origin. Subocular medicine. They remembered that Jiang Heng had only been promoted to quasi-emperor a day ago, right? How long has it been? Another promotion? Enlightenment? Is that so unbelievable? This kid has eaten the forgetfulness grass, right? How can his talent be so high? It seems that gossip, too, has credibility. They say that this kid is gifted through and through, even stronger than an Hongi. I've seen it today. That's not right. He's so talented. Why is he only in the 6th realm at the age of 24? Him, taking care of his senior brothers and sisters like a demon, wiping the asses of those mole crickets all day long, 365 days a year without rest or cultivation, thinking that he is highly talented and acting recklessly. Asterisk asterisk? I was practicing at the time. How come I didn't run into this kind of person? Many of the paragons. People were numb at this moment. They all looked at Jiang Heng in shock, not understanding why his talent could be so high. At the same time, the words tell the truth of the time. Those who knew Jiang Heng, such as Ji Wuchang and Ling Hu Chang Mei, spoke bluntly. Those years, if Jiang Heng hadn't helped wipe his ass every day, it was estimated that with his talent, he would have been able to cultivate up to quasi-emperor. And, at this time, and Hongi looked ashamed. Her eyes were sad, and she wanted to speak but did not. Eyes, fixed on the human emperor streamer. Time, just a little bit. January, March, 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. During these years, Jiang Heng's body continued to change, and the melting furnace 100 phases in the. It seems to take everything in the world and evolve it all at once. Yes, in the sky, the second heavenly abyss, the gap seems to be bigger. Many harmonizers, still staying here, waiting for the opening of the heavenly abyss. 10th year, rumble. Above the deep and boundless dome of the sky, the clouds were completely lost, and the one star on the other side of the deep sky, reflected in the vision of countless people, the first heavenly abyss, completely cracked. It's colorful and seems to lead to the other side. Open, open. The white tiger demon emperor roared fiercely and the loud voice shattered all the newborn trees. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky abyss with some trepidation. Spare the emperor. Seeing the things that life craves the most, and with a greed that is hard to hide, the road to immortality opened. What to do? The kid's still awake. During this period of time, the Eastern Wasteland camp continued to see emperors awakening. Some choose to go, some choose to stay. At this point in time, no less than 100 emperors had gathered here. This has been the heritage of the heavenly law realm for countless years. Among them, there is no lack of top great emperors, and even around the bodies of a few of them, a white breath is visible. It seems that at any moment, one is about to enter that level. Don't wait for him. The harmonized Tao is also an ant. In the crowd, an old man with a fishing rod spoke. There was an emperor with 5 marks. These words caused the red dragon, white tiger, and several other emperors to helplessly shake their heads. The eyes gazed around Jiang Heng, the woman in the red dress. This woman had followed Jiang Heng in his first year of seclusion and sat down in seclusion as well. The breath. It's getting thicker. Otherwise, this he-fishing emperor would definitely be slapped to death by an Hongi. And, just as the crowd stared, the second heavenly abyss above the sky dome completely erupted at this moment. Endless runes were like upside-down galaxies that sped from the sky toward the eastern wasteland. Ji Wuchang, the white tiger, the red dragon, and other harmonizers, before they could be shocked. I found the dense runes. A brain poured into Jiang Heng's body. This time, Jiang Heng's brow, too, began to shine with an eye-catching light. A vial as white as snow appeared abruptly. It exudes an endless Taoist flavor, constantly hammering around Jiang Heng. Under its exploding potential, Jiang Heng's aura completely metamorphosed from that of a quasi-emperor. It really gets to that level. Hedo. This is the heavenly Tao bottle? He-fishing emperor shuddered, looking at the white jade vial beside Jiang Heng. His pale eyes, that glimpse of greed had long since gone undisguised. Ignoring the others, he flung the fishing rod in his hand, and the hook, made of fairy gold, was violently. It was wrapped around the light outside the heavenly Tao bottle, followed by. He gave a sharp tug to rip this bottle over. In the meantime, Jiang Heng realized that he was swimming in a large sea of stars, in the middle of an endless deep space. Saw him. The other party was gazing at himself indifferently, just as he was about to open his mouth. This sea of stars of his collapsed into nothingness. Jiang Heng opened his eyes and felt the familiar Tao force in his body. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. Just a moment ago, when the melting furnace 100 phases had been hammered to the end and was about to stagnate, he used the Heaven's Path bottle as a base, the casting of all things. At the same time, That heavenly Dao bottle was used as a carrier to cast the Dao weapon for him to be in harmony with the Dao. Finally, successfully stepped into this field. It's a good thing you're here. Jiang Heng took a deep breath, his eyes looking lovingly at the heavenly Dao bottle in front of him. Yes, where's the old heavenly Dao bottle? Looking at the emptiness in front of him, Jiang Heng was confused. Before opening his eyes, the heavenly Dao bottle was right in front of him. How come his own Dao weapon was gone as soon as he opened his eyes? Immediately looked left and right. Just saw a fishhook, tied to his own Tendo bottle darting, flying towards an old undead thing. Asterisk 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 Q. Even Jiang Heng, who was such a high and mighty pusher, couldn't help but curse foul language at this moment. This old Biden stole from him. P.S. I wish you all to win the lottery and $1 million. End of chapter. My young friend, this bottle is for those who can, and the tribute to old. I might be willing to save your life someday. In the face of Jiang Heng's cold eyes, the fishing emperor was completely fearless, and the Dao artifact in his hand trapped the lock of the heavenly Dao bottle. Gesture bent. It made the rest of the harmonizers sneer in their hearts. For example, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, the Red Dragon Demon Emperor, and so on. They all looked at this ancient fishing heaven sect ancestor with amusement. How fierce is Jiang Heng? It's not an exaggeration to say that all the people in the room put together, with their hands stained with killing, not as good as Jiang Heng either. They've killed more than 200 emperors to be. They've killed penalty box passers. They dared to slaughter over 100,000 cultivators. The young generation of the huge Tian Luo realm had all been killed off. This old boy. I'm afraid that there is no way to the heavenly road. We will wait and see what happens and sell Jiang Heng a favor. Within the initial small group, Ji clan elder ancestor Ji Wu Chang's eyes rolled and he immediately spoke to his left and right. However, this fishing method of his can actually yank away the heaven's path vials in an invisible manner. It's somewhat marvelous. For his part, everlasting heavenly father was very interested in the fishing emperor's fishing rod. It was reasonable to say that the heavenly Dao flask had already been refined into a Dao artifact by Jiang Heng, so how could it have been fished away? In the end, with Jiang Heng completely unaware, he was really hooked by the fish hook. Ha! 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 Looking at the scruffily dressed and stooped fishing emperor, Jiang Heng nodded slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked indifferently at the other party. Would this seat be so degraded that it needs the shelter of a mole cricket? Devilish laughter echoed through the bushfield, and the fishing emperor remained unconcerned as he greedily looked at the heavenly Dao bottle. Displeased, he replied, "Humph, you juniors have only just merged with the Dao, and it's a curse to obtain this heaven-defying object. Old man took it as helping you, harboring the jade you can understand? Swallow without dash." Jiang Heng was already too lazy to talk nonsense and looked at the heavenly Dao bottle that was taken away by the nameless Dao. He raised his right hand and a black seal character appeared in the center of his palm. This is the core Dao method of devouring devil technique, which was once used by the Demon Emperor under the 10,000 Sword City and the Demon Emperor. Next, it was as if a vacuum had been drawn into the large area around them. Many of the harmonizers who were meditating and watching the show playfully have trembled and almost fell to the ground without standing still. Within the large area, there was no presence of the Dao or the law. It was as if the world had returned to nothingness. The vial that was bound by the fishing line also broke free at this moment and quickly flew in front of Jiang Heng. Fish hooks and lines. Then all the charm is gone. What? The fishing emperor stumbled, incredulously looking at the Dao weapon in front of his eyes, which he could do no harm to. This is a thing that can catch everything in the world, ignoring the boundaries of laws and rules. What he is practicing is the way of stealing, which means fishing or stealing. And that move by Jiang Heng, he's seen it with his own eyes, 170,000 years ago, during the crusade against the devouring demon emperor, in which he was present. For fear of the devil emperor's might, there was no center door to snipe at. So, survived. You are the devil emperor's heir? The fishing emperor looked at Jiang Heng scornfully. That's just it. Since you have karma with the devil emperor, I'll let you off the hook today. I hope you. At that moment, Jiang Heng's move left him with no certainty at all, and after greedily glancing at the heavenly Dao bottle, gradually suppressed the thought of taking it. The thief, the last thing he needs is patience. And he was about to say something when he was horrified to realize that on his shoulder, there was an extra white palm. The Jiang Heng in front of him turned into a shadow and gradually dissipated, and standing beside him was none other than Jiang Heng. You old dog, you can take it or leave it when you want? Jiang Heng pinched the fishing emperor's shoulder hard, the corner of his mouth lifted up in a teasing manner. So not giving face to this seat? While saying that, Jiang Heng's fingers kept applying pressure on the fishing emperor's shoulders and came the crunching sound of bones exploding. Within moments the veins burst, staining its gray sleeves. Little friend, everything is just a misunderstanding. Jiang Heng's sudden outburst, as well as this deep-seated Tao, made He Fishing Emperor's heart. There was no longer the bottom of the barrel that was there a moment ago. He said, "It's not that I can't help you, it's just that the road to immortality is open. Don't want to get blood on the streets." Blood splattered on the streets? Jiang Heng was stunned, raising the corners of his mouth to look around and, pointing at the many harmonious Tao powerhouses, eyes teasing, he said, "You said in front of all these many powerful people that you want to make this seat splatter blood on the streets? You are simply lawless." After saying that, Jiang Heng's eyes were fierce, and a thick devilish aura filled his entire body, the devil heart in his chest leaping, the entire person, as if a gaijin devil, the aura that made He Fishing Emperor look completely disheveled. Little friend. At this time, Jiang Heng had always been extremely impatient. Where would he listen to the other party's explanation? In its horrified eyes, the silver-colored light in his hand wrapped countless demonic chi. Bang! The palm of his hand pierced through He Fishing Emperor's Tao that was protecting him and directly slapped his head to pieces. The big watermelon exploded. The body was visibly stunned. The wound in the neck healed quickly, and the newly grown head that, shocked, he looked at Jiang Heng. "You want to be immortal with me?" Jiang Heng stopped talking. Black runes appeared in the palm of his hand, and he immediately pinched the neck of He Catching Emperor. The large black mana was like a whirlpool. Black whirlwinds surged into the palm of his hand, tearing and devouring He Fishing Emperor's body continuously. The origin, shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The already gray hair and loose skin pulled at the crotch even more, and within a few breaths, the He Fishing Emperor's essence was already disheveled. He looked at Jiang Heng in fear and hissed to the surroundings, "He's the heir of the devouring demon emperor. Fellow Taoists, follow me to kill this fawn, or else later on." Presently, he felt powerless, and the moment Jiang Heng touched him, all mana seemed to be nullified, moving the bottom. It was again sucked away by the devouring demon technique. The physical body, powerful to a degree that he had only seen in this life, seemed to surpass the sacred ground in traceless body. Most likely, it is the unheard of chaos body in the legend. Speak up immediately and ask for help. The cold words from the surrounding area caused He Fishing Emperor's eyes to freeze and his pupils to contract rapidly. Fellow Taoist, he has been roaming across Tianluo for more than 200,000 years, so he shouldn't have any regrets. Ha ha, what are you saying? Fellow Taoist? What devilish or not devilish feats? Having a sword and not using it and having a sword in your hand are two different things. This emperor believes in the character of fellow Taoist Jiang Heng. Fellow Taoist, the path to immortality is imminent. You should focus on the big picture. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us. Sacrificing the little self for the greater good. Taoist, in the face of great right and wrong, you should be generous and magnificent. Fellow Taoist, I have advised you. A pair of indifferent eyes were just watching He Jiaodi, and regarding Jiang Heng's use of the devouring devil technique, he said, "I don't want to see the devouring devil technique, continuously devouring its origin." It directly chose to stand by and watch. This time, He Fishing Emperor is the loser. The road to immortality is imminent. A loser is not qualified to embark on the journey with them. And Jiang Heng had already become a climate, pulling against Jiang Heng for the sake of a mere He Fishing Emperor. P.S. I wish my family smiles all the time. End of chapter. Obviously not with the greater good in mind. Right now, the words of these people ruthlessly irritated He Fishing Emperor, who looked at these people in confusion. Word for word, word for heart. And these were words that he used to say often to his juniors. What's the big picture? Often the people who make you care about the big picture are not in the so-called big picture. So, the big picture equals importance, and not being in the big picture means being useless. You will regret this. He Fishing Emperor hissed sternly, his cloudy eyes scanning the surroundings. You might as well repent in my human emperor's streamer. Jiang Heng interrupted He Fishing Emperor's fury and completely crushed it into flying dust under his indignant gaze. Souls, by countless stern ghosts, were forcibly dragged into the human emperor's streamer. The waving flag, after absorbing the harmonized soul, bloomed with a dark brown light. It's even deeper. This image made many harmonizers stare coldly. In his heart, he was actually quite panicked. Jiang Heng just in front of their faces. He Fishing Emperor, a set of takeaway. The gesture of this human emperor's streamer. Obviously there are already some supermodels. If you swallow a few more, Jiang Heng alone will become an army. One with many great emperors, quasi-emperors, and saints. A huge legion. I apologize for the bloodshed. Jiang Heng crushed He Fishing Emperor's dried-up body and looked at the many harmonizers with his head held high, under the scornful eyes of many powerful people, flying towards the sky dome. Jiang Heng's white clothes hunted as he looked towards the vast heavenly abyss. This time, the heavenly abyss is crisscrossed, the original one, and now another one. It's like a cross scar. Previously, at the time of the merging of the paths, the soul unconsciously traveled freely through the sea of stars, in the infinite depths of the sky, saw a man. The other side. It alarmed and disturbed him. It seems that I need to mediate among the various forces. Heaven's order is advanced, mostly against me. The destiny of heaven after 10,000 years, in Jiang Heng's opinion, could not be advanced. Even if there is a change in the destiny of heaven, it is not possible to advance it by 10,000 years. It does seem a bit cheeky to say that. But, Jiang Heng firmly believed that it was targeting him. Xiao Jiang. Just as Jiang Heng looked up to the sky and pondered, Ji Wu Chang, the old ancestor of the Ji clan, came to his side, smiling amiably. Is there any word on what happened between you and Luo Shui? The girl is at home. Speaking of this, Ji Wu Chang dared not open his mouth, and the moment the words fell in, it felt cool right behind him, a red lotus that crept up his shoulder. The icy and bone-piercing fury seemed as if it wanted to completely devour him. And Hongi, you're awake. That lowly hoof. You old thing, keep an eye on it, in case it gets in the way. And the white hair is sent to the black hair. You can't blame this palace. And Hongi, like a ghost, came behind Ji Wu Chang and lowered her head to whisper in the old man's ear. Only, it was a soft whisper, but it brought the old man's heart to his throat. At that moment, he said righteously, the cultivator's path is broken by love and affection. And when the old man goes back, just let that girl cultivate in peace. After all one's words, he gave an Hongi an apologetic expression. You're busy. This moment, he regretted it immensely. Coming to Jiang Heng was the intention that the two would be allied many times in the dark. After all, there was Ji Luoshui as a link. Together with Jiang Heng's past character, he still trusted him. When we enter the heavenly abyss later, we'll still be able to take care of each other. May. And Hongi seemed to be staring at Jiang Heng all the time, clearly in cultivation, and he immediately woke up when he talked about this. Like a ghost girl. Poof. And Hongi looked at Ji Wu Chang's departing back and gave a cold snort before. With a light smile, he looked at Jiang Heng. You're a great emperor too. Congratulations. Seeing Jiang Heng's silence, her ruby-like eyes, instead of frustration a touch of elation spilled over. Jiang Heng didn't scold her anymore. Hastily speaking, we can talk amongst ourselves. You know, I'm not interested in becoming immortal. I just want peace and quiet for my family. Me. Enough. I don't need your congratulations for merging with the Tao. Would you like to become an immortal? It has nothing to do with me either. Jiang Heng took a deep breath and raised his hand intending to speak, turning her eyes to Hongi's ruby-like eyes, pointing at Yi Beixian below. You and him are family. You and me. Never. And Hongi, we've long since met our fate. Under the questioning heart pass, and Hongi beat Yi Beixian to save him, causing him to vomit blood. This matter can be disregarded. It doesn't matter if you don't believe or doubt him. May. Before Elder Sword died, that kind smile, the helplessness and bitterness in his heart when he was defeated and left the netherworld, he couldn't forget it in this life. It wasn't that he hadn't given it a chance, he had asked in Hongi 3 times, and the answer he got was still to trust others. This has been true in past lives and in this life. And, in all his past lives, he had never wronged the other man. This life is not owed me. The words in a cold voice were like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into Hongi's heart. The face, already white, hung with a strange morbidness. Looking at Jiang Heng, she pursed her lips and didn't say much, turning around and flying into the distance without saying a word. This way, leaving many powerhouses bewildered. They looked at Hongi, whose body, at this time, was rich in immortal chi. Heads are exploding. What exactly was Jiang Heng's charm that could make it so obsessed with him? With Hongi's strength and status at the moment, what kind of male favor would he want that he didn't have? Must this Jiang Heng? And, in their opinion, this Jiang Heng was too ungrateful. How could he bear to refuse and speak coldly? Only, after a few glances at each other, no one chose to speak. Gentlemen, let's go. Just as everyone fell silent, a refined old man flew to the very top of the, turning to look at them, raising his hand, he pointed to the crisscross in the center of the heavenly abyss. It was none other than Linghu Changmei. He looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, the old monsters of the northern plains everlasting family, the many Buddhas of the western desert, the great emperors of the South Ridge. There are also some strong people who are hidden from the world who are ready to leave. We, too, should set out. Speaking of this, even with Linghu Changmei's urbanity, he was somewhat moved. The road to immortality. It has been opened twice since the dawn of time. The first time, it was the arrival of that immortal that opened it briefly, and that time it was not seen by anyone. This time, it seems to be a real first. When that is the case, it is time for us to depart. I hope that all of you will be united as we publicly explore the path to immortality. Fellow Taoists, immortals and mortals are just a thought away. If you don't become immortals you'll end up as ants. So I hope you'll give it your all. The many harmonizers scattered around responded, nodding their heads and raising their eyes to the sky. Looking at the large heavenly abyss, only thirst remained in his heart, the desire to become immortal. Not long after, many harmonizers followed the steps of old man Ling Hu, turning into a rainbow like that, sprinting towards the large heavenly abyss. In addition to the eastern wasteland, other states were playing out similar images. Within a few breaths, Jiang Heng was the only one left on the scene, along with Hongyi behind him, who was staring at him without a word. P.S. I wish my family a happy day. End of chapter. Jiang Heng glanced at the red-clothed woman behind him and gazed at the sky with his head held high. In view, a Taoist harmonizer rushed into the sky like a rainbow. The quantity was so huge that even if he had seen it before, he felt shocked, and this was the bottom line of the heavenly law realm for countless years. It is also the obsession of many of those who have joined the way. Millions of years of planning, just for today's ascension to the immortal world. It's time to fight for your life. Jiang Heng raised his head, emotions overflowing out of his heart. Next, it was a life and death struggle, and in his previous life, he fell within the heavenly abyss. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng turned to look at Hongyi. Take a look at your red makeup. When he finished speaking, he held out his hand with a cold look in his eyes. And Hongyi was stunned, pursed her lips without the slightest hesitation, and at the cuff of her right hand, a scarlet longsword stood out. It instantly flew towards Jiang Heng. The sword is small, but carries an incredible chill. The space around it trembled with the huge red aura of fury. Red makeup. Jiang Heng caressed the blade of the sword with his thumb, feeling the pain caused by the blade cutting through his fingers. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Looking deeply at Hongyi, you remember to use her to stab me again. After saying that, Jiang Heng raised his head and transformed into a ray of black rainbow light, speeding towards the vast dome of the sky. Me. I didn't. How could I? Jiang Heng uttered this topic once again, causing Hongyi to feel grave. The first time he heard it, he only thought that Jiang Heng was fooling around. Now, she didn't think so. About to enter that level, she understood a lot. Looking at the back of Jiang Heng's departure, Hongyi bit her lower lip. Are you returning from reincarnation? What did you go through before that? While musing, Hongyi transformed into a blood-colored rainbow light, following Jiang Heng's back towards the sky above, crossing the abyss at a rapid pace. Time rushed by, and Jiang Heng flew for several days and nights when the heavenly abyss was clearly close at hand. Beside him, there were more and more harmonizers that he had never seen before, flying at a faster speed. It seems to be fighting for the crossing, seems to be grabbing that line of opportunity. The list goes on and on. Screen, displayed by a computer. Jiang Heng was greatly touched by the temptation of becoming immortal, and the high and mighty emperor. It also sinks to the level of a profit-seeking mole cricket. Time rushes on and another month passes. At this moment, thunder crisscrossed the endless deep sky that reflected in Jiang Heng's eyes. A brilliant star that, a mysterious fluorescent glow emanated, deep and treacherous. The celestial abyss seemed to have no end and led nowhere. Seeing this, Jiang Heng's brow became even more gloomy. The heavenly abyss in front of him was different from his memories. And it was probably because he had seized part of the Tao that belonged to the heavenly Tao, which had led to the unusual change in front of him. This way, it seems even more unsettling. Look! A shocking hiss dragged Jiang Heng back from his thoughts. Gazing at it, a boundless and endless river appeared in deep space. The stars, too, are but their embellishments. Years and years? A harmonizer of the fourth layer seal looked at the river in shock. However, not far from him, an old man with an eighth layer seal shook his head as he looked at the yellow river, speaking in a deep voice. This is the Yellow Springs River. The words caused the many harmonizers around them to move. This river is also known as the Road, also called the Road of the Yellow Springs, which leads to reincarnation. The scene before us. Even the many Empyreans were beginning to get jittery. What Yellow Springs Road? Alarmist. In the center of the cross, piled high at this point with the harmonizers, a burly man disdained the. Looking left and right, he excitedly and disdainfully opened his mouth. Gentlemen, this seat will take a step ahead and wait for you in the immortal realm in the coming day. After saying that, without thinking, he rushed into the heavenly abyss with a brain. As they flew above the Yellow Springs River, many of the great emperors who were gazing at them trembled. The demeanor was terrified. In the field of vision, the strong man was weightless. He fell into the water with a flutter, and hissed continually, and his flesh and blood gradually disfigured. Turned into a withered bone completely sank into the Yellow Springs. The number of those who are quiet but not at ease and who are present on the occasion is about 800, which is a frightening number. It's the accumulation of millions of years in the Tian Luo realm. At this moment, they looked at the figure of the burly man and took a step backwards away from Tian Yuan. All old birds, all know the burly man. Not to say that the strength of the world invincible, but also of 5 marks of the emperor. But so lost, fellow Daoist, how do I contend for the crossing? A man was in a trance, looking towards the old man who had spoken out earlier. The other party could recognize the yellow springs, so they naturally knew how to scramble across. If not, how can I step into the depths of this forbidden space and the yellow springs? If you don't go, you've been planning for a million years, and now you're backing out? The road to immortality is just around the corner. At the end, there is the possibility of an immortal realm, and those who arrive at that point will be immortals. The old man shook his head without saying a word. The scene instantly fell into dead silence as everyone looked at Huang Quan in shock, unable to do anything for a moment. Time, just a little bit passed, and, just as everyone was despairing, the large spacecraft and a large dragon boat sailed out of the space. In the place of the dragon's head, an emperor is so powerful that just looking at it makes people feel weak. On the dragon boat's seat of honor, a white-haired, long-bearded old man with a breath like dust, looking very rustic. Its gaze looked majestically at the Yellow Springs River. Dragon Lord. It's Dragon Lord, a short-built old man among the many harmonizers. Upon seeing the long-bearded old man, the whole thing began to tremble. The sound of the words caused the originally noisy situation around them to quiet down in an instant. Everyone looked at the Dragon Lord with fear and anxiety. Coming? Seeing the arrival of the Dragon Duke, Jiang Heng did not have any surprises. While out of the corner of his eye, glancing to the rest, surroundings, and 7 sides of space chaps, a golden warboat flew out, with countless magnificently dressed emperors, sitting at the bow. On the largest imperial chair, a young emperor looked at the Yellow Springs with interest. It's the ancient imperial clan, the ancient emperor, another person hissed. In addition to this, there is a flying boat that represents the yin-yang diagram, a flying boat of the Nuwa tribe, and a flying boat of the true Phoenix tribe made of countless colorful feathers. Behind the 800 or so harmonizers, the 8 forbidden zones came in droves, all with carriers. The emergence of the forbidden zone made the originally powerful harmonizers to lay down their flag. It's too late to do anything. Instead, they found the flying boats of the 8 forbidden regions, stopping behind them and completely locking the way of retreat. This scene, it caused many great emperors to be stunned, and they immediately converged together, looking at the forbidden zone powerhouses with hostility. On a dragon boat, Long Gong Gong propped his right hand on his jaw, his gaze coldly sweeping the circle before. It was fixed on Jiang Heng, the power of devouring. You are that little brat. Jiang Heng was silent, staring straight at the Dragon Duke with staring brows. The Dragon Lord was expressionless as he lifted his hand and pointed to Huang Quan. You go ahead and scout the way, or I'll kill you right now. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. This sudden coercion caused the many harmonizers around them to tremble and look at Jiang Heng in dismay. Seemingly remembering something, they backed away from each other. The name of the Dragon Lord is a taboo in the heavenly law realm, and countless long-established harmonizers, nor dare they be disobedient in its presence. The Forbidden Zone, the Bandung Nest, is its dojo. In the eyes of these people, if he opened his mouth and ordered Jiang Heng, then Jiang Heng had to go. The crowd of people, which had been clustered together, receded in an instant, leaving only a few people that, still hesitant, he stood beside Jiang Heng. It also included an Hongi, who was gazing at Long Gong with cold eyes not far behind Jiang Heng. Elder Long Gong, would it be alright to give my juniors 3 points? Ji Wu Chang, the oldest ancestor of the Ji family, arched his hand at the huge dragon boat, and that wave of pride in his eyes, at this point it all dissolves. Only scorn and humility remain, unbridled. Ji Wu Chang, you're a big old man and you've lived to be a dog? Let my father Lord Dragon give you face? Before the Dragon Duke could speak, an unruly man at the front end of the dragon boat, with golden pupils, he looked at Ji Wu Chang in surprise. A powerful aura instantly forced this old man back to the rear without a word. In addition to this, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, the Red Dragon Demon Emperor, or Linghu Changmei, etc. Long ago and far away. So what if the one who says no is this palace? And what are you going to do about your 10,000 dragon's nest? Ji Wu Chang retreated, and after about a breath, and Hongi saw that Jiang Heng was silent. Eventually, coming before Jiang Heng, his cold eyes gazed at the golden-eyed dragon man. Original. At the very beginning she had planned to speak up, only Jiang Heng's silence had put her under a lot of pressure. Fear of being blamed for not chipping in the first place. Subocular medicine. She couldn't pretend not to see it. Empress. The golden-eyed man turned his anger into a smile and spoke to Hongi. under the golden dragon. My father, Lord Dragon, once said that there will be a place for a female emperor in the Tian Luo realm. Speaking of this, the golden dragon sneered. Only, the dragon lord opening his mouth is the will of heaven. Heaven's will cannot be violated. Jiang Heng, please. It was a long journey, and Heng's natural talent was through and through, and she was qualified to enter the next realm. And it is at a tipping point and can explode into a breakthrough at any time. The golden dragon dared not be offended. But the open mouth of the dragon must not be violated. Unbridled. And Heng's ruby-like beautiful eyes contained a smile, and her feet stepped on the red lotus to the front of the dragon boat, coldly gazing at the golden dragon. Around the red dress swaying in the wind, a bright red lotus quickly bloomed. A crimson karmic fire filled the air. This, making the golden dragon's eyes startled. He unconsciously took a step backwards. Karma flame red lotus. He's stupid. This karmic fire is the nightmare of every cultivator. Once touched, will be burned by karmic fire cause in effect, karma does not end and karmic fires do not stop. This, too, is the reason why cultivators are most afraid of being tainted by karma, and why they are most afraid of karmic fire. And Hongyi, you've cultivated the karmic fire. When he said that, he turned back to the Dragon Lord, and this time, the Dragon Lord on his honored seat, his posture still lofty, propped his jaw with his right hand. Pointing to Jiang Heng in the distance. He doesn't seem to appreciate your anger. The words caused Heng's beautiful eyes to be stunned, and she hurriedly turned back to look at Jiang Heng. In view, Jiang Heng traveled to the river and gazed carefully at the yellow springs, followed by an ebony banner that, it just appeared behind him. Jiang Heng rose up in the air and stood at the top of the human emperor streamer. He drove the human emperor's streamer into the path of the yellow springs. This scene caused countless harmonizers in the surroundings to stare blankly as they looked at Jiang Heng in confusion. Subocular medicine. It doesn't have to go. When the Empress came out, the Dragon Lord was going to give 3 points no matter what. When all is said and done, it's the present moment, ready to break through. It's obviously not a good idea to offend someone who was about to become that level. And everyone in the world knew that the Empress did not aspire to be a threat to the Dragon Lord. This Jiang Heng, does he have to be so hard-headed? He'd rather die than do Hongyi a favor? Awesome. No matter what, this seed admires him. What's wrong with holding back a bit when the road to immortality is right in front of you? That's just it. It's his business to die. Watching Jiang Heng silently enter the Yellow Springs Road, many harmonious Tao powerhouses' jaws dropped. Sympathetically glancing at Jiang Heng, they all gazed at Hongyi again. Jiang Heng. And Hongyi was stunned. Her bare jade feet quickly stepped on the red lotus and sped towards the Yellow Spring. Just as he was about to set foot on the Yellow Springs Road, the scene that shook everyone to the core happened. Jiang Heng stepped on the human emperor streamer. And when he arrived above the Yellow Springs Road, the previous weightlessness came as promised. Only, the bottom end of the human emperor's streamer, when it touched the Yellow Spring River, was not swallowed up. Instead, it was like driftwood holding Jiang Heng forward. Jiang Heng, on the other hand, sat at the top of the human emperor streamer and rested his eyes. What a pose! What a pose! Asterisk. A harmonizer who felt that Jiang Heng was dead couldn't accept the scene when he saw it. No one else can go. So why can he? Could it be that old man from earlier, as he saw the scene, gazed at the human emperor streamer? Right. Definitely. The human emperor's streamer, jumping out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements, all around, who were already the top powerhouses of this realm. After hearing the old man's explanation, there were faces of excitement. The meaning in the words is simple. As long as the material is not in the 5 elements, it can be contested. Many have. This seats 10,000 bone mound. Surely it's not among the 5 elements. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. Look exactly like Gujia. He stepped on a bone mound made of skeletons and sped towards the Yellow Spring. After stepping on it, it falls into the Yellow Springs and floats peacefully. Success! At once, countless harmonizers mimicked, each taking out their own reserves and choosing to start fighting to cross over. Many people also know, one step at a time, and as long as you have a distance advantage to begin with, you might be the first to arrive. Grab the biggest opportunity. At one time, the large Yellow Spring Road emerged 1,000 strange fight across the magic weapon. And, just as countless artifacts sailed into the Yellow Springs, the dragon boat, like a huge object, directly shaking a path, domineering into the Yellow Springs. Beside the dragon boat, the warship of the ancient imperial clan, the feathered boat of the sycamore forest, and the white Asjade thunderpool, the beings in the forbidden zone, too, began to scramble toward the depths of the Yellow Springs. Its dragon boats, too, are not part of the 5 elements. The large Tian Luo realm was full of powerful people at this time, driving in droves. this yellow road with no end in sight. And divergence, too, began at this point. The yellow spring, which had been swept out in a layer of ripples by the scrambling Dharma weapon, seemed to have awakened. The waves have arrived. A single grudge fiend rushed out of the yellow springs and launched a fierce attack towards the harmonizer on top of the spell. Some of the bodies were incomplete, and the heads were all but half-formed. Some of the intestines were exposed and crawling with unnameable maggots. The most eerie thing was that many people looked at these grievous fury and trembled in their souls. Ji Wu Chang, the oldest ancestor of the Ji clan, looked at one of the hideous grudge fiends. The cloudy eyes were full of panic. Hissed, "Father, father? P.S. I wish you all the best of luck." End of chapter. A mournful hiss instantly caused everyone to gaze at the man. Some of the older ones recognized it. Was Ji family ancestor Ji Qingtian, a harmonizer of the 9 seals of the Tao, countless thousands of years ago inexplicably disappeared, but never expected to show up here. It was too late to be surprised. The black-clothed man who looked like Gu Jie spoke in a deep voice to the distance. "You are the old palace master?" In front of him was a withered corpse. The rotting flesh beneath the tattered black robes, unnameable, was looking cruelly at the man in black. Such a picture appeared in the large Yellow Springs Road. Countless former deceased people. They have been blocking the way. These people were the founders of some great religions, or the ancestors of some eldritch families. All of them are prestigious existences in the course of the ages. Now, a withered bone, an unnameable wreck on this Yellow Springs Road. If there is reincarnation in this world, then why are these people here? Invite the king into the jar? Below is the Yellow Springs. With so many powerful people on your side, how should you fight your way across? Damn it, these ghosts, their battle power is no weaker than in life. You're my father. You'll die even if you block my path to immortality. Many harmonizers, riding on their own flatboats, looked at these grievance fiends that had appeared. Emotional indignation in the mind. The path to immortality was in front of them, and they would not allow anyone to stand in their way. Immediately, countless Tao laws were strewn about, fiercely killing each other. It filled the deep and long Yellow Sea Road. Forefront. At the top of the human emperor's streamer, Jiang Heng sat upright, glancing around with the corner of his eye, looking at this ancient powerhouse. The corners of his mouth lifted in an intriguing way. God help me. There has indeed been a change in the longitudinal abyss of the sky, and this Yellow Springs Road was there in a previous life. But there were no such strong men. Right now. Not a bad thing for him. His feats and magic treasures were all things that needed to be killed in order to thrive. So, the messier the better. Otherwise, the gap with these false immortals like Dragon Duke and Phoenix Mother would not be easy to bridge. As for guilt, this kind of emotion Jiang Heng long ago was lost. The person who can appear here, who doesn't have blood on his hands, it's also just doing God's work for him. Thinking about this, Jiang Heng looked not far away. Here, a fierce fight is going on. It was the old ancestor of the 5 Elements sect, who was crying out in pain to a creature dressed in 5-colored attire. Instead, the Tao in his hand chiseled out viciously. When he hit the wreckage with blood and flesh flying around, he himself also suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Fellow Daoist, let me help you. Seeing this, Jiang Heng maneuvered the human emperor streamer and quickly walked in the Yellow Springs Road. A great compassionate hand of Tsangxing, a direct greeting to the unnameable creature. With one move, the already rotting body instantly exploded with countless maggots and a foul, unpleasant odor that, filling the large area. Jiang Heng, you dare to hurt my father? I want you dead. Jiang Heng's outburst was not exchanged for the 5 elemental ancestors' touch, but instead, his gaze was fierce and furious. Immediately, he performed the 5 elements technique, and the 5 elements covered Jiang Heng. 5 elements. Don't be insensitive. This monster has long since lost its soul, and only a remnant of its body remains. This seed is helping you. Jiang Heng held his head high and looked indifferently at the 5-colored Tao, and the devouring devil technique surged forth in his hands, directly knocked the ghost into pieces. Can't even spell it. At the same time, the human emperor streamer and the devouring demon technique went hand in hand. Although it was transformed into a grievous demon, the pure essence still seemed to be there. Entering his body, Jiang Heng only felt a surge of pain. Raising his hand, he casually slapped away the 5 elemental ancestors' Tao. He looked at the other party with a cold gaze. Old thing, this seat saved your life. You don't know how to be thankful and still sneak attack behind your back? Scum like you are a scourge to live in the world. After saying that, Jiang Heng raised his hand, and an ebony seal character appeared in the palm of his hand. See this. The 5 elements old ancestor looked terrified and immediately drove the canoe back. Taoist Jiang. Misunderstanding. The moment Jiang Heng made his move, he remembered. The Jiang Heng in front of me has already broken through to harmonization. not the randomly crushed ant he once was, and with a powerful foundation in Tao, it was simply not something he could defeat. It's too late to run away. It seems. The five elemental ancestor was shocked to realize that his canoe had not left the. Instead, he fell back towards Jiang Heng's location. The Tao of devouring devil power seemed like a black hole, tearing him back mercilessly. Not a breath. He touched face to face with Jiang Heng, and those cold, scarlet eyes just stared straight at him. Bang! Jiang Heng did not hesitate, and in the fearful and uneasy eyes of the five elements ancestor, one slapped his skull. The Tao of the devil's power was like a millstone, constantly crushing and devouring the original of the five elemental ancestors. No use resisting. Within a few breaths, it transformed into a dried-up body, which Jiang Heng casually crushed into flying ash. The soul carried resentment, but was unable to resist, and was dragged directly into it by the resentful soul in the human emperor's streamer. After doing so, Jiang Heng's gaze flowed to look at the others, but anyone who had crossed the line, they have been written in small books to start a hunt. Back, far away, the large dragon boat wandered down the Yellow Springs Road, surrounded by grudging demons as if they knew that the owner of this place was not to be messed with. They have retreated 3 feet. Lord Long, that boy. The golden dragon pointed at the distance, at Jiang Heng, who was slaughtering with abandon. The expression was a bit scornful. According to this swallowing, his cultivation is progressing very quickly. In this regard, the Dragon Lord remained expressionless. It's just a mole cricket, so what can it do? Genius. How many celestial pride have I seen in my long and uninteresting years, and how many can reach my level? As for Jiang Heng, he had never put it in his eyes. Genius. Before he grew up, he was just a mole, so he could kill him if he wanted to, even if it grows up. So what? He is the Dragon Lord, the supreme one of the Tenra realm. The fight on the Yellow Springs River lasted for a long time, and countless strong people withered in this period. Only half of the 800 men remain. Some of them were hunted by Jiang Heng. And, just as the grievance fury was completely cleared, the endless darkness in front of them revealed a glimmer of light. At the end, a bridge that appeared in front of the crowd. Bridge of life and death. Path of reincarnation. At the sight of it, the Dragon Lord's hoarse voice echoed through the large area. This shocked the many remaining harmonizers. They all gazed at the weird bridge, and the eerie and long road behind it. First the Yellow Springs, then the Bridge of Life and Death, and the Road of Reincarnation in the rear? This place, is it really that leads to the immortal world? The old man who had spoken at the very beginning, looking at the series of shocking scenes in front of him, the whole body couldn't stop trembling. It was a question that also evoked the contemplation of many powerful people. At this moment, many people who were originally determined were not so confident. Yellow Springs River, stopping by, go. But, the Dragon Lord didn't care about that, and coldly gazed at the powerhouses. The raspy voice rose in displeasure. He who stops, dies. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The Dragon Lord represents the 10,000 dragon nest, while the 10,000 dragon nest does not represent the Dragon Lord. This dragon ancestor, its combat power has long been no longer legend, because too strong has long been a taboo. No one is allowed to mention it. Taiku, living for an unknown number of years, the ancient books representing history, could not prove its existence. And, behind him, the remaining 7 forbidden zones, too, approached. In this regard, the many harmonizers, who had clenched their teeth and looked at each other, though all are strong in this Tianluo world, but facing the Dragon Nail, Phoenix Mother, the ancient emperor of this legendary taboo, they dare not make a move. The Bridge of Life and Death? If you cross the Bridge of Life and Death, you are not a person of this realm, and you can be said to have walked across the Bridge of Life and Death. It would no longer be alive. The old immortal will go first. The knowledgeable old man looked around as no one dared to resist. Terry walks the first one. The land remains forbidden to the air, and you slowly walk towards the Bridge of Life and Death. Everyone, including Jiang Heng, gazed at the old man. When the old man was seen walking across the bridge unharmed, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Also have stepped towards the Bridge of Life and Death. And just as the huge troops, forward and backward, stepped over the Bridge of Life and Death, for the sake of the road to immortality that may not exist, no one hesitates at this time. And, just as many harmonizers stepped onto the path of reincarnation, a scene of change emerged steeply, left and right, up and down, in all directions. A mark quietly emerged. There are a lot of familiar faces up there. Linghu Changmei, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, and the ancient Buddha of Sacred Desire. The image, which chronicles the passing of these people once upon a time, except it doesn't seem to be in this life. Rather, it was once, or in a previous life. This It aroused the curiosity of many people, who looked left and right for what they wanted to see. And, watching, at this time, all eyes, have condensed to one of the reincarnation seal. It was an image that horrified everyone. Rarely, on top of the dragon boat. After seeing this image, the dragon duke, who had been indifferent from the beginning, the demeanor was also unnatural. Within the seal of reincarnation, a young man in white, who was standing in a mountain field full of daisies, lazily holding a leaf. Blow out the most body-crushing scherzo. The youth was handsome, and his face was not half blemished. The bright smile seemed like the most healing thing in heaven and earth. Just day after day, the youth felt no discomfort. Instead, I'm happy. And, one day, a woman in red arrives and shatters the tranquility of the place. She said the youth was gifted and unique in the ages. Take him back to the ethereal sanctuary. Woman, and redcoat, youth, Jiang Heng. And then, for a long time, the two got along very closely, as if they were young lovers in love. Jiang Heng lived up to the expectations and managed to pull out the top spot as the saint's son. From nothing to seclusion in 1 year. This was also the year that he was labeled as a man of talent that has been recognized throughout the ages. Jiang Heng is of perfect moral character, and in order to make Hongyi carefree, he chooses to take on the negative aspects of the clan, helping out one mentor or mentee at a time. There came a young master called Yi Beixian. He traveled around the world, knocked on the sword Dusty Heart, and met Winchime, Gu Jie, Mu Wan Yun, Ji Luoshui. Back to the clan retreat. After leaving the gate and being falsely accused under the Misty Peak, Hua Changqing identified Jiang Heng as practicing the devouring devil technique. Jiang Heng was speechless. He had no choice but to go to Hongyi, but the other party did not believe him at all. The two, for the first time, had an argument, and Jiang Heng was hurt and felt that he had done nothing wrong. Why is that? Asking the heart for 3 passes, the heavenly way proves him innocent, but it doesn't help. Countless clans arrived here, threatening to have Jiang Heng ambushed. And Hongyi stepped in and fought against the odds to kill the Xian Heaven Holy Land Harmonizer, Xian Heavenly Taofather, renowned once again in the Tian Luo realm. However, the master-disciple duo seemed to have completely broken up, with Hongyi denouncing Jiang Heng as hypocritical. Why don't you dare to admit it? It's not like she can't protect it. The magic power is ruined. Since then, Jiang Heng has been looking for evidence while taking care of his senior siblings, but time and time again, inexplicably planted and knocked on the head. The human emperor streamer was refined by him, and the devouring devil technique was confirmed. Sacrifice the city and slaughter hundreds of millions of mortals. The broadcast of the footage shook the countless people present, from the cold stares at the beginning of to the point where events felt wrong, on account of the discrepancy between this image and what they remembered, was very great. First, Jiang Heng did not seem to be looking for Hongyi to break off. It was the 3rd generation of disciples that Jiang Heng massacred under the questioning heart pass. And Hongyi shot out in indignation. And, Jiang Heng, who was in this, didn't seem to have descended from the mountain from the beginning to the end. It's been explained. It's been self-incriminating. The old man was killed by the empress? In the crowd, Xian Tian Daozuan's pale eyes were filled with numbness at this time. He looked at Hongyi blankly, head buzzing. I'm shot? And who am I? It's a question that's blowing his mind. Except for this, Linghu Changmei was even more shocked. His eyes constantly flickering between Jiang Heng and the mark. Shockingly, he said, reincarnation marks, visible in past lives and present lives. Jiang Heng, you're a reincarnator? At this moment, he was on the verge of blowing up. He wasn't sure whether Jiang Heng knew about some of his schemes or not, and some of his plans. Absolutely no exposure. This moment, not only these familiar people, but even the many harmonizers had their gazes shaken to the point of numbness. Jiang Heng, you're a reincarnator? No wonder. No wonder, after you set foot on the Heart Inquiry Pass, the trail down the mountain, being counted by Yi Beixian in his previous life, taking so many black pots for that kid? This kid Jiang Heng's character is truly beyond words. Mud. I was possessed in my previous life. Kill all these. The image made the brains of many powerful men bleed as they watched, and on their angry expressions it was all about dislike for the ethereal sanctuary. Who does that? Single-mindedly for the sake of the clan. Not seeking anything in return, in the end, and to be so falsely accused. There is nothing to believe in when it is said that it is a glorious and immaculate saintly son from the beginning to the end. This for many strong people. It's all going to explode on the spot and kill them all. Yes, the hustle and bustle filled the wheeled road, but one corner was silent, and Hongyi's ruby-like eyes looked into the distant seal of reincarnation. The Jiang Heng's past life experience, state of mind, down to the abyss. and Hongyi wanted to speak, but the words were stuck in her throat and couldn't be channeled. Put. Vom dash. A mouthful of scarlet blood just spurted right out, her breath wilting and... The god looked at Jiang Heng with a sad voice. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know. I don't know what happened. She didn't know. She really didn't. This time. She gets it. Understand why Jiang Heng didn't go looking for her when this happened. Because it was useless to look for her. The results remain unchanged. At the same time, she also knew why Jiang Heng, under the questioning heart pass, had said, the daisies that covered the mountains and fields that year, regret meeting her. Daisies, representing first love, purity and parting. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The regret Jiang Heng spoke of seemed very fitting with this daisy, and Hongyi had not thought that in her past life. Jiang Heng had done so much for her in silence. In return, she was questioned, distrusted. In the event that, if she had trusted Jiang Heng a little more from the beginning, would the outcome have been much better? The answer is yes. Regardless of past lives, it's a sure thing. And, the horror in the room did not stop there, and many powerful people then saw the image on the reincarnation seal. It's still going on. This year, Jiang Heng still did not give up. He firmly believed that as long as he did well enough, the world will be able to understand his good intentions and realize that he is not a great traitor. Closed for practice. When he reached Soul Palace Perfection and broke through to Quasi-Saint, White Feather teamed up with the 6 Quasi-Saints to sneak in. Extreme Backlash. Soul Extraction and Refining. Learning that everything was directed by Yi Beixian, the two engaged in a 10,000-year-long tussle. Among them, Jiang Heng repeatedly won, but was repeatedly unable to kill. The hour of the heavenly hectare arrives. The heavenly abyss is now present, and countless hidden powerhouses have come out to fight their way to immortality. Only, the heavenly abyss at that time is not the heavenly abyss at this time. And, when they reached the end of the reincarnation road, a milky white glow filled the large area. The breath was ethereal, and just one glance made it impossible to forget. Seemingly, that's the path to immortality. Seeing this, there was a dead silence, and all the strongest people stared at each other with wide eyes, greedily looking at the end of the light. Inside that mysterious area, immortality, where there are fairies, is the supreme, legendary immortal world. The immortal realm. That's the immortal realm. The immortal realm really exists. I've lived for 540,000 years. Finally today, I want to become immortal. Immortal. I even killed my father for this path to immortality. Jiang Heng, what's back there? What is it? Is it the immortal world? You became immortal in your past life? No, you're dead. How did you die? Gollum, the way is right. Someone is bound to become immortal in this life. So why can't this person be me? Demented and insane, filling the treacherous path of reincarnation, all of them completely forgetting the danger. Wide-eyed and crimson, he stared at the immortal world. There, it was the end of the trip and a place no one could give up. Far behind the front line, above the dragon boat's venerable seat, the dragon duke's eyes were stunned as he gazed into the reincarnation seal. That ethereal immortal realm, the immortal world. I am the dragon lord, and I shall be an immortal, and it will not be long before the great world of the immortals will prostrate itself at my feet. He looked into the distance, his mind calm and collected. The existence of the immortal realm had long been no secret in the eyes of people of their level. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen the other side of that treacherous monster in the Cloudwater Demon technique, the origin of he'd pretty much figured it out in the past million years. Only, it's still shocking to actually see it. 2 millions of years of planning, just waiting for this world to become immortal without limits. Not far away from him, the rest of the 7 Forbidden Zones taboo. The demeanor is also similar to the dragon public. Eyes that had no fear of the immortal world. It's ambition so inflated that it's feared. And in the eyes of every taboo, it's ambition. It's all about the desire for the immortal world. Corner, still quiet. Here, at the moment, is a very different position from the others. For those with ambitions, desires, the woman in red didn't even care. She cared that Jiang Heng had worked so hard to prove herself in her previous life, so why did she? In that one, you can choose to sit back and watch. Why don't you help Jiang Heng? Though separated by time and space, she detected a strange sentiment in her pupils. Why would I? Why would I allow this to happen? What the hell happened? And Hongyi looked at the reincarnation seal in the distance, her pale face not seeing a single bit of blood, not being sophomoric. According to her character, she wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Jiang Heng was her man with or without fault. No one is allowed to extend the dog's paw and touch her people in this Tianluo world. And, just as Hongyi was shocked, the images in the imprint caused her soul to tear apart. A scarlet longsword came into view at her sleeve, and she looked at it incredulously. Raising his eyes again, he looked to the seal. At this time, the fierce battle was monstrous. Jiang Heng wanted to save the world and protect the mortals behind him. Only the broken iron sword of the sword ancestor. Here are. Too many people died. There was Gu Jie's father, the heavenly demon palace master, and the white tiger demon emperor, who claimed to have killed to prove the way, and the queen mothers of Yao Qi. These people, one by one, withered away. Jiang Heng fought hard, and as he fought to the death, a scarlet longsword in his chest, straight through his chest. Jiang Heng turned back with no expression on his face, and when he saw who the visitor was, the all-consuming look in his eyes was visible at first glance. The heart seems to ache to the depths. The mournful cry of the soul is etched into the bones. Why? And Hongi? Why? Jiang Heng hissed, his handsome, flawless face. It was written with a sad note. Have I really embarrassed you so much? But I really tried. I wanted to do better, but I really tried. And Hongi did not say anything, and there was only indifference and ruthlessness in her eyes, as if she had cultivated the way of too high forgetfulness. There's no mercy. The reincarnation seal crumbled and the image came to an abrupt end. The scene, a dead silence. The sound of breathing imperceptible. Everyone stared at Jiang Heng. The shock in their eyes had long been indescribable. This reversal of the ending was something they had never expected. And Jiang Heng was on the verge of holding on to the and Hongi, who stabbed him in the back and has been fond of him all his life. Empress, you're going to kill him? In the crowd, Ji Wuchang took 3 steps backward and looked at Hongi in fear. He's stupid. Mouthing the words of love miserably. A knife in the back directly sends Jiang Heng away. The penetration of the Dao trace. Jiang Heng definitely has no way to live. This, Jiang Heng has done quite well, although the old man was slaughtered by him and the seal. But, he did try his best. The wail of grief in the boy's eyes as he died, made even the old, rotten heart of the old, jerk hard end. How heartbreaking must it be? Tut, I told you, the most unreliable thing in this world is love. The Empress is so tactful. Ha, the road to immortality is in front of us. Not to mention lovers, my father will die even if he gets in the way. At that moment, as if there were a spotlight, the world became dim and only Hongi's feet were bright and airy. All the powerful people, including the taboo people of the 8 forbidden zones of life, gazed at Hongi. When the world focuses on you, this time, the vision around her, and Hongi was totally unconcerned, her beautiful eyes like rubies. Staring at Jiang Heng. The red makeup. No wonder you want to see my red makeup. I killed you. You never lied from the beginning. I've been hurting you. Ha. And Hongi curled up, her whole body trembling unceasingly as she looked at her Dao weapon red makeup. The whole thing went into a frenzy. P.S. I wish you all a flood of good luck. End of chapter. Scarlet as blood. The baneful aura filled the huge reincarnation road. Red lotus blooming and karmic fire burning the city. The large dark place was on fire. I was wrong. I was wrong from the start. I should never have sought you out. Shouldn't have brought you to me and brought you endless pain. Red dash. Ha. And Hongi laughed wildly with abandon, and his scarlet pupils cried out in grief. Lowering her head, looking at the red makeup in her hand, she stretched out her jade-like white hand, directly covering the blade of the sword. The sharp edge cut through the palm of his hand, and drops of scarlet blood, transformed into work fire dripped onto the ground. Avalanche dash. This moment, red makeup, directly skimmed off by Hongi, the crunching sound of metal breaking, echoing through the large wheel of fortune road. The Dao weapon crumbled. It seemed to make Hongi's emotions even more uncontrollable, scarlet fury like the astral wind. Walking through a large area, karmic fire burns and inflames the sea. Is breaking it to move yourself? From afar, watching Hongi break the red makeup, Jiang Heng didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his pupils. Having said that, he didn't continue with his words. Reincarnation seal just now. As a true passerby, the second time he looked he found a lot of things. Interesting. Ha. Jiang Heng steeply laughed maniacally, his cold pupils traveling through the area as if searching for something. That's not what I meant. Jiang Heng, I don't ask for your forgiveness, but I will definitely pay you back what I owe you. And Hongi's beautiful eyes wailed as she walked towards Jiang Heng step by step. Under the foot, step by step, a scarlet lotus flower that looks like blood bloomed into the most brilliant flames the moment it appeared. Karmic fire that continues to burn. And everyone's eyes were terrified as they looked at Hongi's uneasy initiative and backed up to 100 meters away. This time, Hongi's breath, again, began to change. It seems like an epiphany after a great sorrow, and as if this is how it should be at this point in time. As Hongi took her steps, the forbidden aura emanating from her petite body grew stronger and stronger. As she walked in front of Jiang Heng, it was as if the shackles that bound her were completely broken free, an aura that made everyone prostrate. It filled the large wheeled road, suffocating. Many harmonious Tao powerhouses choked as they looked at Heng. The horror and disbelief in his eyes could not be described in words. They are clueless. The Empress has taken that step? This world can't become immortal and she's achieved the false immortal realm? The top of what heaven and earth can reach is this forbidden level. Even though I had guessed that she could arrive, I still felt shocked when I actually saw it. See the Red Lotus Ferry, that ethereal holy land. It seems that it will also be promoted to a Red Lotus prohibited area? The words were different. The same was the shock to Heng. Everyone didn't expect that after Heng broke her own Tao weapon, red makeup, take that supreme step in the midst of grief. Achievement taboo. In the vast Tian Luo realm, with billions and billions of living beings, those who can arrive at this realm, there have only been 10 people in all of history. 8 ancient taboos of the 8 great forbidden areas of life. Dragon Lord, Ancient Emperor, Koan Pang, Heavenly Demon. Then there was the devouring Demon Emperor who had died the Heavenly Tao 170,000 years ago, followed by, it was the current Empress, and Heng, who was now the Red Lotus female immortal. The girl, on the dragon boat, in the lazy eyes of the Dragon Lord. At this time there was one more point of seriousness. Looking at Heng's back. Rarely. It's a bit of a surprise, too, to go from nothing to something in just a few decades, to step into the same level as him. It was something that made him think of it was also not expected. Time. Too soon. Long gone. Strike? Just as the Dragon Lord was slightly surprised, a voice in his ear made him turn his eyes to look. There, it's the Sycamore Grove Phoenix. It was the Forbidden Phoenix Mother communicating with him. No need. When the 8 of us join forces, in this Tian Luo is the will of heaven. The Dragon Duke proudly held his head high without the slightest bit of fear, and just looked at Heng with cold eyes. Step by step, he walked towards Jiang Heng. This time, the Red Lotus bloomed more and more intensely, and the karmic fire that burned the heart and etched the bones was even more splendid. And Heng came to Jiang Heng, slightly raising his head. His ruby-like eyes stared into Jiang Heng's scarlet eyes. Streamer soul, I'll be there. Don't feel bad. You didn't do anything wrong. After saying that, she walked towards the human emperor's streamer, with nothing in her eyes but her longing and unwillingness to let go of Jiang Heng. Beyond that, nothing seems to remain. The picture. It gave the whole crowd of doers a jolt, and their eyes were first puzzled, then bewildered. When Heng walked up to the banner of the human emperor streamer, their eyes were numb to the point of shock, and Heng had just forged the forbidden and was about to sacrifice herself with her body as a furnace. Become the main soul of the human emperor's streamer? Isn't it too exciting? Fake it. You're the Red Lotus Fairy. Don't be ridiculous. Jiang Heng, the path to immortality is imminent. What about reconsideration? She'd be of more use to you alive. Right and wrong have long been unspeakable. These two people's grudges are entangled, gouging out their hearts and bones, and Heng's choice was opposed by many harmonizers. Although this section of Jiang Heng's karma shook them to the core, but if Heng really sacrificed herself, there's no more taboo on their side. And corner, which was extraordinarily silent compared to the hustle and bustle of the rest of the place. There was only one old man with his hands behind his back. His eyes teasingly looked at Jiang Heng, and Heng under the human emperor's streamer. Chess piece. How dare you peek at your destiny? A talent that is unrivaled throughout the ages. A talent that is unrivaled throughout the ages? Two people? Aren't they also in the hands of the old immortal? A pawn to be manipulated at will? Ha! 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 Old ancestor Linghu raised the corners of his mouth, and at this time, in his eyes, where were the previous vicissitudes and fatigue? In one's eyes, only sinister. Old fox, you've played a big game of chess. Fortunately it returned in the end. A Jiang Heng's familiar voice echoed in old ancestor Linghu's ears. It was that black fog in Yi Beishuan's sea of consciousness. This time, parasitic in the body of old man Linghu. Yi Beishian, the traveler? Griffins try to change their destiny. Old man Linghu snorted coldly. Back then, Yi Beishian set foot in the ethereal Holy Land for the first time. He then saw that this person was not within the 3 realms. And then, in a series of concerns, after discovering the it in Yi Beishuan's body and making contact, arranged a game of chess of astounding proportions. Whether it was Jiang Heng, or Heng, Yi Beishian, or Hua Changqing, they were all in his calculations. Nor think that, without the push of the old man, that coarse contrivance that, how could you let Jiang Heng plan it so hard? In response, old man Linghu sneered. In his opinion, Yi Beishian really thought that he was too smart and could calculate seamlessly. It's really laughable. Still, I was quite surprised after you told me that Jiang Heng was a reincarnator. Fortunately, the final trajectory remains normal. P.S. I wish you all a flood of good luck. End of chapter. Jiang Heng's growth rate is really a factor that jumps off the board. But in this regard, Ling Hulon eyebrows do not think, as many have said. It was true that Jiang Heng had unrivaled talent and talent through and through. But so what? Less years, less millions of years of accumulation, and old monsters like them. Not a notch worse. Subocular medicine. The path to immortality was just ahead, and in Hong he transformed into a false immortal, which was perfect timing for him. You're so mean. Black Mist sneered, and could vaguely see that the upturned corner of the mouth in the haze, the Sin Hong's life is coming to an end, and he can't break free from his destiny. Pathetic. Humph. If the old immortal had a merciful heart, could he have come this far? Ling Hu old ancestor grunted coldly. Even his own son can be given up. What else is there in this world that is worth keeping for the old immortal? Becoming immortal is my only way back. Let's begin. Or the woman is truly sacrificed. Looking at the intoxicated self of Ling Hu Changmei, Black Mist's extremely evil eyes that, deadly gazing at the red-clothed silhouette under the human emperor's streamer. This time, and Hanyi intended to sacrifice her body to fulfill the mission Jiang Heng had given her. Become the main soul in this human emperor's streamer. The one that manipulates millions of stern ghosts. Yeah. Ling Hu Changmei's complexion condensed, and his originally vicissitude eyes revealed a majestic ambition at this moment. His right hand flipped palm upwards, and a red bane that looked like a silk scarf appeared in his hand, and then violently crushed. The scarlet breath was like a drug trigger that instantly made in Hongyi's body. The countless scarlet fury auras became manic. The red lotus bloomed even more brilliantly. The extreme Yin fury body, plus the 8 characters at the time of the extreme Yin. Unable to resist this Hongmeng source fury, old man Ling Hu motionlessly glanced to his left and right, and before the crowd could realize it, retreat quietly to the end. And, under the human emperor's streamer, and Hongyi's skirt fluttered, and there was an additional strand of bewilderment in her originally sorrowful eyes. This instant, it was as if her soul had been enlarged and reduced. Enlarged and reduced. The sharp pain in her skull made her body involuntarily tremble and, like ruby eyes, instantly filled with coldness, violence and solemnity. Ah! A shrill miserable scream swept across the vast Reincarnation road. Thousands of scarlet lotus flowers. It quietly surfaced in this moment. It turned into crimson karmic fire, completely incinerating the area. The firelight, sweeping across the large Reincarnation road, lit up the place completely. A closer harmonizer was still in the midst of surprise, and was simply too late to react. The appearance of karma ignites his sleeve. In the next second, as if possessed by the bone, completely staining his soul, in the shocked eyes of the surrounding powerhouses, he was completely transformed into a man of fire. Unextinguishable fireman. Ah, the man screamed, fighting for his life. This woman is mad. This woman is mad. The burning of his soul made him indignant. He hadn't provoked anyone, and had been silent and unspoken for, but he was still suffering from an unwarranted disaster. Within a few moments, it was reduced to ashes, leaving only a cultivated condensation of the origin of the become the only evidence of his existence in this heaven and earth. Under the fire of karma, no one seems to last forever. It's forbidden fire. All around, many harmonious Tao powerhouses stared, shocked, at Hongyi. They couldn't figure out what it was going to be. The number of red lotuses in this diffusion was densely packed, and the burning karmic fire was even more in pieces. What happened? How did he get like this? Run! This red lotus karma flame will kill us if we are contaminated with it. There is absolutely no chance of survival. Sins, there are still 8 taboo behind us. Where can we escape to? Jiang Heng, he must have a solution. And Hongyi's sudden outburst, this roiling red lotus and karmic fire, sparing many harmonizers, couldn't tense up either. Red lotus karmic fire, burning all causes and effects. It may seem ordinary, it may seem average, but it is between heaven and earth. One of the most powerful avatars. How many of those who can reach this realm are not tainted by karma? How many people don't have thousands of lives in their hands? There is more than cause and effect, more than karmic fire. Helplessly, for a while everyone's eyes gazed at Jiang Heng, and in their opinion, if someone can stop Hongyi from storming out. In this regard, Jiang Heng was silent as he raised his right hand and waved it casually, the ebony stream of light flickering away. The human emperor's streamer, a fierce and vicious ghost rushed out, covering the sky and lunging towards Hongyi. Included among these, there were many paragon emperors. There was Ling Hu Jinhui, and there was He Fishing Emperor, as well as the many harmonizers slaughtered on the path of the Yellow Springs, and the karmic fire that burns the sky and boils the sea, as if it could burn out everything, and the severe ghosts that pounce on. The moment it touched the karmic fire, it let out a scream from the soul, battered and exhausted. In an instant, it burned into nothingness. It then rushed out again and was once again incinerated and reduced to nothingness. The cycle begins and ends. Gentlemen, to each his own. Jiang Heng stared at his brows, looking at the eyes of the many harmonizers' chessboard. Jiang did his best. You can't let me, a junior, go to the exorcist, can you? Presently. Sparring with Anhangi? First of all, he doesn't have the strength. Before the other party became a forbidden spirit, it wasn't a sure thing then, and it's even less of a sure thing now. Yes, most of all, even if he could wrestle a bit, he would fight Anhangi to the death when the time came. He's the fish and the man is the knife? This road to immortality, not everyone can step on it, and after the great wave of that, very few will be able to enter the true immortal realm. These cold words caused the many harmonizers to be stunned and look at Jiang Heng in dismay. Another look at the powerless ghosts roaming the sky, and Hangi who was covered in karma fire and whose red dress swayed. Numb. At this moment, this female devil seemed to have lost her mind, losing Jiang Heng's final bondage. It's already starting to be inappropriate. An enlightened one, no matter how many imprints they controlled, by the wave of flames from their casual hand, swept away to ashes. It was only a few breaths, and a dozen or so harmonizers had died. At that moment, the total were all just over 400 honors. And, in the eyes of everyone's dismay, what Jiang Heng did next, even more so, they clenched their little fists, and Hangi's scarlet eyes, sweeping everyone, the whole person gradually becoming more maniacal. Indiscriminately and regardless of who they see, kill anyone you see. Jiang Heng didn't say a word, vigilantly following behind her, utilizing the devouring demon technique, frantically picking up the ground. The purest of 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 the purest. 1, 3, 30, without a word, muffled, and in the sight of all. Jiang Heng's aura became stronger with the naked eye. This moment, many harmonizers couldn't tense up. Good lord, has this seat become a leak? I'm part of your play, am I? This woman is pretending to be crazy, isn't she? Shameless man, you master and disciple teamed up with the aim of eradicating us? Damn, I took an arrow in the knee. P.S. Here we go. I actually wrote two chapters yesterday. Wrote and deleted them. The content was less than expected. The 2 missing chapters will be made up later, and they should be in Anhangi characters. End of chapter. The large path of reincarnation. The many harmonizers missing their previous majestic phases of the. Instead, he fled the rushing karmic fire in a sorry state. Now, emotions aren't even fading. Anhangi was in charge of killing people, while Jiang Heng was frantically picking up the origin. By definition, this kind of thing is not for the rest of the world, but Jiang Heng had the demonic skill that could devour all origins. Seemingly, a perfect closure was formed, and they, the people, became the victims of veto, a link in the love affair between the two. It's not just them. Sparing the distant Linghu old ancestor, the expression on his face at this time had lost its previous composure. His cloudy eyes, shocked, looked at Jiang Heng and then at Anhangi. I'm numb. He didn't understand why it had developed like this. The Hongmeng Source Fury, the first strand of Fury Qi at the beginning of the birth of the Tian Luo realm. It is also the oldest and most primitive of the Furies. Just now, through this strand of fatal Qi, he caused the fatal Qi in Anhangi's body to completely explode. It's uncontrollable. At this time, Anhangi had been reduced to a only slaughtering killing machine. Anyone who comes near will not rest until they are dead. Yes, and Gao Han's? Jiang Heng is there picking up the pieces, just picking up on it. Linghu Changmei felt that Jiang Heng was a little more enlightened about the Tao, even to break through to become forbidden. Hoof. In response, Black Mist spoke in indignation. Griffin is also what you said, and Fearless is also what you said. Okay, this Anhangi's transforming fury didn't hurt him either. At those words, Linghu Changmei fell into silence and looked at Anhangi with shock. It felt incredible to watch the other party kill other people without frowning, but only ignoring Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng's vigilant stance also represented that it had no idea what was going on. Numb. Linghu Changmei didn't say a word and stood numbly in place. And, at this time, Jiang Heng was still immersed. Body. Originally on the path of the Yellow Springs, under the non-stop slaughter of grievous demons and the harmonizers, the 5 seals that have coalesced. For the moment, he kept picking up the pieces under Anhangi's butchery. Gradually coalesced the 6th and 7th channels. Even the 8th path has a faint beginnings. The speed at which his cultivation level increased made Jiang Heng nod his head in satisfaction. Only, the words around him, however, made him indignant, and stopping to gaze around him. Look at the indignant faces of these people. Immediately, He spoke in displeasure. What are you guys rambling about? It's not like I killed these people. No one picked up the origin when it fell on the ground. What's wrong with me picking it up? It's not like the seed is going to steal from you. You can pick it up if you want to. After saying that, it seems not to be relieved. Jiang Heng coldly laughed. What can you do to this seat? Go kill her if you can. Poof. After saying that, Jiang Heng pointed his head high and pointed to a place not far away, and while his clothes were fluttering, he, covered in an ink-red garment that still burned with crimson karmic fire. Implication. It caused a silence. Except for the screams when they were caught by an hongi and burned by the karmic fire, there was no more sound. These words caused the ancient Buddha, demon emperor, and other powerhouses to be dumbfounded. Jiang Heng's words didn't seem unreasonable, but it felt like something wasn't right. Watching an hongi kill faster and faster, they were truly nonchalant at this moment. That pair of scarlet-red beautiful eyes, none of them dared to look directly at them. Looking at the silence in the distance, Jiang Heng licked the corners of his mouth and revealed a deep smile. If these people are not in a hurry, then neither is he. It's not like he's the one who died. After glancing at the many harmonizers, Jiang Heng gazed at the back of an hongi's heart. Watch her walk towards them a little. The old fox, though I don't know what happened. But, you must be in a good mood right now. Ha? Jiang Heng nodded, his eyes gazing indifferently at a vicissitude old man in the large crowd of people. After the other person feels it and casts their vision over, he raised his hand and made a slight stroke to his neck, which caused the eyes of the old man of Linghu to angry, and Hongi's slaughter didn't end. It was as if she was aimless, killing wherever there were people. The redcoat hunted as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, killing into the harmonizers at an extremely fast speed. He slapped the head of one person with a flip of his hand. It's the red dragon demon emperor. When he came and resisted, he was destroyed as if he were an ant. The scarlet lotus blossomed with radiant flames, incinerating all the many harmonizers. Included among these, it also includes Linghu Longbrow. He looked at the karmic fire that burned everything, and the scorn in the depths of his eyes was no longer concealed. Why? Why is this happening? Linghu Changmei was indignant. It is reasonable to say that after a person has fallen into insanity, there will only be the obsessive one in their vision. Jiang Heng, 1954. Chinese writer. And hongi cannot escape the nightmare of a lifetime. At this time, the first thing an hongi should have done was to thwart Jiang Heng, when all is said and done, has completely lost his mind. And Jiang Heng followed her and it's completely ignored, which was clearly unreasonable. Besides, the first one to strike was Jiang Heng. That fluttering human emperor streamer was still there, and those countless stern ghosts were hibernating at the top. Old ghost, you're playing it off. Black Mist's displeased voice sounded in Linghu Changmei's ears. Linghu Longbrow was silent, gazing deeply at an hongi. No, we can't let her kill again. The immortal path needs sacrifices. If we keep killing, that heavenly gate cannot be opened. Speaking here, Linghu Changmei seemed to have made up his mind about something, and with a vicissitude of gesture that change at a rate visible to the naked eye. The hair, white as snow, was deepening in color, and the skin, full of wrinkles and slackened. It's starting to tighten up, too. In less than a few breaths, the whole person's temperament changed radically. Where were the traces of age in the crystalline, egg-like face? The only recognizable. It is the long eyebrows on both sides. Creation whisk. Karmic fires burned in the sky, setting everything on fire, and a whisk rolled up countless white threads of, rapidly sweeping through the large wheeled road. On touching the karmic fire, a strange scene occurred. The karmic fire that burned the sky and boiled the sea did not incinerate these white threads. Rather, under a mysterious and inexplicable force, the karma fire was somewhat disheveled. It couldn't even burn this mysterious power, thereby sheltering many harmonizers. The white tiger demon emperor, Gu Tianqing, Ji Wuchang, and the others were among this group. And Linghu Changmei's posture was lofty, gazing indifferently at an hongi, and in his hand was a crystalline duster, thoroughly blocking the roiling karmic flames, as well as an hongi's front path. The old dog. Seeing this scene, Jiang Heng's eyes sank deep. Previously, at the bottom of the Seo cliff, he had felt strange when he fought with this old fox. It was a high power. Its weight is no less than the devouring devil's power. This is terrifying, and he has relied very much on this technique since he came out of the world. Under any feats, there is no disadvantage. In that instant, it was as if the devouring devil technique had met its match. Subocular medicine. Jiang Heng understood. What the other party was using was with the causal red lotus karma fire. The power of creation, which is the same as a few other powers such as the heavenly path of forgetfulness, is the same as the power of creation. P.S. Here we go. I actually wrote two chapters yesterday. Wrote and deleted them. The content was less than expected. The 2 missing chapters will be made up later, and they should be in Anhongi characters. End of chapter. Source and source. Birth and creation. You're actually the remnants of that creation sect? Looking at the young Linghu Changmei, Jiang Heng stared deeply while his eyes glanced at the look to the 8 forbidden areas not far away. The Tianluo realm had once had some rebellious heavenly sects that had risen strongly in just 70,000 to 80,000 years. Included among these, there is the Taishang Forgetfulness sect, which majors in the Taishang Emotionless Tao. There is also the sect of creation that cultivates the power of birth and creation. It was a great golden age, with many celestial pride descending like a rainbow. Reed fights his way through the fairy world. It's just that it's a little too much. It was scorned by the beings of several forbidden zones. By forbidden beings such as Dragon Duke and Phoenix Mother. He had destroyed a handful of heaven-defying sects such as the Creation Sect and the Supreme Forgetfulness Sect. And yet, I didn't expect it. There was still a remnant of the Creation Sect from back then. And this remnant was actually the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land, Linghu Changmei. And, also against all odds was a false immortal. This old fox has been hibernating for millions of years, only to ascend to the immortal world today. Humph. If it wasn't for the sudden change back then, my creation sect would have long ago unified Tianluo and would have established the creation divine dynasty. Take all of them to feather their nests. Linghu Changmei coldly grunted, and after slightly angling his head to look down at Jiang Heng, turning his eyes to gaze at the Dragon Lord, the first supreme being of the Tianluo realm, Lord Long, you are nothing but a deceiver. It's you. So it's you, said the Dragon Lord, sitting on top of his honored seat. At Jiang Heng's opening he gazed at Linghu Changmei. When it spoke, his eyes snapped open. Thinking about it, back then, I wrestled the heavenly father of creation in Huanyu. I've seen you vaguely. He's, your father, isn't he? I didn't expect that a mole cricket could grow to this point. Ha, ha, ha. The Dragon Duke looked at Linghu Changmei with a lazy demeanor, looking at him carelessly, with no scorn visible in the depths of his eyes. Still no one in sight. For the Dragon Duke, the supreme of the Tianluo realm. He is the will of God, and his words are also the will of God. Griffin, I am the same forbidden as you, and what honor and authority do you have that, talking high and mighty in my presence? Lord Dragon, I have a cause and effect that I shall settle with you today. Old man Linghu held his head high and stared indifferently at Long Gong as he stepped forward with his feet. Each step contained the power of creation. Without realizing it, he skipped the Anhongi who blocked his way and came under the dragon boat alone. In the silence of the Reincarnation road, the remnants of the harmonizers were speechless, looking at everything that had suddenly happened in front of them. In their hearts, fainting to numbness. This old fox is a remnant of the creation sect? He's still a forbidden being? Counting him and Anhongi, there are 10 false immortals here? I shouldn't have come. Why is it still black at the end? When will the immortal road open? What now? There's no way to get out of the army and no way to get in. Those who were still alive up to this point were all strong people with superior minds, or superior strength. Split second. It gives insight into many things. Right now, the 10 false immortals would inevitably go through earth-shattering battles for that path to immortality. In front of these people, they're not even mole crickets, and Hani hadn't exerted much power when she slaughtered them, casually crushing over 100 great emperors. Eternal night will come, and many of the harmonizers looked at each other, but they did not realize that a few people had long been cowering and came in a wide circle behind a man. Xiao Jiang, my son is your friend for 8 years. You can't leave me alone. If I die, he won't have a father. Become an orphan. Gu Tianqing, the heavenly Devil Palace master, came to Jiang Heng's side. Scornfully, he looked at Anhongi, and the forbidden beings not far away. This time, he thought left and right, and the only this less than 1% survival rate was on Jiang Heng. This young man he had been secretly watching. The situation was so dangerous at this moment, and none of them had panicked in the slightest. Jiang Heng, I'm also counted as half of your elder. You can't just ignore me, even if you don't think about me. You have to consider Luo Shuai, right? She lost her grandfather at such a young age. How sad is that? Ji Wuchang hunched his back and came behind Jiang Heng to speak. As with Gu Tianqing, looking at the ones in the distance, their eyes were full of scorn. Apart from this, there were also some people who chose to stand behind Jiang Heng at this time. The scorching situation at this point no longer allowed them to hesitate. And who knows? When will the elegy of the times open? Subocular medicine. Neither wants to wither. Gentlemen, Jiang Heng's strength is low. I'm afraid he can't take on a big job. Help yourself. Looking at these familiar faces beside him who were not respecting the old, Jiang Heng spread his hands to express his helplessness. Presently, he didn't even know what to do. One could only hope that Enhangi would continue to storm off, preferably getting 3 or 5 false immortals killed. Give him a good eating wave. At the same time, Jiang Heng felt as if the elegy belonging to this era had begun to play. Age. It's going to end. Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang. Just as Jiang Heng was contemplating, Gu Tianqing's hiss in his ears. Dragging him back from his thoughts. In view. The woman in red has turned back, and she's creating lotus flowers under her feet, sweeping the sky with karmic fire. Take a step this way. Looking at Ji Wuchang and the others, they were completely confused. Were they here to avoid disaster? Or were they here to carry the misfortune? How come they're here and Enhangi is here too? Phew. Jiang Heng breathed a long sigh of relief, his eyes gazing coldly ahead, looking at Enhangi's ruby-like eyes. In the midst of everyone's attention, one stepped towards the human emperor's streamer. After bowing and spluttering something, straight away, he walked towards Enhangi. It shook many in the room. Even Linghu Changmei, who had confronted the Dragon Duke, was a bit shocked at this moment. This kid went to deliver. Then Enhangi will kill him. The most exuberant ones were the black mist beings. He was different from Linghu Longmei. His aim from the beginning was Jiang Heng, working with Linghu Changmei. It was also the other party who promised to help him get rid of Jiang Heng, and he helped the other party become immortal. Subacular medicine. Jiang Heng went to deliver it himself. Good. When this kid dies, Enhangi will help the seat to hold back a few people, and wait for me to wrestle the Dragon Lord. Great things can happen. Linghu Changmei looked back and watched Jiang Heng walk step by step into the abyss and unconsciously nodded. He knew best about the Hongmeng source fury. Ordinary people will go crazy if they get a little bit contaminated. Even if they are contaminated by a harmonized wayfarer, it also descends into endless madness. Not to mention that Enhangi had absorbed all of a strand of source fury. Can't. Halfway through his thoughts, Jiang Heng's cold voice echoed in Linghu Changmei's ears, only to see Jiang Heng use his right hand, hold the remnants of the red makeup and hand it to Enhangi. Is it here to kill me? Come. You use it and stab me to death again. Jiang Heng gripped his red makeup tightly, and drops of scarlet blood flowed down the wound to the ground. The pain in his palm didn't change his face. The only thing left on his brow was a wordless indifference, and the coolness of seeing through everything in the world. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Jiang Heng handed the red makeup to Enhangi without the slightest retrogression in his steps. It made Gu Tianqing, Ji Wuchang, and the others behind him completely terrified. Xiao Jiang. She is crazy. What are you doing? You are sending? Confused. She won't show you mercy. She's lost her mind already. The two men fought and hissed, hoping that Jiang Heng would turn back to the shore and not take his life. Betting on a place like this. And, just as they hissed, Enhangi's eyes were confused, and she raised her jade-like lotus root arm and, trembling gently touched the red makeup, trembling fingertips, touching the blade. Sharp hissing, accompanied by rushing karmic flames, completely swept away the vast reincarnation road. Huge waves of flame seemed to erupt this time. Spare a thought for old man Linghu in the distance, or the Dragon Lord on top of the dragon boat. The ancient emperor and Phoenix Mother beside him were also somewhat shocked in their demeanor at this moment. They all looked at Jiang Heng with displeasure. This brat, just die. You have to make her mad. The ancient emperor spat at Jiang Heng. They have experienced endless killing. The most scrupulous ones were not the strong ones, but the ones like Enhangi who had gone crazy. Is it tough enough to kill yourself? If it was still a false immortal, along with the scarlet karmic fire that burned everything, it should always be tough enough, right? It's quite tricky to deal with. Is it because you know that there is no way to live today, so you want to drag us down with you? Unfortunately, it's a bit too stupid. We, who have no more enemies in this realm. The one who spoke was a feminine man. He is the ancestor of the divine silkworm clan, and there are legends in this clan that the divine silkworm died 9 deaths and became immortal. That is, it has withered and returned 9 times, now stepping into the ranks of false immortals. He was a genuine taboo being. The siege of the devouring demon emperor 170,000 years ago was led by him. The Hongmeng source fury plus her own fury chi. It's not even an exaggeration to say that this Enhangi is a grudge fury at this time, thought she. The ancient emperor, Tianhua, and other forbidden people gazed at the area where Jiang Heng was, and in response to the words of the god silkworm, they recognize it. Enhangi was in such a state that she had long since lost all 6 of her relatives. A real mom would be stabbed to death if she stood in front of her, and to go to her with a knife blade is clearly a death wish. Just as they were talking, their expressions were stunned as they spoke, and their looks followed by a mute expression, one after another. Their eyes were wide and shocked as they looked at the female-clothed woman who was trembling unceasingly amidst the sea of fire. I didn't. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't. Me. I wouldn't dare. And Hongyi's bare jade feet, for the first time, stepped on the dirt, squatted on the ground holding her head, and kept trembling. She looked fearfully at red makeup, fearfully at Jiang Heng. I don't dare. Get it off. Get it off. The former domineering air of the past, at this time, all disappeared, as if the 18-year-old girl, take it and stab me to death, looking at Hongyi, who was retreating step by step. Jiang Heng remained expressionless, taking a step forward. He forcefully tugged on Hongyi's hand and, shoving the blade of red makeup sword into her hand. Come on, stab me. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. And Hongyi scowled and tried to let go of Hongzhuang. It was as if this Dao weapon was something unclean, trying desperately to get away. Jiang Heng didn't give him a chance, purposely bending around to get close to the human emperor's streamer just for the sake of the red makeup. Previously, when Hongyi slaughtered those harmonizers, her pace was whenever she was about to get close to the red makeup, always leave in awe. That circle of places became an inexplicable safety zone. Observe this while picking up heads after Hongyi. If you hide again, you won't even be qualified to enter my human emperor's streamer. Looking at Hongyi in a daze, Jiang Heng offered the heavenly Dao vase to check the scarlet karmic fire. Enduring the pain from the searing heat, he clutched Hongyi's arm in death, shoving the red makeup completely into her hands. As the red makeup entered, Hongyi hissed in pain, his shrill voice once again swirling a monstrous flame. Endless red lotuses bloomed, burning everything within this area. The way and the law are broken in the red lotus. At this moment, that magnificent empress seemed to have returned. Hongyi looked at Jiang Heng blankly, seemed to think of something, trembled and slowly lowered her head. Upon seeing the red makeup in the palm of his hand, the ruby-like pupils instantly dilated. I didn't mean to stab you. I didn't want to. I just lost control. The fire is out. Jiang Heng didn't want to talk nonsense. Loosening his grip on Hongyi's hand, he turned around and walked towards the human emperor streamer. The scarlet fire. Tough indeed. If he didn't have the heavenly Dao vase, and hadn't seized the heavens at the time of his merging, even with a chaotic body, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to carry this karma fire. Only, the purpose is served. Good. And Hongyi put away the karmic fire, and the red lotuses around her instantly dissolved. She followed Jiang Heng and didn't dare to say a word more. Passing the red makeup, she kicked it away in disgust. Remember, you still have to enter the human emperor haki after this incident. Walking under the human emperor's streamer, Jiang Heng turned to look at Hongyi. Raising his hand, he pointed to the flag flying in the wind. Good. And Hongyi bit her lower lip and didn't resist Jiang Heng's order. In response, Jiang Heng stopped speaking and sat quietly under the human emperor's streamer, eyes gazing at the end of the wheeled road, seemingly waiting for something. And this sudden scene, however, made the distant Phoenix Mother, the ancient emperor, and the others. It was unbelievable. Jiang Heng's words just now were truly too arrogant. This Hongyi has been tricked silly, right? This is even willing? The ancient emperor looked at Hongyi with indignation. What do you mean? If you hide again, you're no longer qualified to enter my human emperor's streamer? Enter your human emperor's streamer. Is it something great? This wave of maneuvering dried his brains out. It was the first time that he, who controlled the royal power in the world, had felt so shocked. That's just it. And Hongyi is only one person no matter how tricky he is. Eradicating the remnants of this creation sect, we have set foot in the immortal world. Mother Phoenix, who was dressed in palace makeup, shook her head and blandly stood up from the feather boat and walked down one step at a time, eyes gazing at Hua Changqing. In addition, the ancient emperor followed suit and stood up, his golden robes swaying as he, in an instant, he came behind Hua Changqing. The Dragon Duke, on the other hand, remained high above the world, sitting on his seat of honor, his gaze looking towards the end of the Reincarnation road. This time, the dimly lit path of Reincarnation seemed to be summoned by something, and a milky white light swept over the end of the light up this dimly lit path completely. That's a door, a heavenly door whose top could not be seen, on a jade-like texture that, carved with true spirits such as true dragons, true phoenixes and kunpangs. I am a true dragon. I am the Dragon Lord, and I should have belonged to the immortal realm. Seeing the Heaven's Gate, the Dragon Lord's emotions were completely high, and his previous composure was gone. Greedily, he looked at Heaven's Gate. He knows. Step through this door and reach the immortal world. P.S. Good luck to everyone. End of chapter. At this moment, the calm and unhurried forbidden spirits all moved and gazed down. Fellow Daoist, come out. The mandate of heaven is at hand, and this is your only chance to go back. The Dragon Lord nodded indifferently, his eyes gazing into the distance, and the vision, the quiet space began to chafe. the mysterious person whose entire body was covered with a seven-colored halo of light, blandly stepped through the space and come to this unspeakable path of reincarnation. His appearance caused the harmonizers who were shivering in the corner to be completely bewildered. Impossible. This is the reincarnation road. How can he step through it? He's the remnant immortal within that Cloudwater immortal palace? It can't be, can it? How did he show up here? When I came in, the Cloudwater immortal palace collapsed, which means that this person completely broke free of his cage. The many harmonizers were incoherent about his appearance, and in their thinking, the most undesirable location for this person to appear at this time was this reincarnation road. At the same time, a scene that made these harmonizers even more terrified came as this person stood close to Hua Changqing. The 8 forbidden zones along the Yellow Springs River block the way back. The rear leads to the Tianmen site, which is again the Jiang Heng group. There in the center, Jiang Heng, the mysterious man wrapped in seven-colored immortal light, ignored the clamor around him. Turning around, he teasingly looked at Jiang Heng. I haven't seen you in many days. I want to think of you to faint. Ha ha. The words, causing everyone around them to jolt and glance at it in dismay. Shocked. He then looked at Jiang Heng. The moment seemed really certain. This person was the immortal realm man, Yun Shui. Within that Yun Shui immortal palace, Senpai. Jiang Heng grinned and arched his hand at Cloudwater Immortal, saying very politely, haven't seen you in many days. The late generation also misses it very much. Elder's bottle is very moist. After saying that, Jiang Heng's eyebrows shone with seven-colored immortal light, and a jade-like vial just appeared out of thin air. You're still so sharp-tongued. Fearing you don't know that today's big day is coming. Yun Shui Shangxian was stunned and looked at Jiang Heng in surprise. This time, Jiang Heng's arrogant attitude had left him a bit baffled as to who was threatening whom. You're going to die. You know? Give me a little bit of a fake. Maybe you'll live if you beg for mercy? Now that we are all here, let's settle our karma today. Seeing Yun Shui and Jiang Heng fighting, the Dragon Duke on the venerable seat looked displeased. Raising his eyes, he looked toward the great gate of heaven. The urgency in his heart had long since been pressed. He stood up at once and stepped down from the dragon boat, about 5 meters tall, stepping on the void step by step and gnarled muscles of power. Apart from this, the remaining several forbidden beings also followed the Dragon Lord's steps and stepped down from the warship. Come to land. Beneath the quiet atmosphere, invisible and unseen killing opportunities loomed. Gentlemen, let's kill them all without waiting. The Dragon Duke raised his hand and pointed to Hua Changqing, then to Yun Shui Shangxian and Anhongi. It finally settled on Jiang Heng. Naked words without scruples seemed to have accumulated under long years of dictatorship. Move around. The ancient emperor held his head high, and after sweeping a glance at Yun Shui and Hua Changqing, it finally settled on Jiang Heng. I'm very interested in him. Mother Phoenix, help me stop that crazy woman? Jiang Heng had his clan's magical powers, plus some of its special places. It had caught his attention long ago. Subocular, medicine. He wanted to kill and see. And under the extraction of the soul and refining of the spirit, he gained insight into all of Jiang Heng's secrets. Aha! Clang! Clothed in a long crimson dress, Phoenix Mother nodded her head slightly, and a sharp phoenix chirp swept out a channel of phoenix fire, lighting up the large wheeled road completely. She transformed into a red bird, bringing with her the burning flames of the red sky, and came before Anhongi in an instant. A fierce slap. Apart from this, the ancient emperor moved as well, transforming into a silver stream of light and arriving in front of Jiang Heng in an instant. The golden robes are now pure silver. The powerful one-handed blade viciously slashed at Jiang Heng's shoulder. Bang! The hand knife is empty. May! The rocky soil was sliced through and a deep, bottomless gully appeared in the barren land. It was as if this place had been cut in half. Oh, Griffin, you've surprised me a bit. Seeing that the hand blade had struck empty, the ancient emperor teasingly gazed at Jiang Heng. In his view, that handful of swords just now was enough to wipe out Jiang Heng. After all, countless years ago, he had already broken through his confinement and become the taboo of this side of the heavens and earth. Jiang Heng. On the side, countless scarlet lotus flowers bloomed, and the burning crimson phoenix fire, although they were the same fire, but it's predictable. The power of the karma fire was clearly greater than Mother Phoenix's phoenix fire, and Hani's scarlet eyes gazed indifferently at the ancient emperor. Ancient emperor, you seek death. How dare you get distracted? Phoenix Sky won ashes. Bang! And Hani's turn allowed Phoenix Mother to seize the opportunity. And with the crimson immortal energy in her hands, constantly intertwining into a searing flame, a palm was slapped at Anhani's back. Vom dash! Anhani immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist, which continued to bloom into a small lotus flower in the air. It turned into karmic fire and swept through the ancient emperor. Bastard servant girl, how dare you! The ancient emperor was immediately stunned. looking at Anhani in dismay. He was curious. What is this woman's mindset? You want to die? That move just now was silky smooth. As if Anhani knew that she would be sneak attacked by Mother Phoenix. Then by virtue of the spray of blood, inhibit his continuous attacks. It did. Even if you have immortal laws that ignore some of the Taoist laws. That scarlet karmic fire. He was also unwilling to get a little bit of it. It was tainted many years ago, and like a maggot in the hock, it took 10,000 years to douse it. Elder, since battlefield distraction is a big no-no, how could you forget that too? Immortal technique, Song Sheng prisoner's finger. The milky white heavenly Dao bottle, constantly rotated around Jiang Heng, and at this moment, his breath was incomparably majestic. The whole person stood as if they were all natural, a part of this world. It was as if it were a tree or a blade of grass, a rock or a puddle of mud. In the instant that the ancient emperor was distracted, the prisoner's finger, augmented by the heavenly Dao vase, Jiang Heng fiercely pointed at the ancient emperor's chest, unbridled. The ancient emperor was stunned, looking down at his chest and watching Jiang Heng stab himself. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He was a forbidden major in the flesh, and had long since been unable to be destroyed. Unless Jiang Heng's Dao transcended the level of harmonization, it could not cause any harm to him. And the images in the field of vision left the ancient emperor completely shaken. Jiang Heng transformed into a silver man, his entire body wrapped in mana immunity, and his fingers passed through his immortal technique and, piercing his skin, silver white blood, spurting out along the wound. The ribs, it seems, are broken. Me, injured? The ancient emperor looked at the wound in shock and turned his eyes to gaze at Jiang Heng. He couldn't take it. A mole cricket was able to harm his flawless body. It hasn't happened in how many thousands of years, but the shock hadn't subsided. Jiang Heng's eyes were cold, and his fingers plucked into the broken skin. Snapping up the broken bone, he directly ripped him out of the ancient emperor's body. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Silver-colored blood seemed like a fountain as it bloomed in the ancient emperor's chest. He looked at Jiang Heng incredulously, completely forgetting the pain. At this moment, majesty being scorned was the source of his anger. Boy, how are you? You're good. It's great. As he said that, the ancient emperor's entire body was constantly blooming with a silver-colored light, as if it was a string moon. The commotion on this side caused Mother Phoenix to be a bit shocked and look at Jiang Heng in surprise. Although the ancient emperor was of the human race, his physical body was second to none among the eight. Its cultivation technique, with so many years of constant polishing, to put it bluntly, has long been indestructible. Subocular medicine. Injured by Jiang Heng? Not only the Phoenix Mother, but spare the Yellow Springs River, the group of people who have not yet started the war for the time being. At this time, the expression was also a bit shocked. That old kid, the human emperor, was actually injured by a mole cricket. Ha ha. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, stout and naked. The robust muscles were covered in purple lightning arcs. It's the infernal thunder pool controller. I didn't realize the first place to see blood was the least likely place. The Nine Deaths god Silkworm laughed coldly and looked at the ancient emperor with contempt. This ancient emperor has had too many days of ease, to be plucked out of the ribs by a mole. Oof. He didn't care about the ancient emperor's injury. Yes, its decadence, indeed, made him despise it. How many harmonizers had he killed in his hands? Injuries? Never has been. Ancient emperor, it's getting late. At the very front, after the dragon lord coldly glanced at the ancient emperor's side, he, Raspy, opened his mouth. In his perspective, it was impossible for the ancient emperor to lose, and it was impossible for Jiang Heng to win. If the harmonious Tao had reversed the forbidden, their 8 forbidden regions would have been exterminated long ago. How many years had this Tian Luo realm, under their domination, sunk? This confidence is given by the supreme honor. I know. The ancient emperor was stunned and faintly nodded his head in reply to the dragon lord. Polite appellation for a friend or colleague. The dragon duke said no more, and after gazing faintly at Yin Shui, speaking to the Koan Pang and divine silkworms beside him, he said, stall him. After I slaughter the remaining members of this creation sect, I will personally fight him. Presently, he wanted to solve everything. Yun Shui Shangxian was within his expectations, and Linghu Chang Mei was a hidden danger. He would not allow a mutiny. The gates of heaven are open, and those who can step through them are destined for heaven. It's just right to use your blood to sacrifice this magnificent heavenly gate. Linghu Changmei coldly gazed at Long Gong, his entire body filled with the light golden power of creation, plus a wisp of hidden immortality. For the Dragon Lord, he had been thinking about revenge all these millions of years. Subocular medicine. The opening of the heavenly gate requires the bone and blood of a strong man to be sacrificed. These people in front of him are to him, The greatest extremes. Tianluo breaks the dragon. May. A golden shadow descended from the sky, the huge dragon tail resembling an axe, directly slashing at old man Linghu. At this point, the figure of the Dragon Lord was long gone in front of him. Lord Dragon. Looking at Long Gong's sudden arrival, old ancestor Linghu had a deep expression. This Tianluo realm's explicitly strongest boss. It's impossible to say there's no pressure. The golden dragon's tail, which seems to be able to shatter the void, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. It completely chopped old man Linghu into two halves. Surroundings. The many harmonizers who were originally shocked had their thoughts even more cluttered at this point. Jiang Heng's reincarnation seal broke the pattern at this point. First, there was Enred's rampage. Present. The Dragon Lord was enraged and took action himself. Marred. I've become a mole? A harmonizer clenched his teeth and looked at Long Gong in fear. Immediately, he chose to escape and sped towards the depths of the reincarnation road. Granted, it's a dead end there at this point, but it's better than here. What does this Linghu think? Even though it's a pseudo-immortal, the other party is the Dragon Lord. It's the Dragon Lord. Go first. We will preserve our strength and wait until the road to immortality opens. What the hell happened? Damn it. This kid Jiang Heng is hiding his clumsiness as well. How could he injure Lord Ancient Emperor? The battle power is 100 times more powerful than ours. The surrounding clamor was loud, and the fear of the Dragon Duke permeated from the bones. This taboo being had never been defeated since the beginning of time. At that moment, came to them, intending to make a killing, and, at the same time, many people looked at Jiang Heng with eyes that carried a shock that was hard to put into words. What the hell? They really don't know what the hell it is. Jiang Heng was able to beat the ancient emperor. This was no less than a mole cricket swallowing the sky to them. The ancient imperial clan that has been in Tianluo for millions of years. Prestige, not blown. At the same time, the rest of the harmonizers were also very numb, and some of them looked towards the battlefield between Jiang Heng and the ancient emperor. Some of them looked at Anhongi and Mother Phoenix. There were also people who looked at Koan Pang, the divine silkworm, and the others who surrounded Cloud Water Upper Immortal. Others marveled that Linghu Longmei was not killed in seconds. Others have a sad demeanor. At one time they were majestic Tianluo. The forbidden area does not go out horizontally. Dogs passing by have to kick twice. When we get to this place, there was no place to land, and there were immortal laws everywhere. Down to the bottom. Gentlemen, what if Jiang Heng wins? Should we join him? Just as many harmonizers were sulking, the White Tiger Demon Emperor stepped forward, his gaze gazing into the distance. Jiang Heng, who was frantically dodging the ancient emperor's moves. Impossible. It's better to say it's an ancient emperor than it's a human emperor. It has a natural bloodline suppression against the human race. The Buddhist sect, have quite a deep karma with them. How powerful it is, the old immortal knows best. The Sacred Heart ancient Buddha shook his head and overruled the White Tiger Demon Emperor. What he said, it caused an uproar in the room, and many were willing to follow Jiang Heng's lead. These forbidden areas, or people such as Hua Changqing, definitely did not treat them as human beings. And, although Jiang Heng is now possessed by the devil, but once that glorious gesture of, they were in the reincarnation seal, but they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Although nowadays you are in the devil, there is still a chance to fight. For a while, all eyes, one after another, gazed at the deepest piece of the battlefield. It's where Jiang Heng and the ancient emperor fought. Rumble. The ancient emperor's handblade was waved casually, and a deep, bottomless gully was once again cut out. The area was devastated. All of them were the products of the ancient emperor's frequent attacks. Griffin, your stance really impresses me. The ancient emperor's demeanor was indifferent. With a powerful physical body, coupled with extreme shrinking, he kept chasing Jiang Heng through this space. Only, Jiang Heng's shrinking ground seemed to be even more profound than his. It wasn't even the concept of shrinking anymore. Tricky. Jiang Heng didn't reply to the ancient emperor. He was somewhat helpless against this humanoid titan. After the other party utilized his origin, his entire body reached a very bizarre situation. The immortal Punisher and the enhanced heavenly Dao bottle in his hand were also unable to cause damage to him. The effort of rolling around just now had taken advantage of the gap to attack a few times with little success. The skin, a shallow cut, spilled a little blood. It's back in a flash. What if it's it? Jiang Heng pursed his lips and seemed to think of something. From within the sleeve, taking out a small sword that was as black as jade. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. After the 9 tribulations, I will be immortalized. Looking at this tiny sword tire, Jiang Heng was very curious in his heart. Even after reaching the current realm, it was impossible to see through its essence. It was as if it didn't belong to this side of the world. Because it was too pristine. Rao seemed to be Justin. overly sharp sword tire at this point. Griffin, how dare you get distracted when confronting me? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Heng raised his head to look at the ancient emperor who was speeding towards him. It seemed like a hand blade waving like the great way to simplicity. The land of reincarnation was once again shattered, and a bottomless geodesic abyss appeared on Jiang Heng's side. I have to say, the speed of your stance is somewhat enviable even to me. Is this the power of shrinking the earth, cultivated to the level of immortal technique? Watching the moment he chopped, Jiang Heng transformed into a weird sideways dodge. The ancient emperor's eyes that, a flash of surprise escaped. A few times, they were all dodging strangely with this stance. He had the feeling that his punches were going nowhere. Without questioning, the ancient emperor can be sure that a punch, as long as he hits a punch, or a hand knife, it could instantly shatter Jiang Heng's physical body. Shoo! After an instant of contemplation, the ancient emperor came behind Jiang Heng in a flash. The large palm of his hand intended to pinch the back of Jiang Heng's neck. It's fast. In a flash, hand, about to touch Jiang Heng's neck, a miniature black sword tire that appeared in his field of vision, stabbing directly at his hand. In response, the ancient emperor was unimpressed that Jiang Heng's Dao weapon execution of the immortal just now. It just barely broke through his skin. Subocular medicine. What can be done with this pristine sword tire? Silver white blood gushed out, and the black sword tires seemed to cut through tofu as if stabbing out hundreds of times in a flash at the center of his hand. The white palms of his hands were now full of holes, and blood spilled to the ground along the various wounds. The ancient emperor was startled, and unconsciously took 3 steps backward, looking at the black sword tire that was less than the size of a dagger in Jiang Heng's hand. Impossible. My flesh has long been tempered to the extreme. It's not something that a mortal weapon can hurt. Wait, did it come from the immortal world? For this, the ancient emperor is very confident. This side of the world he has been in the battlefield for a long time. No matter what the curiosity, it never did him any harm either. Subocular medicine. This black sword tire was actually able to injure him. Then there's only one possibility. This object is not owned by this realm. It's that supreme immortal realm. It's only possible to give birth to wonders. Thinking of this, the ancient emperor's eyes stared greedily at Jiang Heng's hands. This one pristine sword tire. It's bleeding. Then it's okay. Looking at the ancient emperor's greedy eyes, the depth on Jiang Heng's face flickered away. Having been in the field for a long time, he deeply understands the truth that the enemy's blood bar, if invisible, that's a scary thing. But when the other side bleeds, the nature is completely different. Jiang Heng took a step backwards, his right hand gripping the tire of his sword tightly, and instantly disappeared in the ancient emperor's teasing eyes. The speed was so fast that the ancient emperor didn't have time to be surprised. Turning to look over his left shoulder, silver blood spurted out in all directions like a fountain. The arm fell to the ground with a muffled grunt, and was directly chopped off by Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng looked at the ancient emperor with a smile on his face. You're nothing more than that. It seems that this seat's vigilance is superfluous. This next surprise was indeed something he had not expected. The sharpness of the sword tires is truly jaw-dropping. Even a perverted flesh body like the ancient emperor's could be directly chopped off, making him feel that this world there's nothing stopping it anymore. Ancient emperor, what are you up to? Not far away, the Mother Phoenix, who was fighting in Hongyi, was sweating profusely. Although he had long since become a forbidden being, and Hongyi's battle power was absolutely terrifying, she was counting on the ancient emperor to put Jiang Heng to death earlier, relying on her immunity to the Tao. The two of them shared in dealing with Hongyi. In the end, the ancient emperor had his hand cut off. How could she be calm about that? The ancient emperor did not say, also or with the look at his shoulder. This flat cut, it made his heart tremble with fear. He was the most vocal about that earlier. The touch on his shoulder did not feel like a decapitation. Instead, a piece of bone and flesh is missing out of thin air. Space? The ancient emperor gazed at the sword tire. His right hand clenched his fist violently, and his shoulder, which had been cut off, was, at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapid growth of meridians, bones, flesh and blood, restored as before. Only, on the ancient emperor's face, there was more than a touch of undetectable fatigue. Rebirth by blood drops is very consuming to the origin. Griffin, it's time for the farce to end. The ancient emperor clenched his fists, his body expanding at a bizarre degree. The toned muscles crumbled away from the flashy clothes. The skin on his entire body began to grow scaly armor, snake eyes and dragon horns. I am the Emperor of Man. The ancient emperor's voice was hoarse. His right hand waved casually. Thousands of astral winds that, with endless destructive power, it broke the huge Reincarnation road into pieces. The ground crumbled and collapsed, and the mountains in the darkness in the distance were completely crushed. In an instant, all of Jiang Heng's paths were locked up. It was too late to dodge, and a sharp blade ran directly through Jiang Heng's body. The clothes broke open, and at the wound on his chest, there seemed to be endless chaos, completely obliterating the sharpness. However, scarlet blood also flowed out. Seeing this, the ancient emperor transformed into a silver stream of light, his speed 100 or 1,000 times faster than before. Jiang Heng didn't have time to do anything and was directly penetrated through his chest. The chaotic body, it seemed, was also unable to stop the full force of a taboo being from erupting. At this moment, the ancient emperor had no reservations. Griffin, how dare you disobey? Looking at the finger that was inserted into Jiang Heng's chest, disgust was written all over the ancient emperor's scaly face. This battle has caused him to lose his majesty. Jiang Heng had made him bleed 3 or 4 times, and had long since been guilty of unpardonable offenses when executed. Ha, ha, ha. However, what the ancient emperor saw was not Jiang Heng's remorse, but a violent, maniacal laugh. It was as if a real devil. Give him a shock. So it is. Indeed it is. Of course it is. Jiang Heng looked at his leaping demon heart, and a strand of his heart's blood flowed down his arm into the sword tire. It was crazily devoured by the black sword tire, the original dagger-sized tire of the sword, nourished by the blood of the demon heart's heart, growing wildly at a rate visible to the naked eye. In a matter of moments, it reaches normal size. Ancient Emperor, you are the stepping stone for this seat to enter the false immortal. Your flesh, blood, soul, and none of this seat will go to waste. Who deserves to die the most between this heaven and earth? It must be you. Jiang Heng raised his left hand and clenched the ancient emperor's hand in a deadly grip, letting the other party's fingers, stirring in his chest. The heart instantly crumbled more than 100 times. Ignoring the pain, Jiang Heng looked at the other party indifferently. The ancient emperor, the human emperor of the human race, but the one with the most human blood. In order to become a Jin living being, and to temper his body with the flesh and blood of the human race, it was an unspeakable time and hundreds of people died. Only, these Jiang Heng didn't care nowadays. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Slightly raising his head, he playfully looked at the ancient emperor's shocked eyes and murmured, "Becoming an immortal. Are you worthy? The living beings of this world are rushing for the path to immortality, and this seat is standing in front of you, that insurmountable mountain. Ha, 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 you are not alone in your ways, and I will send them on their way together." At this moment, Jiang Heng's demeanor was once again maniacal, losing his previous calmness and dormancy. Presently, he is no longer afraid of anything. After killing the ancient emperor and stepping into the taboo, the Dragon Duke's outburst would be just about on par with him. There's no one under the sky. Kid, calm down. The ancient emperor jerked his right hand violently, trying to pull it out of Jiang Heng's chest. At this moment, he was a little panicked. In the field of vision, the tiny sword tire, which became an immortal sword at this moment, with its body as black as jade, but exudes a line of mind-blowing aura, continued, "You now have the power to fight, and Enhongi is completely at your mercy. Why don't you join forces with me and explore the immortal realm together? At that time, you and I will both." Before the words were finished, the jade-like black longsword violently penetrated the ancient emperor's chest, cutting upwards under its dismayed eyes. The chest, the throat, the jaw, the tip of the nose, the brow, the entire person was cut open from the chest with a single sword. Become 2 paragraphs. Jiang Heng, unwilling to listen to the other party bleep anymore. This life was different from the previous one. What he lacked most in this life was patience, unbridled. The ancient emperor hissed, and his silver-white radiance completely exploded. The body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to recover quickly. Swoosh, swoosh. But Jiang Heng was tired of playing and had had enough. And with his left hand he clutched the ancient emperor's right hand and the right hand instantly swung billions of times. The ancient emperor's body was madly chopped in an instant, though the silver undercurrent, with the few if any immortal auras, at an eerie rate, constantly repairing his body. But, the chopping is going on and on. Destroy, repair, repair. The ancient emperor's body, aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, his silver hair color fading to become snow white, tight skin, began to become loose, eyes cloudy, breath atrophied. "No, I have lived for 6 million years. I am an immortal being. You can't kill me. I am the human emperor, the emperor of this human race." The ancient emperor's old voice roared with vigor. He was not willing to fall at this point. Turning his eyes to the depths of the Wheeling Road, that vast gate of heaven. At this moment, an endless white light was emitted, completely lighting up the dimly lit Reincarnation Road. The ancient emperor was intoxicated, mesmerized, and reached out his right hand, ever forward, trying to grab that heavenly gate. Want to step on the path of immortality. May. Jiang Heng beheaded him with a sword, the pale head spinning in the air, with no wail of grief in its eyes. Instead, he stared dead in the distance, at the vastness of the heavenly gate, until death. They are thirsty. Jiang Heng clenched his head and operated the devouring devil technique, beginning to plunder within this body. Infinite origin. The body, suffused with a majestic blast of wind, blew away the smoke and dust around it. The 8 seals of harmonization. The 9 seals of harmonization. The great perfection of harmonization. It hadn't stopped yet. Jiang Heng was still plundering the origin, and his body seemed like a melting pot, constant and unceasing quenching. No way. This is absolutely impossible. What happened? Ancient Emperor? You punk! The Phoenix Mother who was fighting with Hongi completely couldn't tense up, and the shock that showed on her stunningly beautiful face. It's been completely unmitigated. The Ancient Emperor was killed, died under Jiang Heng's butcher knife. How could she take it? Beings at this level have had few defeats since the beginning of time. Even so, it is the result of fighting with the same realm. But the final result of the fierce battle between the Ancient Emperor and Jiang Heng turned out to be that the Ancient Emperor was defeated. It also had its head cut off by Jiang Heng, become a nutrient under its devouring demon technique? Bitch, fighting with this palace, you still dare to be distracted? Remnants of heavenly fire, Red Lotus dash. Seeing the Phoenix Mother's frustration and distraction, and Hongi's absolutely beautiful face overflowed with a cold smile. The eyes looked towards the corpse of the Ancient Emperor. Nothing felt wrong. In her opinion, the Ancient Emperor's choice of Jiang Heng was the most wrong thing in this world. Looking for death. At the same time, a scarlet lotus flower transformed into a heaven-burning, world-destroying flame, and Hongi bathed in karmic flames that, a palm slapped the Phoenix Mother's chest. Flames instantly swept Phoenix Mother. Miserable screams filled the huge Reincarnation road. It made many of the still trembling harmonizers stare with wide eyes. What the hell happened? Jiang Heng slaughtered that lord? The one who spoke was a harmonizer of the Eastern Imperial clan. As a member of the same Imperial clan, he naturally knew the might of the ancient Imperial clan. Previously, he had spoken so eloquently, saying that Jiang Heng would surely die and wouldn't even last 3 breaths. In the end, the Ancient Emperor was slaughtered. The old immortal merged into the Tao 600,000 years ago, and so far I have never seen anyone more demonic than Jiang Heng. Dreadful. We'll go forward to join fellow Taoist Jiang Heng, and under his shelter, we'll surely be able to set foot on the immortal path. This is too much. At this realm, who isn't a demon or a heavenly pride? Why should Jiang Heng be able to reverse the felling? No, he has the devouring devil technique absorbing the Ancient Emperor's origin. It might become taboo. Numbed, the remaining 100 or so harmonizers looked at the silver blood in Jiang Heng's hands in the distance. And the head, completely numb. Jiang Heng had slaughtered the Ancient Emperor and had to absorb the origin. And if he waited for Jiang Heng to set foot on the forbidden, that's a hell of a way to go. After all, harmonization would be able to reverse the taboo, so becoming a promotion wasn't a messy kill? The commotion over here made the subdued Yin Shui also a little numb. Looking at the remains of the Ancient Emperor was a bit hard to accept. He can also shoot down the Ancient Emperor. Here, except for the Dragon Lord, none of them were his 1-2 punch, or else the Dragon Lord wouldn't have assigned it that way. Let the Koan Pang, divine silkworms, thunderbirds, and heavenly demons come to round him up. What does Jiang Heng have to go on? By greatness without words? At this instant, Koan Pang, divine silkworm, thunderbird, and the others, also stopped the Tao in their hands. Shocked, he looked at the distance, the broken body of the Ancient Emperor. As fellow Forbidden Zone masters and forbidden beings, they were well aware of the Ancient Emperor's power. An indestructible physical body could not be worn out even if it was killed 100,000 or 10,000 times. Mana immunity and isolation from all Tao. It was so hard that a Tao weapon couldn't even leave a scar. It was such an Ancient Emperor that was crushed to death by a Jiang Heng at the harmonization realm. Become nourishment under the devouring demon technique. Lord Long, I'm afraid this kid is the biggest change. The voice that spoke seemed to be male or female, and it was none other than the black and white-eyed Koan Pang, who gazed at Jiang Heng. Finally, he looked to the Dragon Lord. Subocular, medicine. Things are clearly out of control. Although Jiang Heng was only a taboo even if he was promoted, there were still 7 more on their side. But, the road to immortality is in front of us, and the gates of heaven are visible to the naked eye. She was reluctant to have uncontrollable change. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The large Reincarnation road was silent at this moment, and everyone's vision converged in the depths of on the man in white. Taboo, not quite representing a distance from human beings. It also represents an age of immortality, the source of all darkness in the Tianluo realm. It's 8 people, controlling the lifeblood of the heavenly law realm, or legends immortalized throughout the ages. Nowadays, folded in withered one. Everyone held their breath and looked at Jiang Heng as if choking. It seems that this kid is the biggest change. The Dragon Lord held his head high and his eyes swept majestically at Jiang Heng, who was sucking in the ancient emperor's origin in the distance. At this point, even he had to admit that Jiang Heng had become a scourge. It was just like the devouring demon emperor back then, growing faster than they could understand. It was too late to manage again. And Jiang Heng and the devouring demon emperor were not yet the same. In his opinion, that woman has long lost her edge now, while Jiang Heng is in his prime. If he didn't have ambition, he wouldn't have come to this place of reincarnation within the heavenly abyss. Kill without mercy. The Dragon Lord raised the corners of his mouth and teasingly looked at Jiang Heng. At this level of taboo, it's not that easy to step into. You can merge with the Tao at will because you have a foundation from your previous life. You were only a harmonized griffin in your previous life. After saying that, the Dragon Lord gazed at Yin Shui. When he saw that Yin Shui was unmoved, he pointed at the Kuan-Pang, the 2 forbidden thunderbirds. On command, the Kuan-Pang seemed to swim away from the water, transforming into a large koan that sped towards Jiang Heng. The thunderbird, sweeping through the sky with wild thunder, arrived in front of Jiang Heng in an instant. It left Gu Tianxing, Ji Wuchang and the others behind Jiang Heng, who were looking exuberant, completely mute. They never thought that this group of taboos would be so shameless, personally going down several times, not to mention 2 more at this moment. My 2 lords, when Jiang Heng wakes up, would it be alright for us to explore the heavenly gate together? The goal is to become immortal. There's no need to fight and hurt the peace. Among the several harmonizers who had long since defected to Jiang Heng, a vicissitudes old man slowly stepped out. He gazed at Jiang Heng, who was closing his eyes and absorbing the ancient emperor origin. Summoning his courage, he came to the Kuan-Pang and Thunderbird and bowed slightly. Bang! As the words fell, the old man's head directly burst open, and the raging arc of thunder at the neck of it doesn't ever half subside. Griffin, becoming immortal with us? The Thunderbird's chest rose and fell violently. The thunder raged in the sky as he laughed maniacally. Continuing, he said, "We have been dormant for millions of years, not for the sake of sharing the heavenly gate with ants. This son, I shall kill." Even if the old man didn't open his mouth to beg for forgiveness, he would personally strike after destroying Jiang Heng, to flatten those who don't care. The road to immortality. Not everyone is qualified to step on it. If not, what have they been doing for all these millions of years? Serving as dowagers, nannies, and saints? Sheltering everyone from becoming immortal? In everyone's horrified eyes, the Thunderbird grinned as he walked, thunder raging in his right hand. A manic thunder giant sword appeared steeply. When he came to Jiang Heng, he saw that Jiang Heng was still immersed in devouring. He cracked his mouth and sneered coldly. "It took us millions of years to step into the level of forbidden from nothing. You are but a few dozen years old, and you presume to reach the sky? Withering is your only destiny." After saying that, the Thunderbird did not hesitate and swung the Thunder Giant's sword in his hand, aiming it at Jiang Heng's head and chopping it down fiercely. He wanted to crush Jiang Heng's body and grind his soul under this Thunder Sword. The sword blade was bladeless, and was about to touch the top of Jiang Heng's head when sharp, cold awnings cut through several strands of silver hair. The blade of the sword, wanting to split Jiang Heng in two. 10,000 karmic flames, red lotus of heavenly flame, a scarlet lotus flower, blocking the giant sword of thunder. The moment the thunder touched the red lotus, scarlet karmic flames exploded as if they were bombs, and flames swept across the large area. 1, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, dense red lotuses, as if heavenly fires were as splendid as the searing heat of the rocky soil of the ground. Completely melted into magma. Countless red lotuses forced back the Thunderbird in Kuan-Pang, and Hongi stepped on the red lotus and indifferently came in front of the two of them, her beautiful eyes as scarlet as rubies. Indignantly, he stared at the two men, as well as the hurrying Mother Phoenix. He murmured, "I am not dead yet, and I dare snarl and bark? Execute you!" With thousands of red lotuses beside her, burning inflammation and destroying karmic fire, and Hongi stopped in front of Jiang Heng. One step on foot, one step forward, facing three forbidden of the same level. She was fearless. Kill her. The path to immortality is imminent. Don't have any more accidents. Otherwise, the Dragon Lord is going to be furious. Mother Phoenix took a deep breath and stared angrily at Hongi. In this way, if she fought one-on-one, she was somewhat unbeatable. What Hangi had cultivated had gone from being a grudge fury to becoming a cause and effect, which crossed the line of the unimaginable. That karma fire Red Lotus, compared to the phoenix flame of the Phoenix clan, was more powerful and hurt people more deeply. This time, there was still karma left in her. If he hadn't majored in fire himself, I'm afraid he would have died a long time ago. Kill. The Thunderbird nodded its head and used supreme Tao techniques to construct a large thunder pool in this path of reincarnation. Wild thunder swept down from the sky, instantly detonated beside Hangi. These tens of thousands of red lotuses, karmic fire rendering the zenith, lighting up the great path of reincarnation once and for all. In the meantime, the movement outside could be clearly felt by Jiang Heng. Only, what he needed at this point was silence, the inexhaustible source of the immediate, enough for him to step into a deeper level. What was missing was the realization of the Tao and the law. What I cultivate is the way of taking the heavens, using the heavenly Tao vase to forge a supreme foundation. Both my body is the destiny of heaven. Then this Tian Luo realm should also have a share of this seat. Use it to forge the foundation of the Tao of immortality that belongs to me, while devouring the origin. Jiang Heng muttered to himself in his mind. At the moment the road is blocked. To put it bluntly, after stepping into the 9 heavens of the harmonious way, there would be no guidance from those who came before us. A deeper level. It's all about self-realization. Yes, this path is traveled differently by everyone. The ancient emperor walked the path of the human emperor, forging himself from countless human races, the path that was first slaughtered and forged with mortal blood. And Hangi, walking the path of cause and effect, paved with supreme karmic fire, using this as a pretext. What Jiang Heng wanted to take was the path of this Tian Luo realm. This realm, it shouldn't be only the way of heaven that has this congenial path that he has for the order of heaven, that he is a part of it. There should have been a part of him. And, just as Jiang Heng had this thought, outside world, the crumbling mountains and rivers have long since been gently caressed, and the former harmony of the Tian Luo realm has completely disappeared. Countless mortals die. The formerly calm and quiet mountain village was reduced to the unnameable skeleton in the endless abyss. The dome of the sky had long since crumbled, a tiny wound appalling. Apart from this, there are also 2 celestial abysses crisscrossing the sky, and at that moment, something that made countless people in the Tian Luo realm tremble in fear happened. Above the 2 heavenly abysses, the 3rd heavenly abyss tore through the wound. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Slowly surfacing in front of everyone's eyes, the 3 heavenly abysses, just floating in the air, remained boundless and deep inside. Only, the clouds in the sky turned scarlet as drops of blood and tears waved down. Similar, in foreshadowing, 3 heavenly abysses. What does that mean? The heavens and the earth are unfortunate. Where should we mortals go? God, someone save us? The heavens and earth are about to fall, and we quasi-emperors are also ants. So where should we go from here? I was lucky to have merged with the way, but I dare not go there, for blood will surely flow in it. It's just a matter of living in the middle of nowhere for the rest of your life. Heaven and earth are unforgiving and take everything as ruminants. So what means do I have to survive in the world as an ant? Destiny can't be changed. The hissing and wailing of countless people resounded through the vast sky. There are mortals and monks. There are high and mighty saints, quasi-emperors who destroyed the heavens and the earth with a single thought. There are also supreme beings who have stepped into the harmonious way to glory as great emperors. This time, it seems to be a similar fate. All of them are molehills, watching this infinite vault of heaven crumble. Many know their fate. There's no way to make a difference. It's as if this ill-fated destiny will not end until death. The nameless mountain range, a large rift valley hung across. Greetings, sword ancestor. Wine Sword Immortal dropped to both knees and mourned an old man in front of him. The old man was none other than the sword ancestor. His destiny was unaltered, and like his previous life, he fell under this heavenly pour. A battle for mortals, a battle for molehills, too rigid and easy to break, withering in the sky. I will carry on your will, I will not live. Wine Sword Immortal stood up and, gazing at this great pale, presently, there were countless harmonizers who did not travel to the heavenly abyss, acting like demons to wreak havoc on the living world. Some people refined bloodthirsty streamers, while others refined human devil halberds. Someone with the body of a mortal, walking the path of the original human emperor. I want to break the taboo to see the false immortals. The sword ancestor, fighting with 3 peak great emperors. Broken Tao weapons wrestled 3 people and withered here after exhausting their origin. When he was dying, he instructed him, my people should hold the sword of righteousness and kill those who deserve to be killed. To do what should be done even if this heavenly law is shattered and all laws do not exist. But on this devastated earth, moral righteousness still remains. Go well, old ancestor. I'll be there in a minute. The Wine Sword Immortal gripped his own Tao weapon tightly, and after bowing 3 times to the sword ancestor, he gazed at the vast heavenly abyss in the sky. He was reluctant to travel, to inherit the will of the sword ancestor and to do something about it. Within the heavenly abyss, the path of reincarnation, the road at this time, not seeing the collapse of the previous fierce battle, space crumbles and bridges, symbolizing life and death, are reduced to wreckage. The top was long gone, and the mysterious deep space was reflected in front of everyone's eyes. Jiang Heng closed his eyes tightly, and the grand blueprint in his sea of consciousness was constantly being refined. The way, constantly moving toward that step. He wanted to seize the origin of this heavenly law realm and take a path that no one dared to imagine in the ancient times. It's still the same, both the threefold destiny of heaven, both the predestination to be so, and the inability of the destiny to change. Then I should have my share of the heavenly order. This kid, what the hell is he doing? The three people who were engaged in a fierce battle with Anhongis, looking around at the changes caused by Jiang Heng, the pores on his entire body exploded. The path of reincarnation crumbled, and at that moment, they were strolling through the endless deep air. All around, there is a shining star. The end of the field of vision remained deep blue and invisible. This is seizing the origin of heaven and earth. He's going to use the Tianluo realm as a foundation. This kid, so arrogant. The Confinement's one black and one white pupil contracted very small at this moment as he looked at Jiang Heng in shock. Words. Long ago, I was shocked. Controlling the two paths of yin and yang, he had a deep understanding of this side of heaven and earth. With a single glance, he gained insight that Jiang Heng was seizing the heavenly Luo boundary, and the illusory heavenly way. Robbing. This. It's just treasonous. Other than that devouring demon emperor, no one dared to do so. Jiang Heng, planning to go that way? No, he's not going that way. He's robbing and seizing, seeming to seize something. Confinement trembled in fearful demeanor. He intends to take a path through the ages. Jiang Heng, it's taking over, straight out of the hands of heaven. Go and grab it. To him, it was outrageous with outrageous open doors, outrageous to the core. The devouring demon emperor, too, relied on his feats to devour and gnaw a piece down. Jiang Heng directly grabbed. What? Mother Phoenix thought she had heard wrong and looked at Confinement with wide-eyed dismay. She was truly alone in this practice of Jiang Heng's. What do you mean? Robbing tendos? This thing is still up for grabs? Heaven's destiny is threefold. Jiang Heng is originally a predestined person. He seems to be robbing in a sensible and compliant manner. After all, heaven has always been fair. Even if he deserves a share, even robbery seems to stand. The Confinement spoke hoarsely, his eyes gazing deeply at Jiang Heng. Subocular medicine. Definitely can't put it off. If Jiang Heng succeeded, when the time came, with Tianluo as the base, who else would be able to check and balance between this world? Long gone. It's all a bit overwhelming, isn't it? Kill just as the three were shocked. The cold voice of the Dragon Duke in the distance. It echoed through the area. The three of them looked at each other and used their origin. It's coming towards Jiang Heng. On the way, karmic fire burns the stars and reduces everything to ashes. And Hani waved out the sky of karmic fire and countless red lotuses, toward the trio covered. May. At this point, the three already know the consequences. Do not dare a little half a pause. Began to fight for their lives. Even as the karmic fire burned their bodies, the three of them ran wildly towards Jiang Heng. Thunder, the two chi of yin and yang, the roiling phoenix fire, and many other Dao techniques, along with its original forbidden weapon. A swarm of them slammed into Jiang Heng. You guys, be outrageous. Seeing this, and Hani's eyes were stained with blood, and the blood tears that flowed down transformed into a red lotus. The whole body is on fire with karma. In an instant, he arrived in front of Jiang Heng, blocking the trio's attack. May, after a long tug-of-war and being 1 against 3, at this point, she had long since exhausted her origin. If faith hadn't been holding strong, most of them would have collapsed. Subocular medicine. Unstoppable. The ancient devil subduing mortar and pestle, with its roiling thunder, directly struck in Hani's body. The wound was clear and deep enough to see the bone, and the blood that flowed out swept into the air, turning into a red lotus. Apart from this, the large copper mirror, shooting out the two chi of yin and yang, while decomposing the red lotus, making the wounds on Hani's body become more and more serious. Vomiting out a mouthful of blood, and Hani's eyes were cold as she gazed at the several people. The three of you. If it were a fair fight with me, it would have withered away long ago. Humph. In this world there are only kings and losers. Thunderbird snorted coldly at Hani. Continuing, in this way, you fail with him and wither away in this river of years, turned into a withered bone that no one remembers or knows. And we, long ago, ascended to the immortal realm. With that said, a demon subduing pestle flew past in Hani's ear, and she didn't have time to do anything about it. one could only gaze sideways at the descending mortar and pestle, sprinting toward Jiang Heng's head. No! And Hongyi hissed, her ruby-like eyes staring at Jiang Heng in death. The hem of the skirt had long been tattered from the series of heavy battles. Above the snow-white skin, a wound was shocking. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Yes. And Hongyi's jewel-like eyes tightened as she looked at the demon surrender pestle in confusion. In this life, she got the taboo to cast the false immortal, and it seemed that there was no way to break free from her destiny. Return Jiang Heng's karma. Jiang Heng, 1954. Chinese writer. It seemed to be dying in front of her again. Red Lotus Fairy. There is nothing you can do to change anything in your past life. Looking at Hongyi's pretentious posture, the Thunderbird stirred its wings and laughed. Eyes, gazing at the speeding demon pestle. He wanted to watch the ancient pestle and mortar with his own eyes, smashing Jiang Heng's head. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone stopped their hands and gazed at this place. Neither expected the situation to take such twists, turns and reversals. Originally, he thought that Jiang Heng's decadence was all over the place, but he bucked the trend and slaughtered the ancient emperor. Originally, it was thought that Jiang Heng had utilized the devouring demon technique to reign over the world. At this point, however, lives are on the line, and Hongyi can't even stop the momentum. If Jiang Heng has perished, then we can only turn to old ancestor Linghu. After all, he is also a false immortal. Unfortunately, as the years sink and the heavenly pride falls, this world is ultimately written by the winner. Immortal. I want to become immortal. The road to immortality is right in front of me. I'd be willing to make me a dog. It's a pity. Originally defecting to Jiang Heng, I might have been able to mix in with the heavenly sect. Immortal. Nebulous words, but throughout the lives of many harmonizers, for the distant gate of heaven, they are yearning. This time, Jiang Heng will die, for which they mourn to the utmost. Not mourning Jiang Heng's imminent death. Rather, they mourned the fact that with less Jiang Heng, the possibility of them setting foot in the immortal sect would be even more remote again. At the same time, in the distance, Linghu Changmei gasped for breath, looking at the mountain-like dragon public house. The flash of horror in the corner of his eye was very obvious. Got it too. Why was his father, even when he was cultivating the power of creation, unable to defeat the Dragon Lord? Torn apart and bloodied by it in the universe. He's going to seize the sky, just as Linghu Longbrow was horrified. The black mist shook the opening in its heart, growling, Stop him, stop him, what are you yelling nonsense for? Old man Linghu frowned and, unpleasant conversation, isn't he going to die soon? As he spoke, he gazed at the demon-subduing mortar and pestle. This object, quenched by the Thunderbird for millions of years, its power can crush the stars. If they hadn't fought furiously on the Reincarnation road, a third of this object descending in the heavenly law realm would have been sunk. Jiang Heng resisted with his flesh? Run for your life. Looking at it, Linghu's long eyebrows twitched, and bewilderment was written all over his subdued expression. Visualize, a 9-colored mottled primordial chi, as if a galaxy, merged into Jiang Heng's body. The aura on its body also expanded at this moment. As more and more of the primordial chi came out, Jiang Heng's aura became more and more solidified. In the end, it seems to blend into this path of reincarnation, this heaven and earth. On his brow, the milky white heaven's path vase, too, began to shift in color. It became dark gray, dark blue, and on the wall of the bottle, a shining speck, as if endless stars, the black longsword melted into the heavenly Tao bottle, imprinting out on the wall of the bottle. This can't be. Linghu's long eyebrows shook and, crazy hissed up, there's no way he can break through so easily. This is absolutely impossible. Subocular, medicine. Jiang Heng seemed to have stepped into the forbidden and become a false immortal, alongside the likes of them. It is a supreme being, and, that Tao bottle, even if he looked at it, he felt horrible. Something from the beginning of time? Not far from it. Jin Shui Shangxian stared in shock at Jiang Heng's brow, the vial that was all nothingness. In response, others are confused. Coming from that realm, he was more cognizant of these things than any of these people. Items of the beginning. Items born from the chaos at the beginning of the Hongmeng heaven and earth. Each of these has a basis in heaven and earth. There is a supreme law. And, the dreamlike vial was not in his memory. Kill at this moment, Yun Shui's calmness had long since dissipated, bursting out with an origin that was horrendous to behold, instantly shaking away the dimming god, the heavenly demon, and the divine silkworm. He transformed into a milky white stream of light that, flying towards Jiang Heng, bang, in the midst of everyone's gaze, the devil-subduing mortar and pestle, which could shatter the sea of stars, struck in front of Jiang Heng, but, unable to save, catching dash, An aura of the beginning of the earth instantly invaded the demon surrendering pestle and mortar. It seems that it's unable to carry such a primal origin. It turned into a broken piece of unknown metal and completely disintegrated. Are you all gazing at this seat to catch a glimpse of the face of heaven? A clear, crisp voice echoed through the deep wheel of fortune road. As everyone watched, Jiang Heng slowly opened his eyes, a pair of eyes that seemed to be surrounded by thousands of stars, as if they were so large and starry that they dotted the entire deep sky, the air, like a great road to the dust. At this moment, many people were nonplussed, looking at Jiang Heng's eyes and, as if looking at an emperor symbolizing the sun. Heaven's authority will not be violated. You succeeded? Thunderbird rasped, unconsciously taking 3 steps backward and, scornfully, he looked at Jiang Heng. This time and this moment are just like the other time and the other moment. It was impossible to see the depths of Jiang Heng, as if he was looking at a mortal. This, obviously, is not reasonable. Sure, Jiang Heng changed from the norm and answered very patiently. You took away part of the origin of the Tian Luo realm? Konpang gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Heng with gloomy eyes. Sure. Jiang Heng stood up and lazily patted the dust, as if he loved everything in this world very much, including dust, murmuring, as a loving father, you can ask whatever you want, and it will be answered. As he spoke, Jiang Heng slightly raised his head, his star-like eyes looking lovingly at the crowd. As he said, that strand of primordial qi had been absorbed by the body in its entirety. The rest of it also became his capital to run through everything with the help of the heavenly Dao bottle, and the 9 robbers' sword. At the same time, the fusion of the heavenly Dao bottle and the 9 tribulation sword also forged the heavenly tribulation 9 Dao bottle, having succeeded in seizing part of the origin of Tian Luo when stepping onto the threshold of taboo beings. At this moment, he also represented part of the will of the heavenly Dao. It could also be said that everything born of this world belongs to him. What did you say, kid? Loving father. The always grumpy Thunderbird felt a bit incredulous as he listened to Jiang Heng's words. Is that an insult? As a true spirit born and bred in heaven, it was the first Thunderbird that opened up the sky and was born in the middle of the thunder pool. Jiang Heng, say loving father? Are you being grumpy with my father? Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and, teasingly, he looked at Thunderbird. It seems, you haven't shifted from your identity. After all one's words, Jiang Heng appeared in front of the Thunderbird out of thin air, right in front of everyone's view, in its dumbfounded and horrified eyes. Slowly, he reached out and choked his neck. The movements are silky smooth and seamless, but revealingly spooky. Why don't you avoid it? Let go of me, you mole cricket. The Thunderbird was incomparably angry, and his right hand's thunder giant sword erupted. It chopped down fiercely at the top of Jiang Heng's head. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The thunder seemed to shatter everything, shaking the space slightly, arriving at Jiang Heng's eyebrows in an instant. What shocked everyone was that the moment the sword blade touched Jiang Heng's body, it seemed like a warm current that it surged into Jiang Heng's body. Look at you, skinning again. Jiang Heng grinned slightly, smiling obscurely at the Thunderbird. A sword in the hands of a rebellious son, a cleaver in the body of a loving father. Seems like a lot of good faces to give. At that moment, the realm he had reached was hunted, the same realm that these people were in, but the levels are different. This time, Jiang Heng could clearly feel that everything in this world was nothingness to him. In Yi Beishuan's memorized words, human nuclear weapons are indeed powerful and can destroy the world if launched indiscriminately. The world in his words had nothing to do with the so-called blue star, the nuclear bombs that mankind possesses, even if they were 10,000 times more numerous, would not be able to take on that planet. What is the substantive impact? It's like mosquito bite. He is, at the moment, like that. This Thunderbird's move destroys the heavens and the earth, and can pick the stars and the moon, shattering the stars and cutting off the sea. So what? These, all of them, are appearances. The heavenly law realm has existed for countless years, and there have been many vicissitudes and changes. So what if the mountains and rivers crumble? So what if the heavens and the earth are tumbling down? To this realm, it is only an insignificant drop in the ocean of years. It was the same for him. There's dead silence all around. At this point in time, everyone looked at Jiang Heng in a different way, and the eyes of the bright-eyed, more like fear. It is an unreachable height, one that is beyond the speculation of the common man. Could he be a true immortal? This can't be possible, can it? Plundering the heavenly Luo origin and forging a supreme Dao foundation. This person, I'm afraid, cannot be contained. The Thunderbird is in charge of the way of innate thunder, which destroys the 9 heavens and thwarts 10,000 souls. Surprisingly, it couldn't do any damage to Jiang Heng. Just what realm is Jiang Heng in? At this moment, many people only wanted to figure out the realm that Jiang Heng had reached in their minds. What exactly does it look like? Fairy? Or maybe it melts into the heavenly Tao and becomes the source of that Tao? Yes. Jiang Heng was silent, not answering the crowd's questions. The eyes gazed coldly at the Thunderbird. Innate beings. Unfortunately, you are too disobedient. With that said, in the eyes of the horrified crowd, Jiang Heng exerted his right hand and directly took the soul of the Thunderbird and bone and blood pinched and burst. Ravaging raging thunder filled the wheel of fortune road. Only, in an instant, it melted into Jiang Heng's body and became a nutrient. An innate being, a false immortal, was just casually crushed to death by Jiang Heng. Before then, when he killed the ancient emperor, the light decapitation was billions of times. But right now, it was actually effortless. Where, exactly, is this upper limit of battle power? Why did you make it? You shouldn't have succeeded. And you can't. Hua Changqing stopped his killing spree and retreated 3 feet backward in terror, looking at Jiang Heng's eyes, with unspeakable shock. He's stupid. Back then, under the questioning heart pass, he was clearly an inconspicuous mole cricket, and because of a moment of arrogance, I didn't kill it myself. In the moment, it has grown to this point? Yes. Jiang Heng was silent, unwilling to answer his words, turning into a stream of light and arriving in front of Confinement and Phoenix Mother. A big smile appeared. Under the horrified gazes of the two, he slowly extended his right hand and stroked it to their foreheads. De Tianxing Yin Yang Fish. In response, the Confinement was horrified. The tragic death of the Thunderbird was fresh in his mind, and he immediately swung both fists, black and white, transforming into a yin and a yang, blasted towards Jiang Heng's palm. Beside her, Mother Phoenix, who was dressed in a palace costume, also had a very grave demeanor. Both hands turned into feathers and swung violently. Great Phoenix Heaven, brilliant amazing inferno flame. The crimson flames formed a whirlwind that was instantly born from underneath Jiang Heng's feet, completely engulfing Jiang Heng's body. Yes. Bang. There was a crisp, muffled grunt, and it seemed as if time stood still as everyone stared at the place and the flames were found to be running at a slight speed. Jiang Heng was the only one moving at an even pace. He took a step out of the flames, raised his hand to crush the Confinement's double fists, and gently stroked the Confinement's brow with his right hand. It dissolved instantly, as if it did not belong to this age. It was simply too late to speak, and the divine soul was completely obliterated. No, I am the Phoenix Mother. I want to become immortal. I am a true spirit. I should belong to the immortal realm. Only the immortal realm is where I belong. All of this made Mother Phoenix feel incredulous. The encounter with Jiang Heng had also given her much insight into the fact that the person in front of her was not powerful. Rather, they are invincible in this Tian Luo world. Jiang Heng devoured the origin of this place and became one with this world. In a nutshell, unless one transcended the heavenly law, or did not use the Tao and laws of the heavenly law realm, one could fight against Jiang Heng. If not, there was no way out of death. All the Tao and laws were useless in front of Jiang Heng. It's like a cage in the middle of a prison. Jiang Heng is the disciplinarian, holding a gun and a whip in his hand. They can't take on the enemy with their bare hands. After all these years, it's time for the curtain to fall. Before Mother Phoenix could stop talking, Jiang Heng had already arrived behind her. All the Tao laws instantly dissolved the moment Jiang Heng approached. All of this brilliant amazing inferno flame that filled the sky was extinguished. Mother Phoenix twisted her head, looking at the buxom man, wanting to open her mouth to say something. The head exploded directly. The body melted into Jiang Heng's body, and the soul flew towards the human emperor streamer with the Thunderbird and Confinement. The 3 forbidden beings all died at this time. The 8 forbidden, withering their deaths, all perished at the hands of Jiang Heng. This moment caused everyone around them to move as they looked at Jiang Heng, their jaws dropping. The temperament is different. The killing is similar. In Jiang Heng's hands, no one is left alive. It's my turn, right? Seeing this, Anhami came in front of Jiang Heng, her stunningly beautiful face written with composure, jade-like hand, wiping away the blood from the corner of his lips and squeezing out a forced smile. Soon, Jiang Heng laughed lightly and said to Anhami word for word, "Sins of the past life, returned in this life. The sins of this life have not yet been repaid." After saying that and nodding to Anhami, Jiang Heng turned his eyes to Hua Changqing, long gone in the others. The pace is slow, but it's a stone's throw away. In an instant, Jiang Heng arrived in front of several people, nodded to the crowd, and spoke with his head held high. "Gentlemen, you should have killed me in the first place. Hesitate, and you will lose." Indeed, to reach the present position was something he had not even thought of. But these people were too solitary and looked down on anyone under the sun. Subocular medicine. He seized the heavens at this place. The fire went out, leaving only the afterglow of the heavenly gate to light up the dimly lit path of reincarnation. The silence seems to speak of the solemnity of the place. I never thought that the most insignificant ant could have such a creation. But, your lonely madness is not enough in front of me. The hoarse voice carried a trifle of coolness, and the dragon duke who stood in the very center of the room stood with his arms folded. The majestic eyes looked coldly at Jiang Heng. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Hoarse words that filled the silent path of reincarnation. The tall body of the dragon lord. The ground trembled with each step. Crossing over Hua Changqing, crossing over the divine silkworm and the others. He came to Jiang Heng, and by virtue of his arrogant height, looking down on Jiang Heng from above, for the dragon duke, disobedience is unforgivable. He is guilty and shall be punished. Jiang Heng's growth was truly unexpected and an unstable factor. Only, he's the dragon lord, and he's dominated the Tianluo realm for millions of years. Overconfidence is not inflated. It is built up over the years. It wasn't as if no one had challenged him during this stretch of years. Yes, all have failed. At the moment, it seemed to him that it was just an insignificant bundle in a long line of years. Dragon Lord, have you ever lost? Jiang Heng replied, raising his head to look at the huge figure in front of him. The eyes held an unspeakable tease. Defeat? This straightforward question made the Dragon Lord a bit surprised. Curious to review this life history. He can only describe himself as invincible. It wasn't that no taboo had challenged him. The ancient emperor, Koan Pang, and divine silkworm were also unruly at first. A random strike is the limit of these people. The taboo of the creation sect, the Taishang forgotten sect's Taishang Dao father, were all crushed to death by him with the lift of his hand. The dominance shown has long been a cliffhanger. So, he didn't panic when Hongi cast a taboo, and he didn't panic when Yin Shui Shangxian came. Ling Hu Chang Mei exposed himself, and he remained unperturbed. No, but this seed is quite willing to taste the fruit of defeat. Ha ha. The Dragon Lord raised his head, his eyes teasingly looking at Jiang Heng. Will you let this seed taste it? With pleasure. Jiang Heng took 3 steps backwards, making a large space in front of him. Raising his hand, he made a gesture of invitation to the Dragon Lord. It made the remaining few taboo beings who were still here stare at Jiang Heng with a cold look in their eyes, with unspeakable dismay. None of them had expected that Jiang Heng would really dare to challenge Lord Long. It's reasonable to say that if one reaches this level and wants to become an immortal, to show softness or attitude with the Dragon Lord, on both sides, it's not too difficult. Jiang Heng chose the most unwise move. He's the Dragon Lord, the strongest in this Tianluo realm. Yes, for tens of thousands of years he has never been defeated, and from the moment he descended into the world, he has reigned supreme. Good words are hard to persuade damn ghosts. When a weakling suddenly has the ability to shake everything, can he not expand? Words were pouring out, whether it was the harmonizers, or the few remaining taboos. They were saddened by Jiang Heng's approach. It's so hard to have this kind of combat power, so why send yourself to death? This kid, more than likely, will die. Ling Hu Changmei breathed a long sigh of relief and there was an overwhelming sense of excitement about Jiang Heng's next fate. In this case, if there is anyone in the room who has the most to say, it would be him. Just now in the dragon bus hand a dozen strokes. He deeply experienced his father's suffering back then. This old monster has long since transcended this realm. If it wasn't for the fact that Tianluo could only be as high as this, it would probably have become immortal in place long ago. No matter what, Jiang Heng must die. Seeing this, the black mist remind Ling Hu Changmei he has already seized the heavens and become the greatest scourge. And my contract with you, you do not forget. Otherwise when the time comes a slap 2 eyes. Like this, Jiang Heng's development caused the black mist to completely lose its patience. In the beginning, he had asked Ling Hu Changmei several times to take action to kill Jiang Heng, but this old fox scorns him. Both sides are counting on each other. Missed the best opportunity. Right now, Jiang Heng seized the sky and stood up. Part of the origin of this heavenly law realm. It became Jiang Heng's sustenance. Simply appalling. This was a height that the devouring demon emperor, back then, had not even reached. Subocular medicine. When Jiang Heng fought with the Dragon Lord, he was bound to slip through the cracks, and that was the best time to strike. No room for error. Got it. Ling Hu Longbrow nodded his head, acknowledging what Black Mist had said. The look in Jiang Heng's eyes also carried an unspeakable scorn. Exact. Jiang Heng's growth also made him a bit intimidated. Please. Jiang Heng remained unconcerned by the clamor around him and once again made a gesture of invitation to the Dragon Lord. This, in turn, shook the Dragon Lord. It had always been only him letting others make the first move, and right now Jiang Heng was arrogant enough to let him attack first. Crazier than him? Dragon's royalty, dead man's play dash. In response, the Dragon Lord did not hesitate after sneering coldly, and his huge body flickered away. Appearing again, he had already arrived behind Jiang Heng. At the same time, swoosh, hundreds of holes appeared on top of Jiang Heng's body. Scarlet blood ran down the wound. In no time, a pool of blood was formed. Jiang Heng, busted, all around, jaws dropped. Everyone didn't expect the farce to end like this. Fake, right? But a few moves? This is the ruling power of the Dragon Lord. It's terrifying. Alas, the path to immortality is right in front of us, so why try to be strong? In response, many of the strongest people present were shocked and dismayed. They didn't expect that Jiang Heng, who had previously casually abused the false immortals with 1 against 3, it was so unbearable in front of the Dragon Lord. Dragon Duke still has gold. Ah, me. Just as everyone was horrified, a miserable scream swept across the Reincarnation road. It made them gaze over curiously. It's the Sky Demon, a pseudo-immortal from the forbidden region of 100,000 mountains, controlling countless demon races. The Heavenly Demon. This time, the top of his body was riddled with holes, and dark blue blood flowed all over the place. It was exactly the same as the tragic situation above Jiang Heng's body. It instantly made the eating crowd completely tense. What happened? As a fellow taboo, the immortal god Silkworm couldn't tense up at this moment. Horror looked at the Sky Demon. Then he looked at the unharmed Jiang Heng. At this moment, Jiang Heng's body were still full of holes. That's still full of wounds? Is smiling a big flawless smile. How did you do it? The Dragon Lord looked back, glancing at Jiang Heng from the corner of his eye. Damage transfer? Or was it transferred to a pseudo-immortal? How is that possible? Without breaking away from this realm, anything is possible. Jiang Heng smiled faintly and took a step towards the Dragon Lord, murmuring, Heaven's destiny is threefold. Since you know that I am Heaven's destiny, will you dare to act against it? Dragon Lord, after millions of years of domination, you have lost your fear of heaven. Prides himself on being heavenly and on being in control. You are simply lawless. Transferring damage was nothing more than one of the thousands of Dao methods to him. The heavenly demon had malice towards him in the beginning. It is the cause. Taking irreversible damage and giving it back to the heavenly demon is fruit. Yes, as long as one is in Tianluo, all the rules of cause and effect have a part in him and are ruled by him. Unbridled. If your law of cause and effect can really ignore everything, it was this seat that gave back just now? P.S. Remember to be happy every day. Family. End of chapter. Jiang Heng's batch of words. Long Gongxin didn't even believe it. If the law of cause and effect could be controlled at will, then the number one target for transfer would not be him. Mr. Long? So, there are bound to be unknown conditions if you want to launch. In that case, he's fearless. It didn't matter to him if everyone here died out. Right. Jiang Heng didn't hide this statement and frankly admitted, you're too strong to divert you. However, everyone here is an object for the seat to toy with at will. Him, you, or you. Jiang Heng raised his hand to point at the divine silkworm and the dimming god as he said, there was also the white tiger demon emperor, the holy bathing ancient Buddha, and others. These are the people he's blocking the knife for. To put it bluntly, if you want these people to die, feel free to tamper with the law of karma. These, he was able to do. This seat, don't believe it. The Dragon Lord sneered and, sharp fangs resembled cold ons, Imperial Dragon, 7 square upper honor dash. As the words fell, the Dragon Lord's body flickered to Jiang Heng, his fingertips constantly flashing with a cold aura. Eloquent 7 chopping strikes broke open the space of this place, and the vast chaos unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. Jiang Heng, 1954. Chinese writer. It was cut into dozens of pieces. And, no way. The Dragon Duke shuddered, his eyes widening as he looked to the side, at the originally indifferent immortal god Silkworm. At that moment, he looked at him with a terrified face. Lord Dragon. The immortal god Silkworm looked at the Dragon Duke unwillingly. This 7 square superior is a chopping attack that breaks through space, and even if he possesses an immortal body, it can't be resisted either. Jiang Heng's figure is the same as before. The green blood of the immortal god Silkworm rendered the path of reincarnation, and its torso was chopped into dozens of pieces. Soul, enter the human emperor's streamer, dead as dead can be. This is impossible. Long Gong stood in front of Jiang Heng, his head lowered to gaze into Jiang Heng's eyes. It happened so suddenly it caught him off guard. Why is that? This operation of Jiang Heng's was already unimaginable. Change the established cause and effect, and transfer all misfortune to others. This is outrageous. Yes. At this moment, the surrounding people didn't think so and looked at Jiang Heng with shocked faces. They are thoroughly surprised. Jiang Heng relayed the misfortune to someone else. And that someone else meant them, everyone including, and potentially excluding, and red coat, marred. What kind of Tao is this? That the end of karma isn't karmic fire? Just outrageous, you know? Jiang Heng, I can never bear you any ill will. I've always supported you. I want to become immortal. The path to immortality is right in front of me. Don't pass it on to me, okay? Father Jiang. When the bloodbath reaches their heads, many realize that suffering is not to be savored. The moment, all scared, counting the sons and heirs of the 8 forbidden regions, there were still about 1,000 people present. In other words, Jiang Heng is still able to transfer 1,000 times and die 1,000 times. Let's not talk about whether Jiang Heng died or not. The Dragon Lord had to die of exhaustion if he used his killing moves so frequently, right? You're not cool enough. Jiang Heng raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Long Gong as if he was mocking. If I were you, I would have killed them all. Doesn't that mean I can't be reborn? Seemingly thinking of something, Jiang Heng lifted his head and teased. How? Haven't you had enough of this power play? It's a family affair. Keeping you from yourself? Ha, ha, ha. As he said this, Jiang Heng cackled with laughter and pointed to the golden dragon, silver dragon, and other dragon duke's heirs in the distance. Or perhaps the phoenixes of the Phoenix clan, the serpents of the heavenly demons, and other beings of the forbidden zone. It seemed to him that the Dragon Lord was sinking into such a world at the moment, being complimented by a group of people lesser than himself, calling him the Dragon Lord and looking up to him. If not, how could the death of these mole crickets make its heart ache? Sinking for millions of years. This seems to be the only pleasure of the Dragon Lord, or else this rotten heart that. How can you be so rested? You seek death. Dragon Royalty 9 Heavens Rimming Dust Dash. Dragon Royalty 8 Desolate Giant Halberd Dash. Royal Dragon 9 Turns of the Wheel Dash. Jiang Heng's words seemed to irritate the Dragon Lord, and all that remained in his crimson eyes was indifference. At this moment, he kept waving his arms, an ineffable Tao and law that, to Jiang Heng's body, it produced a fatal blow. It destroyed Jiang Heng's body and shattered it dozens of times. Yes, father on top of the dragon boat, the golden dragon, which was previously arrogant in demeanor, looked at the Dragon Lord in fear. His body, split in two down the middle, then shattered into thousands of pieces. The soul is cut to pieces. The intense pain made him fearful and uneasy. After hissing, he turned into meat foam and his soul flew towards the human emperor streamer. In addition to this, there are the silver dragon, the black dragon, and other sons and daughters. Or perhaps the other heirs of the 8 forbidden regions have all been transferred at this time. Become Jiang Heng's knife blocker. Miserable screams, sweeping across the vast path of reincarnation, except for the unwillingness of and the desperate stares of the rest. Words, no sound. Everyone looked at Jiang Heng as if they were looking at a ghost. This Tama, how did he do it? In the distance, Linghu Changmei wanted to say something, but his emotions were a bit bewildered. He's curious. Could his power of creation block Jiang Heng's transferred karma? The Dragon Lord's moves were something he feared but could resist. If it's passed on that way, it's a real injury. Heads will roll. The black mist was silent, and that pair of eyes filled with malice gazed deeply at Jiang Heng and the Dragon Duke Queen. Looked to Linghu Changmei. Eventually, he turned his eyes to Jiang Heng again. Had enough? At the core, Jiang Heng remained aloof, glancing into the distance and, the light was becoming more and more dazzling. Heaven's Gate. Turning her eyes to look at the Dragon Lord's crimson eyes, the corners of her mouth lifted into a bright smile. When the moment came, the farce was almost over. The gates of heaven are opened and the final reckoning is due. Indeed. The Dragon Lord nodded, a pair of eyes looking around indifferently. You've said a lot. This drama has been finished by the seat for tens of thousands of years, and it's time for it to end. Imperial Dragon 8-Side Demon Subduing Dash. As the words fell, a naked thunder roared uncontrollably above the dimly lit dome. A thunderbolt washed down amidst the astonished gazes of many people, and the many beings who were still in shock were taken away directly. Among them, the Phoenix clan, the ancient Imperial clan, the descendants of the heavenly demon clan, and the descendants of the immortal mountain. These people, all of them, are followers of the Dragon Lord, and an actor in this farce. At this time, the Dragon Lord's hot hand destroyed the flowers and slaughtered all of these people, leaving no one behind. After the thunder, at the scene, with the exception of a very few, most of the people withered under the raging berserk thunder. Okay, you can start now. Long Gong gave a teasing smile and turned his eyes to glance at Gu Tianqing, Ji Wu Chang, and the others. He kept them on purpose, wanting to see if Jiang Heng's so-called over-the-top game was something he himself had sunk into. Will there be a net of mercy for these people? Very vindictive. Ha, ha, ha. P.S. Remember to be happy every day. Family. End of chapter. The Dragon Duke's move did not come as a surprise to Jiang Heng, and its ability to come this far. Hegemony in the Tianluo realm for millions of years. It's not a good thing. Slaughtering these mole crickets that followed him also belonged to the normal category. But Jiang Heng couldn't help but laugh at the thought of cupping his abdomen. He pointed at the Dragon Lord. You think this seed is as stupid as you? Told you it was just farce. To kill or not to kill. For him at this time, there would be no fluctuation in his state of mind. It doesn't make any sense either. But the question was posed by the Dragon Lord, so he would have to rebel a bit. It's not up to you. The Dragon Lord snorted and raised his hand to point at Gu Tianqing, Ji Wu Chang, and the others in the distance. The eyes finally settled on Jiang Heng. Teasingly, he said, since you chose not to take this path, how will you resist the next attack? Dragon royalty, skyrocket breaking dragon dash. At those words, the Dragon Lord rose violently, spinning continuously in the air. The scales and armor on the dragon's tail were like immortal battle blades. A large front was drawn in the air. The space here was completely cut up, and the pale road was divided into two sections. This scene caused Ji Wu Chang, Gu Tianxing, and a handful of others at the back to have their expressions completely moved. Eyes, with a strong sense of shame. They'd been roaming the Tianluo realm for many years, and they're deservedly top-tier powerhouses. Everywhere you go, you are worshipped and honored as an ancestor. But, in the moment, it became a drag. Shame. My people are ashamed to this extent. Gu Tianxing paled and lowered his head in shame. He was sheltered by his son's brother. Original. Jiang Heng could have taken him against his life. After all, the false immortals were all dead with only the underworld god left. How could he compare to this false immortal when he was just a harmonious great perfection? This space-shattering chop. Can Jiang Heng block it? Ji Wu Chang was very worried about Jiang Heng's situation. While his heart was touched, he knew that if Jiang Heng withered away, the only thing that awaits them is death. This move by the Dragon Lord is too domineering. To be precise, all of its moves were Dao techniques that did not belong to Tianluo's, mostly its own creation. It's gonna win. In the depressing atmosphere of a few people, and Hongyi, who had a cold demeanor at the front of the most, a pair of beautiful eyes gazed at Jiang Heng. It will definitely win. Words, instantly breaking the silence, a few blushing and rotting their souls. It's all starting to ignite. Clenching his fists, exuberantly, he looked at the core battlefield. The sharp chop. Yes, it's going to win. Marred. Jiang Heng won and we became immortals in place. The immortal world. Does it really exist? There were more than words, and they all gazed at Jiang Heng, looking forward to this battle and the final direction of victory. At the same time, space tore like glass, and images of nothingness appeared all around Jiang Heng, and the golden chop that crushed everything. In an instant, it arrived at Jiang Heng's face. Yes, amidst everyone's breathless gaze, Jiang Heng raised his hand and directly cupped that golden chop, the cold aura that breaks through everything. At this moment, it was constantly trembling in Jiang Heng's hands, rubbing against the air and emitting ear-piercing whistles. Bang! It was like glass, directly crushed. Drops of scarlet blood dripped down Jiang Heng's palms, decaying the dirt of the ground, and it's actually bursting with bright green grass. A barley grows wildly, seems to represent infinite vitality. The image made these people shudder, and their eyes beat up, and they couldn't imagine how Jiang Heng had done it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this move by the Dragon Lord was destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Is it something that can be blocked with your hands? How is this possible? Not far away, when Linghu Changmei saw this, his expression became more and more grave. The heavily luo-breaking dragon just now was more than several times more powerful than when the Dragon Lord dealt with him. Jiang Heng's unarmed hand is next? That flesh. Just how powerful is it? He is transferring the origin of the heavenly law realm to resist. That is to say, this chopping blow of the Dragon Lord. It's equivalent to hitting on top of the Tianluo realm. Noticing Linghu Longbrow's horror, Black Mist opened his mouth to explain and continued. Being able to injure flesh and blood, it would have been groundbreaking. Realized that this is part of the Tenra realm. The uneasiness in Black Mist's heart grew stronger at this time. Jiang Heng's growth nowadays, it had completely exceeded his expectations. Utilizing the Tianluo realm as a backing for oneself. You're kidding me. It still works like that? Black Mist explained. It made Linghu's long eyebrows move completely. The previous transfer of karma was outrageous enough. Now, Jiang Heng directly withdrew from the heavenly law realm to block the knife, which is simply off from the original spectrum. Then, if things went on like this, other than the heavenly Tao, who else could do anything about Jiang Heng? Black Mist didn't say anything and looked at Jiang Heng with deeper and deeper eyes. Ha! 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 Jiang Heng gazed at the palm of his hand, his eyes teasingly looking at the Dragon Lord, lifting the corners of her mouth to play with the flavor. Yours is so big. It hurts me. Ha ha. Words that caused the Dragon Lord to be stunned, and his originally solitary eyes, which were wide open at this time. Unbelievably, he looked at Jiang Heng's palm. The wound, about a centimeter deep. You could see the jade-like bones, but that seems to be about it. The bone was intact. There were no signs of decapitation, and it seemed to say again that it was just a flesh wound. It is I who underestimated you. The raspy voice of the Dragon Lord echoed in the vast Reincarnation road. The situation at hand was one he had not expected. Jiang Heng used his body to block his enhanced version of the heavenly Luo-breaking dragon. Earlier, Hua Changqing resisted this move. It was called a full of sweat. Not this enhanced version yet. Come on Lungung. Buy your way past my corpse and you may step through the heavenly gate. Jiang Heng spread his hands and took a step towards Lungung, pointing to the distant heavenly gate. He continued. As for whether or not that rear is the immortal realm, I don't care. It is indeed time for the farce to end. Afterward, there are still many things to do. Entangled to the deepest karma, the moment is also time to purge. Yeah, it's getting late. The Dragon Lord nodded his head in a deep voice, his eyes greedily looking towards the distance, that heavenly gate that led to the endless deep space. Continuing, he said, if I kill you, no one will be able to stop my immortal path. Jiang Heng, I am the Dragon Duke, I am the true dragon, and will always remember you. It's the last stepping stone on my path to immortality. While saying that, the Dragon Lord's torso began to expand and re-expand. In everyone's horrified eyes, the body slowly lengthened and transformed into a huge dragon that looked like a mountain range, long and invisible, as if the whole wheeled road were its carapace, and the size of each scale that, enough to cover the bridge between life and death. The 9 claws of the foot represent the limit. It was indeed a genuine innate being, a true dragon. Yes, everyone's shock had not yet subsided when the Dragon Duke, who had transformed into his original form, the muscles and scale armor of his entire body trembled continuously, compressing and recompressing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swelling muscles, seemingly compressed to the extreme. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Body, converting again to its previous draconic form. Only this time the gnarled muscles were full of explosiveness. Pounds of origin were about to overflow from within the body. For millions of years, I shed my heavenly Luo realm origin and cultivated my own lineage to obtain today's cultivation. After settling down, the Dragon Lord looked at Jiang Heng in a low tone. I didn't expect that you could have driven me to this. Jiang Heng's performance, from beginning to end, was completely out of his expectation. And just now, under that exchange of hands, but there was nothing to be done. But, after countless years of precipitation, he had already cultivated his own Daoan law. Even if Jiang Heng controlled part of the heavenly Luo origin, he was fearless of everything. Come on. The Long Duke's long beard fluttered, his body filled with essence, and he spread his hands at Jiang Heng. Make a gesture of invitation. The courtesies are reciprocated. This time, he gave Jiang Heng the chance to make the first move. You're welcome. Jiang Heng gazed at the Dragon Lord with an expression that was neither sad nor happy. Yes. As the words fell out of his mouth, Jiang Heng arrived in front of the Dragon Duke with bizarre speed, gently raising his head to gaze into the other man's lonely eyes. Wu Dao 8 desolate demon subduing true halberd dash. As the words fell, countless Dao Dharma origin, quickly in Jiang Heng's right hand. It coalesced into a huge black halberd. Jiang Heng swung his arm and viciously chopped at the Dragon Lord's chest. It all came in a whirlwind, and everyone was caught off guard. In plain sight, bang! The hard scale armor of the Dragon Duke was directly shattered by the huge halberd, and blood and flesh were exposed in the air. The sharp chopping attack completely gouged out the Dragon Lord's skin. Drops of golden blood spurted out along the wound, forming a golden mist of blood. A wound from the right shoulder to the left lower abdomen just appeared in front of everyone's eyes. No, it can't be. A hissing roar resounded through the vast Reincarnation road, and it wasn't the Dragon Lord who opened his mouth. Instead, it was the god of the underworld who had said nothing from the beginning. As the last of the 8 forbidden zones, the Dragon Lord's champion, Styx couldn't take in the scene before him. The invincible Dragon Duke was wounded in the flesh by a mole rising in the current world by cutting open his chest at once? It's impossible. Back then, that Taofather of the Taishang Forgotten Love Sect could be said to be the strongest enemy he had ever seen. It's only 30 moves. It was then crushed by the Dragon Lord's soul, not entering reincarnation, completely erasing its traces in this side of heaven and earth. Yes, there was a dead silence in the room as everyone looked at Longgong's chest, which was still dripping with blood. Fear spread to the bone. This, not a fearful dread, but an instinctive shuddering of the body. The myth of invincibility and undefeatability bled at this point. This means that the Dragon Lord can be defeated. the Dragon Lord is injured. And if I guess correctly, for millions of years, this is the first time he's ever been hurt. Can you do it, Jiang Heng? It's terrible. When the world goes against the Dragon Lord, Jiang Heng is a man of heaven's destiny, and Lord Long is actually acting against heaven, and the karma between the two is established. The many harmonizers present were all numb. In this battle, the one who showed dominance was actually Jiang Heng, which was completely incomprehensible to them. Lord of the Dragon, it's really possible to lose. This kid, why is he so heaven-defying, sparing the most deeply hidden cloud-water immortal? At this moment, he also gazed at Jiang Heng in surprise. The performance had been a bit pompous in his opinion. This was the Dragon Lord who had used his underpinnings, and could be said to be the strongest without equal in the world. Very good. The Dragon Lord lowered his head and gazed at the wound on his chest with a look of surprise in his eyes that was hard to dissolve. Soreness. It made him strange. Memories of not feeling this way. Since descending to the world, it's one move to hit anyone, one stroke to kill anyone. Even when heaven's punishment comes down, he's unharmed. Jiang Heng broke his defense? Yes. Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and returned a bright smile to the Dragon Lord. Too brash a gesture. When you fall into the dust, you will be in endless agony. Lord Long, I'll help you. I'll help you recognize reality. After saying that, Jiang Heng raised his right hand, and countless origins, symbolizing the beginning of the world, were in his hand. It coalesced into 8 giant rulers. Taichu 8 desolate soul morning ruler dash. Swoosh, swoosh. In the shocked eyes of the Dragon Lord, the 8 giant rulers quickly converged and, plunging into his body from the 6 hexagrams, bang! Raising his hand, he waved his arm at one of the giant rulers, and the golden ruler was instantly dispersed. At this, the Dragon Lord breathed a sigh of relief. But, before the smile could unfold, the giant ruler that shattered into specks of light, once again converged and, piercing mercilessly towards him. Before it was too late to do anything, the 8 giant rulers instantly pierced into the Dragon Lord's body. This moment, the golden soul of the dragon male seemed to be tortured, as if it was about to be stripped from its body. A low chorus from the soul filled the large reincarnation path. Everyone was holding their breath, watching this unimaginable scene, choking and long lost for words. The Dragon Lord, in torment. The souls, all seemed to be drawn out. The viciousness of this move was rare in their lives. Wanton. The surrounding clamor caused the Dragon Lord to completely lose his composure and violently erupt to break free from the giant ruler. Scarlet eyes stared at Jiang Heng in death. The origin filled his body and transformed into a golden rainbow light, quickly arriving in front of Jiang Heng. The palm of his hand slapped hard against his forehead. In this regard, Jiang Heng was fearless, coldly looking at the palm, stretching out his white hand and slapping it against the Dragon Duke's palm. Bang! The aftermath of the collision was like a shockwave, causing the entire reincarnation road to tremble and completely crumble for a moment. It's like a scene of extinction. Yes, the golden scale armor on the Dragon Duke's palms completely crumbled at this moment, just like a cannonball. It was sent flying directly by Jiang Heng without the slightest sign of stopping. Jiang Heng was still standing in the same place. His hand was only overflowing with blood. This move, again, was assumed by the whole of Tenri's world. It was apportioned to forbidden areas, holy places, or mountains and rivers, the 4 directions of the sea, and endless deep space. See here, many have long since suffocated. Long gone. Another double loss. Hasn't gotten the better of him since the confrontation began. From being vicariously harmed and personally killing several pseudo-immortal followers, and then forced to take matters into their own hands and overthrow these people, to the point where the real guns start doing it, to now being sent flying. If the fight continues like this, I'm afraid Long Gong will be in trouble. Seeing this scene, Rao Yanshui walked up to Linghu Changmei and whispered softly. It did seem that way to him. It wasn't that the Dragon Lord wasn't able to defeat Jiang Heng, but that the Dragon Lord wasn't able to defeat the Tian Luo realm. In this manner, Jiang Heng, as a heavenly destiny and heaven taker, could regulate the power of Tian Luo at will. It was equivalent to the fact that the Dragon Lord needed to destroy a portion of Tian Luo in order to defeat, or even kill, Jiang Heng. But, this is clearly unrealistic. In front of a party of time, even if they were forbidden beings, it was impossible for them to completely exterminate the world. Join forces. Linghu Longbrow nodded his head, recognizing this statement. Although he hated the Dragon Lord, but at this time, combining forces was the best way. One person couldn't do it to destroy the heavenly law, but it might not be impossible if several people joined hands. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. However, Jiang Heng was able to take in the gaze of Linghu Changmei and Yanshui, after a light sweep of the eyes. In front of the two men, He walked straight to the Dragon Lord. Both of you, if you don't make a move, Long Gong will die. As he passed by, Jiang Heng stopped in his tracks and, a very friendly reminder up. Then, leaving his back bare to the two men, he walked towards the location of the Heaven's Gate without looking back. This, after making the two of them look at each other, they looked at Jiang Heng's back and began to sink lower as well. Rumble, not waiting for the two to make a move. Under the broken rocks in the distance, the Dragon Duke fiercely scurried out and, facial anger completely lost its previous composure. The golden scales on his chest shattered, and there was still blood dripping nonstop from his palms onto the ground. In tune with Tenra, the Dragon Duke opened his mouth hoarsely, and his anger made the temperature beside him much higher. Continuing, he said, that I will break open the universe and shatter this vast Tianluo realm. After saying that, the Dragon Lord gazed at Jiang Heng, his body's aura expanding amidst the gazes of everyone watching. The rocky soil under his feet couldn't withstand the pressure, and they all turned into pieces. The large Reincarnation road constantly wailed and trembled, as if it would be destroyed at any moment. The large Tianluo realm seemed to be unable to withstand the Dragon Lord's anger. You're very good. In millions of years, you're the first to put me at a disadvantage. You're not as good as me after all. I am the Dragon Lord, the master of this Tianluo realm. The Dragon Lord took one step towards Jiang Heng, and with each step, the Reincarnation Road and the Yellow Springs River trembled. The mountains and rivers of the Tianluo realm crumbled and the four seas churned. Yeah. Jiang Heng broke the forbidden space of this place and slowly floated step by step towards the top, looking down on the Dragon Lord from above. Features. A small vial with an illusory body steeply surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. The 9 vials of heavenly havoc. This object, which carried Jiang Heng's heaven-robbing object, could be called a holy object of origin. The vial flowed with the chi of the beginning, mottled with 7-colored haze, exuding a mysterious and profound oppression. Looking at Long Gong, Jiang Heng spoke indifferently. Come on, let me see Are you, the majestic lord of millions of years, as brilliant and undefeated as you once were, today, and yet everything, bathing in the chi of the beginning. Jiang Heng seemed to have stars flowing around him. Looking at the Dragon Lord, he made a gesture of invitation. Kill. The Dragon Lord roared lowly, and the golden origin was like a river in sea, constantly swimming around his body. In the mouth, there was a non-stop accumulation of golden ons. True spirit, brilliant heavenly silence dash. This move was the accumulation of millions of years of his work, fusing countless origins with the Tao he had created himself. With this, he wanted to break Jiang Heng's heavenly tribulation 9 paths bottle and completely shatter its connection with the heavenly law realm. Crush Jiang Heng's condescension. He is the Dragon Lord, the only one who dominates this Tianluo realm. With a hiss, the Dragon Lord opened his fangs, and golden beams of light swept across the sky of runes. It wrapped toward Jiang Heng. All around, the space was like glass completely shattered, and the space in the distance began to distort. The image of nothingness within that space surfaced before everyone's eyes. It will be one. You are the Dragon Lord. You are our leader. In the distance, the black-robed god of the underworld roared violently, looking at the beam of light spat out by the Dragon Lord, and the whole body couldn't stop trembling, revealing the ghastly dry corpse features underneath the black robe. As the first taboo to follow the Dragon Lord, he allowed himself to fail. But it is impossible to accept the defeat of the Dragon Lord. Invincibility had long since become his belief. At the same time, Hua Changqing and the others stared at the golden beam of light in shock. They have no doubt. This move could sink the Tianluo realm. It encompassed the invincible Tao of the Dragon Lord's life and was a manifestation of his great strength. Make a move and shoot Jiang Heng. Seeing this, Black Mist urged Hua Changqing to strike behind Jiang Heng. Deliver that fatal blow. Right now. He couldn't wait any longer. The stronger Jiang Heng got, the more dangerous he would be. Can feel that moment coming. Hua Changqing was silent, looking up at Jiang Heng from below, looking at the back of Jiang Heng's undershirt. Emotions are cloudy. All around, there was a lot of discussion, and everyone had different attitudes towards this moment of killing. I don't know who won or lost, although Jiang Heng's field looks like it has the upper hand, but the other party is the Dragon Lord. It's the king of that old time, the master of the majestic Tianluo realm. The tide of the age will be tipped over, and the remnants of the old age cannot survive the new world. I will stand on your bones and revolutionize everything. Lord Long, your ship is sinking. The golden beam of light broke through space, arriving in front of Jiang Heng in a matter of moments, and he had a grave expression on his face. There was no hint of gullibility. Around his body, the primordial chi flowed, and the heavenly tribulation 9 Dao bottle in front of him rotated at a rapid speed, subsequently expanding. At the mouth of the bottle, a deep sky-colored aura surged forth, As the golden beam of light was about to touch Jiang Heng, the heavenly Tao bottle poured out violently. Countless chi of the beginning of the earth wrapped around the beam of light that broke through everything in an instant. It was visible to the naked eye as it was assimilated, absorbed, and transformed into the most primordial power. Buzz dash. The heavenly tribulation 9 Tao bottle trembled and chirped lowly, and a long black sword came out of its shell. A fierce chop from the sky at the beam. Black long swords fell from the sky. Lasers were split. Beams of light were sliced in all directions and decimated. The sharp, cold aura penetrated through the Dragon Duke's torso in an instant, without the slightest pause. This scene caused the Dragon Lord to be in a trance, gazing at the sky, which had been completely taken over by the chi of the beginning. His moves, gone. I lost. What's going on with his body? He knows better than anyone else that out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the black sword behind him. Hoarsely, he said, Jiang Heng, you're strong. You're stronger than everyone I've ever met. As the Dragon Lord spoke, the upper half of his body slowly slid down his body. A ghastly cut that, from the left shoulder to the right abdomen, the whole thing, cut up. He continued, go and become immortal. I am the Dragon Lord, and I am convinced of my defeat today. Jiang Heng, carry my will and go to that immortal world to roam and gallop. The Dragon Lord hissed. In this moment, he was not desperate. Jiang Heng had crushed him from the front, and although he felt resentment, he recognized Jiang Heng's power. Having dominated Tian Luo for millions of years, he believed in absolute battle power. Now defeated, he will not make excuses for failure. Good day, Lord Long. Jiang Heng arched his hand at the Dragon Duke, looking absolutely frank to death. No insults were said. He will give some respect to such a great man who goes to his death openly. As the words fell, the Dragon Duke smiled brightly, sparing his last ounce of breath to look not far away and that majestic and magnificent gate of heaven. Immortal. I am a true dragon. I shall be immortal. I am a true dragon. So I should be born in the immortal realm. With a hiss, the Dragon Lord completely extinguished his vitality. The soul follows the wind and floats faintly towards the human emperor streamer. Only it seems to be unconscious. Thoroughly exterminated by the black long sword, Jiang Heng turned around and looked at Hua Changqing and Hua Changqing. Both of you, go to your deaths. He's coming. I don't have time. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Jiang Heng had never forgotten that previously, at the time of the harmonization, in the middle of endless deep space, the glimpse of the figure scene, the opponent looked exactly like him. Even he had almost misrecognized him, had it not been for the fact that the other's eyes, there's no emotion, or else take it for yourself. As the realm rose and more insights were gained, what Jiang Heng understood became more and more. 3 points of destiny, about to begin. The silence of the Dragon Duke was unexpected by everyone present, and countless people looked on in shock as the body that split in two. State of mind, it's about to blow up. No, you stand up and fight him. You are the Dragon Lord. You are the invincible Dragon Lord. The most unacceptable ones were the controllers of the Morning Soul Ridge, the false immortals and the underworld gods. The dry corpse-like face was filled with indignation towards Jiang Heng. The Dragon Lord's defeat was unacceptable to him. At the same time, there was a dead silence in the room as everyone stared at the remains of the Dragon Duke, unable to speak for a long time. Let me go. I am unwilling to continue to participate in this realm's affairs. The heavenly Tao bottle is sent to you, and the grudge is cleared. Hua Changqing pondered for a few breaths and gazed coldly at Jiang Heng. Having seen the power of the heavenly tribulation 9 Tao bottle just now, he was unwilling to continue fighting with Jiang Heng. His strength was between that of Long Gong. Long Gong was beheaded by Jiang Heng. It's the same for him to go. After saying that, he walked straight towards the heavenly gate without looking back at Hu Changmei, trying to escape this place of wrongdoing. Yes, in front of the pace was a waterfall like chi of the beginning of the earth, separating this place from that which is near the gates of heaven. Why? Yun Shuwei stopped walking and raised her eyes to Jiang Heng in puzzlement. In his opinion, there was no great karma between him and Jiang Heng, and not to the point of life and death. The heavenly Tao vase he had just voluntarily given up, and there was no other cause and effect other than that. Telling you to go back and call out for someone. Jiang Heng laughed lightly and looked at Yun Shuwei playfully. The chances of this place are quite great. I'm carrying that heavenly tribulation 9 Tao bottle. Even the strongest of the immortal realm would covet it, right? And, even if that wasn't the case, then Jiang Heng would have cut off the roots today. In this way, there is no such thing as good or evil. And why should those who come here talk about it? This Yun Shuwei he wanted to kill. So he did. Yun Shuwei Shangxian trembled and stared at Jiang Heng with anxiety. Words that lock him out of his retreat. Yes, Jiang Heng no longer cared about him. his feet stepped on the chi of the beginning, and he arrived in front of Hua Changqing step by step. Reaching out, he choked its neck. The power of creation, rendered by the chi of the beginning, seemed to have completely lost that ability to warp the heavens and weave the earth. Jiang Heng, spare me. Hua Changqing was in pain. He never thought that he would become a clown by scheming all over the world. And Jiang Heng, with his absolute strength, crushed them all. Come on out. He's coming. There's no use hiding. Jiang Heng ignored Hua Changqing and turned his eyes to look behind him. At the black mist that was invisible to normal people. Hateful. A black mist, steeply derived from within Hua Changqing's body, floated in the sky. Among them, a pair of malevolent eyes gazed at Jiang Heng in death. His appearance caused Yunshui Shangxian to be startled for a moment. Alarmed, he looked at Hua Changqing. Is he your bottom card? You're playing with fire. In an instant, Yunshui sensed the evil of this thing. It's of the extreme kind. It's, I'm afraid, all the evil in the world, brought together. In short, to befriend him is no less than to seek the skin of a tiger. How did you get this far? And what makes you able to get this far? The black mist was unwilling to. Indignantly, he stared at Hua Changqing. You punk, you're just as much of a punk as that Yi Beixian. He had many chances to kill Jiang Heng. May this bunch of losers look ahead in our night and day. Otherwise, it wouldn't be today. Jiang Heng did not say anything. His right hand waved casually, and the raging power of the beginning of the earth completely swept away the black mist. The haze recedes. A black-clothed figure steeply surfaced in front of the crowd. At the sight of him, many people's hairs exploded in sweat, and those with a poor state of mind fell back on the spot, their legs trembling unceasingly. What the hell is happening here? In the distance, Ji Wuchang, the oldest ancestor of the Ji clan, had fearful eyes as he looked at his true form under the black mist. Scared to death. Why is that? Gu Tianqing was also stunned, looking at the black mist true body in uncertainty. It's not just them. Those who did not die. The eyes of all but Jiang Heng. All with an unspeakable shock. Jiang Heng, red dress swaying, and Hanyi took one step towards the side, looking at the black fog real body. She murmured blankly, as if thinking of something. He said in disgust, you're not Jiang Heng. You are the evil of this world, and Jiang Heng is the good of this world. So you were opposites from the beginning. It's you guys, you're the ones who got me into this. At this moment, and Hanyi's demeanor was pretentious and wild. Countless red lotuses bloomed, and a pair of eyes like rubies that, resentfully, he looked at the black mist. The black mist man's appearance was exactly the same as Jiang Heng's, except for the pair of malicious eyes, brows, corners of the mouth, tip of the nose, all the features, they are exactly the same. You're stupid. The black mist man turned his eyes and stared at Hanyi in disgust. Who told you to have a weak and predictable mind? As a female immortal, you don't seek the path of immortality and are only willing to be an idle woman. You deserve to die. If you had some talent, Jiang Heng would have died long ago. Those malevolent eyes were filled with resentment and hatred for the world. So what? Aren't you a loser too? Heaven's order is 3 points, and you'll be the first to die. Ha! Jiang Heng raised his head, looking at the black mist man, the mockery and teasing in his eyes so obvious. Continuing, you are nothing more than a dispensable, defeated dog, a lost dog. That being said, he meant what he said, and he wasn't wrong. He is the mandate of heaven of the heavenly orthodoxy. The other party, however, was merely an evil thought that arose under the game between Barbara and the heavenly Tao. To be blunt, it's not even a dog. You're still trying to figure out God's destiny. Come out. I know you're watching. Having come this far, let's meet. Looking at the extremely evil eyes, Jiang Heng roamed around and turned to look at the heavenly gate, whispering softly to that side. In a split second, puff dash, the underworld god, Ji Wuchang, Gu Tianqing, and the others, directly fell to their knees, their eyes shocked as they looked toward the heavenly gate. A horrible pressure, such as they had never felt in their lives, that even the fantasies of their minds, didn't even think it was this oppressive. This time, the heavenly gate seemed to awaken, and the milky white light swept over the Reincarnation road, lighting up the place completely. At the end, the young man dressed in black and white attire stepped on the void and walked step by step, his demeanor bland and self-effacing, eyes, a compassionate disregard for the world, an indifference to all it's a dislike of everything. The posture is solitary, the face is flawless, and the light is the same as the dust. You're doing great. The youth looked exactly the same as Jiang Heng a few years ago, and he just looked at Jiang Heng with pity. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Instead of pity, it's more like pity. It was as if God was taking pity on a family dog that had been through trials and tribulations and heavy rains. And the weird thing is that everyone listening to that one sentence didn't find anything offensive that, or, rather, the manner in which it is spoken, as it should be. Oh, what are you trying to say? Jiang Heng took a step backwards and turned to look at the youth. Smiling with curiosity. You don't seem surprised by my presence. The youth's demeanor remained flat, as if there was no second emotion, and when he said that, he stopped staring at Jiang Heng, turning to stare at the man in black. Unfortunately, you failed to do so. Jiang Heng has a point. You are not as good as him. The youth's light demeanor, as if a quick knife, made the serious-looking man in black, thoroughly outraged. Indignantly, he looked at him. Originally, it should have been me who stood here, condescending. At the very least, I should be separated from you. Speaking here, Black Clothes gazed at the distance. Accusation, who was having a shocked face and restless initiatives. Hissing, he said, "You punk, you're not as good as Jiang Heng." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Hua Changqing and said in disgust, "You still want to become an immortal? You can't even eat to keep up with the heat. If it weren't for your hesitation, I'd be the one standing here at this moment." He hates it so much. 1 won't listen, 2 won't listen. What kind of bulls and horses are they looking for in opponents? Letting Jiang Heng grow to this point was completely uncontrollable. Yes, it also appeared, representing this game, entering its final phase. Already, there's no time. Seemingly not yet relieved, the man in black gritted his teeth and, angrily, he stared at Yin Shui. "And you, this waste, if you had been braver in Yin Shui Immortal Palace in the first place, you would have directly shot this brat, and not followed up so much. It's your fault, all of it." Seemingly having endless grievances, the man in black angrily pointed around, cursing everyone with hatred. This sudden sense of messiness made the surrounding strong people who still survived too. There was a lot of shock and unease. They were confused as to what was going on. Who was the man in the black mist? And who was that young man Jiang Heng? Can somebody tell me what's going on? What's going on here? Why are there 3 Jiang Hengs? 3 points of heaven's destiny. This is 3 points of heaven's destiny. This is all predetermined? What happens next? A tussle? That youth, the first time I saw him, I wanted to kneel down and worship him. Whether it was Ji Wu Chang, Gu Tianxing, or the remaining survivors, the situation at this point in time, all felt inexplicably intimidated. The youth's appearance gave them too strong a sense of oppression. It was as if he had met his loving father and had a sense of hopelessness. Rambling for what? Jiang Heng was unimpressed by the clamor around him, and faintly swept a glance at the man in black, turning his eyes to the youth. Coldly speaking, your arrival was expected. Therefore, heaven's order is threefold and everything is cleared today. Let's do it. Become immortal? To the fairy world? None of this was his purpose. From the very beginning of his attentions. Then it was not the magnificent gate of heaven. Rather, it was the youth in front of him. Jiang Heng knew that with the other party present, no matter what he did, it would be impossible. Fate, it seems, has yet to break free. You are very confident. Want to disobey me? The youth was not amused by Jiang Heng's behavior. The eyes looked into the distance. It seems to see the misery of the present world through the path of the yellow springs. A print, reflected in front of the eyes of the crowd, of an old man with a sword. Behind him were billions of mortals, and he cut the sky with his iron sword. His back was hunched, but he seemed to be holding up a grand and magnificent blue sky. You see, your comrades in the past life don't seem to have changed their destiny. Withered. Jiang Heng, didn't you realize? Speaking of this, the youth looked with a light smile on his face and, wonderingly, he continued, all that remains on the original trajectory, destiny unchanged. Of course, it wasn't my arrangement, it is God's will. The image was shocking beyond words, and everyone stared at it for a long time. It's swordsman. For the sake of mortals, for the sake of the justice in his heart, he is staining the dome of the sky with the blood of 1 against 3. Though victorious over their enemies, they themselves withered under the long sky of this chaotic world. A generation of sword ancestors? Gotham! In addition to this, there are many images of demons attacking Yao Qi, the Queen Mother of the West, as in her previous life. Gotham! Many of the deceased have left, predestined, unchanged. The sword ancestor didn't come to protect the world? Mr. Great Justice. Gu Tianxing saw this and bowed slightly in honor of the picture. The destiny has not changed. What happened after my past life? Did I become immortal? The only surviving underworld god among the Forbidden Area sovereigns looked at the image in front of him in confusion. If, as the youth said, destiny did not change, then Jiang Heng might wither away immediately. Yes. What about his previous life? Did he become immortal? For a while there was a flurry of words, and curiosity about the future filled the large reincarnation road. Yes? Jiang Heng spread his hands and gazed at the youth indifferently. It had to be said that the other party's offensive scheme was indeed too strong. Just now, he was a bit choked when he saw the sword ancestor wither away. It is also true, as it is, that while the process came out of many changes, the established results that it doesn't seem to have changed. Fatalistic, as if it still exists. But Jiang Heng didn't care about that at all. All he wanted to do was to break his destiny, even if the cage was still there. The future can change. The journey was very different from the previous life. Or else the youth in front of me. Why did you start the providence early? Don't dare give him 10,000 more years. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng slightly raised his head and smiled wildly. Aren't I still alive? Rambling. You're not afraid, are you? Mandate of heaven. Speaking of this, Jiang Heng cocked his head and teased. No, I should say my beloved heavenly Tao. Ha, ha, ha. Jiang Heng laughed wildly with abandon, lightly mocking his words, but it left the surrounding area in dead silence. Many people looked at the youth in front of them, their scalps tingling. Lord Tendo, what a niche term. What a shocking new track. If Jiang Heng hadn't spoken nonsense, the youth in front of him was that legendary supreme heavenly Tao. Tendo? He's Tendo? What a niche word. Sounds weird as hell. I seem to be stuck in a quagmire. Will I be able to walk through the gates of heaven alive? Numbed. Jiang Heng's words caused the many people still surviving around them to become completely numb. At this moment, the appearance of a black-clothed Jiang Heng was outrageous enough. As a result, youth are the way of heaven. Yes. These words made Ling Hu Changmei and Yun Shui Shengxian directly explode, as if they were stressed cats. The catapulted start fell back more than 100 meters and looked at the youth in horror. P.S. Have a great day. It should be finished in the next few days. Actually have a lot to say? Wait until the end of the book and then spit it out. Love you guys. Wahahaha. End of chapter. Knowing, guessing and seeing are three different things. The attitude of the two men towards the youth was one of horror, fear, and trepidation. The heavenly Tao, the prototype of a world's will, is also in that part of the world where they, representing the supreme being, in this side of heaven and earth, it belonged to the absolute masters. If the heavenly Tao struck at this time, it would be a descending blow to them. This vast expanse of the world and endless deep space was not something they could destroy. Trying to destroy a world was not enough for them at this time. Yes, what puzzled the two men was why the heavenly path was near the dust. What's going on here? What else is going to happen next? Boring. The sighs and shocks around them made the youth shake his head lightly, ignoring all the strange looks, gazing intently at Jiang Heng. Afraid? You're supposed to be me, so why make it so clear? Wasn't the original purpose to swat away all the unfavorable elements? Speaking of this, his eyes took on an obscure look. If it hadn't been for your soft-heartedness in the first place, how could that woman be allowed to tear apart the world essence? As he spoke, the youth pointed to the man in black with disgust in his eyes. This monstrous contraption that, nor will it come down to earth. Everything, it's because of you. At the end of his words, the youth held his head slightly high and lazily flapped his sleeve. To Jiang Heng, he urged, destroy him and fuse with me. Heaven is merciless and has its own workings. Saying this, he turned away and closed his eyes, not uttering another word, and the aura which he exuded. Yet again, it was 3 times stronger than before. It was as if every second they stayed longer, the amount of substance they possessed would increase. He is not you. He is Jiang Heng, a living individual. Jiang Heng is not anyone. He is Jiang Heng. The amount of information in Tendo's words was so great that it left many people standing frozen in place. The eyes held an unquenchable horror. Yes, the woman dressed in a red dress immediately stepped forward and looked at the youth's back end with indescribable indifference. And Hongyi continued, if you are the heavenly Tao, get lost and run the order of this side of heaven and earth. Stay out of everything in this. There are so many people dying out there. Why don't you go and take care of them? The sins of her past life, and the grandeur of her current life is to return Jiang Heng's karma. This sudden appearance was not allowed to manipulate the so-called destiny. This person's attitude towards Jiang Heng was that feeling of controlling fate. It made Hongyi even angrier. When she looked back at her life in the moment, it was as if she had been a pawn, from childhood to adulthood. Even if one becomes a taboo spirit and rises to the level of a false immortal, still can't seem to break free from destiny either. This was something she was not willing to repeat on Jiang Heng. Everything in this world has a destiny, and I am the way of heaven, so why should I pity the ants? The youth was not annoyed or angry, gazing carelessly at Hongyi. All things are ruminants, and that includes you. 2. For daring to open your mouth like that. You're so unbridled. Saying that, a chi of the primordial origin was violently swung out from the youth's hand. Wherever it passes, everything turns into nothingness. It was as if it was disintegrated and completely disappeared from this side of the world. The deep sky-colored chi of the beginning of the earth was like a sea of tides pouncing in front of Anhongi in an instant. The karmic fire that burns the flames and boils the sea looks extraordinarily small underneath it, and a red lotus dissolves and became nothingness. Bang! Just as the chi of Tai Chu was about to submerge Anhongi, Jiang Heng, dressed in white, instantly broke through the void and appeared in front of her. Raising his hand, he completely dispersed the chi of the beginning. Jiang Heng, looking at Jiang Heng's back, Anhongi carefully murmured, "I'm sorry, I don't want to get into trouble with you. No harm done." Jiang Heng shook his head and laughed softly at the woman behind him. "You're going to die sooner or later, but not now. I did it to tell him. With me, he can do nothing, and what I do not allow, even as a heavenly being, he, and only rage." Speaking of this, Jiang Heng took one step forward, passing by the god of the underworld, casually slapping each other's heads. "Rip the soul out and pinch it in your hand. And when you pass by the human emperor's streamer, shove it in with your own hands." Holding the human emperor streamer, Jiang Heng mobilized the primordial chi and began to quench it in front of everyone. It's just a matter of moments. The morose human emperor streamer was completely transformed, and the dragon duke, the phoenix mother, the heavenly demon, the god of the underworld, represents everything in this world: earth, water, fire, wind, and all living things. Everything seems to have originated in the 8 forbidden zones, under the nourishment of several forbidden souls. The human emperor streamer at this time is like a star, and the human emperor streamer is like a star, and the human emperor streamer is like a star, surrounded by the majestic primordial chi, as well as the unnameable power of greatness. After this, let's call you the 9 revolutions reincarnation streamer. With that said, Jiang Heng raised his hand to hold the streamer and hurled it fiercely at the heavenly gate. The large chakra streamer was inserted into the dirt. The souls of the Dragon Lord, the god of the underworld, the ancient emperor, and the Phoenix Mother are all tainted with the chi of the beginning. The Taoan laws manipulated were countless times more powerful than in life, leading these hundreds of harmonized Taoists and tens of millions of severe ghosts. They instantly appeared below the heavenly gate, like moths to a flame. They launched a fierce attack on the heavenly gate. Jiang Heng. This scene caused Hua Changqing, who was not far away, to be completely moved, and with his crimson eyes, resentfully, he looked at Jiang Heng. "You just don't want me to become an immortal. You want to ruin the path to immortality." In the moment, he didn't know why Jiang Heng was doing this and felt that it was just targeting him. Don't want him to become immortal. In this regard, Jiang Heng was unimpressed and looked at the youth with a smile. "What path to immortality? It's all fake. I don't deny the existence of the fairy world, but your memory, there must be something wrong with it," Jiang Heng said while pointing his finger toward Yunshui Shangxian, continuing under the other party's shocked, horrified eyes. He said, "From the beginning you have been from this realm. Thou, who art the originator of that which is most important, for the purpose of spreading the word. Make everything in this Tian Luo realm prosperous and flourishing. Subsequently, as you wished, the 8 forbidden regions came out of nowhere, and countless celestial pride sprung up like the rain, continuously comprehending the Tao and making this heavenly law realm stronger and stronger." Speaking of which, Jiang Heng took a deep breath and walked towards the youth, one step at a time, until it came to less than a meter in front of it. Only then did he manage to stop. Softly, he said, "The purpose, which is to perfect the Tao and Dharma of this realm. Everyone is a minion and a human mind, in a single metamorphosis of the Tao and the law. The heavenly Tao of this Tian Luo realm is getting more and more perfect and stronger." Speaking of this, Jiang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled with absolute madness. "Didn't say it wrong, right, my beloved Tendo-sama?" Words that filled a wheeled road. At this moment, apart from Jiang Heng's words, there was not a single additional sound. That the content has too much golden impact. Everyone stared at the youth with wide eyes, confused, thinking of hearing the other's answer. It's really like what Jiang Heng said. Then everything in this world is a lie. P.S. Have a great day. It should be finished in the next few days. Actually have a lot to say? Wait until the end of the book and then spit it out. Love you guys. Wahahaha. End of chapter. So what else is true? Or what else is worth their belief? Impossible. The old man is 276,000 years old, and all his senses are true. Can't be fake. This time, Ji Wu Chang, who had been firmly supporting Jiang Heng, also began to hiss. If what Jiang Heng said was true, then everything he had done was a bubble and a dream. just an insignificant mole cricket under the operation of this heavenly Tao, exist, without any meaning, but only to make the Tao and the law of this Tian Luo realm, the better and more powerful. Jiang Heng, are you telling the truth? Gu Tianqing was also shocked, and he, who prided himself on his unrivaled talent, had a somewhat broken state of mind at this time. His greatest strength is that he recognizes reality. Jiang Heng's words were actually believed the moment he said them, but, not willingly. He was a great emperor and the Heaven's Gate was right in front of him, so how could he be willing? Ascended to the immortal world and have since transcended everything. Jiang Heng was silent. His demeanor had been indifferent, and there was no fluctuation of emotion in his eyes as he gazed at the youth. Yes, you're right about everything. The youth lazily spread his hands and didn't deny Jiang Heng's statement. You're very smart. See the truth in the tube. Indeed. Speaking of which, the youth incarnating the heavenly Tao had a careless face. The 8 forbidden zones of life, the countless human races, demon races, wood races, and spirit races, all of them are minions. The purpose of its location is to help me perfect the Tao and the law. Good luck getting me to that point. As he spoke, the youth's demeanor changed. From a warm sun to a dark star in a moonlit night. Emotions, constantly rising. Why is it that there are 3,000 great paths, and yet I, as the heavenly Tao, am inferior? You are all ants, and the only value you have in living is to help me perfect the Tao. Wish me to become an avenue soon. Get everything that's mine, all of which the youth did not deny, while his eyes scanned the surroundings and, as if cathartic, gaze quietly at all. What these people want is the illusory world of the immortals. What he seeks is the supreme Tao. There is a great way above the heavenly way. He was born at the birth of Tenra and became self-aware in the countless reincarnations of the world. Since then, this heavenly law realm is like a big graveyard. It began to run regularly and constantly. Yun Shui, indeed, was from the immortal world. Only, the torment of the long years, coupled with its endless lifespan, had completely lost its memory at that moment. Over the years, the other side has been playing the role of the vanguard of the bulls and horses. Help him to constantly improve and repair the way. Enough. The youth's catharsis was impatiently interrupted by Jiang Heng, gazing faintly at the other party. She spoke faintly. A child's trick. One who has played it for so many years. You're still proud of yourself, aren't you? Rolling his eyes, Jiang Heng was somewhat speechless. What kind of psychopath would it take to captivate a normal world? At the same time, in order to prevent people from breaking out of their cages, the heavenly tilt will be opened every endless years. Wipe out all the people of this world. In these countless epochs, he didn't even know how many times the other party had done such a thing. 10 times? 100 times? 1,000 times? Unpredictable and unaccountable. Only, that didn't concern him either. The only thing he wanted to do at the moment was to break free of his destiny. Ran. If the other side withers, everything will finally come to an end. Sorry, it did get a little raucous. The youth did not show the slightest bit of annoyance after smiling blandly in the face of Jiang Heng's coldness. So, start? Looking at Jiang Heng, he tried curiously. And, bang bang, without waiting for Jiang Heng to reply, the heads of the many people present who still survived exploded directly as if they were watermelons. The one who bore the brunt of the attack was Ji Wuchang, whose pale eyes stared at the youth in disorientation. Cursing angrily, he said, Heaven's way, my ass. You're just a twisted will. Where's the fairness in what you have to say? He always knew. This side of heaven and earth, normally there are paths through the heavens, and every one of them, when you reach a certain level, you can travel to the immortal world, enjoy the great mountains and the great rivers. Even his cultivation was sufficient, and as for forbidden beings like the Dragon Duke and Phoenix Mother, definitely in the supermodel category. Yes, the path to the heavens was sealed, and he understood why Jiang Heng had crushed the heavenly gate, because it's false and delusional. His soul kept fluttering, and as he was about to be crushed, the 9 revolutions reincarnation streamer below the heavenly gate, ripped Ji Wuchang's soul over. At the same time, Gu Tianqing and the others were also crushed. The soul, sucked into the streamer. Apart from Manhwa behind Jiang Heng, unexpectedly, only Yunshui Shangxian and Linghu Changmei were alive. How many years have you imprisoned me? At this moment, Yunshui's head was about to explode, and at this level, his mind was top-notch. Jiang Heng casually nudged him and he guessed many things. It seemed to be imprisoned for an unknown amount of time in this Tian Luo realm. It doesn't matter. It's the last life. You will also wither away in this life. The youth smiled shallowly and stopped answering Yunshui, turning to look in front of Linghu Changmei, the man in black who looked like Jiang Heng. Indifferently, he said, Sinful animal, still not returning? When heaven's destiny is united, I will break the confinement and glorify the supreme 3,000 paths. Censure. To the horror of the black-clothed Jiang Heng, this is the oppression from the soul, the domination of the body in the face of the remnants of the soul. He was born to suffer, and, of the three, he was the weakest one, inferior to even Jiang Heng. Standing in the center of the room, he looked left and right, looking to Jiang Heng on his left, he then looked to the youth on his right arm. Numb. Hesitation will lead to defeat, and choosing wrongly will inevitably be in vain. Jiang Heng took one step forward, eyes, only youth, and, watching Jiang Heng walk step by step, the black-clothed youth gritted his teeth and, staring resentfully at Jiang Heng, even if I die, I won't give you a good time. After I'm obliterated, you'll end up just as bad. In the moment, he would not choose Jiang Heng. Dignity, too, would not allow him to choose Jiang Heng. He was the meat that fell off the youth, and Jiang Heng was also the meat that fell off the youth. The two are on equal footing. If he chose Jiang Heng, he was completely erased while representing that he was inferior to Jiang Heng. Instead of that, he should have let Jiang Heng die with him. Yes, just as he made a hard leap, intending to come to the youth's side, a deep black aura ripped him right back. Jiang Heng raised his hand, the palm of his hand as if a black hole emitted gravitational force. In the youth's surprised gaze, the man in black was directly ripped over by Jiang Heng and directly choked. I told you, messy choices are for nothing. The move. It is not among the 5 elements, nor is it subject to the control of the heavenly Tao. The devouring devil technique, a technique created by Barbara herself, was created with her unparalleled talent. Create feats outside the system. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Therefore, here in the place permeated with the chi of the beginning, he could transcend the boundaries of the rules, rip the black man right over. At this point, he couldn't help but admire Barbara's farsightedness and, in fact, the other man had told him a lot about it from the beginning. Only, he didn't care at the time and didn't fulfill his promise to meet her at the acacia mound. This time, I'm afraid the other side is gone. Choking the man in black, Jiang Heng's devouring power in his hand was as if he was pumping water, greedily absorbing the purest essence of the other party. It's also a part of the heavenly way, devouring his supply, which was the sum of all who had heretofore added together, none of which can be compared. Only, at that time, he was not strong enough, and his power of devouring did not reach this point. The old bird bundle can only be opened in the moment. Impossible. Why were you able to suck me in with the devouring demon technique? The black mist man was terrified, staring at Jiang Heng with wide-eyed resentment. While being absorbed, he still kept resisting, trying to break free from Jiang Heng's bonds. It doesn't help. Of course it's possible. Jiang Heng pumped while the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. All of my dowsing, it has long since metamorphosed to the level of Tai Cho. I can control everything in this Tian Luo realm. When he first merged with the Tao, he used it as a foundation, and when he stepped into the forbidden, he even seized the heavens, used the nine-jacked heavenly Tao bottle to forge a supreme Tao foundation. Presently, the devouring devil technique that he was running was unique to him, and had long since transcended the framework that Barbarian had used in the first place. Break! Jiang Heng's words fell, and the youth's flat voice echoed across the vast Reincarnation road. Ephemeral. Jiang Heng's hand that was tugging on the man in black was cut off directly as if it had been chopped by something sharp. The chaotic body, at this moment, was completely ineffective, seemingly unable to withstand the youth's casual strike. Scarlet blood spurted along the wound. The broken section was still tugging at the man in black with a deadly grip. Jiang Heng. And Hongyi was stunned and desperately walked forward, hoping to come in front of Jiang Heng. Lay down your life to pay for the consequences. Jiang Heng's severed arm grew wildly outward in a bizarre form, not long after connecting to the broken hand, restored as good as new. Interesting, this heavenly tribulation 9 paths bottle. It seems to carry something beyond my imagination. Seeing that Jiang Heng was not injured, the youth was slightly surprised and looked up and down curiously. Vision. The final frame is on the vial. This is something that has transcended cause and effect. Break. Once again, the youth's words followed the law. Sliding down, the void wrapped outside the vial, permeated with the chi of the beginning, began to tremble violently, as if it was going to crumble at any moment. The emptiness of the bottle was beginning to chafe. Yes, the small sword radiated a deep light, completely isolating everything. The vial was back to normal in moments. Mobilizing the world essence like this. It seems like you're under a lot of pressure as well. Jiang Heng kept devouring the man in black. The breath on his body became more and more indistinct. It is not up to the youth, but it is much stronger than before. Jiang Heng, I, Yun Shui, have never begged anyone in my life. I'm only asking you to wear him down. Let me step into the wheel. The more time passes, the deeper the pain the clouds carry. At this moment, many things came to him, but as inferred. In the beginning, he was being chased and unintentionally escaped to this place. At that time, this Tianluo realm is a void. Humans are still in their most primitive state. All creatures that, all abide by the cycle of birth, old age, sickness and death. Yes, this world is blocked. He cannot find a way out, helpless to hammer the Tao. I do not know how long after. He was in a trance, completely mad at this. Then, he was sealed in a Jedi, and watched the human, demon, and spirit races, among others, grow stronger by the day. Included among these, many forbidden zones were born. Those were ancient years. Those were endless epochs ago. The taboo then was not the Dragon Lord or the Phoenix Mother. Followed by a long cycle of everything he's ever been through. It was as if they could never break free from this prison. Right now, it seemed to be his only chance. Yun Shui immediately stood up straight on his rocker and hissed at Jiang Heng, I am the origin of the Tao. After you devour me, you will get unexpected effects. He only wanted to be relieved, to be devoured by Jiang Heng. If it was his destiny, then he was willing to accept that destiny, thus breaking the cage. Memories came flooding back, countless epochs reincarnated. He was truly tired and no longer had the courage to continue. Perish. Yun Shui's action caused the youth's expression to freeze, revealing a serious expression for the first time. Immediately, he extended his index finger, intending to completely silence the cloud water. Yes, Jiang Heng tugged on the man in black and instantly appeared in front of Yun Shui, using his body to block the Tao this time. Carry down this karma. Human body. Instant chaffing appeared, and a beam of nothingness continued to race through Jiang Heng's body. It was as if it was going to blow up at any moment. The heavenly tribulation 9 Tao bottle swayed, emitting the essence of qi, and Jiang Heng's body was once again restored to its original state. I told you, you can't do anything with me. Jiang Heng raised his head and gazed coldly at the youth, and under the other's gaze, his left hand directly choked Yun Shui's neck. The devouring devil technique was once again in operation, rapidly devouring the origin. For a moment, countless Tao laws surged into his mind, the richness of which was unheard of by Jiang Heng. Got it too. Why did Yun Shui, a remnant immortal, have the courage to face the 8 forbidden beings such as the Dragon Duke and Phoenix Mother? All of this Tao and law is its greatest strength. If the Dragon Lord and Yun Shui really fought, they would most likely be completely obliterated as well. Kill him and free me. Karma. Purged in this world. Yun Shui was absorbed by Jiang Heng's origin, and there was no pain on her face, but rather relief. He, really tired. Jiang Heng, do you really intend to make an enemy of me and fight to the death? Know that you are me and I am you. Seeing that Jiang Heng was bent on having his way, the youth no longer had the composure to go on like this. Jiang Heng has really become a hidden danger. When he came out of the Cloud Water Immortal Palace, Jiang Heng's destiny seemed to be beyond his control, which made him astonished. In a short period of time, from great saints, to quasi-emperors, great emperors, and forbidden beings, subocular, medicine, and to stand apart from him? Although he didn't think that Jiang Heng could change his fate against all odds, this resume really shocked him. Countless epochs, countless reincarnations. It was the first time anyone had ever looked at him directly, although it was a piece of meat that fell from his body. Phew! Yun Shui's body turned into a wisp of flying ash, and his soul returned to the reincarnation streamer. Jiang Heng nodded and looked at the youth. New awe. Return it. In his right hand, the black-clothed man's origin was also sucked up by Jiang Heng. By the time he had sucked in 70%, the man wasn't talking much and seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. Silence. The youth laughed coldly, not even looking at the man in black, and yelled down with a bland yell. The man in black completely turned into ashes in the eyes of despair and resentment. Completely erased from this world. It's clean. Come on. Jiang Heng looked at the youth and made a gesture of invitation. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. The enmity and grudges are entangled to the depths. At this time Jiang Heng do not have any idea, only seek to clean up the enmity and grudges. This memory carries too much. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, right and wrong. This road of no return he has long had no desire to continue to walk in vain. In the moment, it was time to stop. Stubborn. Jiang Heng's invitation. The youth did not think that after shaking his head slightly, the countless rules of the binding, slowly floating into the air. Looking down, he gazed at Jiang Heng. This realm is all mine. How can you fight me? Look. Lifting his hands and throwing his feet, the chi of the beginning of the earth wrapped in countless chaotic chi. It instantly permeated this path of reincarnation. The naked eye could see that the originally devastated path of reincarnation, in front of this supreme power, it was instantly repaired as before. Inches of cracking ensued. The path of reincarnation completely collapsed, surrounded by an infinite deep sky, with a single star dotting the universe. The yawning sun in the distance was very conspicuous. Look, I can do whatever I want. As he said that, the youth that the heavenly Tao had manifested spread out his hands and pointed around in a showy manner. It seems to say this world sinks and floats. Everything is dominated by him. You're as boring as a child. Jiang Heng sighed slightly and shook his head helplessly, hanging in the air and stepping on the stars in the sky, pacing toward the youth. With every step, endless Tao flowed around his body. The chi of the beginning of the heavens and chaos seemed like shocking waves and wild waves, completely crushing the stars that blocked the way. With every step, the vast expanse of the universe seemed to set off wild waves, shattering space and silencing the Tao. All of it, back to the source. This was the collision of the heavenly Tao to its simplicity and the purest Tao and Dharma. Yes, Jiang Heng still walked forward, without the slightest bit of cowardice in his eyes. Reincarnated. He discarded all and penetrated with the will to break the stubborn stone. Coming in front of the youth, Jiang Heng gazed into the other's eyes. Look at the stars. Does it look like instantly brilliant fireworks? As your life. After a momentary eternity, it's just dust in the deep, deep sky. Stars, chaps, the remaining fires of the Earth's core are released in the world, as if they were carved for eternity, or as if they were instantaneous and brilliant fireworks. It seems that your will has been broken? The young heavenly Tao's demeanor was no longer as calm as it had been previously, and Jiang Heng's Tao at the moment. It has become a climate. It's long since been worse, hasn't it? Taicho chaos technique. Jiang Heng's face was expressionless, as if he was stating an unrelated matter, but the spear is so obvious. When the words fall, the entire universe, as if shattered like glass, and countless stars turned into dust. Space is constantly distorting. This, the ultimate Tao he had comprehended, was based on the chaotic body and supplemented by the heavenly tribulation 9 Tao bottles. Plus Ben took over the sky. This gong method has long been transcendent, with levels that are unspeakable and unheard of. The enormous power of the primordial chaos transformed into a huge palm that pinched the youth directly. Useless. The youth laughed coldly and looked at Jiang Heng quietly. Previously, that little dragon was unable to silence you. Did you, forget? Speaking here, the young heavenly Tao pointed in the direction of the Tian Luo realm. He also pointed to the stars in the sky and the endless universe. This path, all of it, is the Tian Luo realm. That infinite deep space. This sky full of stars. All of them can block the sword for me, and you will not put me to death unless you crush everything in this world. While saying that, the youth smiled indifferently and coldly, and his body erupted with a powerful land of origin that it completely shattered the giant hand that the primordial chaos had transformed into. In an instant, he came to Jiang Heng and ruthlessly pinched Jiang Heng's throat. Jiang Heng, you're too cocky. I am the lord of this world. I am the lord of creation. I am the source of all. Who dares to destroy me? And who can destroy me? The beginning, chaos? Aren't they also my power? Everything in this Tian Luo realm is mine. As he said that, the youth stared arrogantly, and countless Tao laws were interpreted around his body. An ancient seal character appeared in the universe. White tiger technique, Qingtian dragon transformation decision, Shanhai scripture, and turning mountains overseas technique have been in the Tian Luo realm for countless years. The Tao created by countless talented people was all revealed at this moment. It is the product of the accumulation of countless epochs by the young heavenly Tao. It also represents the wisdom of countless eras, of those whose talents were so great. No, seeing this roiling Tao, Jiang Heng didn't have the slightest fear and pointed at the best of them. Raising the corners of his mouth in disdain, he spoke. These, too, are nothing more than that. While saying that, around Jiang Heng's body, the origin chi transformed into monstrous black mist. Devilish aura, countless Tao laws, under the black mist, like a sky covered with dark clouds. The dot of stars was dull, devouring devil kung fu, specializes in these fancy things. Talent, too, is graded. Jiang Heng raised his head and, teasingly, he looked at the youth. Although this technique was not created by me, but, when Barbarian was created, he felled you with a forbidden rebellion. Though defeated, at this time, this seed is once again strengthened to claim your life path by him. Okay? Jiang Heng operated the heaven-swallowing devil technique, inhaling the countless runes around him into his body, while the Tao was being interpreted. Countless feats were actually unable to fight against it. In this life, the immunity to mana was completely ineffective under the power of devouring. To be precise, it is not as good as it. Jiang Heng, the youth was enraged and, a pair of eyes gazed coldly at Jiang Heng. I come from the same lineage as you. You're the meat that fell off my body. You're going to use that as kung fu against me? This, he couldn't accept. the power of devouring was weird, as if it transcended everything, and he couldn't figure it out. The devouring demon emperor was merely immortal at the time. How can you create such an unbelievable kung fu? Beyond all, beyond the word, the 9 vials of heavenly havoc. Jiang Heng was silent. A small vial was offered up on his brow, radiating endless light in the vast expanse of the universe. At the same time, the devouring devil technique operated. The color of the vial of nothingness was instantly rendered as black as ink and jade. Even to the point of being completely invisible. The sight, all of it, is going to be completely engulfed. I, Jiang Heng, am the heavenly Tao of this realm. That is to say, at this time, I use the 9 tribulation sky swallowing vase as a carrier, presenting the great Tao above and exploring the 9 specters below. I, that is, am the uncatchable one of the 3,000 paths. Since then Hong Yuan 4, Devouring Avenue. Jiang Heng erupted all, and would devour Yun Shui's, the man in blacks, and the origin that sees the heavens. All of them were poured into the 9 thunders heaven swallowing bottle. This is what he's been working on for a long time, using the heavenly Tao bottle as a vehicle, breaking the sky and plotting that supreme path. He didn't understand how many levels there were in the immortal world, but none of that mattered. He was going to skip this class today, and he's not even strictly speaking human. There was also no need to raise the realm a little bit. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Jiang Heng's actions wiped out the youth's composure, and he couldn't accept the scene. End of chapter. He is the heavenly Tao of this realm, and among the countless small worlds, is the most likely to become a great Tao, when all is said and done. In other worlds, the heavens operate on a basic trajectory, as if an unconscious instrument that, only the most basic laws are known. Partial consciousness was born because of the arrival of Yun Shui. It was only by chance that I slowly wasted my time to become what I am today. Jiang Heng, 1954. Chinese writer. On what grounds? There was also some kind of devouring avenue that he hadn't even heard of. According to his expectations, the inevitable future qualifying rounds, where he felled the great Tao against all odds with the heavenly Tao. Be one of those 3,000. Jiang Heng was even better, creating his own avenue. You seek death. Everything in this world is bound by rules, even those avenues. No one can reverse it, and if you touch it, you will die. Jiang Heng's choice made the youth feel funny. He couldn't stop it and was too lazy to do so. Presently, there was only one way to die if Jiang Heng did this. Is it possible for an ordinary person to fulfill that great ambition? Promoted to the great Tao? It is already the way to take death. Just because you can't, doesn't mean others can't either. I'll tell you today. Your countless eons of scheming have made you even more of a clown. You are not the heavenly Tao at all. You are as much under the operation of the heavenly Tao as that one evil thought. The negativity that arises. It's garbage too. Using the heavenly vase to sense everything, and using the power of devouring to forge the Tao. Jiang Heng was in the process of feel everything. Tian Luo realm. Mu Wanyun's worry. Wine sword immortal's indomitability. Gu Jia's bewilderment. A gray-haired old man in a mountain village, looking out over a devastated world of pray inwardly for peace. Young parents hold their children in their arms, hoping to find a place to settle down. Everything in the world was at his whim, including the youth in front of him. The malice emanating from the other side was no less than the black mist, even viciousness a million times over. What are you babbling about? I am the heavenly Tao of this realm. The youth's eyes were tinged with anger as he looked at Jiang Heng unhappily. That's just it. You're going to die soon. After you die, I reap the power of devouring. This avenue is at your fingertips. With a cold snort, he stopped fighting with Jiang Heng and gazed at him playfully. The black aura seemed to completely fill the entire universe, and countless devouring forces absorbed it recklessly. Wherever they passed, they all withered without exception. Impossible. The scene moved the youth. He wasn't being heartbroken about these origins, which were insignificant at the moment compared to the entire world. The aura emanating from the black mist was clearly above everything else in the world. It was as if the subject was facing the king. He could only feel it when he touched those great avenues. Jiang Heng, on what grounds? However, in the black mist, the heavenly bottle appeared, as if it were a vacuum cleaner, and took the world here. Thoroughly inhaled the bottle. The youth could feel that his power was being stripped away. The barriers of the heavenly law realm had broken down, and Jiang Heng was now truly in control of a great Tao. Devouring avenue. The farce is over. Jiang Heng stood at the top and watched as the space barrier shattered. In the middle of the field of vision, it's a grand Tao that crisscrosses the landscape. No more, no less, exactly 3,000. Plus a black Tao that just appeared and cut across everything. Exactly 3001. Not far from it was a large world of white clouds and mist. The Standing so far away one could feel that the power there was much purer and of a much higher grade compared to the origin of the Tianluo realm. 3,000 avenues. This is the immortal world? Looking at the situation outside, Jiang Heng was somewhat surprised in his heart. It never occurred to me that if I wanted to go to the immortal world, I would need to break the boundary wall to do so. Presently, he used the supreme ancient weapon of origin and the supreme Tao to construct the great Tao. It actually helped him decipher part of the truth. Heaven's Gate, it's really a fake. Even if the Dragon Duke, the ancient emperor and those people set foot and entered it, I'm afraid that they would never be able to reach the end. Become dead bones all the way down the road. The Yellow Springs countryside and the path of reincarnation. Getting to see the heavenly gate may not be a good thing. Farce? The youth gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Heng resentfully, his demeanor extremely similar to those eyes of the black mist. At this moment, it seemed to completely expose its nature. So what? This Tianluo. It's already my call. In the next second, countless chaotic chi and primordial origin covered Jiang Heng's heavenly bottle. May. Absorb. Devour. The capacity of the heavenly vase seemed endless. No. This is impossible. The young heavenly Tao's complexion gradually became shriveled. He couldn't take the sight. That's all there is to say. Go inside. Jiang Heng came to his side and instantly pinched his neck, and the black devouring power of the quickly block all his movements. The nine tribulation heaven swallowing bottle transformed into an instant of streaming light and came directly in front of the youthful heavenly Tao. Before it was too late to say anything, it was sucked right in. Ephemeral. Jiang Heng then felt the return. Originally, he controlled about 30% of Tianluo, and the other party controlled 70%. Now, 40, 45, 75, is rising, and the youth's breath was weakening. In this regard, Jiang Heng was in no hurry. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, he turned to look down at the woman in the red dress. Was staring at him. Streamers. Jiang Heng manipulated the 9 reversals reincarnation streamer and transformed it into a black rainbow light, flying towards the location where the barrier had shattered. Straight up blocking. Jiang Heng. And Hangi slowly vacated the air and came to Jiang Heng's side whispering, "It's my turn, isn't it?" She understood what Jiang Heng meant. After such a long time, and Hangi completely understood that Jiang Heng pursued nothing else in this life. Just want to settle all grudges. Her destiny was set from the beginning. To go to the human emperor's hockey. Be the main spirit that manipulates the night ghost. Go on. I can't bear to kill you. I won't let you go. Jiang Heng turned around and looked at Hangi's magnificent face, looking at the other party's ruby-like eyes, slowly murmuring, "You shouldn't have come to me that year in a mountain field full of daisies. I'm sorry, And Hangi turned around and trembled, not daring to answer this question as she flew straight toward the human emperor streamer. Come under the streamers. She offered to sacrifice her soul, and unlike the others, it was also as if Jiang Heng had granted her the last mercy. Her soul, her favorite red color, still stepping on the red lotus, she slowly entered the black streamer. And finally, Hangi looked back at Jiang Heng. Carefully, he said, Can I still see you? There is no danger here, and every 10,000 years, you can see me." While Jiang Heng turned around, looking back under the black sails, the red-clad silhouette. Thanks. And Hangi nodded her head seriously without shedding any tears. She has her own strength that belongs to her. It also has its own pride. The soul is completely integrated into the black streamer. The body began to burn rapidly, scarlet karmic flames, transforming into a red lotus, floating and encircling. It accompanied this one large 9 revolutions reincarnation streamer. Dividing line. P.S. More extras on the 30th. The main text is pretty much here, and there's actually a lot to be said about that. But for a moment I didn't organize my words. So, see the family on the 30th. End of chapter 1. Yangchun. March. The smoke of the cooking fades in the clear sky. The cicadas chirp in the bush. And among the mountains, beside the scribbled huts, piles of lumber resulting from hard work. Immortal master, you're giving her to us to foster? The simple man, looking at the swaddled baby girl, had a look of growing joy on his face. Beside him was a woman, looking at the baby girl with a charitable look of leaping forward to try and take her into his arms. I'll come and take her away in 15 years. At that time, grant you supreme fidelity. The old man who spoke had long eyebrows and looked at the man with a look of condescending pity. Yes, since she is destined for you, you will give her name. Name? And Satsa looked at the baby girl in her arms, at the bloodstained swaddling cloths on her, murmuring, "So, is it okay to call her Hangi then? Good." The long-browed old man gazed at the baby girl and nodded meaningfully. Then she will be called Hangi from now on. 2. Time rushes on. Year after year passes, and red grows up slowly, as time goes by. I don't know why. Her originally dark hair and deep pupils slowly turned red, as scarlet as blood. However, the smile on his face was still bright, and his deep eyes were like a bright moon stained by blood. 3. My name is Nhongi. I'm a woodcutter's child. My parents always said that when I was 15, a fairy will take me away. But I don't want to be immortal. I just want to live happily ever after with my parents, until forever and ever. But time, it seems, always fails the expectant. And I, too, have become one of them. As I grew older each year and got closer to turning 15, I realized that within my body, there seemed to be a special power that I didn't dare to tell my parents. That was also the year my brother was born. His name is Reassurance. I looked at the cradle, that one little nub, and the warmth of home reassured me once again. 4. For my 15th birthday, Daddy had birthday peaches and a new red dress for me. I still love it even though the red dress is all patched up on me. In the evening, we sat down at the table for dinner, and it was a sumptuous day, with chicken, duck, beef, and my favorite, okra. Just when I was full of joy and ready to feast, I saw a middle-aged man who pushed open the door and looked at my father before he could say anything. My father's loving eyes seeped out 2 lines of blood and tears, and my mother screamed and frantically hugged me. He's horrible, a nightmare I can't get out of my head for the rest of my life. Daddy, is Daddy dead? Rouge, run, go to the immortal master. He is the only person in this world you can trust. Mother's voice, murmuring in my ear. What I saw was the corner of her mouth vomiting blood, and the fond eyes. I sat down on the floor disoriented, my head going blank. I still have my brother at ease. I got up with difficulty and went towards the cradle, but the middle-aged man grabbed Reassurance before me, disgustedly, and, gazing indifferently at me, lowly mortal, his life is as low as yours. He strangled Reassurance to death in front of me. I can never forget that cold, teasing look, as if the gods of the heavens, high above was looking down on an ant bug. At this moment, I couldn't control my emotions. I saw countless scarlet lotus flowers. It permeates all around me. I also saw it. It was a long-browed old man. He casually crushed middle-aged men. A guilty look on my face. 5. As time goes by, I was brought back to the ethereal sanctuary by my teacher, Hua Changqing. I'm doing well here. Everyone respects me. They say I'm a woman of unparalleled talent. In the future, the name Empress would resonate throughout the Tianluo world. Everyone looks at me with awe and admiration. I barely managed to put a smile on my face. Only I knew that none of this was what I wanted. After the death of my parents and brother in peace, my wandering heart has long been nowhere, unattached, and with all the cultivation of the fury being my only interest, my strength has increased rapidly. A breakthrough in a few days, a small realm in a month, a big realm in half a year. Without realizing it, I became a saint and the legendary great sage. But for 2 years, I became a paragon without any distractions. On this day, Nhongi's name resounded through the Tianluo realm, although she had not yet merged with the Tao. But I've already been called Empress by many people. Countless powerful men have come to my door to propose marriage, hoping to spend the rest of their lives with me. My heart's not in all this, and it also seems to be that I have not met the person I am waiting for. 6. I'm about to merge, but I feel that in my life, I'm missing what I want. Hapkido is not my way back. After bidding farewell to my teacher, Hua Changqing, I walked alone in the Tianluo realm. I'm beginning my first journey into the heart of the world. Along the way, I met a lot. Demons abuse mortals and cultivators treat human life as grass. And I'm strong enough to kill everyone. I am not a good person. But what happened to me that night could not make me stand by and do nothing. Year 2. I came to a place, a mountain field full of daisies, and I saw him. It's called Jiang Heng. In Jiang Heng's body, I see the shadow of Xin. It also puts my wandering heart at rest. I brought him back to the netherworld sanctuary, and that's the thing I regret the most in my life. I shouldn't have messed with him. 7. When we return to the netherworld sanctuary, I will personally teach him to cultivate. At first when I brought him back, everyone didn't think much of the mountain boy, but he was the most competitive. I was surprised to find that his natural talent was no weaker than mine. Any feat or divine ability that was performed once in front of him could be perfectly reproduced. He promised me that he would be my pride and joy. Up and down the mountain gate, he helps his brothers and sisters in my name. It's given me more fame and respect than I've ever had before. His perfect character is also called immaculate. Years of companionship, I felt that the fury in my body, pacified by Jiang Heng's, become more and more obedient. For the first time since losing my family, I feel at ease. Jiang Heng is very attentive, giving me security all the time. He was perfect, more perfect than I could have imagined. Seems to be in love with him. 8. My master explained to me to take a disciple. It's a mountain village. They were all dead by the time I got there. Only one teenager looked innocent. He said his name was Yi Beixian. The way the little thing looked at me made me so disgusted that I wanted to strangle him. After bringing him back to the Netherworld Holy Land and accepting him as a close disciple, I didn't care about his cultivation. Most of the time, it was the teacher who taught him. Yes, the quiet time with Jiang Heng dulled my perceptions, and I was completely unaware that nothing in this ethereal sanctuary is within my perception. The day came, early in the morning, within the elegant garden where I live. Feng Qingtian hurried over. I was told that Jiang Heng practiced magic. Hearing that, I put a smile on my face. Jiang Heng's virtues are clear to everyone. It's impossible to cultivate magic skills. And, in my opinion, it's not a big deal at all, even if it's cultivated. So what? Isn't this with me? It's fine to abolish the magic power. It's fine to continue training, can't I? And Hongyi, still cover it? In a few years, I'll be able to take that step and become the equivalent of taboo. May. Feng Qingtian said. My female disciple Hua Changqing said it herself, that she thinks Jiang Heng practices magic, mutilation of fellow disciples. All of it was put on by Jiang Heng. This made me a little cloudy, but there was no hurry. I wanted to wait for Jiang Heng to come to me, speak to me personally. As long as he says it, I believe it. 9. Teacher is here. He told me not to favor Jiang Heng in this matter. Those who practice magic, all have devotees. The middle-aged man who shot down the knight he saved me that year was the devil's servant. I wasn't told because I was afraid my mind would be messed up. This moment, my mind is really messed up. After saying goodbye to my teacher, I still waited in the elegant garden, waiting for Jiang Heng to come to me, and also wanted to have a clear conversation with him. May. Everything was so sudden. Jiang Heng was leaving. Through the distance, I saw his eyes, which were not clear, but rather full of color. It was as if the old man with the 5 failures of the celestial beings, after experiencing everything, saw through everything under the sinking of time. He was going to leave, preferring to face the questioning pass. 9. Asking heart pass came as expected. Jiang Heng killed many people. I saw all these dirtbags, kill them as far as I'm concerned. Asking the heart for 3 passes, facing the judgment of the heavenly Tao. Jiang Heng remains safe, never having done anything wrong. His heart and mind are united, and he remains honorable. At this moment, I was ashamed beyond words in my heart, and I knew I had misjudged him. I didn't have the courage to step in as I watched him leave. Yes, 3 old maggots of gold, silver, and copper stopped him in his tracks. I was inwardly delighted, but my joy was not yet spread. The silver maggot was then killed by Jiang Heng. This moment, I felt the power of the harmonious way in Jiang Heng. If he didn't still look familiar to me, I'd even think he'd been taken over. 10. Jiang Heng's white clothes are stained with blood, casting the devil heart of the heavenly Tao. Watching this scene, my heart is dripping blood. Yi Beixian the maggot went to challenge him. Overwhelmed by his lifted hand, I plan to watch Yi Beixian die and then step in to appease Jiang Heng. That way it's back to the beginning. May. Teacher asked me to step in and save Yi Beixian, remembering my mother's dying wish. Once again, I went against the grain. Strike out. I injured Jiang Heng and saved the maggot Yi Beixian. Even though it wasn't my intention, I did it. After all, I faced Jiang Heng with a timid look in my eyes. He questioned me. His eyes lost their usual doting and loving look, and it was a heartbreaking moment for me. I don't understand what's happening. Me, if you're going to kill him, can you at least give me an explanation? This familiar and unfamiliar feeling made my emotions, too, difficult to control, and the fury in my body exploded and lost his old composure. Jiang Heng, he practiced magic and framed me. I believe. I knew what he said was true, but the teacher's instructions were too much for me to forget. Caught in the middle. I don't know how to live with myself. In the instant of hesitation, Jiang Heng became extremely impatient, looked at me sadly, and said that he knew. Jiang Heng said, and Hongyi, our fate is over. I'm not convinced. I really am. I'm deeply entangled in his karma. How can it end? It is not a matter of saying one word, and then the bond is over. He's all I have in this life, and I believe he loves me, or he wouldn't do that to me. At this moment, the fury in my body exploded and I couldn't calm down. May, an old thing, preferring to be the leader at this time, using a sword gourd to defend against 10,000 swords. He also summoned the sword ancestor's sword fetus and messed around in Misty Peak. I am the Empress. This man, unbridled. I'll shoot him. But he, too, opened the void, allowing Jiang Heng to leave completely. At this moment, my heart was pumping so hard that I was not willing to let Jiang Heng leave like this. The fury in my body completely exploded. I can't quite control my sanity anymore. I reached out, trying to grab him back, but, after all, he was gone. My emotions, in this moment, were completely out of control and my personality was completely awakened. It favored the copper maggot who came to question me when I was in the worst of moods. It is simply a case of disrespect and wantonness. I raised my hand to destroy him. 11. I learned that he was in 10,000 swords. I went there with stars and moonlight. I saw the woman was clinging to him. Slave girl. At this moment, I confronted him in anger. He hit me, say some very hurtful things, but I'm also aggravated. What did I do wrong? What should I do to make him want to look back at me? He made a 3-year pact with me to be the main soul of his emperor's streamer. Indeed, if that's not his attitude, I'm not averse to it. For the rest of his life, it was always better to be in his company than to be alone and empty. I don't ask for anything but a place to put this heart. Back at Misty Peak, I could feel so much in my meditation. Everything Jiang Heng did seemed to have a purpose. It was a moment when I didn't want to trust the teacher completely. Between Yi Beixian and the teacher, there should be a direct sexual connection. On the contrary, this lowly dog came to me and said a lot to replace Jiang Heng. Ludicrous. How can a lowly, lovesick dog compare to Jiang Heng? Vaguely, I guessed part of Jiang Heng's thoughts. In that case, this dog will do what he needs to do. I told him to kill Jiang Heng. 12. I experienced a catastrophe in the midst of chaos, and within a few short months, my cultivation peaked. I know there is no way a teacher can beat the person I am now either. Yes, he came with a promise to me. This time, win or lose, it's my heart's desire. May, I hear you. It's all a conspiracy. Everything back then was a lie. My relatives were killed by a teacher. The purpose, to get me into the fury, to become a pawn for him to manipulate. At this moment, I completely understand. Misty Peak, questioning pass, Yi Beixian. Everything was arranged by the teacher. I came back stepping on the red lotus and slapped his eldest son to death in front of the teacher. But this old man, he didn't seem to be angry. He was so determined to seek immortality that his parents and son could be abandoned. I looked back at Jiang Heng, and my wandering heart settled down again. I didn't want to fight with him, promise him to be the main soul. May, he refused, saying the time wasn't right and told me to wait. I followed him very quietly. He wanted to see my makeup. I gave it to him. Say, this is the Dao weapon that stabbed him to death in his previous life. It dawned on me that he was a reincarnator and had been stabbed to death by me in a previous life. Never in my life have I disliked my red makeup so much. I am not willing to stand idly by when he is in trouble, and I will not fold my red dress with cause and effect. Forced breakthrough to false immortal. I, calling out the Dragon Lord, want to get a piece of justice for him. 13. Divine order in 3 parts. So that's what it means. He finally did it. Beheading the Dragon Lord in front of me and putting to death all the taboos. Crushing the heavenly Dao of the Tian Luo realm. 2. To dust. Devouring the Dao. Jiang Heng had chosen that woman's Dao after all. That's right. After all, I'm just a woman who betrayed him. I'm not worthy. The end has come. With the 9 reversals he shook the broken space. Guard the borders with the souls of countless powerful people. And he also obeyed the fate and came to be the main soul in the Hada. Jiang Heng, I'm sorry. It seems that I have never broken free from my destiny from the beginning to the end. I made a mistake, but I hope you believe that from the beginning to the end I would not want to hurt you. If I could, I wouldn't have brought you home from the daisy-covered hills that year. If possible, I want to live simply for the rest of my life with my father and mother in the mountains with the smoke curling up. Dividing line. P.S. There's actually a lot to be said for the positioning of this book. From the beginning, as an abusive romance. Then the promotion exploded. And the emotional pull caused the book to catch up pretty hard. After that, Blackie and Stringer are here. Many of them are fellow travelers. The name-calling, insults, and attempts to kill my entire family are countless. I'm actually an old bird. It's reasonable to get used to it. But the swearing is so dirty and frantically rhythmic that many people force me to write this way and that way. Thoughts miss the mark in the wrong way. The heroine of this book is Hongi, who, under the pressure of many people, at chapter 75, the antagonists are completely pulled. Unlike other brainwashed empresses written by, from the very beginning, under my pen and ink, I've never written that the heroine actually hurt the hero in a subjective sense. I constructed a woman of great splendor, and the biggest point of regret for writing this book, I guess, I really won't be reading reviews from now on. The original 1,000,000 word outline couldn't be used even after the catch-up reading popped up. A couple of chapters left out. There's still a tearful part of the plot left out. The Heavenly Sword Sect is within my outline, and there's not a single one left. Not a sword for the sake of the plot, but under my pen and ink, want flesh and blood and color. For example, I wanted to write about the blood and courage of a coward. Saying more than that would be long-winded. So here's by wishing you all good health and all the best. A long wind will break the waves, and a stray cloud sail will help the sea. Looking forward to meeting you next. P.S. Love to all of you. End of chapter.